Ding! The Supreme Master System has been activated. Reward. A dojo function 1. Within the dojo, the host's words manifest reality. Function 2. Within the dojo, both the host and disciples possess unparalleled comprehension. Function 3. Outside the dojo, disciples may summon their master at any time. Function 4. The host may command all talents, skills, and bloodlines of their disciples without limits. Function 5. Each successful disciple cultivated grants a random reward. Current world. Dragon Ball. Reborn on a solitary island. Yuan gazed in astonishment at the information flooding his mind. The Supreme Master System, by its very name, implied its purpose. Yet, Yuan found no joy in this revelation, for he resided in the perilous world of Dragon Ball, a realm where catastrophic explosions could occur at any moment. Fortunately, according to the system, as long as Yuan remained within the dojo, he would be invincible. Present. The confines of his dojo encompassed the island on which he stood. The island was modest in size, roughly equivalent to 2 football fields. Moreover, it was largely barren, adorned only with a few coconut trees. Surveying the desolate landscape, inspiration struck Yuan, and he gestured with his hand. I command a mountain to rise. Boom! In an instant, a small mountain erupted from the ground. I command water to flow. Splash! A tranquil pool appeared beside the newly formed mountain. To comprehend invincibility within one's domain was indeed a remarkable power. Yuan levitated into the air, tirelessly adjusting the island's features. Before long, a breathtaking paradise materialized before his eyes. Atop the mountain stood a dojo, modest yet exuding an extraordinary aura. A long staircase extended from the dojo down to the foot of the mountain. In homage to his newfound sanctum, Yuan named it Heavenly Court. Once this was accomplished, he entered the dojo. With a place to call home, Yuan began to ponder how to recruit disciples in the Dragon Ball realm. Though invincible within the dojo, outside its boundaries, he was merely an ordinary individual. Thus, venturing out to gather disciples was fraught with danger, a risk he was unwilling to take. Yet, remaining indoors would not summon disciples from the heavens. What a conundrum! Despite his concerns, Yuan did not rush into the matter of recruitment. At present, he was unaware of which era the Dragon Ball world inhabited. Recklessly stepping out could prove perilous. Therefore, Yuan resolved to utilize the system's capabilities of manifesting words and top-tier comprehension to enhance his own strength first. He sat cross-legged, beginning to grasp the laws of the universe and develop martial arts suited to his essence. On the first day, congratulations, host has comprehended the martial art, 8-9 mysterious techniques. On the second day, congratulations, host has comprehended the divine ability, 36 transformations of the celestial talisman. On the third day, congratulations, host has comprehended the divine ability, 72 transformations of the earthly fiend. On the fourth day, rather than pursuing new techniques and abilities, Yuan chose to harness the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him, commencing the cultivation of one's foundational prowess. Within the sanctum, Yuan appeared to merge seamlessly with the cosmos, embodying an inexhaustible reservoir of spiritual energy. However, upon departing the sanctum, Yuan found his spiritual power limited solely to his own essence. A mere flicker of a divine ability could potentially deplete his internal reserves. Thus, in preparation for the possibility of venturing beyond the sanctum, Yuan resolutely embarked on the enhancement of his fundamental cultivation. With the sanctum's fortifying influence, Yuan's progress in strength accelerated rapidly. Yet without a point of reference, he remained oblivious to the precise tier of his prowess within the realm of the Dragon Balls. Out of caution, Yuan persisted in a steady regimen of cultivation in the days that followed. Boom! With a resounding crash, Yuan opened his eyes, a look of perplexity gracing his features. Something had evidently descended upon his sanctum. With a hint of curiosity, Yuan stepped outside. What greeted his gaze was the sight of a child of modest stature. However, upon discerning the child's countenance, Yuan's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Where am I? Little Goku alighted from the flying nimbus, gazing around in bewilderment. The opulent sanctum sparked a sense of wonder in him. His presence here was entirely serendipitous. He and Bulma had rescued a turtle, after which an elderly man appeared. That old man gifted him a flying nimbus, and upon mounting it, he soared into the skies. What transpired in between was a mystery, as the nimbus seemed to collide with an unseen object, ultimately landing here. Had Lu Yuan been privy to little Goku's thoughts, he would surely have marveled at the capriciousness of fate, for he had deliberately established a no-fly zone around the sanctum to enhance its decorum. Thus, the Nimbus's descent was a direct consequence of this very rule. Though this occurrence was fortuitous, Lu Yuan perceived it as a serendipitous boon from the heavens. With a touch of intrigue, Lu Yuan accessed little Goku's information profile. Son Goku bloodline, Scion, awakening unachieved, combat power, 5 ability, great ape transformation potential, golden legend. The combat power appeared somewhat meager. Upon reviewing little Goku's profile, Lu Yuan felt no particular surprise at this juncture. Little Goku had yet to awaken his Scion lineage, let alone attain the status of a Super Saiyan. Nonetheless, the golden potential was a resounding testament to little Goku's worth. That it is noteworthy that potential is categorized into levels: white ordinary, green rare, blue precious, purple epic, golden legend, red mythical. Moreover, potential is not a static attribute. Lu Yuan surmised that upon activating the Super Saiyan bloodline, Goku's lineage level would ascend to that of red mythical. "Uncle, are you the master of this island?" Little Goku's inquiry interrupted Lu Yuan's contemplation. He turned to little Goku, observing that the child still exuded an innocent and harmless demeanor. In other words, he was easily impressionable. With this thought, a knowing smile graced Lu Yuan's face. "Indeed, this entire island is my domain. Your sudden intrusion without my consent leaves me pondering how to handle your presence." Lu Yuan mused, stroking his chin in feigned contemplation. Upon hearing this, the little monkey king assumed Lu Yuan was angered and hurriedly leaped down from his cloud. He politely bowed to Lu Yuan and apologized. "Uncle, I am truly sorry. I stumbled in here by accident. Please forgive me." Such courtesy. Lu Yuan, merely playing along, was not genuinely upset. He chuckled. "No worries, you did not mean any harm. Since we have a guest, allow me to show you my dojo." "Thank you, uncle." Curious about the surroundings, son Wukong eagerly followed Lu Yuan, his little tail wagging animatedly. There was no trace of the imposing aura of a Super Saiyan from his past life. Instead, he appeared quite endearing. Before long, Lu Yuan led the little monkey king to his dojo. Wow! Upon witnessing the vastness of the dojo and its splendid decorations, son Wukong was astonished. The appearance of Lu Yuan's dojo drew inspiration from the celestial palaces of mythology, adorned lavishly and shrouded in ethereal mists, evoking a sense of wonder. However, the young child soon found himself overwhelmed by the grandeur. "Uncle, this place." After recovering from his awe, son Wukong turned to inquire about the nature of this place, only to find that Lu Yuan had mysteriously vanished, replaced by a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, another little Wukong. "Wow, who are you?" In disbelief, son Wukong pointed at the doppelganger. The fake Wukong wore a knowing smile and jestingly replied, "Who am I? I could ask you the same question." Yet the little monkey king, destined for greatness with golden potential, quickly realized, "Uncle, is that you?" Lu Yuan, not one to keep up the pretense, transformed into a plump giant panda, holding a piece of bamboo that seemed to have appeared from thin air, munching as he said, "Not me. I'm not that dashing and formidable preacher, Lu Yuan." Son Wukong burst into laughter upon hearing this. Lu Yuan also chuckled and transformed back into the form of the enlightened sage he initially presented. "What do you think? My 72 transformations are quite amusing, aren't they? This is so much fun." Son Wukong nodded enthusiastically. His curiosity piqued as he regarded Lu Yuan, pondering the source of such extraordinary abilities. Seeing an opportunity, Lu Yuan enticingly asked, "So, would you like to learn?" "Absolutely." Son Wukong replied without hesitation. Lu Yuan stroked his chin, smiling as he said, "If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. However, you must become my disciple. Master, I bow to you, your disciple Wukong." Without a moment's hesitation, son Wukong performed the customary bow of apprenticeship. "Ding! Congratulations, host on acquiring your first disciple. Chapter 2, The Scion Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first disciple and gaining the bloodline power of the Scion lineage. As expected, after Son Wukong successfully became a disciple, he swiftly inherited the Scion bloodline possessed by little Wukong. The formidable nature of the Scion bloodline is self-evident, as long as one cannot be defeated. The potential for infinite strength arises. Such a bloodline is undeniably powerful across any universe. Furthermore, as little Wukong continues to grow stronger, the abilities he can access will expand significantly, including techniques such as the King's Fist and the Ultra Instinct, both of which are exceedingly potent. However, these extraordinary abilities will only be mastered by little Wukong at a later stage. In fact, a bolder idea began to take shape in Lu Yuan's mind. Could little Wukong possibly cultivate celestial arts? This became Lu Yuan's endeavor. It is essential to acknowledge that the world of Dragon Ball is fraught with peril, especially for Earthlings who often find themselves facing annihilation at any moment. Ironically, the protectors of Earth, Goku and Vegeta, have no intrinsic connection to the planet but are rather Cybermen. The crux of the issue lies in the absence of bloodlines and heritage among Earthlings. However, Lu Yuan's arrival might alter this narrative. Little Wukong represents Lu Yuan's experiment in this regard. It is worth noting that among Earthlings, several individuals possess considerable latent potential, such as the three-eyed Tien Shinhan, Bald Krillin, Princess Iron Fan, and the Ox King. These individuals harbor remarkable development potential, yet they lack the heritage to unlock their abilities. If Lu Yuan could devise celestial techniques and impart them to them, perhaps the Guardians of Earth would no longer be limited to Goku and his companions, but would include these individuals as well. Lu Yuan's ambition is further illustrated by his transformation of his dojo into a semblance of a mythical heavenly court, hinting at his aspirations to create a genuine celestial realm within the Dragon Ball universe. Master, when will you teach me that transformation spell? Little Wukong gazed eagerly at Tien Shinhan, brimming with impatience. You, Lu Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. At that moment, a feather duster appeared in his hand seemingly out of nowhere. He gently tapped little Wukong's head 3 times. Boom, 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 accompanied by the crisp sounds. Little Wukong suddenly discovered a wealth of knowledge flooding into his mind. The 72 transformations of the earthly fiends, the 89 profound arts, and the Nimbus Cloud. Overjoyed, little Wukong realized the significance of these teachings. The 72 transformations were the techniques Lu Yuan had previously utilized for continuous transformation. The 89 profound arts were methods to enhance one's physical form. The Nimbus Cloud, though sharing a name with the cloud he had just ridden, was far more powerful, capable of traversing vast distances in a single day. Though it was little Wukong's first journey away from home, he instinctively understood the value of these techniques. Thank you, Master. Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively as he walked deeper into the dojo. You may begin your studies. Should you encounter any difficulties, seek me out. Feel free to choose any place nearby as your dwelling. Reside wherever you please. Since you have become my disciple, it is only fitting that I bestow upon you a new title. Observing your simian demeanor, Lu Yuan pretended to ponder for a moment before breaking into a smile, declaring, From this day forth, you shall be known as the great sage equal to heaven, the beautiful Monkey King. With that, Lu Yuan's figure vanished into the mists of the dojo, a truly mystical occurrence. Watching the direction in which Lu Yuan departed, little Wukong wore a foolish grin. The name Great Sage equal to heaven, beautiful Monkey King, possesses such an aura of grandeur. He, with a new moniker. Little Wukong immediately immersed himself in his cultivation. After leaving the dojo, Lu Yuan returned to his lavishly decorated bedroom. One side was adorned with ancient redwood furniture and surreal immortal items, while the other boasted modern machinery, including a computer, television, and refrigerator. This blend of decor harmoniously coexisted, epitomizing a perfect amalgamation of the classical and the contemporary. Lu Yuan reclined on a bed that resembled a cloud, drifting in a state of semi-conscious contemplation. At this stage, little Wukong's cultivation did not require Lu Yuan's constant attention. After all, the 3 divine abilities he had imparted were sufficient for little Wukong to digest for quite some time. Even though he was the protagonist, possessing the bloodline of a scion, this remained true. Lu Yuan's current contemplation revolved around how to attract other talented individuals. After all, there was still some time before the main storyline commenced. To reap greater rewards, he needed to acquire more disciples. The growth these disciples would experience within the main narrative would subsequently benefit him. It could be said that the more disciples he had, and the stronger they became, the greater his own rewards would be, creating a perfect, virtuous cycle. Regarding his ability to teach disciples, Lu Yuan harbored no concerns. With the system's support, his disciples would possess top-tier comprehension within the dojo, and their rate of progress would undoubtedly be astonishing. The challenge before Lu Yuan was how to entice more disciples to join, especially considering the perilous nature of the Dragon Ball world. Although the Earth was relatively safe at the moment, Lu Yuan could not be certain that his actions would not inadvertently alter the world's trajectory. Should Frieza discover Earth prematurely and send Vegeta and others, he felt secure within the dojo, yet stepping outside could pose a risk. With even a 1 in 10,000 chance of falling, rounding it off equated to 100%. Oh, if only a renowned figure could assist him in gathering disciples from the outside. Just as Lu Yuan pondered this dilemma, he sensed that a group of unexpected guests had arrived at his dojo. Upon seeing the newcomers, Lu Yuan abruptly sat up in bed, startled. To his surprise, the visitors were none other than Master Roshi and Bulma. The one who truly invigorated Lu Yuan was, of course, Master Roshi. Though this old man was lecherous and lacked remarkable abilities, one could not deny his talent for persuasion was quite commendable. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him, as a pillow had been delivered just as he was about to doze off. However, in order to make Master Roshi the spokesperson for his dojo, a thoughtful strategy is required. With this in mind, Lu Yuan began to lightly tap the air before him. Before long, the entire island began to undergo a profound transformation. Invisible to outsiders, this change was so subtle that even the little monkey king, who was present in the dojo, remained oblivious to it. "Grandpa, are you sure Goku fell here?" Bulma inquired, glancing at the island shrouded in mist, an instinctive sense of fear washing over her. She turned to Master Roshi for reassurance. The old master also felt a twinge of curiosity about this island, as it was not far from his own abode. Yet, he was certain that prior to his departure at sea, such a vast island had not existed. It had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Nevertheless, as one of the most renowned martial artists of the present age, Master Roshi was confident in his abilities, believing that despite the island's peculiarities, it would not pose a challenge to him. "I am certain, my instincts tell me that the flying Nimbus has landed here," he asserted. Bulma nodded and urged, "In that case, let us hurry to find little Goku." With her inherently innocent nature, she ventured deeper into the island. Master Roshi did not oppose her, leaning on his staff as he followed her lead. Their figures soon vanished into the mist enveloping the island's periphery. Unbeknownst to them, a colossal, ethereal visage slowly materialized in the sky above them. Upon closer inspection, it was the face of Lu Yuan. Observing the two as they entered the mist, a cryptic smile graced Lu Yuan's face. Moments later, the immense visage in the sky silently faded away. Chapter 3. The Southern Gate. "Grandpa, do you sense that something is amiss in this vicinity?" Bulma remarked, feeling an instinctual unease in the tranquil surroundings. Master Roshi surveyed the area, his previously relaxed demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. As a martial artist, his perception was significantly sharper than Bulma's. He sensed that ever since they had entered this island, an unseen presence seemed to be watching them intently. This sensation was overwhelmingly strong, leading him to believe that the observer was deliberately revealing their presence to him. However, he could not pinpoint the source of this gaze, which left him quite unsettled. With this thought weighing on him, Master Roshi said gravely, "My dear, there is something peculiar about this place. Stay close to me." "All right," Bulma replied, glancing around before positioning herself behind Master Roshi. In her hand, she held a Dragon Ball radar, which displayed a red indicating the location of the Dragon Ball. Little Goku possessed one of these Dragon Balls, and they were utilizing the radar to locate him. Guided by the Dragon Ball radar, Master Roshi and Bulma quickly made their way to the middle of the island. However, as they approached this central area, their unease intensified, and the sense of being watched became increasingly pronounced. Soon, they arrived before a grand entrance. Before them stood a colossal archway, flanked by an enormous sculpture of peculiar appearance. The statue bore a striking resemblance to a turtle, yet it differed greatly from a dragon, for its head was unmistakably that of a dragon. Towering over 10 meters, the statue sat majestically beneath the vast arch. With a hint of curiosity, Bulma and Master Roshi gazed upward at the arch. The words inscribed on the plaque read "Heavenly Palace, Southern Heavenly Gate," plunging Master Roshi into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Bulma, less preoccupied with such thoughts, was intrigued by her surroundings. Displaying a commendable bravery, she approached the magnificent statue. "Grandpa, why does this statue look so lifelike? As if it were alive," she exclaimed, standing beneath the immense figure and daringly tapping its surface in astonishment. Suddenly, Bulma noticed a change in Master Roshi's expression. He appeared alarmed, or perhaps he was terrified by something behind her. A sense of dread enveloped her as she felt a looming shadow. Stiffly, she raised her head only to find that the once motionless statue had lowered its head, locking eyes with her, its menacing mouth even dripping with drool. Under the gaze of such a monstrous entity, Bulma was frozen in terror. "Watch out!" Master Roshi shouted, swiftly propelling Bulma aside. Boom! An instantaneous cacophony erupted where Bulma had just stood, as the ominous statue had struck the ground with a force that created a massive crater. The statue, which had been seated, was now upright, its gaze threatening as it regarded them. "Those who trespass in the heavenly palace shall face dire consequences. Run!" Without a moment's hesitation, Master Roshi seized Bulma and darted away. The formidable guardian of the southern heavenly gate, the Xuanwu beast, would not allow them to escape unscathed, rising to pursue the intruders. Despite his apparent frailty, Master Roshi proved to be a skilled warrior, moving with surprising swiftness as he dragged Bulma through the dense foliage. The Xuanwu beast, with its colossal frame, bore down upon them like a relentless juggernaut. "Grandpa, what kind of monster is this?" Bulma cried. "Don't ask me. I have no idea." Master Roshi panted, exerting every ounce of strength as he carried Bulma. He knew they were far from a match for such a creature. Their only option was to flee. In that moment, the once serene forest erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, Yuan lounged upon a cloud bed in his chamber, his consciousness enveloping the entire island. Amusedly observing Master Roshi's frantic escape. Holding a bowl of popcorn, seemingly conjured from thin air, he savored each bite. "Run, run, but you want to escape. Misfortune awaits you," he mused, having already resolved to make Master Roshi one of his representatives. Yet, he knew that treasures easily acquired are seldom cherished. Before subduing the turtle sage, Yuan decided to let this old fellow experience a bit of hardship. The Xuanwu beast was the greeting gift Yuan had prepared for the turtle sage. However, this Xuanwu beast bore significant differences from its mythological counterpart. At present, Yuan did not possess the ability to create life. This Xuanwu beast was essentially a mere puppet, governed by a basic set of logic. That logic was quite simple: to expel anyone who inadvertently approached the dojo. Although Yuan harbored intentions of accepting disciples, he was not inclined to take in just anyone. Moreover, he had named his dojo Heavenly Court, which was not merely for show. With the southern heavenly gate established, there were naturally also the northern, western, and eastern heavenly gates, corresponding to the 4 cardinal directions of the dojo. These gates were the only passages leading to the central dojo, and Yuan had stationed guardian beasts at each of these gates. In truth, the turtle sage was fortunate. Yuan had endowed the Xuanwu beast with immense strength and astonishing defense. In other respects, it was relatively ordinary. If confronted by beasts such as the azure dragon or the phoenix, it was uncertain whether the turtle sage and his companions could escape. Observing the numerous harrowing moments experienced by the turtle sage and Bulma, an amused smile crept across Yuan's face. This was the result of his repeated interventions behind the scenes. Otherwise, with the turtle sage's meager strength, he would have been dispatched by the Xuanwu beast in an instant. Sensing that the time was ripe, Yuan brushed the remnants of food from his hands. The intimidation had been sufficiently administered, and it was time for him to make his entrance. "Old man, run. That monster is after us again," Bulma shouted in terror as the Xuanwu beast approached once more. The turtle sage felt a pang of urgency, yet his strength was nearly depleted. Continuing in this manner, it was merely a matter of time before they were caught. With this thought, the turtle sage abruptly halted, crossing his hands and placing them at his waist. Bulma, witnessing the sudden stop, was left in shock. Turtle School's Kamehameha. The turtle sage raised his hands high, unleashing a wave of energy that surged toward the Xuanwu beast. Bang! The Kamehameha struck the Xuanwu beast's head, producing a crisp sound. Yet, to the despair of both the turtle sage and Bulma, the Kamehameha inflicted no damage whatsoever upon the Xuanwu beast. Not even a mark was left on its body. Witnessing this, the turtle sage fell into utter despair. "I am weary, let it be the end." He closed his eyes, surrendering any resistance. Beside him, Bulma, upon seeing this, also closed her eyes in hopelessness. However, contrary to their expectations, the feared fate of being crushed by the Xuanwu beast did not materialize. Confused, the two opened their eyes. They beheld the once ferocious Xuanwu beast inexplicably standing still. Perched upon the beast's head was a man clad in white ancient garb, observing them with an enigmatic smile. "You too, barging into someone else's home without a greeting is rather impolite," Lu Yuan remarked, reclining atop the Xuanwu beast as though it were a couch. What astonished the turtle sage and Bulma even more was how the once fierce Xuanwu beast now behaved like a docile kitten, not daring to move an inch. In stark contrast to their previous ferocity during the pursuit, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. "Pray tell, what are your names and what brings you to my heavenly abode?" Facing the enigmatic Lu Yuan, Master Roshi and Bulma exchanged glances. Ultimately, Master Roshi summoned his courage and spoke, "Esteemed warrior, I am called Master Roshi, and this is Bulma. We seek a child named Son Wukong." "Oh, you are in search of little Wukong?" Lu Yuan feigned surprise, his acting rather inept. However, at that moment, Master Roshi and Bulma appeared visibly shaken and failed to notice this detail. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yuan addressed them. "Since you seek little Wukong, you are not considered outsiders." He stood up and suddenly clapped his hands. With a few melodious bird calls, two pristine white cranes emerged from the forest and landed before Lu Yuan. Effortlessly, he stepped onto the back of one crane. Looking down at Master Roshi and Bulma, he pointed to the other crane with a smile, saying, "Do not just stand there. Come aboard, or you will not gain entry." Riding on clouds and cranes. Was this not the legendary method of celestial beings? Master Roshi and Bulma exchanged another glance, astonished by the spectacle. Chapter 4. The Transformation of Master Roshi Wa. Once Master Roshi and Bulma ascended onto a crane and soared into the sky, they were instantly awestruck by the breathtaking scenery surrounding them. In the center of the island stood a palace, half suspended in the air. Beneath the palace lay a series of picturesque peaks, the largest of which was graced by a magnificent waterfall. The radiance enveloping the palace illuminated the surrounding mountains, resembling a celestial paradise. What further astonished Bulma and Master Roshi was the path leading to the central palace, which was not a conventional road, but rather a splendid rainbow bridge. Such an extraordinary landscape led them to realize that Lu Yuan was no ordinary individual. Surely, one who resides in such a place cannot be just an average person. "Excuse me, may I inquire as to your identity?" After recovering from their initial shock, Master Roshi could not help but ask Lu Yuan, who stood atop the crane. "Me? I am merely an ordinary person who prefers to remain indoors." "Ordinary person?" Upon hearing this response, Master Roshi's lips involuntarily twitched. If Lu Yuan was considered an ordinary person, then what were they? To Master Roshi, Lu Yuan seemed more akin to the legendary celestial beings. After all, he had never witnessed anyone, like Lu Yuan, soaring through the skies upon a crane. Here we are. Just as Master Roshi was still curious about Lu Yuan's origins, they had remarkably arrived at Lu Yuan's temple, the central palace itself. Master Roshi dismounted from the crane, gazing around with curiosity. Before him stood an ancient palace, showing little trace of modernity, yet emanating an aura of the extraordinary and the sublime, resplendent in gold and jade, radiating spiritual energy. With rainbow bridges arching and cranes circling, it inspired an overwhelming sense of humility, making one feel utterly unworthy to linger in such an ethereal realm. "Wukong, someone is seeking you." Ignoring the turtle sage, Lu Yuan softly spoke to a palace. Shortly thereafter, a small figure dashed out from the palace. "Bulma, Master Roshi." "Goku." Little Goku joyfully ran towards Bulma, who eagerly welcomed him. The two embraced, radiating happiness. After a moment, Goku curiously inquired, "Bulma, how did you come here?" Bulma's expression stiffened as she recalled being chased by the Xuanwu beast, and she replied, somewhat aggrieved, "I followed the Dragon Ball radar to find this place." "So it was the Dragon Ball radar," little Goku exclaimed, realizing the significance of the Dragon Ball around his neck. "All right, Goku, you can come down now. I have something to discuss with them." "Yes, Master." Obediently, little Goku descended from Bulma and walked over to Lu Yuan's side. It was at this moment that Bulma and the turtle sage realized that Lu Yuan was indeed little Goku's master. Among them, the turtle sage was the most astonished, for he had intended to take Goku as his own disciple. After all, Goku's adopted grandfather, Gohan, had once been his student. However, The turtle sage refrained from expressing such thoughts now. As compared to Lu Yuan, his title as a sage seemed somewhat unfounded. Lu Yuan approached the turtle sage and Bulma, scrutinizing the two. Their nervousness grew under his gaze. Turtle sage, bloodline, earthling bloodline, combat power, 100, potential, rare blue. Bulma, bloodline, earthling bloodline, combat power, 1, potential, ordinary white. As expected, among the two, only the turtle sage exhibited a semblance of potential, while Bulma was merely an ordinary human. However, Lu Yuan was somewhat taken aback to discover that the turtle sage, who merely served as a background character in the original narrative, possessed blue-level potential. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The turtle sage did hold the title of the world's strongest. Although this title applied solely among Earthlings, it was not due to any inadequacy on the turtle sage's part. Rather, it stemmed from the low power structure on Earth. Conversely, the fact that the turtle sage had attained such a height within this framework was indicative of his innate talent. After careful consideration, Lu Yuan surmised that perhaps the turtle sage's potential was even greater than he had initially perceived, as potential assessment was a multifaceted evaluation encompassing comprehension, bloodline, talent, and more. The turtle sage's blue-level potential clearly stemmed from his intelligence, with other factors such as bloodline and talent being insignificant. If he were to be granted a superior bloodline and talent, his potential might not fall short of the current Goku. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan felt an exhilarating sense of fortune. Just as he pondered how to persuade the turtle sage, unexpectedly, the turtle sage spoke first. "Master, may I ask if you are a sage?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan replied, "In a certain sense, yes." Upon hearing this, the turtle sage's expression became a tapestry of emotions, surprise intermingled with delight. His very name revealed his deep yearning for the status of a sage. At the age of the turtle hermit, he has become acutely aware of his limitations, recognizing that, barring any extraordinary opportunities, his current strength represents the pinnacle of his capabilities. Presently, an opportunity has indeed materialized before him. Without hesitation, the turtle hermit suddenly knelt upon the ground, exclaiming, "O immortal, I beseech you to bestow upon me the path to transcendence." His reverent demeanor starkly contrasted with the lecherous old man he once was. The path to transcendence? Lu Yuan's voice was calm, yet it resonated with palpable tension in the ears of the turtle hermit. He found himself uncertain whether Lu Yuan, this immortal, would still regard him favorably at his advanced age. Nonetheless, the thought of relinquishing this chance was unbearable for him. "I can offer you an opportunity," Lu Yuan declared. The turtle hermit was instantly filled with elation, lifting his gaze in disbelief. Beside him, the young son Wukong was filled with confusion. Is the old man really seeking a master? But isn't that supposed to be a simple matter? Why does it seem so daunting? Observing the turtle hermit, Lu Yuan raised 3 fingers. "Should you fulfill 3 requirements, I shall accept you as my registered disciple. Please, immortal, state your demands. First, within 3 years, you must bring me 5 individuals. Here is the list." A slip of paper floated before the turtle hermit, revealing a series of unfamiliar names. Resolute, he decided that he would swallow his pride and ensure the return of the individuals listed, all handpicked by Lu Yuan: Tien Shinhan, Jiaozi, Krillin, the Bull Demon King, and his daughter, Chi-Chi. Although Chi-Chi lacked prominence in the original narrative, Lu Yuan held high hopes for her potential as the daughter of the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan. Second, within 3 years, you must gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Third, you must reach the Golden Core stage within 3 years. If you accomplish these 3 tasks, I shall accept you as my registered disciple. The first 2 conditions were comprehensible to the turtle hermit, but the final requirement left him perplexed. "Immortal, what is the Golden Core stage?" "Close your eyes." The turtle hermit obediently complied. Lu Yuan pointed at his forehead with a finger, unleashing a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. An influx of arcane knowledge flooded into the turtle hermit's mind. Within his consciousness, he beheld an immense deity, a colossal giant whose every movement exuded formidable combat prowess. Ding! The giant spirit body refinement technique, Golden Core level, transmission complete. The giant spirit body refinement technique, a cultivation method devised by Lu Yuan, was inspired by the capabilities of the giant spirit god from a previous life. Roaring. Unlike the promising young son Wukong, the turtle hermit could not withstand excessive energy. The Golden Core level was his current limit. Witnessing the transformation, The turtle hermit's frail form underwent a dramatic metamorphosis under Lu Yuan's spiritual energy. His emaciated physique expanded instantaneously, and in a flash, the once elderly turtle hermit morphed into a robust figure towering over 3 meters, a muscular bald man. The appearance resembles that of the venerable old gentleman from the short video featuring KFC. The reason for this transformation lies in Lu Yuan's profound influence on him. However, this method is only effective for individuals possessing potential below the rare purple tier. Lu Yuan is not particularly interested in assisting others in bodily transformations, with Master Roshi being a notable exception. Wow! Little Goku gazed in astonishment at Master Roshi's transformation, for the contrast was indeed staggering. After absorbing the techniques, Master Roshi opened his eyes, sensing an unprecedented strength within him. He looked at Lu Yuan with newfound reverence, moved his body slightly, and knelt down. "Thank you for your divine grace, esteemed immortal." Lu Yuan nodded and replied, "Go forth, and may you not disappoint me." Master Roshi bowed once more, and then turned to leave the island. Watching Master Roshi's retreating figure, Lu Yuan wore a smile imbued with deep meaning. He eagerly anticipated the moment when Master Roshi would return with Tien and others, after undergoing his own refinement under Lu Yuan's guidance. Would the likes of Piccolo, Scion Vegeta, and Frieza still be able to flaunt their dominance on Earth? The prospect of a battle between Erling Shun and the Scions, or the Monkey King against Frieza, brought an amusing smile to Lu Yuan's face. Chapter 5. Global Chi Distribution. After departing from the dojo, Master Roshi's first destination was to bring his recently accepted disciple, Krillin. It is noteworthy that Krillin was included in the list provided by Lu Yuan, alongside others such as Tien and the Ox King. Although Master Roshi had heard of their names, locating them within a short time frame would prove challenging. It was more prudent to first bring Krillin back to the dojo. After all, returning with at least one individual was preferable to returning empty-handed. Bulma, who had accompanied Master Roshi to the island, did not leave with him. Initially, upon arriving at the island, she was filled with trepidation regarding its surroundings. However, her curiosity about this paradise on Earth had since blossomed. "Little Goku, what kind of person is your master? Is he a deity?" After Lu Yuan's departure, Bulma could not contain her curiosity and posed the question to Little Goku. The enigmatic Lu Yuan and the sight of him soaring gracefully had ignited a strong intrigue within Bulma. Little Goku scratched his head at this inquiry, saying, "I'm not quite sure about my master either. I have just recently become his disciple, and he hasn't told me who he is." "Oh, I see." Bulma replied with a hint of disappointment, but she quickly came to terms with it. Then she noticed little Goku sitting cross-legged on the ground, practicing in a unique manner. This distinctive scene sparked her curiosity once again, prompting her to ask, "Goku, what are you doing?" Little Goku opened his eyes, slightly irritated at being interrupted yet again during his training. However, seeing that it was his good friend Bulma who was asking, he patiently explained, "This is a technique my master taught me. It's something called the 8-9 Profound Art." 8-9 Profound Art? What is that? Is it a form of celestial magic? Bulma's interest was instantly piqued, prompting her to inquire further. "It must be a form of celestial magic, right? My master has said that if I can cultivate the 8-9 Profound Arts to perfection, I will not only attain an indestructible body but also possess the ability to resurrect from my own blood, even if my body is reduced to mere dust." Wow, that's incredible. Indeed, little Wukong felt a sense of pride, resembling a child boasting about their toys. Ahem. Just as little Wukong was about to say something else, Lu Yuan suddenly appeared. "Master." Upon seeing Tien Shinhan, little Wukong joyfully rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Bulma appeared somewhat anxious. Her relationship with Lu Yuan was not nearly as intimate as that of little Wukong. It was entirely natural for her to feel a certain apprehension towards him. "Wukong, you should focus on your cultivation for now. I have something to discuss with her." Upon hearing this, little Wukong glanced at Bulma and obediently got up, making his way towards the back mountain. Once little Wukong departed, the previously lively Bulma became somewhat tense. Facing Lu Yuan alone, it would be disingenuous to claim she wasn't afraid. However, based on Lu Yuan's prior words, she could surmise that he was not a malicious figure. Thus, her nervousness was more pronounced than her fear. Lu Yuan observed Bulma before him, curiously examining her attributes. Bulma. Bloodline. Earthling. Combat power. 2. Potential. Blue rare. HM. She actually possesses blue level potential? Lu Yuan was somewhat taken aback upon discovering Bulma's potential. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Although her combat prowess was lacking in the original narrative, she had developed numerous advanced technologies, indicating that her intellect was far from negligible. A clever individual in a world of technology becomes a scientist, while in a world of celestial arts, they might just become an exceptional practitioner. After all, the essence of magical arts is not vastly different from that of science. Both are subjects of great rigor. With this thought, Lu Yuan's gaze towards Bulma grew more intriguing. Under Lu Yuan's assessing eyes, Bulma became increasingly nervous. Your name is Bulma, correct? Ah, yes. Lu Yuan stepped closer, pinching her chin and surveying her from head to toe. Amidst Bulma's anxious demeanor, Lu Yuan smiled and said, "You have quite the talent. Have you considered joining my celestial court and becoming my disciple?" Ah, Bulma was taken aback, never anticipating such a proposition from Lu Yuan. However, she quickly responded with delight, "Is it really possible for me? What could possibly hold you back?" Lu Yuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bulma nodded fervently without a moment's hesitation. "Very well, then rest well at the dojo for the next few days. I shall return shortly to provide you with the cultivation methods." All right. Bulma leapt for joy, and just as she wished to say something more to Lu Yuan, she found him disappearing once again. Faced with Lu Yuan's mysterious comings and goings and his extraordinary abilities, Bulma could hardly contain her excitement. She stood in place, unable to restrain her imagination of a future day when she, like Lu Yuan, would possess such miraculous abilities. After taking Bulma as his apprentice, Lu Yuan had now acquired a second disciple. Although Bulma's talent did not rival that of the remarkable Goku, it was still commendable. Furthermore, Lu Yuan harbored a suspicion that perhaps the bloodline of Earthlings was not as feeble as previously imagined. To substantiate this theory, he felt compelled to conduct an experiment. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed 2 apprentice acquisitions, thus initiating the global infusion of spiritual energy. The sudden voice of the system took Lu Yuan by surprise. With a hint of curiosity, he opened the system to discern the meaning behind this so-called infusion of spiritual energy. Global spiritual energy infusion. Due to the host's completion of designated tasks, a global infusion of spiritual energy will commence. Subsequently, the spiritual energy on Earth will continuously rise, reaching a certain level, and its emergence will give rise to various miraculous phenomena. Phenomenon 1. Awakening. Spiritual energy possesses wondrous effects. Those with extraordinary talents may awaken special abilities under its influence, resulting in a significant enhancement in combat prowess. Phenomenon 2. Demonization. Not every organism can withstand the deluge of spiritual energy. Some may experience genetic collapse during absorption, transforming into distorted monsters driven by bloodlust. Phenomenon 3. Ruins re-emerge. Certain dormant ruins may resurface following the infusion of spiritual energy, presenting both opportunities and dangers, with unimaginable prospects hidden within. Gazing at the system panel's notifications, Lu Yuan fell into contemplation. He had not anticipated the infusion of spiritual energy, nor had the previous system provided any forewarnings. The effects of this energy were a double-edged sword. On the one hand, the spiritual energy enhancement of his sanctuary, due to its gathering effects, would accelerate at an exponential rate. On the other hand, the Earth would likely experience increased turmoil. After all, spiritual energy could not only awaken peculiar abilities in ordinary individuals, but could also give rise to various monsters. Nevertheless, on the whole, the global infusion of spiritual energy seemed to yield more advantages than disadvantages for him. Chapter 6. Finding Tien Shinhan 3 months later. Lu Yuan quickly sensed the effects of the global infusion of spiritual energy. Although the Earth of the Dragon Ball original work was graced by the miraculous existence of the dragon, it was fundamentally a creation brought by the Namekians, not inherently belonging to Earth itself. Moreover, while the power system of the Dragon Ball Earth appeared to be relatively low, it was home to a myriad of diverse beings. There existed half-wolves akin to werewolves and individuals resembling Tien Shinhan, who bore striking differences from regular Earthlings. This indicated that the bloodlines of Earthlings were imbued with many other existences. As spiritual energy revitalized, these beings' bloodlines became increasingly extraordinary under its nurturing. In the original text, the Turtle Sage's combat power of approximately 100 was nearly sufficient to dominate the entire Earth, earning him the title of the world's strongest. However, Following the global infusion of spiritual energy, a mere 100 in spiritual power has evidently become inadequate. A multitude of animals and various extraordinary creatures have experienced a remarkable surge in their fighting capabilities due to this energy. Not to mention, some exceptionally gifted humans have awakened numerous strange abilities under the influence of spiritual power. It can be said that the current Earth is utterly transformed from the world of Dragon Ball that Yuan previously witnessed. Grandfather Turtle Sage, where exactly are we headed? Krillin inquired, glancing at the Turtle Sage walking ahead of him, while gently massaging his slightly sore legs. The Turtle Sage turned around, looked at the diminutive Krillin, and replied with a smile, I am going to find your future brothers in arms. Future brothers in arms? Upon hearing this, Krillin's spirits were instantly lifted. 3 months prior, the Turtle Sage had unexpectedly sought him out, revealing that he had discovered a true immortal who would accept him as a disciple, provided he completed the tasks assigned by this immortal. One of the requirements was to locate 5 individuals, one of whom was Krillin himself. This revelation filled young Krillin with joy. In the Turtle Sage's description, this immortal was nothing short of omnipotent, which left Krillin in awe, feeling incredibly fortunate. However, with the Turtle Sage needing to find these individuals within 3 years, time was of the essence. Thus, he brought Krillin along, intending to gather everyone and take them to the island where Yuan resided. Following his encounter with Krillin, the next destination was to seek out Tien Shinhan and Kakarot, as he was aware that they were his fellow disciples under the Crane Hermit. Furthermore, his fellow disciple, the Crane Hermit, happened to be a minister in the Rice Country, making them relatively easy to locate. The Turtle Sage swiftly found the residence of his disciple, the Crane Hermit, within the Rice Country. Without hesitation, he proceeded towards the main entrance. A few guards stationed at the door, upon noticing the peculiar Turtle Sage, immediately shouted, Halt! Who are you? Do you not know this is the residence of our country's minister, the Crane Hermit? The Turtle Sage, unfazed, smiled and addressed the 2 guards. Please convey a message for me. His elder brother, the Turtle Sage, has come to visit. The elder brother of Minister Crane? The guards exchanged glances, nodded, and proceeded into the residence. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with a goatee emerged from the dwelling, accompanied by a youth and a small child. Upon noticing the third eye located on the youth's forehead, the Turtle Sage instantly recognized him as Tien Shinhan, the 3-eyed man he was searching for, while the child beside Tien was Kakarot. As the Turtle Sage assessed Tien Shinhan and Kakarot, the Crane Hermit was equally scrutinizing him. However, unlike the Turtle Sage's calm demeanor, the Crane Hermit's gaze was perilously sharp, resembling that of a predator eyeing its prey. Noticing the gaze of the Crane Hermit, the Turtle Hermit turned his head and smiled, addressing him, Junior brother, it has been a long time. In stark contrast to the Turtle Hermit's warmth, the expression of the Crane Hermit was quite somber. Junior brother? I am not your junior. Are you not afraid that I might take your life for daring to approach me? The Turtle Hermit, undeterred by the Crane Hermit's threat, chuckled. It seems after all these years, your tone remains as harsh as ever. The tense exchange transformed the atmosphere between the two into something heavy and fraught. Nearby, Krillin and the others began to sense the escalating tension. This was no mere reunion of brothers. It resembled a confrontation between adversaries. Speak plainly. What is it that you seek from me? The Crane Hermit stepped forward, levitating in the air, looking down upon the Turtle Hermit. His ability to hover was a testament to his unique skill, the dance of the skies. The Turtle Hermit briefly regarded him, then turned with a smile towards Tien and Kakarot. Junior brother, I have come to ask for your assistance in borrowing 2 individuals. Borrow 2 individuals? Who do you mean? Your newly acquired disciples, Tien and Kakarot. Upon hearing this, the Crane Hermit's countenance darkened considerably. Tien and Kakarot, caught unawares, exchanged glances, astonished that the Turtle Hermit had specifically sought them out. Turtle Hermit, do not be so presumptuous. These are my newly accepted disciples. How dare you demand them so brazenly? Instantly, the Crane Hermit's aura surged with fury, clearly enraged. The Turtle Hermit, anticipating such a reaction, nevertheless felt compelled to speak. Junior brother, this is for their own benefit. Recently, I encountered a true immortal whose abilities are beyond your imagination. If I can fulfill the task assigned by this immortal, I will be accepted as a named disciple. I have a strong premonition that with training under this immortal, I may finally vanquish the Demon King Piccolo, who once killed my master, rather than merely sealing him away. Upon hearing this, the Crane Hermit smirked derisively. Turtle Hermit, Do you truly believe your words will sway me? Very well, if you desire my two disciples. Do not blame me for being unsympathetic. Defeat me in combat, and I shall allow them to accompany you. What say you? The turtle hermit paused, then regarded the crane hermit with a peculiar expression. Is this truly the case? The crane hermit, brimming with confidence, replied, Indeed, it is true. After all these years apart, let me see if you have improved. Should you happen to fall at my hands, do not claim I did not forewarn you. With that, the crane hermit raised his hand, pointing a finger at the turtle hermit. An energy began to coalesce at the tip of his finger. DD wave. Like a laser beam, the piercing wave shot forth from the hands of Master Crane, aimed directly at Master Turtle. To everyone's astonishment, Master Turtle did not evade the powerful attack. It appeared he intended to withstand it head-on. This revelation elicited a cruel smile from Master Crane, as if he envisioned the gruesome scene of Master Turtle being vanquished by his piercing wave. Upon witnessing Master Turtle's lack of evasive action, Master Crane's expression morphed into one of merciless delight. He believed he understood Master Turtle's capabilities well, given their shared apprenticeship, which allowed for an intimate knowledge of one another. Although it had been some time since their last encounter, Master Crane held no illusions that Master Turtle could have undergone any remarkable transformation in such a brief period. The prowess of a martial artist lay not in sheer physical strength, but in their mastery of technique. Master Crane was convinced that Master Turtle could not possibly withstand his piercing wave through mere physicality. Master Turtle, perish. With a voice as sinister as his intentions, Master Crane launched the laser-like wave directly towards the center of Master Turtle's forehead. However, Master Turtle, upon observing the rapidly approaching wave, bore a confident smile. In the next instant, he raised his hand and swatted at the incoming wave as one would a fly. With a resounding thud, the formidable wave veered off course under Master Turtle's casual strike, crashing into the ground nearby. A deep, elongated pit suddenly marred the surface, its depth estimated to exceed 7 or 8 meters, a testament to the wave's incredible power. Had an ordinary person been struck, they would surely have sustained a gaping wound, if not death itself. Yet, Master Turtle effortlessly deflected the wave with nary a mark upon his palm, showcasing the formidable strength of his physique, leaving Master Crane momentarily speechless in astonishment. This spectacle did not escape the notice of Tien Shinhan and Kakarot, who watched with wide eyes. They had always regarded their master, Master Crane, as immensely powerful, yet this unexpected emergence of Master Turtle seemed to surpass even him. This revelation left them in awe, particularly since they were well aware of the might of the piercing wave. They could scarcely fathom that someone could repel such an attack with mere physicality. Was this man a monster? Tien Shinhan and Kakarot gazed at Master Turtle in disbelief. Master Turtle, appearing to have accomplished nothing of great significance, simply brushed off his hands and turned to Master Crane. Junior brother, the times have changed. Martial arts can no longer keep pace with this era. Master Crane's countenance darkened immediately. He fixed a steely gaze upon Master Turtle, suppressing his voice as he retorted, Master Turtle, do not presume that your newfound abilities grant you the right to command me. I shall fight seriously now. As he spoke, the aura emanating from Master Crane began to escalate dramatically. Had the onlookers possessed combat power measuring devices at that moment, they would have witnessed Master Crane's combat power soaring at an astounding rate. Ultimately, a combat power of approximately 120 was achieved. Although this figure may seem modest, one must consider that in the original narrative, Master Roshi, with just over 100 in combat power, could unleash a Kamehameha that reached the moon. Thus, for the ordinary Crane Hermit, surpassing 100 in combat power is nothing short of extraordinary. With his hands clasped together, the Crane Hermit bellowed, solar flare. A blinding radiance emanated from his being, its brilliance nearly rendering the onlookers, including the likes of Yamcha, momentarily sightless. Seizing this rare opportunity, the Crane Hermit swiftly appeared before Master Roshi, launching a punch aimed at his vital points. My dear Junior, it seems you are still unwilling to relent. Master Roshi chuckled lightly, effortlessly extending a hand to intercept the Crane Hermit's strike. Suddenly, the Crane Hermit sensed an overwhelming danger. Intuition urged him to evade. Yet, his pride and determination not to yield to Master Roshi compelled him to stand firm and confront the attack head-on. With a resounding thud, their palms collided, producing a deep, resonant sound. A shockwave of white energy erupted between them, sweeping outward with such ferocity that Tien and the others were forced to retreat to a safer distance. becoming inadvertently ensnared in the tumult of the battle. Once they reached a secure position, they were soon captivated by the spectacle before them. The fight between Master Roshi and the Crane Hermit escalated, both exhibiting a speed reminiscent of beasts. The Crane Hermit, employing some unknown method, significantly augmented his speed and strength. Each strike he delivered was powerful and earth-shattering. However, despite this, he could not gain the upper hand against Master Roshi. The two figures danced through the air, their movements a blur of intertwining shadows, clashing repeatedly. The sound of their collisions echoed like distant thunder, accompanied by bursts of flame igniting from their encounters. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Tien, witnessing the scene unfold, felt profoundly astonished. Beside him, Yamcha nodded in agreement. In the skies above, the clash between the Crane Hermit and Master Roshi intensified. To an observer, it appeared evenly matched. Yet only the Crane Hermit understood the truth. He was not as composed as he seemed. Each of his attacks was effortlessly countered by Master Roshi, whose demeanor was genuinely relaxed, not a fade. This realization cast a shadow over the Crane Hermit's expression. Despite multiple attempts to bring the battle to a close, he found no opportunity to do so. "My dear Junior, it appears my skills surpass yours," Master Roshi remarked with a smile, deflecting the Crane Hermit's strikes. "Silence! I shall kill you." The Crane Hermit shouted in a fit of rage, his assaults growing increasingly ferocious, targeting vital areas. Observing this, Master Roshi sighed inwardly, deciding to conclude a battle that had been destined from the outset. "My Junior, allow me to demonstrate the essence of martial arts." The Turtle Sage effortlessly repelled the Crane Sage, and then began to channel his inner energy. A thunderous roar echoed as the Turtle Sage's body was enveloped in a terrifying display of electric lights. The intertwining lightning made him appear as though he were a deity of thunder descending upon the earth. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. The Turtle Sage's form began to swell, and, in no time, transformed into a small giant standing approximately 5 meters tall, his physique brimming with powerful muscles, exuding an imposing aura. Beyond the overwhelming presence of his size, what truly instilled fear in the Crane Sage was the spiritual pressure surrounding the Turtle Sage. This was a unique ability of cultivators. The emergence of spiritual pressure rendered the Crane Sage breathless in an instant. The Turtle Sage's metamorphosis was entirely attributed to the technique Giant Spirit Transformation, taught to him by Yuan. This technique was derived from Yuan's studies of the giant spirit deity and, when perfected, could potentially transform the practitioner into a 100-meter giant. Post-transformation, the Turtle Sage's demeanor shifted dramatically. The gentle aesthetic of traditional Japanese manga morphed into the robust style characteristic of Hong Kong comics. "Be careful, my Junior," the Turtle Sage cautioned before instantaneously appearing before the Crane Sage. The Crane Sage's pupils dilated as he could not fathom how the Turtle Sage had traversed the distance so swiftly, indicating that the Turtle Sage's speed had surpassed his perception. What further instilled dread in the Crane Sage was the Turtle Sage's colossal stature. It was evident that speed was not his forte. Strength was undoubtedly the Turtle Sage's domain. With speed already surpassing the Crane Sage's, the disparity in strength was even more pronounced. "The times have changed, my Junior," the Turtle Sage remarked with a smile, then unleashed a punch. Boom! The Crane Sage was struck instantly, his body sent hurtling backward to crash against the wall. The towering 5-meter-high wall crumbled with a resounding crash, and the Crane Sage was engulfed in a cloud of dust. The Turtle Sage refrained from pursuing further, landing gracefully on the ground. His gaze complex as he watched the dissipating smoke. As the haze cleared, the figure of the Crane Sage emerged, albeit in a pitiable state. His right arm was grotesquely contorted, clearly fractured, and his body bore numerous wounds, a testament to the severity of the Turtle Sage's blow. Remarkably, this was a result of the Turtle Sage's restraint. Otherwise, that single strike would have been more than sufficient to send the Crane Sage to the afterlife, truly becoming a celestial being. "Master, are you all right?" Tien Shinhan and Dumpling rushed over, recognizing that the battle had concluded, eager to assist their mentor. "Get away." The Crane Sage dismissed them curtly, pushing his two disciples aside. With a grim expression, he turned to face the Turtle Sage, his voice heavy with foreboding. "Brother, I concede that I am no match for you at this moment, but you must understand where we are. This is the land of rice. As I commence my role as a minister of the Rice Kingdom, one must understand that exiting this place alive is no trivial matter." With these words, The Crane Immortal cast a knowing glance at the guards beside him. The guards, instantly understanding the unspoken command, swiftly surrounded the Turtle Immortal with a throng of warriors. Witnessing this daunting display, Krillin felt a surge of anxiety. Although the combat prowess of these warriors was not particularly formidable, the weapons they wielded posed a significant threat. Krillin was confident that they would not be able to detain the Turtle Immortal, yet he lacked the same capabilities. "Grandpa Turtle, what shall we do now?" In a moment of cleverness, Krillin darted to the side of the Turtle Immortal, seeking refuge. The Turtle Immortal first cast a glance at the smug Crane Immortal, then surveyed the fully armed warriors of the Rice Kingdom surrounding them. "Ah, my junior, you still fail to comprehend the distinction between martial artists and cultivators. Allow me to demonstrate this difference." The Turtle Immortal turned to face the heavily armed warriors of the Rice Kingdom. The leading warrior, upon seeing this, bellowed, "Open fire." Lacking the finesse of the Crane Immortal, they dared not let the Turtle Immortal approach. With a cacophony of gunfire, a multitude of bullets surged toward the Turtle Immortal. Krillin, in fear, instinctively crouched down and covered his head. However, he soon sensed something amiss, as he realized there were no sounds of bullets striking any objects. Peering through his fingers, he beheld a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. The barrage of bullets had been halted by the Turtle Immortal, suspended in midair as if time itself had come to a standstill. All he did was extend his hand. With a mere gesture, the Turtle Immortal pointed skyward, and countless bullets soared upwards into the air. This extraordinary spectacle not only left the warriors of the Rice Kingdom in utter astonishment, but also rendered the Crane Immortal speechless. After this display, the Turtle Immortal approached the Crane Immortal directly. "Junior, the era of martial artists has concluded. The time of cultivators has now arrived." The Crane Immortal's face contorted with disbelief, clearly struggling to accept this assertion. The Turtle Immortal, however, made no effort to persuade him further, instead turning his attention to Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi, examining them with curiosity. After all, these two had been specifically designated by Yuan as potential disciples. The Turtle Immortal was intrigued by the talents that warranted such attention from Yuan. After a brief observation, he could not deny that both Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi possessed remarkable gifts. Tien Shinhan, a hybrid of human and three-eyed beings, bore a prominent third eye at his forehead, marking him as extraordinary. Jiaozi, too, was no ordinary individual. The Turtle Immortal sensed a powerful mental force residing within him, manifesting as telekinesis. It was worth noting that Jiaozi did not possess any unusual lineage. He was merely an ordinary earthling. No wonder the Immortal had requested me to seek them out. After observing the two individuals, Master Roshi silently marveled at their extraordinary talents. Previously, he had only heard whispers that his fellow disciple, Master Crane, had discovered two exceptionally gifted pupils. However, he was unaware that their abilities were truly remarkable. In comparison to his own, these two could undoubtedly be deemed prodigious. Ignoring the nearby warriors of the Rice Nation, Master Roshi approached Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu. "Tien Shinhan, Kaiotsu, you are fortunate. The Immortal has specifically sent me to invite you to join me in the pursuit of immortality." Tien and Kaiotsu regarded Master Roshi with a mixture of apprehension and respect, having witnessed his formidable combat prowess firsthand. As for the Immortal he mentioned, they possessed only a vague understanding. For both Master Roshi and Master Crane bore the title of Immortal in their names. However, Tien and Kaiotsu sensed that this so-called Immortal would vastly differ from the one they knew. The elder Tien stepped forward and earnestly inquired, "Is this Immortal as powerful as you?" Master Roshi chuckled, "I cannot compare myself to that being. Their strength far surpasses mine, akin to the disparity between heaven and earth." Tien's pupils dilated in shock. Master Roshi was the strongest individual he had ever encountered, and the thought that an Immortal could be even mightier left him in awe. Contemplating this revelation, Tien resolved, "Master Roshi, I, Tien Shinhan, am willing to accompany you to meet this Immortal." Upon witnessing Tien's agreement, Kaiotsu promptly declared, "I, too, wish to join." After all, Tien and Kaiotsu had only recently become disciples of Master Crane, and their bond with him was still tenuous. Moreover, they had just heard the conversation between Master Crane and Master Roshi. With Master Roshi emerging victorious, it was only natural for them to follow him. Master Roshi, pleased by their perceptiveness, stroked his beard contentedly. With 3 names now secured on his list, only 2 remained. Master Crane observed his two disciples departing with Master Roshi. Though displeased, he refrained from voicing his objections, for he knew he was no match for Master Roshi at present. Chapter 9. The Deception of Little Goku in the Heavenly Dojo. Nearly half a year had elapsed since Little Goku's arrival. During this time, his progress had been remarkable. He was diligently mastering the 8-9 mysteries, the flying nimbus, and the 72 transformations, despite simultaneously training in one technique and two abilities. The dojo's support ensured that Little Goku's advancement did not falter. Notably, this was achieved without activating his Scion bloodline, which was renowned for its combat prowess. Each battle, as long as he survived, would enhance his strength, making him a naturally gifted warrior, reminiscent of the monkey that once wreaked havoc in heaven. In addition to the remarkable progress of little Wukong, Bulma's rapid advancement also pleasantly surprised Lu Yuan. Unlike his hands-on teaching approach with little Wukong, Lu Yuan adopted a more laissez-faire attitude towards Bulma. The techniques he imparted to her were entirely distinct from those given to little Wukong. They were the transcendent swordsmanship known as the Purple Mist Sword Technique. True to her intellect befitting a scientist, Bulma displayed astounding potential on her path to cultivation. Both disciples were earnest in their training, which filled Lu Yuan, their master, with a sense of pride. Upon using his spiritual perception to assess the progress of his two disciples, Lu Yuan felt a deep satisfaction. Due to the system's influence, he was able to inherit the abilities of all his disciples, including their cultivation levels. In essence, the stronger his disciples became, the more powerful he, as their master, would also become. However, within the confines of his dojo, he was an invincible being, leaving him uncertain about his strength outside its boundaries, only able to speculate vaguely. After some time spent in contemplation, Lu Yuan realized that as a master, he must assume his responsibilities. He could not remain holed up in his chamber indefinitely. He needed to foster emotional connections with his disciples. With this thought in mind, he executed a technique that allowed him to traverse distance in an instant, arriving before a magnificent waterfall. This immense cascade was surrounded by numerous wild beasts, which, unlike their feral counterparts, exhibited a certain spiritual awareness and coexisted peacefully. At the base of the waterfall, a diminutive figure was seated in meditation, enduring the tremendous pressure of the falling water. A significant amount of spiritual energy was being absorbed into this small form, merging into its flesh and blood through a unique method of circulation. While the waterfall's force continuously battered its body, this figure was none other than little Wukong. As he practiced, little Wukong suddenly sensed something, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld Lu Yuan standing at the waterfall's edge, observing him with a knowing smile. "Master!" Little Wukong exclaimed joyfully, leaping from beneath the waterfall to stand before Lu Yuan. The master smiled back, pleased with the vigorous spiritual energy emanating from his disciple. "Wukong, it seems you have not been negligent in your training today. I am quite pleased." Flattered by Lu Yuan's praise, little Wukong bashfully scratched his head. "Master, the techniques you have taught me are truly extraordinary. If I do not dedicate myself to my practice, I would be remiss. I am delighted to hear such sentiments from you," Lu Yuan responded, glancing around as if struck by a thought. "Wukong, have you ever pondered a question? What is the true purpose of our cultivation? What is the purpose?" Little Wukong found himself ensnared in contemplation at this somewhat profound inquiry. Lu Yuan remained patient, allowing his disciple the space to reflect. Before long, little Wukong seemed to arrive at an idea, though uncertainly he replied, "Master, I suppose we cultivate so that others do not bully us. After all, if we become strong enough that no one can defeat us, then no one would dare to bully us." The response from little Wukong was remarkably candid, revealing a mindset shaped by considerable hardship in his youth. Lu Yuan had not anticipated such an answer from him, as it diverged significantly from the script he had envisioned. The astute little Wukong perceived that Lu Yuan harbored additional thoughts, prompting him to curiously inquire, "Master, what is the purpose of your cultivation then?" Lu Yuan gazed into little Wukong's innocent eyes and replied calmly, "My cultivation is solely for the pursuit of longevity." "Longevity?" Little Wukong echoed. "Indeed, longevity." Lu Yuan's gaze deepened as he continued, "Wukong, do you understand that all beings in this world cannot escape the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death? Death is an inevitable reality of life." "Master, is death truly terrifying?" Little Wukong asked. "Between life and death lies great terror." Little Wukong struggled to grasp these concepts. confusion evident on his face as he looked at Lu Yuan. Aware that mere words might not suffice to elucidate these ideas, Lu Yuan waved his hand. In an instant, a scene materialized before little Wukong, akin to a cinematic portrayal of a monkey's life. The narrative unfolded. A monkey born into a nurturing tribe, growing gradually and learning to survive in the wilderness. As time passed, the monkey gained a certain status within its group, indulging in the pleasures of life alongside its companions. However, as the years rolled on, the monkey's body weakened. In its twilight, the aged monkey could no longer move, confined to the tribe's cave. Ultimately, during a gathering, it succumbed to death. Upon witnessing this monkey's life, little Wukong felt an inexplicable sadness, intertwined with a profound fear. He saw in the monkey's journey a reflection of his own existence. Was he not akin to that monkey, nurtured under Lu Yuan's protection since birth? A nagging thought surfaced. Would he, too, age and eventually perish, severing his ties to all the beauty of the world? With a surge of anxiety, little Wukong turned to Lu Yuan, exclaiming, "Master, can cultivation truly grant longevity and prevent death? I do not wish to die." Recognizing that his teachings had resonated with little Wukong, Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Wukong, do you know why I have bestowed upon you the title of the great sage equal to heaven?" "I do not know," little Wukong replied. "It signifies a life that stands alongside the heavens. Wukong, I wish for you to attain longevity." As he spoke, Lu Yuan affectionately patted little Wukong's head. "Rest assured, what I impart to you is the method for achieving longevity. If you diligently cultivate, with your innate talent, death shall be forever distant from you." Upon hearing this, little Wukong's spirits soared, for the illusions Lu Yuan had shown him had cast a profound shadow over his heart, revealing the true horror of death. Initially, little Wukong had thought that as long as he mastered 3 techniques to a sufficient degree, he could then revel in leisure. However, after Lu Yuan's enlightening discourse, that notion dissipated, and he resolved to devote himself to even more rigorous practice. Noticing the transformation in little Wukong, Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed he was quite an adequate master after all. Chapter 10. The Development of Bulma and the Heavenly Taoist Temple. The temple had evolved beyond just Lu Yuan alone. With the addition of little Wukong and Bulma, the temple now resonated with life. Previously, to pass the time, Lu Yuan had resorted to crafting some puppets. Though they were indeed puppets, they were not devoid of growth potential. Within the temple, Lu Yuan's words held power. His ability to turn decay into marvel and stone into spirit was no exaggeration. Much like the Xuanwu beast that once guarded the southern heavenly gate, which was fundamentally a special puppet crafted from stones on the island. However, with the global resurgence of spiritual energy, the Xuanwu beast had greatly benefited, continuously evolving in this process. It was not impossible for it to eventually become a true guardian deity. Beyond these considerations, Lu Yuan was more concerned about his 2 current disciples, Bulma and little Wukong. After all, Lu Yuan's system functioned on the premise of acquiring the abilities of his disciples. The stronger they grew, the more powerful he became as their master. If Lu Yuan wished to leave the temple in the future to explore the outside world, he would need a certain degree of strength. And Lu Yuan was not one to toil tirelessly, rather than exhaust himself with little growth to show for it. He preferred to transfer the burden of training onto his disciples. This alluring sensation of reaping the rewards without the toil was simply irresistible. With this thought, Lu Yuan decided to check on the progress of his treasured disciples. With a slight focus, he discerned the locations of Bulma and little Wukong. A casual wave of his hand, and the scenery around him shifted dramatically. In an instant, Lu Yuan found himself at the training ground of Bulma and little Wukong, Flower Fruit Mountain, a renowned site on the island. At the base of Flower Fruit Mountain, little Wukong was diligently practicing. Following Lu Yuan's instructions, he carried a massive stone on his back, tirelessly training beneath the thundering waterfall. The forceful cascade, coupled with the weight of the stone, pressed upon every cell in little Wukong's body, awakening his latent potential. This intense training regimen would likely leave others severely injured in no time. Yet, armed with the supreme technique of the 8-9 mysteries imparted by Lu Yuan and possessing Scion blood, this level of exertion was trivial for him. His strength was advancing at an astonishing rate, with remarkable progress evident each day. In stark contrast, Bulma appeared quite despondent. Sitting on a rock outside the waterfall, she watched little Wukong with a look of envy, her gaze distant and her demeanor troubled. "Bulma, what troubles you?" Lu Yuan's voice broke through her reverie, prompting her to spring up as she noticed him standing behind her. Bulma seemed to have been holding back a torrent of words, and she spoke directly. Master, do you think I am utterly useless? Why do you feel that way? Bulma took a deep breath, her ample chest rising and falling rhythmically. Master, you have indeed taught me some techniques, yet despite the passage of several days, I still find myself lacking in progress, while little Goku seems to learn effortlessly, advancing in strength with each passing day. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and exasperation. It appeared that Bulma was feeling a bit provoked by Goku's rapid development. It was akin to two students in the same class, where one continually excels while the other remains stagnant. This sensation mirrored that of a struggling student in the presence of a top achiever. Lu Yuan approached Bulma, who appeared dejected, and gently ruffled her hair with a smile. Bulma, every individual is unique. The same endeavor can yield different results based on the person undertaking it. Goku is Goku, and you are you. There is no need for comparison. Be confident in yourself, for you possess your own merits. Otherwise, why would I have taken you as my disciple? Really? Bulma exclaimed with delight, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lu Yuan. Master, what are my strengths? Lu Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he replied. Well, one of your strengths is your intelligence. Bulma's expression froze. What do you mean by that? If I were truly intelligent, how could I have made no progress after all this time? Is Master subtly criticizing me? With this thought, her spirits sank once more. Observing her dismay, Lu Yuan realized that Bulma may have misunderstood his words. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Bulma, in addition to your innate cleverness, your thoughts are quite meticulous. It just so happens that I have acquired some techniques that suit you perfectly, which I shall impart. Really? The prospect of learning new techniques instantly piqued Bulma's interest. Lu Yuan extended his finger and gently touched her forehead. In the next instant, a torrent of profound information surged into her mind. These techniques included the Chimenduanjia, symbolizing strategic formations, the evergreen rejuvenation technique, representing healing, and lastly, the mighty strength technique, emblematic of power. These three techniques were not arbitrarily chosen by Lu Yuan. Rather, they were skills he had carefully analyzed and deemed suitable for Bulma. Given her scientist-like intellect, mastering the Chimenduanjia would undoubtedly come easily to her. The evergreen rejuvenation technique and the mighty strength technique would provide her with a measure of self-defense. From the outset, Lu Yuan had envisioned Bulma in a supportive role. After all, in terms of combat prowess, who could rival the Scion race? Thus, he had crafted these techniques for her, drawing inspiration from the renowned medical ninja Tsunade from his previous life. Upon acquiring the new techniques, Bulma immediately began her training. Lu Yuan observed her for a moment, and once he noticed she had entered a focused state, he nodded in approval and decided to leave. With his disciples diligently honing their skills, it would be wise for him, as their master, to refrain from disturbing their progress and indulge in a bit of leisure instead. A week later, while Lu Yuan was fishing by the seaside, he suddenly heard a rush of air slicing through the silence. Without turning around, he instinctively reached out to intercept the assailant. Bang! The opponent's fist collided with Lu Yuan's palm, producing a resounding crash. The fish, initially lured by Lu Yuan's bait, were startled and quickly fled the scene. Clearly, fishing was no longer an option. Bulma, why did you ambush me? Lu Yuan said with a hint of exasperation, turning to face the unexpected assailant behind him. Upon hearing his words, Bulma playfully stuck out her tongue and, brimming with excitement, declared, Master, I'm not the same as I was a week ago. I have become stronger. Her confidence radiated, exuding an undeniable sense of pride. Lu Yuan sighed. And what does your newfound strength have to do with ambushing me? Bulma withdrew her hands, placing them on her hips. Master, I wish to spar with you to assess my recent training results. Lu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Bulma and slowly rose to his feet. What should one do when a disciple becomes overly confident? A good thrashing would suffice. Very well, you may proceed. Chapter 11. Wukong's 72 transformations. Upon receiving Lu Yuan's consent, Bulma immediately became eager to engage. Her enthusiasm was not born from arrogance, as she was acutely aware of Lu Yuan's formidable prowess through her training. It was precisely this awareness that allowed her to act without reservation, knowing she could not possibly harm him. Taking a deep breath, Bulma summoned her energy. With a delicate exclamation, a mysterious bagua array materialized beneath her feet. while her aura surged astonishingly, causing her hair to billow elegantly. Oh, Lu Yuan, witnessing this transformation, felt intrigued. He had not anticipated that the arcane arts would resonate so harmoniously with Bulma. In merely a week, she had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Master, be careful, Bulma confidently proclaimed as she adjusted her energy to its peak. In the blink of an eye, her form vanished, only to reappear above Tien Shinhan's head. Her instantaneous disappearance was not due to a teleportation ability, but rather her speed, which had escalated to a level beyond ordinary perception. With a sudden advance, Bulma launched a kick aimed directly at Lu Yuan. He deftly sidestepped, and her foot struck the sandy beach instead. Boom! The beach erupted with a sound akin to an explosion, leaving a massive crater exceeding 5 meters in diameter where Lu Yuan had once stood. This demonstrated the astonishing extent of Bulma's physical prowess, bolstered by her mastery of the monstrous strength technique. Although she had missed her target, Bulma seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, preemptively arriving at Lu Yuan's evasion point to launch another assault. The ferocity of her relentless attacks was unyielding. Showing no signs of respite, Lu Yuan, with his hands clasped behind his back and an air of ease about him, evaded her strikes with casual grace, as if taking a leisurely stroll in his own backyard. While effortlessly dodging, he observed the immense bagua array beneath them and remarked with a smile, "Very well done. You have indeed grasped the fundamentals of this arcane technique. Within this realm of wonders, it is quite challenging for the average person to evade your detection." Bulma remained silent, her fist suddenly lunging forward. Lu Yuan turned his head, narrowly avoiding the blow that grazed his cheek. The force of the punch was astonishing, sweeping across the beach behind Tien Shinhan and leaving a long mark in its wake. However, no matter how remarkable an attack may be, it is futile if it fails to connect. Realizing she couldn't even come close to Tien Shinhan, Bulma grew anxious. "Master, we agreed to spar. Why aren't you fighting back? Do you truly intend to hold back? If I were to retaliate, this battle would be over in an instant." Hearing this, Bulma insisted, "Master, I am quite formidable now. It won't be so easy for you to defeat me with just one move." Seeing Bulma's unwavering confidence, Lu Yuan decided to let her experience the harshness of reality. He suddenly ceased his evasions, allowing Bulma the opportunity to strike. Seizing the moment, Bulma swung her fist with tremendous force, generating a cloud of white vapor from her knuckles due to the friction with the air. In response, Lu Yuan appeared utterly unfazed. He merely extended a finger and flicked it lightly. Boom! At the instant Lu Yuan flicked his finger, the air before him erupted explosively. A terrifying shockwave surged forth, immediately engulfing Bulma. Overwhelmed by the force, she was sent flying and crashed hard onto the sandy beach. After rolling several times, she finally came to a stop. The vast expanse of the beach now bore a long trench, with Bulma lying at the bottom, her expression dazed, clearly bewildered as to how she had lost to Lu Yuan. She only remembered losing control the moment he flicked his finger, and when she regained her senses, she found herself defeated. Staggering to her feet, Bulma discovered that Lu Yuan had somehow appeared beside her. Even more perplexing was the peculiar look in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she blurted out, "Master, how did you defeat me?" Lu Yuan turned his head, scratching his face, and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely took it a bit seriously." Bulma was evidently unsatisfied with this answer. Just as she was about to press him further, she noticed something unusual about her own appearance. Looking down, she realized that much of her clothing had disintegrated into dust due to the aftermath of their battle, leaving only a few intimate garments intact, revealing her alluring figure in full view. In that moment, Bulma finally understood the reason behind Lu Yuan's peculiar gaze. "Ah!" she exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and anger coloring her cheeks, with a fierce glare directed at Lu Yuan. She hurriedly dashed towards a small wooden cabin at the edge of the beach, their designated resting place where she kept some change of clothes. As she gazed at Bulma's pristine back disappearing into the distance, Lu Yuan turned his attention to the vast ocean beside him, his gaze somewhat absent-minded. Thoughts of Bulma's alluring physique lingered in his mind, prompting him to ponder whether this rejuvenation technique had somehow triggered a secondary developmental ability. A week prior, when I last beheld the dragon, it had not yet reached this magnitude. However, shortly after the dragon departed, a tremendous roar erupted from the sea nearby. In the next moment, a dragon ascended from the depths, soaring through the air for a brief interval before landing before Lu Yuan. Observing the 10-meter-long dragon, Lu Yuan smiled and remarked, "Wukong, it appears you have mastered the 72 transformations." The dragon nodded in delight, and amidst a flash of white light, it transformed back into the original form of little Wukong. The little monkey gazed at Lu Yuan, its tail swaying joyfully behind it. "Master, the 72 transformations are truly remarkable. I feel as if I can transform into anything now." Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. The earthly fiend's 72 transformations seize the essence of creation. The path of transformation is merely one of its applications, and there are many wondrous aspects yet for you to discover on your own. Upon hearing this, little Wukong appeared contemplative, clearly grasping the depth of the lesson. Lu Yuan, noticing this, felt a wave of satisfaction, for little Wukong's innate talent was indeed extraordinary. Just as Lu Yuan was about to continue speaking, a deep rumble resonated from the heavens. He looked up to find that the once clear sky above the beach had become shrouded in ominous clouds. The heavy clouds loomed over the island like an impending apocalypse. Witnessing this, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that little Wukong had unexpectedly closed his eyes, seemingly in a state of deep reflection. Realizing this, Lu Yuan's expression grew serious. This was no ordinary cloud cover. It was the thundercloud of little Wukong's tribulation. Chapter 12. The tribulation. The darkened clouds completely enveloped the small island. Lu Yuan was somewhat taken aback by the emergence of the thunderstorm, as he had not anticipated little Wukong's rapid advancement in cultivation, achieving a level that necessitated a tribulation in such a short span of time. Though the Dragon Ball world differed from the immortal realms Lu Yuan was familiar with, he sensed no presence of the heavenly Tao here. However, following the global revival of spiritual energy, it seemed as if the earth itself had undergone a transformation. The most apparent indication was that the earth appeared to be nurturing the nascent essence of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, the appearance of a tribulation would not be possible. Traditionally, tribulations serve as tests imposed by the heavenly Tao upon practitioners. Surmounting such trials bestows significant rewards, while failure results in utter annihilation. Little Wukong's tribulation was not due to his cultivation reaching the requisite level for undergoing a tribulation, but rather because he had successfully mastered the 72 transformations. Such a profound ability is no ordinary skill. The mastery of transformations that commandeer the essence of creation typically accompanies the onset of a tribulation. As little Wukong's understanding deepened, the thunderclouds in the sky grew heavier, with fierce winds and thunder becoming increasingly pronounced. Ultimately, when the clouds amassed to a critical point, little Wukong opened his eyes, appearing somewhat astonished by the changes occurring overhead. Gazing upon the apocalyptic scene before him, little Wukong could not help but turn to Lu Yuan. "Master, what is happening?" he inquired. The thunderclouds above were clearly unlike ordinary storm clouds. Little Wukong sensed a looming threat emanating from them, a profound instinct informing him that the tempest was directed at him. Lu Yuan, casting his eyes skyward, replied calmly, "This is the tribulation of thunder, which typically manifests only when a cultivator reaches a certain level of enlightenment, or when a power feared by heaven and earth emerges." The notion of a power feared by heaven and earth instantly brought to mind little Wukong's own 72 transformations, and his expression grew solemn. "Master, what must I do to survive this tribulation?" Lu Yuan smiled at him, saying, "You need not do anything. As my disciple, you shall not be harmed by such a trivial thunder tribulation." With that, Lu Yuan extended his hand towards the ominous clouds, gently sweeping them away as if erasing a blemish from the sky. Crack! With his gesture, the incessant rumbling of thunder ceased abruptly. Accompanied by a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, the thunderclouds began to disperse, as if Lu Yuan had merely performed an inconsequential task, embodying an air of effortless grace. A ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the ground below. As the sun re-emerged, little Wukong's tense expression relaxed. "Master, will I encounter such thunder tribulations again in the future?" Although he had navigated this crisis, the astute little Wukong quickly pondered the possibility of facing similar situations as he mastered more powers. He wondered how he would cope without Lu Yuan by his side, for his master could not accompany him forever. Lu Yuan, taken aback by little Wukong's precocious sense of foreboding, felt a sense of pride and said, "Wukong, these thunderclouds are a manifestation of the heavenly Tao's evolution. As long as you have not transcended the heavenly Tao, tribulations will accompany you." "Master, does that mean I will encounter them again?" Little Wukong asked earnestly, pointing to the dissipating clouds. Lu Yuan nodded. Master, how should I face such tribulations? Truth be told, these thunder tribulations do not pose a significant threat to you. Little Wukong was taken aback, not expecting such words from his master. Observing the bewildered expression on little Wukong's face, Lu Yuan continued with a smile. The 8th and 9th mystical arts I have imparted to you are among the finest body-refining techniques in this world. The ferocity of thunder tribulations lies in their ability to penetrate spells, rendering most techniques ineffective. However, the 8th and 9th mystical arts focus on cultivating your own potential. As long as you do not neglect your training in these arts, the mere thunder tribulations will find it difficult to harm you. Really? Little Wukong exclaimed in delight, leaping with joy upon hearing this assurance. Although he held a profound admiration for the art of the 72 transformations, he had scarcely neglected the cultivation of the 8-9 profound skills. After all, Lu Yuan had previously imparted to him that the mastery of the 8-9 profound skills was fundamental to his foundation. No matter the circumstances, one must never forget the practice of this skill. Little Wukong gazed at Lu Yuan and, filled with eager anticipation, exclaimed, Master, since the thunder tribulation cannot harm me, could you summon it once more? I wish to ascertain the extent of my current strength. Oh, Lu Yuan regarded little Wukong with a bemused expression. This clever little fellow understood well that most individuals facing tribulation, even with protective guardians, seldom felt entirely assured. However, witnessing Lu Yuan effortlessly disperse the thunderclouds had evidently instilled confidence in little Wukong, who realized that with Lu Yuan present, the thunder tribulation posed no threat to him. Naturally, he wished to harness the tribulation to refine his abilities. Seeing little Wukong's determination, Lu Yuan willingly acquiesced. With another wave of his hand, the once clear sky darkened anew. The massive thunderclouds once again enveloped the entire island. Little Wukong, gazing up at the ominous clouds, felt a surge of fierce combat spirit. He fully activated the 8-9 profound skills within him, and a brilliant golden light radiated from his being. Wukong, brace yourself. As the words left Lu Yuan's lips, a formidable bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Little Wukong did not flinch. Instead, he chose to withstand it with his body. Boom! The thunder struck his location with a tremendous explosion, sending countless sparks of electricity dancing around him. Initially tense while enveloped in the thunder, little Wukong soon grew confident upon realizing that the lightning posed no threat to him. A smile crept upon Lu Yuan's face as he once again commanded another bolt of lightning to fall. Boom! Haha, bring it on! Little Wukong charged forward, bracing himself against the thunder once more. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless barrage of lightning began to rain down, each strike more powerful than the last. At first, little Wukong could withstand the tribulation solely through the 8-9 profound skills. However, as the onslaught intensified, he was compelled to employ additional techniques to counter the damage inflicted by the tribulation. Countless bolts of lightning descended upon him, akin to the apocalypse, relentlessly bombarding little Wukong. Observing the steadfast figure of little Wukong amidst the tempest, Lu Yuan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Little Wukong's growth and strength appeared to surpass his expectations. Chapter 13. With a wave of his hand, he vanished. As the power of the thunder tribulation escalated, the commotion on the island grew exponentially. In a quaint wooden cottage, Bulma, having just changed her attire, stepped outside. While changing, she had initially heard the sounds emanating from outside, dismissing them as merely a storm approaching. However, as the thunder and explosions intensified, she began to sense something amiss. What kind of storm only rumbles without rain? This was no mere tempest. It was a veritable storm of thunder. Upon emerging from the cottage, she was soon taken aback by the scene before her. Amidst a cacophony of thunder, the young Wukong struggled to endure, while Lu Yuan appeared to be merely an observer, choosing not to intervene and instead watching with keen interest. What could Master and Wukong be engaged in? With a sense of bewilderment, Bulma approached Lu Yuan's vicinity. Within the tempest of lightning, Wukong had long since lost his initial confidence. The current onslaught of thunder bore down upon him with tremendous pressure. Each strike sent tremors through his heart, leaving him in a state of anxious dread. At this juncture, regret began to seep into Wukong's thoughts. Had he known the latter stages of this tribulation would be so terrifying, he would never have boasted for Lu Yuan to conjure the lightning anew. As yet another bolt of lightning struck, leaving him battered and bruised, Wukong could no longer hold his composure. Master, please disperse these clouds of thunder. I am on the verge of collapse. His eyes beseeched Lu Yuan. Yet, Lu Yuan appeared oblivious, cheerfully directing another flash of lightning to descend. Seeing this, Wukong dared not voice another word and hastily fortified his defenses. With a grin, Lu Yuan remarked, Wukong, this is for your own good. The baptism of this tribulation is far from ordinary, and I believe you still possess the strength to endure for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Wukong's expression shifted to one of utter indignation. He felt as though he was nearing his limits, yet Lu Yuan asserted that he could last much longer. Was his master deliberately putting him through this trial? After all, he had done nothing wrong to warrant such relentless punishment. However, Wukong soon discerned that the thunder, as Lu Yuan had claimed, indeed bore great benefits for him. Previously, his training in the 8-9 mystical arts had taken place beneath a waterfall, a method that maximally honed his physique. Yet, the waterfall training inevitably left certain areas untouched, particularly within his body. The baptism of lightning, however, was entirely different. The fearsome bolts could penetrate every cell within him. Each wave of thunder allowed Wukong to acutely sense the transformations occurring within. With this realization, Wukong adopted a serious demeanor, consciously engaging in the 8-9 mystical arts amidst the ordeal. Clearly, he had come to regard this tribulation as an opportunity for personal growth. Observing Wukong's high level of comprehension, Lu Yuan felt an even greater sense of satisfaction with his disciple. Nonetheless, his actions remained unceasing. He was determined to awaken Wukong's full potential. The bloodline of a scion could not be subdued by mere flashes of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Not far away, Bulma shivered involuntarily as she watched Wukong being relentlessly struck by the thunder. She found herself contemplating whether she could endure to the same extent if their positions were reversed. After a moment's reflection, she came to a sobering conclusion. Not only could she not reach Wukong's level, but even the duration of her endurance was questionable. After all, she was not a being of Wukong's extraordinary caliber. As the thunder grew increasingly powerful, little Wukong could no longer endure. Master, I can't hold on any longer. Just a little longer, his master urged. Master, I truly cannot persist. Is that so? Just a few more strikes. Endure a bit more. Master, that was already over a dozen strikes. Is it not yet finished? Only one last strike remains. Hold on a bit longer. After enduring over 100 strikes, little Wukong lay despondently on the ground, surrounded by the marks left by the thunderbolts. At that moment, he appeared as though he had just survived a fierce battle. His skin charred and the air tinged with the scent of roasted meat. Lu Yuan approached little Wukong and smiled at him. Wukong, how do you feel? Little Wukong opened his eyes wearily. A look of despair etched on his face as he gazed at Lu Yuan. He distinctly remembered Lu Yuan mentioning the final strike long ago, yet he had endured over 100. The man's words were nothing but deceit. At that moment, little Wukong clearly had no desire to converse with him, fully aware that he had been thoroughly deceived by Lu Yuan. Had he experienced Lu Yuan's military training in a past life, he would undoubtedly have found it hard to believe his master's words. The final strike? Perhaps it was merely the last of a billion. Of course, Lu Yuan's intention in saying so was to unlock little Wukong's full potential. Nevertheless, after enduring this trial by thunder, little Wukong would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap in strength. From Lu Yuan's current perspective, little Wukong's battle power had reached approximately 3,000. It is worth noting that when Vegeta first arrived on Earth, his battle power was merely over 10,000. Thus, little Wukong now possessed about 1/3 of Vegeta's power, rendering him nearly invincible on present-day Earth. At that moment, Bulma could no longer restrain her curiosity and approached. First, she glanced at little Wukong in the distance, then turned to Lu Yuan. Master, what were you two doing just now? Why was there such a commotion? That was the commotion caused by Wukong undergoing his tribulation. You may encounter such scenes in the future. Huh, I will face something like that too. Upon hearing that she might also confront such a terrifying thunder tribulation, Bulma's face turned pale. She did not possess a physique as formidable as little Wukong's, nor had she practiced the 8-9 profound art. Under such thunder, her survival was not guaranteed. Lu Yuan, noticing Bulma's concern, reassured her, do not worry. You need not be overly anxious. As long as you train diligently, the thunder tribulation will pose no threat to you. Really? Bulma looked at Lu Yuan with disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that she could withstand such a terrifying tribulation. If you doubt it, once little Wukong awakens, you may battle him. With your current strength, you should be able to spar with him for a while, providing you with an excellent opportunity to test your abilities. Upon hearing these words, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 14, Wukong. The thought of battling with little Wukong had previously crossed Bulma's mind. Although she was acutely aware of little Wukong's strength, his appearance was exceedingly misleading. Currently, little Wukong resembled an adorable young boy, a visage that hardly instilled any sense of threat. Coupled with Bulma's recent significant progress in strength, despite her defeat at the hands of Yuan with a mere flick of his finger, she felt no shame in that loss, as her opponent was Yuan, a being revered as an omnipotent deity in their hearts. It was evident that mortals losing to deities bore no disgrace. Thus, Bulma wholeheartedly supported Yuan's proposal. Wukong, do you agree to battle with Bulma? Yuan inquired, casting a glance at little Wukong to seek his consent. After a moment of contemplation, little Wukong nodded obediently. Although he had just undergone a tribulation, which had significantly drained his spiritual energy, his training in the 8-9 profound arts, which focused on physical cultivation, meant that his battle prowess would not be overly affected by this depletion. Since neither of you oppose, I shall act as your referee and supervise the match, Yuan declared. And with a sudden wave of his hand, a tremendous sound erupted. Boom. To their astonishment, Bulma and little Wukong realized that their bodies were ascending. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that a substantial piece of land had emerged from the beach beneath their feet, lifting them into the air. They now stood upon a large expanse of land, roughly the size of 1/5 of a small island, which was ample space for their combat. As they grasped the remarkable capabilities of Yuan, they were struck by the wonder of how he could conjure such a vast floating island with a mere gesture. It was a feat only achievable by someone of Yuan's divine caliber. Once the battlefield was prepared, a cloud materialized beneath Yuan's feet, and he reclined upon it, a wine jug appearing in his hand. As the cloud ascended higher, Yuan settled above the two combatants. Taking a delightful sip of fruit wine, he addressed little Wukong and Bulma below. You two, engage in your sparring, but remember to keep it lighthearted. Do not let emotions be harmed. Little Wukong nodded, clearly heeding Yuan's advice, and Bulma, too, acknowledged this, given the strong bond of friendship she shared with little Wukong. However, despite their camaraderie, Bulma would not hold back during the match, even though her strength fell short of little Wukong's. The two stood at opposite ends of the battlefield, gazing at each other. After a brief silence, Bulma took the initiative. With the enhancement of her mighty power technique, Bulma's physical capabilities reached an astonishing level, her combat strength exceeding 1,000. In contrast, little Wukong's current battle prowess was just above 3,000. While there was a discernible gap between them, it was not insurmountable for a confrontation. In response to Bulma's initial aggression, little Goku opted for a direct confrontation. A resounding clash ensued as their figures collided instantaneously, igniting a grand battle. Both combatants, adept in physical techniques, engaged in an intense struggle, sending countless shards of stone soaring into the air. Each punch and kick possessed the potential for tremendous destructive power. Observing this spectacle from above, Yuan displayed a satisfied expression, as both little Goku and Bulma exhibited commendable fighting prowess befitting their cultivation levels. Little Goku, endowed with the Scion bloodline, possessed an almost instinctual combat intuition, allowing him to make decisive choices during battle. Conversely, Bulma had begun her training in the mystical art of Qi Min Dunjia. Although still a novice, her foundational understanding of this technique provided her with significant advantages. The Bagua array beneath her feet spanned several dozen meters, granting her a semblance of precognition within that realm. Thus, despite being slightly slower than little Goku, her timely reactions enabled her to hold her own against him. While Bulma had not practiced the advanced 8-9 profound art, she had mastered the rejuvenating technique known as the Evergreen Revival Technique. This ability not only benefited others, but could also be applied to herself, allowing Bulma to fight with minimal reservations. Even if injured, she could swiftly recover, exemplifying a perfect blend of warrior and healer. Yuan couldn't help but marvel at Bulma's combat style, reminiscent of Tsunade from Naruto, pondering whether he had unintentionally birthed a formidable female fighter. Bulma's fighting technique bore similarities to Tsunade's, and her physique seemed to be evolving in a similar direction. Just as the battle between little Goku and Bulma reached its zenith, Yuan sensed an approaching presence near the island, and curiously glanced in that direction. Soon, he discerned several figures emerging upon the ocean's surface. A smile graced Li Yuan's face upon recognizing the newcomers, who were none other than Master Roshi and his companions. Having fulfilled Li Yuan's request to recruit disciples from the outside world, Master Roshi was due for a return after nearly half a year. It was evident that he could not locate all individuals on the list in one go. Therefore, returning those he had found was undoubtedly the most prudent approach. The trio of Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha, whom Li Yuan held in high regard, were among those Master Roshi had brought back. However, he pondered about the potential of Tien Shinhan and the others. Outside the Heavenly Palace Dojo, Krillin inquired, "Master Roshi, have we yet arrived at the Heavenly Palace Dojo?" After several days of sailing across the sea, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Master Roshi, who had been guiding the massive sea turtle beneath him, turned his head. As they discovered the island, Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi looked at each other with curiosity, wondering when they would finally meet the true immortal spoken of by Master Roshi. Master Roshi calculated their voyage time and smiled, assuring them that they would soon arrive. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others felt a surge of excitement, for Master Roshi had indicated that the powerful immortal seemed quite favorable towards them. Once they reached the dojo, they would be able to directly apprentice under the immortal, unlike him, who had to complete tasks to earn the right to learn. "Is that it, Master Roshi?" Krillin exclaimed, as a massive island suddenly emerged on the horizon. Rising eagerly from Roshi's back, he pointed excitedly. Master Roshi focused his gaze on the sight and confirmed, "Indeed, children, that is the Heavenly Dojo." Energized by this revelation, Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi turned their attention enthusiastically toward the dojo. Chapter 15. Bulma. In the celestial battlefield above, Bulma and Goku were engaged in an intense exchange, their combat reaching a fever pitch. Despite the thrilling nature of the battle, Baisher Yuan's attention had shifted elsewhere. Outside the small island, a colossal sea turtle approached the shore, carrying Master Roshi and his companions. After setting them down, Master Roshi affectionately patted the turtle's head before bidding it farewell. The newcomers, Krillin and the others, curiously surveyed their surroundings. The island appeared to be an ordinary one, with an environment similar to any other. The only distinction was the thick fog that enveloped the island's depths, obscuring the mysteries within. "Master Roshi, are you certain this is the Heavenly Dojo?" Krillin questioned, unable to discern any extraordinary qualities in the island. Master Roshi stroked his beard, chuckling softly without responding, as he awaited the arrival of Lu Yuan, confident that he would sense their presence. After all, in Master Roshi's mind, Lu Yuan was all-powerful. As they set foot on the island, a tremendous commotion echoed from the clouds above. With a resounding roar, a colossal azure dragon, measuring over 100 meters in length, appeared in the sky. The dragon soared for a moment before hovering directly above Krillin and the others. Instinctively, they shrank back in fear, retreating behind Master Roshi. For this mythical creature was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. However, Master Roshi showed no fear. He politely bowed to the dragon. "Great Azure Dragon, I have fulfilled the Celestial's command and brought them here." The dragon gazed down at Master Roshi and his companions with an expressionless demeanor. After a brief silence, a gentle voice resonated in their ears, "Bring them up." The voice was notably subdued, prompting Krillin and the others to glance around, only to discover that no one was speaking. Yet, the sound distinctly reached their ears. Master Roshi was not unfamiliar with this voice. He recognized it as belonging to Li Yuan. With utmost respect, he clasped his hands and addressed the sky above, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, revered immortal." With a resounding boom, as Li Yuan's voice faded, the Azure Dragon descended from the heavens, landing before Master Roshi and his companions. Its colossal form made Krillin and the others acutely aware of their own insignificance. "What are you all dawdling for? Come along." Master Roshi chuckled, observing their momentary hesitation. With a single leap, he effortlessly mounted the dragon's back, regaining their composure. Krillin and the others promptly mimicked Master Roshi's actions, climbing onto the Azure Dragon. Once they were securely seated, the dragon soared into the sky. "Ah!" Krillin screamed, his fear of heights overwhelming him as they ascended to such great heights for the first time. Meanwhile, Tien and Kaiatsu were not faring much better, their faces turning pale with fright. Before long, under the guidance of the Azure Dragon, they approached the cloud layer. The dense clouds seemed to acknowledge their arrival, suddenly parting to reveal a vast opening. The dragon flew directly into this void, plunging into the misty depths. Shortly thereafter, they beheld a small island suspended in the air. Perched atop the clouds, the azure dragon landed gracefully at the edge of the island. Master Roshi and the others instantly understood, dismounting from the dragon. Observing the desolate surroundings, Master Roshi was filled with perplexity, pondering the purpose of Yuan's summons. Suddenly, they were startled by a terrifying commotion from a distance. Curiosity piqued. They turned towards the source of the sound, witnessing a fierce battle between Bulma and son Wukong, the chaos engulfing the sky. Given Bulma and Wukong's current prowess, far exceeding that of Krillin and his companions, they could scarcely perceive their movements, only catching fleeting glimpses of afterimages. The only one able to discern the unfolding conflict was Master Roshi. However, upon recognizing Bulma amidst the fray, he could no longer contain his astonishment. He gazed in disbelief at Bulma, who was actively engaging with Wukong, her skill bewildering him. How could the ordinary Bulma he had known just half a year ago have trained to such an extraordinary level? Was this truly the same Bulma he had encountered a mere 6 months prior? What a jest! If she had become so formidable, what did that make him? Meanwhile, Krillin and the others were not as profoundly shocked as Master Roshi, for they had not known Bulma previously. Unaware that she had once been an ordinary human, they assumed she had always possessed such strength. Master Roshi, it has been a while, the subtle voice echoed again as the group remained captivated by the battle. They turned to see Yuan, clad in a white robe, observing them with a knowing smile. Master Roshi immediately knelt, bowing respectfully. I am but the humble Master Roshi, paying my respects to the esteemed immortal. Upon witnessing the scene, Krillin and the others hastily emulated the posture of Master Roshi, kneeling on the ground. We pay our respects to the celestial sage. If there had been any doubt regarding Master Roshi's words prior to their arrival, it was dispelled upon witnessing the Azure Dragon Beast and the battle between Bulma and little Goku. They no longer harbored a shred of skepticism towards the omnipotent celestial sage. Yuan, this seemingly gentle and refined young man was, indeed, the most enigmatic deity in the world. Please, rise. I do not place importance on such formalities. At these words, Master Roshi and the others quickly stood up. Yuan cast a glance at Master Roshi before turning his attention to Krillin and the others. Krillin, Bloodline, Earthling, Combat Power, 2. Potential, Blue Rare, Tien Shinhan. Bloodline, Three-Eyed Person, Combat Power, 3. Potential, Purple Rare, Kakarot's Bloodline, Mutant, Combat Power, 3. Potential, Purple Rare. Lo and behold, Tien Shinhan and Kakarot did not disappoint. Both possessed the formidable potential of purple rarity. Tien's potential was not unexpected, as Yuan had considered this previously. However, Kakarot's equally impressive potential took Yuan by surprise. Yet, he soon recalled that Kakarot seemed to possess psychic abilities, indicating he was far from an ordinary individual. Among the three, only Krillin's talent could be deemed merely average. Nevertheless, even Bulma, with her blue potential, had managed to achieve her current level through the right methods. If Krillin were properly trained, he too could attain significant accomplishments. Contemplating this, Yuan regarded Master Roshi with a satisfied expression. Very well, I am pleased with your efforts. Once Goku and the others conclude their battle, I shall bestow upon you your due reward. Thank you, Celestial Sage. Chapter 16. The addition of 3 disciples. Although Yuan did not specify what his reward would entail, Master Roshi was confident that Yuan would not neglect him. For he was, after all, an omnipotent deity. Such a being could easily grant magnificent gifts with the mere flick of a finger. Suppressing his excitement, Master Roshi turned his curious gaze towards the clash between Bulma and little Goku. The battle between little Goku and Bulma was nearing its climax. Despite Bulma's intelligence and her adept use of her unique techniques and recovery abilities, she was evenly matched with little Goku for a brief moment. However, after undergoing the tribulations of thunder, little Goku had experienced a near-transcendent leap in strength. Even with Bulma exerting her utmost effort, she could not alter the outcome of the battle against little Goku, whose physical prowess overwhelmingly surpassed hers. Seizing an opportunity, little Goku delivered a powerful punch to Bulma's abdomen, sending her hurtling backward to crash onto the ground. The tremendous force and impact created a deep crater in the earth. Bulma lay within the crater, gasping for breath. Little Goku, observing Bulma, approached her with a tinge of guilt. Sister Bulma, are you all right? Bulma, propping herself up, managed to stand once more. She cast a silent glance at the diminutive figure of Son Wukong before her, utterly perplexed by how this little creature had cultivated to such an extraordinary level. Despite their nearly simultaneous initiation into the realm of training, the chasm between her abilities and those of Son Wukong was unfathomably vast. Even when she exerted herself to the utmost, he appeared utterly unfazed, as though the trials of combat held no weight for him. Recalling their previous skirmishes, where his physique seemed as resilient as steel, Bulma couldn't help but internally scoff at the notion. Could such a body truly be forged by human effort? The sheer strength he exhibited could scarcely be overstated, bordering on that of a humanoid automaton. Son Wukong, noticing Bulma's silence, misinterpreted her demeanor as one of anger rather than a reaction to his remarkable talent. He stood there, visibly anxious and somewhat at a loss. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed from a distance. "Excellent work, both of you. I am quite pleased with your performance," a voice declared. They turned to see Lu Yuan approaching, accompanied by a group of individuals. Upon closer inspection, Bulma and Son Wukong were delighted to recognize some familiar faces among the newcomers. Master Roshi. Son Wukong greeted the old master with great enthusiasm, while Master Roshi chuckled and stroked his beard, nodding in acknowledgement. Lu Yuan, leading the group, approached them with a smile. "Wukong, Bulma, these individuals behind me are your future junior disciples." "Really?" Upon hearing that these newcomers would soon be his junior brothers, Son Wukong leaped with excitement. After all, he was still a child at heart, yearning for companionship in the vast expanse of the heavenly dojo, where only Lu Yuan and Bulma had previously shared his company. Now, spotting peers like Jiaozi and Krillin, he felt an overwhelming urge to introduce himself. However, he recognized that this was not the time for him to speak. Lu Yuan gestured toward Son Wukong and Bulma, introducing them to Krillin and the others. "This is my first disciple, Son Wukong, who will be your future elder brother." "Greetings, brother," they chorused. "And this is Bulma, my later disciple, who will be your second elder sister." "Greetings, sister." Krillin and his companions regarded Son Wukong and Bulma with profound respect, having witnessed their previous battle and the terrifying destruction they had wrought, which seemed to place them in an entirely different league. Feeling a bit bashful at being called elder brother, Son Wukong scratched his head and grinned foolishly, while Bulma covered her mouth, smiling back at Krillin and the others. Her curiosity piqued particularly at the three-eyed Tien Shinhan. "All right, you two. Take a moment to rest while I lead your junior brothers to the dojo," Lu Yuan instructed. "Understood." Lu Yuan turned to Krillin and the others, beckoning them closer. Though confused, they obediently approached his side, observing without question as he waved his hand. The surroundings abruptly shifted, and in the blink of an eye, they were transported from the celestial battlefield to the sacred dojo of Liyuan. "What is this?" The expressions of Krillin and the others reflected disbelief as they surveyed the dojo. Such an extraordinary display of skill explained the persistent warnings from Master Roshi, urging them to regard Liyuan with utmost respect. Indeed, if Liyuan had intended to harm them, it would have been as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. They would scarcely comprehend what had transpired before potentially meeting their demise at Liyuan's hands. In that moment, Krillin's apprehension towards Liyuan intensified. "Master Roshi, please find a place to rest. I assure you, I shall honor my promise of reward," Liyuan stated. "Thank you, esteemed one," Master Roshi replied, casting envious glances at Krillin and his companions before shaking his head and departing the dojo. Once Master Roshi had left, Liyuan approached the center of the dojo, his expression unusually grave. "Although Master Roshi may have already confirmed this with you, I must inquire once more. Are you truly willing to become my disciples?" Krillin and the others exchanged glances, their hesitation non-existent as they knelt before him. "We are willing." "Very well. From this moment forth, you three shall be the true disciples of my celestial dojo." After accepting 3 new disciples, a cold voice echoed once more in Liyuan's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 new disciples, fulfilling the system's conditions for unlocking the marketplace. System marketplace activated. The host may peruse at will." The system marketplace? Liyuan's curiosity was piqued. He gestured for Krillin and the others to take their leave. "You may rest for now. There are numerous vacant rooms. Choose one and make yourselves comfortable. Tomorrow, I shall formally arrange your training." "Thank you, Master." After Krillin and the others departed, Liyuan turned his attention to the system marketplace, discovering it to be far more beneficial than he had anticipated. Within the marketplace, a plethora of items and unique artifacts awaited, including martial arts techniques, magical treasures, rare bloodlines, and even items akin to the Sharingan. Most importantly, these treasures could be bestowed upon his disciples. It was noteworthy that Liu Yuan's system enabled him to inherit whatever abilities his disciples possessed, including bloodlines. In other words, should he exchange for the Sharingan for one of his disciples, he would essentially acquire it for himself as well. It was a double delight indeed. Contemplating this, Liu Yuan began to explore the system in search of valuable items. Chapter 17. The Initiation Gift, Sharingan, Single Tomo, Type, Talent, Effect, a unique ocular technique possessing formidable abilities such as observation, replication, and hypnosis. The wielder gains extraordinary insight, capable of perceiving energy flows, dispelling illusions, and evolving body techniques and certain divine powers. The items displayed in the marketplace captured Liu Yuan's attention with their remarkable attributes. Firstly, the Sharingan. Among Liu Yuan's disciples, the one most suited for this unique eye is undoubtedly Tien Shinhan. As a member of the Three-Eyed Clan, his third eye possesses inherent special effects. If this eye were to be replaced with the Sharingan, Tien Shinhan would likely adapt to this transformation in a remarkably short time and develop its potential to a commendable level. On the other hand, the human limiter unlock is, in Liu Yuan's perspective, a bloodline perfectly tailored for Krillin. It is essential to note that the prerequisites for this bloodline are twofold. One must be of earthly descent, and the individual must be bald. Among Liu Yuan's current disciples, while Tien Shinhan also fits the bald criterion, he possesses only half of the earthly bloodline, thus disqualifying him. Conversely, Krillin embodies all the necessary conditions for this bloodline impeccably. Liu Yuan immediately recognized the origin of this bloodline, which evidently stems from the unique lineage found in the realm of One Punch Man. Should Krillin adapt to this bloodline and undertake the appropriate training regimen, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to evolve into a being akin to that iconic bald hero. As for the final choice concerning Dumpling, considering his status as a superhuman and his latent purple potential, Liu Yuan resolved to maximize the development of his abilities. In his recollection, potent superhumans predominantly hailed from the world of American comics. After much contemplation, Liu Yuan discovered an item capable of significantly enhancing Dumpling's potential. Quantum Physique, Type, Super Ability, Effect, a body composed entirely of infinite quantum matter, neither material nor energetic. Possessing limitless potential, in a sense, it embodies the prototype of divinity. Price, 500,000 spirit points. Note, derived from the extraordinary capability of Dr. Manhattan from Watchmen. Indeed, Liu Yuan ultimately charted a course for Dumpling that mirrors the superpower of Dr. Manhattan. With the quantum physique, Dumpling would achieve near total immunity to physical harm, barring any adversary with exceptional means. It is crucial to recognize that Dr. Manhattan is virtually invincible within the Watchmen narrative, endowed with abilities that include, but are not limited to, the quantum physique, a form that is infinite quantum matter, neither material nor energetic, and quantum reaction speed measured in Planck time, approximately 10 to 43 seconds. Quantum analysis allows for the swift interpretation of any form of existence, unveiling its principles and essence. The ability of ontological duplication enables one to replicate oneself infinitely, with each iteration possessing its own consciousness and capabilities akin to the original. Memory retrieval facilitates the extraction of latent memories hidden within the thoughts of all living beings, and it can also influence the minds of others. All of these abilities hinge upon the foundation of a quantum body. Provided that Jiaozi diligently cultivates in a systematic manner, he could potentially ascend to a level akin to that of Dr. Manhattan, attaining a godlike status in a certain sense. Nevertheless, while the aspiration is commendable, the endeavor will require a staggering 800,000 spiritual points, particularly considering the presence of individuals like Tien Shinhan and their Sharingan. Fortunately, beneath the dojo where Liu Yuan resides, there lies a vast spiritual energy vein. However, even if the entire vein were to be fully developed, Liu Yuan estimates he could only acquire approximately 5 million spiritual points, which is not an exorbitant amount. After all, the Earth has only recently begun to experience a resurgence of spiritual energy, and the formation of spiritual energy veins requires time. Previously, Liu Yuan had regarded these veins as reserve resources stored away in his repository. Now, it seems necessary to utilize them. As for expending these spiritual points on his disciples, Lu Yuan feels no remorse whatsoever. After all, the abilities gained by his disciples are ultimately his own. He envisions a future where Tien Shinhan unlocks his Manjiki Sharingan, Krillin transforms into a formidable warrior, and Jiaozi becomes an invincible quantum superhero. The thought fills Lu Yuan with anticipation. Should Tien Shinhan and the others thrive, they may very well manage to contend with figures like Vegeta and Frieza without requiring Goku's intervention. As for the more formidable foes such as Majin Buu and the God of Destruction, Lu Yuan believes that fully realized versions of Jiaozi and his companions, under his tutelage, would not be without their own fighting prowess. Moreover, even if his disciples were to struggle against such adversaries, they would still have their master to rely upon. This is merely the initial path Lu Yuan has envisioned for Tien Shinhan and the others. In the future, he is certain to devise even more potent routes for their development based on the circumstances at hand, though the spiritual points required may indeed escalate significantly. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan's previously indifferent attitude towards the spiritual energy veins shifted to one of newfound importance. His thoughts began to wander. Might there exist spiritual energy veins on planets beyond Earth? After all, the essence of spiritual energy is a form of supernatural substance. In a universe capable of birthing entities like Frieza, it is evident that it is not lacking in such supernatural materials. However, Lu Yuan does not intend to hasten Jiaozi and the others' departure from Earth to venture into the cosmos just yet. They remain in a crucial growth phase. And in Lu Yuan's view, without a battle power exceeding 100,000, leaving the planet would be akin to courting death. Presently, Earth is in a relatively secure state, with no formidable foes on the horizon, providing his disciples ample opportunity for development. As for the impending emergence of the formidable Big Demon King, Lu Yuan merely smiled in silence. A creature boasting a mere 1,000 combat power, unable to contend even with the current little Goku, whose strength nearly overwhelms him. Even Bulma might triumph over such a foe. A demon king? Merely a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vastness of the world. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan resolved to summon the likes of Dumplings and others. Initially, he pondered over suitable gifts for his disciples' initiation, but now, inspiration struck. These gifts were readily available. Chapter 18. Transcendence. Having finalized the gifts for his disciples, Lu Yuan felt a wave of ease wash over him. He would certainly reward the Turtle Sage, who had effectively brought Tien Shinhan and the others to him. After much contemplation, Lu Yuan concluded that the most fitting gift for the Turtle Sage would be one related to longevity. The Dragon Ball world is indeed peculiar. While the upper limits of combat power are astonishingly high, they seem to lack corresponding lifespans. Ironically, in the original tale, Son Goku ultimately succumbs to a heart disease. What a jest! The Super Saiyan, who could withstand Frieza's energy blasts, falls to a mere heart ailment. This illustrates just how strange the rules of lifespan are in the Dragon Ball universe. Thus, for the elderly Turtle Sage, the most precious gift would undeniably be one that enhances his longevity. Peach of Immortality, 5,000 years. Type: Celestial Fruit. Effect: extends the user's lifespan by 1,000 years. Improves physical condition. This was an item Lu Yuan exchanged from the system's marketplace, intended as a gift for the Turtle Sage. However, Lu Yuan did not plan to bestow all the peaches he acquired from the system upon the Turtle Sage. He had exchanged for 3 peaches in total. One for the Turtle Sage, and the other 2 he intended to plant in a suitable location. After all, his dojo was named the Heavenly Court Dojo. A heavenly court without a peach orchard would hardly be worthy of its name. The disciples, Tien Shinhan and others, sat upright in the dojo, their demeanor serious. Before them stood their master, Lu Yuan, the owner of the Heavenly Court Dojo, revered by the Turtle Sage. Observing the nervous expressions of his disciples, Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Do not be anxious. I have summoned you today to present you with your initiation gifts." Initiation gifts? Upon hearing that there would indeed be gifts, Tien Shinhan and the others were taken aback with surprise. However, they understood that gifts bestowed by Lu Yuan would be anything but ordinary. As they pondered the nature of the gifts, excitement bubbled within them. "Tien Shinhan, you are the eldest, please step forward." Tien Shinhan rose, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor, and approached Lu Yuan. Without unnecessary ceremony, Lu Yuan placed his hand upon Tien Shinhan's head. In the next moment, a brilliant light began to coalesce above Tien Shinhan's crown. Feeling the transformation within his body, Tien Shinhan could not suppress his exclamation. He felt as though countless flames were igniting within him. The sensation of being ensconced in a furnace stirred an uncontrollable urge to unleash his pent-up energy. The call of Tien Shinhan immediately caused Krillin and the others to tremble in fear. However, they soon noticed a transformation occurring in Tien Shinhan's physique. His body appeared somewhat ethereal, and under the influence of an unseen power, his meridians glimmered with a faint golden hue. Before long, a colossal and illusory eye emerged atop Tien Shinhan's head, an eye of profound mystery, with an enigmatic tomo at its pupil. Today, my disciple, I bestow upon you the Sharingan. I hope you will diligently cultivate its power and not disappoint my expectations, his master declared. As the words fell, Tien Shinhan's body returned to normal. Sweat-soaked and gazing at Yuan, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him, a sensation he had never before envisioned. The transformation of his body was merely one facet of his exhilaration. What thrilled Tien Shinhan most was the awakening of his third eye. Previously, his third eye bore no distinction from an ordinary person's except for slightly enhanced vision. Yet now, he sensed a remarkable evolution within his gaze. Could this be the Sharingan his master spoke of? Tien Shinhan understood that such an evolution could not occur without reason. It was clearly the work of Yuan. This extraordinary feat deepened Tien Shinhan's reverence for him. Thank you, master, he exclaimed. For now, I shall refrain from revealing the capabilities of the Sharingan. You must explore its potential on your own. I hope you will not squander this gift. I promise not to disappoint you, master, Tien Shinhan replied, his tone resolute, his resolve unwavering. Yuan nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to Krillin. Krillin, it is your turn now. Ah, okay, Krillin replied, as if awakening from a dream, his curiosity piqued by the drastic change in Tien Shinhan. He wondered what gift Yuan would bestow upon him. However, he noted that he did not possess a third eye like Tien Shinhan, so surely his master would not grant him the Sharingan as well, though the tomo did seem rather impressive. As Krillin stepped forward, Yuan replicated the previous process, placing his hand atop Krillin's head. Unlike Tien Shinhan, the phenomenon surrounding Krillin was less pronounced. He began to levitate, and his body took on an ethereal quality. Above him, a vision of Earth materialized, an embodiment of the Earth's will. The phantasmal globe then merged with Krillin's being, with a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. Krillin slowly descended from the air. After a few moments, he awoke, curiously exploring his body, only to find nothing extraordinary. After some contemplation, he realized that he appeared to have undergone no significant change. Had it not been for the curious gazes of Dumpling and Tianjin Rice, he might have doubted whether Yuan had indeed gifted him anything at all. Master, what exactly have you bestowed upon me? With a look of confusion, Klin posed the question directly. Yuan chuckled softly. What I have given you is certainly on par with Tianjin Rice, though it will require your diligent exploration. Very well, Klin replied, scratching his bald head, utterly bewildered. Dumpling, come here. Yes. Like a child, Dumpling promptly approached Yuan. This time, the commotion caused by Dumpling was akin to that created by Klin and the others previously. However, Dumpling's transformation was the most pronounced. Once the ceremony concluded, Dumpling's once snow-white complexion had completely shifted to a pale blue hue, an enigmatic energy coursing beneath his skin, evoking an aura of profound mystery. Unlike Klin and the others, the quantum body bestowed upon Dumpling was a manifestation of superpowers. Being a superhuman himself, Dumpling instantly sensed the terrifying abilities that had awakened within him. Yet, further mastery of these powers would require his own exploration in due course. Undeniably, he felt an unprecedented sense of well-being at that moment. After ensuring his three disciples were settled, Yuan smiled and said, Please summon Master Roshi and Goku. I have matters to discuss with them. At your command. Chapter 19. Trial Task Immortal. Did you call for me? The resummoned Master Roshi gazed at Yuan with palpable excitement. After all, Yuan had promised him a gift, which had kept Master Roshi restless throughout the previous night. Observing the dark circles under Master Roshi's eyes, Yuan surmised the events of the night before. Master Roshi, at your age, you must take care to nurture your health, he remarked with a smile. Master Roshi sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, too bashful to retort. Yuan shook his head with a smile and extended his palm, revealing a tantalizing peach. Instantly, the dojo was enveloped in the alluring fragrance of the peach. Master Roshi instinctively inhaled, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over him. What divine object is this? He wondered, gazing at the peach in Lu Yuan's hand. This is a pan peach, divided into 3 categories. The first matures every 3,000 years, granting immortality and vitality. The second, every 6,000 years, bestowing ascension and eternal youth. And the third, every 9,000 years, allowing one to share a lifespan with heaven and earth, and the sun and moon. What I present to you is the first type, approximately 5,000 years old. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi stood up in excitement. For someone of his age, nothing could be more exhilarating than the prospect of eternal life. As a reward for completing your task, this pan peach is bestowed upon you, Lu Yuan declared. Waving his hand, the peach soared toward Master Roshi, landing gently in his grasp. Cradling the pan peach in his hands, Master Roshi could not resist and consumed it immediately. In an instant, he was enveloped by an immense and pure energy that coursed through his entire being. The warm sensation prompted a soft moan of delight to escape his lips. The appearance of Master Roshi began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Around his face, visible to the naked eye, many signs of aging seemed to evaporate at an astonishing rate. His once frail physique grew robust and vigorous. Before long, the venerable Master Roshi, who had appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, now seemed akin to a man in his 50s or 60s. His newfound vitality was palpable, exuding an aura that conveyed his profound change. How is it? I have not neglected you, have I? Thank you for your generous bestowal, esteemed master, Master Roshi responded. His gaze towards Lu Yuan now brimming with fervor at the realization of Lu Yuan's capabilities. Master, you called for me? At that moment, a boisterous voice echoed from outside. Soon after, little Wukong and Bulma entered the dojo in succession. Lu Yuan looked at little Wukong and, with a hint of exasperation, said, Wukong, please refrain from shouting so loudly upon your entrance next time. Oh, I understand. Little Wukong replied cheerfully. Bulma, witnessing this exchange, stifled a giggle. Lu Yuan, recognizing his words fell on deaf ears, decided to let it slide, deeming it a trivial matter. Krillin, Dumpling, you may head out to train diligently. In due course, I shall assess your progress, he instructed. Yes. Once Krillin and the others departed, only Master Roshi, Bulma, and little Wukong remained in the dojo. Observing the trio, Lu Yuan casually remarked, Wukong, Bulma, you have both been training here for some time. Relentless practice is not always beneficial. It would be wise to venture out more often. With Master Roshi here this time, you shall accompany him off the island to assist in bringing back a few other disciples whom I hold in high regard. We can go out and play. Little Wukong exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. You are to assist your master in finding disciples, you simpleton. Bulma chided as she playfully tapped little Wukong on the head. Little Wukong, unperturbed, replied with a grin. ISNT that's still going out to have fun? Well, it's hopeless to reason with you. Bulma sighed, recognizing that little Wukong was clearly not grasping the seriousness of the situation. Master Roshi, upon hearing Lu Yuan's directive for little Wukong and Bulma to accompany him, understood this was a trial set forth by Lu Yuan. He turned to them with a smile, saying, Wukong, Bulma, since the esteemed master has spoken, I kindly ask you to take good care of me during this outing. Master Roshi adopted a humble demeanor, fully aware of the prowess displayed by little Wukong and Bulma in battle. Even in his current state, he recalled the events and felt they could easily overwhelm him. Little Wukong beamed, Grandpa Roshi, don't worry, I've got this. He raised his fist in earnest, as if to assert his strength. Lu Yuan observed the trio, knowing well their capabilities, and acknowledged that, in the current realm of Earth, they faced no equal. Yet, he could not resist offering a word of caution. Wukong, Bulma, while you have made significant strides in your training, remember that there are always those who surpass you, and there are worlds beyond your own. Exercise caution in all your endeavors. As you venture forth this time, apart from bringing back the few disciples I mentioned, do take the opportunity to collect the Dragon Balls. Although I regard the power of Shinran with some disdain, it can still fulfill certain wishes for you. Can Shinran truly grant my wishes? Little Goku couldn't help but inquire. Observing the glimmer of curiosity in his eyes, Lu Yuan smiled and replied, as long as your desires do not exceed the limitations of the Dragon God, they can indeed be realized. Who is mightier, Shinran or my master? Bulma asked with intrigue. Lu Yuan looked at Bulma and chuckled. That mere Shinran is no match for me. All right, You all should rest well over the next few days. Once Master Roshi is prepared, I will send you off together. Remember, return only once you have located those disciples. Yes. 3 days later, in an unfamiliar mountain forest, 3 figures appeared abruptly amid the wilderness. This was a desolate expanse seldom trodden by humans, often frequented by fierce beasts that ordinary folk would not dare approach. The trio was an unusual combination: an elderly man, a child, and a woman, none of whom seemed suited for such a wild environment, nor possessed formidable combat prowess. Goku, did you bring the Dragon Ball radar? I did. Goku responded, presenting the radar before Bulma. That is good. Since we are unsure of the whereabouts of the disciples my master mentioned, let us first search for the Dragon Balls. After all, didn't Master say that Shinran could grant us any wish? Yes, yes. Little Goku nodded eagerly, for to him, merely being out and about was sufficient. The order of their search was of little consequence. Master Roshi, standing by, smiled in silence, unperturbed by the plan to seek the Dragon Balls first. Having finally escaped the confines of the dojo, little Goku and Bulma dashed forward like untamed wild horses, cheerfully following the radar deeper into the forest. As they journeyed, a village gradually came into view. Chapter 20. Little Beiji and Wulong Bulma. Are you certain the Dragon Balls are in this direction? Little Goku asked after they had walked for what seemed an eternity. According to the radar's readings, they were quite near the closest Dragon Ball, yet after an hour of searching, they had yet to find it, leading Goku to doubt the radar's functionality. Bulma, annoyed, tapped Goku's head lightly and rolled her eyes. My radar is undoubtedly functioning correctly. It must be nearby. Let us continue searching. It shouldn't take long. Goku glanced around and realized they were in an unfamiliar jungle, making the search for the Dragon Balls an arduous task. Although Goku's strength had greatly improved, it was evident that such prowess did not translate into locating objects. Bulma, there's a village ahead. Shall we inquire there? He suggested, noticing the smoke rising in the distance. After contemplating for a moment, Bulma decided it would be worthwhile to inquire further, nodding her head in agreement. Master Roshi, standing beside them, offered no objections and followed along with a smile. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of tranquility. Having recently consumed the peach of immortality, he had acquired several millennia of life. Freed from the specter of death, he embraced a Buddhist-like serenity. Before long, little Wukong and his companions arrived at the village. They exchanged glances and strode purposefully toward the settlement. Suddenly, a peculiar creature resembling a humanoid pig emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. In a booming voice, he demanded, "Halt! Who are you?" Little Wukong gazed with curiosity at the unexpected obstruction, intrigued by the creature known as Wulong. This diminutive pig demon bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Beiji from the Journey to the West, earning him the affectionate nickname of Little Beiji. Wulong scrutinized little Wukong and his companions, wary of the sudden appearance of these unfamiliar figures in such an isolated village. The odd composition of their group, featuring an elderly man, a woman, and a child, seemed quite unusual for adventurers. In response to Wulong's inquiry, little Wukong scratched his head and replied, "We are disciples from the Heavenly Court, here on a quest guided by the Dragon Ball radar." Dragon Ball radar? Wulong questioned, skepticism etched on his face. It was his first encounter with such a concept. Sensing Wulong's confusion, little Wukong innocently retrieved the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma's hands and presented it before Wulong, explaining, "This is the Dragon Ball radar. It helps us locate the Dragon Balls. If we gather all 7, we can summon the dragon, who can grant any wish, a truly wondrous phenomenon." "What? The dragon can grant any wish?" Wulong exclaimed, disbelief washing over him. This was the first time he had heard the legend of the dragon. For a moment, he was taken aback by the prospect of such miraculous wishes. "You've come to our village in search of Dragon Balls, haven't you?" Wulong inquired, to which little Wukong readily affirmed, "Yes." "What does this Dragon Ball you speak of look like?" Wulong probed, a cunning expression crossing his face. Little Wukong, oblivious to any ulterior motives, revealed one of the Dragon Balls hanging from his neck, stating, "This is a Dragon Ball. They all resemble this one." "Oh," Wulong mused, observing the Dragon Ball with thoughtful contemplation. He soon recalled having seen a similar one in the home of a villager within the village. However, the notion that these Dragon Balls could grant wishes made him hesitant to allow little Wukong and his companions entry into the village. After all, possessing such a treasure, it seemed unreasonable to share it with others. With this thought in mind, Wulong began to weave a web of deceit. "In our village, there are no Dragon Balls as you seek. Perhaps you should search elsewhere. The naive little Goku, without a hint of suspicion towards Oolong's words, turned to Bulma and said, Bulma, he claims there are no Dragon Balls in the village. Shall we go to another place? Bulma, gazing at Goku's innocent demeanor, rubbed her forehead in exasperation. She then delivered a light punch to Goku's head. Fool, just because he says there are none doesn't mean it's true. The Dragon Ball radar clearly indicates that a Dragon Ball is nearby. So you mean he is deceiving us? But why would he lie to us? We don't even know him, Goku replied. Bulma, feeling despondent, looked at Goku and thought that he was still in dire need of the harsh lessons that society imparts. Despite Goku's remarkable intelligence in other areas, he remained as innocent as a blank slate when it came to interpersonal relationships. I am not deceiving you. The Dragon Balls are truly absent from this village. Oolong insisted. Bulma, he continues to assert there are none. Idiot. We cannot simply leave without seeing the Dragon Balls for ourselves. This little chubby fellow might be hoping to find them for himself. Oolong's facade began to crack under Bulma's piercing words. Originally, they merely intended to mislead Bulma and her companions, but it became evident that they would not depart easily. Moreover, Bulma possessed the Dragon Ball radar, which fueled Oolong's ulterior motives. After all, should he desire to gather all 7 Dragon Balls, he would require the radar's assistance. Relying solely on himself would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. With this thought, Oolong conceived an audacious plan, not only to seize the Dragon Balls from the village, but also to snatch those in Goku's and Bulma's possession, along with the radar. By doing so, he could embark on a quest to collect all 7 Dragon Balls and fulfill his own wishes. As this idea took root, Oolong's gaze towards Goku and the others shifted to one of danger. I have already stated that there are no Dragon Balls in this village. If you come any closer, do not blame me for being ungracious. Upon hearing this, Goku was even more perplexed. They merely sought entry into the village. Why was Oolong so agitated? However, recalling that their master, Yuan, had instructed them to gather Dragon Balls, coupled with Bulma's previous assertion that there might indeed be Dragon Balls in the village, Goku earnestly replied to Oolong, Please do not impede us. We only wish to enter and search for the Dragon Balls. I do not wish to fight. With that, Goku attempted to walk into the village. Observing this, Oolong's eyes gleamed with cunning, as if he had anticipated Goku's action. Thus, Oolong feigned anger and shouted, I have told you that there is nothing you seek in this village. Since you insist on barging in, do not blame me for being impolite. As his words fell, Oolong's form began to transform. In an instant, he morphed into a massive tiger, blocking Goku's path. Chapter 21. The game begins. Goku gazed at the now tiger Oolong, his eyes shining with excitement. Behind them, Bulma and Master Roshi displayed expressions of disdain. To others, Oolong's appearance might be quite terrifying. However, for those of them possessing battle powers exceeding 1,000, such a mere tiger posed no threat whatsoever. Oolong gazed at the astonished little Goku and his companions, who were dumbfounded by his transformation into a tiger. A smug grin spread across the pudgy tiger's face as he exclaimed, What do you think? Isn't my transformation technique remarkable? I told you there is nothing in the village that you seek. It seems you are not searching for Dragon Balls at all, but rather acting like bandits, prepared to plunder the village. Unfortunately for you, you have encountered the formidable and clever Oolong. Now, I present you with an opportunity. Hand over those so-called Dragon Balls and the Dragon Radar, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. In his self-satisfied state, Oolong failed to notice the peculiar gazes from little Goku and Bulma, which seemed to regard him as an amusing spectacle. Little Goku, filled with curiosity, asked Oolong, How can you transform? Have you also learned the art of the 72 transformations? The 72 transformations? What is that? Oolong inquired, bewildered. His ability to transform stemmed from his inherent superpower. Each transformation could only last 5 minutes, and after one transformation concluded, Oolong required a minute to rest before attempting another. However, little Goku and his friends were evidently unaware of these details. Upon realizing that Oolong was unfamiliar with the 72 transformations, little Goku understood that Oolong's transformation was indeed a unique ability of his own. With a playful mindset, little Goku imitated Oolong and transformed into a chubby old tiger, which appeared even more lifelike than Oolong's version. This scene left Oolong utterly bewildered. Pointing at little Goku, he exclaimed in astonishment, Why can you transform too? The tiger that little Goku had become tilted its head and pondered before responding. This is a technique my master taught me. The 72 transformations, which allows one to become anything. Master? Upon hearing that little Goku's ability to transform stemmed from a learned skill rather than a natural superpower like his own, Oolong's confidence was instantly restored. In his mind, transformation was his innate talent, and he believed that little Goku's acquired ability could not possibly rival his own. With this thought, Oolong let out a fierce roar and charged towards little Goku, resembling a true tiger in every way. In response, little Goku mimicked him and, with a mighty roar, collided head-on with Oolong. The two identical tigers instantly engaged in a fierce tussle, and the atmosphere grew tense. Bulma watched the two identical tigers, momentarily unable to distinguish which one was little Goku. However, it quickly became apparent that one of the tigers was gaining the upper hand. Despite their identical appearances, the disparity in their combat prowess and strength was stark. Oolong's tiger was soon pinned to the ground by little Goku's, rendered immobile. Yet, little Goku showed restraint, merely keeping Oolong subdued. Several times, Oolong attempted to resist, only to discover that regardless of his efforts, he seemed unable to break free. This realization filled him with both astonishment and dread as he contemplated the encounter with a formidable creature. He could scarcely believe that little Wukong not only possessed abilities akin to his own, but also surpassed him in strength. This revelation struck a severe blow to Oolong's pride. Stop! I concede. Upon recognizing his inability to escape, Oolong promptly begged for mercy. Upon hearing this plea, little Wukong immediately released him. However, the moment little Wukong let go, Oolong seized the opportunity to make a hasty escape. In a fleeting moment, while little Wukong was caught off guard, Oolong snatched the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck. Haha, even if you share the same abilities as the great Oolong, I still outshine you. Grasping the Dragon Ball, Oolong mockingly taunted little Wukong before turning on his heel and fleeing without a second thought. Little Wukong, having been outwitted, bore no resentment. He watched Oolong's retreating figure and promptly gave chase. The two vanished into the depths of the forest, one trailing the other. Observing little Wukong's departure, Bulma shook her head in exasperation. Little Wukong is quite foolish to be tricked like this. What would happen if I weren't here to follow? Beside her, Master Roshi simply chuckled, choosing not to respond. Neither of them harbored any concern for little Wukong. After all, while he may be innocent, he was the most powerful among the three. Moreover, it was evident to both that aside from his ability to transform, Oolong possessed no remarkable strengths that could pose any real threat to little Wukong. Well then, let us head inside, Master Roshi. We shall leave little Wukong to capture that little chubby fellow on his own. Master Roshi nodded in agreement, and together with Bulma, they made their way towards the village. In the forest, Oolong sprinted with all his might while glancing back at little Wukong, who was persistently pursuing him. Frustration marred Oolong's expression. However, having lived in this vicinity for many years, he was quite familiar with his surroundings. After creating a sufficient distance, Oolong paused for a moment to catch his breath. Without hesitation, he transformed into a large tree. In this forest teeming with foliage, the tree he became perfectly blended with the surrounding environment, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to detect. Just moments after Oolong had transformed, little Wukong arrived, still in his tiger form, bewilderedly surveying the area, seemingly puzzled as to why Oolong had vanished so suddenly. In the next instant, the pupils of little Wukong's eyes ignited with golden flames, a gift imparted by Yuan, granting him the ability to perceive through all illusions and transformations. This power was immensely formidable. Before long, little Wukong discerned the tree that was Oolong in disguise. Seemingly struck by an amusing thought, little Wukong feigned ignorance and distanced himself before transforming into a lumberjack and returning. Unbeknownst to Oolong, who believed he had successfully deceived little Wukong, he appeared quite smug. Playing with transformations, it is indeed evident that the great Wulong is formidable. Just as Wulong intended to revert his transformation, a commotion arose nearby. In haste, Wulong maintained his guise. Before long, a woodcutter approached Wulong. Little Wukong gazed upon the majestic tree before him and cheerfully declared, "This one is perfect. I shall take it." With that, he raised the axe in his hand, aiming to strike it down. Upon witnessing this, Wulong was rendered speechless with fear. If that axe were to descend, he would surely be cleaved in two. "Do not chop. Do not chop. I am not a tree," Wulong exclaimed as he reverted his transformation, shouting at the woodcutter. At that moment, little Wukong also returned to his original form. "I am not a woodcutter either," he replied, Staring at the now familiar little Wukong, Wulong was taken aback. Good heavens, so you had discovered my ruse long ago. You were merely toying with me. Chapter 22. Repairing Wulong. At this juncture, Wulong could no longer feign ignorance. He realized that little Wukong had seen through him from the very beginning. Otherwise, Wukong would not have disguised himself as a woodcutter to entertain himself at Wulong's expense. Wulong, having shed his transformation, gazed at little Wukong with a grim expression. Who are you truly? Me? Little Wukong pointed at himself, pondering before responding. I am merely an ordinary cultivator. An ordinary cultivator? Wulong regarded him with disbelief. An ordinary cultivator? How can you possess the same transformation technique as I do? I have explained it before. This 72 transformations is a skill taught to me by my master, little Wukong replied innocently. Wulong, feeling despondent, had long abandoned any thoughts of resistance the moment he laid eyes on little Wukong. After all, he had already experienced Wukong's prowess firsthand. There was no doubt that he would never be a match for him. With this realization, Wulong produced the Dragon Ball he had pilfered from little Wukong and returned it to him. Little Wukong accepted his Dragon Ball and placed it back around his neck. I have returned the Dragon Ball. May I take my leave now? That should be acceptable, little Wukong replied noncommittally. He bore no significant ill will towards Wulong. In fact, the current little Wukong was rather naive, seldom perceiving others in a negative light. Although Wulong had stolen his Dragon Ball, it was not a matter of great concern for him. Seeing that little Wukong was willing to let him go, Wulong breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, what of your companions? Why haven't they pursued me? You mean Bulma and the others? They went ahead to the village to search for Dragon Balls. What? They went to the village? Indeed, what of it? Little Wukong inquired, puzzled by Wulong's intense reaction. Is there something wrong with the village? Are we not allowed to enter? In the next moment, Wulong sprinted toward the village. Observing this, little Wukong promptly followed in his wake. The two arrived at the village shortly thereafter. Upon their return, little Wukong spotted Bulma surrounded by several elderly villagers, who seemed to be expressing their gratitude. Beside Bulma stood a few young maidens. Upon witnessing this scene, little Wukong was engulfed in confusion. He had only departed for a brief moment. What had transpired in his absence? Where were Oolong and Bulma? Eager to inquire about Oolong, he turned to his side, only to discover that Oolong had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Bulma also spotted the returning little Wukong. She glanced around him and noted the absence of the chubby Oolong beside him. Bulma approached little Wukong directly and inquired, Little Wukong, where is that pig-headed fellow? Pig-headed? Ah, you mean Oolong, right? Precisely, that lecherous scoundrel. Where has he gone off to? Lecherous? Little Wukong looked utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the unfolding events. At that juncture, Bulma elaborated. It turned out that Oolong was quite the restless character with a peculiar penchant. He had a bizarre obsession with collecting young girls' undergarments. Additionally, he had exploited his shape-shifting abilities to abduct several maidens from the village. The girls currently present were those whom Oolong had hidden nearby, fortuitously discovered and rescued by Bulma. According to the villagers, Oolong had a cave on a neighboring hill, within which it seemed he had imprisoned more young women. Stunned by this revelation, little Wukong was taken aback. The existence of someone with such an eccentric proclivity truly challenged his worldview. Wukong, did you not capture that rascal? Bulma expressed disbelief, unable to fathom that Oolong could escape from little Wukong's grasp. She suspected that he had intentionally let him go. After a moment of contemplation, little Wukong replied, Oolong was right beside me just moments ago, and then he simply vanished. Bulma pressed her forehead in realization, instantly understanding the reason for Oolong's disappearance. This fellow must have perceived her discovery of his little secret and, fearing retribution, seized the opportunity to flee. Nonetheless, despite Oolong's peculiar hobby, he had not harmed the girls. In fact, he provided for their needs, albeit in a rather unusual manner. After all, in the original tale, Oolong was capable of making wishes to the dragon for girls' undergarments. So such odd behavior was hardly surprising. Wukong, I have located the Dragon Ball in the village. But I must teach that rascal Oolong a lesson for daring to imprison young girls. This greatly displeases me. Observing Bulma's displeasure, little Wukong did not contest her sentiments. Then, Bulma, allow me to lead you to him. I have memorized his scent. We should find him swiftly. Very well, let us proceed. With knowledge of Oolong's whereabouts, Bulma sprang into action. The group quickly set off, with little Wukong leading the way. Following the trail left by Oolong, they soon arrived at the entrance of a cave. Wukong, Are you certain this is the place? It should be. The scent fades here, indicating he must be inside the cave. All right. Gazing at the tightly shut entrance, Bulma stepped forward, inhaling deeply. In the next instant, she delivered a powerful punch against the door. The heavy wooden door burst open with a thunderous crash. Accompanied by the resounding thud of the door hitting the ground, Bulma and her companions stepped into the cavern. It was not long before Bulma spotted several other missing girls within the cave, as well as the sneaky Oolong, who was attempting to escape with his treasures. It was evident that he had anticipated their arrival, yet he had not expected them to come so swiftly. At that moment, Oolong was nearly at the exit, only to find his path obstructed by Bulma. Gazing at Bulma's unfriendly expression, Oolong forced an awkward smile. Well, I haven't really wronged you, so how about letting me go? Bulma cracked her knuckles and flashed him a peculiar grin. In that instant, Oolong was overwhelmed by an intense sense of foreboding. Suddenly, with a piercing scream, Oolong was sent soaring into the sky by Bulma's punch, disappearing like a shooting star, lost to the unknown. With her frustration alleviated, Bulma's eyes glimmered at the treasures left behind in the cave. Since no one else seemed to want them, she figured she might as well keep them for herself. As Oolong landed, grimacing and rubbing his backside, he reflected on the power of Bulma's punch, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over him. Moreover, the thought of being unable to return to the cave he had called home for several years filled him with discontent. Yet, it was clear that he could not contend with Bulma and her companions. Suddenly, Oolong recalled that Son Wukong and the others were formidable due to their master. Inspired by this realization, he resolved to seek out a powerful mentor himself, believing that this would provide him with a chance for revenge. Chapter 23, An Unexpected Encounter with Yamcha in the Desert. A striking motorcycle raced wildly across the sands, carrying 3 individuals. Son Wukong and Master Roshi occupied the sidecar, while Bulma piloted the motorcycle alone. Although all 3 possessed the ability to fly, Bulma insisted that flying diminished the thrill of their adventure. Riding a motorcycle through the desert, she argued, was far more stylish. As a wealthy heiress, Bulma found the expense of the motorcycle to be negligible. Their presence in the desert was prompted by the dragon radar, which had indicated the presence of Dragon Balls in the area. Currently, they were on a quest to locate these coveted spheres. Bulma, are we there yet? Son Wukong, who had been seated for quite some time, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The monotonous scenery of the desert, aside from Bulma's exhilarating ride, offered little enjoyment. Bulma consulted the radar and replied, "We're almost there, just a little further." However, Son Wukong remained unimpressed, for he had heard Bulma say this many times before, and his inquiry had been merely a formality. Soon, a few individuals arrived at the face of a colossal rock formation. In the vast desert, encountering such a sight is indeed a rarity. Bulma, feeling somewhat fatigued after her rapid journey, decided to halt the vehicle amidst the rocky terrain. "Goku, we are not far from the Dragon Balls. Let us rest here for a while," she suggested. At last, they could take a break. Little Goku dismounted from the motorcycle and stretched his limbs. For someone as energetic as he, sitting in a vehicle for several hours was quite a challenge. The turtle hermit, however, seemed unperturbed by this. In fact, he appeared increasingly at ease, embodying the essence of his namesake with a leisurely demeanor. Yet, anyone who underestimated him would surely face dire consequences. For beneath his seemingly frail exterior lay an immense and formidable power. Bulma stowed the motorcycle into the storage ring gifted by Yuan, retrieving some food from within. She promptly began to prepare a barbecue on the spot. Upon catching a whiff of the delicious grilled fare, little Goku felt a surge of energy. For him, there were 2 greatest joys, fighting and eating. In the desolate desert, where not even a single animal could be found, the prospect of fighting was evidently impossible. Thus, Goku was left with only his love for food. As Bulma and the others busied themselves with lunch, a masked man nearby was observing them through binoculars. His expression was cold, suggesting he had spent considerable time in the harsh desert. He noted Bulma's ability to effortlessly stow away the motorcycle and produce an abundance of food from her ring, which elicited a greedy look on his face. If he could acquire such a ring, he would never again have to worry about scarce resources in the desert. Cautiously, the man assessed Bulma's group: a woman, a child, and an old man. This combination appeared to render Bulma the most formidable. Nevertheless, in his eyes, Bulma was merely a girl and, regardless of her capabilities, did not seem a match for him. With this thought, he hesitated no longer. Despite the presence of a woman, How could a desert bandit like Yamcha pass up such a treasure? Resolutely, Yamcha mounted his motorcycle and sped towards Goku and the others. Goku, do you hear something? He inquired. As he relished a delectable roasted pig's trotter, little Goku responded without hesitation. Someone is approaching us, but their energy is too weak to pose any threat. Although Bulma's senses were not as sharp as Goku's, she too possessed a power level exceeding 1,000 and soon noticed Yamcha's approach. Moments later, the roar of a motorcycle echoed nearby, and Yamcha parked at a distance before dismounting. Confronted by a group of the elderly, the infirm, and the weak, Yamcha felt that this time his act of robbery would be nearly foolproof. Thus, he boldly approached Bulma and her companions. However, to Yamcha's astonishment, Bulma and the others seemed fully aware of his presence, yet appeared utterly unconcerned, their demeanor so relaxed that it hardly seemed feigned. This inexplicable nonchalance filled Yamcha with a sense of foreboding. Nevertheless, driven by his greed for Bulma's storage ring, he suppressed his unease and strode directly towards them. "Who are you?" inquired a curious Goku, looking up from his roasted pig trotter. "I am." Yamcha grinned wickedly, suddenly revealing his true nature, a desert bandit. "Here to rob you." He tore off his mask and began to threaten Goku and the others. What perplexed him, however, was that upon hearing he was a bandit, Bulma and her companions were not the slightest bit frightened. Instead, they seemed somewhat eager for a confrontation. "Goku, don't interfere. I'll handle this," Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the mention of Yamcha's identity as a desert bandit. One might have mistaken her for the bandit herself. Strangely enough, despite his initial bravado, Yamcha instinctively took a step back when faced with Bulma. This retreat was not due to any awareness of her strength, but rather an involuntary shyness that arose whenever he encountered women, a psychological ailment of sorts. Yet, the allure of the storage ring compelled Yamcha to conquer his timidity. As Bulma approached him, he earnestly declared, "Madam, while I am indeed a desert pirate, I adhere to my own code. If you surrender that remarkable ring capable of storing items, I assure you that no harm will come to you or your companions. What say you?" "Oh, you desire my storage ring?" Bulma raised her left hand, showcasing a striking silver ring on her index finger. Yamcha nodded, his eyes greedily fixated on the ring. Upon noticing his gaze, a playful expression appeared on Bulma's face. "While I could part with my ring, it comes with a condition. You must defeat me in combat. If you can best me, the storage ring shall be yours." "How does that sound?" "Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree?" "Are you serious?" Yamcha asked, momentarily taken aback. "Absolutely," Bulma replied with unwavering confidence. After a brief silence, Yamcha's demeanor shifted dramatically. "In that case, do not blame me for being impolite." Chapter 24. The little cat. Poor though Yamcha found himself shy around women, his greed ultimately triumphed over this discomfort, which felt akin to a malady. As a desert bandit, he had long been devoid of any moral compass. The allure of the storage ring was simply too great. Possessing such a mobile vault in the desert was an invaluable asset. Yet, despite his avarice, Yamcha had no intention of taking Bulma's life. Engaging in combat with a girl would be beneath him. If I were to be ruthless, it would indeed be somewhat excessive. However, what Yamcha did not anticipate was that Bulma shared a similar sentiment. From Bulma's perspective, given the aura emanating from Yamcha, if she were to unleash her full strength, a single blow could potentially conclude the battle, depriving her of the enjoyment of combat. In the midst of the desert, Yamcha and Bulma stood in tense confrontation, while Goku and Master Roshi willingly vacated the area for their duel. To Yamcha's perplexity, when Bulma proposed to fight him, neither Goku nor Master Roshi objected, as if they believed Bulma alone was sufficient to vanquish him. This slight irked Yamcha. After all, he was a desert bandit, and dispatching a woman to face him felt like a grave insult. "Hey, are you going to fight or not?" Bulma voiced her annoyance as she observed Yamcha standing still for too long. Upon hearing her words, Yamcha dispelled his hesitation and surged forward with tremendous force. Boom! In an instant, his form vanished, propelling towards Bulma like a cannonball. His speed was so extraordinary that most would struggle to react. Yet Bulma was no ordinary individual. She effortlessly watched as Yamcha charged, slightly tilting her body. Boom! Yamcha's strike whizzed past Bulma, landing on the ground beside her. In that moment, a cloud of sand erupted, demonstrating the significant power behind Yamcha's punch. However, this level of attack was far beneath Bulma's notice. Even if she had not evaded, Yamcha's blow would have inflicted no harm upon her, given her formidable defenses. After all, She was capable of battling alongside Goku. A mere Yamcha posed no threat. Yamcha, with his keen battle instincts, quickly sensed something amiss. He had initially thought Bulma, while possessing some combat ability, would certainly not be his equal. However, their brief skirmish suggested that Bulma was not as feeble as he had presumed. In fact, her prowess appeared to surpass his expectations significantly. It was hard to fathom that she was merely a girl. With this realization, Yamcha resolved to take the fight seriously. He felt his aura surge once more, his presence becoming even more enigmatic. "Now this is getting interesting," Bulma remarked with a smile, witnessing Yamcha's transformation. In her past experiences within the dojo, the only opponents she faced were Goku and Yuan, both of whom far surpassed her in strength. This left Bulma feeling somewhat exasperated. She relished the thrill of battle, but not the taste of defeat. Goku was at least someone she could contend with, whereas Yuan's overwhelming power left her feeling utterly helpless. It was inconceivable how much she would need to train to even stand a chance against him. Now, encountering a softer target like Yamcha, she felt compelled to capitalize on the opportunity. Bam! 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 Yamcha's attacks transformed into a whirlwind of ferocity. With each assault, a great cloud of dust was stirred. However, Bulma's response was rather peculiar. She did not retaliate aggressively, but instead nimbly evaded each attack. This was what astonished Yamcha the most. He discerned that Bulma's speed was not overwhelmingly superior. In fact, it was comparable to his own. Yet, she consistently managed to dodge his strikes, as if she possessed foresight. This bizarre scene left Yamcha feeling utterly at a loss. How could he triumph over an opponent he could scarcely touch? Not far away, Goku and Master Roshi watched leisurely as Bulma toyed with Yamcha. Goku, unimpressed by the disparity in their abilities, turned to Master Roshi and asked, "Why doesn't Bulma just conclude the fight quickly? What is the point in battling such an opponent?" Master Roshi chuckled, stroking his beard. "Perhaps Bulma has been cooped up in the training hall for too long and wishes to enjoy herself outside." "Cooped up? But there's both me and Master in the training hall. Why would she feel confined?" Master Roshi smiled knowingly at Goku, explaining, "It is precisely because the training hall is occupied only by you and Master Yuan that Bulma feels stifled. With two extraordinary beings like you, how could she possibly compete?" Meanwhile, upon realizing he could not land a hit on Bulma, Yamcha's frustration boiled over. "You woman, is dodging all you can do?" Bulma halted, looking at him with a teasing expression, and replied coolly, "If I didn't evade, this battle would be over in no time." Yamcha, hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. He glared at Bulma and bellowed, "You underestimate me, Yamcha." In the next moment, he charged at her once more, his fury evident. This time, however, Bulma did not evade. Instead, she chose to respond with a punch of her own. Boom! Their fists collided, unleashing tremendous force. Yamcha was sent flying, crashing violently into the rocks behind him. The hard stone shattered into countless fragments, enveloping Yamcha in a cloud of dust, obscuring the aftermath of the encounter. As Bulma gazed at the figure she had just struck down, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Surely, she hadn't killed him with that blow. She had only exerted a fraction of her strength. Yet, even that fraction was beyond what someone like Yamcha could withstand. Just as Bulma pondered Yamcha's fate, a figure erupted from the haze. Yamcha emerged, stripped of his initial confidence, his gaze towards Bulma now laced with trepidation. His attire was tattered and dust-covered, leaving him looking quite disheveled. What manner of creature is this woman, truly? Yamcha gazed at Bulma, a sense of trepidation gripping him as he began to waver on whether it was even necessary to continue standing his ground. Given the prowess Bulma had displayed, the prospect of defeating her seemed exceedingly daunting. Yet driven by the greed for the storage ring, Yamcha resolved to act. Puar! With a fervent shout, a small blue cat darted forth from the shadows, revealing that it had been lurking nearby for some time. Chapter 25. The bloody defeat of Yamcha. Puar was a companion Yamcha had encountered in the desert, resembling an adorable blue kitten. The origin of Puar was intriguing as well. Like Oolong, whom Bulma and the others had previously met, Puar hailed from a transformation kindergarten. Those emerging from this institution were typically adept in transformation techniques, classified as superpowered beings. Yamcha's summoning of Puar was not merely for amusement. "Puar, it seems I shall need your strength today," Yamcha stated seriously, looking earnestly at the charming Puar. "Leave it to me." Puar responded cutely, and in an instant, the little blue cat began to transform. Before long, it astonishingly morphed into a wolf-fanged fist. Yamcha donned this formidable fist, and his aura intensified remarkably, akin to a character in a game donning superior equipment. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Bulma exclaimed, "Wow, that little cat can transform too. How delightful." Yamcha's expression remained grave in response to Bulma's playful tone. "Puar is my partner, not just a mere kitten. Moreover, transformation is not a trivial ability. It is the very means by which Puar and I can survive more effectively in the desert." Bulma, upon hearing this, hesitated to respond. "Hey, Goku, come here for a moment." As Bulma called out, a puzzled Goku, who had been eating, approached her side. "Bulma, what do you need me for?" Bulma lifted Goku with a smile, saying, "Look at that little cat. It can transform into a fist. Since you can also transform, why not turn into a fist for me to play with? Rest assured, I'll give you even more roasted meat afterward. How does that sound?" At the mention of more roasted meat, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Transformation was not a challenging feat for him. "Deal." Goku cheerfully agreed. And in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a fist, fitting snugly onto Bulma's hand. This scene left both Yamcha and Puar, who were nearby, utterly astonished. "Puar, is that child also from your transformation kindergarten?" Yamcha inquired, disbelief evident in his voice. "I don't know. I didn't see him when I graduated," Puar responded, equally astonished at Goku's transformation ability, leading them to speculate that Goku might also be from the transformation kindergarten. However, Bulma seemed disinclined to provide any explanations. Bulma tested the fist that Goku had transformed into, and it was undeniable that Goku had mastered his shape-shifting skills remarkably well. Had it not been for witnessing the transformation of the Little Monkey King, Bulma would have remained oblivious to the distinctiveness of the boxing glove before her, which differed from an ordinary one. "All right, you possess a glove, and so do I. Thus, our combat shall be equitable." Bulma's expression radiated excitement as she observed Yamcha, who appeared eager to engage. Upon hearing her words, Yamcha's countenance darkened considerably. Puar was his trump card, and in numerous battles, he had relied on Puar to turn the tide. Yet now, his opponent possessed a being akin to Puar. A wave of intense unease surged within Yamcha. The extraordinary ring, it seemed, would remain beyond his grasp today. However, conceding without a fight was not in Yamcha's nature. "Puar, let us advance." "Understood, meow." With a decisive leap, Yamcha fused his essence with Puar, effectively doubling his combat prowess. His exhibited speed surpassed his previous capabilities significantly. Nevertheless, this enhancement was evidently insufficient to pose a threat to Bulma. The vast disparity between them could not be bridged by a mere boxing glove. Perhaps aware of Bulma's formidable strength, Yamcha resolved to unleash his full power this time. Wolf Fang Fist. He dashed towards Bulma, executing his most potent technique. The Wolf Fang Fist, a unique move cultivated through his emulation of wild wolves, allowed for rapid assaults akin to those of a wolf. It was precisely this skill that had enabled Yamcha to survive in the expansive desert, successfully robbing passers-by without incident. Strength was the reason for Yamcha's continued existence. In an instant, it seemed as though a wolf's silhouette materialized behind him, unleashing a flurry of attacks that left Bulma scarcely a moment to breathe. Yet, as before, even with Yamcha employing the Wolf Fang Fist, he could not land a blow on Bulma. He gazed at her in disbelief, his assault unwavering. Regardless of his efforts, Bulma moved with an ethereal grace, evading his strikes at critical moments. Had it merely been this, Yamcha might not have descended into despair, for he was acutely aware of the terrifying power concealed within Bulma's slender frame. He had to overcome her before she could strike. With this thought, Yamcha's demeanor grew increasingly frantic. Bulma was the most formidable adversary he had encountered thus far. Yet often, the more one hurried, the more elusive success became. Perhaps she had grown bored or deemed Yamcha too weak. At last, Bulma ceased her evasions. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, both Yamcha and Bulma came to a halt. Yamcha maintained his attacking stance, his fist firmly grasped by Bulma. His expression contorted, veins bulging on his forehead, revealing the extent of his exertion. Yet, Bulma's prodigious strength rendered his attempts to withdraw futile. His fist felt as though ensnared by a vice, utterly incapable of liberation. Having grown somewhat weary of the situation, Bulma uttered a disinterested remark, and with a sudden motion, she delivered a powerful punch to Yamcha's abdomen. This strike, devoid of any technique and relying solely on brute force, instilled a profound sense of mortal peril within Yamcha. It felt as though the assailant was not a mere human, but rather a dinosaur clad in human skin. With a resounding thud, Bulma's fist made solid contact with Yamcha's body, causing him to double over in pain, his expression contorted. It was akin to being struck by a speeding truck. Yamcha's form was violently propelled against the rocks behind him. An explosive sound erupted throughout the rocky area, and the ground bore witness to the deep gouges left by Yamcha's retreating figure. Miss Bulma seems to have taken things a bit too far. Master Roshi observed from a distance, shaking his head in resignation. He felt a deep sympathy for Yamcha, recognizing that even he might not stand a chance against Bulma. What hope did Yamcha, who was significantly weaker, have? Sensing Yamcha's energy dwindling, Goku reverted to his original form. Bulma, don't forget what you promised about the barbecue. Rest assured, you won't be left out. Chapter 26. The unfortunate brothers as they watched Yamcha struck into the rocks by Bulma. The transformed Goku and Master Roshi gazed at the smoke, where Yamcha's presence had significantly weakened, unable to suppress their sympathy. Of all the individuals to rob, why choose Bulma? Despite her outwardly calm demeanor, her inner temperament was decidedly fiery. Goku, Master Roshi, let us be on our way. This guy seems to possess little more than a motorcycle. Such a penniless fellow claiming to be a desert bandit. He more like a desert pauper. You knocked him out and are now lamenting his poverty. Truly, Bulma, your priorities are astonishing. With a final, pitying glance at the unconscious Yamcha, Goku and Master Roshi followed Bulma toward the direction of the Dragon Balls. After some time had passed, the transformed Puar emerged cautiously from the ruins, still shaken. Dragging Yamcha outside, Puar observed the latter's disheveled state. Fortunately, Yamcha's physical constitution was robust, and Bulma had shown restraint, so while he appeared quite battered, his life was not in jeopardy. His survival was entirely due to Bulma's merciful approach. Puar rummaged through Yamcha's motorcycle, procuring some medical supplies to assume the role of a makeshift battlefield medic. Shortly thereafter, Yamcha regained consciousness, his gaze landing on Puar, whose face was alight with surprise. Confused and disoriented, he struggled to comprehend the passage of time. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, Puar, what happened to that woman and the others? Puar trembled involuntarily as he gazed in the direction Bulma and the others had departed. It is evident how deeply Bulma's previous strength has inflicted psychological trauma upon his tender heart. Yamcha, having learned that Bulma and the others have departed, could not help but release a sigh of relief. At this moment, he became acutely aware of the aches coursing through his body. It seemed as though he had sustained considerable injuries. This latest encounter had indeed resulted in a significant loss for Yamcha. He had never anticipated that what he presumed to be a near-certain robbery would culminate in such a dire predicament. Had Bulma harbored any murderous intent, he might have already met his end. This confrontation compelled Yamcha, who had previously grown somewhat arrogant, believing himself unrivaled in the desert, to reassess his own capabilities. Fortune had favored him this time, but what of the next? He could not simply hope that future adversaries would show him the same mercy as Bulma. It was this line of thought that sparked within Yamcha the desire for self-improvement. From the conversations he had overheard among Bulma and her companions, he discerned that they were disciples of a certain formidable entity. Yamcha did not consider his own talent to be inferior to Bulma's. However, her demonstrated prowess was undeniably overwhelming. Thus, he concluded that the true source of Bulma and her companion's strength must lie with their master. In contrast to him, a mere rogue, they appeared to be disciples emerging from a prestigious lineage, their combat abilities far surpassing his own. This realization illuminated for Yamcha the profound significance of having a mentor in one's cultivation journey. With this in mind, Yamcha spoke, Puyalu, it seems we can no longer continue our lives as desert bandits. We should seek a master and dedicate ourselves to earnest training. Yet, Puyalu inquired, but where shall we find such a master? This question struck a chord, indeed. The existence of a master is not something one can merely seek at will. First, the individual must possess greater strength, and secondly, they must be willing to take on a student. Clearly, the first condition is the more critical of the two. The optimal solution would be to locate Bulma and her companions to inquire about their master, perhaps discovering a way to join them. However, Yamcha quickly dismissed this notion, for his pride would not allow him to bow before Bulma and the others who had bested him. After all, his desire to find a master and grow stronger was largely motivated by the hope of reclaiming his honor from Bulma in the future. Since catching up with Bulma and her group was not a viable option, he began to contemplate alternative approaches. Puyalu, Do you know where we might find powerful martial artists? The moment he posed this question, Puyalu was rendered momentarily speechless. After a brief contemplation, it replied, Yamcha, I encountered you shortly after graduating from kindergarten. My knowledge may not surpass yours. However, I do have a classmate residing in the woods beyond the desert. His name is Oolong, and he emerged before me. He may possess knowledge of where to find formidable martial artists. Can you locate your classmate? Yamcha inquired. It should be feasible. We, transformed into classmates from kindergarten, still share a bond, and I have a general sense of its location. Very well, lead me there. Excellent. Once the plan was solidified, Yamcha promptly set off with Puar. It must be said that Yamcha's physical condition is quite commendable. In a relatively short span, he has nearly fully recovered. After several days of travel, Yamcha and Puar swiftly located Oolong. At this juncture, Oolong had already relocated long ago. As for his original abode, it had long been dismantled by Bulma. After all, for someone as peculiar as Oolong, had it not been for the fact that he had not truly caused any harm to those young ladies, Bulma might have transformed him into a roasted piglet on the spot. Oolong, why did you move here? Puar inquired, familiar with his new surroundings. Oolong, upon seeing Puar, was not at all displeased. He cast a glance at Yamcha beside Puar, then promptly diverted his attention. With a disgruntled expression, he lamented, Puar, you have no idea how unfortunate I have been. What happened? Puar asked, intrigued. You wouldn't believe it. I was living quite comfortably at home when I encountered 3 monsters. One was a monkey, another a woman, and the last an old man. They completely demolished my house. What? You encountered them too? Puar exclaimed, astonished, having never anticipated that they had also crossed paths with Bulma and her companions. Oolong, hearing this, understood that Puar and his friends had similarly suffered misfortune at the hands of Bulma. In an instant, the two transformed kindergarten classmates began to vent their frustrations regarding Bulma and the others. However, they could only express their grievances verbally. The thought of seeking revenge was far beyond their courage. Soon enough, Oolong discerned the purpose of Puar and Yamcha's visit. I do know a martial artist. Oolong pondered for a moment before revealing a name. I know of one, the legendary martial artist, Master Roshi. Master Roshi? Yamcha replied, falling into deep contemplation. Chapter 27. Intensifying spiritual energy in the desert, guided by the Dragon Ball radar. Bulma and her companions quickly located the Dragon Ball. This marked the 6th Dragon Ball they had discovered. With just one more Dragon Ball to find, they would be able to summon the Eternal Dragon. Thus, their mission was halfway complete. The location of the final Dragon Ball was not far from them. After discussing the matter, Bulma and Goku decided that upon finding the last Dragon Ball, they would seek out the disciple candidate requested by Yuan. Consequently, Bulma and her companions felt a sense of leisure. With only one Dragon Ball remaining, their urgency had significantly diminished. Moreover, Yuan had not imposed a strict deadline for their return. After some deliberation, Bulma opted to take Goku and the others to explore the nearest city. Since they had already ventured out, it would be a disservice to their journey not to indulge in some leisure. As the desert city offered little in terms of attractions, Bulma and her companions resolved to visit a major metropolis in the vicinity of Oolong's previous area. Thus, Bulma and her companions set forth on their journey. Meanwhile, Yamcha and his group resolved to seek out Master Roshi, who, as a minister of the Rice Country, was relatively easy to locate. However, they realized that merely relying on their own 2 legs would be insufficient to reach the Rice Country. Therefore, they decided to travel to the nearest city and take a train. Fortuitously, the station they chose coincided with the very city Bulma and her group were headed to. Unbeknownst to one another, both parties embarked towards the same destination, the Heavenly Temple. Although Goku and Bulma had departed from the temple, Yuan remained quite occupied. The temple was now home to 3 new disciples, Tien, Krillin, and Kairatsu. Yuan needed to periodically monitor their training progress. He was pleased to observe that all 3 possessed considerable talent for cultivation, and under the temple's guidance, their strength was growing exponentially. Tien had fully adapted to his Sharingan, while Kairatsu's quantum abilities had become increasingly proficient. As for Krillin, although his rate of progress was the slowest among them, this did not surprise Yuan. After all, Krillin's benchmark was a certain bald fighter who had trained for years to achieve his formidable prowess. Currently, Krillin was nearing the limits of human capability. While most individuals experience a notable slowdown in their training at this juncture, Krillin was an exception, having transcended human limitations he was steadily advancing. Although it might be challenging for the trio to catch up to Goku in the near future, surpassing Bulma seemed quite feasible. Curious about Bulma's progress, Yuan, feeling a bit bored in the temple, decided to check on her and her companions. With a swift motion, he conjured a massive projection before him, revealing Bulma and her group indulging in the city's offerings. Yuan shook his head in resignation at the sight. Just as he was about to dismiss the image, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Sitting up straight, he gestured again, and a three-dimensional city model materialized in his hands. This city was the very one where Bulma's group was located. Within this three-dimensional representation, a conspicuous red dot was embedded deep underground, capturing his attention. Yuan observed the red dot, his expression contemplative. Such a potent spiritual energy reaction. Could it be that an extraordinary beast had appeared so soon? Indeed. The source of his intrigue was being affected by the global resurgence of spiritual energy. The intensity of its spiritual response even rivaled that of Goku, which piqued Yuan's curiosity. With a casual tap, he soon discerned the nature of the red dot. It revealed itself to be a mutated giant centipede, exuding a bizarre luminescence from its entire form. Beside the centipede, there lay numerous fragments of grayish-white ore. Through the ethereal energy emanating from these remnants, Yuan immediately discerned that they were the remnants of a spiritual energy mine. It became clear to him why this mutated centipede possessed strength surpassing that of little Wukong. This creature had fortuitously discovered a vein of spiritual energy. Its ability to consume the energy from this mine to enhance its prowess was likely the centipede's unique talent. Indeed, one should never underestimate others. Even a mere centipede, under fortunate circumstances, could attain considerable cultivation. As the mutated centipede, previously in slumber, awoke abruptly, it raised its head to gaze at the city above. Its two antennae began to sway, swiftly locating its target. It was a child, indulging in an ice cream, who trailed behind a blue-haired girl. Although this child appeared harmless, the centipede sensed immense waves of spiritual energy emanating from him. This child was none other than little Wukong. The centipede's expression morphed into one of avarice. Should it succeed in devouring little Wukong, its power would ascend to new heights. After all, if it could consume spiritual ore, how much more potent would the extraordinary little Wukong be? The essence of the mutated centipede was to devour spiritual energy, and in its eyes, little Wukong was a delectable morsel. Observing this, Yuan quickly grasped the centipede's intentions. Was it truly planning to attack little Wukong? He contemplated the scene for a moment and chose not to alert Bulma and the others. Judging by the centipede's energy fluctuations, he believed that if little Wukong and his companions joined forces, they could indeed triumph over it. Previously, Yuan thought that in this day and age, Earth would not harbor threats to little Wukong and his friends. However, it now appeared that this notion required reevaluation. Mutated creatures like the centipede had already emerged on land. It stood to reason that the vast oceans would harbor formidable beings as well. Yuan felt reassured, regarding the centipede as an opportunity for little Wukong and his friends to hone their skills. He held confidence in his ability to intervene should they encounter peril. With this thought, he observed the expressions of little Wukong and his companions depicted on the screen, which became increasingly intriguing. The mutated centipede was no trivial opponent for them. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Just as Yuan was contemplating this, the mutated centipede began to move. Its colossal body, exceeding 100 meters, broke through the earth, surging towards the city above. The tremendous commotion caused the very ground to tremble, an overwhelming spectacle. Chapter 28, Catastrophe Bulma. Did you hear any strange sounds? Sounds? I haven't heard anything unusual, Bulma replied, casting a puzzled glance at little Wukong as they shopped in the mall. Bulma's perception was not as acute as that of Goku. Thus, she failed to notice anything unusual. However, Goku was quite different. While he was initially enjoying his ice cream, a frown creased his brow, and a profound sense of unease welled up within him. This sensation was unprecedented, capturing Goku's full attention. Bulma, engrossed in her shopping, overlooked these subtle details. It was Master Roshi who, observing Goku's reaction, fell into contemplation. He believed Goku would not express such concerns without reason. The boy must have sensed something amiss to utter such words. Moreover, Goku was the strongest among the three, possessing the keenest intuition capable of detecting circumstances beyond their awareness. With this thought, Master Roshi lowered his head and asked, "Goku, what have you sensed?" Goku turned to Master Roshi, his brow furrowed, and replied, I'm not sure. It's a strange feeling, as if something malevolent is watching me. Wait, I think I can sense its presence. 500 meters, 400 meters. Master Roshi, Bulma, run. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku seized Bulma and Master Roshi, dashing towards an open area. The sudden turn of events left Bulma utterly bewildered. Yet, the instant they vacated their original spot, the ground beneath them erupted with a thunderous crack. Boom. Accompanied by a colossal tremor, a gigantic centipede, entirely crimson, burst forth from the earth. Ah, help! The chaos instigated by the enormous centipede immediately rippled through the surrounding crowd. Its 100-meter length caused many nearby shops to collapse in an instant. This was a pedestrian street, bustling with people, and the centipede's emergence resulted in swift and calamitous casualties. Cries, screams, and wails echoed throughout the vicinity. It was only at this moment that Bulma grasped the gravity of the situation. She looked at the gigantic centipede that had taken the place they had just vacated, her expression darkening. Had Goku not pulled her away in time, she might have already been ensnared in the jaws of this mutated creature. The being before her was not like the harmless entities they had encountered previously. Bulma felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the mutated centipede, one she had not anticipated encountering from any creature besides Goku and Yuan. Goku, what is that thing? I don't know, but it's formidable. Bulma, Master Roshi, be cautious. I can hardly guarantee your safety from here on. Goku assumed a battle stance, his energy surging with astonishing velocity. This was the first time since his training that Goku had taken the fight seriously, underscoring the immense threat posed by the mutated centipede. Hearing his words, Bulma nodded earnestly. Bulma, Master Roshi, you must go save the people. I will find a way to lure this creature away. Leave it to us. Bulma responded, her earlier impulsiveness replaced with resolve as she supported Goku's battle plan. Bulma, Master Roshi, I'm going in. With that, Goku placed his hand near his ear. Before long, a golden staff materialized in his hand. This was the weapon specifically crafted for him by Yuan before his departure, known as the Rui Jingu Bang. This formidable weapon weighed an astonishing 13,500 pounds, a burden too great for an ordinary person to even lift, let alone wield in battle. However, for the diminutive Son Wukong, this weight was perfectly suited. Clutching the Jingu Bang, Son Wukong charged fiercely towards the mutated centipede. The creature, undeterred, gazed back at him with greedy eyes and surged forward to meet him. With a resounding crash, the Jingu Bang struck the centipede's head with tremendous force, causing it to emit a pained cry. The hardened armor on its forehead revealed signs of cracking, yet Son Wukong did not relent. Instead, he intensified his focus. He had no intention of holding back. His strikes were delivered with unwavering might. Even so, he barely managed to breach the armor of the mutated centipede, underscoring the creature's resilience. Without lingering in battle, Son Wukong pivoted and dashed towards the outskirts after delivering a blow to the centipede. The creature, sensing its prey escaping, hastily pursued him. Its colossal form, akin to a massive steamroller, trampled everything in its path. Buildings, vehicles, and pedestrians all met their demise beneath its unyielding advance. Despite Son Wukong's concern, he found himself powerless to halt the devastation. It was imperative to lure the mutated centipede away from the city. Fighting within the urban confines would spell true calamity for the inhabitants. As both the centipede and Son Wukong ventured far from the city center, many survivors gazed upon the ruins before them, their faces etched with sorrow. Those with loved ones buried beneath the debris frantically sought to unearth them, their feeble efforts rendered insignificant against the overwhelming mass of rubble. Make way! Suddenly, a father, desperately digging through the wreckage to rescue his daughter, heard a voice call out from behind. He turned to see a blue-haired girl who had arrived ahead of him at the ruins. The girl paid no heed to the surrounding crowd, her eyes closed in concentration. In a realm unseen by ordinary eyes, an intricate bagua formation emerged beneath her feet. As this was not a combat scenario, Bulma expanded the range of her Chi Min bagua array to 100 meters. While this significantly diminished the array's potency, it was nonetheless sufficient for the purpose of detecting life forces. With the array's assistance, Bulma swiftly discerned traces of life beneath the rubble. Without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful punch against the debris below her. The father, witnessing this, was struck with a mixture of alarm and rage, fearing that Bulma's actions might harm his daughter. Yet, in the following moment, His anger transformed into joy as he beheld Bulma emerging from the wreckage, cradling a small girl in her arms. The child's condition was dire, having been suffocated by the rubble, her breath faint. After administering a healing spell, Bulma rejoined the rescue effort with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Master Roshi was not idle. With vigorous movements, he transformed into a muscular elder and began rescuing individuals from the ruins. He possessed his own methods for assessing vitality, which proved to be quite efficient. Under the combined efforts of Bulma and Master Roshi, an increasing number of people were extricated from the debris. As long as there remained a breath of life, Bulma's healing spells would swiftly restore them. In the suburbs, at the train station, Yamcha, our train must have arrived, right? It's almost here, but you two must be cautious. Do not transform yet. Wait until I board the train to revert. Understood. Yamcha gazed toward the end of the tracks, watching as they began to tremble, believing the train was imminent. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. What was rushing towards the station was no train at all, but a colossal centipede exceeding 100 meters in length. After a brief hesitation, Yamcha shouted in terror, "Everyone, run!" The entire train station erupted into chaos. Chapter 29. The Centipede Assault on the Railway. The mutated centipede surged forth from the city, resembling a train in its astonishing speed as it barreled towards the station. The crowd at the station was utterly paralyzed with fear, having never encountered a creature of such magnitude. Meanwhile, Goku, solely focused on escape, failed to realize that he had inadvertently led the mutated centipede straight to the train station. Unfamiliar with the city, he had no idea that the station was located here. With the distance now so close, it was too late to change direction. Observing the bustling crowd at the station, Goku gritted his teeth, gripping his golden staff tightly, and turned to confront the mutated centipede. With a resounding crash, the sturdy staff collided violently with the creature's head, producing a piercing metallic sound. Goku braced against the centipede's head, striving to halt its advance towards the station. Yet, the centipede's immense size and strength were not easily subdued by mere will. In terms of spiritual energy, it even surpassed Goku. How is it so strong? Goku struggled against the centipede as it pushed him back, his legs sinking into the railway. The entire track seemed to lift under the strain. The golden staff, used as a barrier, bent into a grotesque shape. Thus, the confrontation between the boy and the monstrous centipede continued, creating a terrifying spectacle as they surged towards the train station. At the train station, Yamcha watched in horror as the mutated centipede barreled towards them. He could hardly believe that simply taking a train would lead to such a perilous situation. Was the outside world truly so dangerous? In that moment, regret washed over him for leaving his desert home. Though the conditions there were harsh, it was an environment that could never produce such a monstrous centipede. At that moment, Yamcha spotted the little Wukong, who was struggling to obstruct the massive centipede. Observing the decelerating speed of the mutated creature, Yamcha's emotions were quite conflicted. Not only had he encountered a formidable centipede, but he also faced the very group that had once incapacitated him. It seemed he had ventured outside without consulting the omens of the day. On the railway, as the train station loomed ever closer, the weight of the situation bore heavily upon little Wukong. The strength of the mutated centipede surpassed his expectations, and attempting to thwart its advance was no trivial task. Fortunately, just as it was about to collide with the train station, the centipede finally came to a halt. Wukong, witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Without a moment's hesitation, he performed a somersault, and beneath his feet appeared a swirling cloud. Riding the cloud, he deftly led the mutated centipede to an uninhabited area. The centipede, undeterred, charged directly at Wukong. At the train station, the survivors, having narrowly escaped, watched in gratitude as the mutated centipede was diverted. Had such a creature collided with the station, their fate would have been dire. Yamcha, what shall we do now? Asked Oolong, who had reverted from his transformation, his expression troubled as he glanced at Yamcha. The lingering anxiety on his face clearly reflected his fear from the recent events. The little cat Puyalu shared a similar sentiment. Yamcha surveyed the two small companions and spoke, "It appears we won't be taking that train after all. Let us depart from here." "All right." Many others shared Yamcha's sentiment. However, just as he exited the train station, heading toward the city, he was suddenly confronted by a surging crowd rushing towards them. What could have happened now? Yamcha, bewildered, watched the throng, but soon discerned the cause. Behind the crowd, a horde of bloodthirsty centipedes was in hot pursuit. Unlike the colossal mutated centipede they had encountered earlier, these creatures, while still sizable. Measured only 2 to 3 meters in length. Damn it, have I fallen into a nest of centipedes? Yamcha lamented as he observed the myriad of centipedes scattered throughout the city, feeling utterly exhausted. Yamcha, what shall we do? What else can we do but fight? Do you wish to run back and confront that enormous creature? Upon hearing this, Oolong and Puyalu acknowledged the logic in his words. Compared to that monstrous entity exceeding 100 meters, these 2 to 3 meter centipedes seemed less daunting. Meanwhile, in the outskirts, after a prolonged chase, little Wukong finally halted upon realizing that the area was devoid of any onlookers. In such an environment, he could engage in battle without fear of endangering others. Facing the towering mutated centipede behind him, Wukong was filled with determination. Such a formidable foe was clearly not to be underestimated. Gripping his golden staff tightly, he summoned all the power within him. Take this. With Wukong's spiritual energy coursing through it, the golden staff began to expand, soon transforming into an enormous 40-meter-long weapon. A staff descended from the heavens, striking the mutated centipede with tremendous force. The impact reverberated, radiating outward from the centipede's form. A formidable shockwave severed numerous trees at their trunks, creating a vast indentation in the earth. At that moment, the mutated centipede found itself ensconced within a colossal circular pit. The might of little Wukong's strike was indeed astounding. However, the look of triumph on little Wukong's face soon dissipated. He gazed downward, only to see the mutated centipede clamping his golden staff with its sharp, pincer-like mandibles, preventing it from falling upon itself. Its multitude of compound eyes glimmered with a human-like mockery. Despite its massive size, this creature displayed a remarkable caution and intelligence. Having once suffered from the golden staff's impact, it would not allow it to land easily upon its body again. This realization enlightened little Wukong to the fact that this adversary was no mere mindless beast, but rather a sentient being with considerable intellect. After all, lurking beneath the city for an extended period, only to emerge when it felt sufficiently powerful, was not the behavior of an ordinary animal. Despite the initial failure of his assault, little Wukong did not succumb to despair. He raised the golden staff once more, prepared to continue his offensive. However, the potent psychic energy emanating from the mutated centipede was no trifling matter. Countless fragments of stone, seemingly under its command, began to levitate, orbiting around the creature. Witnessing this spectacle, little Wukong felt an ominous premonition. In the next instant, a multitude of massive debris hurtled toward him like meteors. The psychic energy enveloping these stones posed the greatest threat to little Wukong. Taking a deep breath, he reduced the size of his golden staff to approximately 5 meters. With unwavering resolve, he charged toward the oncoming barrage of rubble. Chapter 30. Weakness, a torrent of stones, manipulated by the mutated centipede, transformed into a terrifying cascade of rocky meteors. The smallest of these fragments exceeded 5 meters in diameter. For an ordinary person, evading such an onslaught would be impossible. Even a glancing blow could prove fatal. Yet, little Wukong had trained extensively as a scion. The energy coursing through him, along with his physical prowess, surpassed that of the average individual. He swung his golden staff with fervor, creating a dense, impenetrable barrier of defense. Upon contact, the hard stones disintegrated into dust at the instant they met the staff. Despite the ferocity of the assault, little Wukong emerged unscathed. The survivors at the train station stood in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground at the sight. Could a human truly achieve such feats? They had never fathomed that individual strength could reach such extraordinary heights. This was the pinnacle of human capability. Yet, these individuals had simply never witnessed such prowess before. What was shattering rocks in comparison to this? After Dragon Ball, if one cannot obliterate a planet with a single strike, their prowess is called into question. At this moment, Goku was entirely unconcerned with anyone else. Confronted by the formidable mutated centipede, he felt pressure for the first time. The creature's size, strength, and its terrifying defensive capabilities made it the most formidable adversary he had encountered thus far, second only to Yuan. Such an opponent posed a real danger, and a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Yet, it was precisely in this perilous environment that Goku's scion blood surged with fierce determination. Combat was the quintessential domain of the scions, was it not? With a firm grip on his golden staff, Goku shattered the last rock and transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling towards the mutated centipede. The centipede did not underestimate this small figure. Its acute perception of spiritual energy made it aware of Goku's strength. As Goku closed the distance, he suddenly felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on him. His forward momentum faltered as he dropped a considerable distance, his agility severely hampered. Was this the creature's ability? Realizing the shift in his body, Goku understood that it was the work of the mutated centipede. The sensation of being crushed under a heavy weight was unmistakably its doing. Gravity control. This was the true power of the mutated centipede. At that moment, Goku was subjected to 10 times the normal gravitational force, leaving him in a state of discomfort that was beyond ordinary comprehension. The effects of gravity extended beyond mere physical strain. They affected his internal organs as well. The burden this imposed on his body was unimaginable for most. Yet, there was little time for Goku to recalibrate himself. Seizing the opportunity, the mutated centipede charged at Goku. Its massive form caused the very ground to tremble with each attack. Under the influence of gravity, Goku felt as though he were mired in quicksand, his movements unavoidably hindered. What had once been effortless evasion now became a daunting challenge. The sluggishness of his actions led Goku into perilous situations. Fortunately, Goku possessed the ability to transform. Unlike many humans who could not evade harm, he often managed to dodge attacks through his transformations. However, this strategy could not persist indefinitely. To remain on the defensive without launching an offensive meant relinquishing control to the enemy. As Goku dodged the onslaught, he sought vulnerabilities in the mutated centipede's defenses. He was convinced that this colossal creature harbored weaknesses. If he could uncover one, defeating it might not be insurmountable. Although Goku appeared to be in grave danger, the reality was that, in the short term, the mutated centipede could not inflict harm upon him. This was a truth understood not only by Goku, but also by the astute centipede. At the Heavenly Temple, Yuan observed the skirmish on screen, taking great satisfaction in Goku's ability to hold his own against the mutated centipede. He could discern that the young Wukong was aware of his strengths and weaknesses, refraining from rushing headlong into battle. In terms of power and defense, the mutated centipede undoubtedly surpassed the young Wukong. However, in terms of agility and tactics, the young Wukong held the upper hand over the mutated centipede. This disparity rendered it exceedingly difficult for either party to gain the upper hand in a short span of time. As for the mutated centipede's vulnerability, Yuan had quickly identified it, yet he was uncertain how long it would take for the young Wukong to recognize this as well. This formidable creature was proving to be quite a nuisance. Covered in sweat, the young Wukong gazed up at the colossal being above him with a look of exasperation. Although his tone was filled with complaint, his expression betrayed a sense of exhilaration. He reveled in the thrill of the battle. At that moment, they had been fighting for a considerable while, and the surrounding environment had been reduced to a chaotic state, littered with countless craters and debris. It resembled a battlefield ravaged by bombardment. The mutated centipede, seemingly unwilling to continue this playful engagement, charged once more at the young Wukong, akin to a massive mountain, intent on crushing him. Furthermore, the mutated centipede unleashed a gravitational field, attempting to once again impede the young Wukong's speed. However, having learned from its previous encounter, the young Wukong had begun to adapt to the gravitational force, leaving the mutated centipede with little opportunity to capitalize on it. The centipede collided with the spot where the young Wukong had been, only to find him deftly evading the impact. Before the young Wukong could catch his breath, an immense force of attraction suddenly emanated from the direction of the mutated centipede. Lowering his gaze, the young Wukong noticed that the centipede had, at some point, opened its cavernous maw. The terrifying suction was emanating from this very mouth. Under the influence of this astonishing pull, a multitude of objects were being drawn into the centipede's gaping maw. Gazing into the seemingly bottomless abyss, a flash of inspiration struck the young Wukong. In the next moment, he relinquished control of his body, allowing the mutated centipede to draw him in. This scene did not escape Yuan's watchful eyes in the dojo. Yet, rather than displaying a hint of concern, his expression reflected a sense of relief. He had initially believed that even if the young Wukong discovered the centipede's weakness, he would hesitate to take action. A stronghold often begins to crumble from within. While the mutated centipede boasted formidable defenses, this did not necessarily extend to the organs within. In other words, as long as one could penetrate the interior of the mutated centipede, this colossal creature was essentially placing its life into the hands of another. However, undertaking such a venture required immense courage. After all, should one fail to inflict sufficient damage before being digested by the mutated centipede. It would indeed be akin to a lamb entering the lion's den, with predictably dire consequences. Chapter 31. Annihilate it upon being drawn into the interior of the mutated centipede. The young Wukong was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming stench of blood and decay. He found himself surrounded by repulsive flesh and viscous fluids. Moreover, the corrosive nature of this viscous substance is exceptionally potent. Even the most resilient rocks would struggle to withstand its relentless erosion. However, the young Wukong is no ordinary being. Having cultivated the profound 8-9 mystical arts, his body serves as his most formidable weapon. Although at this moment, he has not undergone the grueling 49 days of refinement within a cauldron as the monkey in Journey to the West did. The scion blood coursing through his veins bestows upon him an extraordinary physical resilience beyond the comprehension of the average individual. A radiant golden aura envelopes Wukong, rendering him impervious to the acidic slime secreted by the mutated centipede surrounding him. Upon realizing that this viscous assault cannot harm him, an exuberant smile graces Wukong's face. Golden cudgel. Grow, grow, grow. The initially modest 3 to 4 meter long staff begins to extend indefinitely under his boundless spiritual energy. At this moment, Wukong finds himself within the belly of the beast. Outside, onlookers at the train station witness the horrifying sight of Wukong being consumed by the mutated centipede. Their faces contorted with despair. Lacking Wukong's formidable prowess, they feel utterly powerless against such a terrifying creature. The mere thought of resistance seems futile. A single step from the beast could easily crush half of them. A pervasive sense of hopelessness begins to envelop the crowd. Suddenly, to their astonishment, the previously tranquil mutated centipede begins to writhe in agony, emitting a series of anguished howls. Its body convulses violently, rolling on the ground in distress, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. Observant individuals notice peculiar, bulging formations appearing on the centipede's body, only to vanish moments later, accompanied by a dull thud as if a tumultuous disturbance were occurring within its very being. This revelation leads many to deduce that, although Wukong has been ingested by the mutated centipede, the outcome diverges entirely from their initial fears. This realization ignites a spark of hope among them, suggesting that Wukong may have deliberately allowed himself to be swallowed, a notion further supported by the current events. Perhaps they still have a chance. Within the confines of the mutated centipede, Wukong resembles a mythological hero, akin to Nezus stirring up the seas. Armed with the golden cudgel personally crafted by Yuan, Wukong relentlessly assaults the centipede's internal organs. Despite the creature's formidable exterior, its insides crumble under the force of Wukong's onslaught. As he barrels through, he ultimately arrives at a peculiar location, revealing an enigmatic blue crystal before him. Although this crystal measures approximately 5 to 6 meters in size, it appears diminutive when contrasted with the centipede's colossal form, exceeding 100 meters in length. For reasons unknown, upon beholding the azure crystal before him, the astute little Wukong instinctively recognized it as the Achilles heel of the mutated centipede. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck fiercely at the crystal with his staff. A piercing scream erupted from the outside, emanating from the mutated centipede, a sound laden with an unprecedented agony, tinged with an undercurrent of fear. In a moment of desperation, the mutated centipede plunged its sharp limbs into its own body, seemingly intent on excavating little Wukong from within. Startled by the sudden appearance of the lethal centipede limb, little Wukong was taken aback. The limb writhed incessantly, searching for his location. This only further affirmed little Wukong's conviction that the azure crystal was indeed the centipede's vital point. Seizing the moment, he resolved to vanquish his foe, bringing his golden staff down upon the blue crystal with all his might. With another anguished cry, he beheld numerous fissures manifest upon the crystal's surface. Concurrently, the mutated centipede descended into a frenzy, but even if it regretted having swallowed little Wukong, it was far too late. Little Wukong continued his relentless assault on the azure crystal, and more cracks emerged. Ultimately, the massive blue crystal shattered completely, revealing a purple gem the size of a football. The instant little Wukong laid eyes on the gem, he lunged forward to seize it, placing it into the storage ring gifted to him by Yuan. In that very moment, as he secured the purple gem, the enormous body of the mutated centipede seemed to lose all vitality. Its gaze dimmed, and it collapsed with a thunderous crash, devoid of its initial ferocity. Time slipped away, and suddenly, a small figure burst forth from the centipede's body, little Wukong himself, standing atop the colossal carcass of the mutated centipede. He pondered the curious nature of such a formidable creature that perished after he shattered the blue crystal and extracted the purple gem. Logically, his actions had not inflicted harm upon the centipede's vital point. He had not even damaged its head. Nevertheless, although little Wukong remained unaware of the true nature of the purple gem he had acquired, he instinctively recognized it as a treasure, especially given the immense spiritual energy it contained. Indeed, a valuable find. He wondered how Bulma and the others fared. With thoughts of Bulma and her companions still in the city, little Wukong refrained from lingering, soaring directly towards the urban landscape. At that moment, the city center had transformed into a veritable hell on earth, littered with severed limbs and reeking of the metallic scent of blood. Amidst the grotesque piles of mangled corpses, Bulma and Master Roshi stood before clusters of centipede remains, speechless as they observed the horrific scene before them. They had never anticipated that a mere excursion to a city would culminate in an assault by monstrous creatures. Moreover, this was not an ordinary invasion. The memory of the colossal centipede, exceeding 100 meters in length, weighed heavily on the hearts of Master Roshi and Bulma. Both were acutely aware of the formidable strength of the mutated centipede, and they understood that even combined, they would find it exceedingly challenging to vanquish such a beast. Fortunately, Goku had managed to divert the terrifying creature's attention. Had he not done so, this city might well have been reduced to ruins. Bulma, Master Roshi, Goku. Bulma's face lit up with joy upon hearing Goku's voice as she turned to look at him. Chapter 32. The trial concludes as Bulma beheld Goku soaring toward them. A smile blossomed on her face. They had witnessed the immense power of the mutated centipede, and to claim that they were unconcerned for Goku would have been a blatant falsehood. Now, seeing him return safely, the anxiety that had burdened her heart dissipated entirely. Goku landed beside Bulma and Master Roshi, inquiring what transpired here. Surveying the chaotic scene and the numerous corpses of the smaller centipedes, Goku was perplexed. He had successfully drawn away the mutated centipede, so why did it appear as though a fierce battle had just unfolded? What you don't know, Goku, is what transpired after your departure. Had it not been for Master Roshi and me, this city might have completely vanished. Really? That is terrifying. Goku scratched his head, his face a tapestry of confusion. It is indeed horrifying. Look at my new clothes, stained with the blood of those fiends. I suppose I must discard them. They are ruined. This has truly been a costly ordeal for me. Goku could not help but internally underestimate the situation, noting that Bulma's attire bore only minor bloodstains, and thought that a simple wash could restore it. Meanwhile, Yamcha and his companions, resting in a shop, caught sight of Goku and his group. Their return to the city had coincided with the centipede siege. While not the most virtuous of individuals, they had stepped forward in the face of this monstrous invasion, journeying from the outskirts to the very center of the city where Bulma and Master Roshi were located. Had it not been for Bulma and Master Roshi attracting the majority of the centipede's attention, Yamcha's modest strength would likely have been overwhelmed by the sheer number of these creatures. This battle had imparted a profound realization to Yamcha and his companions regarding the disparity between their abilities and those of Bulma and her allies. Although he had previously managed to engage Bulma for an extended period, it was clear that her lack of seriousness had allowed him to persist. Should she have fought earnestly, he might have been felled with a single blow. The thought sent shivers down his spine, intensifying his yearning to seek out his master. To someone as proud as Yamcha, admitting that he falls short compared to a girl is something he finds exceedingly difficult to accept. Although Bulma and her companions currently possess strength that overwhelmingly surpasses his own, Yamcha, as a martial artist, harbors a considerable amount of self-confidence. He believes that just because he is inferior to Bulma and her friends at present does not imply that he will always remain so. As long as he can find a reliable master and harness his innate talent, he is certain he will soon catch up with Bulma and the others. This is the essence of Yamcha's self-assurance. In the meantime, what should Bulma do? Little Goku surveyed the surroundings, where sorrowful individuals mourned their deceased loved ones, and he felt a pang of compassion. This brutal scene was one he had never encountered before. There was little he could do. They had already done what they could. Without their intervention, the outcome for these people would have been far worse. The subsequent events would have to be resolved by them alone. However, just as little Goku was about to voice his thoughts, Bulma interrupted him. At that moment, Bulma, shedding her previously brash demeanor, spoke with grave seriousness, "Little Goku. Although we now possess powers unimaginable to the average person, we are still human. As humans, we have our limitations. I understand your desire to help them, but have you considered whether our abilities can truly aid them? Their greatest sorrow stems from the loss of their loved ones, and we lack the power to resurrect the dead." Master Roshi observed Bulma with surprise, taken aback by her mature side that lay beneath her seemingly innocent exterior. Having lived for over 50 years, he had witnessed similar tragedies, notably the devastation wrought by King Piccolo. The sense of helplessness from that time still lingered in his memory. After all, Master Roshi's own teacher, Master Mateto, had sealed King Piccolo with his life. Otherwise, the world might very well have fallen under the tyrannical rule of King Piccolo by now. This experience had bestowed upon Master Roshi a perspective that transcended the ordinary, granting him a clear understanding of the dire situation surrounding him. He realized that the inhabitants of this city could ultimately rely only on themselves to emerge from the grief of this calamity. Little Goku noticed that Bulma and Master Roshi seemed to have reached a consensus. Though he could not fully grasp their sentiments, he ultimately chose silence. "Very well. You are indeed commendable." A familiar voice suddenly resonated in Bulma and the others' ears. "Master." Upon hearing the voice, Bulma and little Goku joyfully turned to see the figure of Yuan. However, Yuan appeared rather peculiar, standing amidst the ruins, surrounded by people who seemed oblivious to his presence, treating him as if he were non-existent. Yuan approached them, wearing a smile as he regarded his companions. Yuan first turned his gaze towards Bulma, speaking with an air of commendation. "Bulma, I had initially assumed that among you, your temperament was the most impetuous. However, your recent words compel me to retract my prior judgment. You are quite remarkable, possessing such clarity of understanding and the wisdom to act within your means." With a playful giggle, Bulma, who often exuded confidence in front of others, now appeared as a bashful maiden, fiddling with the hem of her garment in the presence of Yuan. After praising Bulma, Yuan's attention shifted to Goku. "Goku, you too have impressed me. I am aware of your youth, and therefore I do not hold excessively high expectations regarding your temperament. The fact that you have maintained a sense of composure even after acquiring formidable power is indeed commendable. Furthermore, I have observed your battle with the mutated centipede. Your ability to triumph over it reflects the significant progress in your recent training, which greatly pleases me." Goku, upon hearing this, broke into a wide grin. "Originally, I intended for you to descend the mountain to undergo rigorous training. However, due to recent upheavals in the world, it would be rather inappropriate for you to venture forth at this time. Instead, I shall escort you back. Given your commendable performance, each of you may present one request to me, and as long as it is not excessive, I shall grant it." "Really?" exclaimed Goku and Bulma in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. The turtle hermit, witnessing this, exhibited a look of envy. After all, it was a promise from the illustrious Yuan. While he harbored doubts about whether the dragon could fulfill everyone's wishes, he had no reservations regarding Yuan's capacity to do so, for in the turtle hermit's eyes, Yuan was an omnipotent being. Goku and Bulma exchanged glances, as if they had simultaneously arrived at a decision. "Master, please revive all those who perished in this calamity." Chapter 33. Celestial Methods. Yuan regarded the two young disciples before him, a rare expression of surprise crossing his features. He had not anticipated that his pupils would make such a request. After all, his promises were exceedingly precious. It was clear that Goku and Bulma understood this well. Yet, even with this knowledge, they had chosen to request the resurrection of those who had met their demise in the disaster. They even seemed to worry that he might refuse, prompting them to voice their plea together. This completely took Yuan by surprise. However, instead of feeling anger, he was filled with joy upon hearing their request. While such selflessness might be deemed foolish by the average person, Yuan perceived the benevolence of his disciples as a treasure beyond compare. After all, no one wishes for their disciples to be selfish or solely self-interested. Today, Goku and Bulma had shown the willingness to advocate for a group of strangers. One day, when they face their own challenges, it is likely that Goku and Bulma will rush to assist him without hesitation. It can be said that this seemingly foolish request, in the eyes of others, allowed Yuan to wholeheartedly recognize and accept Bulma and Goku. Reflecting on this, Yuan smiled at the two and inquired, "Are you certain that this is your only request of your master? You should be aware that my demands are not always available. If it is merely to resurrect them, you would gain nothing in return. Upon hearing this, Goku promptly replied, "Master, that is indeed my sole request. And what about you?" Yuan turned his gaze towards Bulma, who immediately responded with utmost seriousness, "Master, I share the same sentiment as Goku." Witnessing their unwavering determination, Yuan burst into laughter. "Ha! Excellent. Both of you are commendable. Since you possess such a sincere heart, your master shall not oppose it. Goku, Bulma, today I shall make an exception and intervene. Although this is merely a projection of my avatar, resurrecting a group of ordinary souls is no challenge for me. Furthermore, I shall temporarily hold onto your requests, as resurrecting them will serve as a reward for your kindness." As he spoke, Yuan's form began to shimmer with an ethereal quality. The once tranquil sky suddenly stirred with fierce winds, and in the next moment, a colossal blanket of dark clouds enveloped the entire city. It was as if day had abruptly turned to night. The scene left the inhabitants of the city in utter astonishment, as many believed they were witnessing the onset of the apocalypse, gazing up at the sky in terror. Meanwhile, Yuan had ascended into the air. Above the city, the dark clouds swirled around him, forming an enormous vortex. His eyes turned a ghostly white, and within their profound depths, it seemed as though he could pierce through the fabric of time and space. "In my name, summon the 10 kings of hell to manifest." In an instant, the entire city echoed with Yuan's voice. The sound resonated like a deep bell tolling, profound and mysterious, causing many to be left in a daze, while those of frail constitution fainted on the spot. For those who remained conscious, astonishment painted their faces. In the next moment, they seemed to share an unspoken understanding, all looking towards the heavens. At that moment, they beheld Yuan standing majestically in the sky. Not only that, but the ensuing spectacle was beyond their wildest imaginations. The sky above the city roiled with tumultuous winds. Although it was summer, a chilling sensation enveloped their bodies. They quickly discovered the source. A multitude of spirits danced through the air. An eerie, ancient town suddenly descended upon this modern metropolis. The clash between the contemporary and the archaic, the collision of science and reality, struck a powerful blow to the worldviews of all present. Shortly after the ghostly city appeared, 10 figures clad in ancient official garb emerged alongside it. Their attire unmistakably marked them as the kings of the underworld, the 10 kings of hell, appearing together. The crowd below was struck with a sense of absurdity. Today, they first encountered mutated creatures besieging the city, and shortly thereafter, they were faced with the legendary 10 kings of hell. What on earth is happening in this world? Meanwhile, Yuan in the sky paid no heed to the opinions of those below. With a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, he gazed at the 10 kings of hell, whom he had summoned with a mere word, and said, "Gentlemen, I have called upon you today for a small favor." The 10 kings exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound astonishment in their eyes. How could this being summon all of them with just a single utterance? Who exactly was he? However, one thing was certain to the 10 kings. This being was someone they absolutely could not provoke. The king of hell approached Yuan with great reverence and said, "Might I inquire what request the esteemed one has?" The king's demeanor was exceedingly humble, showing no signs of disrespect. Yuan looked at him and, with a smile, replied, "I simply wish for your assistance with a minor task." "Please, esteemed one, speak, and we shall do our utmost," they responded earnestly. Yuan glanced down at the ruins of the city and casually stated, "This task is not difficult. I ask that you escort the souls of those who entered the underworld today back to their former city." Upon hearing this, the king of hell's expression turned grave. It is well known that returning the deceased was a profound taboo in the underworld. If the dead could be resurrected, what purpose would their existence serve? Sensing the king's hesitation, Yuan continued, "Fear not, I shall not leave you at a loss. I possess a tome of cultivation techniques that I obtained inadvertently, which you may peruse." As he spoke, Yuan presented a manual. The king of hell took it and immediately noticed the title on the cover, Soul Refining Technique. The name appeared ordinary, yet upon delving into its contents, he was met with sheer astonishment. This was indeed a technique that could be practiced by souls. The implications were staggering. Although the Dragon Ball world featured an underworld, it lacked any significant presence due to its inherent weakness. They wielded immense power, yet lacked the strength to match it, which explained why Son Wukong could traverse from the underworld back to the mortal realm after his demise. However, with this technique, the outcome would be entirely different. Realizing the potential, the king of hell spoke without hesitation, since the esteemed one has spoken, we shall not refuse. However, we can only release the souls. You need not concern yourselves with their physical forms." Hearing this, the king turned to the others, and the other kings promptly understood, springing into action. Before long, from the various ghost cities in the sky, spirits began to emerge, cascading down into the city below. Once all the souls were in place, Yuan waved his hand. In an instant, the previously overcast sky transformed into a sea of auspicious clouds, and a gentle rain of nectar began to fall silently. As this nectar touched the souls, an astonishing transformation occurred. They regained their corporeal forms, a true miracle of resurrection. Witnessing this, the kings of hell grew increasingly wary of Yuan. They bowed deeply to Lien as a farewell, and he did not attempt to retain them, merely gesturing for their departure. When tranquility was restored, the city erupted in exuberant cheers, a celebration of loved ones returning. Yuan rejoined Wukong and Bulma, smiling as he declared, "Well, the matter here is settled. Come, let us return together." Bulma and Wukong looked at Yuan with admiration and replied without hesitation, "Yes." Chapter 34. Continuous breakthroughs. With a wave of his hand, Yuan conjured swirling clouds around them, and in an instant, he and the two companions appeared in midair. The onlookers were still immersed in the joy of their loved one's resurrection. Even the ever-watchful Oolong was rendered speechless by the shock, failing to notice that his imagined adversaries had vanished without a trace. Oh my goodness, where could one find such a master? As for Puar and Yamcha, they were utterly dumbfounded, their minds frozen in disbelief. Ever since the global influx of spiritual energy, the landscape had undergone dramatic transformations. The two disciples and the turtle hermit stood agape, while Yuan had already surveyed the magnificent scenery through his reflections before their arrival, showing no signs of astonishment. This spectacle, now observed by the regaining consciousness of the turtle hermit, sparked countless thoughts within him. Surely, since the immortal had arrived in this world, he had wielded immense power to reshape their home planet. The mountains thrived, and rivers transformed, surpassing anything they had known before. The immortal's influence was indeed profound. This revelation solidified the turtle hermit's determination to become Yuan's disciple, doubling his efforts in searching for the remaining two. Yuan's keen perception easily picked up on the changes in the turtle hermit's expression, and a smile graced his lips as he spoke. "I find this world too desolate. It offers little for the training of my disciples, so I have taken the liberty to develop it somewhat." His casual remark garnered sparkling eyes from Wukong and Bulma. Yet Yuan was more gratified by the astonishment reflected in the turtle hermit's gaze. It seemed his understanding of the heart's communication had not been in vain. Perhaps this fellow could indeed alter his perspective. Yuan had utilized the 36 transformations of Tien Gang to deduce the events that transpired on Wukong's journey. Growing increasingly dissatisfied with the turtle hermit's neglect of duties, he seized this opportunity to deliver a proper admonition, explaining why the turtle hermit could only be a nominal disciple despite having completed Yuan's tasks. The old master, wise and cunning, had long been adept at navigating the complexities of life, and he knew that without some firm guidance, nothing of substance could be accomplished. The turtle hermit was indeed an old sage, intimately familiar with the topography of the region, having mastered it long ago. It was only upon encountering Yuan recently that he experienced events he had never before witnessed in a lifetime. Cunning as he was, the turtle hermit resolved to diligently fulfill Yuan's assignments, for the power he had exhibited thus far suggested that there was much more to be revealed. The prospect of his ascension to immortality was certainly within reach. On their return journey, Yuan was in no rush, refraining from employing the formidable nimbus cloud that could traverse vast distances in mere moments. As they journeyed leisurely along the path, the presence of terrestrial spiritual sustenance and ethereal springs nurtured those soaring above. The ever-changing landscapes captivated Bulma, who found himself immersed in their beauty. Although the art of Chimin Duanjia harnesses the forces of heaven and earth, it remains fundamentally rooted in learning from them. The myriad insights gained along this path allowed Bulma to distinctly feel a remarkable enhancement in both his mastery of Chimin Duanjia and his overall cultivation. This filled Yuan with immense joy, as he had initially approached the journey with a sense of experimentation, only to discover that he too could share in the enlightenment of his disciples. Upon returning to the dojo, the three, feeling disheartened, immediately commenced their respective training. Bulma and the Little Monkey King, having been away for an extended period, swiftly entered a state of awakening. Dark clouds of tribulation began to gather in the sky. Yuan perceived clearly that it was Bulma's impending tribulation. He had not anticipated that this deliberate deceleration would spur such significant progress in his second disciple. With a wave of his hand, Yuan sent the equally enlightened Monkey King 100 feet away to prevent any disruption of this rare moment of comprehension. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested around Bulma, distinct from that of the Monkey King. The moment this manifestation emerged, it enveloped a radius of 5 or 6 meters, revealing the geomantic patterns of Chimin Duanjia before Yuan's eyes. Notification: congratulations to the host's disciple, Bulma, for grasping the rudiments of his domain. Chimin Duanjia has reached minor completion. Notification: reward: 1 million spiritual energy points. Notification: congratulations to the host's disciple, Son Wukong, for mastering the 8-9 profound skills and comprehending his minor supernatural ability, the Sea Calming Throw. Notification: the host's artifact refinement capability has been unlocked, along with the acquisition of a precious tome of true fire and a banana fan. Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the flurry of notifications from the system, astonished at the remarkable accomplishments of both his eldest and second disciples. Witnessing their simultaneous breakthroughs, he felt an overwhelming sense of elation. As the dark clouds continued to brew and his two disciples remained entranced, Yuan understood that these moments could not be recalled easily, prompting him to explore the newly unlocked system functionality, artifact refinement. In comparison to his previous haphazard attempts, the system's artifact refinement feature was astonishingly superior. He effortlessly summoned the Monkey King's golden staff and placed it within the system, spending 30,000 spiritual energy points on supplementary materials from the marketplace. The primary material was the golden staff itself, crafted from the 9-turned tin iron he had discovered earlier in the depths of the sea. His prior skills had been woefully inadequate. He had once been a mere centipede, an entity that could hardly be considered a spirit. Yuan recalled with clarity how he had faltered. More than fearing his disciples' superior skills, he dreaded the idea of his own crafted treasures endangering their lives. However, my disciples shall not falter. The system's artifact refinement capability was truly formidable, significantly reducing the time required for crafting when the techniques were correct. In no time, the modifications to the golden staff were successfully completed. Yuan estimated that this enhanced weapon would enable the Monkey King to reach levels beyond the divine transformation stage. Just as he returned the newly forged staff to its place, a new commotion arose from Bulma's side. Following the principles of Taiji and the two elements, ancient characters began to gradually appear within the emerging form of the entire domain. Yuan was taken aback upon witnessing this, as ancient characters also began to manifest within himself. In comparison to Bulma, the complexity and magnitude are unfathomable. Ding! Congratulations to the host disciple. Bulma has comprehended the 8 gates of biological transformation, establishing her own domain. Ding! The host receives a reward of 1 piece of Linglong gold and 1 million spiritual energy points. Once again, Yuan experienced a significant breakthrough, realizing his own brilliance and might. As Bulma's breakthrough neared its conclusion, the ominous clouds above grew increasingly dense. Finally, as Bulma opened her eyes, the heavenly tribulation commenced. A white lightning bolt cleaved through the fabric of space, hurtling directly toward Bulma. It was evident that this seemingly delicate and alluring young woman possessed an extraordinarily resilient spirit. Rather than seeking her master's assistance to dissipate the ominous clouds, she clapped her hands against the ground. Rise! With a delicate exclamation, a colossal yin-yang fish manifested on the earth, accompanied by the ancient characters of the 8 gates of biological transformation appearing intermittently. The Chimin Duanjia is not merely a simplified version of the Bagua as depicted in legends. It is an authentic Taoist art from the era of celestial beings. Although no formidable attack was apparent, the result was enough to leave Yuan astounded. The heavenly tribulation veered off course. Chapter 35. The unfortunate Krillin, the 3 little ones, eager to witness the spectacle, were utterly oblivious to the ferocity of the heavenly tribulation. This was the universe's ultimate judgment upon the one undergoing tribulation, and Bulma's method of resolution would undoubtedly be tenfold more arduous. Following this, the second and third strikes came. Bulma's approach to transcending her tribulation seemed to incite the wrath of the heavens. Bolts of lightning rained down like a torrential downpour. their intensity far exceeding that faced by little Goku. Yet, despite the overwhelming density, not a single bolt struck Bulma. The grandeur of her tribulation was simply monumental. Just as Yuan contemplated moving little Goku further away, another surprise unfolded. Little Goku stood up, seizing his golden staff, seemingly sensing a difference in its heft, pausing momentarily. Then came a shift in momentum, a peculiar energy rippling forth, as if the surrounding wind had diminished significantly. With golden eyes wide open, he planted his feet firmly and hurled his right hand with all his might. The golden staff transformed into a streak of light, soaring skyward. If mountains and seas can be subdued, then what is a mere heavenly tribulation? The once mighty ominous clouds dissipated entirely. In their place emerged the universe's recognition, transmuted into pure energy for Bulma to absorb. Yuan was further astonished. The formation of the heavenly way was remarkably swift, and rewards from the celestial realm were already forthcoming. It was evident, however, that the celestial realm bore a memory. Ever since the last time Yuan forcefully eradicated it and reformed it, now, even when scattered by little Goku, there was no indication of a desire to reclaim its authority. Observing both disciples awakening, Yuan retracted the smile that had lingered on his lips, merely allowing a subtle smirk to surface. After all, a master must maintain a semblance of dignity. You both performed admirably, setting an example for your fellow disciples. Goku, how does your golden staff feel? Is it comfortable? Goku caught the golden staff that had flown back to him and began to wield it. Having practiced the 36 styles of staff techniques imparted by Yuan, little Goku now executed them with remarkable finesse. It felt slightly heavier than before, yet it was far more manageable. Moreover, I perceive a certain resonance emanating from the golden cudgel, akin to the newly comprehended techniques I have just grasped. Young Wukong, still imbued with childlike wonder, discovered that the cudgel had been re-empowered by his master, rendering it an object of his utmost affection. Such a clever child. Your intuition is remarkably sharp. The golden cudgel is also known by another name, the sea-stabilizing needle. As for your newly acquired technique, the master has already devised a name for it, the sea-stabilizing toss. This technique is truly exceptional and aligns perfectly with your golden cudgel. Wukong, you must continue to strive diligently. Receiving the master's affirmation, young Wukong was overwhelmed with joy. Yuan seized this opportunity to educate his disciples. You must learn from your senior brother, for the master can only lay the groundwork for you. Although the methods and opportunities have been meticulously selected for you, they are not inherently yours. To become a true powerhouse, you must forge your own path. This time, Yuan spoke at length, emphasizing that without innovation, his disciples could never truly stand on their own. Moreover, with the introduction of new techniques, he too would benefit. So why not embrace it? The following day, Yuan summoned young Wukong to his cave, dispensing with any superfluous chatter. He directly produced the magical artifacts he had refined the night before, the phoenix-winged purple gold crown, the golden armor, and the lotus silk cloud shoes. He presented an entire set of equipment reminiscent of the great sage equal to heaven, and not merely a diminished version, but rather an even more formidable one. Despite sharing the same materials, the handcrafted items inevitably bore various imperfections. After all, even celestial beings can err, but the system does not. It is flawlessly conceived, embodying true essence. This entire ensemble would ensure that young Wukong could safeguard his life regardless of adversaries in the early stages. However, Wukong, only through battles between life and death can your growth be accelerated. I entrust these 3 pieces of equipment to you because I believe in you. They will protect your life, but do not become overly reliant on them. True strength can only be achieved through your own endeavors. Remember, longevity is solely dependent on yourself. These artifacts merely serve as a protective escort. Observing Yuan's earnest expression, young Wukong became serious, nodding in agreement. Master, may I wear this splendid attire to play? It is truly magnificent. Witnessing the sparkle in Wukong's eyes, Yuan relented. Go ahead, but do not linger too long. He was untroubled by any negative influences that might arise among the brothers. Whether in the original narrative or through their current master-disciple interactions, their character has been commendable. He simply had not anticipated the girl's fascination with beautiful things. In the afternoon, Yuan was diligently training the 3 little ones in basic combat skills. With no alternative. Given Wukong's innate fighting prowess, these little ones required his direct guidance. As Master Lu Yuan engaged in sparring practice with Krillin, he inadvertently miscalculated his strength. Suddenly, poor Krillin's diminutive bald head soared beyond everyone's sight, transforming into a shooting star across the sky. Wukong, go retrieve your junior brother. Lu Yuan directly called out to little Wukong from afar, and as for Krillin, he likely would not meet his demise, as it had already been acknowledged by the will of the earth. At worst, they could summon the underworld again to rescue him. It was Bulma who had inadvertently caused Krillin's predicament. After seeing little Wukong's new gear that morning, she could hardly contain her excitement. That she had only now come to find Lu Yuan was quite commendable. Observing her eagerness, Lu Yuan couldn't help but jest, as a young lady. You ought to exhibit a little more restraint. At this point, it's hard to tell whether Wukong is the monkey or if you, my dear, are the monkey. Bulma took no offense to Lu Yuan's teasing, merely smiling as she continued to gaze at him with wide eyes. However, the angle posed a slight problem. A mere shift of Lu Yuan's gaze revealed a profound abyss. Naturally, Bulma noticed his eyes wandering and bashfully scurried away. Watching her youthful silhouette retreat, Lu Yuan felt a sense of tranquility. Yet, repeatedly taking liberties with his own disciple seemed rather inappropriate. Fortuitously, he had a piece of exquisite Linglong gold in his possession, which he contemplated crafting into something beautiful for her. Given the recent surge in his skills, rewarding her would not be amiss. No, he was not trying to justify himself. Truly, he wasn't. Observing the earnest struggle between Dumpling and Tien Shinhan, he quietly exhaled in relief. These boys had indeed been motivated. Witnessing little Wukong's breakthrough spurred them to diligently train and aspire for greater strength. Tien Shinhan activated his Sharingan to cast an illusion, only to be thwarted by Dumpling's formidable mental fortitude, resulting in an outcry of unfairness. Chapter 36. An attempt. Lu Yuan shook his head. He had chosen his opponent, and he must endure until the end, even through tears. Tien Shinhan currently possessed no formidable energy attacks to pose a threat to Dumpling's quantum body. His physical strikes were utterly futile. In contrast, Dumpling had partially unlocked his immense psychic abilities, with each telekinetic blow leaving Tien Shinhan gasping in shock. Ultimately, Tien Shinhan, wearing a pained expression, lost the contest. Once the match concluded, little Wukong returned with Krillin, whose face was ashen. Seeing Krillin wounded by his own inadvertent actions weighed heavily on Lu Yuan's heart. He promptly produced a large peach and handed it to Krillin. Consume this to recuperate. Then continue training. However, be prepared. The energy contained within is considerable. The fruit in Lu Yuan's hand was none other than the Pan Tao. 3,000-year Pan Tao. Those who consume it ascend to immortality, gaining vitality and lightness. This act was, in fact, Lu Yuan's own experiment. Although Krillin had transcended certain limitations, he remained, at his core, immortal. Lu Yuan aimed to discover whether Krillin might once again augment his capabilities within another system. Even if it were to fail, a mere peach would hardly be a loss. It would mend a wound, and besides, the peach was truly delectable, perfect for soothing a child. The peach was substantial, yet Krillin consumed it with great alacrity. Having surpassed his limits, Krillin's appetite had dramatically increased, even more exaggerated than the depictions in the comics. It was possible that Lu Yuan's spiritual sustenance surpassed that of Master Saitama, as his strength had been rapidly escalating. According to Lu Yuan's estimations, at this rate, within 3 months, a remarkable transformation could be expected. His 4 disciples could indeed shatter the golden form of little Wukong solely through their physical prowess. Presently, it is evident that the progress of his 5 disciples is remarkably swift. While Lu Yuan was contemplating the futures of several disciples, an unexpected situation arose with Tien Shinhan. Master, my eyes hurt terribly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan hastily approached Tien Shinhan, who was writhing on the ground in agony. Sensing his master's presence, Tien Shinhan quickly suppressed the pain of his third eye and regained his composure. Lu Yuan gently removed his disciple's hands from his eyes, filled with joy. Before him, he beheld that Tien Shinhan's third eye had completely evolved into the form of two Tomo. Even more astonishingly, the color of Tien Shinhan's Sharingan had transformed from red to a shimmering golden hue. Lu Yuan was overjoyed, realizing that his endeavor had succeeded. He had enabled Tien Shinhan to cultivate the heavenly eye technique of Erling Shun while possessing the Sharingan. Within merely 3 to 5 days, such progress had manifested, confirming that this path was not only viable, but perhaps even more promising than relying solely on the Sharingan. Ding. Congratulations to the host's disciple for mastering a new ocular technique, the Luan Tian Eye. Luan Tian Eye dispels evil and delusion, capable of casting illusions and traversing the realms of the underworld. Lu Yuan rejoiced. This experiment received the system's validation, indicating no issues. However, it was somewhat regrettable that no rewards were bestowed this time. Observing Tien Shinhan's golden-hued eyes, Krillin felt a flicker of envy. Yet, he firmly believed that his master would not neglect anyone, so he bit down hard on a peach. It seemed as though he transferred his envy onto the peach, devouring it with astonishing speed, as if it were larger than his own head. Not even the pit was spared, as he tossed it into his mouth and chewed vigorously. The translucent peach flesh, once swallowed, felt as if it liquefied within him. Krillin sensed that this essence began to circulate throughout his body, bestowing a refreshing coolness that was quite pleasant. However, rather than unlocking any extraordinary abilities, it flowed into his flesh, nourishing every single cell. In an instant, Krillin felt the injuries inflicted by his master heal completely. His body, honed through rigorous training, began to undergo rapid enhancement. Lu Yuan, naturally aware of his disciple's condition, felt a tinge of regret. In the eyes of the peach, Krillin was no longer an ordinary person. The path to immortality was now out of reach. But the nourishment provided by the peach surpassed that of any ginseng fruit. One fully digested peach yielded rewards greater than a month of arduous training. Watching Krillin awkwardly familiarize himself with his newfound strength alongside his fellow disciples, Lu Yuan suddenly felt immense gratitude for having such a group of students. As evening fell, Lu Yuan gazed at the exquisite golden artifact in his hand, reminiscing about the strategies outlined in Chimin Duanjia. The complexity of this technique, originally a treasure of Taoist lore, made the task of forging a compatible magical artifact seem daunting, akin to adding an additional layer to an already profound practice. Although the technique was conceived during Lu Yuan's moment of enlightenment, it had already achieved a state of perfection. Any attempt to augment or diminish it felt directionless. Crafting this artifact was tantamount to defying the heavens themselves. Lu Yuan sat on the cushion, murmuring to himself, "To defy the heavens?" The blind sage had discerned a crucial detail, and Lu Yuan knew the angle from which to approach. The celestial order still had a flaw. Why should he augment the power of the strange gate of escape? Simply sealing the breach would suffice. At that point, Bulma could place the sole vulnerability upon the magical artifact. If the formation remained intact, so would the artifact. The two were complementary. Unless someone could violently shatter both the formation and the treasure with a single strike, who would dare to treat Lu Yuan as mere decoration? With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan began his refinement. He need not concern himself with Bulma's close combat. Having practiced the mighty strength technique, she could stand her ground even against little Wukong. Those who underestimated her would surely regret it. The following morning, Lu Yuan sent a message to little Wukong and Bulma. However, he had not anticipated the fervor with which girls cherish their slumber. They completely ignored his call, treating it as a mere dream and forgetting it altogether. With no other choice, Lu Yuan recounted stories to little Wukong throughout the morning, playing the role of a benevolent father. By the time Lu Yuan, his complexion darkened with frustration, sought out his second disciple, the sun was already high in the sky. After forcefully breaking down the door, he was met with the sight of a delicate figure clad only in undergarments. Lu Yuan had not expected that the shrink the earth technique he had just devised would be employed in such a circumstance. Although the enchanting voice of Bulma was certainly not absent, by the time both disciples sat before Lu Yuan, afternoon had already arrived. Realizing the situation's context, Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson. Lu Yuan, who had unwittingly taken liberties with his disciple on numerous occasions, felt somewhat uneasy. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Let us now address the matter at hand." After all, as their master and a man of 2 lifetimes, Lu Yuan had cultivated a thicker skin. "First, Bulma, I present you with a remarkable treasure." He continued, "This artifact is named the Linglong Pagoda, specifically crafted for you. Its most immediate utility is to complement your strange gate of escape. It can draw forth any flaws left in your formations, and if a vulnerability cannot be exploited, then it ceases to be a flaw." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's brief explanation of the pagoda's capabilities, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a light bulb igniting. This was, indeed, tailor-made for her. Chapter 37. Pilaf. Observing the drool almost escaping from Bulma's lips, Lu Yuan smiled slightly. "I shan't tease you any longer. Catch. With a casual wave of his hand, the Linglong Pagoda transformed into a radiant beam of light, soaring directly into Bulma's grasp. Before her lay a kaleidoscope of colors, emanating an enigmatic aura. In comparison to the Linglong Pagoda of the mythological king of the tower, Lu Yuan's creation lacked the weighty duality of offense and defense. Instead, it offered an unparalleled potential for growth. As long as Bulma's strange gate of escape progressed, the pagoda would keep pace. As for the materials, they could be replaced when necessary, or, if worst came to worst, directly nurtured to undergo a qualitative transformation. After indulging Bulma's excitement for a while, Lu Yuan beckoned her to return. Once she settled down, Lu Yuan composed his expression. You must have noticed that Earth has undergone some changes lately. Due to the influx of spiritual energy, a series of transformations will soon transpire on our planet. I summoned both of you to discuss the forthcoming changes, to spare you from potential grievances in the outside world. In due course, your junior disciples will embark on their own journeys, and it will be your responsibility to guide them. Upon hearing this, both little Wukong and Bulma became earnest, realizing the significance of their roles. Lu Yuan proceeded to convey the system's insights to his two apprentices in a simplified manner. You must remember, if the opportunity arises, do explore the ruins. There are countless unknowns on Earth, and even a single ruin could present a monumental opportunity for you. Little Wukong, with curiosity gleaming in his eyes, inquired, Master, why do you not take action yourself? Lu Yuan, without hesitation, summoned the feather duster he once used to discipline little Wukong during his apprenticeship. He struck Wukong's head lightly, saying, Silly child, the spiritual energy is imparted by my formidable magic. How could I possibly be concerned with such trivial ruins? Seeing this, Wukong quickly shielded his head and lamented, But I wasn't aware, Master, you mischievous rogue. Observing that even Bulma was ready to defend Wukong, Lu Yuan swiftly clarified. Have you been mischievous again? This feather duster is hardly a magical artifact. It could never breach your protective golden body. That was not a punishment. And Wukong dared not retaliate. Wukong, still young and sweet-tongued, continued to speak with candor, prompting Lu Yuan to forego further reprimands. Their conversation flowed from the afternoon into the evening, extending beyond the confines of Earth. The bond between master and disciples is not solely about imparting knowledge. It also encompasses vital exchanges and connections. At that moment, Lu Yuan truly embraced the role of a mentor for the first time. As the three sat together at the table, it dawned on Lu Yuan, thanks to Bulma's suggestion, that he had not shared a meal with his apprentices in quite some time. He promptly sent little Wukong to summon the three little ones and Master Roshi. From the system's marketplace, he procured a substantial piece of unknown creature's meat. He ignited the charcoal fire, marking the occasion of Lu Yuan's first family banquet in the celestial realm. Notably, the charcoal was of no ordinary quality. For who has ever seen meat grilled with true divine fire? Observing everyone relishing their meal, Lu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. As this was a family gathering, how could he not present something exquisite? Yet, their current strength limited their understanding of the extraordinary nature of this feast. Once they had dined sufficiently, Wukong and Bulma formally approached Lu Yuan with a request to continue the search for the last Dragon Ball. It became clear why the two had appeared preoccupied. They harbored such intentions. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuan advised, this time, Bulma and Master Roshi should remain here to focus on their training. Wukong, aim to return swiftly. Do not linger too long outside. Little Wukong stood, bowed respectfully, and seized the Dragon Ball radar before soaring into the air. Riding the Nimbus cloud, he vanished in a gust of energy. Lu Yuan gazed at the distant stars and the food he had preserved, murmuring to himself, this boy seems to have lost his sense of propriety. Next time, he must learn to cherish food. The others looked on enviously as Wukong transformed into a celestial star. The senior brother is free to venture out once more, and I too long to explore the world beyond. Only the naive Krillin dares to voice this desire in front of Li Yuan. Naturally, the consequence is that Li Yuan drags him off for training. Meanwhile, in just a few fleeting moments, little Goku once again finds himself on solid ground. Following the direction indicated by the Dragon Ball radar, he swiftly arrives at the location of the Dragon Ball. Despite several days of intense travel, not a trace of fatigue graces Goku's countenance. Should Li Yuan be observing, he would undoubtedly remark, this little monkey is truly wild at heart. With a splash, Goku plunges into the water once more. However, were there an Olympic scoring system in place, he might not earn a single point. Indeed, regardless of his experiences, Goku's inherent nature remains unchanged. His instinct to leap into water has become one of his leisurely pastimes along the journey. The powerful currents wash away the grime from Goku's face, and he revels in the refreshing sensation. The surrounding landscape is peculiar, with mushrooms sprouting amidst the tranquil desert. Yet the radar undeniably indicates that the final Dragon Ball resides here. Goku slows his pace, meticulously searching the area, until a grand castle comes into view. This is none other than Pilaf's abode, where, in the original tale, Goku and his companions were imprisoned. Recalling Li Yuan's words to act swiftly, Goku is eager to return and play with his fellow disciples. Is anyone home? He calls out, pondering, if they are unaware of the Dragon Ball's value. I might exchange it for worldly treasures bestowed by my master. But if the holder comprehends its significance, I may have to devise a way to persuade them to part with it. Clearly, Li Yuan had not considered that Goku might fail to retrieve the Dragon Ball, for the current possessor is none other than Pilaf himself. As the inaugural antagonist of the Dragon Balls, Li Yuan harbors no concerns about Goku's hesitance. Even if Goku were reluctant, Pilaf's nature would compel him to seize the opportunity to exploit Goku as a lucrative target. As anticipated by Li Yuan, Goku arrives at dusk. Pilaf, having just collected protection money from the dark streets the previous night, is soundly asleep in his home. To his dismay, Goku shouts exuberantly outside, rousing Pilaf from his slumber in a fit of rage. Since you, little brat, seek your own demise, I shall use you to test the superpowers I have awakened. As the tyrant of the dark streets, Pilaf is far from the type to awaken with a smile. A thorough villain, he has decided to exact a price for the disturbance of his dreams with the life of the noisy intruder. Outside, Goku continues to call out, for his instincts inform him that the homeowner is indeed present. Unbeknownst to him, danger has stealthily approached. Chapter 38, Pilaf Strikes Kid. Do you even know whose territory this is? Xiao Wu suddenly leaps out, gazing at the seemingly 7- or 8-year-old child before her with a look of exasperation. It appears that their king has recently encountered some troubles, and his cruelty seems to have escalated significantly. Before me stands a young child, and it seems prudent to send him away swiftly. Otherwise, this immature little one may never have the chance to grow. The small Wukong gazes innocently, questioning, whose territory is this? I am uncertain. It was my master who instructed me to seek the Dragon Balls, and my radar indicates they are right here. Upon hearing Wukong's words, a chill of apprehension washed over Xiao Wu, as she thought to herself, this is bad. With something capable of locating the Dragon Balls, the king will undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Resolutely, Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and advanced towards the child. If the king would not spare you, then I shall seize the radar and cast you far away. Wukong, seeing the sudden appearance of this older sister rushing towards him, initially assumed it was a warm welcome, particularly as she had not even drawn her golden staff. In his intuition, Xiao Wu exuded no malice or intent to kill, but rather an aura of kindness. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu struck at Wukong's carotid artery, hoping this blow would render him unconscious, facilitating both the seizure of the radar and the preservation of his life. As spiritual energy descended, the earth and all its inhabitants would undergo transformation. The Pilaf trio emerged as beneficiaries of this change, though they were notorious for their misdeeds. Their seasoned bodies had endured the pains and injuries of metamorphosis. The trio successfully evolved and awakened, acquiring superhuman abilities, surpassing ordinary individuals by an unknown measure. Yet, compared to her two companions, Xiao Wu found herself the weakest, relegated to the role of a servant, obedient to their whims. Such formidable power resembled Pandora's box, unleashing the greatest evils within humanity. Unfortunately, Pilaf was one such embodiment of this malevolence. Xiao Wu observed the situation with clarity, yet her own inadequacy and strength deprived her of any opportunity to intervene. The tattered garments she wore illustrated the hardships she had endured during this time. It was unfortunate that her goodwill would go unrecognized, as Wukong, with an expression of comfort, regarded the bewildered Xiao Wu. Ability, floating sword body, holder, Xiao Wu. Description, every part of the body transforms into a sword, inheriting the essence of swordsmanship. If Li Yuan were to witness Xiao Wu's ability, he would surely awaken with laughter, for it was an exceptional talent for cultivating a sword immortal. Li Yuan had long desired to teach a sword immortal, but had been thwarted by the lack of aptitude in his disciples, preventing him from realizing this aspiration. From the onset of imparting the Zixia sword technique to Bulma, His intentions had been evident. Xiao found it difficult to believe the scene unfolding before her, and tears began to flow. Despite her modest abilities, typically limited to cleaving objects, she had managed thus far without anything successfully obstructing her. Now, however, even a mere child seemed capable of standing in her way, unwilling to succumb to despair. She concentrated all the power surging within her right hand and swung down fiercely. Wukong, with wide eyes filled with confusion, wondered what this sister was attempting. Was it a massage? Before Xiaowu could fully process her predicament, Pilaf emerged, taunting her. Xiaowu, you truly are an extraordinary waste of potential. You ought to remain in the trash bin. Yet you still entertain the notion of rescuing someone? Having spent countless days with Xiaowu, Pilaf was well aware of her true intentions. Little Wukong was no longer the naive child he once was, for within his spiritual perception, the being before him radiated an exceptionally profound malice. The Dragon Ball radar? I, King Pilaf, hereby declare that this object belongs to me. As a reward for your arduous efforts, you may as well perish. Little Wukong immediately discerned the source of the malevolence he sensed, and an expression of fury emerged upon his youthful visage. He summoned the golden staff, wielding it with both hands as he brought it crashing down. In the midst of his swing, the staff grew in length, expanding to nearly 100 meters in an instant. Pilaf, witnessing the colossal weapon materializing before him, scoffed dismissively. Clang! The tremendous force of Wukong sent Pilaf hurtling away, eliciting a mix of surprise and concern from Xiaowu. The surprise was that little Wukong possessed the capability of self-defense. The concern was that this strike might incite Pilaf's wrath. Ability: Giant Transformation, Indestructible. Owner: Pilaf. Description: Body expands, muscle capacity multiplies. No worldly means can harm me. Today, I shall show you what true cruelty entails. A booming voice echoed amidst the swirling dust. Xiaowu's complexion paled, for she understood that another life was about to extinguish. A massive hand broke through the smoke, reaching directly for Wukong. However, having undergone previous trials, little Wukong had broadened his horizons and immediately recognized that this enormous claw was merely a fade of terror. Incapable of inflicting harm, he swung the previously 100-meter-long golden staff again, striking Pilaf's wrist directly. The resounding shockwave left Xiaowu and the tardy Ashu dazed, their heads spinning. Was this truly just a child? Observing little Wukong nonchalantly dispatching Pilaf with ease, Xiaowu found herself utterly captivated. In mere moments, she transformed into a fervent admirer. Pilaf, oblivious to Xiaowu's complete allegiance to Wukong, felt his fury intensifying at being subdued by such a mere child. A massive plume of steam erupted, within which Pilaf's form began to shrink rapidly. He soon reached the height of an average male on Earth, yet for Pilaf, this still felt like a significant reduction in stature. Come at me again. Though his body had diminished, the pressure he exuded upon little Wukong had intensified manifold. Wukong's spiritual perception was frantically alerting him that his foe was formidable. He could not afford to be as casual as before. He summoned all the spiritual energy within him. Instantly, a thick mist enveloped him, and radiant colors began to swirl around his form. This was the manifestation of the indestructible body fully activated. The golden staff no longer extended to great lengths, but instead pointed diagonally toward the ground. Even Wukong's once clear eyes transformed, now shimmering with a golden hue, as if flames danced within. Little Wukong activated his Fire Eye technique, acutely aware that he could not afford to be careless against this adversary. Under the piercing gaze of the discerning eyes, the figure of Pilaf appeared transformed. His entire body seemed as solid as forged ebony, radiating a deep obsidian hue, with only the color of his ears slightly muted, indicating a potential vulnerability. Chapter 39. Victory. If Xiaowu had a combat power detector at this moment, he would be astonished to discover that both he and his opponent had surpassed a combat power of 10,000. Although the later Dragon Ball series witnessed an escalation in combat power into the millions, for a world devoid of the menace of King Piccolo, this was already the realm of supreme strength. Not to mention the venerable Master Roshi, even the figure residing within the rice cooker might struggle against them. Despite having discerned Pilaf's weakness, Xiao Wukong felt no urge to charge forward. Observing the fierce countenance of Pilaf, he remained tranquil. The teachings of Lu Yuan echoing in his mind. Never underestimate any opponent, for each one possesses the potential to lead you to ruin. Although the wisdom imparted by Lu Yuan was somewhat beyond his grasp, He firmly believed in his master's judgment. Pilaf, after waiting impatiently, noticed that Wukong did not advance. "You clever little brat," he thought, as he swiftly brandished his hands, conjuring a long spear that glimmered ominously. A shiver ran through Wukong at the sight of the spear's chilling point. He was uncertain whether his invulnerable defense could withstand such a menacing weapon. His master's words resonated within him. This villain truly harbors hidden capabilities. With a heavy stomp of his right foot, Pilaf seemed to materialize before Wukong in an instant. The clash of spear against staff created a massive crater in the sandy ground behind them, sand flowing in like a tide. The golden staff, reforged by Yuan, proved its worth, effortlessly surpassing the fearsome spear. The blade that seemed capable of rending space left no mark upon the staff. Pilaf was taken aback by the staff's formidable power, astonished that the edge he once thought could cleave through dimensions left no trace. Elated, he thought that this unparalleled treasure would soon belong to him. This arrogant and self-assured individual had failed to consider that he might suffer defeat here. Seeing that Wukong made no move to attack, Pilaf decided to take the initiative. He advanced swiftly, wielding the spear with a combination of speed, precision, and brutality. With each thrust, he forced Wukong to retreat. However, compared to Pilaf's own clumsy attempts, Wukong's staff techniques were far superior. The golden staff in his hands seemed to come alive, like a cunning serpent seeking the enemy's weaknesses. In truth, Wukong's abilities surpassed those of Pilaf. Being the foremost disciple of Yuan, how could he possibly be bested by one who relied solely on instinct? Yet, he could not shake the feeling that this adversary still possessed the potential for a stunning reversal. As the battle progressed, Pilaf grew increasingly alarmed. This young boy was utterly extraordinary. Whether in technique or strength, he was not inferior in the slightest. Even the speed and strength of Pilaf might surpass his own by a fraction. Contemplating this, Pilaf executed a feint to evade. Ability: grant me a victory. Owner: Pilaf. Description: you are a person who has never tasted victory, and this has been your lifelong aspiration. Now, you possess such an opportunity, albeit merely a chance. It is evident that the nascent manifestation of the celestial path, infused with energy, is unable to confront the young Goku directly due to the presence of Yuan. Nonetheless, it does not relinquish any opportunity. Even Yuan, who observes through a mirrored perspective, furrowed his brow upon witnessing Pilaf's skill. This ability is not merely a counter to Goku. Yuan perceives it as a test from the celestial path itself. The newly emerged celestial path is hardly a concern. It serves as a perfect training ground for my disciples, a source of experience. Perhaps Pilaf remains oblivious to the grim implications of his ability, which even the celestial path finds intolerable. However, Yuan understands that Pilaf holds a unique position within the Dragon Ball universe. Unlike other villains who either meet their demise or undergo redemption, this diminutive figure, with a battle power below 5, has shouldered the banner of antagonism all on his own. This time, he may be closer to success than ever before. Yet, it is still merely proximity to triumph. Grant me a victory, replicate all abilities possessed by the opponent, and compel a confrontation between the opponent and the wielder of the ability. Though I may not be able to defeat you, I can utilize your abilities to contend with you. This skill does not weaken or absorb abilities. Otherwise, young Goku might not stand a chance. Observing the suddenly transformed Pilaf through the blazing eyes, Goku's mind struggled to comprehend the change. How did this fellow suddenly alter in hue? From black iron to gold? This must be Pilaf's final trump card, momentarily rendering Goku incapable of retaliation. Even the protective aura of the 8-9 mystical arts dimmed. Although Pilaf may lack combat skills, he possesses intellect, ranking among the top geniuses in the Dragon Ball realm. In the brief span of their duel, he has already grasped the staff techniques employed by Goku. All that remains is ample practice. The art of the firearm and the staff is intertwined. Having acquired a portion of the fundamentals, Pilaf now strikes with such ferocity that Goku finds himself defenseless. Even the indestructible body suffered several punctures, with blood splattered across the arena. Yuan, observing the scene, felt a shift in his expression, genuinely wishing to dispatch Pilaf with a single finger. However, Goku, still unadorned in golden armor, exuded confidence. As his master, all Yuan needed to do was believe. Immersed in the exhilarating thrill of mercilessly thrashing Goku, Pilaf suddenly sensed a pang of anxiety as a flaw emerged in his barrage. Goku seized the opportunity, quickly distancing himself from Pilaf. Regarding his injuries, Goku felt quite aggrieved. What enmity exists between us that warrants such cruelty? Although Pilaf had yet to suffer defeat at the hands of little Wukong, he found a peculiar sense of exhilaration while mercilessly tormenting him. As if something vital in his life was being restored, little Wukong understood that if he continued to engage in this manner, defeat was inevitable. Thus, he leaped into the air, with a mighty throw of the Rui Jingu Bang. This was also the reason for little Wukong's confidence in not donning golden armor, and the fundamental cause of Lu Yuan allowing little Wukong to endure such torment. A surge of energy flooded into the golden staff, which, already radiant, emitted an even more blinding golden light. Pilaf sensed a formidable threat to his existence and relinquished his adult form, reverting back to his diminutive stature, gathering all his energy for defense. This strike would determine victory or defeat. A blinding flash illuminated the scene, and at the heart of the colossal mushroom cloud lay Pilaf, with his skin torn and battered. Once again, little Wukong triumphed over a formidable foe, an adversary steeped in destiny. Chapter 40. The moon is shattered. Perhaps Pilaf never anticipated such a devastating defeat. Even more surprising was the realization that this lively little monkey might, barring unforeseen circumstances, become the singular obstacle of his lifetime, an insurmountable challenge. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, recognizing that his apprentice was growing stronger, finally beginning to exhibit a semblance of independence. He had never considered whether a child under 10 could withstand solitude. However, little Wukong's ability to vanquish an enemy evidently influenced by the celestial order was commendable. Before Lu Yuan could deactivate the image before him, an event unfolded that ignited his fury. Exhausted from utilizing his ultimate techniques to defeat Pilaf, little Wukong collapsed backward, just as the full moon emerged from the clouds. The moon's pristine luminescence filled his eyes, while Lu Yuan's expression darkened to the color of a burnt pot. Nearby, Ashu and Xiaowu were left aghast by the spectacle, their jaws seemingly dislocated. Bathed in moonlight, little Wukong underwent a profound transformation. His body was soon cloaked in a visible layer of fur, and his once cherubic face morphed into that of a sharp-jawed monkey. Little Wukong emitted anguished cries as his body swelled, inflating as if filled with air. Within mere seconds, he surpassed the height of Pilaf's fortress. The transformation persisted. His once black fur, under the influence of the indestructible golden body, shimmered in a dark golden hue. The Rui Jingu Bang slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Normally, little Wukong would ensure it remained pristine, but now it lay neglected, gathering dust. His clothing was in tatters, leaving only a resilient pair of undergarments to shield him from an embarrassing predicament. Pilaf, who had been sprawled out, could not help but burst into laughter upon witnessing his enemy's sudden transformation. I thought this little brat might possess some strength. Turns out, he is hardly human. I've been battling a gorilla all this time. The biting words rendered the already tormented little Wukong utterly unconscious, leaving behind only a primal beast driven by instinct. Perhaps retaining a final vestige of awareness and hostility, the transformed little Wukong, now a gorilla, unleashed a powerful punch in the direction of Pilaf. The phrase joy turning to sorrow aptly describes the situation. Just moments ago, the audaciously mocking Pilaf nearly met his demise. With the meager remnants of his recovered spiritual energy, he managed to summon a protective barrier of dark gold to deflect the gorilla's devastating blow, only to find himself half dead and sprawled on the ground. On the island, whether engaged in combat practice or meditative self-cultivation, all the disciples abruptly ceased their activities, for a tremendous pressure surged from Liyuan's room, soaring into the heavens. Each individual struggled to breathe, and Krillin silently wept. Despite his daily regimen of 10,000 sit-ups and various arduous trainings, he felt no trace of the oppressive force. While others might dismiss it as mere coincidence, Liyuan could not. This time, it was no longer a test from the heavenly Tao. It was a blatant scheme against his eldest disciple, a grave affront. With a mere thought, Liyuan ascended above his residence, transforming into a shooting star as he sped away. This time, he was in his true form, leaving behind a group of disciples, most of whom sat on the ground gasping for air. This fellow had provoked the Master's ire. Someone was bound to face dire consequences. It was astonishing that such an affable master could be driven to such anger. No. The only person capable of inciting such fury in the master was the eldest senior brother. At this revelation, the disciples felt a surge of righteous indignation. Understanding why the master had foregone any unnecessary actions and simply departed. Wukong, do you comprehend why I bestowed upon you the name equal to heaven? It signifies longevity comparable to the heavens, as I hope for you to live eternally. While I desire you to stand shoulder to shoulder with the cosmos, today, if that audacious heavenly Tao dares to plot against you, I shall intervene and alter this fate for you. Upon hearing these words, the heavenly Tao, hidden from view, sensed a rejection emanating from the very realm that birthed it, akin to parents disregarding a child who proves to be worthless. In mere minutes, or even less, Yuan had arrived above little Wukong, observing the chaos wrought upon Pilaf's home. He felt a twinge of sympathy for Pilaf. Despite his myriad misdeeds, Yuan held a certain admiration for the tenacity of such a character. Even if manipulated by the heavenly Tao, Yuan was willing to grant him a chance. First, he needed to address the situation concerning his eldest disciple. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the moon and the tail. Yuan had always scoffed at the notion that transforming into a gorilla could unlock latent potential. Given his disciple's inherent capabilities, a methodical approach to cultivation, coupled with the fortuitous opportunities Yuan had procured for him, would undoubtedly yield superior results compared to such a foundation-destroying method. Disregarding the frenzied gorilla nearby, Yuan summoned the golden staff, ready to restore order. With a decisive throw, he cast it down to establish control. In the same vein as the fabled toss of the sea, the prowess wielded by Yuan far surpassed that of the diminutive son Wukong. A radiant beam of golden light sliced through the encroaching darkness, illuminating the surrounding expanse for miles, leaving Pilaf utterly aghast. The sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure made him question the sanity of the newcomer. Was he trying to strike the moon with a mere stick? What would be the outcome of such a futile endeavor? Yet, Yuan remained unfazed by Pilaf's concerns, turning instead to scrutinize the blue-skinned little creature before him. Name: Pilaf. Bloodline: monster type Earthling. Combat power: 10, 800. Abilities: extraordinary intellect. Grant me victory. Gigantism. Indestructible. Potential: rare purple. Promotion upon wish fulfillment. Although the formidable presence before him merely feigned a cup of tea upon arrival, Pilaf regarded Yuan's gaze with profound reverence. Patience, let the bullets fly for a moment, Yuan remarked, employing telepathy to discern Pilaf's thoughts, which startled the latter into retreating 3 steps, albeit, given his stature, it was not a significant distance. Boom. Following an almost imperceptible delay, all those awake during the night bore witness to the grandest fireworks display this world had ever seen. The moon shattered. Pilaf stared at the man who did not even glance back, swallowing hard. Yuan merely gazed into the distance. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Nearby, the previously rampaging son Wukong ceased his antics, gradually shrinking back to his original size. Chapter 41. The golden legend son Wukong lay peacefully upon the sandy ground, soundly asleep. Observing the tranquil little figure, Yuan affectionately ruffled his hair. A cloud was cupped in his hands, transforming into a warm bed, allowing son Wukong to drift into a deeper slumber. Pilaf, having never witnessed such a spectacle, instantly regarded Yuan as a deity from Earth's mythology. He knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing his head in reverence, executing the gesture with remarkable agility. Yuan, feeling somewhat exasperated, summoned his spiritual energy to lift him up. Are you a deity? The question struck a familiar chord. Yuan regarded the diminutive figure with a frigid expression and nodded slightly. He held no particular fondness or disdain for Pilaf. Their enmity with son Wukong stemmed merely from a clash of ideals. Can you fulfill my wish? Pilaf implored, his face alight with eager anticipation, eliciting a profound sense of exasperation from Yuan. The dragon of legend required 7 Dragon Balls to be summoned. How could this individual, who presumed me to be a genuine deity, so brazenly inquire without hesitation? I am indeed an immortal. Your trifling wish is but a flick of my wrist, Yuan declared. Pilaf, elated, was about to voice his wish when Yuan interjected with a cautionary note. However, the price for my intervention is steep. Whether you can afford it remains to be seen. Upon hearing this, Pilaf's demeanor shifted to one of anxious trepidation. This immortal did not appear to be a charlatan. Thus, his claim of a hefty price was likely genuine. Ah, surely you jest, immortal. For me, King Pilaf, any matter resolvable with wealth is trivial. Lu Yuan regarded him with a bemused smile. What gives you the confidence to assume that an immortal's intervention can be settled with mere currency? Pilaf found himself unable to smile. He did not believe he possessed anything worthy of summoning the immortal. He awkwardly inquired, "Immortal, might I be informed of the cost?" It was rather amusing that, despite his predicament, Pilaf still clung to this notion. Although aware of Pilaf's desire, the immortal insisted on maintaining the charade. "Why don't you first reveal your wish, and then I shall disclose the price." "Ah, dear immortal, I wish to conquer the world," he declared with unwavering conviction, even as the childishness of his aspiration rang clear. Lu Yuan observed the diminutive figure with azure skin and felt a playful impulse surge within him. He extended his hand, and in an instant, two forces emerged as if capable of toppling worlds. Yet, for this group, such power went unnoticed. "Then perhaps I shall gift you this," Lu Yuan said, producing an exquisitely crafted globe. Pilaf gazed at the globe, bewildered, contemplating. "Surely this immortal cannot be unwell? I wish to rule the world. Yet he presents me with merely a globe?" He hastily shook his head, insisting he was but a child, unfit to bear such monumental responsibility. Admitting he had merely been jesting. Seeing Pilaf's resolute demeanor, Lu Yuan inquired again, "Are you truly certain you do not want it? This splendid opportunity lies before you, and you choose to forgo it?" "Indeed, no. Thank you for your generosity, immortal, but I truly lack the fortune to receive such a gift," Pilaf replied, staring at the globe, his desire to say anything further dissipating. The immortal, in his attempts to deceive, claimed that this globe represented the way of heaven. How laughable! If the way of heaven could be grasped in one's hands, could it still be deemed the way of heaven? With Pilaf's firm response, Lu Yuan smiled faintly, hoping he would not come to regret his decision. His gaze then shifted back to the embodiment of the way of heaven, and his smile vanished. Lu Yuan understood the perspective of the way of heaven as the consciousness of the entire planet. It could not accept that it came into existence due to the actions of a mere individual. It was akin to a couple suddenly confronted by an outsider claiming to assist them in conceiving a child. The way of heaven found itself in a similar predicament, despite the Earth within the Dragon Ball universe frequently facing destruction. Nevertheless, over time, the Earth would inevitably give rise to its own way of heaven. However, with the infusion of Lu Yuan's spiritual energy, this process accelerated, leaving the Earth uncertain whether this way of heaven was truly its destined counterpart. Even the way of heaven itself harbored doubts, questioning whether its existence stemmed from Lu Yuan or the Earth. Most importantly, the supreme will of the universe would never permit a being to exist above itself. Based on these two principles, the way of heaven devised a plan to outmaneuver little Goku, intending to diminish Lu Yuan's available combat strength. Were it not for Lu Yuan's vigilant observation, shielding against fate, little Goku, in his unconscious state after nightfall, would have faced only a grim fate at the hands of Pilaf. Understanding is one thing, but Lu Yuan will not grant the Tao of Heaven a second chance. Holding the globe in his hand, Lu Yuan initially intended to use it to fulfill someone else's dreams, only to discover that they were indifferent to his offering. Thus, he bore no remorse. With a casual flick of his wrist, he hurled the globe toward the horizon, forming his fingers into a gun shape, and once again, a flash of golden light illuminated the sky. Just before the sun faded, a radiant white appeared in the west, completely obliterating the nascent will of the Tao of Heaven. Although it had only just begun to take form, the moon was still ample enough to serve as the Tao of Heaven itself. Consequently, those who revered the moon as a symbol of faith would experience a significant enhancement in their overall strength. Witnessing the globe, which the celestial being intended to gift him, being cast into the distant sky, Pilaf felt a crushing blow, akin to a playful jest that transformed him into the moon. The emotional toll weighed heavily upon him, leaving him in a state of dazed bewilderment, repeatedly murmuring, "It was true, it was true," as he observed Pilaf grappling with the collapse and reconstruction of his worldview. Lu Yuan was suddenly struck by a different notion. He summoned the feather duster typically used to manage little Wukong and lightly tapped it against Pilaf's head. With a thud, Pilaf felt a refreshing current flow through his heart, dissipating the previous agitation. A new sentiment arose within him. At least he had once possessed a moment of significance. As this feeling emerged, Pilaf's profile within Lu Yuan's system began to fluctuate rapidly. Name, Pilaf. Bloodline, monster type Earthling. Combat power, 12,800. Abilities: strong-willed intellect, grant me a victory. Giant transformation, indestructible. Potential: sub-golden legend. Description: though I have leveled up, fate decrees that I can never surpass Son Wukong. Even my talents are slightly inferior. But merely in comparison to him. I, King Pilaf, will not be bested by anyone. Except for Son Wukong. Pilaf, Chapter 42. The Unreliable System Overview. Yuan found himself questioning whether this rather unimpressive final statement was authored by Pilaf himself, as it undeniably diminished his stature. Observing Pilaf before him and recalling the subsequent plot lines in Dragon Ball, a smile crept upon Yuan's lips. This time, he harbored a different intention. Pilaf, I am the sovereign of the heavenly realm, currently in the process of constructing the celestial court. I wish to recruit you for my divine purposes. What are your thoughts? Faced with the enigmatic celestial being and that benevolent smile, Pilaf felt he had no excuse to refuse. May I inquire what tasks the celestial being requires of me? And how will our remuneration be determined? Yuan, watching Pilaf's cautious demeanor, which suggested a fear of offending him, couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the plight of adulthood was rather tragic. Yet, upon further reflection on Pilaf's character from the anime, Yuan found the prospect of having such an innocent subordinate rather appealing, especially given his considerable talent. His gaze shifted to Xiao Wu and Ashu, revealing an immense surprise. Little Dance, Bloodline, Earthling, Combat Power, 800. Ability, Floating Sword Body. Potential, Purple Rare, Ash. Bloodline, Monster Type Earthling. Combat Power, 3900. Ability, the counterattack of the Demolition Dog. Potential, Blue Precious, accompanied by 2 small followers. The trio boasts exceptional abilities and potential. Coincidentally, Yuan possesses the most suitable cultivation techniques for them. Are you 3 willing to take me as your master? Once you achieve success in your training, no one will hinder your ambition to dominate the world. Yuan directly enticed them. The trio was entirely unaware of the profound blessing that would come from becoming Yuan's disciples. Had Master Roshi been present, they would have already performed the 3 prostrations and 9 bows. However, upon hearing Yuan's words, Pilaf, despite a moment of hesitation, soon performed the bow of apprenticeship, even offering up the Dragon Ball in his possession. This gesture further intrigued Yuan, who found Pilaf to be an amusing student. Observing his king's actions, Ash wasted no time and followed suit with 3 resounding bows. It was Little Dance, the one most eager to gain strength, who, blushing, stepped forward to inquire, Master, will you lead us to do evil? Before arriving, Yuan had already utilized a mirror technique, in conjunction with the 36 heavenly techniques, to replay past events. Thus, he understood Little Dance's concerns. With a smile, he replied, how could that be? As practitioners of the celestial way, we are most averse to the consequences of our actions. While we do not actively seek to do good, we also do not bring calamity to the world. Moreover, guiding Pilaf to attain mastery will naturally allow him to atone for his previous misdeeds. Yuan's words were entirely sincere, devoid of any falsehood. Upon hearing this, Little Dance promptly performed 3 bows, not uttering another word. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 excellent disciples. Given the existing master-disciple relationship with Master Roshi, the total number of disciples has now reached 9. Ding! The system will now enter a 1-day update phase. Please be patient, host. Yuan was exceedingly pleased with Little Dance, her satisfaction nearing that of Pilaf's. After the previous setback with the purple mist sword technique at Bulma's, he was determined to cultivate a true sword immortal this time. With a grand gesture, he transported the 5 of them to a height of 10,000 feet. Little Goku was still sound asleep, while the other 3 had never witnessed such a spectacle. They cautiously peered over the edge of the clouds, and Yuan, unhurried, aimed to broaden their horizons. Reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles. Though I possess the system for cultivation, there is little room for error. However, the enhancement of your perspectives can only come from your own experiences. Either you venture down the mountain to train, or, as today, I shall guide you over mountains and rivers. You have but 1 day to appreciate the grandeur before you. Tomorrow, your elder brother will awaken, and you shall not have the luxury to savor every moment. With that, he playfully tapped each of their heads. Before they could react with complaints, streams of profound knowledge flowed into their minds. After fervently digesting the material, it became evident that Yuan possessed a profound understanding of various terrain trends. The few individuals engaged in this intellectual endeavor distinctly felt a qualitative leap in their abilities. In their euphoric state, they brimmed with anticipation for their future mentorship. Although the system update prevented Lu Yuan from imparting all the techniques at once, the foundational knowledge of landscape patterns was more than sufficient for their current level. On the following day, upon the awakening of little Wukong and the completion of the system update, Lu Yuan, elated, accelerated his flight. Unfortunately, the Pilaf trio suffered from their first experience of flight, having been granted only a day to acclimatize. The abrupt twists and turns of the journey left them feeling rather disoriented. Upon reaching the dojo, Lu Yuan descended with the slightly dizzy little Wukong. Disregarding the trio who were retching violently, dismissing them with disdain, "You ought to have purged yourselves by now. Come, let me bestow upon you proper energy." Noticing Lu Yuan's smile, the trio shivered in unison, sensing an unusual aura emanating from their master. Unperturbed by their state, Lu Yuan produced 3 dark pills. Pinching them between his fingers, "Who shall be first?" Pilaf and Ashura exchanged a glance, and, seizing the opportunity while little Wukong was distracted, took a step forward, leaving the bewildered little Wukong behind. With a gentle smile, Lu Yuan announced, "From this day forward, you shall be my 6th disciple, and a mentor to the 2 of them. You must uphold a proper demeanor. As a senior sister, being bullied is unacceptable." With that, he flicked his fingers, causing the pill to transform into a shadowy essence that entered little Wukong's mouth, dissolving instantly. A cacophony of crackling sounds enveloped little Wukong's body, prompting the other 2 to exchange puzzled glances. "Let us settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The loser becomes the legendary 8th brother." In the end, Pilaf, as expected, lost and assumed the infamous title. Lu Yuan then snapped his fingers, striking the copper bell atop the mountain, its resonant chime echoing across the entire island. All disciples engaged in cultivation, save for the trio behind Lu Yuan, emerged from their meditative states. Observing the grand bell atop the mountain, Lu Yuan felt a sense of pride in his crafted alarm, appreciating its gentleness on the disciples and its capacity to awaken without straining his voice. As the disciples gathered, a swell of pride surged within him. These were his students. With their notable talents and perfectly aligned techniques, each disciple was advancing at an astonishing pace, truly transforming day by day. Scanning the surroundings with his consciousness, Lu Yuan noted the absence of the old turtle. He then reached into the mountains, seemingly plucking the turtle sage by the shell and presenting him before the gathered crowd. Chapter 43. Everyone has a share today. I have welcomed 3 new disciples. Lu Yuan said with a gentle smile. "You 3, do not hesitate to introduce yourselves to your senior brothers." The Pilaf trio promptly bowed, eager to leave a favorable impression on their esteemed peers. "Wu Tian," Lu Yuan addressed the turtle sage, "though we lack the formal title of master and disciple, our bond is nonetheless genuine. While the task I entrusted to you remains unfinished, the results thus far have been commendable. In recognition of your achievements, I have decided to formally accept you as my disciple today, ranking 9th. Do you have any objections?" The disciple dares not dissent. The turtle hermit was exceedingly elated. He had initially believed that he could not officially take on a disciple until he completed his task. However, he was pleasantly surprised by Lu Yuan's generosity. "To celebrate the addition of new brothers and sisters, I have decided to reward each of you with a peach of immortality." A peach of immortality. Dumpling was ecstatic. "I've heard that consuming this will make one incredibly powerful." Tianjin rice. "Do you think we will become as formidable as the eldest brother after eating it?" "Call me brother." Tianjin rice's expression darkened. "Furthermore, Master has mentioned that the path of cultivation must avoid the pitfalls of impatience." I know. Tianjin rice, you always scold me." Dumpling appeared quite aggrieved. "Call me brother." A frown appeared on Tianjin rice's forehead. The crowd was equally thrilled. Even the turtle hermit, who had already consumed a peach, was filled with anticipation. Although the effects of the peach are most pronounced the first time it is consumed, indulging in more can still significantly benefit one's cultivation and enhance one's foundation. However, when Pilaf saw that Lu Yuan produced merely a modest peach, his heart sank with disappointment. "Humph, it's just a peach. Who hasn't he eaten one before?" Pilaf's voice was low, yet among those present, none were oblivious, and his sentiment could not remain concealed. In the grand hall, some were indifferent, while others were solely focused on the peach. Lu Yuan observed this and inwardly sighed. Although the attendees were nominally brothers and sisters, their interactions were scant. and they maintained the same small circle they had before entering. This situation could not persist, Yuan mused. In the original narrative, these individuals became companions through a series of life and death crises, forged in the crucible of battle. However, under the current circumstances, establishing the profound bonds depicted in the original story would undoubtedly prove exceedingly challenging. Yet, such matters cannot be resolved overnight. Yuan suppressed his worries and decided to observe how events would unfold. Eldest brother, having just become siblings, Xiaowu struggled to adapt to the new terminology. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking for the moment. Xiaowu gently tugged at Pilaf's clothing, glancing around anxiously and noting that the gazes from those nearby were far from amicable. What's wrong? I'm merely stating the truth, Pilaf muttered. This is no ordinary peach. At last, the turtle hermit could no longer remain silent and kindly interjected. This is a peach of immortality that bears fruit once every 3,000 years. Mere mortals who consume it can ascend to immortality. The turtle hermit's demeanor was earnest, yet the individuals present are not ordinary mortals, and thus the benefits they can derive are limited. Even so, for an ordinary person, this is an exceptionally rare treasure, rivaling the legendary dragon that grants wishes. Just as Pilaf was about to retort, he suddenly recalled the opportunity he had squandered just a day prior to seize control of the world. He immediately covered his mouth, and after a considerable pause, he sheepishly spoke. Is that truly the case? It seems I am overly naive. I sincerely apologize. As he spoke, Pilaf bowed to the assembled crowd. Both Ash and Xiaowu, who were initially quite anxious, now stood in wide-eyed astonishment. Pilaf had always presented himself with an air of arrogance, never exhibiting such humility before. In truth, Pilaf remained skeptical about the mystical qualities of the peach as described by the turtle sage. However, considering that everyone present were disciples of Yuan, and he was merely a novice, he feared that excessive arrogance might lead to future ostracism. Besides, it was merely a peach. Trying it would not cost him anything. Even if it possessed only a fraction of the effects touted by the turtle sage, he would still be gaining. Who would refuse something offered for free? Yet, Pilaf's hidden intentions were laid bare under Yuan's keen perception. Rather than displeasure, Yuan felt quite satisfied. He was unconcerned about the minor schemes of his disciples, for in his presence, all such thoughts were transparent. He was confident in his ability to mold those with impure motives into obedient followers. His true concern lay in the possibility that his disciples might be foolish enough to not discern right from wrong. If they were to misuse their identities and tarnish the reputation of their heavenly abode, that would be utterly unacceptable. Although Pilaf was full of schemes, he also understood the necessity of choosing his words wisely in this context, demonstrating he was not entirely hopeless. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Yuan waved his hand, sending several peaches soaring towards the crowd. The speed of the peaches was astonishing. None could react in time, yet they halted abruptly, hovering gracefully before everyone. 9 disciples stood at 9 different angles, yet the peaches reached them simultaneously, evoking admiration for their master's remarkable skill. However, while each disciple received a whole peach, Pilaf ended up with merely a quarter of one. Confused, he contemplated snatching the peach from Xiaowu's hands, but felt an ominous chill at that moment. Do you not even desire the half you hold? Yuan's authoritative voice resonated from the dais, causing Pilaf to flinch. Of course not, he exclaimed, retracting his hand abruptly and awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Then what were you attempting to do? Yuan's tone was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable pressure. I was merely intending to share it with Xiaowu. Pilaf's cold sweat poured down like rain as he struggled to concoct a plausible excuse. With that, Pilaf split his quarter of the peach and offered half to Xiaowu. Big brother, you are so kind to me, Xiaowu exclaimed, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. This innocent girl had been mistreated by Pilaf for so long. She had never experienced such kindness, and she was deeply moved. Chapter 44. The tragic life of Pilaf. Considering that you are newly initiated and still adapting, I shall overlook this matter for now. Yuan spoke softly. Everyone, take heed. Since we share the same master, we must support one another. Should I discover any instances of oppression among our ranks, do not blame me for purging the ranks. His calm voice resonated among the crowd like a thunderclap, instilling a sense of dread in their hearts. The disciples dared not hesitate, nodding in agreement. A minor reprimand serves as a reminder. I hope you refrain from repeating such mistakes in the future. With a wave of his hand, The peach in Pilaf's grasp diminished once more, leaving only a tiny morsel. Pilaf gazed at the minuscule piece of peach in despair, tears welling in his eyes. Yet he could do nothing but swallow it whole. Instantly, his pupils lost focus, overwhelmed by the miraculous effects of the peach. Due to his monstrous lineage, the peach's efficacy was considerably diminished, yet even this small fragment elevated his strength to a level where he felt he could easily overpower his former self. This was merely a tiny bite. Others possessed whole peaches. As Pilaf regained his senses, tears streamed down his face, and he slapped himself in anguish. This is what you get for not controlling your mouth. Observing Pilaf's distress, the other disciples could not suppress their amusement. Young Goku, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Why is that little junior brother hitting himself? Is he silly?" Innocent words often cut the deepest. Hearing Goku's remarks, Pilaf's heart ached even more, and he began to wail uncontrollably. Enough of this pretense. Lu Yuan chided with a chuckle, approaching Pilaf and giving him a gentle kick. "Come now. I shall provide you with special training." "Really?" Pilaf quickly wiped away his tears, springing to his feet in joy. Though he had lost a significant portion of the peach, the prospect of receiving his master's special training filled him with exhilaration. Who knows? Perhaps this misfortune could lead to fortuitous outcomes? This was exclusive training from the master. Others did not receive it. Perhaps my exceptional talent has compelled the master to take a special interest in me? With special training secured, how far could the peach be? The thought made Pilaf so ecstatic that he nearly drooled. Observing Pilaf's delight, a smile crept onto Lu Yuan's lips. "Master, huh?" Pilaf gasped, breathless with excitement. "Is the special training merely tilling the fields?" "Well, tilling the fields is one part, but why have you sealed all my powers?" Pilaf lamented, though even in his complaints, he dared not pause his labor. Above him, a black whip hovered ominously. Any hint of laziness would prompt it to strike mercilessly. The lash stung fiercely yet left no marks, and each time he was struck, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him. Though subtle, this power allowed him to recover significantly, enabling him to toil tirelessly from dusk till dawn. "I have not eaten for an entire day. May I take a moment to rest?" Tears glistened in Pilaf's eyes. "How foolish I am, truly. For I only understood that my master intended to provide me with rigorous training, not realizing that such training would entail toiling in the fields, nor that I would be subjected to this under the constraints of an ordinary physique." As he spoke, Pilaf's gaze gradually lost its luster, and he collapsed to the ground, refusing to rise even under the sting of the whip. After a full day of labor, his spirit had reached its limit. Nearby, Lu Yuan, leisurely sipping tea while reclining in a rocking chair, clapped his hands, and a tub exuding an unusual fragrance materialized. With a splash, Pilaf was unceremoniously tossed into the medicinal barrel. "We shall continue tomorrow." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, 2 more tears welled in the corners of Pilaf's eyes. He felt as though he had exhausted all his tears, believing he could no longer feel pain. Do not inquire. To question would be to acknowledge a past love. Yet, when the whip struck him again the following day, he could not help but weep. The pain was unbearable. Who could possibly comprehend the suffering of King Pilaf? Of course, Lu Yuan was not tormenting Pilaf, but rather honing his will and fortifying his body. Throughout the Dragon Ball saga, the number of villains willing to exert themselves in training is scant. A mere few, such as Vegeta and Piccolo, eventually redeemed themselves and joined the protagonists. Most villains rely solely on their innate talents, and Pilaf is no exception. Accustomed to bullying the weak and fearing the strong, he has never committed to rigorous training, often resorting to unscrupulous methods, devoid of any true determination. It can be said that Pilaf fundamentally lacks the heart of a warrior. Had he been like Bulma, who thrives on intellect, he could have avoided such hardships. Alas, he is not, and perhaps he is even somewhat foolish. Therefore, Lu Yuan must employ this method to fortify his resolve. Simultaneously, after each exhausting session, in an instinctive effort to ease his subsequent trials and minimize the pain he endures, Pilaf began to adjust his posture, learning how to exert force more efficiently, thus conserving energy and enhancing his effectiveness. This also aided him in mastering his own body, enabling him to fully unleash his combat prowess in battle. What? You ask, what if he cannot learn? Fear not. A few more lashes will ensure he does. Just a couple of days prior, only Lu Yuan observed Pilaf's labor in the fields. However, by the 3rd day, Bulma had joined the ranks of the onlookers, indulging in the spectacle. Recently, She had hit a minor plateau in her training, and since it posed no significant issue, Lu Yuan refrained from providing her with extensive guidance, allowing her to indulge in a bit of laziness under the guise of contemplation. By the fourth day, Lu Yuan invited Xiao Wu to join them, preparing for a game of do-di-zhu among the three of them. During their days on the island, Ashu had been quite proactive in seeking guidance from her seniors. Eager to train alongside them, Ashu quickly found favor with Krillin, spending her days in his company as they trained together. Xiao Wu, however, wandered about, uncertain of how to proceed with her own training, and thus was straightforwardly recruited by Lu Yuan to join in their game. Lu Yuan was not unwilling to impart his techniques to the trio. Rather, Pilaf was still honing his resolve, and Lu Yuan could not immediately discern the most suitable martial arts for Xiao Wu and Ashio. Thus, the matter was temporarily shelved. There were countless techniques available for enhancing strength, and a day or two's delay was of little consequence. After elucidating the rules and demonstrating the techniques for both, Bulma and Xiao Wu swiftly grasped the essence, and the three engaged in their spirited play. However, Pilaf, toiling away in the fields, suffered not only the physical strain but also bore the brunt of the trio's intermittent laughter, which felt like a mental assault. The melancholy of Pilaf's existence deepened. Xiao Wu, though young, was clever and sensible, her words and actions evoking a refreshing charm, yet she exhibited a commendable restraint. Yet, comparisons often reveal discomforting truths. Goku's emotional intelligence could hardly be described as positive. Bulma was lively and carefree, while Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi were both fervent practitioners, seemingly having forgotten how to converse beyond the realm of training. Krillin, though more vivacious, remained a child in the presence of Lu Yuan, hardly daring to breathe. As for Master Roshi, he was, before becoming a mentor, merely a lecherous old man. Hoping for comfort from such a character was nothing short of a delusion. Among the newly accepted disciples, Ashio, a loyal Akita, could hardly be mentioned while Pilaf was preoccupied with his work. Reflecting on the situation, Lu Yuan felt he was not running a celestial court, but rather a zoo. Thus, his gaze towards Xiao Wu softened, as he found himself increasingly fond of her. However, he remained oblivious to the growing unease in Bulma's demeanor. Playing like this is rather dull. Why don't we introduce a more interesting wager? Bulma proposed, deftly shuffling the playing cards in her hands, each card dancing with the grace of a sprite. Over 50 cards, under Bulma's control, appeared not chaotic but rather harmonious. Even the most skilled card masters from previous lives would likely be astonished. The way Bulma shuffled the cards seemed to subtly embody the rhythm of mystical arts, radiating a simplistic beauty that pleased Lu Yuan immensely. "Oh, what wager do you have in mind?" he inquired. "The loser must grant the winner a wish. How does that sound?" Bulma replied with a sly grin. "Quite the clever idea," Lu Yuan chuckled. As a master, even if he won, what wish could he possibly require from his disciples? Thus, regardless of victory or defeat, it seemed he would ultimately end up fulfilling a wish for both Bulma and Xiao Wu. "What is the matter, master? Are you afraid?" Bulma challenged, her gaze provocative. "If you're scared, you can forfeit, and I require a wish." A tactic of provocation? Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Then his expression shifted to one of seriousness. "I must admit, I am rather tempted by that. Since you've put it this way, unless you truly manage to best me, I shall not grant your wish." "Humph. Just watch the show that Xiao Wu and I will put on." Bulma, feeling quite indignant, had only been acquainted with this game for a few hours. Yet with her extraordinary intellect, could she not master a mere deck of cards? Moreover, she needed only to win once. Just once would suffice. She asserted firmly, no cheating allowed. To which Bulma retorted playfully, "You better not be a sore loser." "It was I who should be saying that." Lu Yuan smiled faintly. "Just don't end up crying if you lose too much." The two exchanged a glance, and the air seemed to crackle with tension. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu discreetly shrank her neck, wishing to diminish her presence. She dared not easily engage in the rivalry between her master and senior sister. Thus, in the ensuing rounds, she played conservatively, showing no favoritism towards either side. It remains uncertain whether Lu Yuan was exceptionally lucky or Bulma woefully unfortunate, but from the very start, Bulma faced a series of terrible hands, whether as the landlord or a farmer. Just when she finally drew a few decent cards, she found herself unable to overcome the synergy between Lu Yuan and Xiao Wu, or was unnerved by Lu Yuan's cunning psychological tactics, resulting in a disastrous play. Her overwhelming desire to win made her timid, preventing her from playing boldly. In such circumstances, Even Xiao Wu was powerless to assist her. Bulma endured dozens of rounds without a single victory. Ironically, with no psychological pressures, Xiao Wu managed to win against Lu Yuan after Bulma's 49th consecutive defeat. Alas, Xiao Wu was the landlord this time, while Bulma was a farmer alongside Lu Yuan. Thus she too was among the losers and unable to voice her wish. What a pity. Lu Yuan tossed his last 2 cards onto the table, feigning disappointment. So close to victory. Bulma ground her teeth in frustration, feeling helpless. She hadn't anticipated that her carefully devised strategy would ultimately serve another's advantage. Since you, Xiao Wu, have won, please express your wish. Lu Yuan stretched his upper body casually, saying, feel free to make a bold request. I shall not be stingy. Xiao Wu hesitated momentarily. I would like Master to teach me cultivation. She had somewhat overlooked Bulma's feelings. Xiao Wu's thoughtfulness made Lu Yuan feel a twinge of guilt. Look at how wonderful she is. This wish doesn't count. Teaching you cultivation is something I had already promised. Lu Yuan shook his head gently. You should choose another wish. Then, I hope Master can teach me cultivation as soon as possible, Xiao Wu said, her fingers nervously fidgeting, appearing quite adorable. Oh, Lu Yuan pondered. Are you very eager to become stronger? Not particularly, Xiao Wu replied, lowering her gaze. It's just that everyone has their own pursuits. Yet I find myself unsure of what I should do or am capable of, which leaves me feeling somewhat lost. While Xiao Wu was indeed well-behaved, her excessive docility was not entirely comforting. Observing Xiao Wu's ethereal sword body on the system panel, Lu Yuan conceived a fitting path for her. The original owner of this path was a woman of passion and conviction, a sword-wielding fairy, perfectly aligning with Xiao Wu's ethereal sword body. The sword known as the purple-green sword was renowned in her previous life, and indeed, this lady is none other than the celestial being, Zixia. As a fragment of the wick from the Buddha's oil lamp, Zixia possesses formidable strength. At her peak, she could effortlessly defeat the combined forces of Erling Shun and the 4 heavenly kings. It is noteworthy that before the great upheaval in the heavenly palace, even Sun Wukong could not emerge unscathed from his encounters with Erling Shun, demonstrating Zixia's formidable prowess. However, Zixia's true strength lies within the purple-green sword. After being ensnared by emotions, she is no longer the fierce warrior who once battled Erling Shun and the 4 heavenly kings. Deprived of her sword, she has become akin to an ordinary frail woman. Lu Yuan's choice of Zixia was not merely for her prowess, but also due to her character. Although Zixia is inherently passionate and fearless in love, the techniques she cultivated further amplified these traits. Thus, Lu Yuan hopes that after practicing Zixia's divine techniques, Xiao Wu's character will undergo a subtle transformation, not necessarily to become as fervent as Zixia, but rather to avoid excessive gentleness. Chapter 46. A modicum of mastery, however. The technique of Zixia possesses an undeniable flaw. Her entire strength is contingent upon the purple-green sword. Without it, she is no different from an ordinary weak woman. Part of this is due to Zixia's identity as a wick of the Buddha's lamp, should Xiao Wu attempt to cultivate this technique. Although she would not suffer the same total loss of power as Zixia, her strength would certainly be significantly diminished. Naturally, Lu Yuan would not entrust such a manifestly flawed technique to Xiao Wu. Fortunately, the system can provide a perfected version of Zixia's divine technique, ensuring that the purple-green sword and her innate strength complement one another, thus preventing her from becoming utterly powerless in the absence of the sword. Of course, both the enhanced technique and the purple-green sword are of considerable value, yet Lu Yuan is unreserved, opting to exchange for both in their entirety. This is a technique and sword tailored specifically for you by your master. With a flourish of his hand, a sword appeared before Xiao Wu, a sight so dazzling it could leave one entranced. Subsequently, Lu Yuan gently passed his hand over her head, infusing her mind with the complete perfected version of Zixia's divine technique. Now, allow me to guide you in your cultivation. Xiao Wu closed her eyes and sat cross-legged, while Lu Yuan stood behind her, channeling his energy from a distance. Zixia's divine technique differs from the methods of others. It was originally crafted for her, and due to her status as a wick of the Buddha's lamp, her innate qualifications are significantly superior to those of an ordinary person. Thus, this technique lacks foundational elements. The system's perfected version of Zixia's divine technique undoubtedly includes foundational elements. Rather than relying on verbal instruction and allowing Xiao Wu to grasp the technique autonomously, Yuan decided it would be more beneficial to guide her through the entire technique in practice. Unlike many of his peers on the island, Xiaowu, despite her youth, has surpassed the optimal age for foundational training. Therefore, it is imperative for Yuan to personally oversee her cultivation, simultaneously aiding in the restructuring of her internal meridians to ensure that no errors arise in her future practice. To Yuan's surprise, Xiaowu's innate talent far exceeded his expectations. Before long, Yuan had successfully laid the foundation for Xiaowu. In just a matter of hours, she adeptly began to practice the technique on her own. As the method circulated within her body, a profound transformation unfolded within Xiaowu over the course of a single afternoon. Not only did her appearance undergo a remarkable change, but her entire demeanor also experienced an inexplicable evolution. If one were to liken her previous self to a smooth stone, the current incarnation bore subtle edges and facets. Master, I feel rather strange. Xiaowu slowly opened her eyes. It seems I have changed in ways I cannot quite articulate. Take a look at yourself. Yuan snapped his fingers, conjuring a mirror crafted from shimmering water before her. Under the reflection of the azure mirror, Xiaowu gazed at her image in disbelief. Is this truly me? She marveled, extending a finger to gently touch her face. The warm sensation at her fingertips startled her. What young girl does not cherish beauty? However, her previous existence alongside Pilaf, enduring the elements and traversing the world, had deprived her of proper care. Were it not for her innate allure, she might have transformed into an unrecognizable country girl. Wow, this technique is astonishing. Bulma exclaimed excitedly from the side. Master, I want this too. Enough of that. This technique is not suitable for you, Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. Besides, the method you are cultivating is no less commendable than Xiaowu's. So do not be so demanding. Humph. Master, you are biased. Bulma pouted, her cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish. Yuan smiled, shaking his head, and affectionately ruffled Bulma's hair. Meanwhile, Xiaowu discreetly examined herself from head to toe, her face turning a deep shade of red. This technique is truly remarkable. What did you say, Xiaowu? Yuan asked, genuinely oblivious to her words. And nothing. Xiaowu quickly shook her head, observing the laughter and camaraderie among the group. Pilaf's gaze brimmed with envy. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to pursue his own happiness. Whatever the case, he could no longer endure a life of mere toil in the fields. Master, I want to join you all in playing cards. Pilaf shouted earnestly from the side. What do you mean by playing cards? I see you are merely after my wish. Yuan replied with a bemused expression directed at Pilaf. To everyone's surprise, Pilaf boldly admitted his desires without any hesitation. Yes, Master, I no longer wish to toil in the fields. His countenance was one of despair. I truly cannot endure it any longer. Your honesty is commendable. Yuan nodded slightly. Very well, you may join us in playing cards. Having observed the rules all day, do you understand them now? Yes, I understand everything. Pilaf exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he eagerly nodded, discarding his hoe and rushing toward the three of them. Xiaowu, you should familiarize yourself with your technique first. Let Pilaf take your place for now. Suddenly, Yuan created a barrier to prevent the commotion from disturbing her training. Meanwhile, Pilaf was eagerly preparing to showcase his skills. After observing the game for an entire day, his confidence surged as he vowed to triumph over Yuan and Bulma. However, the experience of participating in a card game was vastly different from watching it from an omniscient perspective. From his elevated vantage point, Pilaf perceived the players as remarkably foolish. At times, they played the wrong cards when it was evident they should have chosen others. This perception instilled in him an inexplicable sense of superiority. Yet, when it was his turn to take the stage, he was drenched in cold sweat. The fundamental difference between playing and watching was that he had no insight into the cards held by others. While he could see everyone's hand as a spectator, he was now in the dark about his opponent's holdings. This disparity in information led Pilaf to feel overly confident about his own capabilities. However, he suffered a crushing defeat in his first game. Whether it was luck or misfortune, he was dealt the landlord's cards. Ha. Prepare to be trampled by King Pilaf. As the game commenced, Pilaf immediately began to seize the landlord position. Yuan and Bulma exchanged knowing smiles and willingly ceded the landlord role to him. Chapter 47. A game without wins. The landlord's cards were decent, yet as Pilaf gazed at his colorful hand, he hesitated to play any of them. This was the consequence of being a bandit king. Treasures were meant to be hoarded, never to be shared, let alone spent. After much prodding from Bulma, Pilaf reluctantly played a 3. However, when Bulma and Lu Yuan played single cards to probe Pilaf's hand, they were astonished to find that, apart from the initial 3, he had yet to play any other card. Regardless of whether the cards were high or low, singles or pairs, he refused to part with any. Observing this, Lu Yuan and Bulma wasted no time. They quickly discarded their cards, one by one, until their hands were empty. I can't believe I lost. Pilaf's demeanor transformed entirely. His mindset, though not difficult to comprehend, was akin to a collector's obsession. To him, the cards were treasures that might be useful someday, and even if not, they were delightful to admire in his personal vault. In essence, it was a collecting obsession. Unfortunately, such a habit proved detrimental in the game of landlord, ensuring Pilaf's inevitable defeat. Had he remained the landlord, it might have fared better, but as a farmer, his teammates endured a torturous experience. They could only watch helplessly as the landlord played all their cards, while their teammate clung to his hand, unwilling to play a single card. Though the distress was minor, the torment was perpetual. Had it not been for Bulma and Lu Yuan's occasional shifts in roles, they might have long abandoned the game. Among the most perilous moments arose when Lu Yuan and Pilaf teamed up against the formidable Bulma, the landlord. Had it not been for Lu Yuan's strategic foresight, they would have surely succumbed to Bulma's prowess. In the 7th round, Pilaf finally grasped the nuances of card play, leading to a series of progressively smoother games. Curiously, during his initial reluctance to play, his hand was exceptionally strong, yet now, his cards could only be described as utterly ineffectual. Regardless of whether he was the landlord or a farmer, Pilaf had not triumphed even once in 30 consecutive rounds. Even more absurd was the fact that 10 of those rounds were played alongside Bulma as his partner. Each game alongside Pilaf left Bulma seething with frustration, wishing to obliterate him on the spot. Finally, in the 31st round, Lu Yuan and Pilaf found themselves paired together. Bulma's hand was nothing short of perfect. However, she dared not betray a hint of emotion before the final victory, fearing that Lu Yuan might discern her strategy and devise a countermeasure against her. After an hour of psychological warfare, Bulma ultimately achieved her long-sought victory over Lu Yuan. Hooray! In a burst of exhilaration, Bulma leapt up, exclaiming, "I won. I finally beat you once, Master. Congratulations, you have finally realized your wish." Lu Yuan responded with a smile, shaking his head, his eyes brimming with affection. "Well, let us conclude our session for today." With a clap of his hands, the clutter on the stone table before them gradually became transparent until it vanished entirely. Huh. Disappointment etched across Pilaf's face. He lamented, "Is that all? Is it over? What else do you expect?" Lu Yuan chuckled at Pilaf's dismay. "Seeing your pitiful expression, I shall grant you a modest wish today. Of course, no training is out of the question." "Very well." Pilaf sighed, but soon his eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Training need not cease. It could merely adopt a different approach. There was no necessity to toil in the fields continuously. "You wish to train differently?" Lu Yuan inquired with a knowing smile. Bulma shivered at the sight of Lu Yuan's expression, aware that each time he wore such a smile, it foretold misfortune for someone. Regrettably, Pilaf remained blissfully unaware of the impending seriousness of the situation, lost in the joy of avoiding agricultural labor. "If you wish to avoid farming, that is feasible. But are you familiar with the Red Ribbon Army?" "I am," Pilaf replied, puzzled as to why his master had broached this subject. Nevertheless, he dutifully recounted the information he possessed about the Red Ribbon Army. "They are deemed the most nefarious legion in the world, committing heinous acts without remorse," Pilaf stated earnestly. "Many national armies are no match for them." However, Pilaf soon grasped the implications and donned a sycophantic smile. "Of course, none of this poses any threat in your presence. Master, what a mere red silk army. Just a collection of foul fish and rotten shrimp. Master, with just a flick of your little finger, you could reduce them to ashes. For me, their strength is inconsequential. What truly matters is how formidable the red silk army is in your eyes." Lu Yuan gazed at Pilaf, a peculiar smile dancing in his eyes. "For me?" Pilaf's expression shifted. "Master, what do you mean? Since you find the tedious foundational training uninteresting and unbearable, I shall give you something more engaging. How do you feel about the task of annihilating the Red Silk Army? Is it too daunting for you?" "Yes, very daunting," Pilaf responded without a moment's hesitation, his voice resolute. "For me, this task is utterly impossible. In life, the greatest folly is to underestimate oneself. Lu Yuan attempted to pat Pilaf on the shoulder, only to realize the vast difference in their heights rendered the gesture impractical, forcing him to abandon the idea. What once seemed an insurmountable challenge to you is now something you might yet attempt. No, no, Master, please spare me. Do not hesitate. Off you go. Lu Yuan seized Pilaf by the collar and, with a swift kick, sent him soaring into the sky, transforming into a star that vanished from sight. In truth, Lu Yuan had teleported Pilaf directly to the headquarters of the Red Silk Army. Pilaf found himself disoriented upon landing, but as he opened his eyes, he realized he was in a square surrounded by armed thugs, all eyeing him with malicious intent. Panic surged within him, but as he sensed a familiar power coursing through him, a newfound confidence surged forth. Chapter 48. The arrogant Pilaf. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Pilaf felt that he had grown stronger compared to before. This was no mere delusion. During the days spent toiling in the fields, Lu Yuan had consistently guided spiritual energy to cleanse Pilaf's body. Through this labor, the energy had been wholly absorbed, becoming an integral part of his strength. Who are you? A golden-haired man approached, looking down at Pilaf with an air of superiority. The man appeared impeccably groomed, devoid of any dust, making Pilaf, covered in grime and dirt, resemble a creature that had crawled out from some forgotten corner. How did you fall from the sky? The man inquired, frowning once more. After waiting a moment, and noticing that Pilaf remained lost in thought, he muttered, "So it turns out he is a fool? Guard, take this fool away and interrogate him thoroughly." The golden-haired man beckoned to the soldiers behind him. "This is the headquarters of our Red Silk Army. We cannot allow any suspicious individuals to enter." "Yes," a soldier behind him responded loudly. Yet in the next moment, the expression on the golden-haired man's face soured considerably. The golden-haired man slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze intensely on the one who had just spoken. "I detest it when others speak loudly behind my General Blue." The man's expression morphed into a sinister scowl. In the next moment, he drew a gun from his waist and fired directly at the center of the soldier's forehead, creating a gaping hole. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. At last, I am rid of that bothersome fly. The sudden gunshot jolted Pilaf, who had been reveling in his newfound powers. Witnessing General Blue so effortlessly execute his subordinate left Pilaf feeling uneasy. Although he had often embraced the role of a villain and never considered himself a paragon of virtue, he could assert, without exaggeration, that he was a champion in treating his subordinates within the Red Ribbon Army. After all, this was an evil organization. It was utterly unrealistic to expect any compassion from them towards their members. In the eyes of the higher-ups in the Red Ribbon Army, these lower-tier soldiers were merely expendable fodder, their lives of no consequence. "Indeed, I admire your ruthlessness," Pilaf laughed heartily. "Had this been in the past, I would have surely made you one of my subordinates. Alas, I have since reformed." Pilaf's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. "If you surrender, perhaps I might show you mercy." A wave of raucous laughter erupted from the crowd. "Ha ha ha! How ridiculous! A mere little monster dares to boast so brazenly? I wonder how this person found us in the Red Ribbon Army. Could there be a traitor among us? Little one, run back to your mother. How delightful! It has been ages since I encountered someone so audacious." General Blue sneered. "I shall not grant you a swift death. I intend to savor the spectacle of your demise." Meanwhile, Lu Yuan observed the impending clash with interest. This General Blue was somewhat familiar to him. In the original narrative, he was merely a minor character with a negligible superpower. Yet, the system panel displayed that General Blue's combat prowess was not inconsiderable. Of course, this was only relative, as it paled in comparison to the specially trained Pilaf. On the other side, Pilaf had engaged General Blue. The general had presumed that it would take merely a few moves to reduce this oddly colored little monster to a quivering mess. However, upon their first exchange, he realized something was amiss. Pilaf's strikes lacked technique, relying solely on his innate reflexes, which clearly indicated he was no martial artist. Yet, Pilaf's speed was astonishing, and his strength was formidable. General Blue's punches landed without effect, while Pilaf's casual swipes proved unbearable. What is happening? How is General Blue holding his own against that little imp? The general was, in fact, humiliating his opponent. Another soldier whispered in response. He relishes in slowly tormenting his enemies. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows multiple times. A sense of foreboding surged within General Blue as he seized an opportunity during Pilaf's attack to deftly evade his punch. To his astonishment, Blue realized how treacherous Pilaf truly was, feigning ignorance to lower his guard. You are the fool. Your entire family is foolish. Pilaf spat, pointing a finger accusingly at Bru's nose. You've fallen for my trap. General Bru smiled faintly. You have succumbed to my extraordinary ability. I trust you find yourself paralyzed and unable to move. His excitement grew as he elaborated on his powers. My ability allows me to immobilize my foes merely by locking eyes with them. Witnessing Pilaf ensnared, Bru could hardly contain his delight. Though your skills are commendable, this is where your journey ends. He withdrew a pistol from his waist, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I shall first shatter your limbs, and then proceed to torment you slowly. However, rather than instilling fear, Bru's words provoked a derisive laugh from Pilaf. Is this your greatest trump card? Pilaf feigned disappointment. In the past, I might have been ensnared, but now I am utterly transformed. Your trick is entirely ineffective against me. With that, Pilaf unleashed a thunderous roar, his body expanding to a colossal size, breaking the gaze they shared and rendering Bru's power ineffective. Meanwhile, the onlooker, Yuan, could no longer suppress his astonishment. He had long doubted the system's claim that Pilaf possessed the ability of extraordinary intellect. From any angle, Pilaf did not appear particularly astute. However, it now seemed that this intelligence was applied elsewhere. At the very least, in terms of combat instinct, Pilaf's performance was no less impressive than that of others. Gazing upon the towering giant before him, all the members of the Red Ribbon Army were left dumbfounded. Fire! Launch missiles! Open fire! What are you waiting for? With General Bru's commanding shout, the assembled troops finally reacted, unleashing an overwhelming barrage of firepower upon Pilaf. The Red Ribbon Army's advanced and formidable equipment paled in comparison to the colossal Pilaf, who now stood impervious to their assault. Chapter 49. The overconfident Pilaf's hardened physique allowed him to traverse the hail of bullets as if in a realm devoid of danger. Even when the Red Ribbon Army deployed tanks, Pilaf simply crushed them beneath his feet. Missiles with greater firepower were effortlessly swatted away, posing no threat whatsoever. With a flurry of punches and kicks, Pilaf wreaked havoc upon the Red Ribbon Army's entire base. While the base was not devoid of martial artists, the disparity in size rendered any techniques they possessed utterly futile against Pilaf's overwhelming might. Under Pilaf's tyrannical presence, these martial artists could only struggle to defend themselves, let alone inflict any damage upon him. In his hubris, Pilaf reveled in the exercise of his strength, wreaking widespread destruction throughout the base. Before undergoing specialized training with Yuan, his transformation could only last for 2 minutes, which was a third shorter than that of Ultraman. However, after 3 days of rigorous training under Yuan, he found himself able to maintain his transformation for half an hour without feeling fatigued. An hour passed, and he began to sense a decline in his stamina. The onset of exhaustion was swifter and more intense than he had anticipated. He could not even make it out the door of the base before he reverted back to his diminutive, purple-skinned form. Despite Pilaf's collapse, the chaos did not abate. Some individuals remained oblivious to the events unfolding around them, merely following the crowd in a state of panic. The lower-ranking soldiers were caught up in the tumult. Yet those in higher positions, particularly the martial artists, quickly realized that Pilaf had vanished. The more astute among them deduced that Pilaf had succumbed to exhaustion and hastened toward the spot where he had last been seen, while the less perceptive began to regroup the remaining forces and quell the disturbance. Witnessing this scene, Yuan could not help but sigh in resignation. Pilaf's temperament was incomparable to that of his other disciples. It was no wonder he could assert himself on Earth. If he were to venture into the cosmos, he would find himself utterly outmatched, not only by Frisia and his ilk, but even by Frisia's subordinate, the Jinyu Force, who would easily overwhelm him. No matter how great his power, the outcome would remain unchanged. Unbeknownst to Pilaf, a harsh reality awaited him upon his return. He was now filled with despair, having grown so overconfident that he failed to notice his energy had been completely depleted. At this moment, he could neither rise to flee nor muster the strength to move a finger. Lying on the ground, he fervently prayed that no one would notice the small figure sprawled before them. Had he the strength, he would have gladly dug a hole to bury himself. Yuan, sensing Pilaf's thoughts through their mental connection, could not suppress a grimace. How had he ever thought it wise to take this individual under his wing? A disgrace to the sect, indeed. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered in Yuan's heart. Perhaps Pilaf still had a trick up his sleeve? However, the unfolding events proved unsatisfactory for both Pilaf and Yuan alike. Weren't you quite the braggart just moments ago? A dark, sinister figure materialized before Pilaf. Hey, haha. Pilaf desperately attempted to muster a plea for mercy, but for reasons unknown, no sound escaped his lips. You have caused our Red Ribbon army immense suffering. Black gritted his teeth, seething with rage. I shall not rest until I have torn you to shreds to satiate my wrath. If you beg for mercy now, perhaps I can grant you a swift end. Pilaf's mouth opened wide, yet not a single sound emerged. Good. Black bellowed suddenly. Indeed, you are a tough one. A person like you is worthy of being our adversary. Black sneered, I will treat you well. Pilaf now found himself in a plight where he could articulate no grievances. It is not that he is tough, but rather that he is utterly speechless. This is undoubtedly the handiwork of Yuan, who could not bear to witness Pilaf weeping and begging for mercy. Thus, he sealed his mouth, rendering him voiceless. Lieutenant Brack, a red-haired man, stood at attention and reported loudly, the turmoil within the base has subsided. Please give your orders. Excellent. Brack nodded in satisfaction. Colonel Saruba, you have performed admirably. I shall duly report your merits to the Marshal. I grant you 3 days. In 3 days, I expect to see a base restored to its former state. With that, Brack dragged Pilaf toward the dungeons of the base. He suspended Pilaf on the rack and, with a cold smirk, injected him with 3 vials of an unknown liquid. This toxin was potent enough to paralyze the muscles of 100 elephants. A cruel glimmer sparkled in Brack's eyes. Even if you transform into that giant again, you shall lack the strength to move. If you tell me now who sent you, I might be inclined to go easy on you. Seeing that Pilaf remained silent, Brack's smile faded. Very good, he exclaimed, impressed. You truly are a tough man. I, Brack, shall gladly refer to you as the hardest man in the world. Given this, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Ah, cease this. A voice echoed softly within the secret chamber. Pilaf's eyes abruptly ignited with bright light, and he was nearly brought to tears with excitement. Master, have you finally come to rescue me? Alas, he remained unable to speak. Otherwise, he would have conveyed to Yuan the true essence of profound master-disciple affection and filial piety. You, who are you? Brack, initially alarmed, felt relief wash over him upon seeing merely a delicate-looking youth appear in the chamber. Is this pretty boy your accomplice? Brack's eyes darted back and forth between them. Indeed. You are part of a conspiratorial organization. He assumed a posture of someone who had seen through it all. I shall see if this pretty boy is as tough as you. With that, Brack astonishingly produced a small handgun seemingly from thin air and fired a shot at Yuan's feet. Though the bullet posed no threat to Yuan, its power exceeded his expectations. The ground was blasted, creating a pit 30 centimeters in diameter and several meters deep, an abyss seemingly without end. Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Could this weapon be related to the androids? In the original Dragon Ball, androids were formidable entities, repeatedly posing grave threats to the Dragon Ball fighters. In a parallel universe, there even exists a scenario where androids 17 and 18 annihilate all Dragon Ball warriors, leaving only Trunks, Vegeta's son, alive. Not to mention the later appearances of Cell, Hell's Android 17, and Super Android 17, beings that are considered insurmountable. Some individuals may contend that in the world of Dragon Ball, technology is utterly futile and that personal strength reigns supreme. However, this notion is fundamentally flawed. Scientific advancement is indeed the foremost driving force of productivity, applicable in any realm. Throughout the narrative of Dragon Ball, aside from the main protagonists, the androids play a pivotal role, often plunging the heroes into despair. All these androids are the creations of the true mastermind of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero. Had it not been for Bulma from the parallel universe developing the time machine, even the warriors of the main universe would have found it difficult to escape catastrophe. Thus, when comparing Dr. Gero to the brilliant scientist Bulma, one might argue that they are evenly matched. Their areas of expertise, however, diverge. Dr. Gero's genius is entirely focused on biological weaponry, while Bulma's talents lean more towards mechanical inventions. Some may feel that these two cannot be compared. Yet the truth is otherwise. The only means of traversing parallel universes, apart from the gods of destruction and angels, is the time machine invented by Bulma. Of course, Zeno, due to his unique nature, does not fall within this discussion. As for Dr. Gero's accomplishments, they are beyond reproach. From the initial encounter of Goku with Android 8 to the emergence of Androids 17 and 18, as well as Cell during the Super Saiyan era, all were products of Dr. Gero's ingenuity. Cell is particularly extraordinary, as he autonomously evolved after Dr. Gero's demise, ultimately developing into the first form of Cell. This entity can continuously enhance itself by absorbing the cells of other androids and powerful beings, rendering even Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 transformation ineffective. Had it not been for Gohan's extraordinary awakening spurred by Goku's encouragement, the outcome might have been drastically different. In the underworld, Dr. Gero, alongside Dr. Mew, developed Hell's Android 17, which, after assimilating Android 17, transformed into the infinitely absorbing Super Android 17. Had Dr. Gero not met his untimely end, he could very well have annihilated the entire hero ensemble. Are you so frightened that you cannot speak? The boisterous voice of Black snapped Lu Yuan back to reality. The weapons crafted by Dr. Gero are indeed formidable. Haha, since these weapons are so powerful, why didn't you use one against Pilaf earlier? Lu Yuan inquired. Curiosity slightly piqued. I don't mind revealing the truth, Black replied, exuding an air of confidence. While this weapon is indeed potent, it would be of little use against the giant we just faced, as the wounds it can inflict are quite limited. Moreover, both the production and firing capacity of this weapon are severely restricted. Lu Yuan had merely been probing, yet he was taken aback by Black's unabashed openness, as if he believed he had everything under control and thus felt no need for concealment. However, it is understandable, at this moment, the environment on Earth still leans towards peace, with relatively few villains present. The so-called Red Silk Army is merely a tool, meticulously nurtured by Dr. Goro to further his research and amass financial gain. The ostensible leader of this faction harbors the singular ambition of collecting Dragon Balls to enhance his own stature. It can be asserted that, apart from Dr. Goro, there is not a single rational individual within this organization. This is hardly surprising, had there been a sensible person among them. Dr. Goro would likely have been usurped long ago. Upon scrutinizing the pit on the ground, Lu Yuan utilized his spiritual awareness to examine the firearm in Black's possession. An enlightenment dawned upon him. The weapon appeared formidable, yet its actual destructive capacity was limited. Its output power could neither be amplified nor diminished, and its range was disappointingly short, even inferior to some handguns. This firearm was, in essence, suitable only for close combat, while it might suffice against ordinary foes. When confronted with the colossal form of Pilaf, one must question whether it could even strike its target, let alone inflict significant damage. Nonetheless, the design concept of this weapon merits acknowledgement. Some aspects concerning energy transformation are intriguing, and bringing this knowledge back could inspire Bulma. Lu Yuan discovered that this gun exhibited signs of harnessing the spiritual energy present in the air during its design phase. It is worth noting that the infusion of spiritual energy into this world has only recently begun, and many remain oblivious to the changes unfolding around them. Yet, Dr. Goro not only recognized these shifts, but has commenced research into utilizing atmospheric spiritual energy to fabricate even more formidable weaponry. Lu Yuan could not help but marvel at the ingenuity of the individuals in this world, further solidifying his resolve to remain hidden until he has achieved unparalleled strength. Fearing the butterfly effect might propel Dr. Goro to create even more terrifying androids, Lu Yuan resolved to eradicate this menace in its infancy. However, as he scanned the entirety of the base with his spiritual awareness, he found no trace of Dr. Goro and was left with no choice but to abandon his search. Despite racking his brain, he could not recall any clues from the original text regarding the whereabouts of Dr. Goro's research facility. It was impractical to sweep the entire Earth with his spiritual awareness. The undertaking was far too vast, and he would be better off honing his skills at the dojo during that time. Once his strength was sufficiently formidable, he would have no reason to fear any androids. Moreover, within the dojo, Lu Yuan was invincible. This alone placed him in an unassailable position. I am asking you a question, Black exclaimed, visibly exasperated. If you do not divulge who sent you, do not blame me for being impolite. Black's spittle flew about, nearly landing on Lu Yuan's face. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly, his thoughts wandering. Initially, he had contemplated retaining them as a litmus test for old age, but now he thought it best to take them all away for labor reform. Within the dojo, Lu Yuan was omnipotent. However, beyond the dojo and the confines of the island, there were areas he could not manage. As he continued to gather more disciples, Lu Yuan inevitably found himself facing certain material needs, which could not solely rely on his own production. Hence, He resolved to recruit a group of laborers to reclaim land from the sea, expanding the small island, whether for agriculture or commercial development. Such endeavors would undoubtedly benefit the entire sect. Chapter 51. The Colossus of Light if given the opportunity. Lu Yuan even contemplated hosting the renowned Grand Martial Arts Conference on his island. This would attract a greater number of martial artists, and with an influx of visitors. Some might even express a desire to become his disciples. To Lu Yuan, the more disciples, the better, even if the newcomers were reluctant to become apprentices. Their mere presence would likely incite bouts of sparring among the martial artists in the vicinity. Over time, this would naturally draw even more warriors to the area. As the number of martial artists increased, so too would the presence of skilled masters, allowing his disciples to engage in duels with the finest from across the realm without ever leaving their home. Alas, he was truly burdened with concern for his disciples. With a sigh, Lu Yuan abruptly vanished from the secret chamber. Before Barak could express his astonishment, he was enveloped in a whirlwind, and after what felt like an eternity, he found himself on a desolate little island. Merely a few dozen meters away lay another island shrouded in mist. Surveying his surroundings, Barak was astonished to discover that the entire Red Silk Army had appeared on this barren isle. Just as the soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, two bald figures descended from the heavens, one large, the other small. The smaller bald figure seemed to struggle with his flying technique, landing unsteadily. Despite the presence of several martial artists among the Red Silk Army, none had ever heard of anyone capable of flight, and they were momentarily awestruck by the display from Tien Shinhan and Krillin. Your task is to develop this deserted island. Unquestionably, these soldiers had been summoned directly by Lu Yuan through his formidable magical prowess, a technique known as Sleeve Universe. The purpose of gathering these individuals was to realize Lu Yuan's previous vision. While the island designated for the Red Silk Army had also been procured nearby using the same technique. Though modest in size, the island was considerably larger than an average town. Considering the need for expansion and other requirements, Lu Yuan planned to have Bulma inscribe formations upon the island to reinforce its stability, ensuring it would not be shattered by fervent martial artists in the future. Furthermore, spatial formations would be implemented to maximize the island's utility without requiring a larger area. This could also serve as a practical assignment for Bulma. For the moment, however, Lu Yuan decided to prioritize dealing with Pilaf. Master, I knew you would never abandon me," Pilaf exclaimed, immediately showering Lu Yuan with flattery. "Master, you are as graceful and charming as a young tree in the wind, indeed rescuing me from peril at the most critical moment." You cannot imagine the severity of the Black Egg Commander's interrogation. I remained steadfast and said not a word. Even the black marinated egg expressed admiration. "Calling me a tough guy? Is that so?" Lu Yuan smirked. "How can I forget that someone accused me of sending him to his demise? How could that be?" Pilaf's cold sweat began to bead as he exclaimed, "You must have misheard. Such a thing is utterly impossible. Could it be that my innermost thoughts escaped my lips? No. I distinctly remember being unable to speak at that moment." Lu Yuan quietly articulated Pilaf's unspoken thoughts. Instantly, Pilaf's complexion turned ashen. "Curious about how to prevent me from hearing your thoughts?" Lu Yuan chuckled softly. "Practice diligently. One day, you shall achieve that goal." Gently patting Pilaf on the head, a peculiar energy surged into his being. Pilaf's expression shifted dramatically with the influx of memories, ultimately transforming into sheer ecstasy. "Thank you, master, but do not rejoice just yet." Lu Yuan extended his hand to pat Pilaf's canine head, wearing a gentle smile. "To temper your character and ensure you are worthy of this power, I have decided on a 3-month labor reform for you. During this time, you shall toil alongside the Red Ribbon Army. You will be released only when I am satisfied. Your treatment will be identical to that of the Red Ribbon Army, so do not expect any special privileges. I will specifically instruct your fellow disciples on this matter." "No. Master, hear me out." With a cry of despair, Pilaf was cast into the ranks of the Red Ribbon Army, his power sealed away. The strength Lu Yuan selected for Pilaf was remarkably unique. When it comes to transformation and gigantism, what first comes to mind? Indeed, the Light Giants. Originating from another world, the Light Giants may seem trivial, yet their potential is formidable, ranging from obliterating monstrous entities to traversing time and parallel universes, even to the annihilation of the cosmos itself. However, what Lu Yuan offered to Pilaf was not the ability of any specific light giant, but rather a seed of potential. The powers it could unleash depended entirely on Pilaf's own abilities. Should he lack ambition, he might merely transform into a giant several dozen meters tall, capable of battling minor beasts, easily toppled by anyone. Conversely, if Pilaf were sufficiently driven, he could potentially rival even the likes of Frisia. And if he truly maximized his potential, he might even stand toe-to-toe with the god of super science or the god of destruction. Naturally, Lu Yuan held little expectation for the latter scenario. Master, a voice filled with resentment echoed from behind Lu Yuan. You promised to grant me a wish. It has been 3 hours. Where have you gone? Lu Yuan inwardly cursed, realizing he had been so focused on Pilaf that he had forgotten all about Bulma. Pilaf misunderstood me. It's nothing. I just sent your junior disciple to develop an uncharted island and imparted to him a cultivation system tailored to his needs. This system is quite different from what you all possess. Lu Yuan skillfully diverted the conversation, employing the topic of cultivation, which piqued Bulma's interest. As anticipated, Bulma immediately took the bait. What kind of cultivation system? How have you become so different from all of us? Bulma inquired curiously, instantly casting aside her previous displeasure. Do you know? In this universe, there are certain races that possess the ability to alter their appearance and even their physical forms, enhancing their power through genetic restructuring. They commonly refer to this phenomenon as transformation. Transformation? Bulma's eyes widened. Wait, did you just say this universe? Are there truly extraterrestrials in this world? Chapter 52. Common knowledge indeed. There are extraterrestrials. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Moreover, Earth has been visited by aliens on more than one occasion. Is that true? Bulma's enthusiasm suddenly waned. While she believed in the existence of extraterrestrials, she found it hard to accept that they had ever visited Earth, leading her to think that her master must be deceiving her. Of course it's true. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. When have I ever lied to you? In fact, the Supreme Kai on Earth is an alien from Namek. Wait, Master. Bulma exclaimed, dumbfounded. The more you say, the more absurd it seems. Is there really a Supreme Kai? Do gods truly exist in this world? Absolutely. Lu Yuan gently tapped Bulma on the head. When I helped revive those people in the city, did you not meet King Yama? Since this world even has King Yama, what is so strange about the existence of a Supreme Kai? Bulma, realizing the truth, cradled her head in a somewhat aggrieved manner. All right. I just didn't think of it right away. However, she added, strictly speaking, the Supreme Kai on Earth is not a true god. Subsequently, Lu Yuan elaborated on various cosmic knowledge, such as the Galactic Patrol, the Four Kais, and the existence of the god of destruction. Doesn't that mean we are in danger? Bulma expressed her concerns. What if the god of destruction intends to annihilate our planet? You need not worry about that. Lu Yuan replied with a slight shake of his head. Although the god of destruction's duty is to destroy planets, he is not inherently malevolent. Destruction and creation are two forces that maintain the balance of the universe. The Kaioshin, the god of creation, is responsible for creating new planets when others are destroyed, thus preserving cosmic stability. As for the possibility of the god of destruction coming to Earth, it is highly unlikely, as this place is quite remote. Moreover, if the god of destruction were to truly appear, my presence would also be a factor. In this matter, Lu Yuan did not speak entirely truthfully. In fact, the arrival of the god of destruction Beerus on Earth was an event destined to occur. However, his temperament was relatively mild. In the original story, had it not been for Bu and Beerus vying for pudding, he would not have sought to destroy Earth. Nonetheless, Lu Yuan remained unconcerned, for with the speed at which his power was growing, by the time Beerus arrived on Earth, it would be uncertain who would be stronger. Perhaps even the angel Whis would not be his match. This confidence stemmed from his reliance on the system. To take a step back, even if Lu Yuan's strength does not match that of Beerus, he possesses myriad methods to ensure Beerus's departure without causing any disturbance to Earth. Indeed, with Master by your side, there shall be no concerns. Bulma harbors an unwavering confidence in Lu Yuan's abilities, not solely due to the techniques imparted by her master, but also because, regardless of her own growth and power, she finds it impossible to glimpse even a fragment of Lu Yuan's true strength. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pilaf's circumstances are less than pleasant. When the martial artists of the Red Ribbon Army discovered that Pilaf had been cast onto a deserted island to cultivate the land, their satisfaction knew no bounds. There is no greater delight than witnessing one's adversary suffer more than oneself, especially when that adversary lies within one's grasp. However, the The retribution against Pilaf concluded in less than 10 minutes, as the trio of Tien, Kaiatsu, and Krillin served as overseers. The selection of Tien, dumplings, and Krillin was a deliberate choice by Lu Yuan. Among his 9 disciples, he deemed Krillin the most in need of tempering his disposition. The other 8, whether it be Goku, the martial arts enthusiast, Bulma, the scientific mind, or Tien, who was born a killer, require no special attention from Lu Yuan. A mere opportunity for refinement will facilitate their rapid advancement. Krillin, being the only child among them, necessitated that Lu Yuan cultivate his temperament while he is still young, ensuring that as he ventures into the cosmos, he does not succumb to foolish errors born of naivety and immaturity. One need only observe that scions are assigned tasks from birth, a practice linked to their innate abilities. However, had it not been for such a brutal selection process, they would not have earned the title of a warrior race in the universe. Yet, this method of training, reminiscent of ancient Sparta, poses significant drawbacks. Allowing children to develop freely may quickly elevate the gifted, yet without systematic education and training, the potential of many remains squandered. Son Goku, a lower-tier warrior, stands as a prime example of this. Given that Krillin has chosen the path of a martial artist to strengthen himself, Lu Yuan is more than willing to nurture his development. Furthermore, as his disciple grows stronger, Lu Yuan also reaps the benefits, a mutually advantageous arrangement indeed. It is worth noting that Lu Yuan's intention in having Krillin accompany him was to acclimate him to the harsh realities of the world. The members of the Red Ribbon Army are notorious for their malevolence, and while extermination might seem just, it is likely that some innocents would be caught in the crossfire. Prior to their arrival, Lu Yuan granted Tien ample authority to determine the fates of these individuals. He is no tyrant. En route back, he utilized his telepathic abilities to review the deeds of these individuals, marking those among them who were good, evil, or possessed the desire for redemption. For those irredeemably wicked individuals, it is only natural to deal with them swiftly, setting an example for others. In contrast, the virtuous can be entrusted with lighter tasks or even elevated to positions of management. Lu Yuan merely provided Tien Shinhan with a general direction. The specifics of the implementation were left to Tien Shinhan himself. This also served as a test of Tien Shinhan's capabilities. Given Tien Shinhan's limited intellect, he might have impulsively decided to eliminate a number of individuals had it not been for the timely reminders from Jiaozi. Despite Jiaozi's repeated counsel against rashness, a faction of troublemakers launched a surprise attack, intent on ending Tien Shinhan's life. Naturally, Tien Shinhan did not show any mercy. After ascertaining the identities of these assailants, he ensured that none escaped, casting them all into the sea to feed the sharks. Yet, the ordeal did not conclude there. With the assistance of Jiaozi and Klin, after assigning tasks to the Red Ribbon Army, Tien Shinhan discovered that a group had conspired to target Pilaf. Chapter 53, Educating Klin. Regardless of his disdain for Pilaf, this individual remained his junior apprentice. The teachings of brotherhood, which emphasized love and camaraderie, were not lost on Tien Shinhan, even as Pilaf faced punishment. His master had expressly instructed him to keep Pilaf's identity confidential. Nevertheless, Tien Shinhan did not hesitate to act. Those on the list of nefarious individuals were indeed cast into the sea as shark fodder. Should I discover anyone plotting harm against others again, do not expect my leniency, Tien Shinhan declared coldly, casting a frigid glance at the gathered crowd before sitting cross-legged and quietly resuming his meditation. Jiaozi, Klin whispered. Noticing the puzzled look Jiaozi directed at him, he leaned closer. Are we being too ruthless in our actions? Klin's expression was a mixture of concern and conflict. Let them die? A missile, trailing a crimson and azure flame, hurtled towards the 2 children standing motionless. Lieutenant Arno could not suppress a smirk of triumph at the sight. Although both children possessed the ability to fly, Arno doubted their extraordinary capabilities, believing they must have employed some trickery to achieve their current state. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the pale-faced child on the left first, and then seize the other while still reeling from the missile's shockwave. This way, he would have leverage over the three-eyed one. Despite the three-eyed individual's formidable strength, Arno was confident that as long as he held a hostage, compliance would be ensured. The only flaw in his plan was the potential for the three-eyed one to react quickly, possibly capturing or even killing him before he could strike. However, with the missile already launched, no one could surpass its speed. Even if he failed to capture the other child as a hostage, it would still result in a one-for-one exchange. The advantage is mine. This is a sure win. As the saying goes, smoke does no harm. Once the dense smoke dissipated, both Jiaozi and Clint emerged unscathed. There is no need to elaborate on Krillin, although his potential remains largely untapped. He embodies the essence of a future hero akin to Saitama, undaunted by mere missiles. As a formidable superhuman, Jiaozi possesses even greater prowess. In the fleeting moment a missile is launched, he calculates its trajectory and explosive force, determining it poses no threat to him, thus rendering evasion unnecessary. It seems I need not elaborate further. With a slight sigh, Jiaozi remarked, "Do you see, Krillin? Many among these individuals are criminals unworthy of pity. Thus, we must harbor no compassion." Krillin, with his youthful mind unable to fathom the depths of human malevolence, found himself momentarily speechless. But how can we truly ascertain who is a villain? He pondered. That is precisely why Master has conducted thorough investigations and imparted his knowledge to us. Tien Shinhan knows well who deserves punishment and who embodies goodness. He has made his judgments. However, when we venture into the world without Master by our side, we lack guidance in distinguishing between the wicked and the virtuous, necessitating our constant vigilance. You may treat others with sincerity, yet as martial artists, our fundamental alertness must remain unwavering. We must perpetually be on guard. Lieutenant Arno's smug grin had yet to fully blossom before it solidified into a grimace. The dismissive attitudes of the three-eyed beings and the two children he had attacked only served to stoke the flames of his anger. "You underestimate me." Lieutenant Arno's face flushed crimson as he launched himself at the pair with his right hand detached from his shoulder, flying towards them with ferocity. His fists moved with such speed that the average observer would struggle to perceive their motion. Yet in the next instant, Jiaozi extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking the punch before him. Moments later, the fist disintegrated into countless particles of dust, scattering in the wind before the astonished onlookers. Jiaozi had employed his superhuman ability to deconstruct the very molecular structure of the fist, creating an almost miraculous spectacle. The members of the Red Ribbon Army below stood agape, some trembling in fear, teetering on the edge of losing control of their bladders. "Do you understand now?" Upon seeing Krillin nod emphatically, Jiaozi allowed himself a reassuring smile before shifting his gaze towards Lieutenant Arno. A cyborg, is he? It seems unwise to feed the fish." Jiaozi tilted his head slightly, and in the blink of an eye, appeared before Arno like a specter. "Let us proceed in this manner." Jiaozi gently tapped his finger against Lieutenant Arno's forehead, causing the lieutenant's trembling form to freeze as if a pause button had been pressed. In the next moment, a gust of wind swept through, transforming Arno's body into a cloud of dust that settled upon those nearby. One individual immediately rolled their eyes back and fainted. A ghost! A ghost! Among the Red Ribbon Army, some had already knelt in fervent prayer, weeping profusely as they confessed their sins, while others, paralyzed by fear, wet themselves. And many succumbed to unconsciousness. Was that too terrifying? This could prove problematic. Krillin shivered involuntarily at the side. There is an undeniable sense that this junior disciple has awakened to something profound. 2 days later, following the tumult of the first day, the members of the Red Ribbon Army have all settled down, no longer daring to act recklessly. Under the meticulous organization of Tien Shinhan and his companions, the development of the deserted island progresses in an orderly fashion. On the island, the Red Ribbon Army works fervently, with not a single soul daring to slack off. Ordinarily, even with supervision, many among them might still put forth minimal effort, as they would still be provided with meals, albeit tasteless ones, and they could afford to meander through their tasks. However, during the first dinner, after Tien Shinhan unceremoniously tossed a few of the laziest individuals into the sea to feed the sharks, no one thereafter dared to shirk their duties. Although those cast into the depths were indeed deserving of their fate, genuine individuals, or those remorseful at heart, would never find themselves in such a predicament. Yet, the rest were oblivious to this. They only saw that idleness could lead to being fed to the sharks. Thus they labored with fervor. None dared to be idle. Tien Shinhan was not one to overburden them to the point of exhaustion. Appropriate rest periods were still allocated, though merely as a formality. The notion of comfort was utterly unattainable. Among all, the most miserable during these 2 days was none other than Pilaf. Among these prisoners, aside from him, all were members of the Red Ribbon Army. As their adversary, Pilaf faced relentless ostracism and disdain during this time. Due to the fact that the leadership of the Red Ribbon Army had not been entirely eradicated, a significant portion of individuals remained shrewd enough to avoid the fallout. Consequently, in a mere 2 days, these individuals formed small factions once again. Logically, one would expect that those in higher positions would oversee those in lower ranks. However, this order crumbled within a day. The catalyst was an individual leveraging their status to seize others' provisions, believing that consuming more would grant them strength to labor. Initially, the oppressed remained silent, but as the number of victims grew, chaos ensued. Following another wave of individuals being cast into the sea by Tien Shinhan, a new order was established the following day. The tasks assigned by Tien Shinhan were systematic, determined by each individual's physical condition and the extent of good or ill deeds they had performed. There was no need for overly intricate divisions. A broad categorization sufficed. Thus, with the astonishing computational prowess of Goku's rice cooker, the allocation of work was effortlessly accomplished. Notably, there were those who, after completing their own tasks, still had the energy to assist others. When the first individual extended a helping hand and received food in return during mealtime, the remaining workers, having finished their own duties, naturally followed suit. Thus, an order emerged, dictated by the extent of assistance one offered to others. As for Pilaf, hardly anyone was inclined to lend him a hand. Humans are inherently social beings, and under the isolation fostered by those who harbor disdain for Pilaf, even those indifferent to him refrained from stepping forward to defend or assist him. Tragically, whether during labor or mealtime, he is persistently beset by both intentional and unintentional disruptions. Others trample upon the fields he has painstakingly cultivated or nearly topple his bowl of food. In the brief span of 2 days, such occurrences have transpired on multiple occasions. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty, Pilaf exclaimed, filled with sorrow and indignation. Beside Pilaf sat a bear, who offered him the remnants of his meal. This bear, a commander of the radio unit within the Red Silk Army, was an anthropomorphic creature. He regarded his role as merely a job, lacking comprehension of the significance of the signals he transmitted, embodying a character who was merely being utilized. His innocence rendered him the only one willing to extend a hand to Pilaf amidst the prevailing reluctance of others. His motivation was not for Pilaf's sake, but rather a sincere compassion for the small creature toiling under arduous conditions while receiving so little sustenance. Upon noticing that Pilaf had not accepted the food, the bear, with a hearty smile, reassured him, "Do not worry about me. I am strong and can manage with less. You must eat, for your stature is small, and if you do not nourish yourself, you will struggle to endure tomorrow, even if you give him the food. It's merely a waste. I wager he will be tossed into the sea to feed the sharks tomorrow. Indeed, better to give it to me. I can assist you tomorrow." What use is it to him? Some scoffed from the sidelines. Yet their bravado was limited to words. None dared to snatch the half-portion of food, for such actions could lead to being thrown into the sea. Pilaf's mouth fell agape. He had never experienced such unadulterated kindness. A stark contrast to the world he had known since childhood. "What benefit do you derive from this?" he murmured, tears glistening in his eyes. No one comprehended the profound impact of the bear's gesture on him. This was the only kindness Pilaf had encountered during these trying days. Benefit? What necessity is there for a reward in helping others? The bear replied with a simple smile. "If you wish to help, then do so." Pilaf accepted the bear's bowl, bowing his head in silence, and after a moment, began to devour the food voraciously. Unbeknownst to anyone, a glimmer of silver flashed at the corner of Pilaf's eye. At that instant, the latent power of light within him surged to life, gradually merging with his essence. Perhaps for the first time, he felt a desire to protect something. This sentiment was purer and more potent than the typical resolve to safeguard. It marked the inaugural moment of profound integration between the light power and Pilaf himself. Such matters naturally do not escape Lu Yuan's keen observation, which brings him immense satisfaction, as his diligent efforts have not been in vain. Meticulously and thoroughly, Pilaf licked his bowl clean before bowing his head and returning it to Bear. "Who cares about your food? I don't want it at all." Pilaf's voice was barely audible. Whether Bear heard it or not, a joyous smile appeared on his face. "It's all right, as long as you don't mind." "Hey, Bear, you really are a fool." Someone laughed loudly from the side. "You offer your food to him, and he doesn't appreciate it." "Exactly, Bear, don't do such foolish things again." Bear, however, did not retort. He simply smiled. Pilaf clenched his fists, wanting to say something, but opened his mouth without a sound. The next day, after a night of merging with the power of light, Pilaf's physical abilities soared, allowing him to effortlessly complete his tasks. However, when he tried to assist Bear, he was met with refusal. "I enjoy farming," Bear stated. Pilaf remained silent, quietly picking up tools to help Bear cultivate the wasteland. What a charade. "I can't believe a little squirt like him can manage much. Mind your tongue." Bear seemed somewhat irked. Those who had spoken derisively did not immediately cease. Yet they dared not voice their opinions in Bear's presence. In such an environment, no one wished to provoke the strong and formidable Bear. By evening, no one dared to claim Pilaf was merely posturing. Even the discerning could see that Pilaf had accomplished at least half of Bear's work that day. As night approached, some began to entertain ulterior motives, wishing to flatter Pilaf with their food. Compared to others, the cost-effectiveness of offering food to Pilaf was vastly superior. With just a morsel, one could gain half the labor. Meanwhile, others often took more than half their food and only managed a third of the work. Chapter 55. The test. Pilaf did not accept the food offered by these individuals, though he himself could not discern why. According to his past temperament, he would have likely become arrogant by now and recruited these people as his subordinates. After declining everyone, Pilaf quietly sat beside Bear, silently beginning to eat. Humph. What a pretentious act. After hearing such remarks for hundreds of years, Pilaf still did not retort, merely casting a cold glance at the speaker. The person who spat did not realize that such a trivial action had already led Tien Shinhan to pass a death sentence on him in his heart. Don't ask. The answer is that he is not a good person. 3 days passed, and when Yuan felt the time was ripe, he quietly appeared on the deserted island. Among the 4 disciples present, the first to notice Yuan's arrival was not the strongest in the city, Tien Shinhan, nor the theoretically most perceptive, Dumpling, but rather the seemingly inconspicuous Pilaf. "Master." Pilaf paused his work and slowly bowed toward the void. As the trio pondered in confusion, they observed Yuan slowly materializing from the void. In a flurry, they hurriedly bowed, inadvertently regarding Pilaf with newfound respect. Indeed, it appeared that he had harmonized remarkably well with the force of light over the past few days. Yuan nodded in satisfaction, inquiring, "What reflections have you gathered during these 2 days?" "Thank you for your guidance, Master," Pilaf responded, his tone markedly more mature. "I seem to grasp something, yet paradoxically, I remain in the dark." "Your perception is not entirely lacking," Yuan acknowledged with a nod. "In that case, allow me to illuminate your path. As a disciple of the Celestial Court, even if you do not engage in acts of heroism, you must not commit wrongdoings. You are already aware of your previous conduct, are you not?" Noticing Pilaf deep in thought, Yuan continued, "Only by experiencing the sensation of weakness can one learn to refrain from oppressing the feeble. Do you comprehend my words?" "Indeed, Master," Pilaf exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him, infused with gratitude and admiration. Had it not been for the past 2 days of intensive training, upon gaining freedom, he might have exacerbated his misdeeds. While grand malice was not his aim, he would certainly have acted according to his whims, leveraging his own strength, potentially causing harm to the defenseless. Before becoming Yuan's disciple, Pilaf, with his naive aspirations of world domination, had not inflicted severe consequences through his actions. However, in the original narrative, his ignorance led to the release of the malevolent demon King Piccolo. Had it not been for the Dragon Balls, the population of Earth would have been halved due to his recklessness. Now, Pilaf was beginning to contemplate the repercussions of his actions before proceeding. A nascent understanding of benevolence was taking root within him. Thus, "Would you be willing to accompany me back to the island for further training?" "I would be honored," Pilaf responded, his countenance alight with excitement. Despite the changes he had undergone over the past 2 days, he remained fundamentally the same innocent soul, unable to conceal his emotions. Upon receiving this delightful news, his expression was unrestrained. Yet, Yuan's demeanor suddenly turned grave as he pointed at Xiong, who stood dumbfounded alongside the Red Ribbon Army. Like the others, no one could fathom that Pilaf would become Yuan's disciple. After all, during their days of toil, Pilaf had faced punishment for his transgressions. Who could have imagined that their fellow inmate was allied with the prison guards? As Pilaf conversed with Yuan, everyone envied Xiong, believing he had struck a fortuitous alliance. Their feelings a blend of admiration, jealousy, and resentment. However, when Yuan uttered his next words, the atmosphere shifted palpably, the air thick with tension. Moments later, Murmurs erupted among the crowd. Reactions varied within the ranks of the Red Ribbon Army. Some expressed regret, while others reveled in schadenfreude, each response a reflection of their sentiments. Master, what does this mean? Pilaf's smile faltered, frozen upon his face. He was aware of Lu Yuan's ability to discern the thoughts of others, making it clear why his master knew of his desire to take Xiong along in their departure. However, it is peculiar why the master does not permit it. In truth, Lu Yuan seldom employs his telepathy on his disciples, particularly when they deliberately shield their minds with their own powers. Even if such barriers do not impede him, he refrains from utilizing this ability indiscriminately, for he is a convict. Master, it is not like that. Xiong is a good person. He has never taken a life nor committed any heinous acts. Truly, Xiong is a good person, Pilaf exclaimed, his words tumbling forth in his fervor. He belonged to the Red Ribbon Army, and merely that fact was sufficient to sentence him to death. Lu Yuan's expression was grim, and the murderous intent in his words sent a shiver through all present. It is already a mercy that I am allowing him to repay his debt through labor instead of facing immediate execution. What more do you wish? Given that, Master, I am willing to stay and labor alongside Xiong. This declaration was sincere. A sudden surge of energy erupted around Lu Yuan, and it was evident to all that he was exceedingly enraged. I truly mean it. Pilaf stammered, beads of sweat dotting his brow. Yet he managed to utter those words with trepidation. What are you saying? Xiong was taken aback. I am doing just fine here. You need not accompany me. Quickly apologize to your master. No. Pilaf struggled to keep his head upright. You are the first friend I have ever made in my life. I absolutely will not abandon you. Even if I were to expel you from the sect, would you still persist? Lu Yuan's demeanor grew even more frigid. Master Klin seemed inclined to plead for Pilaf, yet a piercing glance from Lu Yuan stifled his words. If Klin, who felt the residual pressure from Lu Yuan, found it difficult to speak, one could only imagine the burden on Pilaf, who faced Lu Yuan's wrath directly. Master, Pilaf's voice trembled. I do not know if what I am doing is right. You have taught me the principles of life and the techniques of cultivation, and I should not go against your wishes. Yet I feel that my actions are justified, thus I shall remain steadfast in my prior choice. A single meal of kindness shall never be forgotten. Suddenly, Lu Yuan withdrew all his oppressive energy. Stay true to your heart, unafraid of tyranny. Little 8, you have truly surprised me. Lu Yuan initially intended to address him as Old 8, but found it somewhat inappropriate and hastily amended it to Little 8. Chapter 56, The Ginseng Fruit. Yet, Little 8 appeared slightly off as well. Caught in a dilemma, he nearly burst into laughter. Master? Pilaf's face was a canvas of confusion. What does this mean? This is merely a test for you, Lu Yuan said with a slight smile. It seems you have performed quite admirably. Then may I? Pilaf ventured cautiously. Indeed, you may return to the island with your friend, Lu Yuan affirmed with a nod. However, the techniques of our sect are not to be disseminated. I trust you understand this. Yes, Master. Pilaf was elated, his face aglow with joy. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, Xiong declined to return to the island with Pilaf, for he genuinely adored farming. Before joining the Red Ribbon Army, he had been a carefree little bear, joyfully tending to his crops in the mountains. Regrettably, the mountain he resided in was discovered by the Red Silk's army to harbor significant mineral deposits, rendering him a homeless wanderer, ultimately compelling him to join their ranks. Through a series of fortuitous events, he was recognized for his remarkable aptitude in communications, which gradually elevated him to the position of communications commander. Now, on this desolate island, he has found solace in agriculture, fulfilling his initial aspirations. Pilaf ultimately resolved to honor his friend's dreams. Initially, some mocked Xiong, deeming him a fool for forsaking the opportunity to escape his hardships in favor of staying behind to cultivate the land. However, how can one appreciate the joys of a fish if one is not a fish? Those who derided Xiong soon found their laughter stifled. For that very afternoon, Xiong was promoted to a managerial role, with Tien Shinhan delegating a portion of his authority to him, whether it was task allocation or issuing rewards. Xiong executed his duties with great efficacy, prompting Tien Shinhan to entrust him with even greater responsibilities. Merely 2 days later, Xiong emerged as the sole leader among the group. As a commander, Xiong demonstrated a remarkable talent for strategic planning. Those who once mocked him promptly fell silent, while they labored under duress. Xiong tended to the fields driven by his own passion. Although Xiong's daily toil was no less than theirs, the implications of his labor were entirely different. 3 months later, The once desolate island began to blossom with life. Houses rose from the ground, and the farmland was meticulously arranged on one side of the island. During these 3 months, a number of merciless individuals could not endure the labor and ultimately revolted, only to meet the inevitable fate of being cast into the sea to feed the sharks. Compared to the initial numbers, the Red Silk's army had dwindled to approximately 3/5 of its original strength. The remaining members had either genuinely repented or were never malevolent to begin with. Throughout these 3 months, not only were the basic structures completed, but various facilities on the island were also enhanced by the numerous disciples of Yuan. At the very center of the island stood a vast training arena, surrounded by 8 smaller training grounds, each arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. Even the smaller arenas could accommodate 8,000 spectators, while the largest training arena could host 30,000 onlookers for competitions. Regardless of size, the training platforms were uniformly square and elevated, though not excessively large. Each platform was inscribed with spatial formations. When activated, the entire platform could seamlessly transition among dozens of different terrains, such as swamps, grasslands, and deserts. Even a contender like Pilaf, capable of towering several dozen meters, could effortlessly display his prowess once the formation was engaged. These 9 training grounds, though closely situated, were arranged in a peculiar rhythm, subtly forming a bagua formation among themselves. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of Bulma. The purpose of this bagua formation is to link the 9 martial arts platforms, allowing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to circulate among them, ceaselessly and perpetually, significantly enhancing the defensive capabilities of the platforms. Tien Shinhan and others have tried their hands at it, if not for deliberately seeking weaknesses to exploit. Even a full-force battle among several would merely cause the formation to tremble slightly. Of course, should one discover a weakness in the formation, any disciple could easily dismantle it. This is an unavoidable circumstance. After all, this is a bagua formation without a host, and Yuan is already quite satisfied with its current performance. Once Bulma's strength increases, these formations can be further refined and upgraded. A deep, authoritative bell tolled across the island, and the multitude of disciples immediately recognized it as Yuan's summons. They ceased their training and gathered in the central dojo of the island. Indeed, your diligent practice over the past 3 months has been remarkable, and you have all made substantial progress, Yuan observed with satisfaction as he looked upon the assembled disciples. Among them, some have methodically honed the abilities bestowed by Yuan, such as Wukong, who had previously undergone no training and thus had no concept of fusion. Others, like Master Roshi, have combined their previous practices with new methods to carve their own paths. In this endeavor, Master Roshi has exhibited the most significant advancement among all the disciples. Having once been revered as the god of martial arts, his achievements are a testament to Yuan's influence. As a reward for your arduous training over these 3 months, I have decided to grant each of you a ginseng fruit. Ginseng fruit? Bulma inquired. Hooray, another delicacy, Son Wukong exclaimed, rubbing his stomach, already drooling at the thought of the unknown treat. Indeed, this ginseng fruit, also known as the grass return elixir, blossoms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit after another 3,000, and matures only after yet another 3,000. It is even more precious than the finest peaches. Wow, Master. Will consuming this ginseng fruit lead to a significant enhancement in cultivation? Bulma's eyes sparkled with anticipation. How many times must I teach you? One must not be greedy or reckless in cultivation. Yuan lightly tapped Bulma's head with his whisk as a warning. However, while this fruit may not yield a substantial increase in cultivation, merely inhaling its aroma can grant a common person an extended lifespan of 360 years. Consuming one could extend one's life to 47,000 years. For practitioners, it can solidify one's foundation and dispel inner demons. Just be forewarned. Its appearance may be somewhat daunting. Do not hesitate to partake. I've eaten all sorts of bizarre fruits. What could possibly frighten me? Bulma boldly declared, Master. Please present it. Yuan smiled gently, flicking his whisk, and a sudden sound of an infant's cries echoed throughout the hall. As everyone focused their gaze, they were astonished to find a tiny infant, no larger than a palm, crying out in their hands. Chapter 57. The Dawn of the Era of Great Warriors. What is this? The crowd gasped in astonishment, with Wukong being the only exception. He scarcely glanced at it, immediately stuffing the fruit into his mouth the moment it was within reach. Why does this fruit lack flavor? Wukong pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Wukong, you consumed it just like that? Bulma's face stiffened. Indeed. By the way, Bulma, what is that you're holding? Why are you crying? You fool, this is a ginseng fruit. Bulma exclaimed, kicking Wukong in frustration. How could one possibly eat this? Krillin struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. This is clearly a child. Butterflies have evolved vibrant colors to deter predators. Mushrooms have developed toxins to avoid being consumed. Similarly, how could the ginseng fruit, a celestial treasure, not possess its own means of protection? In reality, regardless of the species, upon encountering the ginseng fruit, they would perceive it as their own offspring. Additionally, the fruit's cries possess an enchanting effect. When it falls from the tree, it encounters gold and descends, meets wood and withers, encounters water and dissolves, meets fire and chars, and meets soil and buries itself, vanishing without a trace. Of course, if any of you are unwilling to consume it, I shall not force it upon you. Such a rare treasure, you may return it to me. With that, Yuan chuckled at the assembled crowd. This situation is akin to those who hesitate to eat seafood or refuse oddly shaped foods, merely struggling with a psychological barrier. Although the ginseng fruit can captivate the mind, it possesses no intelligence of its own. If one were to describe it, it resembles a reflex mechanism found in animals. Even the ginseng fruit tree itself lacks wisdom, existing as a dim-witted plant. Such a natural treasure, endowed with countless years of life, cannot attain consciousness without the intervention of a powerful being. No matter how cataclysmic the world may become, let alone the fruit it bears. Despite the grim expressions of the disciples, with Wukong leading the charge and the master providing explanations, they were not as pedantic as Tang's son, closing their eyes and swallowing the ginseng fruit whole without hesitation. However, what perplexed everyone was that the fruit dissolved upon entry, seemingly vanishing into their bellies without a trace, leaving the sensation of having eaten nothing at all. In simple terms, they consumed it, yet it felt incomplete. The crowd was bewildered, while Lien merely smiled in silence. Isolating oneself is not a wise approach. Thus I have decided to allow you to venture forth and hone your skills. Yuan shifted his tone. At the same time, I have a task for you. Came Senin, having once been a martial arts deity with a wide network. I hope you can uncover who is organizing the World Martial Arts Tournament and secure the hosting rights for us. The original text of Dragon Ball does not specify who organizes the tournament, merely hinting that it was founded by an unknown wealthy individual. Initially held every 5 years, it was later changed to a 3-year interval. Yuan has decided to divide the World Martial Arts Tournament into 2 parts. One event is the annual martial arts competition, which, while not requiring a large number of participants and lacking significant authority, provides an opportunity for martial artists to gain recognition. The other is the prestigious World Martial Arts Championship, held once every 3 years. This grand event requires 3 years of meticulous planning, and in Yuan's vision, its scale, prize for the champion, and level of attention will be unprecedented in the history of this planet. Not only will the champion receive a substantial reward, but the top 16, top 8, top 4, as well as the first, second, and third places will also be generously awarded. While wealth is indeed a vital aspect, for some individuals, riches are merely superficial. Even the title of the world's greatest martial artist is but an empty accolade. Thus, these individuals may be reluctant to travel great distances to participate in the championship. However, what if the rewards included not just wealth and fame, but also elixirs and even supreme martial arts techniques? If Yuan wishes, the Dragon Balls could be offered as prizes. Although he has yet to finalize the specific rewards, it is undoubted that items such as ginseng fruit and peaches of immortality will be among them. With a year remaining before the martial arts tournament, Yuan has ample time to devise what treasures will serve as prizes. Undoubtedly, this will attract all the masters from across the world, leading to an unprecedented celebration hosted by Yuan, the inaugural World Martial Arts Championship, a grand festivity for martial artists. It is highly likely that this tournament will herald the dawn of a new era for martial arts. Therefore, Yuan assigned tasks to his disciples, apart from the turtle hermit, who must legitimately secure the rights to host the championship. The others need only to promote this event while training in the outside world. They may act independently or in groups. Yuan gazed at the 9 individuals before him, his eyes filled with hope. I trust that when the World Martial Arts Championship takes place a year from now, you will uphold the honor of the Heavenly Court. I do not wish for the rewards I have painstakingly prepared to be claimed by others. During this training, there are several points you must heed. Lu Yuan smiled gently. You are free to teach the cultivation methods I imparted to you to others. However, do not divulge everything indiscriminately. And be mindful of the character and integrity of those you teach. I have never been concerned about the dissemination of martial arts techniques. In fact, I desire for more individuals to practice the methods I have developed. If everyone in the world were to train in my techniques, there would undoubtedly be practitioners facing difficulties. At that time, who would they seek for guidance if not the original creator? It would be laughable to consult lesser figures. What troubles Lu Yuan is the fear that his techniques may fall into the hands of those with malicious intent, who might exploit them for nefarious purposes. I do not kill Bo Run, yet Bo Rin dies because of me. Lu Yuan is unwilling to bear such a burden of guilt. Thus, while martial arts exchanges and even sharing cultivation methods are permissible, Lu Yuan strictly forbids his disciples from imparting the complete techniques and methods of practice. If there truly exists an individual yearning for cultivation and aspiring to the art of martial practices, it is quite simple. One merely needs to seek a master. What? You desire the techniques yet wish to avoid apprenticeship? Have you taken all the advantages the world has to offer? Do you deem such an arrangement appropriate? While advanced techniques remain confidential, certain foundational principles of practice and methods beneficial to the entire martial arts community on Earth will indeed be disseminated by Lu Yuan during this journey of exploration. In Lu Yuan's perspective, the root of the current issues within the martial arts world lies in the scarcity of formidable practitioners. It is a mere pecking order among the weak. Even if a few catfish occasionally appear among the sardines, their contribution to the martial arts community is exceedingly limited. Across this vast planet, only a handful of sects have emerged over the years, and the number of renowned masters is alarmingly few, primarily due to the absence of a comprehensive cultivation system. Consider the world-famous methods devised by the turtle hermit for physical training, which surprisingly involved delivering milk and farming. Undeniably, these methods yield favorable results for certain prodigies, enabling them to maximize their physical prowess and unlock their potential. However, such approaches remain excessively rudimentary. Individuals with slightly lesser talents may not only struggle to grasp the essence of these techniques, but may also inadvertently harm themselves in the process. It can be asserted that the majority of contemporary martial arts sects cultivate disciples with alarmingly low foundational standards, and their potential ceilings are hardly impressive. In contrast, the cultivation techniques imparted by Lu Yuan boast an exceptionally high baseline, with upper limits that far exceed the aspirations of these earthly sects, which might exhaust a lifetime in pursuit without ever attaining such heights. Lu Yuan places immense importance on this matter, which is why even Bulma, a research-oriented individual, has been instructed to embark on this journey alongside the other disciples. Before their departure, Lu Yuan bestowed upon each of them a protective talisman that can teleport them back in critical moments. Therefore, even if Bulma travels alone, Lu Yuan remains unconcerned about her encountering genuine life-threatening dangers. On the following day, after making their preparations, the 9 disciples set out in pairs to hone their skills. The turtle hermit, needing to seek the organizers of the world's foremost martial arts competition, ventured alone. Pilaf naturally formed a trio with Ash and Mai, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Krillin grouped together and departed alongside Pilaf's trio, albeit heading in different directions once they left. The final group comprised Bulma and Goku. After a celebratory feast the night before, Goku indulged until late, and when Bulma finished packing the next morning, she discovered Goku still fast asleep. Frustrated, she gave him a swift kick to the face and dragged him out of the mountain gate. As for their modes of travel, the disciples exhibited a variety of approaches. The turtle hermit, of course, rode his little turtle, leisurely journeying eastward. Although Pilaf's integration with the power of light was progressing well, he had yet to master the art of flight. Ash was still learning the fundamentals of body training alongside Tien and others, so he too could not fly. This indeed troubles Xiaowu, as the 3 of them are crammed onto her flying sword, swaying precariously as they soar towards the west. Tien Shinhan and the others, possessing the art of flight, departed with great elegance, vanishing into the horizon in mere moments. Bulma, the heiress of the Universal Capsule Corporation, is naturally well equipped with an array of capsules. After learning about formations from Li Yuan, she ingeniously combined the capsules with the principles of array formation, developing a version of the flying nimbus that can be stored within a capsule. This nimbus is not the same as the one found on Karin Tower. Nor is it the genuine nimbus taught to Goku by Yuan. Rather, it is merely a flying artifact with the appearance of the nimbus. Though seemingly unremarkable, it is inscribed with 36 various formations, ensuring high safety and practicality. If Bulma can achieve mass production, Yuan might even consider launching it as the first product of the Heavenly Court. Indeed, Yuan has resolved to instigate a commercial revolution within the martial arts world on Earth. While the annual martial arts tournament certainly elevates the fame of martial artists globally, Yuan desires not just the ascension of a select few, but an entire surge of interest in cultivation among all people on Earth. This, however, cannot be accomplished solely through the grand event of the martial arts tournament. Most individuals, particularly the average person, must earn a living. They lack the strength or opportunity to participate in such a prestigious competition. Their only recourse is to return home after work, turn on the television, and cheer for their favored contestants. Yuan imparts not only the methods of martial cultivation, but also the techniques of spiritual practice. He eagerly anticipates the sparks that may fly from the intersection of spiritual practitioners and scientists. Bulma serves as a prime example of this potential synergy. In the future, cultivation might seamlessly blend into everyday life, leading audiences to favor martial contests over traditional sports. Consequently, Yuan's selection of disciples will no longer be confined to familiar narrative figures, but will encompass billions across the Earth, significantly increasing the odds of discovering prodigies. Surprisingly, Yuan did not expect that merely a few hours into their journey, Bulma and Goku would encounter a predicament. Half an hour after departure, seeing Goku sprawled on the nimbus in deep slumber incited his ire, prompting him to grab Goku's tail and unceremoniously dump him onto the nimbus, where he endured the wind for a full hour before allowing him to return. At this moment, Goku's tail remains his Achilles heel. Although he strives to overcome it, the results are still lacking. He can barely manage to maintain normal physical activity when his tail is grasped. A significant improvement from the previous state where a mere touch rendered him weak and incapacitated. Amidst their bickering and commotion, the nimbus unexpectedly collided with something, coming to a sudden halt in midair. The binding formation upon the nimbus seemed to have been disrupted by some unknown interference, rendering it ineffective. Caught off guard, the two were violently flung aside by inertia. Fortunately, they had transcended the ordinary. Executing a somersault in the air, they regained their composure and hovered steadily mid-flight. What is happening? Uncertain, Bulma felt a wave of confusion wash over her, subsequently inspecting her nimbus with concern. Alas, the channels of spiritual energy had been completely shattered. Bulma was quite disheartened. I must incorporate a stabilizing formation in the future. Bulma, look! It's a town! Goku exclaimed excitedly, pointing below. You haven't eaten yet today. I'm famished. Let us go have a meal together. All right. I can't do anything about you. Bulma replied, exasperated. Day in and day out. Do you think of anything other than food? I also think of training, Goku responded, oblivious to Bulma's sarcasm, naively believing she was inquiring earnestly. This little town has an intriguing air about it, remarked Yuan, observing the duo with interest through the watery mirror. Chapter 59. The peculiar town. What Bulma and Goku failed to notice was that as they stepped into the town, a faint ripple appeared at the entrance, as if they had entered some sort of barrier. Yuan, however, sensed something amiss. The next moment, he found himself hovering above the town. With a sweep of his consciousness, he gleaned the entire situation in mere seconds and sighed deeply. He refrained from offering any warnings, curious to see how these two would respond to the unexpected circumstances. Although the town's peculiarities posed no immediate threat to their lives, a careless attitude could undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble, a test of the fruits of their recent training. How strange! Why is this town so deserted? Bulma mused as she walked through the streets, her confusion intensifying, especially upon discovering that the town's sole supermarket was shuttered. This town was neither particularly large nor small, and as the central shopping hub, it was unreasonable for it to close before 8 in the evening. Yet, it was midday, and even if foot traffic was sparse, a supermarket should not be closed during daylight hours, should it? After a thorough exploration, she found not a single shop open. Restaurants, inns, and all places of business were entirely closed, with no merchant willing to serve customers. However, it was illogical to deem this a ghost town. Throughout their journey, Bulma had seen numerous individuals peering through windows to observe them. Yet, whenever they attempted to greet or inquire, those individuals hastily shut their windows, refusing to utter a word despite Bulma and Goku's persistent calls. There were indeed residents in the town, and a fair number of them. Yet why would none engage with the newcomers? Bulma and Goku were perplexed. Bulma, I'm so hungry, Goku lamented, clutching his stomach. A look of dismay etched on his face as he turned to her. Very well, let us seek our sustenance elsewhere, proposed the duo. Just as they were about to depart, the grand entrance of the villa unexpectedly swung open. Young lady, young man, have you come from outside? A frail, elderly voice inquired. Come in and rest your feet. Upon glancing towards the source of the voice, they beheld a woman whose visage was as withered and wrinkled as that of an aged bird. Bulma was taken aback. She had never encountered such a fearsome-looking old woman. Yet, Son Wukong paid no heed to her appearance. In his solitary days, he had associated with wild creatures, and the dinosaurs and wild boars of the mountains were far more intimidating than this elderly lady. Indeed, indeed, exclaimed Wukong, bounding toward the old woman's abode. Do you have anything to eat? I feel as though I might perish from hunger. What a delightful child, the old woman chuckled, though her laughter sent chills down one's spine. Of course, we have food. You may have whatever your heart desires. Seeing Wukong following the old woman into the villa, Bulma reluctantly trailed behind. However, being a person of reason, she understood the importance of expressing gratitude. We apologize for the intrusion. Thank you for your hospitality. Not at all. Not at all, the old woman replied with a smile. It has been ages since I had guests. My home has been quite desolate. Today, I shall treat you both well. My servant recently resigned, so I manage everything myself. The old woman presented a platter of dried fruits. Here, little one. Have some snacks to tide you over. The main course will take a little while. Thank you, grandmother, Wukong said, gratefully accepting the dried fruits and, leaning back on the sofa, began to devour them. Once the old woman departed, Bulma sighed in exasperation. Wukong, have you forgotten everything your master taught you? I haven't forgotten. Wukong replied with a cheerful grin. Do not worry. This grandmother is a good person. She will not harm us. Here, would you care for some dried fruits? Bulma, having risen without breakfast and having exerted herself throughout the day, realized she was rather peckish and, without further thought, accepted the dried fruits Wukong offered, nibbling on them. As she munched, she surveyed the villa's decor. Despite the old woman's fearsome appearance, the interior was imbued with a youthful exuberance. Whether in the living room, the balcony, or the garden outside, an air of vitality and youthfulness permeated the space, reminiscent more of a young woman in her 20s than that of an elderly matron. Mealtime. A cheerful call interrupted Bulma's reverie, as the enticing aroma of food wafted from the dining room. Children, do come quickly, the old woman called, clutching her waist. Alas, age has rendered my body less robust than before. Wow, grandmother, you are incredible, Wukong exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the dining table, which was laden with an extravagant array of dishes, each more appetizing than the last. The banquet laid before them could easily suffice for a gathering of dozens, let alone just the two of them. You are truly remarkable, Bulma marveled, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. I apologize for the trouble you have gone to. No trouble at all, truly, it requires little effort. The old woman chuckled as she invited the two to take a seat. Eat, eat, please do enjoy. Without hesitation, Son Wukong seized his chopsticks and began to devour the food voraciously. His manner of eating could scarcely be described as dining, but rather as gorging. In contrast, Bulma's eating habits appeared considerably more civilized. By the way, dear grandmother, Bulma inquired with curiosity, as I walked through the town, why did no one open their doors? Everyone seems rather shy, and the shops are closed. What is the reason for this? The old woman's expression stiffened momentarily. This is a matter concerning our town. You children need not concern yourselves with it. Her previously warm demeanor suddenly turned frosty. Inquiring too much will do you no good. Is that so? Bulma felt a bit awkward and wisely refrained from pressing further. Observing Bulma's newfound discretion regarding the town's affairs, the old woman promptly regained her cheerful disposition. Once the meal concluded, Bulma offered to help clear the table, but the old woman politely declined her assistance. Reluctantly, Bulma decided to accompany Wukong to the garden to admire the flowers. Standing in the dining room, the old woman glanced out the window at the two outside and let out a heavy sigh. In the next moment, a colossal dark shadow materialized behind her, from which numerous tentacles emerged, swiftly restoring the dining area to pristine order. Chapter 60, Inhuman Shadow. They are innocent. Let them go, the old woman sighed deeply. After a long pause, a strange and muffled voice echoed through the void. Tomorrow, today, halt, failure. The voice appeared to lack the ability to articulate complete thoughts. Yet the old woman effortlessly grasped its meaning. Very well. After a while, the old woman donned her exuberant facade once more and approached Wukong and Bulma. It has been ages since I had guests. Why not stay the night and keep this old woman company? The old woman warmly invited them. Although Bulma sensed something was amiss, she felt too shy to refuse, casting a pleading glance at Wukong. However, Wukong seemed oblivious to Bulma's unspoken concerns and cheerfully agreed to stay. You only know how to indulge. While the old woman was distracted, Bulma playfully tapped Wukong on the head, assuming he was eager to remain for the delicious food. Don't you feel that something is off? Indeed. To Bulma's astonishment, Wukong nodded with conviction. What? What is amiss? That old woman is not human. Wukong pointed at her, causing Bulma to quickly cover his mouth in alarm. What? The old woman, sensing something, turned her head in confusion and inquired. What is it? Nothing. Nothing. Bulma chuckled nervously. We were just playing around. Haha. Children are indeed full of energy, the old woman said with a gentle smile. Come, let me show you the flowers I have nurtured. Each one is blooming beautifully. What are you talking about? Bulma replied in frustration. Are you foolish? Though my mother-in-law possesses an unusual appearance, her kindness towards us is undeniable. How could one dare to label her as inhuman? Such remarks are exceedingly impolite. Yet, is she truly not human? Wukong expressed his confusion. I did not insult her. I merely articulated what I observed. Is that also inappropriate? Wait, are you suggesting this is true? Bulma suddenly recalled that Wukong seemed to possess a pair of eyes capable of piercing through all deceptions, sending a shiver down her spine. Could it be that the old woman is genuinely not of this world? Well, one could say so. Upon Bulma's inquiry, Wukong hesitated. There is something about the old woman that seems to be fused with her, which is why I perceived her as non-human. However, upon your mention, I now feel that this entity does not belong to her, as if it hails from elsewhere. Wukong's cryptic words thoroughly bewildered Bulma. It was a challenge to expect Wukong, a child of such innocent disposition, to elucidate the complexities surrounding the old woman, especially since he had spent most of his time in isolation on the mountain, only recently engaging in dialogues with his fellow disciples during practice. However, the situation concerning the elderly woman was intricate, and relying on Wukong to articulate it clearly was indeed a tall order. Lacking Wukong's discerning vision, Bulma employed various means to investigate, but perceived no abnormalities, leaving her feeling somewhat despondent. What does she intend for us to remain here? Bulma could not suppress a shiver. Surely, she does not wish to harm us? What if the food we consumed was poisoned? Oh no, we are doomed. The more Bulma pondered, the more dread enveloped her, and she felt an overwhelming sense of peril in every corner. Fear not. Wukong confidently patted his chest. As the eldest disciple, I shall protect you. Besides, did I not mention that the old woman is not malevolent? Despite Wukong's assurances, Bulma remained uneasy and discreetly retrieved her magical artifact, ensuring it was primed for a swift and potent response. In contrast, Wukong remained unfazed, spending the entire afternoon engaging in jovial conversation with the old woman, eliciting hearty laughter from her. However, as evening fell and after their dinner, the old woman's demeanor shifted to one of coldness, urging them to retire to their quarters post-haste. After arranging their rooms, she specifically instructed them that regardless of any sounds they might hear during the night, they must not venture out. They could safely depart upon the arrival of dawn. Subsequently, she locked them within the guest room and departed, ignoring Bulma's pleas for further dialogue. Bulma attempted to open the door herself, but discovered that the entire room was enveloped in a peculiar energy. Without her artifact, she doubted her magical abilities would suffice to unlock the door. What shall we do now? Bulma pondered, uncertain. Should we obediently wait here until dawn? Or should we venture out to investigate later? Wukong, what do you think? I am amenable to whatever you decide. Though Wukong noticed something peculiar about the old woman's physical condition, he could not comprehend the deeper implications behind it. In his eyes, it was akin to individuals resembling bears or possessing 3 eyes. Observing Wukong's innocent demeanor, Bulma sighed, realizing she could not expect any ideas from him. Reluctantly, she resolved to analyze the situation with the information at hand. Although she could not discern why Wukong claimed the old woman was not human, her tense afternoon had not been entirely fruitless. Each time the old woman expressed joy or excitement, A strange and chilling aura emanated from her. Combining this with Wukong's words, Bulma deduced that the old woman was likely an ordinary person who had, for reasons unknown, become host to some peculiar entity. Whether this entity was benevolent or malevolent remained uncertain. However, Bulma was convinced that the old woman had intentions to undertake something significant that night. Throughout the small town, the elderly woman was the sole individual willing to open her door and extend kindness towards them. Deep down, Bulma was reluctant to harm someone who had played with them and treated them to a grand feast. Not only did Wukong feel this, but she too sensed the old woman's genuine lack of malice. Thus, she found herself torn between obeying the old woman's counsel to wait until dawn or venturing out to uncover what might transpire. Ultimately, Bulma decided to first investigate the source of the strange energy within the house and then determine her next course of action based on her findings. At this point, Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 61. The truth behind had it been the old Bulma, she would have likely rushed out with Wukong without a second thought. However, now, until the hidden matters were clarified, she would refrain from resorting to violence unless absolutely necessary. Bulma, this room's bed is enormous, even larger than the one on my island. Wukong joyfully bounced on the bed. Do not disturb me. I am deep in thought. Bulma felt a twinge of frustration. Despite Wukong's formidable strength, having never lost a match while training with his fellow disciples on the island, he remained a child, an innocent child lacking in life experience. Thus, each day spent with him brought Bulma numerous moments of exasperation. Unexpectedly, this young maiden found herself experiencing the challenges of motherhood at a tender age. Bulma, look, there's another room, Wukong exclaimed, cheerfully pushing open a rather inconspicuous door in the wall. Wow, there are so many books here. A room? Bulma paused slightly, following Wukong's gaze and discovering a study. A study? Why would there be a study in a guest room? She wondered, stepping inside after Wukong. The study was spacious, with a large desk at its center, cluttered with various items and manuscripts. What are all these? Bulma picked up the manuscript and, with just a glance, felt a wave of nausea wash over her. The pages were adorned with depictions of human organs, interspersed with grotesque and repulsive magical arrays that elicited a visceral sense of discomfort. Struggling against her revulsion, Bulma meticulously examined these arrays and discovered that their intricate combination formed an extensive sacrificial ritual. While she could not ascertain the consequences of the sacrifice, she could see that the ritual had the capacity to completely extract the soul and body of the sacrificed. In other words, once the sacrifice commenced, the victim would be utterly obliterated, leaving no trace of their existence in this world, let alone any possibility of reincarnation. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there exists an afterlife where the deceased can partake in reincarnation. The virtuous ascend to heaven, while the wicked descend into hell. Notably, this hell is quite humane, designed with various realms tailored to different individuals. For instance, in the original narrative, Frieza finds himself in a hell teeming with the fragrance of flowers and the sound of birds, where playful sprites sing and dance to amuse him. For someone like Frieza, whose heart is steeped in violence and madness, such an environment is more torturous than eternal death. However, whether one ascends to heaven or descends to hell, there remains the prospect of rebirth. Furthermore, souls in the Dragon Ball universe are inherently resilient. There has never been a case of a soul being extinguished. These were the fundamental truths imparted to Bulma by Yuan. Thus, when Bulma beheld the descriptions of these arrays, the shock she experienced was palpable. Not only Bulma, but even Yuan was taken aback. Although he was aware that the old woman intended to sacrifice the entire town's populace, he had not anticipated that the sacrificial arrays possessed such formidable power. Unlike Bulma, Yuan comprehended that the targets of these arrays were directed towards a single entity. Nay, to characterize it as merely one being would be an understatement. Once the sacrificial arrays were activated, every inhabitant of the town, every living creature, would have their bodies and souls absorbed by the enigmatic being that clung to the old woman. This small town, though not vast, boasted a population of several thousand. The potential monstrosity that could emerge from the complete absorption of these souls was beyond even Yuan's ability to foresee. It was crucial to note that this creature would also consume souls. Yuan had reason to believe that this abomination likely emerged or was resurrected alongside the global influx of spiritual energy that had occurred months prior. The powers of such an ancient being, whose longevity was unknown, were beyond Yuan's predictions. Resisting the urge to intervene, he decided to relinquish the choice to Bulma and Goku, curious as to how they would respond. After quickly perusing the manuscripts on the table, Bulma discovered a pink diary at the very bottom of the stack. The diary appeared to belong to a blossoming young girl. Although she could not ascertain the identity of the diary's owner, Bulma had no other recourse but to open it, hoping to glean clues from its pages. In the year 749 of the Agi calendar, on March 14th, the weather was clear. I am so eagerly anticipating my 18th birthday, which is just 2 months away. I wonder what gift my father will prepare for me this year. On March 15th of the same year, with a furrowed brow, Bulma pondered, "Isn't this from half a year ago?" As she meticulously flipped through the diary, her frown deepened. According to the entries, half a year prior, the town was a place of tranquility, and its residents were exceedingly kind. The diary's owner seemed to have a blissful family. Yet, the diary abruptly ended after just 1 month, with the remaining pages seemingly torn away by someone. What am I to do? Where have the remaining entries gone? Bulma lamented as she ruffled her short azure hair, creating a chaotic nest. "Goku, can you please stop causing trouble?" Bulma exclaimed, giving Goku a playful kick on his bottom as he fiddled under the table, oblivious to her frustration. "I'm not causing trouble. I'm trying to help," Goku protested, looking somewhat aggrieved. "Look, is this not what you were looking for?" Bulma skeptically accepted the box Goku handed her. Shaking it gently, she discovered a ring made of an indiscernible material, adorned with intricate patterns of exquisite beauty. However, a black fissure encircled the ring, threatening to shatter it entirely. Beneath the ring lay a thick stack of paper. Indeed, it was the remaining pages of the diary that Bulma sought. "Now, confess," Bulma said, tugging at Goku's ear. "Did you know there was something under the table all along and chose not to tell me, just to see me in a frenzy?" "How could that be?" Goku replied, grinning innocently, devoid of any malice. "Then how did you know there was something under the table?" Bulma remained unconvinced. "It was just a hunch," Goku declared, flashing a broad smile. "I felt there was something beneath, so I came to check. If not for observing Goku's panel in the system, even Yuan would have nearly doubted Goku's intentions." Universal understanding. This was the new ability Goku had acquired. Chapter 62. The ritual commences communication with all things. Beginner. Effect. Can listen to the voices of all things. This perplexing explanation left Yuan somewhat bewildered. Yet when he found the complete version of this ability in the shop, he could not help but exclaim in awe at its extraordinary nature. The effect of listening to the voices of all things does not imply that one can hear every material sound in the world. Rather, it establishes a mysterious connection with the surrounding environment. When one is in their current setting and desires to accomplish a task or locate an item, intuition will guide them on where to go and what to do. The range of this beginner-level ability is quite limited, encompassing only the size of a single room. Goku possesses an astonishing battle intuition, allowing him to swiftly discern the weaknesses of his foes during combat, while simultaneously facilitating his rapid growth in battle. Communication with all things is a derivative of this formidable battle intuition. This is the result of Wukong extending his instincts from battle into his everyday life. Initially, he may have only been able to easily discern certain hidden aspects. However, when this ability reaches its pinnacle, Wukong can truly communicate with all things. From the delicate flowers and trees to the stars and galaxies. Even the entire universe, or rather, the will of the cosmos itself. At that moment, those who oppose Wukong will find themselves at odds with the entirety of the universe. Wukong can harness the strength of the cosmos to confront his adversaries. Does this not bear a resemblance to the spirit bomb? Yuan mused, contemplating the need to acquire the training methods for the spirit bomb at the next opportunity. Returning to the main topic, Bulma, after perusing the notes within the box, finally comprehended the events that had transpired in the town. The elderly woman they encountered, named AC, received a ring from her father as a birthday gift on her 18th birthday, 6 months prior. Undoubtedly, the ring in question is the very one contained within the box. Although it bore no crack at that time, the once happy family experienced a rapid decline following AC's 18th birthday. First, AC's mother fell gravely ill and passed away within a mere few days, and soon after, this peculiar affliction began to spread throughout the entire town. In just 1 week, dozens had perished. The townsfolk began to panic, and rumors started to circulate. With such a highly contagious disease, why was it that everyone fell ill except for AC? The plague must have been brought by her. Initially, it was merely gossip, and the townspeople's disdain was directed at AC alone. However, as the death toll rose, the people grew restless and began to view AC as the embodiment of evil, believing that she was the source of the plague. Thus, on the night of the 9th day following AC's mother's death, the townsfolk stormed into AC's home with torches. Despite her father's fervent plea for reason, the enraged mob paid no heed to his pale and feeble words. Even this normally benevolent man was regarded as a demon's accomplice, and he was pushed down the stairs, meeting his demise within the villa. When the townspeople burst into AC's room, intending to drive her out of the town, a strange voice echoed in her ears. She heeded the voice's call and fused with the peculiar being from the ring. AC acquired tremendous power, yet her terrifying visage only served to affirm the villagers' tales of the devil. By this point, no one could expel AC from the town any longer. The terrified villagers fled home in a panic, hastily packing their belongings in preparation to leave the town. To their dismay, they discovered that the town seemed to be encircled by some unseen force. No matter which direction they attempted to escape, they would invariably return from another direction. Meanwhile, upon witnessing her father's tragic fall at the hands of the crowd, AC was consumed by profound sorrow. Yet, under the seductive influence of that voice, Ace came to believe in the deception that the entity could resurrect her parents. Under the guidance of that bizarre creature, she began to study the malevolent sacrificial rites and, following its commands, set up sacrificial formations throughout the town in a desperate attempt to bring her parents back to life. Over the past few months, Ace had contemplated abandoning her endeavor, but the creature convinced her that those individuals were the murderers of her father, and that retribution was only just. Thus, she persevered. There were others who attempted to resist, yet how could ordinary beings withstand such a strange entity? Those who rebelled were met with brutal force. As Ace delved deeper into the sinister rites, her vitality waned, and within mere months, she transformed from a blossoming young woman into a shadow of her former self. The creature's time of wakefulness outside grew longer alongside Ace's diminishing life force, and its power gradually intensified. Ace's last diary entry was penned a week ago. She was filled with remorse, but the creature's gaze was unyielding. Since that week prior, it had maintained a constant state of alertness, leaving Ace no opportunity to act under its watchful eye. Consequently, she concealed her diary to avoid revealing any discrepancies. Tonight marked the commencement of the sacrificial rite. Once initiated, not a single villager in the town would survive. Even Bulma and Goku would not be spared. The creature had deceived Ace. This ceremony was neither intended to resurrect her parents, nor did it aim to spare Bulma and Goku. Boom! A resounding explosion illuminated half the sky with a brilliant fireball. Bulma's expression shifted. The ritual had begun. Regardless of the underlying truth, their foremost task was to prevent Ace from initiating the ceremony. Otherwise, not only the thousands of residents in the town, but even the two of them could be caught in the aftermath. Bulma formed a hand seal, channeling her spiritual energy into the artifact as if it were of no consequence. A surge of spiritual energy, radiating a dazzling white light, struck the bedroom door with tremendous force. The strange barrier, though momentarily obstructive, was swiftly shattered by Bulma's energy, leaving a gaping hole in the door. Goku, let's go. What is happening? Are we going to fight? Goku, still bewildered by the situation, felt excitement bubbling within him. He was unaware of his surroundings, but he knew he was ready for action. This was the true reflection of Goku's spirit. He need not concern himself with strategy. He would leave that to the clever ones, focusing solely on the battle. Upon exiting the villa, the two beheld a figure emanating a blood-red glow, floating at the center of the town. Without hesitation, they soared towards the crimson silhouette. Chapter 63. The Lord of Fear floating at the heart of the town was undoubtedly Ace. However, she could no longer be regarded as human. She had become deeply entwined with that monster, or rather, she was on the verge of being completely consumed by it. At this moment, Yuan floated high above the small town, tens of thousands of meters in the air, quietly observing the unfolding situation. The creature known as the Soul Devourer exhibited a combat power of 20,000, steadily increasing. As an ancient being from the demon realm, it thrived by consuming human souls and was capable of spreading plagues. It preferred to parasitize other living beings, draining their life force before devouring their souls and seizing their bodies. Creatures from the demon realm? Yuan murmured. The demon realm was a profoundly mysterious place, with few characters from it appearing in the original narrative, most notably during the Buu saga. It was hardly surprising that beings from the demon realm had visited Earth in ancient times. Considering that formidable entities like Majin Buu and Dabura had traversed dimensions to reach it, the Soul Devourer possessed considerable strength, much of which stemmed from the formation beneath it. At this rate, its power could easily exceed 100,000. To speak of a combat power of 100,000 would be daunting enough, yet for Bulma and her companion, even a power level of 30,000 was exceedingly troublesome. I never imagined you two were martial artists. AC sneered at the approaching duo. Unfortunately, the ritual has already commenced, and you can no longer thwart my plans. Who are you? What are your intentions? Bulma demanded fiercely. Who am I? I am the Lord of Fear from the demon realm, Rabe. He cackled. What are my intentions? I seek to restore my power and annihilate every soul on this planet. You shall all become the sustenance for my vengeance. Ha! Vengeance? Were you once sealed away? Bulma retorted sarcastically. It must be rather unpleasant to have spent so many years trapped within a ring. Silence. Rabe seethed with fury. I have learned that there is no one on this planet capable of sealing me now. TSK, TSK, TSK. In the absence of an elder tiger, the monkeys claim the throne. You must be that monkey. Bulma scoffed. Shout all you want. The louder you scream, the more you shall experience true cruelty. Rabe grinned wickedly. Fool, can you not see that I am merely stalling for time? Foolishness. Did you not realize I am also stalling for time? Bulma smiled softly, then whispered, Goku. Distract that fellow while I disrupt his ritual. Got it. Goku chuckled heartily, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward Rabe. Shock flickered in Rabe's dark pupils. I never imagined this planet harbored such a powerful being. You must be the strongest here, having come to thwart my revival. Once I eliminate you, no one shall stand in my way. How convenient. It saves me the trouble of searching for you, Rabe cackled. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, Goku's fist struck his face, sending him flying several meters away. Enough with the chatter, let's just fight, Goku muttered, launching into another relentless assault. However, this time, Rabe effortlessly blocked Goku's punch. I must admit, I underestimated you. Rabe gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, scoffing with disdain. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Let you experience the terror that comes from the Lord of Fear in the demon realm. With that, Rabe bellowed, his fists clasped before his chest as he crouched slightly. From his side, a dark aura began to materialize, and an intangible sense of intimidation swiftly spread. Within a 100-meter radius, some feeble creatures were frightfully overwhelmed to the point of death. Wukong stood still, waiting for a moment, then scratched his head in bewilderment. Hey, what are you doing? Taking a dump? You do know you have to take off your pants for that, right? Wukong, with an air of disdain, covered his nose. At your age, you still don't know how to relieve yourself? How embarrassing. What? Rabe exclaimed in utter shock. How are you not affected by the aura of fear? The aura of fear was his signature skill as a soul-devouring beast. Typically, any creature encountering his fear aura would be rendered powerless, and even the strongest would experience symptoms like shortness of breath, significantly hampering their combat ability. Yet, Wukong seemed entirely unaffected. You're the one who is defecating. Rabe, now furious and humiliated, intensified his energy output. Nevertheless, Wukong remained impervious. Wukong, who was unfamiliar with the concept of fear and possessed an innate resistance to mental attacks, naturally brushed off the effects of the fear aura. So you weren't actually relieving yourself. Wukong released his nose and, in the next instant, vanished from his spot. Rabe was struck in the stomach by Wukong's punch, spitting out a mouthful of bile. What followed were countless rapid strikes. Most terrifying to Rabe was the thunderous sound that accompanied each of Wukong's punches and kicks, with each blow infiltrating his body with an inexplicable energy, causing immense discomfort. After being bombarded for a full minute, Rabe finally seized an opportunity, unleashing a surge of energy that forced Wukong back. Although I do not understand why my fear aura is ineffective against you, Rabe wiped the blood from his mouth. You are certainly no match for me. Taking a deep breath, Rabe's body radiated a fierce red light, and his aura inexplicably intensified. Wukong, what are you doing? Hurry, stop him. Bulma shouted frantically from below. The ritual is absorbing life force at an accelerated rate. So you intend to hold me back to halt the ritual? Rabe sneered. Unfortunately, that is impossible. Once the ritual is initiated, it cannot be stopped. However, to prevent any unforeseen delays, it would be best to resolve this swiftly. As Rabe prepared to hasten the ritual's progress, Wukong charged forward. Yet, in mere moments, Rave's energy surged to a staggering level. At this point, he deftly countered Wukong's attacks with ease, showing no signs of strain. Even as Wukong unleashed his full strength, desperately drawing upon his inner spiritual energy, the power he could muster paled in comparison to Rave's growing might. As Rave's strength escalated, Goku's prowess waned, rendering him increasingly incapable of matching Rave's might. In Chapter 64, The Resurrection of Piccolo, a profound change washed over Rave's countenance as he realized that the very array that had once bestowed energy upon him now commenced to siphon away his life force. What was happening? Rave's expression morphed into one of madness, for this array was his most formidable trump card, enabling him to act with such audacity. Desperately, he sought to breach Goku's defenses and restore the array to its former state. Countless energy attacks rained down upon Goku, yet he deftly evaded each and every one. Rave feigned an attack directed at Goku, but his true aim was to assault the array below, a decisive individual. He quickly discerned that breaking through Goku's blockade in a short time frame was futile, and thus resolved to destroy the array to at least temporarily nullify its adverse effects on him. However, Goku had already seen through his intentions, effortlessly deflecting every strike aimed at the array. Let us see just how much you can withstand. Rave's expression grew increasingly frenzied. His reckless assaults could not disguise the undeniable truth that his energy levels were steadily diminishing. Within mere minutes, Rave's body exhibited visible signs of aging. How could this be? How could this be? He lamented, frantically touching his face, as he slowly transformed into a plume of black smoke that dissipated into the ether. What is happening? Goku queried, scratching his head in confusion. He had not yet exhausted himself in battle, yet his opponent had vanished. "Haha, this is all my doing," Bulma exclaimed triumphantly. The sacrificial ritual could not be halted, but with a mere stroke of strategy, I reversed its effects, turning the energy supply for that fellow into an energy drain. As his life force was absorbed, he naturally vanished into smoke. Goku nodded, somewhat understanding, relieved that the enemy had perished. At that moment, Ace, who had been lying nearby, gradually regained her senses. With Rave's demise, the life force he had absorbed began to return to her. "So it was you two who aided me," Ace remarked, a hint of melancholy in her tone. "Thank you. I have avoided a grave misstep. If only I had perished instead." I knew, once that fiend fully awakened, that he was responsible for my mother's demise, as well as my father's, and he had compelled me to commit numerous misdeeds. "This is not your fault," Bulma comforted. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? As she spoke, Bulma presented a ring she had retrieved from the study to Ace. "If your father watches over you from beyond, he would surely wish to see you thrive." Ace gazed at the ring in Bulma's hand, her eyes gradually illuminating with hope. "You are right, my mother adored traveling. Let me take her place and explore this world." She accepted the ring, adding, "As for the architect of my suffering, let him be cast away." With that, Ace forcefully hurled the ring into the distance. After bidding farewell to Ace, the two resumed their journey. They endeavored to reach Yuan, hoping to resurrect Ace's parents. Regrettably, not even the dragon could assist, let alone Yuan, who was powerless against those who had lost their souls. The notion of resurrection was ultimately abandoned. However, unbeknownst to Yuan, the ring discarded by Ace had tumbled into the sea, where it was consumed by a large fish. Mere hours later, this fish writhed in agony, seemingly losing its senses as it plunged toward the ocean depths. This suicidal act hastened its demise, and shortly thereafter, it was enveloped in tendrils of black smoke, gradually sinking to the seabed. In a twist of fate, the deceased fish landed near an old rice cooker, which bore an odd yellow-brown seal. Moments later, the fish's body began to wither, its vitality being siphoned away by the ring nestled within its stomach. Who could have foreseen that I would leave behind a doppelganger within the very ring that sealed me? A minuscule, smoke-like version of Rabii manifested atop the fish carcass. Is there also a hapless soul sealed within? It seems the seal has not existed for long. Its life force remains quite vigorous. Rabii appeared exceedingly pleased. Another meal has presented itself. Absorbing it would be equivalent to devouring half a town's worth of souls. Soon, I shall regain my former strength. You little brat, I will find you swiftly. With that, Rabii tore off the seal from the rice cooker and plunged inside, merging with the creature contained within. His intention was to occupy the body of the sealed being before it awakened, and then gradually consume its soul. Strangely, before he could activate his powers, the sealed entity instinctively fused with him, beginning to drain his life force and soul. Rabii was filled with terror in all his countless years. He had never encountered a being capable of actively devouring a soul eater. Yet, at this moment, he found no opportunity to escape. His weakened state rendered him utterly consumed by the entity within the rice cooker. The being sealed within the rice cooker was none other than King Piccolo. In truth, King Piccolo was a malevolent essence separated from the Namekian den, possessing the extraordinary ability to absorb and assimilate his kin. It was this remarkable ability that interacted in a fascinating manner with the powers of the Soul Eater. While in slumber, Piccolo, sensing the approach of a pure soul energy with the intent to merge, instinctively activated his Namekian genetic powers, resulting in their fusion. Thus, under the influence of these two extraordinary abilities, the relatively intact and potent soul of Piccolo became the dominant force in this ritual, completely absorbing Rabii. Although Rabii's power was now significantly diminished, he harbored within him an entirely different combat system, distinct from Piccolo's own. Meanwhile, Piccolo has acquired all of Rabe's memories and abilities. It can be asserted that this Piccolo is, from the outset, more formidable than the Piccolo depicted in the original narrative. In the ink-black waters, a yellow beam of light flickers. We must strategize gradually. Come forth, Cymbaloo, my child. You shall be responsible for gathering intelligence and aiding me in the restoration of my strength. Chapter 65, The World Martial Arts Tournament. Although the Demon King Piccolo is exceedingly malevolent, he is also a remarkably cautious being. Until he regains his powers, he will not act recklessly, particularly after his fusion with Rabe, which has endowed him with Rabe's memories and knowledge of formidable opponents like Son Goku. Thus, he refrains from making any impulsive moves. Piccolo has concealed himself adeptly. Even the once arrogant Cymbaloo, under Piccolo's guidance, refrains from engaging in rampant killing, resulting in a temporary state where no one is aware that the Demon King Piccolo, who once ravaged the Earth a century ago, has returned. Furthermore, due to Rabe's abilities, Piccolo has abandoned the notion of using the Dragon Balls to restore his youth, as such actions would attract undue attention. Instead, by remaining hidden, he can easily rejuvenate himself by absorbing the energy of other beings. As flowers bloom in their separate ways, Master Roshi, shortly after his departure, leveraged his connections to reach the organizers of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon revealing his identity as the god of martial arts, the organizers promptly entrusted him with the rights to host the event for nothing more than a modest exchange of a few training techniques. Following this, Master Roshi paid a visit to the Ox King, who welcomed his master warmly and readily complied with his requests. Upon learning that Master Roshi intended for him and his daughter, Chi-Chi, to once again take up the mantle of discipleship to learn more profound techniques, the Ox King unhesitatingly agreed. After completing the tasks assigned by Yuan, Master Roshi chose not to rush back to his dojo, but instead opted for a completely different route, imparting techniques as he walked. Yuan, without requiring any notification from Master Roshi, instructed Bear to begin preparations for the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. A month later, news of the newly relocated venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament spread across the globe. Accompanying this announcement were the astonishing prizes for the tournament. The substantial rewards for the top 16 and top 8 competitors were already noteworthy, yet the prizes for the top 3 were beyond belief. The 9-turn resurrection pill, the ginseng fruit, and the 9,000-year peach. The 9-turn resurrection pill can revive the deceased and significantly enhance one's cultivation, regardless of who consumes it. They shall emerge as a peerless master. The effects of the ginseng fruit and the 9,000-year peach are equally legendary, with tales claiming that securing a place among the top 3 and consuming these treasures would enable one to conquer the world and ascend to the cosmos. While some doubted the authenticity of these claims, once the name of Master Roshi, the god of martial arts, surfaced, skepticism dissipated entirely. Regardless, Master Roshi would never jest with his reputation, particularly given that this information has been disseminated by the official representatives of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. How could it possibly be false? In an instant, a fervent wave of cultivation swept across the globe, with many individuals seeking to make a last-minute effort. Even securing a place among the top 16 would be deemed a significant achievement, if not the top 3. However, what no one anticipated was that this martial arts competition would ultimately transform into a singular spectacle of the heavenly realm. A year passed swiftly, and when the preliminary selection of the world's foremost martial arts tournament officially commenced, Martial artists from all corners of the earth flocked to the small island adjacent to the Yuan dojo, to the astonishment of all participants. This seemingly modest island revealed itself to be remarkably vast upon entry. From the outside, it appeared to be an unremarkable deserted isle, yet once inside, towering edifices rose in splendid succession. Furthermore, certain areas of the island were enveloped in a dense, white mist, and even a mere whiff could invigorate one's spirit and significantly enhance their cultivation. The preliminary matches unfolded with great fervor, and due to the overwhelming number of registrants, the selection process extended over an entire week. Following this, a grand melee ensued, with only the last 16 standing eligible to advance to the final competition. Although this format was undeniably brutal, it was equally fair, and the intensity of the battles stirred the blood of countless spectators. Dozens of cameras captured every moment of the contests, broadcasting the proceedings without a blind spot. Consequently, the might of the 16 who remained unchallenged was beyond question. Of course, this tournament had also devolved into a showcase for Yuan's disciples. Not only the previously initiated Goku, but even the relatively recent pupils, Nyoemo Wang and Chi-Chi, who had trained under Yuan for merely 2 months, managed to breach the top 16. This so-called top 16, rather than a true representation of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, resembled an internal conflict among Yuan's students. It was not the fault of Earth's inhabitants for their shortcomings. Rather, one could solely attribute it to the exceptional prowess of Yuan's disciples. Additionally, Yuan himself subtly disguised and registered for participation. The rationale was simple. He aimed to impart an unforgettable lesson to his disciples, reminding them to eschew arrogance, including Yuan. A total of 12 individuals from the heavenly realm had successfully advanced to the top 16. Among the remaining 4, 2 were nameless underlings, possessing some degree of strength. But Yuan could discern at a glance that they were mere support, lacking any possibility of advancement. The last 2, however, were intriguing green-skinned figures. Indeed, these 2 were none other than King Piccolo and his subordinate, Simbalu. Although King Piccolo had been resurrected a year prior, he had spent that time in quietude, zealously nurturing his strength. With the resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth, a plethora of formidable beings emerged, and Piccolo had been relentlessly hunting these creatures to sustain himself. As a result, he not only restored his youthful physique, but also experienced a terrifying augmentation in power. According to Yuan's system panel, merely standing there, King Piccolo's battle power had already reached a staggering 500,000. This data is sufficient to rival the power exhibited by Frieza upon his initial appearance. It can be asserted that with Piccolo's strength, the annihilation of Earth would be effortlessly within his grasp. After a year of lurking in the shadows, his emergence is driven by a singular ambition, the coveted prize of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the Peach of Immortality. The present Piccolo is a far cry from the cautious being that first escaped his seal, now exuding an air of arrogance. Indeed, he possesses the means to be so audacious. On the night the list of the 16 contenders was revealed, many of Yuan's disciples gathered at the same restaurant for a celebratory feast. "Has anyone seen Master?" Bulma inquired with a hint of frustration. "I've visited his dojo several times, yet I have not encountered him." "I haven't seen him either. I have no idea where he has gone," others chimed in, shaking their heads in unison as they discussed their opponents in the top 16. Chapter 66. The Great Sage, One Punch Man. "Just you wait, Goku. I will absolutely not be defeated by you," Krillin proclaimed with a hearty laugh as he clinked his cup against Goku's. After a year of training in the outside world, he had finally begun to tap into the latent powers of his bloodline. Since the day he started to harness his internal strength, he had left Tien and Kaiatsu far behind. Now, he had firmly established his reputation as the One Punch Man. Anyone struck by his fist would undoubtedly be incapacitated on the spot. Krillin's sole vulnerability lay in his weakness against mental attacks or psychic abilities, which could easily catch him off guard. His opponent for the following day was Goku, who, to Krillin's knowledge, possessed no mental assaults. Thus, he believed that victory would be effortlessly within reach. Indeed, I too shall not be defeated. The next day, the tournament commenced as scheduled, with Goku and Krillin facing off in the first match. Krillin undoubtedly lived up to the bloodline power bestowed upon him by Yuan, as with a single punch, he nearly sent Goku flying off the stage. "Quite impressive," Goku remarked, a glimmer of surprise crossing his face. "In that case, I must unleash my true abilities. With that, he plucked a tuft of hair from his head. Goku, have you lost your mind? Krillin laughed heartily. If you can't win, you can't win. Do you really think turning yourself bald will give you the upper hand against me? However, in the next moment, Krillin's smile froze on his face. With a gentle breath from Goku, the hair fell to the ground, transforming into dozens of miniature Gokus. These duplicates bore an uncanny resemblance to the original, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Only a skilled practitioner of mental probing might detect the slightest difference in their auras. But Krillin, being rather straightforward, was ill-equipped to discern the real from the imitation. The true Goku concealed himself among these clones, launching a collective assault against Krillin. Krillin's might was formidable. Any single clone struck by his fist would instantly dissipate into smoke. Yet, with dozens of Gokus present on the field, even if they remained stationary, it would take Krillin considerable time to eliminate them all. Whenever Krillin attempted to capture Goku, the latter would cunningly evade, infuriating Krillin to the point of impotent rage. If you are a man, come out and face me honorably. Hiding constantly is not true skill, Krillin exclaimed in exasperation. His provocation was so ineffectual that even the simple-minded Goku was not deceived. Faced with this predicament, Krillin had no choice but to unleash his full power, instantly elevating his speed to a remarkable level, darting across the arena like a streak of light. This was his ultimate technique. Originally intended for confronting formidable opponents like Jiaozi possessing extraordinary abilities, but now forced out by Goku's relentless pursuit. In the blink of an eye, Goku's clones on the field were entirely obliterated. I've got you. A glimmer of joy flashed in Krillin's eyes. However, in the next instant, he suffered a heavy blow to the back of his head. How could Goku lack preparation? In truth, from the moment countless clones appeared, Goku had transformed into a small insect, quietly hiding atop Krillin's shoulder. Just as Krillin relaxed, believing victory was assured, Goku revealed his true form and delivered a powerful strike to the back of Krillin's head. Ultimately, Krillin had yet to become a true champion. Though he did not lose consciousness from the blow, he felt dazed and unsteady. Goku, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a flurry of relentless attacks, leaving Krillin utterly defenseless. Despite being at an absolute disadvantage, Krillin's formidable physique remained resilient, swaying but refusing to fall, even finding the strength to counterattack. Just as Goku prepared to deliver the final blow, Krillin, having amassed his strength, finally erupted. The two warriors unleashed their full might in a collision at that moment. A profound silence enveloped the arena for a heartbeat. A powerful gust of energy surged forth from their clash, and had it not been for the protective barrier, the surrounding spectators would surely have been swept away, reduced to mere fragments. Their bodies were hurled apart by the force of the wind. Ultimately, Goku's prowess prevailed. Krillin was blown off the combat stage, while Goku, after a series of acrobatic maneuvers, precariously steadied himself at the edge of the platform. I declare the winner of this match to be Son Wukong. The bespectacled announcer bellowed, seemingly in a frenzy. This was the most exhilarating match he had witnessed in dozens of tournaments. How could he not be ecstatic? As Goku and Krillin's contest concluded, battles in the other stands also reached their resolutions. Piccolo and his underling, Shinbaru, were fortunate to face two nameless opponents, advancing with ease. Fearing that delivering a fatal blow might provoke the attention of the other skilled fighters and lead to a collective assault on himself, Piccolo merely incapacitated his adversaries without resorting to lethal force. His true aim for being here was, of course, the 9-turn revival pill, the ginseng fruit, and the peach of immortality. Indeed, he intended to acquire them all. In other words, he had no intention of genuinely relying on winning the tournament to secure his rewards. The reason for registering for the World Martial Arts Championship was twofold. Firstly, there was a desire to witness the prowess of contemporary masters and gauge their formidable standards. Should he succeed in capturing the elite of the world, his subsequent quest to dominate the globe would encounter no hindrances. Secondly, Piccolo was eager to ascertain whether the prizes offered by the organizers were indeed as extraordinary as rumored. To prevent his identity from being revealed and to avoid unnecessary confrontations, Piccolo acted with utmost caution. Nevertheless, his merciless fighting style drew considerable criticism. Since the preliminary selections commenced, each of Piccolo's opponents proved to be remarkably formidable. Yet they crumbled like fragile glass before him. Although Piccolo refrained from lethal force, his adversaries left the arena battered and broken, while other disciples engaged in fierce duels. It is unnecessary to elaborate further. As fate would have it, Lu Yuan's opponent was none other than Bulma. If you concede now, I can assure you it won't be too humiliating, Bulma declared with a haughty air. Should you refuse my gracious offer, do not blame me for being unkind. Lu Yuan replied, intrigued by her challenge. Just don't come crying to your mother afterward. Bulma retorted, forcefully slamming her magical artifact onto the ground. A massive Bagua array materialized, enveloping both Lu Yuan and Bulma. Bulma had been brooding for the past few days. After finally returning, she found herself unable to locate her master, and nearly a year apart had only intensified her longing for Lu Yuan. She was perplexed by these emotions, but felt increasingly irritable, especially when faced with an insignificant opponent. Since her adversary showed no appreciation for her prowess, Bulma resolved to show no mercy. With her hands clasped, countless golden small swords inexplicably materialized above the martial stage, spinning in midair. Although these swords appeared tangible, they were mere phantoms conjured by Bulma's magical essence. With a commanding shout, the multitude of small swords surged towards Lu Yuan with astonishing speed. Bring it on, Lu Yuan cried, his hands moving in a mesmerizing rhythm. As the small swords approached, they seemed to lose their composure, dispersing in all directions. What kind of technique is this? Bulma's expression hardened, dismissing her earlier underestimation. Channeling her magic, the colors of the sky within the barrier shifted from blue to green and then to red. As the hues transformed, the barrier erupted with phenomena, turbulent waves, flourishing flora, and raging flames. The waves crashed towards Lu Yuan, assaulting his form, while vines and branches ensnared his legs. As the waves receded, they were swiftly followed by a torrent of flames, the wind fanning the fire's intensity. Hidden within the flames were subtle streams of lava. Contact with it would likely result in severe burns. What a magnificent array of elemental interplay, Lu Yuan mused inwardly, impressed. Bulma adeptly harnessed the principle of the 5 elements. Where metal generates water, water nourishes wood, wood fuels fire, and fire melds with earth, all while concealing molten lava within its flames. Her offensive was fierce. Yet due to her mastery of the 5 elements, she expended remarkably little magical energy. However, overconfidence can be a double-edged sword. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. For the 5 elements not only promote each other, but also counter one another. His comprehension of the interrelations of the 5 elements was evidently more profound than Bulma's. Even as the flames surged towards him, Lu Yuan remained unfazed. Extending his right hand, he drew forth a sphere of fire element from the very flames of Bulma's attack. Fire creates earth. As Lu Yuan's words fell, the fire element in his grasp swelled dramatically, gradually separating into a mass of earth-toned essence. Earth begets metal, metal begets water, and water begets wood. Lu Yuan's words quickened, and the elements in his hands multiplied. The tempestuous fire element, the tranquil wood element, the gentle water element, the sharp metal element, and the weighty earth element. All 5 distinct essences were as docile as sheep in Lu Yuan's hands. With the 5 elements held firmly, he clasped his hands together and then opened them, conjuring an ice wall that materialized before them. When the lava collided with the ice barrier, steam engulfed the entire arena in an instant. Yet Lu Yuan's assault was far from over. With a resounding explosion, a blue lightning bolt cleaved through the dense mist, striking fiercely towards Bulma. Though this sequence of events may seem lengthy, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Having spent an entire year in practical training, Bulma had significantly honed her combat experience. Thus, upon witnessing the emergence of the ice wall, she instinctively initiated her defenses. Alas, her understanding of the 5 elements remained limited to their individual properties, preventing her from creating alternative elements through their interplay. How could a single element defense withstand the might of a thunderbolt born from the fusion of multiple elements? Bulma's 3-layered defense crumbled like paper before the onslaught of lightning. In a critical moment, she narrowly executed a brief lateral teleportation, causing the lightning to veer off course and sparing her from substantial harm. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the thick fog. Bulma's pupils dilated as she realized that Lu Yuan, previously immobilized by her wood element, had vanished without a trace. Reacting instinctively, she activated her Linglong Tower for defense. Almost simultaneously, a tremendous force surged from below, striking against Bulma's defenses. Following this, Lu Yuan unleashed a torrent of relentless assaults. What is the best strategy against a formation master? It is to deny them the opportunity to activate their formation. Although Lu Yuan could easily secure victory, he chose to suppress his power to match Bulma's level. Even so, she remained utterly defenseless against his overwhelming prowess. While Bulma's defenses were formidable, they could not withstand such ferocious attacks. Prolonging this fight would only lead to a slow demise. While most would have surrendered by now, Bulma erupted with remarkable willpower in the face of despair. The five elements' great formation operates on the principles of mutual generation and restraint. By reversing the elements, one can unleash astonishing power. However, in such circumstances, Bulma herself would be unable to control the frenzied elemental forces, and the ensuing explosion could engulf her as well, posing significant risks. Nevertheless, Bulma acted without hesitation, driven by the desire for her master to witness her progress. Clenching her teeth, she forcefully reversed the elements to create an opportunity for a counterattack. Thus, I absolutely cannot be defeated by you. A commendable thought, sighed Lu Yuan, yet somewhat overly aggressive. The elemental forces, which were difficult for Bulma to manage, were as docile as lambs in Lu Yuan's hands. He effortlessly gathered the elements to form a shield sufficient for two. Why are you saving me? Bulma asked, her eyes filled with confusion. In truth, after delivering her final strike, she had no strength left to continue fighting. A commendable idea, though it lacks practical experience, Lu Yuan replied with a smile. You have performed admirably this past year, and I am quite satisfied. Bulma's eyes widened in surprise. Shoo! Lu Yuan placed a finger to his lips. You must keep this a secret. Bulma nodded vigorously, after which Lu Yuan unceremoniously cast her off the arena platform. As soon as Bulma landed, her fellow disciples, who had been waiting below, rushed over to express their concern. Yet, rather than displaying sorrow over her elimination, Bulma seemed somewhat pleased, leaving everyone perplexed. Lu Yuan's battle concluded swiftly, mirroring the brevity of the other matches. Among those advancing to the quarterfinals were Goku, Lu Yuan, and the duo of Piccolo, alongside Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Master Roshi, and Pilaf. After a 2-day respite, the quarterfinals commenced once more. The matchups for the quarterfinals were intriguing. Goku faced Sinbalu. Tien Shinhan squared off against Master Roshi. Kaiatsu battled against the Demon King Piccolo, and Lu Yuan confronted Pilaf. The first match of the quarterfinals featured Goku against Sinbalu. Chapter 68. The terrifying Piccolo Sinbalu's strength was not formidable. Although he had gained a measure of enhancement from Piccolo's recovery, he remained feeble before Goku, akin to an infant. Weakness is not frightening. What is truly alarming is the weakness coupled with ignorance, and even more so when one displays arrogance despite it. As the match commenced, Sinbalu began to boast, threatening to kill this and that. Were it merely that, Goku would have given him a good thrashing. However, the fool went so far as to brag about his misdeeds from the past year as if they were accomplishments. Goku, imbued with a robust sense of justice, could hardly tolerate such insolence and unleashed his full power upon the imbecile. Sinbalu immediately collapsed to the ground, motionless and unaware of his fate. The outcome was clear. Goku advanced effortlessly. Yet, Piccolo was far from pleased upon witnessing this scene. No matter how foolish or weak Sinbalu was, he was still under the command of the Demon King Piccolo. It was unacceptable for anyone else to lay a hand on him. Were it not for the prizes awaiting the champion, Piccolo would never have tolerated such an affront. I will make you pay dearly for this. With a sly grin, Piccolo faced Goku, his right thumb sharply slicing across his neck, the threat unmistakable. Wait for me in the finals. Disguised as an ordinary person, Lu Yuan coldly observed the scene unfolding before him, remaining silent. Why aren't you making a move? Such a person should not be allowed to continue in the competition. Bulma whispered furtively, akin to a thief. Since discovering Lu Yuan's ruse as a contestant, Bulma had stayed close to him. Fortunately, her disguise was effective enough to avoid detection by the other disciples, allowing Lu Yuan to remain incognito. No rush, let us toy with him. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. He is a formidable opponent for you all. I wish to see if any among you can triumph over him. The second match featured Lu Yuan against Pilaf, who had undergone considerable transformation over the past year. During his time of training, Pilaf had become remarkably benevolent, intervening to help others in distress, amassing countless good deeds. This had expedited his integration with the power of light within him, enabling him to control his size after transformation. He could shrink to that of an ordinary human or expand to a towering giant, mastering the changes with ease. If Lu Yuan and Bulma's battle showcased the essence of the fantastical, Then the clash between Pilaf and Lu Yuan revealed the sheer terror of colossal beings. As Pilaf grew larger, so too did Lu Yuan. They fought from the skies to the ground and back again. After hundreds of exchanges, Pilaf ultimately succumbed to fatigue due to the prolonged engagement. The intensity of their combat, with punches landing with palpable force, left the audience exhilarated, making this duel among real men worth every penny. Meanwhile, the match between Tien Shinhan and Master Roshi was equally noteworthy. Through a year of development, Tien had advanced his Sharingan to the Mangekyou Sharingan, enhancing his combat prowess immensely. Although Master Roshi lacked the flamboyant abilities of others, his approach mirrored that of Krillin, albeit with a different focus. Master Roshi had significantly strengthened his physical form, opting for a technique-based style, blending Lu Yuan's teachings with the Turtle School's martial arts. Even when faced with Tien's peculiar ocular techniques, he held his ground. However, Tien gradually found himself at a disadvantage due to the limitations of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Just as Tien seemed on the brink of defeat, an overwhelming surge of emotion triggered the awakening of his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Subsequently, Tien's power skyrocketed, unleashing a myriad of bizarre techniques. Master Roshi, nearing his limits, found himself unable to continue the fight and reluctantly conceded defeat. This match lacked the spectacle of the previous one, leaving many spectators bewildered by the events. Yet, in Piccolo's eyes, it heightened his vigilance towards Tien. Such an unpredictable and enigmatic ocular technique was a threat even he could not guarantee immunity against. The final match was a confrontation between Dumpling and the formidable King Piccolo. In a display of sheer power meant to incite fear, King Piccolo unleashed his full strength, effortlessly overpowering Dumpling. Dumpling's extraordinary abilities paled in comparison to the might of King Piccolo. His telekinesis failed to exert control, and in terms of martial prowess, he was utterly dominated. Even Dumpling's prideful molecular disintegration technique was rendered ineffective in the face of King Piccolo's terrifying aura. Had it not been for Tien and the others conceding defeat in a timely manner, Dumpling might have faced a gruesome end on the arena floor. "You have slain my subordinates. Rest assured, I shall not let you escape unscathed," King Piccolo declared from his elevated position on the stage, casting a disdainful gaze upon the onlookers. His very presence served as a deterrent to Tien and his companions. The prospect of whether he could eliminate Dumpling was of little concern to him. Once the prize was secured, he intended to eliminate each of them one by one. They were merely irritating pests, granted a brief extension of life. "Goku, what are your chances against him?" Tien inquired gravely. The oppressive force exhibited by King Piccolo in the previous match left him breathless, and the possibility of hidden strengths from Piccolo loomed ominously. "I cannot say," Goku replied, his demeanor equally serious. "If he possesses no more power than what he has shown, I am confident I can secure victory." However, his words trailed off. Yet all present grasped the implication, and a somber atmosphere enveloped the arena. "Do not worry. Do not worry," Bulma interjected with a reassuring smile, uplifting the spirits of the group. "How can you concede before even engaging in battle? That is not the spirit of my disciples." Upon hearing her words, Tien felt a surge of determination. "I, Tien, shall not be outdone by anyone." Inspired by Bulma's encouragement, both Goku and Tien found renewed vigor. Especially Tien, who had just achieved a breakthrough by defeating Master Roshi. He could not allow his spirits to dwindle. The semi-final lineup was swiftly established, Yuan against Tien, and Goku facing King Piccolo. Upon seeing their respective opponents, Tien's expression grew more somber rather than relieved. King Piccolo was a formidable opponent, and while Tien had confidence against Goku, he felt uncertain about Yuan, an enigmatic figure who seemed to possess extensive knowledge of their respective martial arts. Chapter 69. The grand finale. Tien employed his ocular abilities, continuously simulating Yuan's behavioral patterns in his mind, attempting to discern any potential weaknesses. Yet, no matter how he analyzed, he could not uncover even a sliver of hope for victory against Yuan. The last person to exert such an oppressive aura upon him had been Yuan. Suddenly, Tien had an epiphany. Instinctively, he glanced towards Yuan, only to find him gesturing mysteriously, placing a finger to his lips in a silent shushing motion. Tien immediately understood everything, and his mood began to swell with excitement. As fate would have it, this marked the first genuine confrontation between him and Yuan. The anxiety and restlessness that had once consumed his heart were swiftly transformed into anticipation. The semifinals commenced without delay, the inaugural match featuring Lu Yuan against Tien Shinhan. Yet, this bout left all spectators bewildered. In their line of sight, Lu Yuan and his opponent stood motionless at the outset. After a considerable duration, black flames unexpectedly engulfed both combatants, accompanied by a series of inexplicable phenomena. After a prolonged exchange of glances, a violet figure materialized behind each of them. However, the manifestation of Lu Yuan's violet silhouette was markedly swifter than that of Tien Shinhan. While the latter's shadow retained the form of a mere skeleton, Lu Yuan's formidable violet figure had already coalesced into a humanoid shape. Without uttering a single word, the two violet entities collided with a tremendous force, unleashing a cloud of smoke. This battle was purely a contest of ocular prowess. Tien Shinhan initiated the attack with his moon reading technique. Yet Lu Yuan possessed the same ability, leading to a relentless clash within the realm of the mind. Subsequently, their techniques clashed until the appearance of Susanoo, with Lu Yuan consistently maintaining an upper hand over Tien Shinhan in all aspects of the confrontation. Throughout the encounter, Tien Shinhan found himself persistently overwhelmed by Lu Yuan's onslaught. However, he still garnered significant insights. If he could effectively assimilate the experiences from this battle upon his return, it was certain that his strength would see a substantial enhancement. In stark contrast, the battle between Goku and Piccolo promised to be far more brutal. From the outset, Goku and Piccolo exchanged blows in a back-and-forth manner. And in terms of martial arts, Goku proved to be Piccolo's equal. Yet, as Piccolo began to release the suppression of his own aura, Goku found himself increasingly outmatched. In desperation, he resorted to diversifying his tactics, employing techniques such as the multiplication technique, transformation technique, and even the ability to summon storms and lightning. In this fierce contest, Goku's mastery of the 72 transformations was showcased brilliantly, proving advantageous in both direct confrontations and tactical diversions. However, in the face of absolute physical strength, these maneuvers merely served as auxiliary support and could not secure victory. Although Goku's 72 transformations posed considerable challenges for Piccolo, the latter's superior cultivation rendered Goku insufficiently formidable. Particularly after Piccolo unleashed the full extent of his power, the very planet trembled in response. Observing this, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, effortlessly calming the planet's quaking with a gentle touch. Should Piccolo's unleashed aura impact Earth, countless lives would be imperiled amidst the violent climatic and geological upheavals. Ha! Just wait to perish. You shall never defeat me. Piccolo roared arrogantly. Having exhausted all his stamina in the previous battle, Goku found himself quite drained. After all, he was still a child, not yet fully matured. It was not entirely fair to blame Goku for being outmatched by Piccolo. Had Goku faced Piccolo in his teenage years, even with equivalent strength, Piccolo would have had to pay a grave cost to secure victory. Rather than attributing the disparity between Goku and Piccolo to sheer power, it is more accurate to ascribe it to their difference in age. After all, Goku has only been training for just over a year and is merely 5 or 6 years old. You have performed admirably. It is time for you to rest. As Lu Yuan soared into the air, he caught Goku, who still yearned for battle, and gently placed him in Bulma's waiting arms. Master, Goku struggled to open his eyes, finally feeling a sense of relief. It's all right, you can rest now. With a gentle touch, Lu Yuan lulled Goku into a deep slumber. Observing the vitality within Goku gradually restoring, Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary resilience of the Scions. As long as they engage in life and death battles, Scions can experience rapid growth. Upon Goku's awakening, he would likely be able to match and even surpass Piccolo's current strength. Such is the terrifying nature of the Scions. Is that my next opponent? Piccolo sneered. Once I defeat you, there will be no one left to impede my dominion over this world. If you were wise enough to concede gracefully, perhaps after I claim the tournament's prize, I might bestow a reward upon you. When I rule the world, I could permit you to serve as my foremost general, a boon from the Dark Lord himself. So kneel and give thanks, mortal. Kneel. The furious roar infused with psychic energy from Piccolo felt as refreshing as a spring breeze to Lu Yuan, who remained entirely unaffected. In fact, under Lu Yuan's control, Piccolo's wrathful shout did not even breach the arena's barriers. Does a flickering firefly dare to rival the brilliance of the full moon? Lu Yuan ascended slowly into the air. If that is the case, I shall demonstrate the vast chasm of power that lies between us. Thus, The finals of the first World Martial Arts Tournament commenced in earnest. Seeing his cunning initial strike yield no results, Piccolo was filled with rage and wasted no time. He raised his hand and unleashed a massive energy blast. A concentrated surge of spiritual power with formidable penetrating force, a blow in which Piccolo had great confidence. Yet, astonishingly, Yuan caught the destructive attack with a single hand. Then, as if it were a docile lamb, the energy blast circled in Yuan's grasp before returning along its original path. "What?" Piccolo exclaimed in shock, narrowly evading the oncoming beam. A sense of foreboding began to rise within him, though he had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. "To deal with you, I need only one hand," Yuan remarked with a slight smile. "If you can make me move in the air, I shall concede defeat. How about that? Do not underestimate me." Piccolo, humiliated and enraged, unleashed a flurry of energy spheres while simultaneously appearing behind Yuan. "Die?" Without even turning his head, Yuan faced the incoming energy blasts. With a graceful motion of his right hand, he traced a beautiful arc, causing the blasts to inexplicably accelerate before swirling around him and launching toward the unsuspecting Piccolo. Chapter 70. Swiftly Overcoming Piccolo. With gritted teeth, Piccolo resolved to trade injury for injury. Just as his palm made contact with Yuan's back, countless energy blasts struck him simultaneously. "No, this is impossible." Bic was acutely aware of the power of his own attacks. Those luminous orbs had merely passed through Yuan's hands before multiplying in force several times over. Caught completely off guard, Bic found one of his arms shattered. Yet, this was not the source of his deepest despair. What truly disheartened him was that his anticipated strike against Yuan had failed to even ruffle the hem of his opponent's attire. How could this be possible? Bic gasped heavily, yet his eyes, rather than reflecting despair, were filled with a fierce determination. "Ha!" Bic roared, audaciously tearing off his own severed arm. What was he attempting to do? The spectators below were engulfed in confusion. With a piercing scream of agony, a new arm miraculously sprouted from the wound where his severed limb had been. Was he exchanging stamina for combat power? Yuan smiled slightly. "Yield. For no matter the circumstances, you shall never be my adversary." "Is that so?" Bic retorted with a sinister grin. "Now, I shall demonstrate my true prowess." With that, he retrieved a small cloth pouch from his bosom, extracting a blood-red crystal and swallowing it with remarkable speed. "You are doomed." Yuan's gaze turned icy. The blood-red crystal exuded a potent scent of blood, a supplement derived from the very lives of the living. Upon consuming the crystal, Bic's power surged dramatically. With a thunderous roar, his veins bulged, and the force he emitted shattered the barriers surrounding them. An overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped the entire island, causing even the ground to tremble. The ordinary onlookers collapsed, unconscious in an instant. With a flick of his wrist, Yuan restored the shattered barrier as if reversing time. Gentle droplets of dew fell from his fingers, gradually awakening the fainted spectators, some of whom even discovered their bodies had been enhanced, feeling invigorated, a fortunate turn amidst calamity. Bic, no paragon of virtue, seized the opportunity to launch a sudden assault while Yuan was preoccupied with aiding the others. This time, he was a force to be reckoned with, transformed from his previous self. Each of Bic's punches carried immense weight, interspersed with countless energy attacks, filling the air with smoke from the impact. Ha! Bic vanished and reappeared midair, recklessly unleashing the energy within him, leaving the disciples below astounded. Such an onslaught. Were they to be struck repeatedly, even a mere graze would be beyond their capability to withstand. What has happened to our master? Bulma clenched her fists against her chest, unable to suppress her anxiety for Yuan, despite her unwavering faith in him. "Receive my final blow," Bic bellowed, as a blood-red beam sliced through the sky, hurtling towards Yuan. Demonic penetrating light cannon. The crimson light collided with Yuan amidst the smoke, creating an even greater cloud of haze. A sense of foreboding surged within Bic. The demonic penetrating light cannon was a technique he had developed specifically for immobilized targets, possessing tremendous power. If the magic light killing cannon were to face a towering mountain, it would effortlessly penetrate through it. Thus, one would assume that this technique, when unleashed upon an adversary, would merely create a gaping hole without yielding any explosion. "Now it is my turn." A voice emerged from the smoke, and a sudden gust of wind instantaneously dispersed the haze. Piccolo's pupils constricted sharply as Yuan appeared before everyone, completely unscathed, his hair not even ruffled by the tempest. "Those you have slain must have felt a profound despair before their demise," Lu Yuan murmured. "To let you die without experiencing despair would be too lenient." Haha. Piccolo struggled to utter 2 words. He had exhausted all his trump cards, yet could not inflict even a single hair's worth of damage upon his opponent. Just as Lu Yuan had articulated, he had sunk into a deep abyss of hopelessness. "If I cannot overcome him, then I shall flee, as long as I survive. There will surely be a chance." Without hesitation, Piccolo turned and fled. "I shall conceal myself and gradually siphon the lives of the masses. One day, I will surpass you," Piccolo thought to himself, feeling a semblance of relief as he sensed no one pursuing him from behind. However, moments later, he sensed something amiss. Piccolo glanced back, and his heart raced with dread. Despite flying at full speed, he found himself not distancing from Lu Yuan, but rather drawing closer to him. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo ignited his life force and accelerated, yet the distance between them not only failed to widen but instead diminished at an alarming rate. The sight was utterly bizarre. Piccolo was ostensibly flying forward while his form was inexplicably retreating. "What kind of technique is this?" Piccolo cried out, his fear mounting exponentially. Even as he bit his gums until they bled, he could not alter the undeniable truth of his encroaching proximity to Lu Yuan. "Who exactly are you?" If I were merely outmatched, even if I were being pummeled into helplessness, Piccolo would not feel such dread. He would resort to the most venomous curses, wishing his opponent to hell. Yet this sense of powerlessness and the peculiar nature of the situation shattered Piccolo's very spirit. In his centuries of existence, he had never encountered such an opponent. "Please, I beg you, spare me," Piccolo pleaded in despair. "I swear, I will never commit evil again." "Those you have killed must have begged for mercy before their deaths," Lu Yuan softly replied. At that moment, Piccolo found himself directly before Lu Yuan, who gently grasped his neck. "You have fallen for my trick," Piccolo sneered, and his neck inexplicably swelled several times. With a violent heave, he expelled a massive white egg into the distance. "If you kill me, my avatar will survive. He will seek vengeance upon your disciples. As for you, you shall accompany me to hell." With that, Piccolo's form expanded dramatically, a tempestuous energy coalescing within him. "Who led you to believe that I remain in my usual calm demeanor?" Lu Yuan remarked, seemingly unfazed, "that you might think you could outwit me in my presence." With a swift motion of his left hand, Lu Yuan sent the white egg hurtling back to him, as if on an invisible thread. "What? You?" Before Bick could finish his exclamation, he was struck with terror as he realized that the turbulent energy within him was gradually yielding. The self-destruction he had initiated abruptly halted by Lu Yuan's forceful intervention. "Look into my eyes, Bick," Lu Yuan bellowed, his gaze piercing and unyielding. In the next instant, Bick was reduced to nothing but ashes in Lu Yuan's grasp. To the outside world, merely a second had elapsed, yet within the realm of Tsukuyami, Bick and Lu Yuan endured a fleeting yet interminable span of 72 hours together. What was momentary for Lu Yuan felt like an eternity for Bick. In this dimension, Bick experienced dozens of agonizing deaths every second, drowning, burning, being cleaved, starving. Over the course of those brief 72 hours, Bick perished countless times, each demise excruciatingly tormenting. A minute into this ordeal, Bick's soul began to unravel, yet Lu Yuan, wielding immense magical prowess, shielded Bick's essence, allowing it to withstand the torment for a full 72 hours before it ultimately disintegrated. The damage inflicted was profound. At the moment Tsukuyami concluded, Bick's physical form was similarly reduced to ash. This was the true annihilation of both body and spirit. Unless time could be traversed to rescue the living Bick, not even the most powerful deities could resurrect him henceforth. Everything Bick once was in this world had been obliterated by Lu Yuan. Sighing, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of sympathy for Bick. Glancing at the white egg in his hand, a faint smile crept upon his lips. How intriguing. In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers in bewilderment. With the first and second contenders missing, the organizers reluctantly arranged for a rematch to determine the champions once more. As news of this event spread across the globe, the legend of Lu Yuan began to take hold. Regardless of how formidable future warriors or cultivators might become, none dared to claim the title of the world's strongest, for all were acutely aware of the overwhelming presence of a peerless cultivator overshadowing them. As the prowess of the cultivators grew, so too did their understanding of the chasm that lay between them and Lu Yuan, deepening their reverence for him. While the awards ceremony for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was festively underway, Lu Yuan quietly returned to his sanctuary in the heavenly realm. How fascinating! He regarded the colossal white egg before him with keen interest. It seemed he had unraveled the secret of the Namekians' ability to merge with their kin and reproduce asexually. Each Namekian possessed an innate power to control souls. Within this white egg resided a fragment of Bik's soul alongside a nascent spirit. At that moment, the two souls clashed fiercely, each striving to consume the other. Undoubtedly, should Bik's lingering essence prevail, this newborn would rise as the resurrected Bik. However, should the nascent soul triumph, it would manifest as a spiritual continuation of Piccolo. Having consumed Piccolo's lingering essence, this being would embody Piccolo, yet not entirely. It would emerge as an independent entity endowed with the entirety of Piccolo's memories. Correspondingly, this new life would also be profoundly influenced by Piccolo's essence. Allow me to assist you. With ease, Lu Yuan extracted Piccolo's residual soul, leaving only a flicker of the newly born spirit within the colossal egg. Yet, simultaneously, the life force of the white egg began to wane, resembling a being bereft of half its soul. In that moment, Lu Yuan grasped the secret of the Namekian reproduction process. Typically, Namekians would integrate fragments of their own souls into the eggs of their offspring, though these fragmented souls lack the aggressive nature exhibited by Piccolo-S. They merely provide quiet sustenance for the growth of the newborn. Thus, the newly born child would possess the ability to protect itself while inheriting the complete memories of its forebears, and with an independent personality. It would emerge as a wholly new individual. Consequently, the descendants of the Namekians would grow ever stronger, and it would not be surprising if powerful beings akin to Frisia, born with exceptional strength, were to appear in the future. However, the extended lifespan of the Namekians renders procreation a considerable burden, resulting in an infinitely prolonged process. In summary, this is a race endowed with potential rivaling that of the Sciats. Lu Yuan was immediately filled with admiration for such talent. The profound sense of generational legacy reminded him of a remarkable ability particularly suited for young Piccolo. If he could fully harness the ancestral power residing within this newborn, it would instantaneously possess combat prowess rivaling that of any of his disciples. Resolute in his decision, Lu Yuan erased all traces of Piccolo's personality from the residual soul, retaining only the purest essence of strength and memory, which he then imparted to the newborn within the egg. Concurrently, with a flick of his wand, he summoned a shower of spiritual dew to descend upon the colossal egg. Under the influence of this spiritual energy, the egg soon cracked open, revealing an adorably green-skinned child. Master, the child bowed deeply to Lu Yuan. Why do you call me Master? Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, never anticipating such a scenario. You aided in my birth. Akin to a parent, the child stated earnestly, yet we Namekians do not have a term for father. So I have chosen to address you with the most fitting title from Earth. Once a master, always a father. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. You are indeed thoughtful. Originally, the residual soul contained only Piccolo's memories from his lifetime, devoid of knowledge and power from the Namekian ancestors. After all, Piccolo was merely a fraction of the divine being. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan employed his profound magical abilities to delve deep, ultimately enriching the remnants of the soul with comprehensive memories, encompassing even the fundamental laws of the universe. However, for Lu Yuan, such power was merely a trifling matter. Since you are willing to call me master, I shall accept you as my disciple, Lu Yuan remarked with a smile. Having inherited Bik's memories and strength, you must also bear the weight of his karma. Why not call yourself Bik as well? As you command, the young Bik replied, bowing respectfully. Bik caused the suffering of many during his life. Thus, you must atone for his sins, avoid wrongdoing, and strive to do good. Do you understand? I understand. The young Bik nodded vigorously. I can strip away Bik's memories and powers, freeing you from this burden that is not yours. What say you? Chapter 72. Traversing the Universe. Someone must bear this responsibility. The young Bik stated calmly. If I refuse, the burden will fall upon you, Master. I do not wish for that to happen. A teachable child, indeed. Lu Yuan was thoroughly pleased with the young Bik, who possessed an extraordinary sense of responsibility and gratitude, a rare quality. In that case, I shall assist you in unlocking the powers of your ancestors, Lu Yuan said gently. Step forward. Placing his hand upon Bik's head, Lu Yuan unleashed a warm current that coursed through the boy's being, and a formidable power erupted from within him. The passing of the torch. Yuan withdrew his hand. This is the name of your ability. However, you currently cannot fully control the power within you, so I will impose a 9-layer seal. You may unlock it at any time, but should you break the final layer, you risk losing control, unable to distinguish friend from foe. For you at this moment, even the first layer of the seal will place a significant burden on your body, so this power must be wielded with caution. As you command. Bic gratefully bowed to Yuan. Ding. Detected that the number of disciples has reached 12, activating cosmic energy distribution. System commencing a 3-hour upgrade. By the way, Master, there is one more matter I wish to discuss, the young Bic began, not allowing Yuan a moment to examine the system upgrade. Speak freely, Yuan replied, his brow furrowing slightly. The young Bic brought forth a rather troublesome revelation. He had inherited the memories of all his ancestors, including those of the celestial beings. When the deities separated Bic, they did not extract all of the malevolent thoughts. The Namekians were indeed adept at manipulating souls, and the deities had mastered this art. What the deities extracted was merely a portion of inconsequential remnants of the soul. Although these remnants were closely tied to him, the deities could restore them through other means. That method was the dragon. The Dragon Balls on Earth were not as benevolent as depicted in the original tale. They were used by the deities to harvest the malevolent thoughts and souls of Earthlings. Those who invoked the dragon would, within 2 to 3 years at least, or up to a decade or more, meet untimely ends due to various unfortunate incidents. All that belongs to the deceased shall serve as sustenance for the divine being, aiding in its growth. In truth, every individual who wields the power of the dragon has been meticulously chosen as a potential seed by the celestial deity. Due to the deity's secretive nature and infrequent interventions, no one has uncovered its schemes for centuries. The Namekian from the heavens had created the Dragon Balls even before inheriting the divine position, and during the separation of Piccolo. This individual had already absorbed the souls of dozens. Such audacity before claiming the divine title makes one wonder just how many souls it has consumed in the hundreds of years since. Moreover, the deity is exceedingly selective, having only absorbed the souls of martial arts prodigies over the years. Each of these souls is worth thousands, if not tens of thousands, of ordinary souls. Thus, the extent of the deity's power is beyond anyone's imagination. Master, just as Yuan was lost in thought, a voice filled with joy echoed from the entrance of the hall. It was Bulma. I've missed you so much in this past year. Bulma suddenly leapt into Yuan's embrace. With warmth in his arms, Yuan thought it an ill omen. Ahem, I have missed you all dearly as well, he responded, maintaining his composure as he discreetly withdrew his arm from her grasp. The young lady has certainly matured during our time apart, he mused silently. Master, who is he? Goku asked, eyeing the young Piccolo with suspicion, poised for action. Not only Goku, but all the disciples, save for the carefree Bulma, regarded the young Piccolo with similar wariness. For he bore an uncanny resemblance to the elder Piccolo. There is no need for alarm. Yuan smiled reassuringly. This is your junior brother. Although he is named Piccolo, he is not the Piccolo you know. Greetings, senior brothers, the young Piccolo said with poise, bowing respectfully. Though he appeared as a mere child, his demeanor exuded a maturity that surpassed that of any disciple. So, you are my junior brother now? Goku was the first to lower his guard. I look forward to your guidance. How strange, you resemble that villain from earlier, Goku remarked playfully, ignoring the ongoing antics. Yuan then assigned a new task to his disciples, to take 3 days to recuperate and assimilate their experiences from battle, after which they would set forth to confront the celestial realm together. After explaining the reasons to his disciples, Yuan turned his attention to the system updates. The infusion of spiritual energy into the universe requires no elaboration, as it will elevate the strength of the entire cosmos, leading to the emergence of various treasures. In the future, as the disciples venture into the universe, they will encounter increasing dangers, yet opportunities will also abound. As for the second feature of the system update, it proved to be quite intriguing, the ability to traverse parallel universes. Though Yuan could achieve such travel without the system's aid, it would demand considerable magical energy and necessitate the establishment of anchor points beforehand. One cannot simply traverse at will. The system operates without numerous constraints. As long as Yuan provides certain filtering criteria, the compatible universes will materialize before him, allowing for seamless travel. Yuan's own method of traversal resembles riding a bicycle. It is time-consuming and laborious, requiring the navigation of a map to avoid getting lost. In contrast, the system's traversal is akin to a plane on standby, ready to whisk Liu Yuan away to his desired destination at a moment's notice. Moreover, following his journey, the system guarantees Liu Yuan's safety unequivocally. Even if he were to land on a battlefield of gods, he would emerge unscathed, able to arrive and depart at will. As the spatial relationships between various parallel universes continually shift, the list of traversable universes is in constant flux. Unless Liu Yuan specifies particular conditions, this list will perpetually evolve. Intrigued, Liu Yuan casually selected a universe to test the functionality of interdimensional travel. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear a moment later. When he departed, he bore no trace of his journey, but upon returning, a hint of dust clung to him, regardless of how long he lingered in the other realm. Did only a second pass here? Chapter 73. Reflections on Traversal through the System's Elucidation. Liu Yuan learned that because Dragon Ball is the primary universe he inhabits, time here remains frozen. No matter how long he spends in other universes, only a single second elapses in this realm. Conversely, time in the other universes does not halt. It flows at its normal pace once Liu Yuan departs. He can choose to pause time in a corresponding universe or manipulate its speed, though such actions incur significant costs. Liu Yuan smacked his lips, recalling his recent visit to an unnamed planet, a wild and untamed place where numerous bizarre beasts engaged in fierce battles. Captivated, he even fought against the mightiest creature on that planet, which, regrettably, proved no match for him and was easily subdued. During his time there, Liu Yuan also discovered humanoid beings living in tribal formations, their only distinguishing feature being a single horn atop their foreheads. Observing their struggle for existence under the tyranny of the beasts, Liu Yuan felt a pang of compassion and chose to impart cultivation techniques to a few tribes. He instructed the system to record the coordinates of this universe, hoping to return someday to witness their progress. Having found one traversal insufficient, Liu Yuan decided to embark on another journey, enveloped in darkness, with a cerulean planet beneath his feet, undoubtedly, Earth. Initially, everything appeared perfectly normal. However, it was this eerie normalcy that instilled in Liu Yuan a sense of unease. Communicating with the system, he finally discerned the source of his discomfort. In his field of vision, two colossal entities battled fiercely in the void, wielding weapons forged from the very fabric of the galaxy. Two colossal giants clashed with increasing ferocity, ultimately shattering the crystalline barrier and positioning themselves amidst the chaotic currents of space and time beyond the universe. Their forms swelled dramatically as they wielded not mere galaxies, but entire universes surrounding them as their weapons. The fragile universes were consumed like energy-enhancing pills, while the sturdier ones were utilized as bricks to strike at one another. The larger ones transformed into lethal swords, piercing fiercely into each other's forms. Observing this spectacle, Liu Yuan felt no fear. Instead, an insatiable urge surged within him. Though the giants appeared immensely powerful, Liu Yuan held a steadfast confidence that he was not inferior to either of them. However, lamentably lacking a corresponding colossal physique to engage in battle, he reluctantly withdrew. While he could utilize the essence of the great Tao and its principles for combat, that was not the confrontation he yearned for. The thrill of visceral combat was the true romance of man. Suppressing his impulses, Liu Yuan departed with a hint of regret. Resolute in his intention to acquire the ability to manifest such a monumental body at the earliest opportunity, the titanic struggle between the giants ultimately yielded no victor, suggesting that it would take at least a decade or more to reach a definitive conclusion. As Liu Yuan traversed one world after another, he encountered countless breathtaking and resplendent sights. He witnessed humanity struggling for survival amidst apocalyptic scenarios, the divine and demonic beings who forged the very fabric of existence, and realms plagued by malevolent creatures wreaking havoc upon the earth. Most astonishingly, he found himself transported to a sage's sanctum during his final journey. Although shielded by the system, which rendered him undetected by the sage, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the sage still instilled a profound sense of trepidation within him. This journey through myriad realms deeply impacted Liu Yuan, and after 2 days of seclusion, his strength ascended to a new pinnacle. At this juncture, he had thoroughly comprehended the fundamental laws of this universe. Even outside the system's sanctum, Liu Yuan was confident that no one could harm him. With his power elevated to such heights, the tension within Lu Yuan finally eased. Although he had achieved invincibility within the current universe, he harbored no illusions of supremacy in unfamiliar realms or the void. Just as he had initially faced the two giants, Lu Yuan remained confident in his strength relative to them. Yet the prospect of manipulating them at will still posed a considerable challenge. The path of cultivation demanded unwavering diligence. Time was drawing near. Lu Yuan calculated the moment, a smile gracing his lips. Let me see what substance you, this celestial being, truly possess. The great bell tolled, summoning numerous disciples to gather in the grand hall. My disciples, accompany me as we charge into the celestial realm. Yes, the disciples resounded in agreement. Lu Yuan chose to bring only Tien Shinhan, Dumpling, Wukong, Krillin, and Bulma, leaving the rest to guard the heavenly court. Firstly, their strength was insufficient. Even under Lu Yuan's protection, they might not glean any valuable insights from the battle. After all, the level of combat here was still far too elevated for them. Thus, Lu Yuan brought along only the 4 most capable individuals as his primary attackers, while Bulma stood by to provide assistance through her formations. Indeed, Lu Yuan did not intend to personally engage in battle unless Bulma and her companions were unable to contend with the celestial being. Only then would he emerge as a trump card. If every situation required Lu Yuan to intervene directly, then what significance would there be in training these disciples? Moreover, Lu Yuan had not forgotten that his disciples were the foundation of his existence. Only by nurturing an ever-growing number of them could his own strength continue to ascend. Just as Lu Yuan was preparing to depart, Piccolo raised his small hand. Master, me. You forgot to take me along. Oh, how could he forget about this little fellow? Lu Yuan was jolted back to awareness. As a manifestation of the celestial being, Piccolo should, in theory, possess a mental connection with it. If one perished, the other would inevitably face a similar fate. Although Lu Yuan had not detected any signs of such a mental link in Piccolo, given the current circumstances, it was uncertain what might happen to Piccolo should the celestial being meet its end. Therefore, it was prudent to keep little Piccolo close at hand. Summoning a cloud, the group of 7 soared toward the direction of Korin Tower. The abode of the celestial being was situated directly above Korin Tower. Lu Yuan had initially imagined it to be a temple floating high in the atmosphere. However, after scouring the global atmosphere, he could not locate the temple's position. Upon further calculation, he realized that the temple was not situated in any known location on Earth, but existed within an unknown alternate dimension. There were countless alternate dimensions scattered throughout the world, with innumerable ones being formed or vanishing every moment. Consequently, finding a specific alternate dimension without coordinates was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, a most arduous task. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan had a more straightforward approach. Korin Tower. In the original tale, Goku had arrived at the temple using the golden staff. Now it seemed that Korin Tower served as a spatial anchor to the alternate dimension housing the temple, while the golden staff acted as the key to that dimension. Of course, if the celestial being were to open the portal to the alternate dimension, that space would link with Earth's, allowing anyone aware of the temple's location to visit at any time. As for Lu Yuan, once he identified the anchor point, he would no longer require a key. He could tear open the portal to the alternate dimension using sheer force. Ascending through Korin Tower, he soon reached the very summit. Who are you? The cat sage inquired, gazing at the group upon their cloud with great caution. This was a snow-white cat, yet within its pristine fur, there were subtle hints of black. Lu Yuan chose to ignore the cat sage, instead focusing intently on the spatial fluctuations in the area, seeking to discern the location of the spatial anchor. However, the cat sage was not inclined to let them pass. A chilling aura swept through as it brandished its staff, towering over the group, and charged toward them. Lu Yuan sensed something amiss. Jiaozi, stop him. Jiaozi responded affirmatively, leaping forward to use his abilities to intercept the approaching cat sage. Meow. After a piercing cry from a cat, the barrier conjured by Dumpling's extraordinary powers was instantaneously shattered by the feline sage's formidable roar. Unperturbed, Dumpling deftly tapped his fingers again, summoning a multitude of visible barriers that ensnared the sage within a constricted space, rendering him immobile. However, in the blink of an eye, the sage's once pristine white fur transformed to an ominous black, accompanied by a surge in his menacing aura. The barriers constructed by Dumpling were swiftly obliterated. At last, the sage drew near, his cane poised to strike Dumpling's head. Should this blow land, it would spell disaster for Dumpling, potentially leading to his immediate demise or at the very least, incapacitation. Recognizing the sage's intent to hold nothing back, Dumpling too resolved to retaliate without mercy. Just as the cane was about to make contact, Dumpling dissolved into a myriad of blue particles, reappearing behind the sage at a moment when he was momentarily weakened. Dumpling extended a finger, and just as it was about to touch the sage, Lu Yuan interjected, urging restraint. There was a brief hesitation, but Dumpling's finger ultimately landed heavily upon the sage. The sage expelled a copious amount of black blood before succumbing to unconsciousness, plummeting toward the base of Corin Tower. A small hand emerged behind the sage, gripping the scruff of his neck to hoist him up. "Master, why must I show mercy?" Dumpling asked, bewildered as he shook the sage. At that moment, the sage's fur reverted to its original snowy whiteness, devoid of any trace of blackness. His mind had been usurped, and his actions were not of his own volition. Lu Yuan gently shook his head, taking the sage from Dumpling and activating the cloud to enter the inner sanctum of Corin Tower. From the outside, Corin Tower appeared unchanged, yet its interior was suffused with a chilling aura. At the center stood a large vat exuding an aura of malevolence, filled with a viscous black liquid reminiscent of crude oil, perpetually emitting an ominous scent. "I found you," Lu Yuan said with a faint smile. This vat contained the infamous super divine water, renowned for its ability to unlock the full potential of the human body. However, the super divine water here had lost its efficacy in enhancing human capabilities. Anyone who consumed it would fall under the direct control of Piccolo. Moreover, this super divine water served as an anchor point for the divine realm, drawing anyone who drank it into the otherworldly domain of the gods. Undoubtedly, this realm had been meticulously fortified into an impregnable stronghold by the deities. Those who imbibed the super divine water would be subjugated by Piccolo, and even those who resisted would find themselves in a state of near death, ultimately being drawn into the deity's lair. With such layers of assurance, not a single soul had escaped the clutches of the deities for centuries, including the sage who guarded the entrance to the divine temple, now ensnared by their influence. Beside the tank filled with divine water stood a row of small ceramic jars, brimming with snacks resembling beans. These were the legendary celestial beans. Lu Yuan picked one up and shook his head slightly. Although celestial beans were reputed to heal all wounds, they appeared to be far superior to peaches of immortality or ginseng fruits. This was a misconception. The healing abilities of celestial beings were intrinsically linked to the fundamental principles of this universe. Indeed, within the realm of Dragon Ball, this was true. But in a universe governed by different laws, celestial beans were merely ordinary yellow beans with a slightly extended shelf life. The reason why peaches of immortality and ginseng fruits were deemed divine artifacts was that their effects remained consistent across all universes and laws. They would never degrade into mundane items in alternate realms. For Lu Yuan, these celestial beings held little value, yet for others in this world, they were invaluable treasures. After all, not everyone had the opportunity to traverse different universes. Lu Yuan decided to take 2 jars, despite their limited utility. He could experiment with cultivating celestial beings that might function across various universes. With a flick of his feather duster, Lu Yuan purified the entire Corin Tower, awakening even the unconscious cat sage. "Thank you for saving my life, mighty martial artist," the cat sage bowed deeply. "However, I advise you against proceeding further. You are no match for that demon king." Despair filled the cat sage's voice. "His strength is beyond what ordinary beings can fathom. Coincidentally, my power is also beyond your imagination," Lu Yuan replied with newfound interest. He recalled that the heavenly court was in need of a mascot, and the cat sage seemed to fit the role perfectly. With a dog already on the island, he would now have both a cat and a dog. Perfect. "Let us make a wager," Lu Yuan suggested with a smile. "If we can defeat the heavenly god, you shall return with me. The worst that could happen is that you might be controlled again. If we fail, where else could you escape to? It's worth a gamble, after all. From the lowest point, the only way is up." Ultimately, the cat sage succumbed to Lu Yuan's persuasion, or perhaps he had already resolved to embrace death. The cat sage decided that should Lu Yuan falter, he would perish alongside the heavenly god, making his demise a statement against the despair of being controlled and mindlessly delivering vibrant lives to the heavenly god's grasp. To enter the divine temple, one must first drink the divine water. Only then could Piccolo proceed. Why complicate matters? Before the cat sage could finish his thought, He witnessed Lu Yuan tearing open a black rift with his feather duster, revealing the temple beyond. How is this possible? The cat sage was astonished, his eyes, which rarely opened, widened in disbelief. Lu Yuan smiled silently and stepped through the rift. As he opened the rift, the heavenly god became aware of their presence. Undoubtedly, their arrival was foreboding. Thus, the deity uttered not a single word of superfluous dialogue. The instant Lu Yuan revealed himself, a tempestuous onslaught ensued. Your adversaries are they? Not I. Lu Yuan's form dissipated into the ether. When the brave encounter a narrow path, victory favors the valiant. The two factions exchanged a mere glance before engaging without hesitation. The deity remained indifferent to the origins and motives of the opposition. Once they vanquished their foes and absorbed their memories, all would be elucidated. Concerned for the elusive Lu Yuan, the deity refrained from unleashing his full might, retaining a measure of strength to guard against a potential ambush. Leading the charge was none other than son Wukong. After several days of assimilation, Wukong now wielded the true Rui Jingu Bang with adept proficiency. In truth, this was not their inaugural collaboration in battle. Throughout their time at the dojo, many disciples frequently engaged in paired skirmishes, hence their current synergy was devoid of any awkwardness. Wukong, being the strongest, took the forefront as the primary attacker, while Tien Shinhan and Krillin executed flanking maneuvers. Should an opportunity arise, they too could assume the mantle of principal damage dealers. Bulma, shielded by Dumpling, orchestrated formations to bolster their combat efficacy while simultaneously undermining their adversaries. Concurrently, due to Dumpling's unique abilities, he could continually disrupt the enemy from a distance, preventing them from focusing their assault on any singular target. Observing the waning aura of the deity under the coordinated assault of his companions, Lu Yuan felt a stirring of doubt within. It seemed to him as though they were executing a well-structured strategy akin to that of an online game. Wukong was the main DPS, Tien Shinhan and Krillin served as support, Bulma acted as the healer, and Dumpling fulfilled the role of the auxiliary. Such a composition would surely triumph anywhere. The cat sage intended to assist, yet upon the commencement of battle, he despondently realized that he had no role to play. If this continued, they might truly succeed. A glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the cat sage. Remarkably, there was even a commentator, which made this endeavor genuinely viable. Lu Yuan couldn't help but scoff. Master, what did you say? Piccolo vaguely overheard Lu Yuan's murmurs. It's nothing. Lu Yuan replied earnestly. Observing your senior brothers in combat will be beneficial for you. Returning the focus to the battlefield. It was evident that the deity understood the necessity of finding a breakthrough. Otherwise, this was merely a slow march towards demise. Having accumulated power over centuries in the temple, the deity undoubtedly possessed hidden trump cards, a fact well known to Wukong and his comrades, who remained ever vigilant for the deity's impending surge. In the deity's perception, it soon became clear that among the primary attackers, Krillin was the most manageable. Wukong's prowess needed no elaboration, while Tien Shinhan, endowed with the Sharingan, posed a risk of falling prey to the deity's illusions. Since the onset of battle, the most significant injury the deity sustained resulted from Tien Shinhan's illusion leading to a blow from Wukong. Although Krillin's combat capabilities were formidable, his straightforward approach, devoid of any flamboyant or deceptive abilities, rendered him the easiest to confront. Having come to this realization, the deity altered his strategy, opting to exchange injury for injury. He even began to withstand the Dumpling's extraordinary powers with sheer physical might. With this reckless approach, the deity indeed managed to break through the encirclement of the three adversaries. Tien Shinhan was perplexed as to why the deity was so determined to escape the trap, yet he understood that their primary objective was to thwart the enemy's intentions. Dumpling. Years of partnership allowed Dumpling to instantly grasp Tien Shinhan's meaning. Just as the deity was about to break free, a stream of blue particles reformed into Dumpling right before him. In that fleeting moment of obstruction, Goku and his companions had already caught up from behind. Krillin unleashed his full power in a punch. Goku's staff descended mercilessly, and Tien Shinhan fired a searing crimson beam from below. Surrounded from all sides, the deity found himself seemingly trapped in a fatal predicament. We did it, the cat sage exclaimed with exhilaration. I never imagined you could truly defeat the deity. Not so fast, Lu Yuan replied, neither elated nor disheartened, letting out a soft sigh. They were simply too eager. In the next instant, a hint of pride appeared on the deity's face. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the cornered deity chose to self-destruct. Caught off guard, Goku and the others were immediately affected by the blast. As the smoke cleared, fortunately, no fatalities occurred, though everyone who had rushed in was left wounded. We did it. The cat sage leaped with joy. The deity has been vanquished. You have saved the world. This is wonderful. The cat sage, overwhelmed with emotion, even shed a tear. You are truly remarkable, but let us not celebrate just yet. Lu Yuan pointed towards the temple. Look over there. Following Lu Yuan's gesture, the cat sage was horrified to see an unscathed deity emerge from the small chamber at the center of the temple. Excellent, excellent. Your strength has earned my recognition. The deity said with a smile, clapping his hands. Join me as my subordinates, and I will lead you to conquer the entire universe. Conquer the universe? Though Tien Shinhan's expression was grim, he maintained his composure. Is that what you intend to do, hiding away here to conquer the universe? Conquering the universe, what is that? Can one eat it? Goku inquired innocently. You despicable fiend. Krillin was the most agitated among them, and being the physically strongest, he had sustained the least injury. Enough. I do not expect mere words to persuade you, the deity replied, clapping his hands again. Indeed, I must first subdue you before we can have a proper discussion. Barely had the deity's words fallen when 6 identical copies of himself manifested behind him. Chapter 76. The Powerful Clones Indeed. The figure that had just appeared was not his true self, but a clone cultivated by the deity. I was quite surprised that you managed to defeat the clone. But this is where it ends. The deity sneered. Each of the clones behind me possesses less than 1/5 of my true strength, but it will suffice to deal with you. With a sweeping motion of his divine arm, 6 clones surged forward from behind him. Bulma and her companions struggled against a single clone, let alone when besieged by 6, swiftly finding themselves at a disadvantage. How could this happen? Master Roshi felt a chilling despair creeping into his limbs. Do not fret, let the bullets fly a little longer, Lu Yuan said with calm composure. Indeed. In the next moment, Goku was the first to unleash his power. The most effective and expedient ability at his disposal was undoubtedly the technique of cloning. A handful of hair plucked from his head instantly birthed countless miniature Gokus, alleviating the pressure on the group in an instant. You have more people than I? I have even more. The tactic of overwhelming numbers is perpetually the most pragmatic. Even though the strength of each clone paled in comparison to the clones they faced, the sheer multitude was sufficient to hold them at bay for some time. Once Goku had secured precious moments for his teammates, Bulma and the others began to unveil their most formidable techniques. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of vibrant light erupted across the battlefield. As the team's support, Bulma was undoubtedly the best protected member, allowing her to unleash her abilities without restraint. With her hands weaving intricate gestures, arrays inscribed with enigmatic symbols materialized from thin air. Now liberated from the constraints of geography and materials, she could inscribe powerful formations using her magical energy at any time and place. Of course, she had yet to master earth-shattering formations like the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation or the Extermination of Immortals Formation. However, crafting arrays that harnessed the 5 elements and even their derived elements posed no challenge for her. With Bulma's formations backing them, Goku and his companions found their stamina and magical energy replenished almost as soon as they were depleted, invigorated as they fought on. Particularly, Tien summoned a complete Susanoo with astonishing ease. The towering giant, standing over 10 meters tall, dominated the battlefield, single-handedly restraining 3 clones. Meanwhile, Krillin found himself in the most unfortunate position on the battlefield. Although Krillin possessed formidable hand-to-hand combat skills, the clones were no slouches. Aware of his prowess, they refrained from engaging him directly, instead utilizing their superior control over Ki to keep him at bay with relentless energy blasts. While Krillin's robust physique rendered these attacks ineffective, he was unable to land a blow on his adversaries, leaving him frustrated and disheveled. A phrase inexplicably echoed in his mind. A toad on a foot, it does not bite, but it is quite repulsive. The others attempted to support Krillin, knowing that if they could restrain even one clone, his immense combat skills would easily dispatch it. The clones were acutely aware of this strategy. Thus, whenever someone sought to assist Krillin, they would desperately obstruct, resorting to injuries in exchange for hindrance, even feigning self-detonation to thwart their opponent's advances. The group found themselves exasperated by such unscrupulous tactics, yet felt powerless to counter them. The clones have also come to recognize Bulma's pivotal role if this stalemate continues. The warriors backed by Bulma are assured of victory. At this moment, Bulma is ready to unleash the golden light formation she has been meticulously crafting since the onset of the battle. This formation is one of the 10 absolute arrays of the, utilizing the lethal golden light reflected from mirrors to vanquish foes, boasting immense power that can inflict grievous wounds or even death. However, lacking the 21 sacred mirrors of the golden light virgin. The mirrors Bulma employs are forged from her own energy. While this may result in a slight reduction in potency, it vastly enhances portability. At Bulma's signal, Goku and the others feigned a weakness, prompting the 3 clones to charge at her simultaneously. In the next instant, a flash of golden light erupted, and the clones had no opportunity to react before they were reduced to ash. What an incredibly powerful strike! The cat sage, observing from the sidelines, was rendered utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly believe that these seemingly invincible clones could be dispatched by this unassuming young woman with a single blow. If only they could replicate that success once more. Victory was within reach. Yet, patience is essential. Yuan remained composed, his expression betraying no hint of disturbance. The deity was no match for Goku and his companions. Yet he would not succumb in such a manner. The subsequent developments unfolded as Yuan had anticipated. Bulma's golden light formation was extraordinarily formidable. A direct hit would surely obliterate any opponent. However, the critical condition for success was to actually strike the adversary. Although the formation's speed was remarkable, it was not impossible to evade. With heightened vigilance, the clones possessed the capability to dodge. Indeed, following the initial strike, even with Goku and the others providing distraction, Bulma's formation was only able to eliminate 1 clone, leaving the remaining 2 unscathed. After all, the golden light formation also posed a significant threat to Goku and his allies. This was no game, and there were no allies to shield them from harm. Before long, Bulma's magical energy dwindled to the point where she could no longer sustain the formation. This limitation was a critical flaw in her method of array deployment, as it heavily relied on the caster's magical reserves, unlike formations that depend on artifacts, which require minimal energy to unleash powerful attacks. This heavy reliance on artifacts represents both an advantage and a disadvantage of traditional array techniques. Should the artifacts be destroyed, the entire formation collapses. Yuan had crafted an indestructible artifact for Bulma precisely to avert such a scenario. Yet, he did not foresee that Bulma would not depend on the artifact he provided. Instead, she innovated an entirely different method of array deployment, one that could establish a new school of thought in any realm. Returning to the matter at hand, Bulma's magical energy ultimately proved insufficient to maintain the golden light formation, as she needed to conserve some for emergencies, compelling her to reluctantly retract the array. The remaining 2 clones, witnessing the disappearance of the proverbial sword of Damocles hanging above them, understood their imminent defeat and unhesitatingly resorted to their final trump card, fusion. Indeed, the divine replicas possessed the same ability to fuse, thereby augmenting their strength. This amalgamation yields a result far surpassing mere arithmetic addition. Chapter 77. The Divine Being with Victory in Hand. The ordinary Namekians require a considerable amount of time for fusion, followed by a phase of adjustment to their dramatically heightened power. However, the replicas, perhaps due to their origin from the same individual, bypassed these cumbersome steps entirely. In an instant, merely at the moment their palms met, the 2 replicas seamlessly merged into one. Upon fusion, the entity before the onlookers exhibited no significant changes, save for a slight darkening of its skin tone. Although the exterior remained unaltered, the replica's power had multiplied several times over. When the disparity in strength lies within a manageable range, it is still possible to bridge the gap through combat skills and experience. However, when faced with an opponent whose power is several times greater, all experience and tactics become utterly ineffective. Goku and his companions undoubtedly possess hidden cards, yet they have not forgotten the presence of the divine being itself. If confronting the replicas proves so arduous, they can hardly believe that the original divine being would be weaker than these 6 replicas. Initially, they thought this particular strategy would not be necessary. Bulma closed her eyes. It seems that I must resort to it. With a sudden opening of her eyes, a wondrous beam of light united everyone. This was a new technique developed by Bulma after a year of external training. Utilizing this extraordinary light, she could completely connect everyone, allowing them to share life force, magical energy, and even physical strength, factors that significantly influence combat. Should one individual sustain an injury, the entire quintet would collectively bear the burden. This can be considered a form of fusion or perhaps a symbiosis. The 5 individuals, without needing any form of communication, could intuitively grasp each other's thoughts and intentions, executing tactical maneuvers with impeccable synchronization. This level of understanding surpasses what years of training could achieve. The efficacy of this technique rivals that of the Namekian fusion. "You have indeed surprised me greatly," the divine being remarked, observing the relentless efforts of the group, unfazed even as his replicas found themselves at a disadvantage. "I find it hard to let you perish so easily." The divine being chuckled heartily. "You have proven your worth to me. If you choose to surrender now, I assure you, I will not erase your consciousness. In your dreams, clean your neck and await your fate." Krillin's voice, filled with resentment, rang out. Throughout this battle, he had suffered the most, enduring relentless blows as he was treated like a mere punching bag, with scant opportunity for retaliation. The root of this predicament ultimately lay in Krillin's insufficient training. When he reaches the pinnacle of his abilities, no matter the opponent's tactics, he will shatter them with a single blow. Krillin is a quintessential late bloomer, but for now, he can only serve as a tank, absorbing damage like a punching bag. Connected by Bulma's soul link, the group experienced a sudden surge in momentum, exuding an aura that rivaled that of the fused clone. Without the need for verbal communication, the 5 charged forth in unison. Within the realm of the soul link, all aspects were shared, save for the individual mastery of their respective techniques. This ability posed a formidable challenge for Krillin, yet for the others, it allowed them to benefit from Krillin's formidable physique, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Even Goku, the most powerful among them, found his resilience multiplied several times over. Faced with this drastically heightened collective strength, even the fused clone struggled, gradually succumbing. A clever tactic. Yet the question remained, could you withstand it? The deity snapped his fingers, causing the clone's body to swell ominously. "Not good. He is about to self-destruct," exclaimed Master Roshi, filled with anger and dismay. However, due to the soul link, the group bypassed the need for discussion, instinctively forming a defensive formation. The self-detonation radius was immense, and given the confined nature of this alternate space, evasion was futile. Thus, they opted for defense rather than retreat. Through a brief exchange within their shared consciousness, they positioned themselves to counter the impending shockwave from 5 different directions. Boom! The explosion arrived sooner than anticipated, yet through their collective efforts, only Bulma felt slightly drained, with no one sustaining injuries. Although the last 2 clones were ultimately defeated, a faint smile crept upon the deity's lips. The power of these individuals exceeded his expectations, yet he felt a growing satisfaction, for regardless of their strength, they would eventually serve as stepping stones for his own advancement. Clap, clap, clap. The deity applauded. "Truly splendid. Exceptionally splendid," he remarked with a smile. "My previous promise remains in effect. As long as you are willing to submit, I assure you will stand above all, second only to none." His words carried an enchanting allure, compelling them to believe his proclamations. A hint of crimson flickered in Master Roshi's eyes. For one who had already been ensnared once, succumbing to the deity's control again became all the more effortless. "Ah, and one more thing." The deity scanned the alternate space. "Who is that person? Your leader? Where has he gone? Surely he hasn't fled in fear, abandoning you to your fate? Enough talk. Take this." Goku shouted, swinging his golden staff down upon Piccolo's head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as Piccolo, relying solely on his right hand, absorbed the force of Goku's powerful strike. "Huh!" Goku gritted his teeth as the staff transformed into countless phantoms, striking downward once more. Yet each blow was deftly intercepted by the deity, whose expression revealed no sign of exertion. In the next moment, Goku suddenly dodged, and the deity raised his eyes just in time to meet Tien's gaze. The deity's form froze for an instant. In the following moment, Goku's golden staff, Krillin's fist, and Jiaozi's extraordinary abilities struck fiercely upon the deity, who remained immobilized. With a gasp, Tien unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood. In the clash of wills within the spiritual realm, he had indeed been bested by the deity. The deity, too, sustained significant injuries, his arm hanging limply as if it could not be raised again. Yet, even after being struck by the full force of their collective assault, the deity remained alive, demonstrating a formidable vitality. Chapter 78. The Black Dragon Balls. Well done, You have successfully enraged me. The deity's expression turned icy. He had merely intended to feign indifference, but nearly found himself ensnared within his own ruse. Had it not been for his inherently robust life force, this attack could very well have claimed his life. How dare you inflict such harm upon me? The deity gasped heavily. I have changed my mind. I will tear you to shreds. A surge of black energy erupted from the deity, and 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a fist, materialized in the void. Unlike the typical crimson hue, these Dragon Balls were black, with ominous white glimmers emanating from the stars within. The moment the 7 Dragon Balls appeared, they were assimilated into the deity's body, leaving the others no opportunity to intervene. Having governed this realm for centuries, the deity still possessed considerable strength. Lu Yuan nodded to himself, while others might not discern it. Lu Yuan immediately recognized that these 7 Dragon Balls represented the embodiment of the rules governing this peculiar alternate space. Each Dragon Ball symbolized a different dimension, intertwined and merged, giving rise to the fundamental tenets of this extraordinary realm. In other words, the deity's fusion with these 7 Dragon Balls equated to an amalgamation of all the laws of this alternate space. What did this signify? It meant that here, the deity was the creator, the singular, true God. And this was the foundation of the deity's arrogance. Just as the deity merged with the Dragon Balls, the rift at the entrance of the alternate space, torn open by Lu Yuan, instantly sealed itself. This state could not endure for long, so I must act swiftly. Thus, I shall grant you a brief advantage. Indeed, after merging with the Dragon Balls, the deity's power surged, even drawing out Lu Yuan, who had been lurking in the shadows. Ah, so this little mouse was hiding here. The deity's tone shifted oddly. What's wrong? Are you so terrified by my formidable presence that you can no longer move? The deity's appearance had not changed drastically. The only distinction was the 7 Dragon Balls, extending from the back of his left hand to that of his right. 3 on the left, 3 on the right, and 1 on his forehead, arranged in perfect symmetry. The one upon his brow was a dazzling 4-star ball. Merely a pitiful creature enslaved by power, Lu Yuan sighed, glancing at the trembling cat sage, who was rendered speechless by fear. With a light touch of his finger upon the sage's forehead, Lu Yuan dispelled the overwhelming dread. To expect creatures as insignificant as you to comprehend the exquisite nature of power is indeed a whimsical delusion. The celestial deity sighed dramatically, submit and perish at my hands. As soon as the words left his lips, a diminutive black hole emerged at the center of his being, voraciously tearing apart all matter within the space. In an instant, a tempest raged throughout the alternate realm. Even Wukong and his companions found it nearly impossible to resist the force, being drawn one by one towards the black hole. You have all performed admirably, Lu Yuan remarked with a nod, waving his wand to summon Wukong and the others back to his side. Do not berate yourselves. The adversary's centuries of accumulation is simply too profound. Lu Yuan reassured them. You have each trained under my tutelage for merely a year or two. Thus, there is no need for undue self-deprecation. Now, let us see what your master can achieve. Ha ha ha. What a foolish dream you are having. The celestial deity cackled. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? In this realm, I am the true God, the omnipotent deity. Such notions of divinity are merely the lamentations of pitiful creatures controlled by power and stripped of their consciousness by rules. Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered with pity. If that were not the case, why do you not maintain this form perpetually? Surely, you must fear the loss of your own inherent consciousness to such an entity. You speak nonsense. The deity, enraged, was evidently struck at his core. Die. A wave of dark ripples emanated from the deity, distorting the space around him, creating folds and signs of impending rupture. Freeze. Lu Yuan uttered softly, and a massive golden lotus appeared out of thin air, radiating a serene light. The black ripples vanished upon contact with the golden lotus, as if they had never existed in this world. Where the lotus's luminescence touched, the ripples melted away like spring snow, disappearing completely in the blink of an eye. Find. Lu Yuan's voice trembled as he spoke again. This time, a golden rope manifested beside the celestial deity. The rope, seemingly alive, agilely ensnared the deity, rendering him incapable of exerting even a fraction of his strength. Seize. Another word escaped Lu Yuan's lips, and the deity's eyes widened in horror as he realized that the rules he had forcibly assimilated within himself were now departing from his body. No. Panic-stricken, The deity attempted to regain control over those rules. However, in the face of a higher order of power, his attempts appeared utterly futile and laughable. If I cannot possess it, then I shall destroy it. The deity seethed with venomous intent. Come, let us descend together into the abyss. Why do you always resort to self-destruction? Lu Yuan sighed. At this moment, he could do nothing to prevent the deity's self-detonation, for the being had ignited the entirety of the power of rules within himself. This act was tantamount to indirectly detonating the entire alternate realm. To achieve this, the deity relied not on mastery of the power of rules, but rather on a contingency he had long prepared. It appeared that he had anticipated this day and had, therefore, made early preparations for such a contingency. In an instant, countless spatial eddies engulfed the entire otherworld, exposing Lu Yuan and his companions to the crevices of the cosmos. This realm was rife with tumultuous currents of time and space. A moment's carelessness could either result in being obliterated by the chaotic forces or transformed into a skeleton of elegance by the winds of time. Surprisingly, those 7 Dragon Balls remained unscathed amidst this void, which would make even a sage tread cautiously. In fact, under the force of an explosion, they scattered in all directions. Lu Yuan intended to seize these Dragon Balls, but alas, he had a multitude of little ones to protect. In his haste, he managed to grasp only 1 Dragon Ball, the 7-star ball, while the remaining 6 were swept away by the turbulent currents, lost to the unknown. Watching the Dragon Balls drift further away, Lu Yuan did not linger too long in regret. He turned and, with his disciples, forcefully breached the crystalline barriers of the universe, returning to the world of the Dragon Balls. However, due to the recent chaos, they found themselves not on Earth, but rather on an unknown planet within the cosmos. Chapter 79. A 3-day excursion on an alien planet surveying their surroundings filled with bizarre flora and fauna. The group gradually comprehended that they had arrived on another planet. Not just the children, but even Lu Yuan could not suppress his curiosity as he observed the environment. This was his first encounter with an extraterrestrial world. The gravity of this planet was approximately 5 times that of Earth, and the composition of its atmosphere differed significantly. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan discovered that the oxygen content of the air here was an astonishing 45%. Such a high oxygen concentration had transformed the dominant life forms into arthropods. Through mere perception, he discerned that countless high-powered beings inhabited this planet. Consequently, fierce battles erupted everywhere across the terrain. Within just half an hour of observing their surroundings, they had already endured several attacks, as every creature that beheld them sought to devour them as prey. However, this danger was trivial to the group. Master, can we stay here and play for a few more days? Bulma exclaimed with excitement. The ecological environment is so intriguing. I want to study it further. Indeed, Master. I've noticed many formidable opponents on this planet, and I'm eager to engage them. Goku responded enthusiastically. Even the usually reserved Chaozu expressed a desire to linger for a few more days. Yet, the unfortunate one was Master Cat. While the others seemed unfazed by the 5-fold gravity of Earth, he, lacking in strength, struggled in such a high-gravity, high-oxygen environment. Within just half an hour, he began to exhibit signs of oxygen intoxication, a veritable disgrace for a cultivator. Reluctantly, Lu Yuan had to encase Master Cat in a protective shield. After all, he was still a celestial being, albeit one with too much superficiality, yet he had managed to survive under the divine. It would be utterly absurd if he were to perish on an alien planet due to an inability to acclimate. Ultimately, in response to the unanimous pleas of the crowd, Lu Yuan resolved to extend their stay on this celestial body for an additional 2 days, granting them an opportunity to revel in unrestrained joy. After all, having recently emerged from a fierce battle, an unexpected journey to refresh their spirits was indeed a splendid idea. Furthermore, the gravitational pull of this planet was significantly greater than that of Earth, rendering it an exceptional environment for physical endurance training. More importantly, perhaps due to the infusion of spiritual energy, the concentration of such energy on this planet was commendably high. From any perspective, Lu Yuan found himself devoid of reasons to decline. Initially, Wukong and his companions were filled with exuberance. However, within a few hours, they became increasingly listless. This was not due to a lack of amusement, but rather the inhospitable conditions of the planet proved too strenuous for those born on Earth. Even Wukong began to consciously regulate his breathing rate to avoid excessive intake of oxygen, which could impose undue strain on his body. Lu Yuan chuckled to himself, thinking, regrets now? It is too late. As night fell, the sense of fatigue among the group reached its zenith. Having already endured a rigorous battle during the day, both their physical and mental reserves were severely depleted, and now they faced a host of predators emerging from every shadowy corner, pushing them to the brink of despair. Fortunately, Bulma's habit of carrying a universal capsule saved them from a night without a place to rest. However, the dwelling conjured by the capsule offered no protection from the predators, necessitating that someone keep watch through the night. Ultimately, the five decided to take turns on watch in order of age, from youngest to oldest, although little Piccolo expressed his willingness to stand guard. He was unanimously dismissed by the older brothers due to his tender age and lack of strength. What they did not realize was that Piccolo was among those least affected. Aside from Lu Yuan, as an extraterrestrial Namekian, he possessed the innate ability to rapidly adapt to various planetary environments. During the day, he had merely accompanied Lu Yuan, observing the events unfold, thus preserving his strength. However, considering that Piccolo had only been born for a mere 3 or 4 days, entrusting a mere infant with the responsibility of keeping watch was something even Tien Shinhan felt was inappropriate, let alone Wukong. The night passed without incident. Fortunately, the cycle of day and night on this planet was not vastly different from that of Earth, or else madness would have surely ensued. After a full night of adaptation and recuperation, everyone's spirits had notably improved. Even Bulma, who possessed the least physical resilience, appeared considerably more vibrant. At dawn, Wukong could hardly contain his excitement and promptly led Krillin and the others out for a hunting expedition. Having been raised in the mountains, he was no stranger to the art of hunting. However, upon their return, the expressions of the group turned a shade of green. The creatures Wukong and his companions had brought back were grotesquely bizarre. In Lu Yuan's words, they resembled a grotesque amalgamation of a cockroach, a mantis, and a rat. The mere sight of them was enough to drain one's vitality. Among those present, aside from Wukong, no one dared to consume such a catch. Ultimately, everyone opted for the delicacies that Lu Yuan had stored in his portable space, with only Wukong, after finishing a proper breakfast, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, igniting a fire to roast and consume a creature reminiscent of Cthulhu. According to his own account, this peculiar fare was rather palatable, even possessing a hint of sweetness, albeit with a somewhat fishy taste. The enthusiastic Wukong even contemplated stuffing the roasted meat into Lu Yuan's mouth for him to taste. Your grilling skills are commendable, but refrain from such culinary endeavors in the future. Lu Yuan, however, had no inclination to partake in such an unappetizing dish that was nearly enough to make one want to pluck out their own eyes. After a morning filled with playful antics, the group commenced their day of training. It goes without saying that Tien Shinhan and Wukong, along with their battle-hungry companions, sought out a waterfall to enhance their physical prowess. As a cat, the cat sage expressed a desire to remain still after his meal, opting instead to indulge in a nap. Lu Yuan, accompanied by Little Bic, set forth to explore this planet, hoping to encounter some intelligent beings, perhaps even securing a disciple to take back with him. As for the cat sage, Lu Yuan felt little concern, for the protective barrier surrounding him was personally established by Lu Yuan himself. It would withstand the likes of a destroyer or even a Frisia without issue. Within a mere few minutes, Lu Yuan employed his divine sense to scan the planet for all formidable life forms. Regrettably, the intelligence of these creatures was rather limited. The planet, rich in resources, fostered intense competition among its myriad species, resulting in most creatures prioritizing muscle development over cerebral advancement. Chapter 80. The Jinyu Force. From a biological perspective, these creatures possessed inherently low levels of intelligence, and despite Lu Yuan's exhaustive exploration of the planet, he encountered few beings capable of meaningful communication. Most of these creatures had allocated their skills entirely to combat. When it came to fighting, they exhibited a plethora of techniques, with some cunning and relatively intelligent beings even learning to craft weapons from their surroundings and employing rudimentary tactics. However, when it came to communication, their vocabulary was limited to mere gibberish. Just as Lu Yuan was about to abandon his search, he stumbled upon a genuine intelligent species in an inconspicuous little canyon. Although these beings bore a striking resemblance to the other creatures on the planet, they were distinctly arthropods, lacking the formidable physiques of their counterparts. They had begun to leverage their intelligence to cooperate in hunting. Had he not stealthily followed these ant-like beings back to their dwelling, Yuan would scarcely have believed that beneath the surface of this planet, these ant-like creatures had commenced the formation of a civilization. They had even begun to manufacture weapons on an assembly line. Alas, the effectiveness of such weapons on this planet was exceedingly limited. Unless they advanced to the point of developing starships or androids, the notion of dominating the planet with their rudimentary primitive weapons was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that this is a group that has established its own nation, possessing a unique script and the ability to communicate. Yuan intends to engage in dialogue with them. However, the moment Yuan and the cat sage made their appearance, all the ant beings who beheld them were inexplicably engulfed in terror. The expansive street, previously bustling with a dense throng of individuals, or rather, an ant swarm, vanished in an instant. Moments later, Yuan and his companion found themselves encircled by a battalion of guards clad in gray armor and wielding long-handled weapons. Yuan felt a twinge of confusion. Even if they had never encountered beings of his ilk before, such a panicked retreat upon first sighting seemed unwarranted, especially as they dispatched soldiers to surround him. What perplexed Yuan further was the unmistakable fear etched on the faces of these soldiers, as if they inherently understood that he was an adversary beyond their capacity to confront. To uncover the truth, Yuan decided to employ his telepathy. In doing so, he not only acquired the language of the ant beings, but also comprehended the source of their trepidation. In truth, the kingdom of the ant beings was once quite formidable. However, 3 years prior, an egg-shaped spacecraft descended upon their planet. Upon its opening, it revealed a 4-year-old child, remarkably similar to an ordinary earthling, save for the tail wrapped around its waist. Indeed, this child was none other than a member of the illustrious warrior race known as the Scions. At that time, this Scion was still in the service of Frisia, tasked with exterminating high-powered life forms across the planet, subsequently recording coordinates to facilitate the sale of the planet to affluent buyers. Regrettably, this young Scion encountered formidable resistance on this occasion. The planet's combat prowess was extraordinarily high. Its inhabitants, when not engaged in battle, exhibited an inconspicuous strength that led Frisia's command to significantly underestimate the planet's perilous nature. Generally, under such circumstances, one could report to the intelligence department to request a revision of the mission's risk assessment. However, upon landing, this unfortunate child-esque communicator was inadvertently damaged, rendering him unable to contact headquarters. Left without means of communication and unable to contend with the superior beings, he resorted to bullying the diminutive ant inhabitants, perceiving them as no more significant than actual ants. Fortunately, fate intervened when, during one of his outings, he became the target of a significantly more powerful creature. The Scion stood no chance against this adversary and was swiftly devoured. At last, the ant beings were liberated, under the duress caused by the Scion's presence. They underwent several technological revolutions within a mere 3 years, transitioning directly from tribal civilization to industrialization. Although the Scion was dead, the scars of his actions endured, instilling a perpetual vigilance against the emergence of another like him. From an outward appearance, Yuan bore no discernible difference from an ordinary Scion, and regarding the tail, such details were lost on the already frightened ant beings, who were too preoccupied with their fears to notice. As Yuan helplessly attempted to communicate with these creatures through language, on the opposite side of the planet, 5 spherical spaceships crashed to the ground, creating a substantial meteorite crater. 5 bizarre figures emerged from the vessels. "This planet appears quite prosperous," JIS remarked, activating his combat detector. "It could fetch a handsome price." "Exercise caution," Jinyu advised prudently. "Intelligence reports indicate that this planet once exhibited combat power levels exceeding millions, so we must proceed with care." "Millions? In my opinion, it's merely a blunder made by those incompetent fools in the technical department," Gudo scoffed. "Otherwise, why would they dispatch us to investigate what truly transpired? If there were indeed millions of combatants, it should be Lord Frisia himself who would take action." Indeed, these 5 individuals were none other than the infamous Jinyu Force, notorious throughout the galaxy. A planet with a low level of development, though valuable, would not typically warrant an expedition by the entire Jinyu Force. Their presence here was prompted by the detection of combatants with power levels in the millions by the technical department just yesterday. Upon further inspection, it was revealed that the issue stemmed from damaged internal components of the power detector, yet the Jinyu Force still made the special trip. Primarily, they were exceedingly bored. and this planet was already on their hunting list. Unfortunately, the previous team dispatched for a mission had proven utterly incompetent, perishing on this very planet, which provided the Jinyu force with a pretext to take a breather. Speaking of which, the Scion race is truly pathetic, Gudo chuckled darkly. This must be the last infant of the Scion lineage, with only that so-called prince and his few lackeys still alive. One could only wonder why Lord Frisia held such apprehension towards the Scions. In my view, the legendary Super Scion is nothing but an ethereal myth. Silence, Gudo. Jinyu shot him a cold glare, his expression icy. Lord Frisia is not someone you can casually disparage. I apologize, boss. Gudo exclaimed, cold sweat instantly trickling down his forehead. In his overzealous arrogance, he had forgotten that loose lips could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, his comrades were nearby. Had these words fallen into the ears of someone with ulterior motives and been reported to Lord Frisia, he might have lost his life. Understand? Jinyu replied coolly. Now, we shall split up. I will deal with the strongest being on this planet. You all may select your opponents and conclude matters swiftly. Especially you, Raikum. Refrain from toying with your prey and wasting too much time. Understood, boss. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had finally clarified to his counterparts that he was not a Scion, but merely a friendly passerby. Lacking substantial evidence, he understood that they would not trust him. Thus, he decided to demonstrate his strength by effortlessly overwhelming the so-called formidable army of this kingdom without causing any harm to its members. Only after establishing his non-aggressive intentions could he hope to gain their trust. In this group of Ant-Men, Lu Yuan indeed discovered a few promising candidates suitable for embarking on the path of cultivation. Regrettably, these Ant-Men harbored an excessive aversion to his human appearance. Consequently, despite Lu Yuan's display of goodwill, none were willing to join him in his training endeavors. Little did they realize the magnitude of the opportunity they were missing. The ignorant lower-tier Ant-Men distrusted Lu Yuan. However, the leaders who governed this nation exhibited a favorable attitude towards him. They even offered him a spacecraft, a relic from a Scion that they had kept hidden for years. This was the finest treasure their tribe could present, and indeed, half of their technological advancements were inspired by this unassuming spherical vessel. Unfortunately, this artifact held little value for Lu Yuan. Instead, it was the crystals, merely decorative in their eyes, that piqued his interest. Each of these crystals was pure natural gold crystal, formed from the condensation of gold elemental energy. The purity of these gold crystals was exceptionally high. A small piece could be utilized for an extended period when arranging formations. Utilizing some improved techniques and treasures, Lu Yuan negotiated with the nation to obtain the locations of the gold crystals. The system shop was replete with various items, including cultivation techniques specifically designed for the Ant-Men. Upon witnessing these techniques, the Ant-Men royalty were eager to offer everything they possessed, even their undergarments, in exchange for them. However, since these techniques conferred neither immortality nor protection from calamities, but merely enhanced combat prowess, they were exceedingly affordable. Lu Yuan, not inclined to be a heartless merchant, and recognizing that the Ant-Men could scarcely offer anything of interest, generously gifted the cultivation techniques to the royal family of the Ant-Men. Subsequently, Lu Yuan set off with Little Bic towards the so-called location of the gold crystals. Although these items were not exorbitantly priced in the system shop, who would refuse the allure of complimentary goods? Naturally, Lu Yuan intended to take as much as he could. Shortly after Lu Yuan's departure, the diminutive kingdom welcomed a second visitor. It was unexpected that such a place would harbor intelligent beings. Gudu sneered, remarking that if it weren't for the presence of a combat power detector, they might have continued to hide indefinitely. If these insects were to emerge and disrupt the sale of the planet, it would not fetch a good price. Although the Ant-Men could not comprehend the intruder's language, they could sense his malevolence, and thus the Ant-Men royalty would not remain idle. Coincidentally, Lu Yuan had only just left, and the army that had been assembled had yet to disperse. At the king's command, numerous ant soldiers surged forward. These ant soldiers were formidable, with some boasting combat powers exceeding several thousand. Yet, against Gudu's subordinates, who possessed powers surpassing 10,000, they were utterly helpless. Moreover, for reasons unknown, Gudu discovered that his superpower, which had recently crystallized, had unexpectedly evolved once more. Not only has the drawback of being unable to breathe during the suspension of time been eradicated, but even the range and the upper limits of control over opponents have seen a remarkable enhancement. The immensely powerful and enigmatic leader, Good, is confident that he can immobilize his adversaries entirely. This self-assuredness is precisely why he dared to show disrespect to King Frieza upon landing his spacecraft. He has inflated his ego to the point of believing he could contend equally with Frieza. Feel the despair, Good declared, extending his right hand forward as energy coalesced within his palm. A shower of crimson energy blasts rained down upon the advancing ant-like soldiers. In an instant, the soldiers were sent sprawling, their bodies shattered and dismembered, dark green blood cascading across the underground expanse. A drop of this viscous blood splattered onto Good's face, igniting his ire. Ugh, repugnant lowly creatures. The corners of Good's mouth curled into a sneer as all four of his eyes turned crimson. Let this final strike obliterate you. If they are deemed lowly creatures, then what do you consider yourself? A chilling voice resonated from behind Good, startling him into a sudden leap forward. When did you appear? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Good's temple. Had the stranger intended to strike him moments ago, he would undoubtedly be dead by now. This thought sent a shiver down Good's spine. His extraordinary abilities, albeit formidable, heavily rely on his reaction speed. If his opponent's velocity surpasses his capacity to respond, it means he cannot utilize his time-stopping powers. The implication of that was ominously clear. Who are you? Good stammered, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. You need not concern yourself with my identity. First, answer my question. Lu Yuan gazed down at Good with an air of superiority, his voice cold and commanding. What exactly are you? To dare. Before Lu Yuan could finish his sentence, a pale blue ripple emanated from Good, expanding outward. Time pause. Good laughed heartily. Once you enter my realm, you shall not escape alive. Thanks to the evolution of his abilities, he no longer needed to hold his breath to maintain his powers or remain silent. Good's pudgy, short arms waved forcefully as stones on the ground began to roll and levitate, gradually forming a spear of stone. I ask you again, what do you consider yourself? Lu Yuan stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that caused Good to plummet to the ground in fear. You. Chapter 82. Annihilation of Good. Since Good developed his supernatural abilities, none of his targets had ever resisted their effects, no matter how powerful the opponent. Once struck by Good's powers, they would be rendered immobile, including King Frieza himself. Yet, the man before him remained unaffected. This realization filled Good with profound terror, shattering his understanding of the world and obliterating his worldview. It was evident that he was merely a coward who preyed on the weak. Lu Yuan cast a disappointed glance at Gudu. The strong draw their blades against those even stronger, while the weak brandish their weapons against the feeble. You are all nothing but cowards. Perish. As he uttered those two words without even sparing a glance at him, Gudu was suddenly reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. When Lu Yuan refrains from action, it is one thing. But once he engages, he obliterates his adversaries completely, leaving not even a fragment of their souls behind. Lu Yuan felt a tinge of anger, although the ant people treated him with indifference. The royal family had shown him remarkable kindness. They had even offered to send someone specifically to assist him in mining the gold crystal, a gesture he had declined. Yet the sentiment remained etched in his heart. It was fitting, then, that this moment would serve as a balance between them. With a swift motion of his right hand, he rotated it, clenched his fist, and then abruptly opened it, causing a radiant light to erupt. To his astonishment, all the ant people he had slain were restored to life. Even those who had been reduced to mere ashes were reconstituted by Lu Yuan, reborn anew. Given Lu Yuan's current prowess, resurrecting inconsequential individuals didn't necessitate any communication with realms like the underworld. He could do so outright without anyone noticing. Nor would anyone dare to trouble him. The ant people, initially mourning their deceased kin, were suddenly struck with disbelief as they found their loved ones revived in their arms. Some recognized this miraculous act as Lu Yuan's doing and erupted into frenzy. This was indeed a resurrection technique. Moreover, the entire kingdom was aware of Lu Yuan's previous desire to take on disciples. Many had assumed he was disdained for his appearance and unwilling to accept them as followers. Yet, when Lu Yuan displayed such miraculous power, chaos ensued as countless individuals clamored to become his apprentices. In an instant, the surrounding crowd surged forward, eager for Lu Yuan to take them under his wing. However, there exists a concept known as opportunity. When the moment arrives and one fails to seize it, lamenting its passage is futile. Lu Yuan disregarded the frenzied populace, waved his sleeve, and vanished from the spot alongside Bic without uttering a word. The ant people of the royal lineage, witnessing this scene, were filled with regret for not having shown more fervor in their adulation. They had grown weary of their own weakness and craved the protection of a strong figure. Such is the nature of this world. Some, upon encountering the mighty, aspire to enhance their own strength, while others wallow in self-pity and seek shelter under the auspices of the powerful rather than striving to become strong themselves. The royal ant people clearly embodied the latter sentiment, as evidenced by their eagerness to display their most prized possessions at the first opportunity. Regrettably, their so-called treasures were of little interest to Yuan at this moment. Meanwhile, in another corner of the planet, dusk had fallen. Bulma was enthusiastically analyzing a plant sample when, unexpectedly, two peculiar extraterrestrial beings, one blue and one red, materialized before her. What on earth? Bulma was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wow, is this how aliens really look? What are those impressive devices you have on your eyes?" As she gazed at the two extraterrestrials before her, a sense of confusion washed over her. She distinctly recalled her master stating that this planet was a desolate one, devoid of any civilization. Yet, the appearance of these two individuals suggested they were not from such a primitive world. Bulma quickly noticed the high-tech monocles they wore, which were far beyond ordinary technology. Are they science? Jis pondered, casting a perplexed glance at Bulma. Wasn't it said that there are no stray scions left? No, they are not scions, Bart remarked, scrutinizing his power level detector. Look closely. This woman has no tail, and her power level is far too low to be a scion. Typically, Bulma's energy remained tranquil when she wasn't engaged in battle, rendering her actual combat prowess undetectable by the device. A power level of merely 2? Incredible. I've never encountered a creature with such a low combat capability. Jis laughed until tears streamed down his face. This makes no sense. In contrast, Bart remained composed and analytical. Given her power level, she should not be able to survive in such circumstances. Yet, look at her, moving about effortlessly. That's a valid point, Jis admitted, pausing before bursting into laughter again. Regardless of the situation, we can always capture her and inquire further. Or perhaps we should just dispose of her. Jis cruelly chuckled. She's just a little insect. What kind of trouble could she possibly stir? As Jis and Bart conversed loudly, they paid little heed to Bulma. Convinced that a creature as feeble as she, lacking any detectable power level, could not comprehend their dialogue. However, unbeknownst to them, Bulma heard every word they exchanged. Her ability to understand them did not stem from any translator, but from a spell she had developed herself. During her previous adventures, Bulma frequently encountered language barriers due to her wandering nature. Resolving such issues through technology proved cumbersome. So she devised a formation that could capture the mental waves emitted during conversation and translate them into a language she could understand. Little did she anticipate that this method would also function in the presence of aliens. Let me have some fun with this little creature. It's rare to encounter someone with such pitiful strength, Jis mused, a smile creeping onto his face as he approached her slowly. These two fools, Bulma muttered under her breath. Chapter 83. Playing with Jis and Bart. Although she sensed their lack of strength, Bulma remained on high alert, internally vigilant. She outwardly maintained an innocent demeanor, masking her true feelings. She curiously pointed at the combat power detector on Jis's eye. Do you want this? Jis indicated his own detector, unable to suppress a smile. Come here, and it's yours. He removed the device from his eye, placing it in his left palm while beckoning to Bulma with his right hand. Bulma, oblivious to the danger, skipped towards Jis. In the next moment, both Jis and Bulma struck simultaneously. An energy blast exploded against Bulma's protective array. Despicable. Bulma cursed under her breath. The opponent, aware of his inferior strength, resorted to such underhanded tactics, revealing a truly twisted sense of humor. Jis was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that his casual strike would be blocked. Jis, retreat. That woman is not to be underestimated, Bart exclaimed, agitated. Just now, her combat power surged to 30,000. 30,000? How is that possible? Jis turned back, bewildered. Are you joking with me? In the next instant, Jis realized Bart had unleashed an energy blast aimed at him. Caught off guard, disbelief washed over him as he struggled to comprehend that his longtime ally would turn against him. The energy blast detonated behind him, propelling him forward, landing him right beside Bart. Bart reached out to steady Jis. Be careful. That woman is formidable. Only then did Jis grasp that Bart was not attempting to harm him, but rather to save him. Thank you, Bart. JIS coughed lightly, clutching his chest. Though the earlier attack had not struck him directly, it had inflicted considerable pain. I thought these two were formidable. Turns out they are nothing special, Bulma muttered quietly. Observing their arrogant demeanor, Bulma had initially believed her opponents to be powerful, approaching the encounter with extreme caution, fearing a potential downfall. However, based on the energy they had just exhibited, their strength paled in comparison to that of Kiki, who had barely trained for half a year. Never mind, let us end this quickly. I have what I came for, Bulma murmured to herself, then, with a delicate gesture, directed a pale blue light towards the two adversaries. Watch out, JIS. Get away, Bart shouted in terror, his combat power detector blaring warnings. In the next moment, Bart's detector exploded, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Seeing their chance to flee, Bulma twirled her wrist, splitting the pale blue light into two small, delicate birds, each darting towards the two men. Having only experienced straightforward confrontations in their battles, either hand-to-hand or energy exchanges, JIS and Bart were unaccustomed to such bizarre tactics. Fear gripped them as they attempted to evade the ominous blue birds, yet no matter how fast they ran, the creatures clung to them like shadows. Moreover, the little bird continued to accelerate, and if this pace persisted, they would undoubtedly be caught by the two small birds. Although the outcome remained uncertain, an instinctive voice cautioned them to avoid contact with the bird at all costs. There was no alternative, JIS. It's time to employ that technique. Bart shouted, Crimson Comet Impact. Ready? 321. The two spun in the air and suddenly collided with each other. In an instant, the sky was filled with a brilliant blue light. While it appeared extravagant, its actual potency was rather modest. Bulma squinted against the glare, observing the spectacle. Too much energy had been squandered. The effectiveness had diminished by at least 30%. Reflecting on her previous encounter with the Kai, she recalled a similar sensation. Much of his power had also been wasted during execution. Bulma mused, could this be a common flaw among beings from their universe? Though she criticized the duo's technique as merely a grand display with little substance, it did not diminish the fact that this maneuver still held considerable strength. The crimson-hued wave collided with the two azure birds, resulting in a tremendous explosion. JIS and Bart, though caught in the blast, emerged from the smoke with a harrowing appearance. Yet they had survived Bulma's onslaught. I retract my earlier statement. This technique indeed possesses commendable power. Intriguingly, let's see if I can elicit more from them. With a graceful flick of her slender fingers, a fiery phoenix materialized in the air. This phoenix, composed entirely of flames, was vividly animated. After emitting a piercing cry, it swiftly soared towards the two, still gasping for breath. Unlike the previous blue bird, this phoenix radiated an aura of destruction. Even those untrained in combat could sense its menacing presence. The formidable power of this woman is astonishing. Bart gritted his teeth. Again, Crimson Comet Impact. The crimson beam re-emerged, this time even more formidable than before. However, this iteration of the Crimson Comet Impact could not directly detonate the phoenix. The phoenix let out a cry, and a barrier of flames enveloped it, effectively shielding it from the duo's assault. The forces were now evenly matched. Indeed, pressure brings forth the true potential. Bulma's spirits lifted. She had assumed they had reached their limit. In that case, I shall intensify the challenge and observe their response. With a snap of her fingers, the flames surrounding the phoenix solidified further, swiftly overpowering the opposing Crimson Comet Impact. Ag! JIS bellowed in desperation, pouring every ounce of energy into his attack. Yet it proved futile. The phoenix calmly approached them. Ultimately, JIS and Bart succumbed to the phoenix's might as their strength waned, and the phoenix drew nearer. However, amidst their desperate gazes, the magnificent fire phoenix astonishingly vanished into thin air after a graceful turn in the sky. Chapter 84. The arrogant Lycum. Through their recent conversation, Bulma discerned that these two were certainly not virtuous individuals. Their dialogue revealed them to be heinous villains. Having taken lives herself, Bulma was not inclined to entertain any notions of mercy at this moment. The reason she paused was that she suddenly noticed the intriguing nature of their attire. The clothing appeared exceptionally rigid, yet was remarkably supple when worn, boasting commendable defensive capabilities that effectively mitigated the impact on the wearer. Clearly, the technological sophistication of this battlesuit was quite impressive. Had she unleashed the Fire Phoenix technique just now, there would have been no doubt that her opponents would have been utterly obliterated, down to the last remnant. Bulma would never permit such a scenario. Her cessation of aggression was merely a prelude to a more cunning method of dispatching her adversaries. Just as Jisoo and Bart believed they had narrowly escaped peril, they suddenly sensed an unsettling change in their bodies. Observing the alteration of their skin color beginning from their extremities, their reflexes slowed increasingly until they gradually came to a halt. These two remained oblivious to the unfolding events until their demise. In truth, they had not perished, rather. Bulma had transformed them into trees. Utilizing the wood element, she infiltrated their forms, converting them into plant-based life. Though their thoughts had ceased, their souls continued to reside within their new corporeal shells. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arose, it was likely they could exist in this vegetative state for millennia. For the vitality of plants far exceeds that of animals. Bulma, controlling these peculiar trees, removed the battle suits adorning them. Ah, quite a fine piece of art, she mused, nodding in satisfaction at her creation. To grant them a painless demise, how benevolent of me. With a chuckle, she turned and retrieved her universal capsule, extracting her portable laboratory, along with a power detector and 2 battle suits for further study. Meanwhile, as Jisoo and Bart fell, Lycum and Jinyu received news of their demise. What transpired? Jinyu's countenance darkened significantly. In a mere few minutes, Gudu, Bart, and Jisoo had all perished in succession. What secrets lay hidden on this planet? What were those fluctuations in battle energy just moments ago? Jinyu's expression grew increasingly grim. What perplexed him most was that during the skirmish, the power detector had only registered the energy levels of Gudu, Bart, and Jisoo. There were no extraordinary combatants present in their vicinity. This left Jinyu utterly confounded. In reality, this distinction underscored the fundamental difference between practitioners and these cosmic warriors. Each ounce of spiritual energy and strength cultivated by practitioners was the fruit of arduous training, granting them a command over their powers as if they were extensions of their own will. Even amidst the tumult of battle, instances of energy wastage are exceedingly rare, rendering the combat power detection device incapable of accurately discerning their true prowess. It is only during direct confrontations that the device can, within a scant range, detect the faintest essence of the practitioner's power. Yet, should distance be introduced, only an extraordinarily large and sensitive detection instrument capable of enveloping the entire planet could hope to capture even a whisper of their unleashed energy during combat. Perhaps discord has arisen among them? Boss, you are being overly cautious, Licum scoffed. Did we not already confirm before our arrival that the issue lies with the detection device? There is no need for such undue anxiety. As for those 3 inept individuals, their demise is inconsequential. We can simply recruit more. Tell me, could that entity with a combat power of 300,000 possibly be an adversary of Jisoo and the others? Kinyu expressed his concerns. Oh, stop frightening yourself, Licum retorted, seemingly mocking Kinyu's timidity. The detection device aboard the ship has a threshold of 10 million. How could it malfunction and indicate 300,000? Clearly, there is a fault with the device, resulting in this inexplicable reading. In my estimation, that being possesses at most 30,000 in combat power. Kinyu halted the brash Licum and pointed ahead. Lo and behold, a solitary scion. Licum exclaimed in surprise. The prevailing belief across the cosmos is that the scion race has been entirely eradicated, save for a few under Frisia's command. Elsewhere, no trace of their kind remains. However, the two had not anticipated encountering a lone survivor here. This is monumental news. Licum rubbed his hands together, excitement palpable. Let us capture him and present him to Lord Frisia. I am eager to see how Vegeta will explain the emergence of this scion. As for the companions of that scion monkey, only that 3-eyed fellow holds any semblance of interest. Let us seize him and sell him to a zoo. Ha! Quickly, bow to Lord Licum. Licum strutted forth, exuding arrogance. If you cooperate sufficiently, I might consider sparing your lives. Who is this person? Why has he suddenly appeared? Babbling incoherently? Tianjin looked at the unexpected arrival of Licum, a look of confusion etched on his face. Bulma, is that you? Please stop using transformation techniques to prank us. It is no wonder Tianjin failed to discern Licum's extraterrestrial nature, aside from his exceedingly peculiar hairstyle. He bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary earthling. Such a pineapple-shaped head, while indeed rare, cannot be said to be entirely absent from Earth. Hence, Tianjin and the others initially assumed that Licum was merely a guise donned by Bulma for their amusement. After all, she had previously transformed into Master Roshi to play tricks on them. Wow, Bulma, You seem to have become quite formidable. My keen eye could hardly detect any flaws in your guise. Even Goku, led by his preconceived notions, mistakenly believed that Raikum was merely a transformation of Bulma. Do you not regard me at all? Raikum, having checked the power levels on his scouter, noted that the combat abilities of those before him seldom exceeded 1,000. A hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. How pitiable. Spitting contemptuously on the ground, he scoffed. Are you training? Give it up. This is utterly futile. You could never catch up to warriors of our caliber. Chapter 85. Instant kill. What on earth is Bulma rambling about? I can't understand a word. Goku exclaimed, his face a mask of confusion. Something was amiss. Bulma was acting strangely. Tien, observing Raikum's peculiar attire and the bizarre lens on his face, felt a surge of suspicion. No, this person is not Bulma at all. Tien suddenly shouted, Krillin, be careful. What? Krillin turned back, being the swiftest and closest to Raikum. Since you have chosen to deliver yourself to your demise, do not blame me for being impolite. Raikum's face contorted into a cruel smile as he unleashed a punch that connected squarely with Krillin's chest. Caught off guard, Krillin was sent flying, tracing an elegant arc through the air. How is that? Ha! Raikum boasted, flexing his excessively pronounced biceps. Fool, that person isn't scathed. Jinyu pushed aside the foliage obscuring his view, revealing himself to the group. Is your brain composed solely of muscle? You couldn't even dispatch someone with a power level below 1,000 in a single blow. Raikum, you have greatly disappointed me. No, it's not like that. I was merely careless. Raikum's face flushed red. I shall prove myself. I look forward to your forthcoming performance, Jinyu replied coolly. If your performance fails to satisfy me, Raikum, I will expel you from the Jinyu Force. The Jinyu Force, named after its leader, was assembled with Jinyu at its core. Thus, within this squad, the power of life and death over all teammates rested solely in his hands. Even if he were displeased, he could eliminate a teammate without a second thought. And no one would dare object. Yes, boss, just watch me perform. Raikum turned to the others who had just helped Krillin to his feet. His face a mask of fury. Very well, little insects. You have successfully provoked me. Raikum extended his arm, striking a bizarre pose. Rest assured, I shall not allow your deaths to be too swift. So this is what extraterrestrials are like. Krillin thought, puzzled as he touched his chest. This guy's strength doesn't seem that impressive. Do not underestimate him, Krillin, Tien cautioned, eyeing Raikum warily. Have you forgotten Master's teachings? However, it is curious how this alien resembles us Earthlings so closely. As Jiaozi observed Raikum's peculiar hairstyle, he couldn't help but chuckle. Look, that fellow seems quite irked. His prowess appears rather unimpressive. He meticulously sensed the flow of energy in the air. However, the strange being behind him seems somewhat formidable. He's charging at us. Be cautious. Yet, before Jiaozi had a chance to voice his concern, Krillin and Tien had already evaded Raikum's assault. This individual possessed decent speed and strength, but his combat capability remained uncertain. Contemplating this, Tien and Krillin exchanged a knowing glance and, in perfect synchrony, charged towards Raikum from two different directions. Meanwhile, Jiaozi soared into the sky, poised to provide support at a moment's notice. This is intriguing. As Jinyu observed Krillin and his companions assume their stances to counterattack, a smirk of derision crept onto his lips. Let me see what you are truly capable of. However, before Jinyu's smile could even begin to fade, it froze upon his face. In brief, Raikum charged forward, fell, and was struck down. The entire sequence transpired in less than a second. How could this fellow be so feeble? Krillin was taken aback by his own astonishment. Who would have imagined that Raikum, with such a fierce demeanor, would be unable to evade a single punch? Remarkably, Krillin had exerted less than 70% of his strength, yet he had created a substantial dent in Raikum's chest, resulting in his demise. What sort of power is this? Cold sweat trickled down Jinyu's brow. Despite Raikum's apparent weakness, he boasted a combat power of several tens of thousands, and when fully unleashed, could even exceed 100,000. Yet, inexplicably, this 100,000 power Raikum had fallen to this group without a fight. Jinyu had not even perceived how the blow had been delivered. Though surprised, Jinyu remained unfazed. Recently, his strength had inexplicably surged. Now, as a super warrior with a combat power exceeding 500,000, dealing with this band of weaklings should pose no challenge. As for Raikum, surely, he had merely underestimated his opponent and had been ensnared by some unknown trickery. With this realization, Jinyu regained his composure. After all, He was a formidable being with a combat power of 500,000. Such might would have allowed him to dominate in the previous universe. Yet he was perplexed as to why the overall strength of beings throughout the universe had significantly escalated in recent days. Now, 500,000 was hardly exceptional. Although he was unaware of the methods employed to ensnare Lycum, Jinyu activated the translation device on his power detector. This was the latest achievement of the technology department. With countless races in the universe, the languages were far more numerous than merely hundreds or thousands. The previous translators could only process mainstream languages, leaving them powerless against primitive natives. Yet, this new device enabled seamless communication with even the most uncivilized beings. However, I must express my admiration for you. Join us. Jinyu smiled, and I can make you my subordinates. Come, join the Jinyu force. What is the Jinyu force? Krillin asked, somewhat puzzled. You don't know the illustrious Jinyu force? A cross formed on Jinyu's forehead. How could you be unaware of the renowned Jinyu force? Never mind. You are but ignorant natives, and I shan't hold it against you. However, since you are capable of interstellar travel, you must have heard of the Frisia force. Indeed, I, Jinyu, am the chief squadron under the mighty Frisia? The Frisia force? That name sounds oddly familiar, Krillin mused. Have you forgotten? Master informed us that the Frisia force is the most nefarious army in the entire galaxy, Yamcha admonished. You must remain focused in class. Chapter 86. The overwhelmed Jinyu. Your master possesses a modicum of insight. Jinyu smiled slightly. So what say you? Will you consider joining the Jinyu force? Who would willingly serve under such as you? Krillin retorted with a grimace. It appears I must demonstrate my true prowess to you. Jinyu sneered. Let me show you the astonishing might of a battle power of 630,000. With a powerful shout, Jinyu erupted in a dazzling golden radiance. In an instant, the heavens trembled and the very ground shook as the planet quivered beneath Jinyu's explosive display. Should Jinyu unleash his full power in battle, the planet itself would soon be obliterated by the aftermath of his conflict. How about that? Jinyu laughed maniacally, while Tien and the others felt not a flicker of fear, and even stifled chuckles. Jinyu's apparent strength made it seem as if the entire planet quaked under his oppressive aura. Yet, this was merely a manifestation of his weak control over his own surging energy. It was evident that Jinyu could not contain the volatile energy within him, and its leakage was causing such a dramatic effect on the environment. True masters, even amidst the most ferocious battles, would never allow a hint of energy to escape their control, just as Yuan, even when obliterating a planet, would not display a single fluctuation on the battle power detector. Only those who lack perfect mastery over their internal energy would exhibit such excessive energy leakage upon eruption. In comparison, Tien and the others, while considerably less powerful than Yuan, still managed to control their internal energy effectively, minimizing any loss. Those unable to master their energy, no matter how formidable they may appear, would never ascend to the ranks of true strength. Moreover, while Jinyu's displayed power was indeed impressive to Tien and the others, it was merely that, impressive but not overwhelming. A battle power of several 100,000 might sound intimidating, yet how much of that power Jinyu could genuinely wield remained uncertain. Most importantly, purely from the perspective of momentum, even Yamcha believed he could unleash a presence comparable to Jinyu's. Leave this fellow to me. Klin rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, fighting with a deity has been quite stifling. This time, none of you shall dare to snatch victory from me. You insolent brat, do you dare to underestimate me? Jinyu retorted with a smile laced with fury. I shall soon make you experience what true hell feels like. I grant you 3 moves, otherwise, you will never grasp the chasm that lies between us. Are you certain? A wicked grin appeared at the corners of Klin's mouth. Do you truly wish to give me 3 moves? Bring it on. Jinyu scoffed, beckoning Klin with a wave of his hand. Can you withstand the force of my punch? Imbued with 20 months of training? Klin bent at the waist, slowly drawing his right fist to his side. Wait. Jinyu's smile froze on his face as an unsettling sensation crept over him. What is this strange feeling? A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. As he observed the surging momentum radiating from Klin, he suddenly realized that if he remained stationary, he might very well perish on the spot. I cannot take this hit. This blow must not be received. Jinyu's instincts screamed in alarm. In the next instant, Klin leaped high into the air, delivering a powerful downward strike. Evade. Simultaneously, Jinyu sprang back, narrowly avoiding Klin's descending fist. A thunderous crash echoed as a sizable crater formed where Jinyu had just stood. This is bad. I lost control. And now I shall be reprimanded by my master. Klin lamented, shaking his head in frustration. Logically, after losing sight of his target, Klin should have immediately altered his course or braced for potential retaliation to avoid an attack. However, Klin's earlier punch was executed under the assumption that Jinyu would not evade, leading to a miscalculation. Klin had failed to maintain control, neglected to change direction, and did not prepare for a possible counterattack. Should his master learn of this, reprimands would undoubtedly follow upon their return. You despicable coward, pretending to be a lowly warrior to deceive me. Jinyu cursed as he gazed at the crater below. Being close enough to see clearly, he recalled the moment Klin struck, a force akin to destruction manifested upon his fist. Had that punch landed squarely upon this planet's surface, Jinyu had no doubt it would have split the planet in two. In the hands of this individual, a planet is scarcely more resilient than an egg. Jinyu could achieve similar results, yet he could never execute them with such effortless grace. What was even more terrifying was the fact that his adversary could wield such destructive power with ease and precision. This surpassed Jinyu's capabilities by an unfathomable margin. With such thoughts, a peculiar glimmer ignited in Jinyu's eyes. For precaution, it would be wise to gauge the true strength of his opponent. Since you have resorted to treachery, do not blame me for my own lack of integrity. Without further ado, Jinyu launched himself forward, engaging Klin in battle. Klin had intended to speak further, but he was caught off guard as Jinyu's fist struck his face. While cursing his opponent's shameless ambush, he retaliated without hesitation. Jinyu found himself increasingly astonished and exhilarated with each exchange of blows. The sense of dread stemmed from the overwhelming might of his opponent. Despite Jinyu's every effort, delivering each blow with utmost intensity, his adversary received them with unwavering composure, engaging in a tangible contest of strength. Jinyu felt as though his arms might give way. Yet his opponent only grew more exhilarated, their combat prowess escalating with each exchange. The thrill was palpable, as this body would soon belong to him, Jinyu. Indeed, all members of the Jinyu force possessed extraordinary abilities, though many had perished due to their arrogance and frailty before they could unveil their powers. Each member was aware of one another's abilities, save for the captain, Jinyu, whose powers remained shrouded in mystery. His ability was particularly fearsome. He could usurp the bodies of others. More precisely, Jinyu had the capacity to select a target and exchange bodies with them. It was through this remarkable power that he transformed from a mere weakling, with a combat strength of less than 1,000, into a formidable entity boasting a strength exceeding 500,000. During this time, he had cunningly utilized his ability to ambush countless strong foes, siphoning their powers. As for his own frail and decrepit form, it had long been discarded, its whereabouts unknown. Chapter 87. Body exchange. As long as he could grow stronger, Jinyu cared not whose body he occupied. This time, he intended to employ the same strategy once more. Wait, I concede. I cannot continue. Jinyu feigned breathlessness, exclaiming, I am no match for you. If this continues, I shall surely perish. Truly, you are a formidable warrior. My strength pales in comparison. Yet do not let it inflate your ego. Though I may have failed, I shall never bow before you. He rambled on, a blend of flattery, praise, and veiled jabs. One must concede that Jinyu possessed a remarkable eloquence. His words left Krillin so befuddled that he nearly forgot his own name. After all, Krillin was but a child, scarcely 7 or 8 years old. How could he comprehend the treachery of human hearts? That he did not outright dismiss Jinyu with a "you may leave. I spare you" was already a testament to Krillin's cleverness. Krillin, flattered by Jinyu's compliments, was utterly absorbed, responding with mere ahas and ohs, unable to form a coherent thought. And then, seizing the moment, a glimmer sparked in Jinyu's eyes as he activated his power, while Krillin was momentarily off guard. Let us proceed. Body exchange. Jinyu raised his hands high, calling out with fervor. As these words resonated, a golden light erupted from Jinyu, shooting directly towards Krillin. Due to their proximity, Krillin had no time to react, and they swiftly exchanged bodies. What a sensation! The overwhelming power coursing through him. As Jinyu took control of Krillin's form, a fierce light ignited in his eyes. Transforming into a child, he could distinctly feel the explosive energy surging within this new physique. With merely a gentle clenching of his fist, Jinyu felt an overwhelming power coursing through him, capable of shattering half a planet with ease. In a full-force eruption, his combat strength was undeniably sufficient to crush countless versions of his former self. Is this the sensation of true power? Jinyu laughed heartily. What an intoxicating feeling. But wait, you wouldn't dare to strike me, would you? He glanced at the two rushing towards him, lightly shaking his right index finger. I am currently utilizing your companion's body. If it suffers damage, there will be no means of restoration. Jinyu casually removed the scouter from his own body and continued without haste. Ah, and should I perish? The soul of the one who exchanged bodies with me will also meet its demise, so do not entertain any schemes. Noticing Krillin in his own body, Jinyu flicked his finger and shattered one of Krillin's arms. Cough. Krillin spat blood, half kneeling on the ground, gritting his teeth in agony. You. Tien looked at Jinyu, clenching his fists, filled with regret and frustration. His master had entrusted Krillin to him, and not only had he failed to protect him, but he had also placed him in grave danger, a profound dereliction of duty. Yet, at that moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Krillin's lips. Do you know where our disparity lies? What? Jinyu was momentarily taken aback. The greatest gap between us lies in the mastery of the power within ourselves. With his remaining arm, Krillin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In terms of control, even 1,000 of you could not compare to me. As he spoke, the wound from his severed arm began to heal miraculously. Your strength is not insignificant. It is merely that you do not comprehend how to wield it. Now, allow me to demonstrate what it means to be a true warrior. Krillin's demeanor turned serious. Though I may be somewhat dull-witted, I understand that individuals like you, regardless of whose body you possess, cannot unleash its true potential. If I am not mistaken, you have never truly trained, have you? Such unearned power cannot be commanded at will. Do not become complacent. Jinyu's face flushed with anger, clearly struck at his core. No matter what, I am still superior to you, he declared. Watch as I crush your mouth with a mere finger, rendering you unable to speak. Then let us see. Krillin replied with a slight smile, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. How is this speed possible? Jinyu was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, how can I not keep up with your speed? Krillin's figure had been absent for some time, and Jinyu still could not locate him. However, he understood that he could no longer remain passive. There you are? Jinyu suddenly looked up, only to find Krillin smiling down at him from above. In the next instant, a fist the size of a sandbag loomed closer in his field of vision, and then darkness enveloped him. When he regained consciousness, several seconds had passed. Krillin's punch had rendered him unconscious for a full 3 seconds. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jinyu was utterly incredulous. He could hardly fathom that the same physical form, in the hands of different individuals, could exhibit such vast disparities. Die, Jinyu bellowed, and then he clashed once more with Krillin, who had lost an arm. However, as Jinyu wielded Krillin's body, he discovered that, rather than enhancing his combat prowess through gradual adaptation, his fighting capability diminished over time. His limbs grew feeble, his speed waned, and he found himself being relentlessly pummeled by Krillin from all angles. The power within me belongs to Earthlings. It is not something an extraterrestrial, like you, can control. Krillin laughed heartily, reveling in the strange sensation of battling his own body without holding back. I still have a chance. As Jinyu was being mercilessly beaten, he cast his gaze towards the side where Yamcha and Tien Shinhan stood. Since I cannot harness the power within your body, I shall try another. Jinyu gasped, shouting, Body exchange. A golden light materialized once more, shooting directly towards Tien Shinhan. Anticipating this maneuver, Krillin soared into the air and intercepted the golden beam. Thus, they executed another exchange. Krillin regained his own body, while Jinyu returned to his original form. Jinyu was not one to be underestimated. He had foreseen this moment. Body exchange. Jinyu shouted again, and the golden light, still shimmering, reappeared, tracing a circle in the air before darting towards Tien Shinhan once more. No one anticipated that Jinyu could utilize such an extraordinary ability without even needing to catch his breath. He cleverly timed his attempt when everyone's guard was at its lowest. Consequently, the unsuspecting Tien Shinhan was struck by the golden light and suffered the fate of body exchange. Excellent. This body possesses considerable strength. A smirk of satisfaction crossed Jinyu's face. If I cannot master your body, then I shall simply switch to another. Regardless, Jinyu would never concede that his inability to control his opponent's body had led to his failure against Krillin. Yet, upon inhabiting Tien Shinhan's form, Jinyu realized that his strength had diminished further. Unlike Krillin, Tien Shinhan's physique was not particularly remarkable. It could even be deemed frail, though it was still sturdier than Jinyu's original body. The weakness of Tien Shinhan's body was one matter, but his combat prowess was hardly inferior to Krillin's. However, a significant portion of Tien Shinhan's power resided within his Sharingan. Techniques such as Tsukuyami and Susanoo, along with various jutsu, required the activation of the Sharingan's ocular energy. Yet, even Tien Shinhan had spent over a year, enduring countless battles, to develop his eye to such a level. Jinyu had only just taken possession of Tien Shinhan's body. Attempting to harness that energy would be akin to scaling a daunting mountain. Despite Jinyu's shortcomings, he undeniably holds a prominent position among Frisia's subordinates. And he is acutely aware of the terrifying power residing within his eyes. Should he manage to harness this force, he could not only defeat his adversary, but would also find it effortless to escape from this predicament. However, his past experience in channeling energy proved utterly futile against this formidable challenge. He exerted every ounce of his strength, yet he could not instigate even the slightest tremor of that energy. No, this cannot be. Jinyu screamed in despair. I refuse to believe it. His gaze fixated once more on Chaozu. Yes, you. If I can exchange bodies with you, I am certain I can succeed. The golden light re-emerged. However, when it reached Chaozu, it failed to penetrate his being. This is the end, Chaozu remarked coolly. He had not been idly standing by. He had been diligently analyzing Jinyu's supernatural abilities with every attempt. Despite having gathered sufficient data, Chaozu still felt a lack of security, prompting him to experience Jinyu's abilities firsthand. Yet, as Jinyu's powers approached him, Chaozu had already completed an exhaustive analysis of Jinyu's abilities. He no longer needed to experience them directly. He could even seize control of Jinyu's powers. Jinyu's body exchange ability is, in essence, a clever manipulation of the soul. The peculiar method Jinyu employs to manipulate the soul is what initially blindsided everyone. In reality, with proper preparation, a composed mind, and clarity of spirit, Jinyu's powers would have little effect, merely causing a momentary distraction. This vulnerability arises from the fact that in the world of Dragon Ball, individuals focus solely on physical training, neglecting the soul, leading to a weakened spiritual state that allows Jinyu's unorthodox methods to repeatedly ensnare them. However, for practitioners like Tien, who cultivate both body and spirit, neither aspect is overlooked. Thus, Jinyu's powers should have been rendered ineffective. The blame lies solely with their initial lack of vigilance. Tien was momentarily unsettled by Jinyu's abilities, which allowed Jinyu to gain the upper hand once again. Only Chaozu maintained his composure, ultimately unraveling Jinyu's secret during another activation of his powers, even turning Jinyu's abilities against him. Return. Chaozu extended his small hand, and the golden light surged directly toward Jinyu's body. In the next instant, Tien realized he had regained his body. Yet this was not the conclusion. Even upon returning to his physical form, Chaozu could effortlessly manipulate Jinyu's soul, compelling him to activate his skills once more. If Jinyu's body were truly his original form, Chaozu would not have been able to seize control of his powers so easily. However, was Jinyu's body genuinely his original? Clearly, it was not. What could be done to contain you? Jiaozi, clasping the body of Jinyu, could not help but chuckle upon spotting an alien frog by the roadside. You shall be the one, Captain Frog, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, waving his hand as the frog soared into his grasp. With one hand holding the frog's body and the other cradling Jinyu's soul, Jiaozi gently brought them together, merging the two entities. Meanwhile, the frog's soul was forcibly inserted into Jinyu's body. Instantly, Jinyu assumed a peculiar posture, frolicking on all fours. Ribbit, ribbit. The frog in Jiaozi's hand, drenched in sweat, displayed the comical expression of a mammal on its amphibious face, eliciting laughter. Perhaps it would be best to terminate it, Tien Shinhan remarked uneasily, his gaze betraying an unmistakable disdain for the revolting creature before him. Such a disgusting being would only bring further misfortune to others. Fear not, Jiaozi replied with a faint smile. This creature is merely a puppet, unaware of the true nature of its abilities, controlled entirely by them. I recently delved into Jinyu's memories and discovered that he must utter a specific incantation in his ancient tongue to swap bodies. The pronunciation may resemble that of body exchange, yet its actual significance diverges greatly. Without uttering this incantation, he cannot activate his superpowers. Hence, barring unforeseen events, he shall remain trapped in this frog's body for eternity. Shall we condemn him to a lifetime in this form? Tien Shinhan's expression softened slightly. That is indeed a fitting punishment for him. Absolutely. He is utterly despicable for wreaking havoc in my body, Krillin exclaimed indignantly. We cannot allow him to escape so easily. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship in the cosmos. Chapter 89, Confronting the Frieza Force. Disaster. The life signals of the Jinyu Force members have vanished. The captain broke into a cold sweat. We must urgently report this to King Frieza. There is something dreadful lurking on this planet. On the opposite end of the galaxy. Frieza could not suppress his intrigue upon receiving the news. So, there are those capable of annihilating my Jinyu Force. How fascinating. Frieza, short and diminutive, was nestled within a floating spacecraft. QE, how many of my men remain? Report, my king. Aside from the Scions on mission, your legion stands ready at your command. QE, a striking green-skinned man, replied. His appearance alone would have made him a heartthrob in any era, though he paled in comparison to Lu Yuan. Very well. Let us take my army and investigate what lies upon that planet. Frieza cackled mischievously. However, at that moment, his communicator chimed again. After listening to the message, Frieza's mood darkened considerably. At this moment, the king unexpectedly summoned me. How vexing. Frieza spat disdainfully. Prepare a spaceship for me. I shall return to Lord Kurd. He turned his gaze to Chio-E, commanding, you will lead my Frieza Corps to that planet and uncover the cause of the Jinyu Force's demise. Even if the perpetrator has already departed, I demand to know their whereabouts. Do you understand? Understood, my lord, Chio-E replied, bowing respectfully, his expression grave. Despite his confidence and success, the oppressive aura of Frieza caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Do your best, my dear Chio-E. Frieza cackled as he piloted his flying vehicle towards the nearby spaceship. You mustn't disappoint me. The spaceship activated and swiftly ascended into outer space. Frieza gazed upon the ravaged life planet before him, a look of disdain crossing his features. His earlier excitement had been abruptly interrupted by the king's summons, rendering Frieza in a foul mood. I had intended to spare your lives, he muttered to himself, but it seems fortune has not favored you, colliding with me instead. Thus, allow me to present you with a grand gift. With a snap of his fingers, a massive crimson energy sphere materialized outside the ship. The energy slowly descended towards the planet beneath Frieza's feet, expanding as it approached. Moments later, the sphere plummeted with remarkable speed. In an instant, it detonated, obliterating half of the planet's landmass. The ensuing climatic upheaval and biological extinction were matters of no concern to Frieza, the Great King. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's ship, Chio-E could no longer contain his thoughts after Frieza had ventured far away. This Frieza truly is capricious, he remarked. Set course for Jealousy. Jealousy is the peculiar planet where Lu Yuan and the others reside. At this moment, Lu Yuan was admonishing his disciples, including Bulma and Tien Shinhan. Bulma had failed to exhibit sufficient vigilance against their foes. Although the outcome had been favorable, her attitude was far from commendable. Conversely, Tien and his companions had repeatedly fallen prey to the Jinyu Force due to their lack of caution, which was undeniably embarrassing. As Lu Yuan was lecturing his disciples, a spark of inspiration struck him. Calculating with a flick of his fingers, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Master, your smile is rather frightening, Bulma remarked, shivering. If you're going to scold us, please just do it directly. This is quite alarming. Fear not, you shall soon have worthy opponents. Lu Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Within 3 days, your enemies will arrive. This time, you must not disgrace me. Yes, we will ensure the mission is accomplished. His disciples responded confidently, undeterred. That night, the air was thick with anticipation. Yuan was meditating in his room when he suddenly noticed the door being nudged open. A sliver of the door revealed Bulma's half-hidden face. The moment Bulma realized Yuan was staring directly at her, she was startled. Master, why are you still awake? Upon being discovered, Bulma did not hide her surprise. She leaped into the room, playfully sticking out her tongue while clutching her chest. Although still young, Bulma had developed quite well. Yuan cleared his throat. If you have something to say, just spit it out. Well, actually, it's nothing much, Bulma said, her tongue still out as she quietly settled beside Yuan. She was clad in a silk nightgown, its opacity modest, yet her curvaceous figure subtly revealed itself with every movement. In her arms, she cradled a pink pillow, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Ahem, I feel like I've hit a plateau in my strength lately. Master, could you enlighten me? Bulma rested her chin on her hands, her sparkling eyes fixated on Yuan. Is it a matter of training? Yuan nodded slightly. Then let us begin. First, we must discuss the 5 elements, their mutual generation and restraint. Next, we'll explore their application in combat. I will provide examples of how the fusion of these elements manifests in practical scenarios, as well as the clever utilization of their opposing natures. As Yuan spoke with increasing enthusiasm, he even delved into the potential of utilizing the 5 elements to create a universe. Hours flowed by as he elaborated on these intricate concepts. However, when he turned to check on Bulma, he was surprised to find that she had unknowingly fallen asleep on his shoulder, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Feeling the warmth beside him, Yuan paused momentarily, then let out a soft sigh, a smile creeping onto his face involuntarily. Without any action from him, Bulma's body gradually relaxed, and a white blanket appeared over her, completely enveloping her delicate figure. After a brief moment of contemplation regarding the blanket's color, Yuan felt an odd sensation with a wave of his hand. The white blanket transformed into a pink one adorned with tiny flowers. Just then, Bulma turned over, her arm instinctively wrapping around Yuan's waist. Yuan's body stiffened at once, only relaxing after a considerable time. Remaining silent, he immersed himself in his own thoughts, beginning to contemplate the laws of the universe. Unbeknownst to him, Bulma, concealed beneath the blanket, had cracked her eyes open slightly. The following day, when Yuan awoke from his reverie, he discovered that Bulma had mysteriously departed, taking the pink blanket with her. He couldn't help but sigh. It was no wonder people often say that beautiful women bring heroes to their knees, with Bulma around. His vigilance had waned to the extent that he hadn't even noticed when she left. A faint smile graced Yuan's lips as he turned and exited the room. He did not disclose to his disciples his whereabouts, merely informing them that he would be observing their battles from the sidelines. This time, even little Piccolo was required to participate in the fight, as their adversary was nothing short of an entire legion. Frisia's army was no trivial matter, for he ruled over a significant portion of the galaxy, not to mention the troops stationed in various bases. The number of soldiers accompanying Frisia during his leisure outings often exceeded 10,000. Therefore, when Shoei arrived, he brought with him a formidable force of 80,000 troops, along with countless ships of varying sizes. Yuan had set forth a trial for them, by any means necessary. They were to annihilate the enemy forces while ensuring the safety of the planet beneath their feet. As for the size and strength of the opposition, Yuan revealed nothing, only indicating the direction and time of their arrival. After a day of deliberation, Bulma and the others unanimously concluded that the best way to protect the planet was to avoid fighting upon its surface. They could control the aftermath of the battle, preventing harm to the planet. However, they could not guarantee that the enemy would exercise the same restraint. Given their previous encounters, it was evident that the foes had a rather rudimentary grasp of energy manipulation. Since they would not be engaging in combat on the planet, they had no choice but to venture into outer space. Fortunately, their powers were formidable enough that, provided certain basic conditions were met, fighting in space was not an impossibility. The unfortunate aspect of this arrangement fell upon Krillin. His swift methods of movement were rendered ineffective in the void of space, meaning that without external assistance, he could only rely on inertia to navigate. However, Bulma quickly devised a solution. For Krillin, she inscribed 2 small formations on his feet, allowing him to unleash a copious amount of water and fire elements by channeling his spiritual energy. The collision of these elements beneath his feet produced explosions sufficient to propel Krillin through the sky. Although Krillin lacked proficiency in magic, manipulating spiritual energy was well within his capabilities. Bulma even took the time to create a combat power detector for each individual. While its practical value was minimal, it proved quite entertaining, even captivating Tien. The primary reason for this fascination was its undeniable aesthetic appeal. Under Bulma's adept hands, the detector's actual functionality saw little enhancement, yet its visual design experienced a remarkable transformation. Master Roshi initially intended to slack off, but Bulma would not permit such behavior. Even little Piccolo is heading into battle. How can you justify loafing around in the rear? Were her exact words. Reluctantly, Master Roshi agreed to join the fight. Yet his combat prowess was woefully inadequate, and lacking any means for survival in space, he could hardly contribute meaningfully. Nevertheless, Bulma was undeterred to ensure Master Roshi's participation. She exerted considerable effort. If technology was insufficient, she would resort to formations. Within a mere day, Bulma combined technology with formations to craft a customized exoskeleton mech for Master Roshi. Although this mech lacks an all-encompassing protective mode, it is equipped with an energy array. Once activated, the array forms a protective shield around the surface of the cat sage, ensuring its survival in the vast expanse of the universe. Chiu-Yi sat in the cockpit, savoring a yellow beverage while delighting in the celestial bodies whizzing by outside the window. Ah, the cosmos! How utterly magnificent! No matter how many times one gazes upon it, one never tires of its splendor. At this moment, I can hardly contain my excitement. Suddenly, a thunderous roar interrupted his reverie. What on earth is happening? Chiu-Yi glanced down at his battle suit, now stained with drink, his already green skin turning an even deeper shade of green. Curse it! In a fit of anger, he hurled an energy blast, instantly obliterating a nearby pilot, which somewhat alleviated his frustration. At this moment, Chiu-Yi remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, oblivious to the terrifying adversaries he was about to confront. Report to the general. We are under attack. The communication officer's message halted Chiu-Yi's rampage. How dare someone assault us? A slight smile crept across his face. I am eager to see who dares to be so audacious as to confront us. Could it be that the ones who previously vanquished the Jinyu force have returned? Meanwhile, Goku and his companions wreaked havoc throughout the Frieza army's fleet, particularly Goku, whose golden staff had grown immensely, causing several ships to explode with a single blow. Recognizing the formidable nature of their opponents, the entire fleet scattered, unleashing a torrent of drones laden with ammunition that surged toward the duo in a frenzied assault. Report to the general. Analysis indicates these individuals hail from the planet Jealous, a race capable of surviving in space. Chiu-Yi's expression turned grave. In the entirety of the universe, few races possess the ability to thrive in the void of space. Those who can navigate the cosmos solely by physical prowess are invariably powerful beings. Frieza himself is one among them. However, as Chiu-Yi scrutinized the situation further, he allowed himself an inward sigh of relief. Although he was unsure how the enemy could traverse the universe, it was evident that they relied on some external force. Given this, there was nothing to fear. Full assault, he commanded with a smirk. Let us see how long these individuals can endure under our firepower. In truth, his objective was not to annihilate the adversaries with these weapons. He understood that their firepower was insufficient for total destruction. Chiu-Yi's true aim was to utilize these heavy armaments to wear down the opponent's stamina. If they faltered and fell, he would have no objections. However, should their strength prove formidable enough to withstand the barrage, they would undoubtedly exhaust considerable energy, at which point he could strike decisively for maximum effect. Chiu-Yi was never one to adhere to the principles of righteousness. To secure victory, he would employ any means necessary. Chapter 91. Chiu-Yi's scheme faced with the onslaught of numerous unmanned ships, Goku and his companions exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, they charged forward with exhilarating enthusiasm. In the chaotic theater of war, each individual showcased their unique abilities, like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Without further ado, Wukong conjured countless clones, each wielding a golden staff, effortlessly dominating the battlefield. Tien Shinhan summoned his most formidable ability, Susanoo, as a colossal purple figure coalesced in the cosmos, exhaling flames with each punch and kick embodying an unmatched force. Although Jiaozi lacked clones or the power to grow in size, he adeptly harnessed his super abilities, disintegrating every spaceship in his line of sight, reducing them to mere scrap metal. Bulma, amidst the fray, exhibited the most dazzling effects. Flames, ice, and thunder conjured myriad phenomena around her. However, the range of these manifestations was regrettably limited. Moreover, the spacecraft capable of interstellar flight possessed far sturdier exteriors than one might presume, rendering Bulma the least effective among her companions. Krillin, eschewing flamboyant abilities, relied on the formation beneath his feet, transforming himself into a fleeting shadow darting across the battlefield. With his formidable physique, he became a human spear, plunging into the enemy ranks. Bursting into the opponent's vessel, he unleashed a torrent of destruction. With a single punch, he could obliterate the core power of the ship, then swiftly dart toward the next target. Although Krillin's methods were straightforward and brutally efficient, while not matching the kill rate of Wukong or Tien Shinhan, his speed allowed him to rival Jiaozi, vastly surpassing Bulma. Meanwhile, Chiu-Yi aboard the flagship could no longer remain passive. If this continued, his soldiers would be squandered without purpose, unable even to exhaust the enemy's stamina. While he cared little for the lives of these soldiers, they belonged to Frisia's army, and excessive casualties would render a poor report upon his return. He activated the flagship's energy system, commanding the assembly of his troops. Yet, there was little room for dissent. Was my command no longer heeded? Chio's expression darkened. The messenger, intimidated, relayed the orders without hesitation. The implication of Chio's commands was unmistakable: to use his soldiers as bait, gathering all foes together, and then unleash the fleet's most powerful annihilation cannon in a single decisive strike. The frontline soldiers tirelessly attracted the fire of Wukong and his companions, unaware that they were about to be struck from behind by their own forces. Just as the distance between Wukong's group narrowed, a colossal energy beam surged toward them at the speed of light. The group could only react hastily. The annihilation cannon, as its name suggests, was designed to combat celestial bodies, its caliber easily imagined. Thus, even Wukong's clones found themselves caught squarely in its crosshairs. As the saying goes, the caliber signifies justice. And beneath this immense justice, the unprepared group found themselves in disarray. Yet, at the very least, no casualties occurred. Choi, witnessing the group emerge unscathed from the annihilation cannon, felt a profound sense of frustration. The enemy's strength far exceeded his expectations. Even he himself dared not claim he could remain unscathed beneath the onslaught of such a devastating weapon. On the other side, Goku and his companions exchanged knowing glances, requiring no words to comprehend that the source of this formidable attack must surely be the enemy's flagship. Thus, the five of them charged forward without hesitation. "They have arrived," cried a terrified soldier under Chio's command. "How can such a monster exist? How could there be beings that even a planet-destroying cannon cannot vanquish? Are they here?" Despite the grim expression on Chio's face, he did not exhibit fear. Surviving the onslaught of the planet-destroying cannon might sound exaggerated, but it was not beyond his capabilities. He touched the two holes in his head and struck a rather ostentatious pose. His adversaries were mere nameless figures. He had no doubt of his superiority. Following the demise of the Jinyu force, aside from the cowardly Sabo and the lackluster Dodoria, Choi was the strongest within the Frisia force. Even that so-called Scion Prince, Vegeta, was merely a defeated foe in his eyes. Therefore, when Goku and his companions burst into the control room, Choi sat calmly in the highest seat, awaiting their arrival. Quite prompt, but alas, this day next year shall be your doom. Choi's final words were cut short as Goku struck him, reducing him to a mere pulp. "Humph, I expected a challenge, yet your strength is rather pathetic," Goku lamented, smacking his lips in disappointment. "However, this spacecraft is quite impressive," Bulma exclaimed, gazing around with excitement. "How about we claim this ship for ourselves? Do you think you can manage such a large ship all by yourself?" Tien Shinhan looked at Bulma with disdain. "And what about the crew aboard this vessel? You wouldn't dare utilize them, would you? That indeed poses a dilemma." Bulma pondered deeply. Yet, she was reluctant to relinquish such a grand starship. After all, a spaceship was more than just a boy's fantasy. "Look, I've discovered something," Kaiatsu exclaimed. One hand inserted into the control panel, his eyes filled with streams of data. "This ship contains a wealth of information from the Frisia force." Thus, through Kaiatsu's narration, the group gained further insight into this notorious Frisia force. "This Frisia force is truly despicable. They are utterly vile," Goku declared, clenching his fists in indignation. "Such a menace cannot be allowed to persist in this world." "You have done well." Lu Yuan's figure gradually materialized. "While this battle may not have been extraordinary, it is certainly satisfactory. Master, what shall we do next? Shall we return immediately?" Bulma's eyes twinkled mischievously, evidently scheming something. "I am well aware of your little schemes," Lu Yuan replied with a slight smile, lightly tapping Bulma's head with his feather duster. "You wish to linger outside a bit longer, do you not? Consider it permitted." "Hooray! Thank you, Master," Bulma joyfully exclaimed, hopping with excitement. However, in the end, they did not depart aboard the formidable starship. The primary reason for their predicament was that they were but a mere 6 or 7 individuals, rendering such a colossal starship unnecessary. Furthermore, the sheer size of the warship made it an exceedingly conspicuous target, coupled with the considerable inconvenience of resupply. Consequently, Bulma had no choice but to abandon the endeavor. In Chapter 92, titled Instantaneous Defeat of Choi, one individual, Jiaozi, faced the formidable challenge of maneuvering such an immense vessel alone. However, had they opted for a smaller spacecraft, sufficient for their modest crew, Bulma need not have intervened. Jiaozi could have effortlessly piloted it, despite the vastness of the fleet. Locating the ship Bulma and her companions required was a relatively straightforward task. Yet, their prolonged delay allowed many of Frisia's fleeing troops to escape. Yuan remained unfazed. Considering them mere rabble, their departure was inconsequential. In the days that followed, with Jiaozi's assistance, Bulma quickly mastered the intricacies of the ship's operation. Utilizing the onboard maps, she methodically began to dismantle Frisia's bases, obliterating one after another. Within merely a month, Frisia's dominion across the galaxy had diminished by an impressive third. Would Frisia remain passive while witnessing the annihilation of his forces? Certainly not. The fundamental reason for his month-long inaction was his utter ignorance of the situation. In truth, since Frisia's last disappearance, the army had been out of contact with him for a full fortnight, a phenomenon unprecedented in their history. Whispers circulated within the ranks, speculating whether Frisia had perished in some obscure corner of the universe. At least from the current circumstances, with Frisia absent, their bases were being systematically eradicated. The once mighty Frisia force had never faced such adversity, prompting various fleets and skilled warriors to be dispatched to the front lines in search of those responsible for the devastation. Yet, regardless of the proficiency of these elite fighters or the size of the armies sent forth, they vanished without a trace, akin to meat buns thrown to dogs. "I am eager to uncover the origins of this so-called galactic guardians," said Frisia, while in his stronghold, alongside his companion, Dodoria. Sabo, a strikingly handsome young man with an androgynous appearance, walked beside the stout, red-skinned Dodoria, whose small horns were enough to frighten any child. "Sabo, do not underestimate the situation," Dodoria warned gravely. "It is rumored that not only Chiu-yi, but even the Jinyu force has been vanquished by them." "The Jinyu force?" Sabo scoffed disdainfully. They were a mere footnote in the past. As for now, he sneered with contempt, fully aware that the Jinyu force's captain was not particularly formidable, despite his myriad tricks. In former times, Sabo might have regarded them with some trepidation, but now, he was confident that he could dispatch an entire squad single-handedly, let alone a trivial Jinyu. In the vastness of space, few could be deemed truly exceptional. While the Jinyu force possessed their own superpowers, Sabo had his own aces up his sleeve. His greatest trump card, after all, was his ability to transform. Indeed, much like the transformation of scions into colossal apes under the moonlight, Sabo possesses the ability to metamorphose as well. However, his transformation is under his complete volition, unlike the scions who can only shift forms upon gazing at the moon, subsequently losing their rationality. Correspondingly, while a scion's transformation into an ape amplifies their strength tenfold, Sabo's transformation merely enhances his physical prowess several times over. Nevertheless, Sabo has garnered immense renown throughout the cosmos through this very ability. No one is aware of Sabo's transformative power, as those who have witnessed it have met their demise at his hands. I am eager to observe the true capabilities of this group that dares to call themselves the Guardians of the Galaxy. Meanwhile, aboard the Guardians of the Galaxy's vessel, Bulma is diligently orchestrating the battle strategy. As for the name Guardians of the Galaxy, it undoubtedly originates from Yuan. When Bulma proposed the formation of a team dedicated to upholding cosmic peace and combating crime, there were no objections. Since it is a team, it necessitates a resounding title. After dismissing a series of ludicrous suggestions such as Bulma's Warriors, Superpower Ensemble, and Delicious Meatballs, Yuan decisively cast his vote, rejecting all other proposals with an overwhelming majority, ultimately settling on the name Guardians of the Galaxy. Disagreement aside, the name is rather appealing. When declaring their title, each member shouted with pride, their faces beaming. This base is constructed underground, with a concealed entrance and formidable defenses. Bulma earnestly explains the tactics to the assembled group, yet apart from Piccolo, none seem to pay heed. Goku has already succumbed to slumber, drooling at the thought of delectable dishes, while Tien has closed his eyes in meditation, and Kairatsu is engrossed in a stream of data, oblivious to his surroundings. As for Master Roshi, well, one must not expect too much from an ever-sleeping cat. Observing the varied demeanor of her companions, Bulma cannot suppress a sigh, ultimately tossing her stick aside in frustration. Each time she begins to outline the strategy, it unfolds in this manner, with none of her carefully crafted plans ever infiltrating the minds of her comrades. Of course, once the battle commences, these individuals will disregard any semblance of strategy, each fighting independently, charging into the base and wreaking havoc. Before their departure, Tien unleashed a Susanoo, obliterating the entire base, thus concluding the assault. Due to the disparity in raw power, they require no strategy whatsoever. A direct and reckless charge suffices. All right. Bulma slammed her hand on the table. Since you all refuse to heed my counsel, let us simply charge in. No more tactics. Instantly, the previously lethargic group sprang to life, shouting enthusiastically as they leapt from the ship, racing toward their designated target. However, just as they exited the vessel, Sabo and Dodoria unexpectedly appeared behind them. Indeed, are these the very ones? Sabo smirked. Let us first destroy their ship, then eliminate them one by one, capturing them all. Is there still a lone survivor aboard this spacecraft? Sabo furrowed his brow slightly, concluding that it was best to eliminate the worthless entity with only a few hundred points of battle power alongside the ship. However, just as Sabo was about to take action, he suddenly found himself completely rigid, unable to move a muscle. It was not just him. Even Dodoria beside him was in the same predicament. What on earth is happening? Sabo clenched his teeth in frustration, yet he remained incapable of even twitching a finger. Everything around them seemed to have come to a standstill. Even the energy wave he had partially gathered in his hand remained suspended, neither exploding nor retracting. So, it is Sabo? Your strength is commendable. Lu Yuan emerged from the void, casually holding the cat immortal. Chapter 93. Disguised perhaps due to the revival of spiritual energy. The overall strength of the universe has significantly increased. Lu Yuan contemplated silently. However, the enhancement in strength among these individuals is rather limited, and they still fall short in comparison to Goku and his companions. Lu Yuan had been keenly observing the astonishing growth of Goku and the others over these past few days. While Sabo is indeed formidable and can transform once more, his combat skills and techniques are still vastly inferior compared to Goku and the others. Even with Dodoria's assistance, they would at most pose a minor inconvenience for Goku and his team, certainly unable to provide them with any genuine challenge. In light of this, Lu Yuan chuckled softly, and Sabo was struck with terror as he realized the man before him had transformed into his own likeness, while the peculiar white creature beside him had morphed into Dodoria. What manner of creature are you? Before Sabo could complete his sentence, he was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. This transformation still lacks a certain flair. Next time, I must appear more impressive. Lu Yuan shook the cat immortal in his hand, or rather, now it should be referred to as Dodoria. Have you mastered what I entrusted to you? As Lu Yuan shook the cat immortal, he infused it with a surge of immense power. Even though the cat immortal lacked sufficient combat experience, with this formidable strength, it should be uncomplicated to defeat any one of them. However, when faced with two or more opponents working in concert, the cat immortal might find itself somewhat overwhelmed. Although Goku and his companions are not particularly fond of tactics, the long-standing camaraderie they share allows them to execute the most intricate teamwork once the battle commences. Should they face an assault from 3 or more adversaries, the cat immortal would undoubtedly be swiftly defeated. Go forth and surprise these rascals. Watch closely. The cat immortal was exceedingly enthusiastic, as this was a rare opportunity to teach their opponents a proper lesson without any reservations. Its primary target was none other than Son Goku. This fellow was insatiable, often consuming all the food aboard the entire spacecraft, leaving the others famished. What irked the cat immortal even more was that the meager supply of dried fish was always devoured first by Son Goku, which left the cat immortal seething with anger daily. Previously, it had been unable to best Son Goku. Each time its staff struck Goku's head, it had no effect whatsoever, and Goku even had the time to smile at it. A mere smile, to the cat sage, is devoid of harm yet laden with profound insult. The cat sage lamented. Do you comprehend the extent of anguish a mocking grin can inflict upon a 200-year-old feline? Having absorbed fragments of Doria's memories, the cat sage was quite familiar with the subterranean base, deftly navigating through its labyrinthine corridors until he reached the heart of the facility. Ahem, where have the enemies breached? He inquired. Report to Lord Doria. The adversaries have launched an assault from 5 directions, with the fastest already infiltrating the research department. Grant me the radar, commanded the cat sage, mimicking a voice from his recollections, his tone gruff and commanding. Upon examining the radar and surveillance, a grin spread across his face. The swiftest among the assailants was none other than Son Wukong. This is akin to receiving a pillow when one is drowsy. With newfound excitement, the cat sage dashed towards Wukong's direction. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan encountered Dumpling almost immediately. Well done. Given your prowess, reaching this point is commendable, Lu Yuan remarked, his handsome visage exuding an otherworldly charm. However, your journey ends here. With a thunderous shout, Lu Yuan transformed into a blur, charging forward. Unfazed, Dumpling instantaneously dispersed into blue particles, only to reassemble behind Lu Yuan. Shatter, Dumpling declared, attempting to lock onto Lu Yuan with his psychic energy. Yet, in the next moment, he lost sight of his foe. Dumpling cried out, as Lu Yuan, having appeared unexpectedly from behind, sent him flying with a single punch. Your abilities are impressive, but when your opponent's speed far exceeds your reflexes, they become useless. Lu Yuan extended his right hand. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Don't celebrate too soon. Dumpling wiped the blood from his mouth. I have yet to unleash my full potential. With a flourish, Dumpling summoned flames that filled the air, explosive echoes rushing towards Lu Yuan. Are you manipulating particles in the air to generate explosions? Quite formidable, but you must first land a hit. Lu Yuan swiftly retreated, the explosive sounds trailing closely behind him like a persistent shadow. How many explosions can your psychic energy sustain? As anticipated, Lu Yuan retreated less than 10 meters before the explosive force diminished significantly. By the time he reached 15 meters, it had nearly dissipated, leaving only searing heat in its wake. At 20 meters, Dumpling's explosions had no effect on him whatsoever. The corridor was engulfed in air distorted by the intense heat, while the destructive blasts had obliterated various installations within, leaving only thick smoke in their wake. Do you think I am one of those foolish extraterrestrials? Lu Yuan smirked. Once their vision was obscured by Dong Yan, they were rendered helpless. I am not so easily thwarted. Within the smoke, while attempting to locate Lu Yuan through sheer will, Dumpling's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. No matter how he searched, he could never find a trace of Lu Yuan. Had the other party been eliminated? Or had they simply vanished? Dumpling dared not relax for a moment. After regaining a modicum of energy, he gritted his teeth and commenced a thorough search. Futile. Lu Yuan extended his hand, and a slender wave of energy shot forth with lightning speed, aimed directly at Dumpling. The velocity of this wave was so rapid and penetrating that Dumpling had no chance to react or defend himself. Yet, at the critical moment, Dumpling managed to shift his body slightly, allowing the wave to pass through his shoulder instead of piercing his heart. Fortunately, clenching his jaw, Dumpling noted, the injury was not severe and could heal. However, this energy was peculiar. The wound refused to mend. Are you prepared? Lu Yuan's voice, mimicking Sabo, emerged from the thick smoke, his footsteps echoing ominously towards Dumpling. Such words left no choice but to take a gamble. Chapter 94. Awakening the reincarnation-eyed Dumpling. Gritting his teeth, raised his hand the moment Lu Yuan came into view, summoning countless pale blue particles that coalesced into a perfectly rounded droplet of water. This droplet transcended spatial limitations, appearing directly above Lu Yuan. Absolute zero. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated that your understanding of the laws of physics had reached such heights. Yet, Dumpling had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The tremendous exertion and grave injuries rendered him incapable of further resistance. Had it been someone else, you might well have succeeded in eliminating them, Lu Yuan generously praised. It is no exaggeration to say that had Dumpling's attack been allowed to manifest fully, the entire planetary system would have ceased to exist, with Bulma and the others inevitably caught in the fallout. The surface of the droplet had reached absolute zero. Any matter that came into contact with it would come to a complete standstill. From the microscopic to the macroscopic, everything would be frozen, a strike akin to a manipulation of time itself. Without a hint of action from Lu Yuan, the droplet descended directly into his hand. In Lu Yuan's grasp, the droplet appeared to transform into an ordinary droplet of water, which he pinched between two fingers, dispersing it into countless blue particles that vanished from sight. However, Lu Yuan had somewhat underestimated the droplet's power. Caught off guard, he allowed a residual wave from its destruction to ripple outward. In an instant, 1/5 of the underground base was obliterated. Had Lu Yuan not reacted promptly, he might have had to venture into the underworld to retrieve Dumpling. I didn't expect you to be so unassuming yet possess such spirit, Lu Yuan remarked, lifting Dumpling with great satisfaction. The ferocity of Dumpling's strike indicated that he had not been preoccupied with his own life or death, for if the attack had spread, the unconscious Dumpling would certainly lack the ability to defend himself. Let me see what other surprises you all can offer. Lu Yuan hummed an unknown tune, leisurely making his way towards the next individual. On the other side, a tremendous explosion erupted at the base, and of course, Bulma and the others felt its reverberations. The fluctuations of spiritual energy caused Tien Shinhan's expression to turn grave. Could it be that dumpling? In the next moment, Tien Shinhan seemed to sense something, abruptly leaping backward, retreating several dozen meters. Lu Yuan's figure appeared at the spot where Tien Shinhan had just stood, an energy orb clenched in his hand. It was evident that had Tien Shinhan not reacted swiftly, that energy blast would have struck him squarely in the chest. Who are you? Tien Shinhan exclaimed upon seeing the dumpling being held by Lu Yuan, his pupils narrowing sharply. What have you done to him? He's dead, of course. Lu Yuan replied coldly with a smirk. You will be next. However, Dumpling was not dead. Lu Yuan had merely sealed his spiritual veins with his energy, creating the illusion that Dumpling had lost his essence, which would significantly aid in his recovery. Lu Yuan's methods were not particularly sophisticated. He intentionally left a flaw for Tien Shinhan to exploit. With careful observation, Tien Shinhan could have discerned that Dumpling was, in fact, alive. You dare! Tien Shinhan roared, his Sharingan suddenly radiating an unparalleled crimson light. As he exerted his full power, the form of his Sharingan began to shift. The blood-red pupils gradually transformed into a golden hue, the tomo within morphing into concentric circles. Rinnegan? Lu Yuan murmured. Impressive. The development speed is quite remarkable. When he had exchanged for the Sharingan for Tien Shinhan, he had also secured the subsequent pathways for the evolution of the Rinnegan. As long as the development was sufficiently advanced, there would be no limitations on Tien Shinhan's Sharingan during its evolution. However, Lu Yuan had presumed it would take Tien Shinhan 3 to 5 years to cultivate the Sharingan to a higher level. He never anticipated that upon witnessing Dumpling's demise, Tien Shinhan would leap directly from the Sharingan to the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan harbors the power of creation, given Tien Shinhan's current strength. Forcibly activating the Rinnegan consumed not his spiritual energy, stamina, or vitality, but rather his lifespan. What is lifespan? It refers to the existential significance of lifespan. As vitality diminishes, the body ages. However, replenishing vitality can restore the body to its peak condition. Lifespan, on the other hand, is different. For instance, if a person's lifespan is merely 80 years, upon reaching that age, regardless of how healthy or powerful they may be, they will inevitably perish. Without exception, of course, being resurrected afterward is an entirely different matter. This is a law established by the cosmic will, applicable in any universe. Naturally, through cultivation, one can forcibly break free from this law, which is precisely what cultivators aspire to achieve. The so-called calamities are, in fact, manifestations of this law of lifespan. With Tien Shinhan's current lifespan, he could only sustain the use of the Rinnegan for 3 minutes. If he engaged in full combat, even that time would be reduced to a mere 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, he would undoubtedly perish. Upon awakening the Rinnegan, Tien Shinhan had already comprehended the vast majority of the laws governing this universe, and he was acutely aware that his days were numbered. 3 seconds? That would suffice. With a subtle flick of his finger, a force of annihilation quietly manifested. Creation and destruction are merely 2 facets of the same coin. Having mastered the power of Genesis, Tien also wielded the power of obliteration. This destructive force surpassed that of any destroyer god by unfathomable margins. Perish. The fabric of space began to shatter inch by inch. And within the fragmented void, all concepts recognizable to living beings faded into nothingness. Inside lay an abyss, devoid of all existence, once ensnared within. Even the very essence of that being would be consumed by the void. This represented the ultimate terror of the universe, for once engulfed by the void. Every trace of the being's existence, every memory associated with them, would vanish without a trace, with no hope of restoration. Without reaching a certain level of power, one could not even perceive the existence of such an assault. You all are quite adept at concealing your true capabilities, Lu Yuan remarked, somewhat speechless. Goodness. Watching you struggle against a deity, only to discover you were holding back all along. Now that they had been pushed to their limits, astonishingly, when Tien Shinhan unleashed his power, it manifested as a force capable of obliterating an entire star system. Tien, naively believing he wielded mere destructive power, was in fact harnessing something of a higher order, The void power birth from the fusion of destruction and creation. Chapter 95. The power of the void. If left unchecked, this void power could gradually extend throughout the entire universe. However, its rate of expansion was rather underwhelming. It might take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to encompass even this star system. Nonetheless, it was undeniably a force capable of annihilating an entire universe. These little rascals, it seems I must provide them with more training, Lu Yuan muttered. I wonder if they are capable of challenging a destroyer god now. Given their current prowess, it should be a walk in the park. Yet, the thought of provoking a destroyer god could potentially draw the attention of the Omni King. While Lu Yuan was not particularly fearful of the so-called Omni King, he did not wish to incite their ire, risking the annihilation of the entire universe. He could protect his disciples from threats, yet he lacked the power to safeguard all life across the cosmos. Moreover, if the countless universes of Dragon Ball were to be destroyed, he would have to seek out a new place to reside. Why invite unnecessary troubles upon himself? Of course, should Lu Yuan one day find himself capable of effortlessly creating or even replicating an entire universe, he might consider testing his mettle against the Omni King to gauge the true caliber of this so-called ruler. Enough of this, Lu Yuan declared, waving his hand as the void power dissipated entirely, causing Tien to fall into unconsciousness. Now I must attend to your injuries. What a hassle, Lu Yuan grumbled, as a green light enveloped Tien Shinhan, gradually replenishing his dwindling lifespan. Having concluded his previous encounter, Lu Yuan hummed an obscure melody as he proceeded towards his next opponent. The matter of Frisia could now be placed on the agenda. If he delayed, it was likely that they would effortlessly crush Frisia, which would no longer be amusing. Compared to the tremendous commotion generated during his battle with Jiaozi, the confrontation with Tien Shinhan was eerily silent. Others were oblivious to the fact that within those fleeting minutes, 2 life-and-death struggles had transpired. Next in line was Krillin. Concealed in the shadows, Lu Yuan observed Krillin dispatching a child with a single punch, prompting an amused chuckle. Let me witness if you, the so-called one-punch man, truly live up to your reputation, he declared. Come, let us engage in a duel of men. In the next instant, Lu Yuan materialized behind Krillin and delivered a fierce blow. Though taken by surprise, Krillin swiftly evaded the attack. Without uttering a word, Lu Yuan struck again, initiating a savage battle unfettered by dialogue. A resounding thud echoed as Krillin, having dodged 3 times, finally channeled his energy and retaliated with a punch, their fists colliding with formidable force. Astonishingly, despite the potential to obliterate a planet, their clash resulted in no energy leakage whatsoever. It was evident that both had mastered their powers with remarkable precision. The cataclysmic noise often associated with combat merely indicated that combatants were unable to fully control their strength. True warriors, even those whose every strike could annihilate the cosmos, are capable of ensuring that their power remains contained, inflicting no harm even upon the smallest blade of grass. Goodness, you little one have concealed your strength well. Lu Yuan mused silently. At times, Krillin might appear somewhat simple-minded, struggling to keep pace with his opponent's speed. However, his mastery over power surpassed that of countless beings in the universe, placing him among the elite. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, while Krillin's expression hardened. After just one exchange, Krillin recognized the formidable strength of his opponent, perhaps even surpassing his own. This mastery of power left Krillin astounded. In the next moment, both figures vanished again, the air crackling with numerous explosive sounds. These sounds erupted simultaneously, merging into a violent crescendo. Yet, due to their exceptional control over power, this cacophony manifested externally as merely a gentle breeze. This conflict transcended mere physical strength, evolving into a contest of understanding the very rules of the universe, thus producing phenomena that defied macrophysical laws. After a series of brief exchanges, the two reappeared at their previous position, while Lu Yuan remained calm and composed. Beads of sweat formed on Krillin's brow. However, within mere breaths, Krillin's stamina had replenished, and he confidently believed he could engage his opponent for 3 days and nights without respite. Continuing in this manner will lead us nowhere. Perhaps we should engage in a different pursuit? A subtle smile graced Krillin's lips as he proposed. Let us stand still, utilizing only our upper bodies to contend. Whoever retreats a step first shall be deemed the loser. Naturally, should one lose control and disrupt the surroundings, that too shall signify defeat. What say you? Lu Yuan returned a slight smile, recognizing the cleverness of the young one. This proposal was undoubtedly disadvantageous for Lu Yuan. Clin was acutely aware of his shortcomings. His primary weakness lay in his lack of speed and limited means to pursue adversaries. From their earlier encounter, it was evident that Lu Yuan matched him in both strength and stamina, yet if Lu Yuan possessed formidable evasion skills, Clin would be left in a passive position, unable to retaliate. Thus, by suggesting this challenge, Clin entirely discarded the constraint of speed, focusing solely on the mastery of strength. Very well, but with victory and defeat comes the necessity of stakes. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Shall we wager our very lives? Hold on, do not be so quick to refuse. Look over there in the corner, he added. Clin turned to see Tien Shinhan and Zhao Zi lying motionless, their fates uncertain, and his expression darkened. What have you done to them? Nothing much, but should you lose, the outcome may be dire, Lu Yuan replied with a knowing smile. So, shall we continue this game? Should you wish to withdraw, I can grant you leave now. Play. Of course, we shall play. Clin grit his teeth, declaring, not only shall we play, but I shall also personally twist off your head to use as a ball. Lu Yuan smiled quietly, offering no response, and stepped forward. Clin mirrored the action. The two standing face to face, scarcely a meter apart. In the next moment, they both struck simultaneously. To an outside observer, their arms seemed to vanish, creating an eerie spectacle. Chapter 96. You deceived me. As time trickled by, beads of sweat began to dot Clin's forehead. His opponent's control over strength was no less meticulous than his own, yet he found himself outmatched in power. Despite this, Clin struggled to gain the upper hand. Lu Yuan's techniques for dissipating force were exceedingly diverse, preventing Clin from leveraging his strength advantage to turn the tide. Lu Yuan even employed the tactic of using Clin's own force against him, nearly causing Clin to lose his balance. What is happening? Clin felt a rising sense of urgency. He was unaware of the condition of Tien Shinhan and Zhao Zi, leaving him no time to linger in his confrontation with Lu Yuan. He needed a swift resolution. Clin attempted to create openings, but Lu Yuan remained unperturbed, a smirk of derision playing upon his lips. Surely, no one would be so foolish as to fall for such an obvious trap, would they? Is there truly such a lack of intelligence in the world? As Lu Yuan spoke, Clin's heart sank. It was not the mockery that incited his anger. Although the sarcasm was piercing, Clin managed to maintain his composure, refusing to err in the heat of battle. Clin was astounded that Lu Yuan still possessed the strength to speak amidst such an intense battle. A strategy to break the deadlock was imperative. Clin's heart gradually sank. How audacious of you to expose such a flaw. Lu Yuan could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. Clin had indeed left a significant opening, even if he managed to mount an effective counterattack. Lu Yuan felt confident, with an 80% certainty, that he could utterly defeat him. Very well, I shall not hold back. Lu Yuan's right hand formed a palm strike while his left clenched into a fist, both launching towards Clin from two distinct directions. Furthermore, hidden within this dual assault were countless variations. Irrespective of Clin's response, Lu Yuan had contingencies in place, determined to seal off all of Clin's escape routes and achieve a complete victory. However, in the next moment, something utterly unforeseen transpired. Clin astonishingly emitted a laser beam from his eyes, aimed directly at Lu Yuan's chest due to his height. Good heavens, has he truly become a superhero? Lu Yuan was taken aback, yet his hands remained resolute, his fist altering its trajectory in midair to deflect the two laser beams. Nevertheless, this fleeting moment granted Clin the opportunity to unleash a punch. The force behind this blow was unstoppable. Lu Yuan scarcely had time to defend himself. Should this strike connect, Clin believed that even if his opponent survived, he would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Clin brimmed with confidence, convinced that even if his adversary sought to retract his actions and break the rules, he could not evade this punch. At that moment, however, Lu Yuan noticed that Clin's eyes were oozing blood, indicating that he had likely lost his sight. It seemed this move came at a considerable cost. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yuan grasped how Clin managed to shoot lasers from his eyes. In truth, any practitioner could compress their spiritual energy and project it through their meridians. Though such an action lacked potency compared to channeling it into a technique, Clin had capitalized on this principle, condensing his spiritual energy within his body and then releasing it through the meridian at his eyes. To enhance the destructive force, Clin had recklessly disregarded whether his meridians could withstand the strain, sacrificing his eyesight for this attack. Consequently, Lu Yuan had no choice but to raise his hand in defense. Otherwise, even if he remained uninjured, he would inevitably lose his balance, making him vulnerable to Qin's subsequent assault. Thus, regardless of how Lu Yuan responded, Qin was confident he could inflict significant damage or even repel his foe. Yet, Qin had gravely underestimated Lu Yuan's prowess. A commendable strategy, but alas, you have encountered me. Lu Yuan sighed lightly. These disciples were indeed tenacious fighters, although Qin did not unleash a power that astonished. His ferocity and meticulous control over his strength were indicative of the effort he had invested in his cultivation, rivaling that of his peers. That will suffice. Just before succumbing to unconsciousness, Qin seemed to faintly hear his master's voice, assuaging his anxious heart. Who shall be next? With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuan healed Qin's eyes, and as his consciousness expanded, he discovered something exceedingly intriguing. At the opposite end of the base, the cat immortal was engaged in combat with Wukong. However, what should have been a decisive advantage now appeared rather peculiar. Wukong's innate talent for battle was astonishing. Even when faced with an opponent capable of overwhelming him, he skillfully maneuvered around the cat immortal, drawing upon his profound combat experience. Countless clones appeared and vanished, while Wukong's true form concealed itself among them, delivering unexpected strikes to the cat immortal. Although a blow to the head was insignificant to the cat immortal, it was profoundly insulting, inciting furious cries with no recourse available. You have forced my hand. The cat immortal bellowed, suddenly unleashing an unparalleled surge of energy from within. Lu Yuan, witnessing this, could not help but sigh. This technique was originally intended for his own use when besieged by Bulma and others, yet it was now wielded by Wukong. Indeed, ignorance is not as daunting as comparison. In contrast to Wukong and his companions, the cat immortal's combat prowess was embarrassingly inadequate. The ultimate technique Lu Yuan had designed for the cat immortal was extraordinary. Upon its eruption, not only were Wukong's clones entirely obliterated, but he himself also sustained considerable injuries, revealing his true form. Ha! At last, I have you. The cat immortal laughed heartily, advancing forward with the intent to thoroughly teach Wukong a lesson. Although merely a mascot, even a poor combat ability is unacceptable. A sly smile crept across Lu Yuan's lips. Allow me to raise the stakes. Hey, you there, kid. These are your friends, aren't they? What a pathetic bunch. Lu Yuan carelessly tossed Tien and his companions to the ground. In Wukong's eyes, each of them appeared worse than the last. Chaozhou was barely able to maintain his form. Tien looked decades older, seemingly on the brink of death, while Krillin's eyes had turned hollow, oozing blackened blood. This was merely an illusion conjured by Lu Yuan. In reality, the three were peacefully lying on the ground, sound asleep. However, the strength of Lu Yuan's illusion was such that even Wukong's keen eyes could discern no flaw. How dare you? Wukong's throat emitted a sound unlike that of a human. The cat immortal, engaged in battle with Wukong, immediately panicked. You deceived me. The cat immortal cried out in despair. Chapter 97. Adding a twist, the cat immortal was already at a disadvantage against Wukong, and now, spurred by Lu Yuan's provocations, Wukong clearly surged with newfound vigor. Instantly transforming into a battle god, he unleashed a relentless barrage upon the cat immortal. While the cat immortal was indeed weak, he had lived for hundreds of years. His innate talent may not have matched Wukong's, but his foundational skills remained intact, allowing him to quickly regain footing after a momentary setback. Wukong understood that mere passion would not suffice to defeat the cat immortal. He needed a strategy to turn the tide, for Lu Yuan was still lurking behind. At this moment, all the knowledge and experiences he had amassed over the years converged in Wukong's mind at lightning speed, drawing upon every ounce of his power. A dazzling array of spells erupted from his being as if they were free of cost. The elemental forces of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning merely scratched the surface. There exist various arcane spells that leave even the cat sage utterly defenseless. Before long, the subterranean base could no longer contain the ferocity of their battle. With a resounding roar, the very earth split open, creating a vast chasm on the planet's surface. The cat sage gazed upon the frenzied aura emanating from Wukong, feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. What manner of monstrosity is this? His whiskers trembled in astonishment. Within a mere span of minutes, the growth of Son Wukong was astonishingly rapid. The cat sage could no longer suppress Wukong as sheer physical might. Yet Wukong still had a considerable distance to traverse before he could vanquish the cat sage. A furtive glance at Lu Yuan, who stood by observing the spectacle, prompted the cat sage to inwardly lament. With such enhancements, being unable to best, even Wukong foretold a dire future for his status. He must resist, lest he find himself incapable of navigating the celestial courts. However, Wukong offered no respite for the cat sage to strategize and escape. He surged forward once more, unleashing his full power in a bid for a swift conclusion. The battle grew increasingly arduous for the cat sage, yet he persevered. Noticing the dwindling energy of Tien Shinhan and the others, Wukong unleashed an unprecedented aura of terror. Countless specks of light converged around him, gradually coalescing into golden flames, further amplifying his formidable presence. Not enough, not enough. Wukong's inner voice echoed with desperation. As his speed intensified, the cat sage found himself increasingly incapable of counterattacking, relegated to merely enduring the blows. At the moment the cat sage succumbed to a decisive strike and fell to the ground, Wukong's aura reached its zenith. With a thunderous crash, his hair transformed into a resplendent gold. Super Saiyan. Lu Yuan was taken aback, unable to fathom that Wukong could achieve this transformation at such an unexpected juncture, far preceding the timeline of the original tale. The Super Saiyan form grants a staggering 50-fold increase in power. Yet, during their initial transformation, some Saions experience a fleeting lapse of reason, becoming frenzied beasts. Clearly, Wukong was in such a state at that moment, unable to fully harness the powers of a Super Saiyan due to this being his first transformation. The enhancement he experienced far exceeded the typical 50-fold. In this state of lost reason, Wukong relinquished control over his own strength. The energy he inadvertently radiated sent tremors throughout the entire planet, causing it to lament in anguish. The ground began to fissure, the crust shifted violently, volcanoes erupted, and tornadoes formed. A myriad of natural disasters unfolded instantaneously across numerous locales on the planet. You all are certainly no trifles, Lu Yuan sighed, extending his hand to draw Wukong and himself into a small alternate space, simultaneously alleviating the global calamities wrought by Wukong's outburst. Unbeknownst to Wukong, in the blink of an eye, he was no longer on the same planet. Ahahaha! Wukong, in a frenzy, cackled madly as he unleashed a multitude of energy blasts. Let us speak no more of spells. At present, Wukong is merely venting the energy within him, lacking any discernible strategy and exhibiting minimal power. With a modicum of effort, one could effortlessly evade all his assaults. His current state bears a striking resemblance to the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. While undeniably formidable, his combat lacks coherence and precise objectives. If this persists, it is likely that he will exhaust himself and be compelled to relinquish his Super Saiyan form without any intervention from Lu Yuan. However, the innate talent of the warrior race has pulled Wukong back from the brink. Within mere minutes, he gradually began to regain his consciousness. Haha, Wukong gasped, slightly incredulous as he examined his hands. Is this my strength? It is often said that the disparity between individuals can be more pronounced than that between man and dog. Some Saions, throughout their lives, possess little comprehension of the Super Saiyan transformation and, until their dying breath, remain unable to transcend their limits. This is indeed true for you, Raditz. Although Raditz is Wukong's brother by blood, the gap between them is far greater than that between Earthlings and Saions. In contrast, Wukong, through emotional stimulation during battle, managed to break through his limits and transform into a Super Saiyan, regaining his rationality in a remarkably short time. When one's power reaches such heights, spells and formations become secondary concerns, particularly for someone like Wukong, who leans towards martial cultivation, whether it be magic or any other mystical arts. These are merely means to compensate for shortcomings in combat prowess. To truly display one's strength, one must rely on physical combat. Of course, this does not imply that all individuals are alike. For instance, had Bulma achieved Wukong's level of power, she would not be limited to a mere spell or two. Instead, she could command entire realms, even the cosmos. With just a flick of her finger, she could render her adversaries universal pariahs or elevate herself to the status of a favored child of fate within the universe. Returning to the matter at hand, bolstered by the Super Saiyan state, Wukong directly engaged Lu Yuan in a fierce battle. Simultaneously, at the very moment Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, Lu Yuan also acquired this ability. However, the extent of Lu Yuan's mastery far surpassed Wukong's. The disparity in their strength and understanding of the essence of power was evident. And it was no surprise that Yuan could instantly comprehend all the transformation methods of the Saiyots. Indeed, even as Wukong first transitioned into Super Saiyan 1, Yuan was already capable of transforming into Super Saiyan God. Nonetheless, regardless of whether it was Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, or even the Super Saiyan 4 showcased in other narratives, the enhancements for Yuan were not particularly significant. His strength had reached the zenith of the universe, and at this level, combat relied more on an understanding of the laws than brute force. Yet, Yuan was astonished to discover that the Super Saiyan God form significantly amplified his prowess. Upon reflection, Yuan quickly grasped that the state of the Super Saiyan God also encompassed the mastery of the ultimate freedom technique. In essence, this represents yet another manifestation of the cosmic principles at play. Thus, it is not difficult to comprehend how transforming into a Super Saiyan God could significantly enhance Yuan's prowess. However, Yuan chose not to transform. Despite his keen interest in the power of the Super Saiyan God, he felt that transforming while sparring with his disciple would be overly oppressive. Consequently, Yuan continued to engage in battle with Goku in his original state, akin to that of a Super Saiyan. The augmentation of strength provided by the Super Saiyan transformation was readily apparent. Goku, who had previously struggled against the Cat Sage, now appeared to exert a subtle dominance over Yuan. Of course, the primary reason for this was that Yuan had not unleashed his full potential. Otherwise, even the Super Saiyan would not stand a chance against him. Nevertheless, it was enough for Yuan to be astonished by Goku's remarkable increase in strength. Both Tien and Kakarot exhibited profound development of their abilities, while Krillin displayed an exquisite control over his own power. Goku, however, had transcended to an entirely different realm. Even in his Super Saiyan form, Yuan felt that Goku was on the cusp of understanding the principles of existence. Although he remained far from truly mastering and skillfully wielding these principles, this alone was sufficient to place him far ahead of all his fellow disciples. As Goku swung his fists, he seemed to shatter the surrounding unstable space. "Prepare to meet your end," Goku shouted, as his golden staff suddenly elongated, forcing Yuan to retreat repeatedly. Simultaneously, a pale blue flame coalesced in Goku's other hand, leaving Yuan momentarily stunned. The Six Ding Divine Fire? The Six Ding Divine Fire is the first flame that emerged at the dawn of the universe, and the renowned Taoist Samadhi True Fire is derived from it. It is already a remarkable feat for a cultivator to manifest the Samadhi True Fire, and aside from the venerable Laozi of Taoism, Yuan had never heard of anyone successfully cultivating the Six Ding Divine Fire. This phenomenon resembled a rare treasure of heaven and earth, rather than a technique attainable by mere practitioners. No, this is not the Six Ding Divine Fire. Upon closer inspection, Yuan discerned the disparity between Goku's flame and the true Six Ding Divine Fire. The authentic Six Ding Divine Fire is extraordinarily peculiar. Even Yuan would be left in pain if he were to encounter it unprotected. It is akin to a normal person being scalded by 40-degree water. However, the flame in Goku's palm lacked a certain ethereal quality and instead possessed a wild volatility. Rather than being the Six Ding Divine Fire, it was more akin to an intensely compressed Samadhi True Fire. As Yuan's thoughts raced, the flame in Goku's hand transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards him. Although being singed by this flame would merely be a momentary discomfort for Yuan, he was unwilling to endure the effects of this pseudo-Six Ding Divine Fire. While it may not cause actual harm, being burned, even slightly, was certainly not a pleasant experience. The Six Ding Divine Fire cannot be extinguished. However, there are numerous methods to quell the true Samadhi Fire. Even though the flames in Wukong's grasp faintly resemble the Six Ding Divine Fire, they ultimately remain the true Samadhi Fire at their core. Yuan raised his right hand, and a formless water surged forth to confront the true Samadhi Fire. Upon collision, the entire alternate space was instantly enveloped in steam. While this steam appeared innocuous, it harbored an intense fire poison. A mere inhalation would incinerate the internal organs of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, this vapor, laden with ferocious fire poison, evidently had no effect on Yuan and his companion, whose enthusiasm for battle only intensified in such an environment. Throughout the skirmish, Son Wukong gradually acclimated to the formidable power bestowed by the Super Saiyan transformation. beginning to employ more techniques rather than relying solely on brute force. Your growth has been rapid, but this is where it ends, Yuan remarked with a slight smile, creating distance between himself and Wukong. Allow me to use your own techniques to defeat you, Yuan declared, igniting an infinite blaze around him. This fire, unlike the counterfeit six-ding divine fire conjured by Wukong, was the genuine article. Merely gazing upon the flames made Wukong's eyes burn, as if they might be consumed entirely. Without granting Wukong a moment's respite, Yuan flicked his fingers, sending a torrent of flames surging toward him. Within the inferno, bizarre phenomena emerged. Phoenixes, Cheelants, and divine dragons from countless mythologies roared forth one after another, charging at Wukong. As innumerable divine beasts surged through him, Wukong strained to remain standing, refusing to succumb. After the flames subsided, Wukong's body floated, half bent in the air, a forced smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Master, stop pretending. I've known it was you all along. Wukong's eyelids drooped heavily. Though these flames seem ferocious, they are merely aiding me in refining my body, alleviating the burdens imposed by this raging energy, am I right? You've indeed become quite astute, Yuan replied with a subtle smile, shedding his disguise. You and your fellow disciples have provided me with many surprises. Thank you, Master. Wukong finally closed his eyes, his golden hair reverting to its original black, and his small frame plummeted from the sky. Yuan, having anticipated this, reached out and caught Wukong in his arms. He held great affection for his eldest disciple. Were it not for Wukong's timely breakthrough into the Super Saiyan form, Yuan mused that achieving his current strength solely through his own cultivation might have taken approximately 3 months. However, regardless of the circumstances, the growth of strength is undoubtedly a positive development. As Yuan carried Wukong out of the alternate space, Bulma had long awaited them at the exit. Hee, I knew it was you, Master. She giggled, jumping up to wrap her arms around Yuan's neck. But Master, you were really ruthless. Just look at my fellow disciples. Every one of them suffered at your hands. You are the cleverest of them all. Yuan helplessly ruffled Bulma's nose. All the disciples had been bested by Yuan, yet Bulma had not been confronted, which was certainly no coincidence. In truth, while Yuan and Jiaozi were engaged in combat, Bulma had already concealed herself nearby, observing the scene. Chapter 99, The Return of Frisia. Bulma was acutely aware that she was no match for her opponent. Hence her initial intention was to launch a surprise attack to secure victory. However, as she observed Yuan's battle, she began to notice something amiss. This extraterrestrial, who appeared as a woman yet possessed the physique of a man, exhibited peculiar mannerisms that mirrored Yuan's in striking ways. Particularly, when Bulma realized that Yuan not only refrained from exterminating Tien and the others, but chose to heal them instead, she became convinced that this alien was, in fact, her master in disguise. Yuan was fully aware of Bulma's suspicions. He had long since detected her presence, yet chose not to confront her. Such was the privilege of a clever female disciple, especially when those like Goku and his companions were so foolish. Had they been a tad more observant, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. I knew my master cared for me best. Bulma chuckled, playfully tapping Yuan on the face. Upon realizing the impropriety of her actions, she felt a twinge of regret. However, rather than retreating, she boldly held Yuan's gaze, thinking to herself, as long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. Feeling somewhat flustered under Bulma's scrutiny, Yuan cleared his throat twice and deftly transitioned the topic, as if nothing had transpired. He then turned and led the multitude of disciples aboard the spacecraft. This left Bulma fuming in place, stamping her feet in frustration, utterly powerless. Unable to retaliate or voice her grievances, she found herself in a state of despair. That insufferable man. As Yuan prepared to initiate the spacecraft's departure, Bulma could only stamp her feet in irritation and hastily pursue him. Upon awakening, the disciples wore expressions of shame one after another, except for Goku. Perhaps due to the after-effects of his first transformation into a Super Saiyan, possessed no recollection of the battle and thus continued to indulge himself heartily. Tien and the others, however, earnestly engaged in profound self-reflection and vowed never to allow such a situation to occur again. Bulma and Master Roshi, fully aware of the true circumstances, pretended to be indifferent, yet behind the scenes, they were fervently mocking Tien and his companions. As for little Piccolo, he remained oblivious to the events that transpired. Having just dispatched a wave of minions, The battle had unexpectedly concluded, and they were once again on their journey. Though he felt an itch of curiosity, his aloof demeanor prevented him from inquiring of Bulma and Master Roshi, who clearly possessed knowledge of the situation, leaving him to suppress his questions within. Another month passed. During this time, the group had dismantled numerous Frisia bases, nearly obliterating his influence throughout the galaxy. Although the reasons eluded them, this was undoubtedly a positive development for the entire galaxy. Now, the populace yearned to know the identity of the hero who had vanquished Frisia's forces. This individual was hailed as a great hero throughout the cosmos. Meanwhile, Yuan and his companions remained unconcerned, continuing their travels. In contrast to the swirling rumors within the galaxy, Yuan's primary concern was the whereabouts of Frisia. As the notorious leader of the most malevolent criminal syndicate in the galaxy, Frisia was not one to take defeat lightly. Even after being overthrown in his homeland and witnessing the annihilation of his subordinates, his absence could only signify one thing. Something had indeed befallen Frisia himself. Moreover, there had been no word from Frisia's father, King Cold, during this time. Upon hearing that Frisia's forces had been nearly eradicated, some began to set their sights on King Cold. Although King Cold still had numerous formidable allies to defend him, unrest brewed beneath the surface. Rumors suggested that the territories under King Cold's dominion were embroiled in fierce conflict over the coveted throne of supreme power. Yet, even amidst this turmoil, no news related to the Frisia clan surfaced throughout the cosmos, as if the two had simply vanished. This enigmatic situation piqued Yuan's interest, prompting him and his companions to pilot their spacecraft toward the location where Frisia's lineage was last reported. In the span of a month, Bulma shed her psychological burdens and resolved to launch a nighttime ambush on Yuan. Unbeknownst to her, Yuan remained oblivious to Bulma's intentions, mistakenly believing she intended to play a prank on him. Consequently, Bulma's multiple attempts at stealthy incursions proved fruitless. Being a young girl, she felt too timid to act overtly, fearing exposure to her numerous senior brothers. Thus, despite her repeated failures, she refrained from boasting about her endeavors and remained undeterred. In recent days, she had taken to viewing her nighttime escapades against Yuan as a form of entertainment after meals. Meanwhile, Frisia surveyed the devastation of his base, his steel teeth nearly grinding to dust, his head swirling with countless thoughts. Who had the audacity to strike against my subordinates? At that moment, Frisia was no longer the diminutive figure confined to a hovering wheelchair. He had transformed into his ultimate form. His once silver body now radiated a brilliant transparency, emanating the luster of diamonds. Frisia had ascended to a state even more powerful than his golden form. He had become Diamond Frisia. Ha ha ha, my son. Your reputation indeed pales in comparison to mine. King Cold cackled beside him, reveling in Frisia's fury. This provocation pushed Frisia's anger to its zenith, causing the very planet beneath him to erupt in a fiery spectacle amidst the cosmos. Do not be so enraged, King Cold taunted with triumph. First, return with me and witness the grandeur of your father. In stark contrast to this arrogant and foolish progenitor, Frisia's intellect was evidently superior. The obliteration of his forces was not a matter to be taken lightly. Such monumental events would inevitably resonate throughout the galaxy. Frisia could hardly believe that his father's subordinates would exhibit greater fidelity than his own. With no news circulating, he could only speculate on the chaos that might be unfolding within their stronghold. Suppressing the fury swelling within him, Frisia adopted a rather amused demeanor. Oh, how I must inquire of my dear father on the art of managing one's subordinates. This is a matter I must discuss thoroughly with you. Kurd, oblivious to the sarcasm woven into Frisia's words, jovially wrapped an arm around Frisia's neck, boasting with laughter. When it comes to managing subordinates, you ought to learn from me. Let me tell you, the answer is simple. Kill. Those who disobey should be eliminated. As their voices faded into the distance, so too did their figures vanish from sight. Chapter 100. The humiliated king Kurd. Though both Frisia and his father possessed the ability to traverse the cosmos effortlessly, they still opted to journey by spaceship. The vessel they had commandeered was a merchant ship, which they subsequently destroyed after use. The return journey followed suit. Being a merchant ship, its technological capabilities were significantly inferior to their own, resulting in a journey that should have taken 3 days being prolonged to a tedious fortnight. Upon their arrival in King Kurd's territory, they were greeted by the chaotic sight of Kurd's subordinates embroiled in turmoil. By then, Frisia and his father had been absent for over 2 weeks, and especially following the obliteration of Frisia's forces, Kurd's subordinates were clearly unwilling to remain idle. They presumed that King Kurd had likely perished, and the vacant throne appeared tantalizingly within reach. As one individual thought thus, so did many, leading to a state of conflict that had erupted in Kurd's domain 2 weeks prior. Various factions, accompanied by their followers, began to devour one another's power, culminating in what was now the final decisive battle. The two generals representing King Kurd's forces were set to clash. The victor today would assume control over all of Kurd's territories. There was even the tantalizing possibility of expanding their dominion to encompass Frisia's former realms, thereby becoming the true sovereign of this universe without a crown, a notion not entirely fanciful. In truth, King Kurd did possess loyal subordinates of considerable strength. However, these individuals had been overwhelmed and slain during the initial wave of conflict, while the more astute among them had quickly changed allegiances upon sensing the tide of battle turning. This had ultimately led to the current state of affairs. Is this truly the unwavering loyalty of my father's subordinates? Frisia chuckled softly, a mischievous glint in his eye. Indeed, they appear more capable than my own disloyal followers. At the very least, they are still alive, are they not? King Kurd's countenance had turned a shade of deep anger, yet he swiftly concealed his emotions. No matter, in this world, strength ultimately speaks for itself. Kurd sneered. As long as I draw a breath, these raucous individuals may cause their commotion. If they displease me, I shall feel free to eliminate them at will. However, those who have betrayed me can no longer remain. The group, led by Yuan, strolled leisurely, taking in the sights, until they arrived at the planet where Frisia was last said to have appeared. This world bore a dark crimson hue. Upon landing, Yuan discovered that the environment was exceedingly harsh, yet an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Closing his eyes to sense the atmosphere, Yuan furrowed his brow. He could perceive that not long ago, this planet had been saturated with violent spiritual energy, yet, inexplicably, it had recently dissipated, as if absorbed by some unseen force. A treasure has emerged, Yuan murmured to himself, but regardless of what the treasure may be, it was evident that it had already been claimed. In contrast to Yuan's calm demeanor, the curiosity of Wukong and the others was palpable, while Bulma trembled slightly. The planet's harsh conditions were unnerving. Even the sky was blood-red, and the surrounding flora appeared grotesque and bizarre. Perhaps nothing could rival such a hellish landscape. It was proven that sometimes, a woman's courage bears no relation to her strength. Even if the true Yama, king of hell, were to arrive, Bulma could easily subdue them. Yet, within such a strange atmosphere, she still found herself seeking refuge in Yuan's embrace. As for the authenticity of her fear, it was a matter of perspective. Though uncertain of what treasure had surfaced, Yuan quickly discerned the source of the planet's anomalies by following the traces of the spiritual energy's upheaval. It was an oddly shaped tree, its trunk marred by a large hole that formed a small platform. Upon this platform, there faintly lingered a circular imprint. Whatever had once rested there was evidently gone, and coupled with whispers of Frisia's prior visit, Yuan could not shake a sense of unease. The group dispersed and searched the entire planet from top to bottom, but discovered nothing of significance, and ultimately had to depart. However, upon leaving the hellish planet, the first news they received from the galaxy was that Frisia and his son had re-emerged. This time, the duo made quite a spectacle, determined to announce their presence to the entire universe. During the week Yuan had spent on the hellish planet, they had not only consolidated all the forces they had recently lost, but, as the foremost general of the Frisia force, Frisia had also made an example of dozens of rebellious life planets, exterminating them ruthlessly. Hearing this news, Yuan felt an increasing sense of disquiet. There were numerous points of suspicion surrounding this situation. Firstly, Frisia and King Cold, despite being father and son, were expected to possess comparable strength. Thus, it was unlikely they would readily join forces. As natural-born villains, neither wished for another to control their actions, which had previously led to both Frisia and King Cold ruling over half the galaxy independently. However, it is indeed astonishing that the two of them have united, with Frisia even willingly serving as a pawn for his father. This is simply unimaginable. Another point of suspicion is Frisia's successive annihilation of dozens of life-bearing planets. He did not merely exterminate the intelligent races on these planets. He truly obliterated the entire planets themselves, leaving no trace behind. It is worth noting that Frisia previously engaged in the trade of planets, and aside from those containing exceptionally rare and unique minerals, the most valuable were the various planets teeming with life. Despite the countless planets and their abundant populations scattered throughout the universe, each life-bearing planet holds immense value. The destruction of dozens represents a substantial fortune. In previous years, this would have constituted the entire annual transaction volume of Frisia's army. Most critically, the power to destroy lies in the hands of the god of destruction. While the obliteration of one or two lifeless planets might be overlooked, the shattering of dozens of life-bearing worlds raises the question of whether Frisia fears retaliation from the god of destruction upon awakening. Such reckless folly is entirely uncharacteristic of Frisia. All of this has deeply piqued Li Yuan's curiosity. Chapter 101. An unremarkable journey on the other side. Bulma had just disembarked from the spaceship, dragging along her numerous comrades to serve as her porters. This was a customary practice for her upon arriving at any commercial planet. According to her, these were the local specialties she intended to bring back to her friends and family on Earth. Thus, half of the spaceship's storage space was dedicated to the goods she had purchased. Despite repeatedly being regarded as an unwitting alien dupe, Bulma remained undeterred in her ways. Originally, Li Yuan could have escaped this ordeal, but today, Bulma insisted on dragging him along for a shopping spree, citing her previous fright on the Hell Planet as justification. Upon reaching the commercial street, Bulma promptly directed her other companions to attend to their own affairs, leaving Li Yuan alone, a situation all too apparent to bystanders. The others were naturally quite exhilarated, especially Goku, who dashed straight to an extraterrestrial restaurant, vowing to indulge himself. Tien Shinhan and the others wandered about, seeking out martial arts masters on this planet to engage in friendly sparring, a customary pursuit on every life-bearing planet they visit. Master Roshi initially intended to accompany Li Yuan in exploring local specialty shops for snacks, but under Bulma's menacing gaze, he trembled and ultimately succumbed, opting to join Goku for a meal instead. At last, Bulma found herself in the cherished realm of a duo. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and her quest to win over her master commenced today. Bulma silently encouraged herself. In this world, the only individuals who earn respect are the strong. If one possesses great wealth and can hire the strong to serve them, they may be regarded as a type of strength and thus gain respect. However, if one lacks both, then regrettably, no one will spare a glance in their direction. The chaotic state of the universe vividly illustrates the dark forest principle of the survival of the fittest. In certain locales, one might even encounter specialized combat power detectors stationed at the entrance. Should one's strength fail to meet a specific threshold, entry is unequivocally denied. While some places employ subtlety in their practices, others are brazenly forthright. Regrettably, the planet upon which Lu Yuan and his companions find themselves epitomizes the extreme manifestation of this mentality. Though it is a commercial planet, everything is governed by the powerful, with the supreme ruler being the strongest among them. Those possessing exceptional talents in other realms are held in little regard. Individuals like Lu Yuan, who wander the streets and are often undetectable by low-sensitivity combat power detectors, are undoubtedly marginalized. As they meandered through the streets, Lu Yuan remained largely unfazed, while Bulma was on the verge of exasperation. Regardless of the shop, the staff or owners displayed disdainful attitudes, offering no semblance of kindness. Some, with particularly rude demeanor, even instructed Bulma to leave. Despite this, Bulma maintained her composure, as a lady must uphold her grace. However, as this treatment persisted, her patience wore thin. Lu Yuan, not one to shy away, had already been prepared to retaliate when Bulma was first insulted, yet she restrained him. She believed the offender was merely a lowly shopkeeper and that there was no need to escalate matters. Perhaps they were coerced by their employers into such behavior. Bulma's perspective shifted after encountering an elderly woman begging on the street. Clearly a native of the planet, the woman, though physically healthy, was discriminated against for lacking formidable strength, which rendered her unable to secure legitimate employment, forcing her to beg. The woman recounted the dire realities of life on this planet and urged Bulma to leave promptly, for the weak were utterly devoid of rights here. Even extraterrestrials were not exempt from peril. One might easily fall prey to traffickers, becoming a slave on some desolate world. Such compassion inspired Bulma to endure without erupting in anger. Exhausted, the pair decided to rest at what appeared to be a beverage shop. To their surprise, the proprietor welcomed them warmly, treating them with genuine hospitality. Initially perplexed, Bulma soon realized that the owner possessed a mere few dozen combat power points. This individual was yet another unfortunate soul navigating the lower echelons of society. Moved by the owner's kindness, Bulma felt a surge of empathy, prompting her to consider how she might assist the inhabitants of this planet. However, before she could voice her intentions, the shopkeeper spoke first. "Ah, how delightful. I have yet to encounter such peculiar beings as yourselves, so tender and delicate. I dare say you would fetch a fine price." "What?" Bulma remained somewhat dazed, failing to grasp the shopkeeper's insinuation. Lu Yuan sighed. "We have long been under scrutiny. Just consider this. In such a distorted environment, how could a being with mere combat prowess of a few dozen possibly manage to operate such a sizable establishment in this bustling district?" The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. "As it happens, a new client recently arrived who delights in collecting intelligent beings, and you've conveniently presented yourselves." He laughed heartily. "Oh, divine providence. This time, we are bound to reap substantial profits. However, fret not. You shall not meet your demise. On the contrary, you will have the opportunity to dine and revel alongside the strong. Surely, that is far superior to the struggle for survival faced by you two weaklings outside." The once amicable expression of the shopkeeper morphed into a menacing sneer, revealing his sinister nature. "To be honest, I find myself somewhat envious of you, unlike me, who must toil for sustenance." It was evident that the shopkeeper genuinely harbored a tinge of envy towards Lu Yuan and Bulma. Lu Yuan sighed softly. This planet was irredeemably lost. From the moment he descended, an unsettling feeling had enveloped him, yet the excitement of Bulma and the others had momentarily overshadowed his concerns. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the entire planet was shrouded in layers of malevolent energy. This was indeed a planet that feasted upon its inhabitants. The powerful would offer the finest services and the most favorable prices, but the weak, especially those lacking the strength to survive in the galaxy, faced a singular fate: to be devoured, leaving not even a remnant behind. The prosperity of this planet was built upon the corpses of the innocent. Chapter 102. The emergence of a mysterious artifact. The elderly woman whom Bulma and her companions encountered was the last remaining weak soul on this planet that still possessed a semblance of conscience. The rest had either been assimilated or had vanished from existence far too soon. "You dare!" Upon learning the history of this planet, Bulma fell into a profound silence. "What? Do you contest my words?" The shopkeeper boasted arrogantly. "You too, with a combined combat power of barely 20, should abandon any thoughts of resistance. I will not hesitate to reveal that the substances I use can render even those with combat prowess in the thousands utterly fatigued." As the shopkeeper continued his incessant prattle, Bulma, eager to take action, was restrained by Lu Yuan's hand. "Patience, look, someone approaches." Lu Yuan gestured subtly. Following his gaze, Bulma beheld the formidable figure the shopkeeper had described, a green-skinned dwarf with a combat power of just over 1,000. This level of power was even inferior to that of Raditz, Goku's brother, upon his initial appearance. This shipment appears to be of fine quality." The green-skinned dwarf approached Bulma, exclaiming, "How can there be such weak psiots? I had thought they had all been exterminated." "Wait, you do not seem to be psiots." The dwarf's interest peaked instantaneously. Unexpectedly, within this universe, there exist creatures strikingly similar, yet entirely distinct from the psiots. This could prove to be immensely profitable. "How do you know we are not psiots?" Lu Yuan inquired with keen interest. "Perhaps we are merely lost psiots," he mused. "Are you not afraid that Prince Vegeta might come seeking trouble?" "Vegeta? Does he even have the right?" spat the green-skinned being, disdainfully ejecting a mouthful onto the ground. "Even during his reign, we conducted our affairs as psiots without fear of retribution. What could he possibly do to us?" "Enough of this banter. Your wit has entertained me. It is time to depart." The green-skinned entity bared a mouthful of stained yellow teeth. "Indeed, it is time to leave." Lu Yuan smiled subtly, turning to Bulma. "Let us be on our way. Where do you wish to go?" The shopkeeper's question faltered as he witnessed the prominent figures before him dissolve into a cloud of dust, scattering to the ground, only to vanish with the breeze. The shopkeeper remained oblivious to the inexplicable event until Lu Yuan and his companion exited the establishment, at which point he collapsed in shock, too paralyzed to notice the dampness of his trousers. Upon returning to the site where their spaceship had landed, Lu Yuan discovered that Tien Shinhan and his companions had already concluded their journey. Undoubtedly, they too had faced similar adversities. However, they swiftly showcased their prowess, earning the respect of those around them. This incident left a sour taste in their mouths, extinguishing any desire to continue their travels, prompting an early conclusion to their expedition. Should we not take action? Bulma gazed at Lu Yuan, her expression reflecting confusion. Is there something we can do? What can we possibly do? Shall we annihilate every inhabitant of this planet? Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. While I may discern the virtuous from the malevolent, what difference would that make? If the perpetrators deserve death, what of their accomplices? Should they not meet the same fate? Understand this. The existence of this planet is not merely a matter of its own issues, but rather a reflection of the cosmos at large. The grave conditions of the universe give rise to planets steeped in vice and depravity. Eradicating this single planet may be straightforward, yet as long as the broader environment remains unchanged, such planets will inevitably resurface, perhaps in even greater numbers. What then should we do? At her core, Bulma remained a kind-hearted soul, imbued with a sense of justice and a desire to effect change in the world. It is not about what we should do, but rather what you intend to do, Lu Yuan replied, smiling at her. Evil in this world cannot be obliterated entirely. But if even one person rises to protect the vulnerable, the prevalence of malevolence will undoubtedly diminish. Bulma nodded, partially understanding. In that moment, an idea quietly took root within her heart. The first empress of the Dragon Ball universe was born, as Lu Yuan and his companions departed from the planetary system. An eruption of violent and sinister energy surged forth from the very planet they had just vacated. Lu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as his consciousness expanded, revealing that the once vibrant planet had transformed into a mere flicker in the cosmos, utterly obliterated. The countless lives that thrived there had, without question, perished. Strangely, Lu Yuan sensed that someone was absorbing the planet's life force. The others also felt the surge of this malevolent energy. Jiaozi swiftly maneuvered the ship, propelling it at full speed back. At that moment, Lu Yuan discovered the architect of this calamity. Not far from the shattered planet, a being radiating a crystalline glow floated serenely in the void of space, wearing an expression of sheer delight. Ah, so this is the essence of vitality. No matter how many times he experienced it, it remained exquisitely enchanting. However, at that juncture, the being's countenance darkened. Cursed curd, using me as mere labor. One day, you shall pay for this. This humanoid entity was none other than Frisia, who had re-emerged after a prolonged absence. Yet, based solely on what he had witnessed, Lu Yuan could not ascertain how Frisia was siphoning the life force from the planet. Such acts are not particularly astonishing, while the benefits are immense. The repercussions are equally severe. Planets, especially those teeming with life, may give rise to planetary consciousness. In essence, these life-bearing planets are akin to the children of the universe. To recklessly annihilate such worlds is to defy the grand will of the cosmos. As long as one resides within this universe, the fate that awaits them is all too predictable. Moreover, it is beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings. Only those who have grasped the principles of the universe could achieve such feats. Anyone with even a modicum of understanding of these cosmic laws would refrain from such self-destructive folly. In light of the earlier discovery of the hellish planet, Lu Yuan seemed to deduce the whereabouts of the vanished mysterious artifact. Noticing the absence of any artifacts on Frisia, he chose not to act rashly, instead piloting his ship to follow Frisia discreetly. Chapter 103. Father and son. Though Frisia possessed the ability to survive in the vacuum of space, he certainly did not traverse the cosmos solely by physical means. Such an endeavor would be exceedingly arduous and ungrateful. Thus, Lu Yuan surmised that a fleet must be nearby to assist him. As expected, shortly after exiting the planetary system, Lu Yuan and his companions beheld a vast armada. Each vessel bore an emblem composed of a yin and yang symbol, representing Frisia's lineage, while referred to as Frisia's clan. The truth was that it comprised only Frisia and King Kurd, with Frisia being a product of asexual reproduction by King Kurd. At this moment, it was impossible to continue tracking from the ship, so Lu Yuan decided to directly enter the main ship with Goku and the others. To avoid any potential combat repercussions affecting their vessel, Little Piccolo and Master Roshi piloted the ship to a safe distance from the area. With Lu Yuan's abilities, it seems that no being in this universe could possibly detect his presence. Accompanying Frisia, Lu Yuan and his companions ventured into the innermost sanctum of the mothership. The space was adorned in opulent splendor, with countless rare treasures scattered throughout the vast, empty hall. wonders seldom seen in the cosmos. Even the more modestly valued rare metals did not hold the honor of being laid as tiles upon the ground here. I have returned, Frisia declared, his expression icy. Yet King Cold remained unperturbed. Excellent, excellent. How fruitful has today's endeavor been? King Cold chuckled heartily, exuding a genial demeanor. No sooner had King Cold's words faded than a withered branch manifested above Frisia's head, the tip still bearing a hint of verdant life. Indeed, today's yield is substantial, King Cold remarked, and as he did, a beautifully crafted piece of porcelain materialized in the palm of his right hand. What is this? Yuan mused, a fleeting spark of insight igniting in his mind before dissipating. Sheep fat jade clean vase, post-heavenly treasure, originally belonging to Guanyin, but inexplicably tainted and cast adrift. Note: due to contamination and improper usage, the rank of this item is continually declining. It was indeed the sheep fat jade clean vase. Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. System, what is the meaning of this? How did Guanyin's jade vase end up here? Which Guanyin does this vase belong to? The system, however, chose to feign ignorance, offering no response to Yuan's inquiries. Resigned, Yuan suppressed his burgeoning questions and resolved to grasp the jade vase first. He gestured, but to his surprise, the vase did not come to him. Instead, it emitted a crimson ripple that exposed the location of Yuan and his companions. King Cold, witnessing this spectacle, was not alarmed. Rather, he appeared intrigued. You managed to bypass everyone to arrive here, even eluding my detection, King Cold observed, rising from his throne. I am quite curious. How did you accomplish this? Standing nearly 3 meters tall, King Cold was an imposing figure, and his presence alone could instill considerable pressure. Now, with his aura fully unleashed, he advanced step by deliberate step towards them. Were it not for their fortitude, those of lesser courage or strength might very well have collapsed in fear. Yet, remarkably, Yuan and his companions remained unfazed. Even Krillin, acknowledged as the most timid among them, seemed on the verge of laughter. To remain so composed under my oppressive presence, I must admit, I find you quite admirable, King Cold stated, not in anger but with a slow, proud raising of his hands. If you can stand thus, I would be willing to permit you to join my legion. With that, King Cold unleashed an even more terrifying wave of pressure, causing the entire spaceship to tremble under his might. Nevertheless, Yuan and his companions retained their stoic expressions, some even stifling laughter. You cannot best me with this. King Cold's composure finally faltered, as he was about to utter more when Yuan interrupted with a wave of his hand. Upon reaching this level of strength, Yuan found himself no longer in need of spells, formations, or abilities. His words alone could manifest reality. The gestures he employed were merely habitual. In truth, he could achieve the same results without the accompanying motions. However, he soon discovered that the King of Kurd, possessing the Jade Purity Vase, was inexplicably immune to his verbal manifestations. What do you intend to do? The King of Kurd inquired, his patience waning. Enough of this chatter. Prepare to meet your end. Bulma was the first to leap forward, her frustration necessitating a target for her pent-up emotions. With her hands clasped, a multitude of radiant lights entwined and surged toward the King of Kurd. As Bulma initiated her assault, the others could not remain idle. Tien, Kaiatsu, Goku, Krillin, and the rest swiftly formed their own battle formations and launched an intense offensive. Observing this scene, Yuan nodded in satisfaction. In the original narrative, the latter part of Dragon Ball predominantly showcased the exploits of Goku and Vegeta, relegating others to mere supporting roles due to their inferior strength. Witnessing them fight side by side indicated that Yuan's diligent instruction had not been in vain. A glance at Frisia, who stood aloof, seemingly relishing the spectacle, caused Yuan's brow to furrow slightly, although he chose to disregard him. It was not difficult to deduce Frisia's motives. Had he not found himself at the mercy of others, he would never consent to being manipulated, even by someone he ostensibly regarded as a father. Clearly, Frisia sought to exploit the efforts of others to secure his own freedom. While the King of Kurd may have been foolish, he was not entirely devoid of wit. What are you still dawdling for? He bellowed. If I perish, I shall ensure you do not survive. Humph, a mindless fool, Frisia scoffed. Yet he was reluctantly compelled to join the fray. In stark contrast to Bulma's seamless coordination, the clumsiness of Frisia and his father was somewhat comical. The King of Kurd boasted formidable power. yet any seasoned fighter could discern that he had no understanding of combat. He merely relied on brute force to unleash his internal energy. Although Frisia's combat prowess was inferior to that of the king, the two were not on the same level when it came to experience. Unfortunately, due to the lack of harmony between Frisia and the king, the latter's situation did not improve. Instead, his wounds seemed to multiply rapidly. Confused, the king of Kurd could perceive nothing amiss. Chapter 104. The Jade Purity Vase. As he felt his injuries worsening with each passing moment, the king of Kurd could no longer contain himself. Very well. Excellent, he declared with a fierce countenance, flipping his palm to reveal the battered, red-glowing Jade Purity Vase. Without any discernible movement from the king, Frisia suddenly let out a pained scream. The diamond-hued light emanating from his body began to dull, gradually reverting to a golden hue. No, you cannot treat me this way. Frisia's voice was laced with venom. Enough. Cease your actions. The Kurdish king was evidently aware that pressing Frisia too hard would be detrimental to himself. With a disdainful snort, he flipped his palm, causing the jade bottle to vanish once more. Meanwhile, Frisia's radiance gradually returned, reverting to its original diamond-like luster. At this moment, Frisia was finally willing to unleash his full power, and instantly, Goku and the others felt an overwhelming pressure. Unlike the alien combatants they had previously encountered, who predominantly relied on instinct, Frisia fought with meticulous strategy. Though his mastery of power did not reach the grotesque level of Krillin, he was nonetheless capable of maximizing damage with minimal exertion. What was most astonishing was that, while most beings harnessed the energy within them, known as chi, to engage in battle, the resurgence of spiritual energy had imbued the energy cultivated by many organisms with a trace of this essence, which accounted for the enhancement of most individual strengths. Yet, very few could comprehend or even utilize the spiritual energy contained within themselves. Even the Kurdish king understood the concept, but not its underlying principles. In stark contrast, Frisia had already mastered the art of wielding spiritual energy to amplify his attacks, subtly resonating with the spiritual energy of the world around him with every gesture. The former was merely a rudimentary form of sorcery, not particularly sophisticated, but the latter represented the nascent stages of a profound technique. It seemed that Frisia was indeed a promising candidate for cultivation. Yuan harbored a fleeting thought of taking him as a disciple, but after a moment's contemplation, he chose to abandon the idea. Although he advocated for indiscriminate teaching, he was selective about his students. Frisia possessed great talent, yet he was undeniably a pure embodiment of malevolence. His propensity for wicked deeds was unparalleled, and should Yuan take him under his wing, it was uncertain what chaos might ensue in the future. As for reforming him, that was an impossibility. In the original narrative, Frisia emerged from hell after decades of being serenaded by celestial beings, still brimming with resentment, eager to obliterate a few planets in vengeance. Yuan did not believe he could alter such a nature. As he pondered the notion of wrongdoing, an idea sparked within Yuan's mind. Bulma aspired to establish an order that safeguarded the vulnerable across the universe, necessitating more than just a facade of righteousness. She required a cadre operating from the shadows. Adept at handling matters she found inconvenient to address herself. Since the approach was one of violence begetting violence, using someone like Frisia could be advantageous. The best way to deal with a villain was to pit him against an even greater one. Transforming Frisia's mindset to align with the light was an almost insurmountable task. Yet compelling him to work for her was not an impossible feat. Imagining a future scenario where she encountered a particularly troublesome adversary, unable to intervene personally, she could bellow, "It's settled then. Go forth, Frisia." The very thought was exhilarating. Just then, while engaged in combat, Frisia suddenly shivered, sensing an unseen gaze upon him. However, he could not afford to be distracted in the heat of battle. A momentary lapse in focus resulted in Goku landing a forceful blow to his face. Had he not reacted swiftly and released his force in time, the blow would have surely hammered his head into his chest. Unarmed combat is indeed troublesome. Frisia spat disdainfully and deftly evaded Tien's surprise attack. Although Frisia lacked weapons and did not possess an array of extravagant techniques or peculiar abilities, he possessed something that others did not: his tail. The agility of Frisia's tail surpassed the imagination of many. Prior to employing his tail, Frisia had merely fought to a standstill, slightly at a disadvantage. However, once his tail entered the fray, even with the presence of the clumsy King Cold as a companion, Frisia managed to contend against 5 adversaries without losing ground, and even began to exhibit a subtle dominance over them. The force of his tail was formidable. Even the most resilient Krillin would find a full-force strike from it excruciating, let alone the others. What was most astonishing was Frisia's mastery of utilizing his ki to envelop his body in a protective layer. This shield diminished the impact of the opponent's techniques, rendering their assaults as ineffective as mere tickles. Thunder, rain, and lightning, the elements that Bulma commanded, all proved futile against him. Even more terrifying was Frisia's formidable mental prowess. The powerful psychic energy he wielded granted him combat abilities akin to superpowers. Consequently, Tien's illusions and Kairatsu's psychic abilities were rendered nearly harmless against Frisia. Most of the techniques favored by the group were effectively nullified, forcing them into close combat, a realm where Frisia excelled. Aside from Goku and Krillin, the contributions of the other 3 were minimal. With no other recourse, Bulma and her companions turned their attention toward the sideline, where King Cold observed the battle. Compared to Frisia, this soft target was considerably easier to handle. Just as King Cold had barely recovered, he was swiftly reduced to a state resembling that of a battered pig. He wished to call upon Frisia for assistance. Yet upon witnessing Frisia struggling against the onslaught of 2 opponents, he found himself utterly speechless. The disheartened warrior King Cold was perplexed by the sudden emergence of so many skilled fighters in the universe. He had even believed that with the artifact in his possession, he would soon be able to challenge the legendary god of destruction. Yet, now he was battered beyond recognition by several individuals who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, leading him to question his very existence. Meanwhile, as Goku and his companions engaged in fervent battle, Yuan was diligently searching for the whereabouts of the Jade Bottle. It was less accurate to say that King Cold utilized the Jade Bottle to absorb the life force of planets to enhance his power. Rather, it was more fitting to describe him as a pitiful creature parasitized by the Jade Bottle. How many beings inhabit a single planet? The collective life force of these beings is immense, and when combined with the life force of an entire planet, it becomes incomprehensibly vast. Chapter 105. The escaping Frisia King Cold had no comprehension of the situation, contentedly scavenging the remnants left by the Jade Bottle, willingly serving as its subordinate. In truth, the vitality of those beings had been entirely absorbed by the Jade Bottle, with only a mere fraction returned to King Cold. It is noteworthy that prior to this, the Jade Bottle had consumed the energies of dozens of planets. The extent of its energy reserves remained a mystery. Thus, evading Lu Yuan's search and even resisting his power was not beyond comprehension. Despite scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, Lu Yuan still failed to detect any trace of the Jade Bottle. No, I must force him to act. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. He had already observed King Cold using the Jade Bottle to restrain Frisia. That was merely a projection, not the true form of the Jade Bottle. It appeared that this entity possessed considerable intelligence. If I were to act recklessly, I would likely only alert the serpent. At that moment, King Cold found himself cornered by Bulma and the others. As Tien Shinhan prepared to deliver a fatal blow, he could no longer contain himself. You leave me no choice. King Cold bellowed, unleashing a surge of energy that repelled Bulma and her companions. This power, even I cannot fully control. You will regret unleashing such a monster. Frisia, witnessing this turn of events, was taken aback, suddenly resorting to a desperate gambit, injuring himself to break through Goku and Krillin's blockade, fleeing in haste. What is happening? Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Meanwhile, King Cold swiftly transformed. Indeed, as a member of the Frisia clan, or rather, the Frost Demon race, King Cold possessed the ability to metamorphose as well. Before acquiring the Jade Bottle, Frisia's initial form was notably weak, yet he had 5 forms in total, each transformation gradually releasing a portion of his sealed power. Strangely, Frisia had emerged in his final form upon his arrival. King Cold's normal form resembled Frisia's second form. If Frisia could liberate his strength through transformation, it was illogical that King Cold could not employ such a tactic. However, once he fully unleashed his power, King Cold appeared as though he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The transformed King Cold bore an uncanny resemblance to Frisia, albeit with a more mature demeanor. His skin was neither silver nor radiating a diamond-like luminescence. Instead, it emanated a blood-red glow. Who would have thought you, little creature, would be hiding here? Lu Yuan chuckled upon beholding King Cold's new form. No wonder he could not locate the Jade Bottle despite searching diligently. It had merged with King Cold. To be precise, the jade bottle had absorbed King Cooled. Subsequently, to conceal its identity, it had utilized its transformative abilities, embedding itself deep within King Cooled's soul, relinquishing control of the body to him. As for why Frieza decisively fled upon witnessing the aspect ratio, it is likely due to this very reason. Frieza was evidently aware that the King of Kurd was no longer the original monarch, yet he was compelled to feign compliance due to the leverage the king held over him. Frieza understood that there remained a semblance of pretense in his dealings with the king, but when the true form of the Jade Purity bottle emerged, his escape would become imperative. Failing to distance himself might render him permanently ensnared. The recollection of past events still sent shivers down his spine. Feeling he had retreated sufficiently, Frieza slowed his pace and glanced back at the fleet, hesitating for a moment before resolutely departing. Although he still had certain valuables in the hands of that monster, this could very well be a splendid opportunity for escape. Frieza resolved to take the gamble. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan regarded the King of Kurd before him, a faint smile gradually gracing his face. How intriguing, he mused. The King of Kurd reciprocated with a similar smile, extending his arms as he leisurely approached. You and I are of the same essence. Why must we engage in mutual destruction? I am nothing like you. Lu Yuan replied with a slight smile. How can beasts be compared to humans? Oh, my apologies. I forgot. You are not even worthy of being called a beast. Merely a vessel. You have touched the threshold of the great path. Why allow yourself to be constrained by the emotions of living beings? The King of Kurd chuckled, though the smile appeared excessively rigid, eliciting a strong sense of discomfort among the onlookers. Cease this pretense. Others may be oblivious, but as your kind, how could I be unaware? The king's countenance grew calm as he gradually approached Lu Yuan. Once you take that step, your emotions begin to fade, do they not? The king bore an air of triumphant knowledge, yet this feigned emotion appeared utterly artificial. Beings endowed with feelings are forever the weaker, the king proclaimed with resolute certainty. If you do not abandon your pitiable, laughable, and tedious emotions as a living being, you will ultimately be scorned by the universe and rendered obsolete. Do not conflate me with something as incomplete as your kind, Lu Yuan remarked, unable to suppress a laugh. The Jade Purity bottle had revealed its secrets to him in no time. Ultimately, it was a matter intrinsic to the Dragon Ball universe. The existence of Dragon Balls within this cosmos inevitably led to the accumulation of malevolent intent within the cosmic consciousness, arising from living beings. The Jade Purity bottle inadvertently encountered these dark energies, thus birthing its own consciousness. Regrettably, this intelligence was inherently twisted and malevolent. The Hell Planet was indeed a creation of the bottle. Unbeknownst to the King of Kurd, he had discovered tales of miraculous treasures on that planet, leading to a fate that need not be elaborated upon, one that even claimed his own son. Meanwhile, the Jade Purity bottle began to voraciously absorb all living entities in the universe to augment its own form. From the memories of the King of Kurd, he gleaned that within this universe, there exist entities far more formidable than himself. A moment's negligence could lead to being discovered by the god of destruction, resulting in utter obliteration. Thus, the Jade Clean bottle harbored a profound sense of crisis, yearning to conceal its presence. Regrettably, today it encountered Lu Yuan. Realizing that persuading Lu Yuan was futile, the Jade Clean bottle ceased to expend further effort. At present, it dared not challenge the god of destruction, who wielded the fundamental laws of annihilation. However, dealing with an inexperienced youth seemed a certainty. At least, this was the conviction of the Jade Clean bottle. Chapter 106. The Power of Kurd. Step back. The ensuing battle is beyond your purview, Lu Yuan commanded with a wave of his hand, sending numerous disciples outside the spaceship. Naturally, he did not neglect to bestow upon them protective spells, enabling them to navigate the vacuum of outer space freely. Though Wukong and the others itched for action, they dared not voice their desires with their master's South decree in place. As they were unable to intervene in the conflict within the ship, their gaze shifted toward the massive fleet outside. Inside the spaceship, Lu Yuan stood opposed to Kurd, the atmosphere within the hall seemingly frozen. Kurd let out a sinister cackle, as a swarm of black sludge surged forth from within him. Merely glancing at it induced dizziness and an overwhelming urge to retch. This viscous black substance quickly spread across half the hall, gradually advancing towards Lu Yuan's position. Strangely, Lu Yuan appeared paralyzed by fear, remaining motionless as the black material climbed his body. A glimmer of delight flickered in Kurd's eyes. This was his ultimate technique. The black substance was composed of the purest malevolence, and even the slightest contact would lead to immediate assimilation for an ordinary person. Even the so-called Emperor of the Universe, Kurd, could only endure less than a minute against such overwhelming negativity. This accumulation of malevolence represented centuries of his existence. You are far too arrogant. Kurd's composure began to fracture. I initiate with a grand display. How could I possibly lose? As anticipated, Yuan seemed to withstand merely 10 seconds before being entirely consumed by the malevolence. Following that, the dark essence surged eagerly into Yuan's body, as if intent on devouring him whole. Is this your trump card? Yuan's voice emerged from the depths of malevolence. It is truly pitiful enough to elicit laughter. In the next instant, the cocoon formed by the malevolence erupted violently, with droplets of black sludge splattering upon Kurd's face. How could this be? Kurd seethed, astonished yet unperturbed. You indeed possess the qualifications to be my adversary. Kurd's expression gradually regained its calm. Though I am uncertain why you have set your sights on me, do not rejoice prematurely. Generally, the greater the malevolence within one's heart, the more susceptible they are to corruption. Only those with a heart inclined toward the light and irresolute can resist, or even be immune to, such decay. The higher the power, the more pronounced the effect. The ability to withstand my corruption signifies little. Kurd believed that Yuan relied solely on formidable willpower to resist his corruption. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that these malevolent thoughts posed little challenge to Yuan. The inner demons encountered during his cultivation were far more formidable. Yuan's heart was not only unperturbed, but also bore a hint of amusement. If he were to summon the inner demons he faced during his training, they could likely devour these vile thoughts with ease, belching in satisfaction and demanding more. Not enough? Is there any more? If gentler methods failed, he would resort to more forceful means. With a wave of his hand, Kurd conjured a multitude of dark, shimmering lights that coalesced into a beam radiating an extraordinary brilliance, aimed directly at Yuan. This seemingly ordinary attack was, in reality, a manifestation of countless laws condensed into the most primal form of assault. Were Goku or his companions to stand in this place, even the slightest contact would result in their instantaneous evaporation, leaving not even a trace of their souls behind. Evading such an attack was utterly impossible, for it was an assault that locked onto its target at the level of fundamental laws, without the ability to manipulate the multiverse. Evasion was futile. Anticipating the onslaught, Yuan did not remain idle. With a swift gesture, he summoned a shimmering barrier, and in the next moment, the two forces collided. Countless laws clashed and annihilated one another, yet this struggle generated no discernible waves, remaining eerily silent. Despite Kurd's efforts to amplify his output, the slender barrier held steadfast, with neither party able to gain the upper hand. Realizing that continuing in this manner would only squander his strength, Kurd ceased his assault. After an inexplicable silence, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation. Having gleaned insights from their earlier exchanges, Kurd understood that cunning tactics would not suffice to subdue Yuan, compelling him to resort to the most primitive methods to determine the victor. Meanwhile, Yuan was probing for Kurd's hidden cards, wary of any peculiar escape abilities his opponent might possess, aiming for a decisive conclusion that would leave no room for a comeback. He was not the archetypal villain found in shonen manga, granting his adversary experience and opportunities out of a fear of being outmatched. While they appeared to be locked in a brawl, each punch and kick was infused with immense power derived from the laws of the universe, representing a clash of primordial forces. In such a confrontation, technique lost its significance. Only absolute strength reigned supreme. Deep within the cosmos, the slumbering Beerus seemed to sense something amiss, his eyes half opening as though on the cusp of awakening. Yet, inexplicably, he ultimately kept his eyes tightly shut, sinking back into a profound sleep. Beside him, the angel Whis, savoring delicacies, suddenly broke into a smile. It seemed that intriguing characters were once again emerging, drawing attention back to the battle between Yuan and Kurd. In stark contrast to Yuan's ease, Kurd appeared increasingly beleaguered. However, Yuan unexpectedly made a misstep, allowing Kurd to land a punch on his shoulder. Though Yuan swiftly adapted and blocked the ensuing onslaught of relentless attacks, the earlier advantage had dissipated. A peculiar thought surged through Yuan's mind. Was this aura that of a god of destruction? At his level of strength, he possessed a certain synergy with the entire universe. When the god of destruction and the angel Whis sensed his presence, he too became aware of their existence. However, despite his long-held belief in the immense power of the god of destruction, he now found himself questioning. Why did these two seem somewhat feeble? This was not mere arrogance. It was a genuine perception. The god of destruction and Whis were indeed formidable, yet their might was quite limited, with the god of destruction roughly equivalent to a collective strength of about 10 to 20 Kurdegas. Whis's power, on the other hand, was approximately 1.5 times that of the god of destruction. Even when combined, Lu Yuan felt that they would not pose a significant challenge to him. Never mind, I shall first resolve the matter at hand. Lu Yuan redirected his focus and discovered that the Kurdega before him seemed to be at the end of his tether. No way, I haven't even exerted myself. And you're already faltering? Lu Yuan expressed his disdain. He had allowed things to progress to such an extent that the threat posed by Kurdega had become exceedingly minimal, leaving him feeling somewhat lonely. Don't get too smug. Kurdega's tone unexpectedly bore a hint of genuine emotion. Chapter 107. Crushing Kurdega, prepare to meet your demise. Upon uttering these words, an invisible wave of energy radiated outward, and in an instant, all living beings within the fleet were reduced to desiccated corpses, without exception. The members of the fleet had long been marked by Kurdega, serving as reserve energy sources. Thus, those like Goku, who bore no such mark, were unaffected. However, this left Goku and his companions feeling increasingly frustrated, as their sole source of amusement had suddenly vanished, leaving them to drift aimlessly in space. Awaiting the outcome of the battle, they harbored little concern. It was not a matter of disloyalty, but rather a recognition that Lu Yuan had exhibited undeniable invincibility since his appearance. They had yet to encounter anyone capable of posing a threat to him, and thus, naturally, they did not believe their master would be defeated by such a foe. With his energy replenished, Kurdega's demeanor improved significantly, and he began to gather his ultimate attack. The malevolent thoughts that had pervaded the Grand Hall were all drawn back into him, causing his form to gradually shrink until he ultimately transformed into a dilapidated little bottle. Is this truly your essence? Lu Yuan regarded the jade bottle with keen interest, only to suddenly notice a flicker of a struggling, clear soul deep within it. Could this be the original spirit of the jade bottle? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. He reached out to grasp the jade bottle, but a cold, piercing aura repelled him. Though this aura was not overwhelmingly powerful, attempting to seize the bottle by force would likely result in its immediate shattering. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yuan refrained from forcibly taking the jade bottle. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a wave of discomfort within his body. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, and countless negative energies began to coalesce around him, with a torrent of malevolent thoughts rushing into his mind. As all this energy reached its zenith, the ensuing explosion would manifest within Lu Yuan himself. When did this happen? Before Lu Yuan could utter a word, his body was violently scattered by a tremendous explosion. After a prolonged moment, Kurd emerged from a distant corner of the hall. However, at this juncture, he was at the end of his tether, his form reduced to mere skin and bones, a consequence of his excessive depletion of vitality. Did you not foresee this? Kurd gasped for breath yet could not suppress his laughter. Indeed, I am the ultimate victor. Ha ha. Amidst relentless assaults, he had finally disowned a slight flaw in Lu Yuan, successfully planting a seed of malevolence deep within his heart. This thread of malevolence was exceedingly subtle, almost too weak for even Lu Yuan to detect. It was this minuscule detail that secured his triumph. Now, Kurd's task was to lie low and regain his strength. This battle had drained him of all the energy he had amassed over millennia. However, this was not an insurmountable predicament. Though his energy was depleted, his realm remained intact, and he merely needed to absorb a few life planets to restore it. Most importantly, he had eradicated a significant potential threat. As long as he avoided direct confrontation with the destroyer, a day would inevitably come when he could drain this universe entirely. Yet, just as he reached for his true form, a slender, alabaster hand clasped his wrist. Is this your final card? Lu Yuan smiled at the astonished Kurd. What a pity. It appears I am unscathed. Lu Yuan was indeed unharmed, for he had never truly faced Kurd directly. Everything that had transpired was within his mental realm. Indeed, from the outset of the battle, Kurd had been drawn into Lu Yuan's spiritual world. Lu Yuan had refrained from earnest engagement, wary of any potential traps Kurd might have set elsewhere. Although taking place in Lu Yuan's mental domain, The techniques and strategies employed by Kurd were genuinely executed. Particularly, the final mental assault would have left any other individual, be it the Destroyer or the Angel Vis, in utter despair. Regrettably, the disparity between Kurd and Lu Yuan was insurmountable, far beyond comparable measures. Thus, even after enduring a significant blow from Kurd in the mental realm, Lu Yuan remained largely unscathed. "I apologize, but your journey ends here." Lu Yuan chuckled, revealing a broad smile. Kurd, still attempting to resist, was no match for Lu Yuan, who effortlessly subdued him with a single strike. Aware of his impending fate, Kurd descended into madness, launching a frenzied assault on Lu Yuan. Teeth, tail, fists, he employed every means at his disposal, even struggling to wield the laws, relying solely on his physical strength. Yet, to Lu Yuan, this was nothing more than a ludicrous struggle. In Kurd's incredulous gaze, Lu Yuan effortlessly crushed his body. After the demise of Kurd, the chilling aura enveloping the jade bottle dissipated significantly, allowing Lu Yuan to effortlessly grasp it in his hand. A gentle energy emanated from Lu Yuan, instantly dispelling the lingering malevolence that clung to the jade bottle. The dilapidated vessel gradually transformed, rejuvenated by the nurturing warmth of life energy, while the anxious remnant soul within the bottle began to find tranquility, eagerly absorbing Lu Yuan's energy to mend its wounds. Under the influence of Lu Yuan's remarkably potent energy, the remnant soul soon regained consciousness. A youthful figure, clad in white and possessing a delicate countenance, quietly emerged from the jade bottle, gazing at Lu Yuan with an impassive expression. "Who are you? Where do you come from?" Lu Yuan inquired with a series of questions, yet received no response. The boy's eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. After scrutinizing the jade bottle and the remnant soul before him, Lu Yuan let out a resigned sigh. Due to the prolonged corruption by malevolent thoughts, this remnant soul had lost all memories, retaining only the most basic instincts. If this nurturing were to continue, the remnant soul, or rather, the spirit of the vessel, might regain its sentience, but it would no longer possess any recollection of its past. This meant that Lu Yuan's hope of retrieving its history through the spirit had been thoroughly dashed. Nevertheless, acquiring an artifact with a spirit was an unexpected boon. It is worth noting that among all the celestial beings, not a single one possessed an artifact with a spirit. Yet, this artifact seemed somewhat incongruous with Lu Yuan himself. Holding a feather duster could still evoke an ethereal aura, but what could be said of a grown man cradling a pristine little porcelain bottle? The mere thought of this image sent a shiver down Lu Yuan's spine. Meanwhile, Frisia, who had long since fled, suddenly sensed an unfamiliar energy surging within his body. A heart-wrenching pain struck him, prompting a terrified scream. To his horror, he heard Kurd's voice echoing in his mind, relentlessly tearing at his very soul. Frisia understood that if he did not act swiftly, he might very well end up like Kurd. "Damn that wretch!" Frisia howled in agony, the energy he emitted shattering nearby asteroids. "I will absolutely not surrender. Give up. You can never triumph over me." Kurd's emotionless voice reverberated within Frisia's soul. "Come, merge with me. Become a stronger version of yourself. Once I catch you, I will utterly obliterate you." Frisia's visage twisted in a snarl, his body convulsing uncontrollably. After a considerable time, Frisia's body gradually regained its composure. Yet, within the realm of his mind, the battle between Frisia and Kurd was only just beginning. Had it been anyone else, they would have long succumbed to the control of King Kurd. Yet, Frisia is indeed a genius. At a time when the situation was perilously precarious, he finally grasped the key to manipulating the essence of the soul. Although his mastery of this power was still somewhat clumsy, Kurd's spirit was exceedingly frail. After all, Kurd's true form had long been annihilated by Lu Yuan, leaving behind merely a remnant of his soul, intended as a last resort. Despite Kurd's remarkable techniques, he was unable to counter Frisia's home advantage. Frisia swiftly summoned his own soul power to besiege Kurd. However, Frisia remained inexperienced. He could only prevent himself from being consumed, but could not inflict genuine damage upon Kurd's lingering essence, nor could he extinguish it. With a slight misstep, he could even find himself losing a fragment of his own soul to Kurd's grasp. Frisia realized that continuing in this manner would only result in his gradual erosion. Yet he felt utterly powerless. Ultimately, Frisia was no stranger to ruthlessness. Recognizing his inability to contend with his opponent, he opted for a complete retreat, relinquishing control of his own body. In this state of total retraction, Kurd found himself at an impasse with Frisia's highly condensed soul, as his own spiritual strength was simply too feeble. Faced with Frisia's comprehensive defensive withdrawal, Kurd felt as if he were confronting a tortoise, unable to find a point of attack. However, with Frisia surrendering control of his physical vessel, Kurd was not inclined to be courteous. Although he could not immediately contend with Frisia, possessing control of the body would enable him to gradually strengthen his own soul. At that point, Frisia would merely be a turtle in a jar, ripe for capture. Such aspirations were beautifully idealistic, yet the reality proved to be starkly unforgiving. Frisia's comprehensive retreat was not an invitation to death. Rather, he was preserving his vital forces while secretly studying Kurd's utilization of soul power. After all, both were sharing the same body, and they were virtually exposing their strategies to one another, without any concealment. This battle was a transparent confrontation. Kurd's method of restoring his soul power was rather straightforward. It involved consuming the souls of other beings indiscriminately. After observing several attempts, Frisia decisively took action, beginning to contest for soul energy with Kurd. Kurd, unfazed by Frisia's encroachment, accepted the loss. Did he truly believe that souls were so easily devoured? It is essential to understand that each fragment of a soul harbors a portion of its memories. Without special means, the more souls one absorbs, the greater the influence on one's own consciousness. When chaotic memories surpass one's own recollections, do you remain yourself? Kurd, being an aggregation of malevolent thoughts, could assimilate even the most disordered memories as mere components of his being, requiring no special methods to maintain clarity of mind. He could simply consume and be done with it. However, Frisia could not afford such luxury. After several attempts, he realized he had fallen into his opponent's trap. At this rate, he would lose his rationality without Kurd needing to lift a finger, becoming mere sustenance for Kurd. It appears that Frisia has found himself ensnared in a dire predicament, with the act of devouring souls only hastening his despair, while inaction leads to a slow, inevitable demise. Yet, amidst this deadlock, Frisia has discovered a means to turn the tide. The very vessel he inhabits is inherently his own, regardless of how formidable Kuld is. Within Frisia's body, Kuld remains at a slight disadvantage. Frisia cleverly capitalizes on this seemingly negligible edge, devising a further application of soul power, self-detonation. His strategy is clear. No matter the opponent's intentions, he must prevent them from executing their plans. Although he cannot consume souls, by seizing fragments of soul from Kuld, Frisia can incite a small tempest of souls within himself. This tactic is one of mutual destruction, 1,000 foes slain at the cost of 800 of his own. When Frisia adopts a stance of willing annihilation, Kuld finally succumbs to fear. After 2 months of relentless entanglement, the two have melded into a state of interdependence. In Kuld's current condition, he lacks the ability to parasitize another, nor does he wish to relinquish the powerful body of Frisia. Thus, when Frisia postures for their mutual demise, Kuld hesitates to further amplify his own soul. At this moment, the strength of Kuld's soul approaches that of Frisia's. Yet his disadvantage in this foreign battlefield prevents him from claiming victory. The two remain locked in a stalemate, reverting to their initial contest, but this time, they vie not for soul power, but for the dominion of the body. Should Kuld acclimate to this form, Frisia's advantage of home ground would dissipate. Consequently, Frisia must not allow Kuld to maintain prolonged control over the body. Fortuitously for Frisia, his comprehension of souls has advanced by leaps and bounds. If he can endure this trial, his power is destined for monumental growth. As Frisia and Kuld engage in their tumultuous struggle, the spirit of the jade bottle, after 2 months of nurturing, finally awakens to sentience. How adorable she is! Witnessing the tiny spirit, Bulma's maternal instincts surge forth, nearly melting her heart. Throughout these 2 months, she has been the one most eagerly anticipating this moment. Chapter 109. The origin of Little Jade. Over the past 2 months, the disciples have grown intimately familiar with this charming little girl. Nearly everyone has eagerly awaited her return to consciousness. After all, beauty is justice. Even Tien, a man whose mind is wholly consumed by combat, could not resist the urge to affectionately ruffle the tiny spirit's head upon first encounter. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, the spirit's once vacant eyes gradually begin to move. She glances around in a state of bewilderment before finally fixing her gaze upon Lu Yuan. Father. The spirit joyfully leaps into Lu Yuan's embrace, her tiny arms wrapping around his face as she plants a kiss on him. Wait, what did you call me? Lu Yuan's expression darkened, as he could hardly fathom that he had suddenly become a father. Dad, the little spirit declared with unwavering conviction, I am your offspring, thus you are undoubtedly my father. Hold on, hold on. How could you possibly be my child? Lu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. I warn you, while one may indulge in food, one must not speak recklessly. Wah, do you not want me anymore, Daddy? The little spirit's large, glistening eyes quickly brimmed with tears. I am so sad. As the tears flowed, they surged forth like a broken dam, streaming abundantly from her eyes. The most absurd part was that each droplet of tear was a concentrated essence of spiritual energy, a rare treasure even in the realm of cultivation. All right, stop crying. Your father is merely jesting. Bulma shot an admonishing glance at Lu Yuan. Could you not comfort her? Besides, you nourish her with spiritual energy every day. Is there truly a problem in calling her your child? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Yuan awkwardly rubbed his nose. Witnessing her tears could potentially drain all the spiritual energy from within him. He could only helplessly nod. All right. I was just teasing you. Please cease your tears. Really? Really? The little spirit sniffled, wiping her tears away. Daddy, you truly do not wish to abandon me? How could I ever abandon you? Lu Yuan replied stiffly. Good heavens. In his entire lifetime, he had never even had a girlfriend, let alone a child. Suddenly confronted with such a situation left him utterly bewildered. How does one comfort a child? He was in dire need of assistance. Really? Daddy is so kind. The little spirit's tears instantly ceased, her face lighting up as she embraced Lu Yuan's cheeks, showering him with fervent kisses. Ahem, what is your name? Lu Yuan gingerly lifted the little spirit from his face, his movements as gentle as possible to avoid upsetting her tender heart. I do not know, Daddy. The little spirit pouted, kneeling upon Lu Yuan's hand. Why don't you give me a name? Naming someone was not a skill Lu Yuan possessed. He cast a pleading glance towards Bulma, while completely disregarding the other individuals present. What a farce. Just look at this crowd. Some were not even human, others were children. And there was one clueless straight man among them. The hope of finding a suitable name from their lips was utterly futile. Lu Yuan might as well take matters into his own hands. After some contemplation, it seemed Bulma was the only one capable of undertaking this significant task. Me? Bulma was taken aback as well. This was her first experience naming someone. How about Onegidon? Krillin chimed in with a grin. I adore Onegidon. Then let us call her Dinosaur. Goku suggested, drooling as he pointed to his mouth. The dinosaur meat from my family's Bowsy Mountain is incredibly delicious. I can devour a whole one each time. Enough of your nonsense. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes in annoyance. I do not want anyone else to name me. I want Daddy to name me. The little spirit clung to Lu Yuan's finger, pouting adorably. Please, Daddy, I want you to name me. With a resigned gesture, Bulma opened her hands, indicating her helplessness. Lu Yuan, supporting his forehead with one hand, sighed in despair. How about calling her Xiaoyu? After much contemplation, Lu Yuan finally settled on a name that was not too absurd. Great. From now on, I shall be called Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu clapped her hands joyfully, clearly pleased with the name. Daddy, I'm a bit sleepy, she suddenly said, rubbing her eyes vigorously before gently lying down in Lu Yuan's palm. Before Lu Yuan could comprehend the situation, Xiaoyu immediately sprang back up. However, this time, she stood with a demeanor far less enthusiastic, her face displaying a clear do-not-approach expression, her eyes staring vacantly at Lu Yuan. I warn you. Keep your distance, Xiaoyu stated flatly. I am not as easily deceived as my sister. I will be watching you. With that, she lay back down once more. Daddy, I'm not sleepy anymore. After opening her eyes again, Xiaoyu transformed back into the lively and adorable girl she once was. Yet, the bizarre scene left everyone momentarily stunned. Xiaoyu seemed oblivious to the recent events, still laughing carefree, floating in midair, occasionally circling around one person's head before darting to another. Lu Yuan focused intently on Xiaoyu, his mind racing. Seizing the opportunity while she was unguarded, he conducted a thorough examination of her. Ahem, it was indeed a completely serious examination. Soon, he noticed something he had previously overlooked. Deep within Xiaoyu's soul lay a fragment of an even more incomplete spirit. It should be noted that this was the result of Lu Yuan's nurturing over the past 2 months. Xiaoyu's spirit had largely recovered, being at least comparable to a normal spirit in essence. However, that fragmentary soul remained in an exceedingly perilous state, unable to sustain prolonged activity. This was a phenomenon more rare than dual souls, Within the same spiritual body existed two entirely distinct consciousnesses. Unlike personality fragmentation, which involves the same soul, Xiaoyu's spirit genuinely contained two separate souls. Xiaoyu, do you remember anything from before? Perhaps about having a sister? Lu Yuan asked tentatively. Sister? Xiaoyu tilted her head, a look of confusion crossing her face. I don't know, but I seem to recall having a very close friend who was always with me. Later. Pain flickered across Xiaoyu's face. I can't remember what happened after that, Daddy. Chapter 110. Frisia's movements. If she couldn't remember, then so be it. Lu Yuan consoled Xiaoyu while using his spiritual power to help ease the fluctuations of her soul, preventing her from being harmed by overwhelming emotions. If Xiaoyu truly was the jade bottle in Guanin's hand, then everything would fall into place. If Lu Yuan recalled correctly, that jade bottle contained a vibrant green branch. It would be illogical for the jade bottle to possess sentience while the green branch did not. Though the origins of that branch remain shrouded in mystery, it is reasonable to surmise that anything capable of being inserted into the exquisite jade bottle must possess significance beyond the ordinary. Throughout the entire encounter, Lu Yuan had only ever laid eyes on the jade bottle, never the branch itself. One could deduce its whereabouts with a modicum of contemplation. It seems that the branch, in its process of decay, sacrificed itself to preserve the soul of the jade bottle. Given the profound bond between the two, it is not difficult to grasp why the current circumstances have unfolded as they have. After such an extensive period of mutual protection, the two have become inseparably intertwined. While it is not impossible to separate them, one party would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Nevertheless, it is evident that Xiaoyu has genuinely become a part of this familial assemblage. Although she does not require sustenance, this does not imply that she is incapable of enjoying it. Under the enticing influence of Qin and Wukong, a new little gourmet has emerged among the group of master and disciples. Just as Lu Yuan and the others were preparing to pilot their ship back to Earth, concluding their journey, they unexpectedly overheard astonishing news. It was said that on a distant planet, there existed Dragon Balls capable of fulfilling every wish. By gathering 7 of these orbs, one could summon the eternal dragon and realize their desires. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned. Was this not akin to the Dragon Balls of Namek? Logically, such information should have been tightly guarded by the Namekians, so how had it become common knowledge? Dragon Balls. Master, are these orbs identical to the ones on Earth? Bulma exclaimed in excitement. Wait, that name, Namek, sounds so familiar. I feel like I've heard it before, she pondered, tapping her chin in thought. Little Piccolo hails from Namek. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. You are correct. The Dragon Balls on Earth were indeed modeled after those from Namek. Is that true? Is it? Bulma's excitement surged as she implored. Let us go see, Master, please. Not only Bulma, but even Lu Yuan was deeply intrigued by the events that had transpired there, curious as to how such a closely guarded secret had come to light for all to know. Adjusting their course, they set forth towards Namek. On Namek, Frisia was breathlessly hiding behind a large boulder, clutching a massive Dragon Ball containing 7 stars. Indeed, the 7-star ball. Frisia had stumbled upon the existence of the Dragon Balls by chance. Previously, he had dismissed it as a mere trivial legend, but after his prolonged entanglement with Cooler, he found himself nearing exhaustion. In search of a glimmer of hope, he had ventured to Namek. However, upon arriving, he was met with hostility from the Namekian populace. This reaction was to be expected. The Namekians were a peace-loving race, yet various circumstances had fostered a deep-seated animosity towards outsiders, particularly upon learning of Frisia's intentions. They were even less inclined to lend him the Dragon Balls. Moreover, the Grand Elder of the Namekians has sensed that Frisia possesses an exceedingly malevolent soul, which has incited profound animosity towards him among many Namekians. Had it been in the past, Frisia would have swiftly taken matters into his own hands. Unfortunately, due to the incessant turmoil caused by cooled within his body, Frisia's combat prowess has significantly diminished. No longer could he match the strength he once wielded against the likes of Tien and others. Even against adversaries of considerable might, he would find himself fleeing in terror. Consequently, it was no surprise that Frisia, in a moment of ambition, was promptly dealt a severe beating and cast aside. Accustomed to exerting his dominance over others, Frisia was unaccustomed to such humiliation and immediately sprang to his feet, demanding a rematch of 300 rounds. Unsurprisingly, he was met with another brutal thrashing, narrowly escaping with his life. Reflecting upon his predicament, Frieza recognized that with his current capabilities, brute force was futile, and persuading his opponents was beyond contemplation. Thus, he devised a cunning plan: theft. Yet, this was no ordinary theft. It required finesse, avoiding the reckless approach of a brute. Indeed, the information regarding the Dragon Balls was disseminated across the cosmos by him in a bid to stir the waters, allowing him to fish in troubled waters to achieve his objectives. As the former leader of the universe's most notorious evil faction, Frieza had access to certain channels, rendering the information he spread remarkably credible. This resulted in a substantial influx of various beings from across the universe descending upon Namek. Among them were the avaricious and the righteous, yet the local Namekians lacked the combat strength to adequately protect the Dragon Balls. This presented Frieza with a golden opportunity. The 7-star ball he had pilfered amidst the chaos marked the third Dragon Ball he had acquired. Cursed Namekians, relentless in their pursuit. Frieza cautiously peered out, confirming he remained undetected, and then exhaled in relief. The Dragon Balls of Namek were quite substantial, nearly the size of half his body, making it impractical for him to carry them at all times. As the saying goes, the most perilous place can often be the safest. Though unfamiliar with the phrase, Frieza understood this principle well. After ensuring adequate precautions, he concealed the Dragon Ball in a cave situated perilously close to the Namekian settlement. Satisfied with the concealment of the 3 Dragon Balls, Frieza nodded in contentment. Having collected half, he was confident that progress would soon accelerate. However, before he could utter another word, Frieza clutched his head and began to wail in agony. The proximity to the Namekian settlement rendered him cautious, forcing him to stifle his cries despite his intense suffering. Only the beads of sweat on his forehead narrated the torment he endured. "You will return to me," Frieza growled, finally managing to suppress, cooled once more. Leaning against the wall, his eyes glinted with ferocity. He understood that he could no longer afford to delay. Cooled's resistance was intensifying, and if he did not hasten his efforts, he might be devoured by Cooled before he could secure the Dragon Balls. Chapter 111. The Trio of Vegeta. This is a high-stakes gamble, a wager on who will falter first. Just as Frieza prepared to advance towards the next Dragon Ball, Yuan and his companions arrived on this planet. Standing by the spaceship's window, Goku gazed at the numerous ships descending upon Namek like dumplings, and he couldn't help but express his astonishment. So many have come. Surely, there will be many formidable opponents to contend with. Goku's tone brimmed with anticipation. Meanwhile, Bulma was exceedingly excited, having heard that the Dragon Balls were artificially created. Her greatest desire for this journey was to meet the creator of the Dragon Balls, for she was deeply fascinated by this technology. She could hardly fathom how someone of limited power could forge a wish-granting machine capable of fulfilling the desires of the masses. As the spaceship descended gracefully and the hatch opened, the group was astonished to discover that the gravity here was remarkably similar to that of Earth, and even the composition of the air bore a striking resemblance. How curious that the climate here is so akin to that of Earth, Bulma mused, fiddling with an instrument that appeared quite intricate. It was said that long ago, Namek experienced a drastic climatic upheaval, leading to its current state. Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. In the past, Namek boasted a large population, for they had no enemies on this planet. However, following the upheaval, most perished, leaving only a scant few behind. Nevertheless, they are still kin to Little Piccolo, so I hope you can lend a hand should you encounter them in distress. After all, they are not inherently malevolent. Little Piccolo cast a grateful glance at Yuan. Although the emotions he felt were merely echoes of memory, he held little sentiment for the so-called Namekians. Yet, standing upon this planet's soil stirred a peculiar feeling within him. Regardless, the fact that his master cared for him deeply moved Little Piccolo. "Now, you are free to explore." Upon hearing this command, the group erupted with joy, particularly Goku, who was eager to race Krillin to see who could run faster. Just as the two prepared to set off, 3 escape pods crashed before them with a resounding thud. Moments later, the hatches opened, revealing 3 tail-bearing Saiyots. These 3 were none other than Vegeta and his 2 subordinates, Raditz and Nappa. Exiting the pod, Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, his gaze quickly landing on Yuan and his group. Initially, he assumed they were fellow Saiyots, but upon closer inspection, he realized that only Goku belonged to that race. "What inferior beings are you, daring to resemble us Saiyots?" Raditz exclaimed, activating his scouter. "Oh, a power level of merely 5? Pathetic." Yuan fell into silence. utterly astonished that he encountered these three at such a moment, and he found himself listening to the infamous phrase, "5 is trash." Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. Previously, when they were busy encircling Frisia's base, they had not encountered these individuals. Later, as Frisia's power began to crumble, it became evident that Vegeta was not the type to exhibit unwavering loyalty. It stands to reason that he and Raditz have likely established their own faction. Given their existence in the gray areas, it is not surprising that they would be privy to such information. The only coincidence is that they unexpectedly crossed paths in this very location. In order to punish you for resembling us scions so closely, I have decided to entertain you, Nappa proclaimed, retrieving 3 green seeds from his pocket and sprinkling them with a bit of water. In the next moment, 3 diminutive green beings sprouted from the ground, vegetable warriors with a combat power of 800. Nappa laughed heartily. Prepare to greet your demise. The onlookers regarded the spectacle with bemusement, akin to watching a fool entertain himself. Even Yuan couldn't help but sigh, placing a hand on his forehead. Well, since there's nothing else to do, Goku, entertain them for a while, he said, waving his hand helplessly. Remember not to be too harsh. They are, after all, your kin. How absurdly amusing. Raditz, did you hear that? They actually want to show mercy. Nappa chortled, clutching his stomach in laughter. Don't joke, we have no kin so weak. Wait. Raditz suddenly realized something. You're Kakarot? What? Raditz, you actually recognize such lowly beings? Nappa's cruel taunts followed, causing Raditz's face to flush with embarrassment. The 3 scions before them were mere children, especially Raditz, who was only a few minutes older than Goku. Even Nappa, the most irritating character in the original tale, appeared to be merely in his early teens. This mockery resembled the playful banter of children rather than serious derision. If I recall correctly, this fellow should be my brother. Raditz, though humiliated, managed to articulate this revelation. When he was silent, this individual was a low-class warrior, thus sent by my father to a rather insignificant planet. If my memory serves me right, it was called Earth. Earth? I indeed hail from Earth. Goku replied, gazing at Raditz with immense curiosity. But I am not Kakarot. I am Son Goku. How could this be? Raditz's mouth fell agape. Have you forgotten everything? You don't even remember your parents? Do you know my parents? Can you tell me where they are? In contrast to Raditz's shock, Goku appeared quite puzzled. Hey, Raditz, quit the prattle. He is merely a low-class warrior and unworthy of being our companion. Nappa interjected impatiently. Let him keep his life. That's sufficient. But he is my brother. Raditz's face was a mask of conflict. He had yet to develop the arrogant demeanor he would later possess. The scion population was already dwindling. Why not allow him to join us? Allowing him to join is not out of the question, but he must demonstrate his worth. Vegeta, who had been sulking, finally spoke up. Unlike the brainless Nappa and the short-sighted Raditz, the Scion Prince possessed a far superior perception from a young age. From the moment these individuals descended, there was not a trace of fear in their eyes, which was rather illogical, even when confronted with the formidable power of the 800 battle-capable Vegeta. These individuals exhibited not an ounce of trepidation. Rather, they appeared somewhat disdainful. This peculiar demeanor piqued the Scion Prince's vigilance. Chapter 112. Overwhelming the trio, typically arrogant. The Scion Prince this time refrained from boasting and remained remarkably composed. After all, at this moment, Vegeta's strength was not as formidable as it would be 6 years hence. He was merely of decent caliber within the vast universe. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions had already proven capable of contending with ruthless adversaries like Frieza and Cooler, placing the two parties on entirely different planes of power. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, his caution would spare him from a severe beating later on. Who will step forward first? Krillin inquired, eager to engage, having never encountered an opportunity for open bullying before. I have no interest. Tien Shinhan was the first to withdraw. The others echoed his sentiments, with Bulma expressing her fascination with the Vegeta's technology, repeatedly urging Goku not to damage it and to preserve it for her research. Consequently, after much back and forth, it was ultimately Goku and Krillin who consented to face off against each other. Hey, Raditz, we are being underestimated. Nappa grumbled, clearly displeased. Let me see what you are truly capable of. Go ahead. Vegeta. At the command, the green-skinned creatures charged forth with guttural cries. In this moment, Krillin still had the leisure to debate with Goku over who would strike first. The power of these Vegeta was woefully inadequate. Goku and Krillin easily dispatched them while conversing. You are not too shabby, Nappa remarked with a more serious demeanor. Now, you have earned the right to challenge us. Raditz, you lead the way. He chuckled. Isn't that your brother? Shouldn't you take good care of him? If they prove themselves capable, perhaps we might even allow them to join us. Right, Vegeta? Raditz's face flushed. He was reluctant to engage Goku and the others. However, given that he was the weakest among them, he had little choice in the realm of science. Strength equated to status. In truth, Raditz had not been born without potential. As an elite warrior, his innate abilities far surpassed Nappa's. Yet, having sailed through life alongside Vegeta, he had scarcely trained, and thus his strength paled in comparison to Nappa's. This had relegated him to the lowest rank within their trio. Be cautious, I won't hold back. The diminutive Raditz declared earnestly, still retaining a semblance of humanity, not yet transformed into the ruthless scion he would later become. Raditz held a measure of affection for the brother he had only glimpsed at birth. As the brothers prepared to battle, Krillin, of course, would not intervene, dutifully stepping aside. Unleash your full power, or you may very well perish, Raditz declared with utmost seriousness. Although Goku could effortlessly dispatch the vegetable creature, he remained unconvinced that he could truly contend with Raditz. All right, Goku, being a man of sincerity, felt a heightened sense of vigilance upon witnessing Raditz's earnest demeanor. Unfortunately, Raditz's strength was woefully inadequate, and all his offensive maneuvers were easily anticipated by Goku. After 30 exchanges, Raditz found himself unable to even force Goku to shift from his original position. The more Raditz fought, the more he was filled with dread, only to be met with the merciless scoff of Nappa. You can't possibly be struggling against someone with a power level of 800, Raditz. You are truly a disgrace to our scion race. Nappa jeered as he leaned on the scouter. Although Goku's power level had suddenly surged from 5 to 800, allowing him to effortlessly defeat the vegetable creature, his displayed power against Raditz was still merely 800. Such a level of strength would naturally not garner Nappa's respect. Are you ready? I am about to counterattack. Goku ignored Nappa's derisive comments and readied himself for a full-force response. In a single move, Raditz instantaneously lost consciousness and could not rise again. Nappa's jaw dropped in shock, so much so that he failed to notice the drool escaping from his mouth. To be fair, while Raditz's strength was lacking, it was not significantly inferior to Nappa's. If he were to introspect, Nappa would not dare claim that he could so easily subdue Raditz. You must have employed some underhanded tactic. Nappa feigned composure, but as he spoke, he found himself almost believing his own words. Allow me to demonstrate what true combat entails. Now it's my turn. Krillin chuckled mischievously as he positioned himself before Goku, perfectly intercepting Nappa's assault. When did this happen? Nappa's pupils dilated in shock. While he had been too preoccupied mocking Raditz, he had entirely overlooked the unfolding battle. Now, as he personally entered the fray, he instantly recognized the chasm between himself and his opponents. Impossible. Nappa, refusing to accept defeat, launched another attack. With every punch and kick, he exerted all his might, yet Krillin effortlessly countered, not even altering his expression. Take this. Nappa retreated a step, mouth agape, unleashing a powerful energy blast. This was his trump card, designed both to catch his opponent off guard and to deliver significant damage. In genuine combat, this move often yielded remarkable results. Yet, this seemingly assured strike was easily deflected by Krillin with a single hand. Nappa's pride was severely wounded, prompting him to unleash every attack technique he possessed. Targeting the eyes, nose, mouth, and even the soles of his feet, Nappa attempted to launch energy waves from unexpected angles. Krillin, however, remained unfazed, effortlessly deflecting each one, except for the shot that emerged from his foot. As Krillin observed the energy wave emitted from Nappa's feet, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Even though the energy wave bore no scent, the angle from which it originated was undeniably peculiar. With this maneuver, Nappa successfully forced Krillin from his original position. Nevertheless, Krillin mused that it was rather uninteresting to bully a child. Stretching lazily and stifling a yawn, he flicked his pinky finger, effortlessly knocking Nappa to the ground. Master, my task is complete, Krillin declared, hands clasped behind his head, a hint of boredom in his tone. I say, have you all forgotten something? Bulma's expression darkened significantly. Where are the vegetable people I requested? Before Krillin could explain, Bulma had already seized his ear. What is this? Is my senior's speech suddenly inadequate? Do you wish to spar with me? Oh no, how could I dare, senior sister? Krillin lamented. During direct confrontations among peers, His greatest dread was encountering Bulma. Her mastery of intricate techniques often left him disoriented, typically resulting in his own defeat before he could even catch sight of his opponent. Particularly, Bulma's penchant for mischief made matters worse. The group led by Tien was either too compliant or simply elusive, and even when he succeeded, it brought him little satisfaction. Only Krillin, being both foolish and amusing, became the primary target of Bulma's antics, instilling in him a profound fear of her. After pleading for mercy for what felt like an eternity, Bulma finally released Krillin. However, at that moment, the ever-watchful Vegeta approached Lu Yuan with a stiff gait. "What is this? Do you wish to face me?" Lu Yuan regarded the diminutive Vegeta with great interest, finding the encounter quite amusing. At just over 10 years of age, Vegeta was small in stature, and compared to the well-known visage of his later years, he bore a more innocent expression, lacking the ferocity one would expect. Vegeta's demeanor shifted as he spoke. "Teach me how to train." After a moment of deliberation, he managed to articulate his request. "Oh," Lu Yuan replied, taken aback. "Pray tell." "Why?" Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at the two sprawled on the ground. "They are mindless fools, but I am not. I recognize you as their master. Naba and Raditz may be oblivious, but I know your strength is formidable." Vegeta continued confidently. "Since you have taken one scion as your pupil, I presume you would not mind another. Moreover, I am the prince of the scions. My combat aptitude is undoubtedly superior to theirs. Therefore, rather than instructing lower-ranked warriors, you should teach me, a once-in-a-millennium genius among scions." As he spoke, Vegeta's confidence swelled, his expression radiating pride as if to suggest that it was his honor for Lu Yuan to accept him as a disciple. "Oh, a genius?" Lu Yuan replied with a smile, unperturbed by Vegeta's bravado, recognizing him merely as an ignorant child. "You claim to be a genius. How would you prove it?" A sly thought crossed his mind as he smiled slightly. "Goku, show him what true genius looks like." Wukong found himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the words of Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan's expression froze. He should have harbored no expectations regarding Wukong's emotional intelligence. "Transform. The transformation you have just learned." "Oh," Wukong nodded. And in the next moment, a surge of golden energy erupted. His hair turned a brilliant golden hue, and his pupils shifted to a striking emerald green, instantly elevating his imposing presence to unprecedented heights. After months of rigorous training, Wukong had become adept at mastering the transformation. Yet the sheer magnitude of power that accompanied it rendered him incapable of complete control, resulting in a slight leakage of energy. Vegeta watched in astonishment as the battle power detector's readings skyrocketed, ultimately shattering under the pressure. 50,000, 100,000, 200,000. The detector's limit was merely 200,000, and the minuscule amount of energy leaking from Wukong was sufficient to explode the device, implying the vastness of his inherent strength. Vegeta's jaw dropped, leaving him momentarily devoid of thought. "Indeed, this was the legendary Super Saiyan of your race." Liu Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. "How do you feel now? Do you still consider yourself a so-called genius?" Vegeta stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, he did not believe Liu Yuan's strength to be particularly formidable. The notion of apprenticeship arose merely from his desire for a reliable ally. He was still quite feeble, far from the fearless Vegeta of the future. Rather, he resembled a weathered child. As the last scion in the universe, his existence had become quite miserable after losing Frieza, his only source of support. It seemed that everyone sought to extract a piece of flesh from them. As a scion, Vegeta was unafraid of the challenges that lay ahead. Yet the myriad unscrupulous tactics they faced had inflicted considerable hardship, even hindering his own training progress. This was not his first attempt to seek a protector. Since Frieza's dominion collapsed, Vegeta had already been betrayed by several so-called allies, regardless of their titles as masters or otherwise. Naturally, Liu Yuan discerned Vegeta's ulterior motives. While he did not mind taking Vegeta as a disciple, this was not the manner in which he desired to do so. He sought a devoted apprentice, not a treacherous wretch perpetually contemplating betrayal. "Do you wish to learn?" Liu Yuan asked with a hint of a smile, his tone laced with persuasion. "Do you aspire to become a Super Saiyan?" It would be a lie to claim he was not moved. Vegeta nodded vigorously. "However, given that your talent is not the finest, your strength insufficient, and your thoughts rather self-serving, one must ponder why I would consider taking you as a disciple." Liu Yuan regarded Vegeta with an enigmatic smile. "What benefits can you offer me?" Vegeta found himself speechless. It is not impossible for me to teach you. Yuan gently patted Vegeta's shoulder. But first, you must demonstrate your worth. Let the Super Saiyan transformation serve as the benchmark. When you achieve it, I may ponder the idea of taking you as my disciple. At this moment, Vegeta's heart was tumultuous with 1,000 frustrations. What nonsense is this? I sought you out to learn how to transform into a Super Saiyan, and you now tell me I must first transform before I can become your disciple? Are you jesting? Surely, you do not believe that the only thing I can learn from you is the Super Saiyan transformation? Yuan smiled gently and said, to be honest, this is actually the least valuable thing I can teach you. How can this be? Vegeta was filled with both anger and disbelief. He could scarcely accept that the ancient legends of his race were regarded so lightly by this individual. Believe it or not, Yuan shrugged, offering Vegeta no chance for rebuttal, and promptly vanished with the others from the spot. What a thrilling escape after such theatrics. Vegeta gazed at the chaos left behind and remained silent for a long while, ultimately moving forward to awaken Nappa and Raditz. He pondered deeply and decided to place his trust in Yuan. After all, Yuan had no reason to deceive him, even if he were merely toying with him. The matter of becoming a Super Saiyan could not be taken lightly. Chapter 114. The anomaly of the Dragon Balls. As long as he could get close to Yuan, there would be a chance to connect with that Super Saiyan. After all, Raditz's brother, Kakarot, did not seem particularly astute, if he could get close enough. Vegeta had plenty of ways to extract the information he desired from him. Nappa and Raditz, upon being roused, were still quite bewildered, utterly unaware of what had transpired. Nappa, especially, upon waking, even shouted about seeking revenge. Vegeta paid no mind to Nappa's outburst, but instead took a keen interest in inquiring about Raditz's family situation. While Vegeta was lost in thought about how to transform into a Super Saiyan, Yuan encountered the Grand Elder of Namek. After parting ways with Vegeta, the group dispersed like birds taking flight. Due to Bulma's keen interest in the Dragon Balls, Yuan led her to search for their creator. Initially, the guards at the entrance harshly reprimanded Yuan, demanding he leave at once. However, upon receiving the Grand Elder's command, the guard begrudgingly apologized and respectfully invited Yuan to meet the Grand Elder. Master, why do they treat you like this? Do you know their Grand Elder? Bulma asked, a hint of unease in her voice. Throughout her travels in the universe, Bulma had encountered various forms of discrimination, and there were certainly those with ill intentions. She had never before experienced being treated as an honored guest, respectfully invited into a tribe. I do not know him, but when I stand here, he recognizes me. Yuan's words were shrouded in mystery, yet he showed no intention of elaborating, leaving Bulma perplexed as she followed him onward. Soon, they arrived at the central square of the village, where the Grand Elder awaited them. Not only the Grand Elder, but all the able-bodied villagers surrounded the square, while those unable to walk were also brought along in arms. The reason is simple. The Elder is of paramount importance to the entire Namekian planet, and everyone is deeply concerned about him. The current scene speaks volumes about the Elder's esteemed reputation within the tribe. Unbeknownst to me, our esteemed guest has arrived, and I have failed to extend an appropriate welcome. The Elder, a portly figure in his advanced years, upon seeing Yuan, respectfully attempted to support himself with his cane to pay his respects. At this moment, he was not yet like he would be 6 years hence. Nearly devoid of all strength, reduced to languishing in a chair. At least now, the Elder could still manage to stand with the aid of his cane. Observing this, the surrounding Namekians wished to assist him, but the Elder coldly refused their help. Ultimately, under Yuan's calm gaze, the Elder earnestly bowed before him. What are you, that you dare accept the Elder's homage? Someone nearby could no longer contain their disdain and pointed an accusatory finger at Yuan. Silence, the Elder rebuked sharply. Are my words no longer heeded? With that, the Elder, somewhat helplessly, smiled at Yuan and remarked, the children are merely ignorant. My guidance has been lacking. Yuan, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, reassured him that it was of no consequence, for he held no grudges. After all, one should not strike a smiling face. Since the other party had sincerely apologized, there was no need to dwell on it. Someone of your caliber has come, I presume, in search of the Dragon Balls. Yuan paused momentarily, then quickly realized how the title deity had been bestowed upon him. It was evident that the Elder had sensed the aura of rules emanating from him. The essence of the Dragon Balls lies in their ability to fulfill the wishes of the Seeker through the manipulation of the fundamental laws of the universe. As the creator of the Dragon Balls, The elder must be quite attuned to such regulations. It is not surprising that only true beings of divinity, such as the Kaioshin and the god of destruction, possess a profound aura of rules, thus leading the elder to mistakenly regard himself as a deity. Lu Yuan chose not to contest the notion of divinity. Instead, he found himself more intrigued by the issues surrounding the Dragon Balls. The elder dismissed those around them, guiding Lu Yuan to the chamber where the Dragon Balls were stored. As the elder elucidated the matter, Lu Yuan gradually comprehended the current state of the Dragon Balls. This situation, it turns out, was also linked to them. Not long ago, the Dragon Balls of Namek had suddenly become tainted by an ominous aura of unknown origin. Over time, this malevolent essence had intensified, and now, nearly all of the Dragon Balls were on the verge of turning black. Calculating the timeline, the transformation of the Dragon Balls coincided with the moment Lu Yuan and his companions had triumphed over the god of destruction. The technology for creating the Dragon Balls originated from Namek, thus establishing an intricate connection between the Dragon Balls on Earth and those on Namek. After the demise of the god of destruction, the malevolent thoughts inexplicably transferred to the Dragon Balls of Namek. The elder found himself at a loss. And with the news of the Dragon Balls leaking, the loss of 3 of them only deepened his worries. Therefore, when he sensed a being radiating the aura of rules descending upon Namek, he was filled with unexpected joy. The essence of the Dragon Balls has become inextricably intertwined, and unless they are destroyed, the negative energy contained within cannot be eradicated. The Grand Elder hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to obliterate the Dragon Balls entirely. Though the Dragon Balls conferred immense advantages upon their clan, they simultaneously attracted boundless troubles. Particularly at this critical juncture, a moment's carelessness could plunge the entire Namek into peril. Rather than risk such a fate, it would be wiser to completely annihilate the Dragon Balls, allowing them to become nothing more than a legend, freeing their clan from the constant anxiety associated with them. However, I possess an alternative solution that does not necessitate the destruction of the Dragon Balls. Lu Yuan smiled faintly as he proposed another plan. Yet, this suggestion left the Grand Elder in a quandary. After much deliberation, I finally made up my mind. And then you present this alternative, the Grand Elder sighed deeply. Would it be permissible for me to consider it further? Of course, Lu Yuan nodded slightly. However, my disciple harbors a profound interest in the technology behind the creation of the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder hesitated only briefly before agreeing to impart all the knowledge regarding their production. It was not out of generosity, but rather because the ability to create Dragon Balls was an innate talent of their race, possessed solely by the most exceptional Namekians. Thus, even if he divulged all the techniques, he harbored no fear that others could replicate the Dragon Balls. Instead, he saw an opportunity to curry favor, hoping that in the future, he might call upon Lu Yuan for assistance. Chapter 115, Provocation Alien. A Namekian spat vehemently at Lu Yuan as he exited the dwelling. Outsiders should leave Namek. Indeed, aliens are not to be trusted. A throng of Namekians gathered, their eyes brimming with disdain for Lu Yuan. He deftly dodged the expectoration, his brow furrowing slightly. While he could tolerate the affront, even a clay figure possesses a measure of temper, and he felt a flicker of ire within. Just get lost. Yes, leave now. Cowardly fools. Lu Yuan regarded the encircling Namekians and couldn't help but chuckle aloud. His demeanor instantly incited the fury of the onlookers. Who are you calling a fool? A somewhat taller Namekian stepped forward. Outsider, are you not the fools? Lu Yuan interjected, not granting his adversary the opportunity to speak. Look at you all, only brave enough to hurl insults when gathered together. And your tribe, 3 Dragon Balls have been taken from you. What have you accomplished? You hurl vitriol at someone who has come to assist you? Why do you not dare to venture outside? Why do you not confront those outside? Do you think they will go easy on you when they strike? You what? You people can only strut about verbally. Should you encounter a true enemy, you would likely soil yourselves in fear. At this moment, Lu Yuan transformed into Zhuge Liang, engaging in a battle of wits with a group of scholars. His tone was not loud, nor was his demeanor heavy, yet he possessed an elegant poise that allowed him to strike at the heart of every argument, rendering his opponent speechless. Enough, roared the towering Namekian who had first stepped forward. Let us settle this through skill. If you lose, you must apologize for your earlier remarks. I hope your prowess matches your glib tongue. If I were to apologize for losing, what would happen if you were the one to lose? Lu Yuan scoffed disdainfully. I lose, I apologize. You lose, and it's inconsequential? It seems you've already claimed victory before the game has even begun. Is this the nature of the Namekians? Truly, a group of naive and simple-hearted individuals. Lu Yuan's sardonic remarks incited the ire of everyone present, as his sweeping generalizations were far too broad. Even those who had previously harbored no ill will towards him began to feel dissatisfaction. How could we possibly lose? Someone shouted. He is the foremost expert of our tribe. Yes, indeed. We cannot possibly be defeated. The chorus of voices further trapped the tall Namekian in a corner, his anger visibly escalating. Enough, he declared, raising his hands in a calming gesture, clearly still holding significant sway within the tribe. If that is the case, should I lose, I will apologize on behalf of all Namekians. You? Representing all Namekians? Lu Yuan laughed derisively. You are unworthy. What do you intend? The tall Namekian's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and fury, for Lu Yuan's words bore a semblance of truth. Stop wasting time with him, Lei. Teach him a lesson. Someone shouted from the sidelines. I demand one of your arms. What? Lei frowned slightly. We Namekians possess the ability to regenerate limbs. Losing an arm is merely a trivial effort for us. Are you certain you wish to stake this wager? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was somewhat taken aback. This Namekian displayed a degree of honesty. Nevertheless, it did not alter his resolve, and he nodded in agreement. To avoid accusations of bullying, I will allow you 3 chances. If you can touch me within those 3 attempts, I shall concede. With his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile graced his face. And I will not move. Are you belittling me? Lei seethed with rage. You shall pay for your humiliation. Determined to make Lu Yuan face consequences, Lei unleashed his full strength in the initial attack. As an extraterrestrial being, his repertoire of offensive techniques was limited. They typically consisted of either physical strikes or energy waves, with the only distinguishing factor being the color of the energy. The energy wave dissipated harmlessly half a meter before Lu Yuan, as if spring snow melting away without a trace. One strike. Lu Yuan smiled, extending a single finger. This bizarre scene rendered the gathered Namekians utterly speechless. No one could explain what had transpired, and the once boisterous square fell into an eerie silence akin to that of a library. Each onlooker gaped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. What technique is this? Some murmured in disbelief. Yet many others were rendered speechless by the shocking scene unfolding before their eyes. Facing off against Lu Yuan, Lei had no time for reflection. His instinctive sixth sense urged him to act swiftly, warning him that dire consequences awaited if he hesitated. Driven by intuition, Lei launched a second surprise attack. With only 3 opportunities at his disposal, he would not squander his chance with a futile energy wave, but instead opted for close combat. From the very first exchange, it became painfully clear to him that he was utterly outmatched, yet he refused to accept that he could not even force his opponent to budge. As he threw a punch, it felt as though his fist had collided with an indestructible boulder, the recoil causing his arm to bend at an unnatural angle. Nevertheless, that punch failed to reach Lu Yuan, halting just half a meter away, identical in distance to the previous energy wave. With a calm demeanor, Lu Yuan extended a second finger. Lei stood frozen, fixated on Lu Yuan, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The previous moment had been absurdly comical to an observer. It appeared as though Lei had thrown a punch, only to be sent stumbling backward, leading an uninformed onlooker to believe they were witnessing a theatrical performance. Yet, the sight of Lei's arm, bent at an eerie angle and unable to be raised, served as a stark reminder that the earlier spectacle was no jest. Throughout the encounter, Lei had only attempted 2 strikes, while Lu Yuan remained motionless, his expression scarcely shifting, yet Lei was left severely injured. What on earth was happening? Was he even human? A demon. He must be a demon from the depths of hell. Whispers erupted anew among the crowd. As they murmured, the tone had shifted. Their gazes towards Lu Yuan were no longer filled with anger and mockery, but rather with awe and fear, the latter sentiment prevailing. No one could fathom how Lu Yuan had achieved such a feat. Even when he effortlessly subdued their tribe's strongest warrior, they had not felt such terror. Yet, the enigmatic and incomprehensible manner in which Lu Yuan had easily defeated Lei instilled a deep-seated fear in the hearts of the Namekians. The unknown is the greatest terror. Indeed, although Lei still had a 3rd chance, the onlookers understood that he had already lost. Lei himself recognized the depth of his defeat. Under the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lu Yuan, he finally gritted his teeth and conceded. The moment he acknowledged his defeat, the weight that had pressed upon his shoulders vanished, causing him to collapse to the ground. In the spirit of fair play, Lei said through clenched teeth, "First, I apologize on behalf of all Namekians. We should not have dared to offend a being of your caliber. Our nerves were simply too frayed. I hope you can forgive us. As for this arm, no, I shall take care of it myself." Yuan waved his finger, saying, "However, in light of your honesty, I shall let you off this time. A penalty of 3 months will suffice." Without any apparent movement from Yuan, Lei's left arm suddenly detached from his body, prompting a startled scream from him. Just as he prepared to utilize his regenerative abilities to restore his arm, he was horrified to discover that no matter how he summoned the energy within him, his arm would not regenerate. "What is happening? Why can't my arm regenerate?" Lei exclaimed in terror. 3 months is 3 months. There is no need for further effort. Yuan remarked coolly. "After 3 months, your arm will naturally grow back. Is this your doing?" Lei bowed his head in reverence, unable to utter another word. At that moment, he was genuinely convinced, harboring no doubts about Yuan's intentions. The display of power spoke for itself. The opponent needn't lift a finger for Lei to sustain serious injuries, and the methods employed were infinitely varied and unfathomable. In any realm, formidable strength serves as the ultimate passport, bestowing absolute authority upon the powerful. Under such circumstances, a mere hint of goodwill from the strong engenders gratitude from the weak. For instance, although Yuan had punished Lei by rendering him without an arm for 3 months, in Lei's eyes, this act had transformed into a testament of Yuan's benevolence. The dignity of the strong is not to be trifled with. When Yuan encounters disrespect, he swiftly retaliates, eliminating the offender on the spot, and no one would dare express discontent. In a lawless environment, power is paramount. Yuan not only spared Lei's life, but merely demanded an arm, which could be restored after 3 months. Such an act could only be deemed extraordinarily merciful. Consequently, upon exhibiting formidable strength coupled with a compassionate heart, Yuan garnered the respect of all the Namekians present. Master, I have returned." In midair, little Piccolo descended gently on a cloud, arriving beside Yuan. After parting ways with Vegeta, Yuan expressed his desire to meet the Grand Elder of Namek. Piccolo initially intended to accompany him, but after much contemplation, he decided to explore the planet alone, curious about how it differed from the memories he had inherited. Thus, it was Bulma and Yuan who came to see the Grand Elder, without Piccolo. "How does it feel? Is it different from your memories?" Yuan gently patted Piccolo's head. "There are some differences," Piccolo replied, slightly shaking his head, "but I don't feel it too strongly." As Yuan conversed with Piccolo, the surrounding individuals began to murmur, albeit in hushed tones, mindful of Yuan's power. Nonetheless, their whispers were imperceptible to Yuan's keen ears. "Whose child is this? I have never seen him before. Where did he come from?" Given the Namekians' traditionally low birth rate, the inhabitants of the planet were generally well acquainted with one another. Although they resided in various locales across the planet, their interactions were far from scarce. Do not be deceived by the nameless tribal settlement. Their technological prowess is indeed substantial. Centuries ago, they were capable of dispatching their offspring to Earth via spacecraft, attesting to their advanced science. Although climate change has claimed many lives, leading to a regression in their technological development over several generations, their foundational knowledge remains intact. Even now, any random technological product from Namek would undoubtedly surpass that of Earth in sophistication. The emergence of this new figure, Piccolo, naturally captured the interest of all present. At that moment, the Grand Elder stepped out of his dwelling, bearing an expression of astonishment. Within the brief span of mere minutes, Bulma had remarkably grasped the core technology behind the creation of Dragon Balls and had commenced their replication. As the Grand Elder collected his thoughts, he was taken aback to see a familiar face before him. "You are that child." A hint of nostalgia flickered across the Grand Elder's visage. "I never imagined you would survive." "I am Piccolo," he replied firmly, holding Yuan's hand. "I am who I am. I am no one else." "Ah, indeed. I see that I have grown old and muddled," the Grand Elder remarked, covering his head with his hand and smiling wryly. "At your age, you cannot possibly be that child. You must be his descendant, correct? What has become of him?" "He has passed away," Yuan responded coolly. "In other words, the matter for which you seek my assistance is a consequence of his actions." Yuan was, of course, referring to the Dragon Balls. And as the creator of these orbs, the Grand Elder possessed a keen sensitivity to their characteristics. With just a hint from Lu Yuan, he could surmise the situation, and he sighed deeply. So that is how it is. The Grand Elder was at a loss for words, lost in reminiscence. In truth, following the recent cataclysm, the Namekians had nearly faced extinction. However, thanks to their asexual reproduction, their population gradually began to recover. The Grand Elder still harbored feelings for the comrade who had survived alongside him through the calamity. Nevertheless, regardless of their shared past, that comrade's fate could only be described as just, and thus he merely allowed himself a moment of nostalgia without further elaboration. Chapter 117. The inept ally regarding the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder hesitated before ultimately making his decision. I believe it is best to preserve the Dragon Balls. After all, they embody the legacy of our people. Lu Yuan understood that in times of desperation, relinquishing the Dragon Balls was not an easy resolution to embrace. Yet, if there existed a chance to safeguard them, why not explore it? However, I must caution you that this method is merely a conjecture of mine. If you agree to proceed, you would be entrusting the Dragon Balls entirely to me. Can you place your trust in that? Lu Yuan's proposition was straightforward, since the perilous aura within the Dragon Balls could not be eradicated. A different approach must be taken. Allow the Dragon Balls to release their energy autonomously. The simplest solution would be to summon the Eternal Dragon. Since the Dragon Balls have been tainted by an evil aura, it stands to reason that the dragon itself would also be corrupted. The malevolent energy within the Dragon Balls cannot be eradicated. However, once the Dragon Balls coalesce to form the dragon, it can indeed be vanquished. Upon the dragon's demise, the evil energy would naturally dissipate. If this attempt fails, one might simply try again. Nevertheless, this method is merely a conjecture by Lu Yuan, as the true outcome of summoning the dragon remains uncertain. Yet, Lu Yuan possesses sufficient strength to ensure that no significant calamity will ensue. After much deliberation, the Elder ultimately decided to retain the Dragon Balls. However, the foremost challenge confronting everyone is the fact that the Dragon Balls are incomplete. Indeed, due to various circumstances, 6 of the Dragon Balls have been lost. Lu Yuan initially believed that the Elder had shown him the condition of a Dragon Ball out of distrust, but he was taken aback to discover that only one remained after being seized by others. Some Dragon Balls were taken directly from the tribe, while others were snatched during transit. In any case, the Elder now possesses only a solitary Dragon Ball. How truly remarkable, Lu Yuan sighed, rubbing his forehead. The situation on planet Namek is indeed chaotic. While Lu Yuan comprehends this, he still feels exasperated by the incompetence of his so-called allies. Just then, a large group of individuals approached the tribe's entrance, clamoring for the immediate surrender of the Dragon Balls. Observing this scene, everyone felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, especially Lei. He is the mightiest in the tribe, yet he is gravely injured. Fighting is out of the question, and even moving freely poses a challenge. What now? Murmurs of despair filled the air, and the entire tribe succumbed to hopelessness. Among the assailants outside the gates, a few possessed formidable strength, their presence eclipsing even that of Lei. Even at his peak, Lei would not have dared to guarantee the safety of the entire tribe, let alone in his current condition. As for Lu Yuan, no one harbored any expectations of him. After all, he is an outsider. The tribe had treated him with such disrespect that merely refraining from annihilating them could be deemed merciful. To now turn and seek his assistance would evoke feelings of shame. It must be said that the Namekians are indeed quite simple-minded, with most possessing straightforward dispositions and little cunning. Only a select few might stray onto a dark path when influenced by external factors, specifically referencing a certain unknown deity. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan did not dwell on such thoughts. He stepped forward, instantly confronting the enemy. His mood was far from pleasant. These adversaries had come to him, and he would not stand idly by. With a mere wave of his hand, dozens of the opposing forces were reduced to ashes, leaving them utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. This spectacle left the Namekians within the tribe completely stupefied, and some gazed at Lu Yuan with a glimmer of fervor in their eyes. This method, akin to something divine or demonic, is truly unprecedented. At this moment, when the onlookers turned their attention to Piccolo, who stood beside Lu Yuan, a profound sense of envy welled up within them. How fortunate it must be to learn under such a formidable master. While envy lingered in their hearts, no one dared to approach Lu Yuan, especially after having just insulted another. It would be utterly absurd to approach him now, seeking mentorship, for such behavior would not befit a Namekian. As he watched the dust scatter with the wind, Lu Yuan suddenly felt a pang of regret. He realized that, having already lost 6 Dragon Balls, there was no need to cling desperately to the last one. Perhaps it would be wiser to cast this final Dragon Ball away, allowing them to seize it freely. Even if they were to obtain it, they would be unable to utilize it. Those who were nearly losing their minds could hardly fathom that even if they gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, summoning the Eternal Dragon required uttering the incantation in the Namekian language. Otherwise, those 7 Dragon Balls would merely be beautiful stones. Instead, they could simply observe from a distance, waiting for the moment when all 7 Dragon Balls were collected, ready to reap the benefits. As for determining whether the Dragon Balls had been gathered, that was a trivial matter. Bulma possessed the Dragon Ball radar, a remarkable invention. Though the Dragon Balls on Earth differed somewhat from those here, their fundamental energy signatures remained consistent. A slight modification would allow the Dragon Ball radar to function once more. However, when Lu Yuan sought out Bulma, he discovered that she was engrossed in crafting her own Dragon Balls, completely oblivious to the world around her. Whenever Bulma focused intently on a task, she became unapproachable, leaving Lu Yuan with no choice. Ultimately, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, marking the Dragon Balls so that he could sense everything around them. Yet, just as the spell was nearing completion, he hesitated, opting for a different approach. Should someone conceal the Dragon Ball in an obscure location, sharing his senses with it would lead to an overwhelming predicament. However, alternative methods seemed cumbersome, and after much contemplation, Lu Yuan decided to turn his attention to Lei, who had recently adapted to being without arms. With a smile, Lu Yuan approached Lei, declaring, "I have an important task for you." Under Lu Yuan's persuasive influence, the spell's target shifted to an excited Lei, who remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. The others around them cast envious glances his way, recognizing that he had caught the attention of a formidable figure. If he were to complete the task well, the rewards bestowed by Lu Yuan would surely be generous. Merely 10 minutes later, Lei's expression grew somewhat stiff. Chapter 118. Sharing sensations with the Dragon Balls. Since the intention was to lead outsiders to folly, it was imperative to release this final Dragon Ball as well. Lu Yuan's divine consciousness expanded and swiftly discovered a group of bounty hunters in search of the Dragon Balls. Casually, he tossed a Dragon Ball nearby and conjured an illusion depicting a fierce battle over the coveted item, leading to mutual destruction. It goes without saying that the Dragon Ball was soon found and taken by these individuals. As the first man tucked the Dragon Ball under his armpit, Lei began to sense that something was amiss. The effectiveness of Lu Yuan's spell was astonishing. So much so that Lei could even detect the peculiar odor emanating from the alien's armpit. Unfortunately, this sensation was inescapable, and he could only hope that the Dragon Ball would not be concealed in some bizarre location. Before long, this batch of Dragon Ball holders encountered another wave of seekers. After such a lengthy period of anticipation, nearly everyone was familiar with the appearance of the Dragon Balls. Thus, upon their encounter, there was no room for pleasantries. They immediately engaged in combat. In an instant, various forms of blood splattered onto the Dragon Ball, which struck Lei as somewhat peculiar. Although he remained stationary, an array of strange scents relentlessly invaded his nostrils. This disjointed experience left him feeling quite bewildered. The battle swiftly determined a victor, and the Dragon Ball was soon cleared of its previous holders, allowing Lei to exhale a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he nearly choked in shock. Due to the Dragon Ball's considerable size and distinct characteristics, those who acquired it often chose to conceal it or hide it in some manner. Yet, this was not entirely foolproof. It was now the turn of those possessing special abilities to make their entrance. Among the victors was an alien belonging to such a unique race. This individual appeared exceedingly corpulent, particularly his belly, which seemed capable of accommodating an entire elder. It is worth noting that the elder stood over 2 meters tall, giving one an idea of the enormity of this creature's abdomen. Most importantly, this creature's belly could serve as a shield during combat, absorbing enemy attacks, while also functioning as a storage space. Thus, to ensure safety, as soon as they obtained the Dragon Ball, they decided to have the rotund figure swallow it, hiding it within his stomach. In an instant, Lei perceived himself transported to a place reeking of decay. The surroundings were warm and humid, yet the odor was undeniably unpleasant. Ordinarily, Lei should not have been able to smell anything, but the phenomenon was astonishing. An overwhelming array of scents invaded his nostrils. This might also be considered a form of talent. Lei nearly retched at the overwhelming stench. However, as he regained his composure, He was delighted to discover that within this creature's belly lay yet another Dragon Ball. Remarkably, this seemingly inconspicuous team had already gathered 2 Dragon Balls, a fortuitous beginning. Yet, the progression of events did not unfold as smoothly as he had envisioned. The Dragon Balls have undergone numerous transitions, changing hands multiple times. However, their total count remains unchanged at merely 2. During this period, Lei even began to doubt whether he had been deceived by Yuan. Within just a few hours, he encountered scents he would never experience again in his lifetime. Odors reminiscent of a creature's stomach, perhaps from its armpit, or even from its very blood. In those fleeting hours, Lei felt as though he had exhausted every possible aroma one could ever encounter in a lifetime. Yet, when he gazed at Yuan, he reasoned that someone of Yuan's stature would not engage in such deliberate deceit. This must be a test of his character. Indeed, it was. Upon meeting Yuan's gaze, Lei's conviction strengthened. He believed that if he could pass this trial, the forthcoming rewards would be plentiful. Meanwhile, Yuan was lost in thought. Although he was unaware of the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, he could deduce from Lei's expression that those locations were far from pleasant. Yet, rather than appearing disheartened, Lei seemed increasingly exhilarated. Could it be that he relished such experiences? Perhaps he had indeed found the right companion. On another front, Goku and his companions faced a myriad of adversaries. Initially, they had separated to cover more ground. However, Goku, ever the directionally challenged individual, soon lost his way and coincidentally encountered Tien Shinhan. Under Goku's questionable leadership, all the disciples who had set out from various directions were unexpectedly gathered together. Thus, it transformed into a quartet of Goku, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Dumpling. As for Master Roshi, he remained aboard the spaceship, tasked with its protection. To avert any potential damage from careless intruders, Yuan had taken extra precautions. Even the formidable Beerus would find it challenging to breach the intricate defenses he had meticulously established. It could be said that Master Roshi was the safest among all the disciples. Once everyone had reunited, considering the surrounding environment, they ultimately decided to proceed as a collective unit. Their primary purpose for this venture had been to engage in combat with formidable foes. After wandering for a while, they encountered few true masters. However, they did come across numerous insignificant minions who, despite their feeble strength, exhibited grandiose attitudes. Notably, one of these minor adversaries had managed to procure a Dragon Ball, which serendipitously turned out to be the 4-star ball. This particular Dragon Ball held immense sentimental value for Goku, as it was the sole relic bequeathed to him by his grandfather, Son Gohan. Since the opponent had presented this opportunity, Goku and his friends did not hesitate. They swiftly dispatched their adversary and claimed their first Dragon Ball. Compared to those on Earth, this one was remarkably large. Goku raised the Dragon Ball high above his head, exclaiming, "Look, this is a 4-star ball." Yet, he pondered, why is this Dragon Ball black? Shouldn't they all be orange? Wukong's limited intellect could not grapple with such profound matters, prompting him to seek assistance from Yuan. Yuan, however, offered little elaboration, merely advising the group to remain vigilant while providing a broad overview of the situation to prepare their minds. The Dragon Balls, which could ostensibly grant 3 wishes to an individual, sounded extravagant, but, in reality, possessed limited utility. A quintessential example illustrates that the dragon's wishes cannot manifest for those of overwhelming strength. For instance, if Krillin desired to sprout a 3rd eye akin to Tien's, the dragon would be utterly incapable of fulfilling such a wish. Conversely, if a commonplace individual were to voice this desire, the dragon could easily oblige. Nonetheless, the dragon possesses a remarkable ability, the resurrection of the deceased. Regardless of one's strength, if someone has perished, the dragon can restore them to life, though those who have been reincarnated cannot be resurrected again. Thus, for Krillin and his companions, these so-called 3 wishes were little more than a jest. The enhancement of their abilities was beyond the dragon's capabilities, and as they could procure what they desired through their own efforts, these purported wishes were akin to mere trinkets, perhaps even less significant. Yet, despite this, the group remained exceedingly intrigued by the legendary Dragon Balls. Consequently, the circumstances on Namek were exceedingly intricate. Frieza possessed 3 Dragon Balls. An unknown squad held 2, while Wukong and his companions had 1, with the final ball surprisingly in Vegeta's possession. Vegeta's initial purpose for arriving here was to leverage the dragon to fulfill his own desires. His original wish was to attain immense power, but he had since altered his aspirations. He now sought to have the dragon transform him into a Super Saiyan or to reveal the method to achieve such a transformation. The notion of relying on the dragon to become the strongest in the universe had never crossed Vegeta's mind. Simply put, if the dragon were capable of granting such a wish, the Namekians would not be so feeble. They would have already unified the cosmos. However, among those who possessed the Dragon Balls, Vegeta and his companions were the weakest. Consequently, they acted with utmost caution. The alien who had ingested the Dragon Ball appeared to possess a means of locating the Dragon Balls, swiftly leading them to Vegeta and his companions, who held only one. In the encounter, Vegeta's group was at a numerical disadvantage and significantly outmatched in strength, resulting in a severe beating at the hands of their adversaries. Just as it seemed the Dragon Ball would be snatched away, Vegeta finally erupted with fury. Utilizing an artificial moon, he and his companions successfully transformed into great apes. Thanks to their training and being elite warriors, they did not lose their rationality upon transformation. With the tenfold power boost from their great ape forms, the trio ultimately triumphed over their foes, claiming 2 Dragon Balls in the process. Currently, Vegeta possesses 3 Dragon Balls, an identical count to that of Frieza. Should Frieza become aware of this, he would undoubtedly be consumed by rage. After months of meticulous planning and exertion, Frieza finally acquired his 3 Dragon Balls, only to discover that Vegeta and his companions managed to obtain the same number within a mere day and after only 2 battles. This would surely ignite his fury. Nonetheless, following the fierce confrontation, Vegeta and his allies emerged gravely injured. Had it not been for Raditz's last vestige of strength in aiding them back to the ship's medical bay, it is likely that the trio would have bid farewell to this world. The Saiyans truly live up to their reputation as a warrior race, after enduring such life-and-death struggles. Vegeta's power surged exponentially upon recovery. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the Saiyans. Surviving dire circumstances often leads to swift and significant increases in strength, with the potential for doubling their power not being out of the question. This phenomenon is closely tied to their training regimen. Those who diligently hone their skills, like Vegeta, can see their power double, while those who are less dedicated, like Raditz, may experience only a modest increase. With his newfound strength, coupled with the transformation into a great ape, Vegeta now stood on the precipice of rivaling Frieza for the Dragon Balls. Just as the fates would have it. As Vegeta and his companions prepared to embark on their quest for the next Dragon Ball, they encountered Frieza, who had come in search of the orbs. Vegeta? Who are you? Vegeta's brow furrowed. He had never before seen Frieza in his transformed state, and thus failed to recognize the individual before him. Oh, so the Dragon Balls are in your possession? Frieza sneered. What is this? You don't even recognize me? I am your most esteemed Lord Frieza. Frieza, Vegeta exclaimed, a mix of surprise and fury surging within him. He was well aware that it was Frieza who had annihilated planet Vegeta, and he also knew that Frieza's battle power exceeded 500,000, information he had uncovered at the abandoned Frieza Force headquarters. Now that he stood face to face with his true nemesis, revenge was the first thought that crossed Vegeta's mind. However, the vast disparity in their strengths, coupled with the rumors of Frieza's demise, led him to abandon that notion. To his astonishment, Frieza had not perished. Instead, he stood boldly before him. 500,000 in battle power. Vegeta gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Though the desire to strike Frieza's detestable face was strong, he understood that he was far from being a match for his opponent. Even with the tenfold power enhancement from his great ape transformation, a significant gap remained between his strength and Frieza's formidable prowess. Moreover, the recorded power levels of Frieza within the ranks of his army were likely not entirely accurate. Who would openly disclose their true capabilities? It seems that Frieza, the Emperor, was indeed one to defy such conventions. Vegeta bowed his head and spoke slowly, his clenched fists drawing blood from his palms. We all thought you had perished. Frieza chuckled softly. After all, it is quite natural for everyone to assume I was dead, given my prolonged absence. However, dear Mr. Vegeta, we can cease reminiscing now. Frieza's demeanor gradually shifted to calmness. You may hand over the 3 Dragon Balls you have collected. Vegeta had initially considered concealing some information, but upon witnessing Frieza accurately disclose the number of Dragon Balls in his possession, he dared not entertain any notions of luck. Just as Vegeta was about to surrender the Dragon Balls to Frieza, a sudden realization struck him. He had not anticipated that a being of Frieza's stature would harbor any wishes that required the Dragon Balls to fulfill. It's merely a trivial physical ailment. Frieza replied nonchalantly, accepting the 3 Dragon Balls. It's nothing significant. There is no need for concern. Chapter 120. The triumvirate encounter opportunities are fleeting. And Vegeta immediately resolved to act. From the moment he laid eyes on Frieza, Vegeta sensed something amiss. Frieza's temperament appeared unusually mild, and his energy was remarkably unstable. After battling alongside Goku and others, Vegeta recognized that combat power scouters were not entirely reliable, although their skirmish lasted merely a few minutes. Vegeta had begun to learn the art of sensing others' energy. While he could not yet discern an opponent's location or strength through this energy, detecting their state was not particularly challenging. Upon first encountering Frieza, Vegeta noted the erratic fluctuations in his energy, which oscillated unpredictably, imparting a peculiar sensation. Most importantly was Frieza's demeanor towards him. Having served Frieza for many years, Vegeta believed he had a decent understanding of Frieza's temperament. He was typically merciless towards traitors. Yet now, upon their reunion, Frieza not only spared his life, but also addressed him with the same soft tone as before, as if Vegeta remained in his service. Others might not have suspected anything amiss, but Vegeta astutely recognized the underlying reason for Frieza's behavior. He was reluctant to create unnecessary complications. Seizing the moment, Vegeta acted decisively, and the outcome unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Frieza was utterly unprepared for Vegeta's audacity to strike. Not only that, but Frieza failed to mount any effective defense, and Vegeta's fist connected squarely with his chin, sending him flying a considerable distance. Vegeta understood that Frieza's power was at least 500,000, yet being struck down by him indicated something profound. He realized that this did not imply his strength had risen to rival that of Frieza, but rather that Frieza's power had diminished substantially. Even the onlookers, Nappa and Raditz, were left in stunned silence, their mouths agape in disbelief. I was indeed not mistaken. Vegeta let out a cold laugh, declaring, "Though I am unaware of the events that have transpired within you, today marks your demise." "Very well," Frieza replied, rising from the ground and gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I should have anticipated this. I should never have allowed you to survive." Frieza cast a chilling gaze at Vegeta. "Since you are so eager to reunite with your foolish father in the afterlife, I shall grant your wish." To be honest, when Vegeta first learned that Frieza had obliterated planet Vegeta, he found it difficult to believe. The Scions had always been fiercely loyal to Frieza. Why would he suddenly decide to annihilate them all? This enigma had long troubled him. Yet now, before him stood Frieza, audaciously confessing to his heinous crime, igniting Vegeta's fury to its zenith. "You shall pay for your deeds," Vegeta declared, surging forward like a bolt from a crossbow, unyielding in his charge toward Frieza. However, in the blink of an eye, he was propelled back at an even greater speed, crashing through several large boulders before finally coming to a halt. Cough! Vegeta spat blood, his heart racing with shock. This defies all logic. How could Frieza, who appeared on the brink of death moments ago, wield such immense power? As the smoke cleared, Frieza's figure materialized slowly. "Surely, you do not believe that my body is incapacitated and that you can strike me down?" Frieza scoffed. "How naive. To punish your treacherous heart. I shall not allow you to die easily." Frieza landed gracefully, advancing toward Vegeta step by step, his tail swaying behind him, a clear indication of his buoyant mood. It is indeed unfortunate for Vegeta that at the moment he prepared to attack, Culder happened to enter a dormant state. After all, combat requires stamina, and Culder's daily bouts of chaos were limited in duration, leading to Frieza's fluctuating strength. When Culder was stirring within him, Frieza could only muster a fraction of his true power, and even the Namekians could pursue him without difficulty. Yet, when Culder slumbered, Frieza could unleash over 80% of his might. Regrettably, just as Vegeta chose to strike, Culder succumbed to silence. Typically, in the presence of adversaries, Culder would be at his most animated, eager for Frieza's demise so that he could seize control of Frieza's body. However, today Culder had exhausted too much energy, and even upon encountering an enemy, he could not act as a traitor, watching instead as Frieza mounted a desperate counterattack. As Frieza inched closer to Vegeta, several other energies manifested from a different direction. "Who goes there?" Frieza's expression shifted as he instinctively fired an energy blast, shattering a nearby boulder and revealing Goku and his companions hidden behind it. "Ha ha ha, greetings!" Goku exclaimed, hands on his hips, proudly displaying his brilliant smile. "It's all your fault, Goku. I told you not to stir up trouble. Well, it seems we have exposed ourselves. Krillin cast a reproachful glance at Goku. Nevertheless, it was too late. Their hopes of reaping the benefits of others' efforts had been thoroughly dashed. What brings you here? Frisia's expression darkened. Did you kill that person? It's you. Tien, recalling his intense encounters with Frisia, was taken aback. I never expected you to be alive. I assumed you, like the others, had been drained by your nefarious father. So, you indeed ended his life? Frisia, clearly skeptical, questioned their capabilities. You, of all people, managed to defeat him? Frisia was aware that Kuririn had perished, as evidenced by the remnants of Kuririn's soul lingering within him. However, he remained oblivious to the identity of Kuririn's slayer. It certainly could not have been this group standing before him. Both Tien and Kaiatsu had crossed paths with Frisia before, and he was well aware of their limitations. While their combined strength could pose a challenge, the notion that they could utterly vanquish the transformed Kuririn was utterly preposterous. No one understood the magnitude of Kuririn's power post-transformation better than Frisia. The pressure exerted by the transformed Kuririn was akin to that which he felt upon first encountering the god of destruction, Beerus. Of course, my master intervened. Krillin proclaimed with a hint of pride. You cannot fathom the extent of our master's strength. Chapter 121. The fateful confrontation, is that so? It truly is him. Frisia's heart sank. He was all too aware of the level of power required to defeat Kuririn. Fortunately, Yuan was not present, which ignited a flicker of hope within him. If he acted swiftly enough to resolve all matters before Yuan's arrival, he could escape unscathed. Frisia's calculations were astute. He was not inclined to confront Goku directly. He merely needed to acquire the remaining 4 Dragon Balls. With 3 already in his possession, he felt invulnerable. Yet, aspirations often clash with reality. Goku would not afford Frisia the opportunity to flee. Vegeta, acutely aware of his inferiority among this group, had never intended to contend for the Dragon Balls. His singular desire was to learn the secret of transforming into a Super Saiyan, and with a living example before him, there was no need to pursue futile wishes from the dragon. Leave him to me, Goku declared, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he licked his lips. I wish to gauge how I measure up against a true master. Tien and the others, understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly retreated, ceding the battlefield to Goku. Witnessing this turn of events, Frisia could not suppress the thrill that coursed through him. He had initially contemplated dividing and conquering his adversaries, but to his astonishment, these fools had walked right into the trap. Although a war of attrition was not in Frisia's favor, it suited his purpose perfectly. He did not need to defeat everyone. He merely required that they lacked the power to prevent him from seizing the Dragon Balls. Let me see how much weight you truly possess. Frisia gradually ascended into the air, his tail twisting excitedly behind him. Without uttering a word, the two engaged in a fierce clash. Given that this was a life-or-death struggle, Goku naturally held nothing back, wielding his golden staff with great fervor. However, Diamond Frisia was no slouch either. Through diligent training and the experience amassed from his recent battles with Kurter, Frisia, leveraging the advantage of his tail, found himself evenly matched against Goku for the moment. Is this all you can muster? Frisia lashed out with his tail, striking Goku squarely in the face and sending him flying several dozen meters away. If this is your only strength, I suggest you save your energy and hand over the Dragon Balls. Not so fast. The real show has only just begun. Goku brushed off the dust from his attire, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, he let out a powerful roar, his hair standing on end, transforming from black to golden, while his pupils shifted to a vivid green hue. Golden hair and green eyes. Could you be the legendary Super Saiyan? Frisia was taken aback. You actually know of the Super Saiyan? Goku replied, somewhat astonished. I thought only Master was aware of the legend of the Super Saiyan. How could this be? Frisia's tail began to twitch anxiously. Historically, the first Super Saiyan had appeared to confront Frisia's ancestor, leading to the Ice Demon clan's enduring caution regarding the legend of the Super Saiyan. Frisia had always dismissed it as mere folklore, but now, a living Super Saiyan stood before him, making him feel as if events were spiraling beyond his control. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from his opponent, Frisia fell into silence. Come, Goku shouted, charging once more. Yet this time, Frisia began to exhibit signs of trepidation. Consider this carefully. The legends passed down through the Ice Demon clan are numerous, yet none are without truth. For instance, the god of destruction Beerus, and this very Super Saiyan before him. Frisia vaguely recalled a being named Majin Bu. Regardless of who it was, none were entities the Ice Demon clan could contend with. The more Frieza pondered, the more fear consumed him, stripping him of his fighting spirit until he found himself on the receiving end of Goku's relentless assault. After sending Frieza flying once again, Goku expressed his disappointment. Is this truly all your strength? To be honest, I'm rather disheartened. Only then did Frieza abruptly awaken to the reality of the situation. Indeed, the legend of the Super Saiyan is formidable, but is this Super Saiyan before me truly invincible, as the tales suggest? Perhaps not entirely. While Goku's transformation had undeniably amplified his power, it was far from accurate to claim that Frieza was utterly defenseless. After all, Frieza had evolved significantly since their last encounters, and the mere Super Saiyan form posed little substantial threat to him. Even when his strength was suppressed, Frieza, with his formidable power, found it far from challenging to confront Super Saiyan 1. His earlier subjugation by Goku was merely a result of sheer intimidation. Had Goku not intervened with a timely reminder, Frieza might have faced a grim fate on the spot. However, now that he had regained his composure, he launched a fierce counterattack. Now this is more like it. This is true combat. Goku laughed heartily, growing even more vigorous as the battle progressed. Frieza, too, ignited with a spark of determination, unleashing his hidden techniques without reservation. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in clouds of dust, rendering the movements of the two combatants invisible to those with slightly lesser abilities, making it impossible for anyone to glean the intricacies of their fight. Vegeta was no exception. As one of the weakest fighters present, he was unable to discern anything beyond the initial few exchanges of blows. Although the battle's progress was obscured from his view, his rudimentary training had honed his ability to sense energy fluctuations, allowing him to remember the changes in Goku's aura during his transformation. To achieve his own transformation into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta began to mentally simulate the fluctuations in Goku's energy at the moment of his change. However, the only emotion he could sense from this endeavor was anger. Could mere anger alone facilitate the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Clearly, that was not the case. Vegeta, having experienced countless moments of rage throughout his life, wondered why he had never succeeded in achieving the Super Saiyan form before. Perplexed, he reluctantly continued to utilize his rudimentary skills to perceive the changes in Goku's aura, hoping to uncover some insights. Meanwhile, Krillin, who had been watching from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself and approached Vegeta, eager to offer his assistance. Ultimately, Krillin was a kind-hearted soul, and when he saw someone in need, his instinct was to help. At this moment, Vegeta had not yet fully developed the aloof demeanor he would later adopt. Faced with Krillin's goodwill, he merely exhibited a somewhat indifferent expression, showing no signs of rejection. It must be said that Vegeta, living up to his reputation as a prodigious scion, made significant progress in a matter of minutes. It's not as difficult as I thought, Vegeta said with a hint of pride. I don't need your instruction. Even without you, I would learn quickly on my own. Observing the change in Krillin's demeanor, Vegeta recognized that he had misspoken. It was indeed inappropriate to say such things at the moment, so he hurriedly attempted to make amends. But I still want to thank you. Vegeta hesitated before finally admitting, you have been of some help to me. Upon hearing this, Krillin immediately understood Vegeta's sentiment, smiled gently, and then bid him farewell. In truth, Krillin had a strong intuition that Vegeta could become his junior brother, and his inherently kind nature prompted him to step forward to share his knowledge. The two are utterly indispensable. Had Yuan not expressed even a hint of interest in apprenticeship, Krillin would never have taken the initiative to impart his skills. It was only upon the other party's request that he would step forward. Yet, it is precisely due to Yuan's foundational influence that Krillin exudes such enthusiasm. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, a benevolent connection has been established. Of course, Krillin himself did not contemplate these intricate nuances. He merely felt compelled to act in such a manner, and thus he did. In contrast, Vegeta possesses a more discerning mind. While his strength has not yet reached a level where he can disregard all rules and decorum, he remains quite adept at observing others and willingly adheres to social conventions. This awareness is largely a result of the downfall of Frieza's army, which forced Vegeta to confront the harsh realities of society even in the face of his own inadequacies. Consequently, the current Vegeta is far more mature than he would be in later times. As Vegeta earnestly attuned himself to Goku's aura, he was suddenly presented with a steaming bun. What could this be? Following the direction from which the bun was offered, he was astonished to see Krillin's bald head. A bun. a specialty from our homeland. Upon witnessing Vegeta accept the bun, Krillin joyfully settled beside him. I have heard from my master, he remarked, that the most fundamental requirement for transforming into a Super Saiyan is to meet a certain level of power. Krillin chuckled lightly. I mean no offense, but your current strength is indeed somewhat lacking. What are you here for, then? To mock me? Vegeta's countenance darkened, a flicker of indignation crossing his features. No, no, no. I am here to assist you. Krillin replied with a gentle smile, gesturing towards the bun in Vegeta's hand. This is our specially made bun. While it may not serve much purpose for us, if you consume it, you are likely to reach the requisite threshold. Really? Vegeta, skeptical yet intrigued, took a bite of the bun, and soon tears welled up in his eyes. He had never tasted anything so delectable in his life. He harbored no suspicion that Krillin might poison him. Such paranoia was unnecessary. If these individuals wished to harm him, he believed he would possess no means of resistance. And if they truly intended to attack, they would have done so long ago without such convoluted measures. However, what astonished Vegeta even more was that after consuming an entire bun, he felt his power surge at an astonishingly stable and exaggerated rate. This newfound strength was not akin to the chaotic ferocity experienced during his great ape transformation. Rather, it felt as if it had been cultivated through years of arduous training, flowing seamlessly without any sense of awkwardness or stagnation. After 10 minutes, Vegeta finally closed his gaping mouth, which had nearly dislocated in astonishment. The strength he had gained in such a brief span surpassed the benefits of his years of diligent training. It is no exaggeration to say that the current Vegeta could effortlessly crush his former self from just 10 minutes prior with a mere pinky finger. Do you consume such things every day? Vegeta gasped, contributing his own thoughts to the discourse on global warming. He simply could not fathom how powerful they must be if they feasted on such delicacies daily. In truth, the situation is not as exaggerated as one might imagine. Krillin shook his head, stating that once one's strength reaches a certain level or when one consumes too much, there is little benefit to be gained. This particular aid can only assist in the initial stages of rapidly accumulating power. The essence of true combat prowess must stem from one's own cultivation. Although Vegeta compensates for his disparity in strength through specially crafted buns, it does not imply that Vegeta in his normal state can rival Goku in his ordinary form. Should Vegeta successfully transform into a Super Saiyan, he may not surpass Goku in his Super Saiyan form, yet he would undoubtedly be stronger than Goku in his base state. Of course, while the foundational conditions may be met, emotional maturity has yet to fully develop, leaving Vegeta slightly lacking, unable to fully achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. In fact, the metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan requires specific cells. All Saiyans possess a certain amount of these cells, with the difference lying merely in their quantity. In moments of extreme rage, a Saiyan's cells proliferate significantly. When coupled with a calm mind, this allows for the successful transformation into a Super Saiyan. This is the very reason Goku can transform into a Super Saiyan with such ease. Earth, being inherently more peaceful than the cosmos, combined with Goku's early initiation into martial arts, has endowed him with a far steadier mind than others, making it impossible for Vegeta to catch up. Thus, Goku can effortlessly transform, while Vegeta must exert greater effort to achieve the same. Meanwhile, the battle between Goku and Frieza has escalated into a fevered climax. At this juncture, both fighters struggle to maintain complete control over their immense power, causing tremors that shake the very planet. In this moment, bounty hunters across the globe sense the intensity of the clash. Most astute individuals choose to retreat. After all, with such formidable warriors present, they are certain to be out of reach of that legendary treasure. Rather than remain and risk their lives, it is wiser to depart with the wealth they have accrued. However, alongside the wise, there are also those reckless opportunists, dreaming of sudden riches, pondering the possibility of the two masters perishing in their duel, thus allowing them to seize the spoils. Chapter 123, Vegeta's Transformation. Yet, the allure of their thoughts is often met with the harshness of reality. The first wave of adversaries faced by these treasure seekers is none other than their fellow companions. Before they even reach the battleground of Goku and Frieza, these individuals turn upon one another in a frenzy of violence. On the other side, the confrontation between Goku and Frieza nears its conclusion. Although Goku's strength has significantly increased post-transformation, it remains insufficient against Frieza. Despite being covered in wounds, Goku erupts into laughter. This marks the first time in his journey with his master that he has experienced such an exhilarating battle. In contrast to Goku's dwindling vigor, Frisia's power remains remarkably intact. His strength was formidable from the outset. Even when confronted by the transformed Super Saiyan Goku, he remained unperturbed. "You have lost," Frisia remarked with a faint smile. "Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? How amusing. Prepare to meet your demise." However, just as Frisia was about to strike down Goku, a flash of light streaked across the sky, interposing itself between them. "Your opponent is me." Vegeta resolutely shielded Goku, his expression unwavering. "Let me see how much power you can still muster at this juncture." Indeed, Frisia had depleted much of his energy. Yet, ever cautious, he had long since reserved a trump card. Just as Vegeta secured Goku and prepared to engage Frisia, Frisia unexpectedly launched an attack. In an instant, Vegeta found himself caught off guard, his expression one of bewilderment. He never anticipated that he would experience a day of being ambushed. Caught unprepared, he was relentlessly assaulted by Frisia. Vegeta's strength was already inferior to Frisia's, and having lost the initiative, he found himself at an absolute disadvantage. Fortunately, Frisia had exhausted considerable energy in his previous exertions, allowing Vegeta to gradually regain his footing. Otherwise, within a mere 10 exchanges, Vegeta would have been vanquished. Yet soon, Vegeta adapted to the rhythm of battle, transitioning from mere defense to occasional counterattacks. All the while, Frisia observed, anxious and agitated. He had been stalled by Goku and his companions for far too long. As time passed, his physical condition deteriorated further. Cooler lurked nearby, ever eager to seize control of the situation. Moreover, there were 5 others waiting for their turn to confront him. Frisia's initial plan for a swift victory had utterly collapsed. He needed to devise a solution quickly. "So this is your so-called group of Super Saiyans? Hardly impressive," Frisia taunted as he launched a frenzied assault, determined to shatter Vegeta's mental defenses and obliterate him completely. However, if all of you were to transform into Super Saiyans, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. At the very least, it would have made my destruction of planet Vegeta a tad more sorrowful. I still vividly remember the expressions of those who witnessed their homeworld's annihilation. Frisia had indeed achieved his goal. He successfully disrupted Vegeta's psychological fortitude, exposing vulnerabilities in his defense. Yet, this was also the most foolish act he had committed that day. Vegeta had indeed suffered greatly, nearly on the brink of being beaten to death by Frisia. However, Frisia's words pierced through him like daggers, deeply embedding themselves in his mind. The terms homeworld and father were scars he was unwilling to revisit in his lifetime. It was this very individual before him who had stripped him of everything, transforming him into a homeless wanderer of the cosmos. All these emotions and memories coalesced, igniting the pent-up fury within Vegeta that had been suppressed for years. In a fit of rage, the cells within Vegeta's body underwent a fervent proliferation. If this continued, there was no doubt that he would succumb to the same fate as Goku, losing his rationality upon successfully transforming. However, the buns that Krillin had previously given him played a pivotal role, as the energy contained within them safeguarded Vegeta's sanity at a critical moment. This allowed him to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Vegeta flexed his wrist, undeniably extraordinary. "Your doom is upon you, Frisia." With a finger pointed at Frisia, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with mockery. The tables had turned, and now it was his turn to toy with his opponent. Frisia, regretting his actions, was astonished that he had inadvertently aided Vegeta in taking that final step towards transformation. The balance of power had shifted entirely. Frisia was now not merely concerned with acquiring the Dragon Balls, but also with how he might survive this encounter. In contrast, Vegeta felt considerably at ease, even beginning to toy with Frisia, deliberately withholding a fatal blow. This, however, unwittingly afforded Frisia a chance to maneuver. One of the inherent flaws of the Super Saiyan transformation is that it amplifies the emotions within. This manifests as arrogance and a heightened desire for combat against weaker opponents. They may even find amusement in toying with them. Typically, a Super Saiyan can overcome this flaw with training, suppressing negative emotions to a minimum. Yet, as this was Vegeta's inaugural transformation, he remained oblivious to such nuances and soon fell into the trap set by Frisia. Just as Vegeta found himself constrained by Frisia's tactics, Frisia unleashed an astonishing burst of speed. This was the culmination of months of power he had amassed. Originally intended for cooled, but now reluctantly revealed. The effect was remarkable. Everyone was taken aback, unable to fathom that Frieza possessed such speed capable of breaching all defenses. Amidst this terrifying display of power, all 4 Dragon Balls were claimed by Frieza. After securing his prize, Frieza exhibited no inclination to linger. Having confirmed the Dragon Balls were safely in his possession, he departed with remarkable haste. With the Dragon Balls acquired, his next step was to summon the Eternal Dragon and make his wish. Having spent nearly half a year on this planet, Frieza was well versed in the summoning process. He had even learned the Namekian language. Thus, he would not find himself in a situation where he possessed the Dragon Balls yet could not utilize them. Chapter 124. The Black Dragon with a Swift Strike. Frieza seized his prize and promptly retreated, exhibiting no signs of hesitation. This blitzkrieg style left all present momentarily stunned. As within the blink of an eye, Frieza vanished from sight. How dare you? Vegeta's face turned ashen. Frieza's ability to obtain the Dragon Balls and escape was a burden he could not evade. Thus, Vegeta immediately charged forward, and seeing this, the others had no choice but to follow suit. Although Goku had been defeated and severely injured during the time that Vegeta was engaged in battle with Frieza, he had already made a full recovery. To speak of nothing else, at the very least, his master had never neglected his disciples when it came to healing. The Scion's undeniable rule of rapidly increasing strength after surviving near-death experiences was exemplified in Goku. Now, Goku's power had nearly doubled. Should he face Frieza again, he would not merely dominate his opponent, but would assuredly emerge victorious with ease. At this moment, the innate prowess of the Scion bloodline was vividly displayed. Yet, despite the urgency of their pursuit, they ultimately arrived a moment too late. When they traced Frieza's energy and found him, he had already successfully summoned the dragon. Far away in the Namekian village, his master also sensed the emergence of the dragon without delay. As the dragon appeared, the sky above the entire planet instantaneously darkened. No matter where one looked, the heavens were enveloped in an inky blackness, devoid of even a single star. The elder trembled at this overwhelming aura. How profoundly malevolent. Casting a glance at Bulma, who was engrossed in her research, his master shook his head and sighed. These ungrateful disciples, it seems I must intervene personally. After reassuring the elder, he proceeded at a measured pace towards the direction of the dragon's manifestation. He had observed the entire sequence of events. Initially, he believed Frieza was utterly defeated, only to discover that Vegeta had grown overconfident and allowed him to escape. The summoned dragon was evidently no benign entity. Given the strength of Goku and his companions, they would likely be unable to contend with it. Thus the burden fell upon him, the master, to turn the tide. Meanwhile, the others stood before the imposing dragon, rendered speechless by its sheer magnitude. They had never encountered such a colossal being before. In comparison, Goku and his companions fared somewhat better. During their time in the heavenly realm, they had witnessed numerous dragons, including Xuanwu. While it was awe-inspiring, to be frank, it was somewhat underwhelming. The dragon here was a far cry from the ones nurtured by their master, lacking in both stature and majesty. Normally, a dragon's form should be entirely green, exuding an aura of authority that inspired reverence. However, this dragon appeared somewhat abnormal, cloaked in darkness, its claws bared, radiating an ominous presence. Goku and the others initially assumed this was merely the expected appearance of the Namekian dragon. As the group remained in stunned silence, Frieza vociferously declared his wish in the Namekian tongue. Is this truly your desire? A sinister smile crept upon the dragon's visage, sending shivers down their spines. I shall grant it. With that, the dragon extended its immense claw toward Frieza. Unfamiliar with the dragon's workings, Frieza naively believed this was the normal process for wish fulfillment. But as the dragon grasped his body and lifted him towards its mouth, he suddenly realized something was amiss. However, by that point, it was far too late for him to resist. He was swiftly engulfed by the divine dragon in a single bite. Moments later, the dragon transformed into a streak of black light. As the darkness dissipated, a young man with skin as dark as night, bearing a striking resemblance to Frieza, appeared before the onlookers. This youth possessed an alluring and otherworldly beauty that stirred insatiable desires in the hearts of those who beheld him. Yet, after consuming Frieza, the dragon remained unsatiated and extended its sinister claws towards Vegeta. Awakening from his stupor, Vegeta attempted to resist. Yet he gravely underestimated the dragon's power and overestimated his own reaction speed. In merely one move, he was subdued by the dragon. A gaping maw opened in the dragon's tail, swallowing Vegeta whole. The events transpired with such swiftness that Goku and the others could only watch helplessly as the dragon devoured Vegeta. Ah, is this the sensation of power? Truly marvelous. The dragon laughed heartily, erupting in a surge of black flames. In the next instant, his hair stood on end, and his pupils transformed into a deep emerald green. The power of the Science is indeed delectable. The dragon smiled subtly, his aura now surpassing that of all present. This adversary was unlike any Goku and his companions had ever encountered. One scion was insufficient. The dragon shifted its gaze towards Goku and the others, pondering the presence of other mysterious powers, not of this universe. Quite intriguing. Fortunately, Nappa and Raditz were too weak to arrive, otherwise, they would surely have been the dragon's next targets. At that moment, the dragon's attention turned to Goku and his companions. However, they were not of the same ilk as Frieza and Vegeta, and they would not simply stand by. Without uttering a word, they clashed fiercely, initiating their battle. Tien, Kaiatsu, Krillin, and Goku each unleashed their most formidable techniques, superpowers, and Susanoo. Yet, all of this appeared as mere trifles before the dragon, who navigated effortlessly among them. Thanks to the impeccable coordination of Goku and his comrades, had it been anyone else, they would have soon discovered that their punches inexplicably found their way towards their allies. This black dragon was no mindless brute, merely fighting on instinct. As a divine dragon, he was nearly omniscient and omnipotent, and having absorbed Frieza's and Vegeta's combat experiences, albeit limited, as they had little to offer beyond their transformation abilities, he was now endowed with newfound strength. Indeed, after assimilating Frieza and Vegeta, the dragon not only gained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, but also acquired Frieza's 3 transformation stages. Each transformation significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Yet, at this moment, Goku and the others posed no threat to him, allowing him to toy with them using merely his Super Saiyan abilities. Who would be next? The dragon even found time to jest with the group. Let us see. It shall be you, little one. Chapter 125. The true form of the Black Dragon. The next target chosen by the Black Dragon was none other than Krillin. Yet, despite being aware of the adversary's intentions, Tien and the others found themselves powerless to intervene, forced to watch helplessly as the Black Dragon effortlessly devoured Krillin. Oh, what a splendid physique. A look of rapture adorned the dragon's countenance. To possess such a formidable body, and yet be unable to harness its power, what a lamentable fate. After consuming Krillin, there was no doubt that the Black Dragon inherited Krillin's immensely powerful physique, one capable of shattering the cosmos. Unlike Krillin, however, the dragon was able to fully unlock the potential within this body from the very beginning. It could be said that the Black Dragon had become a fortified version of a certain hero. This left the others at a severe disadvantage. First, Tien's Susanoo was obliterated with a single blow, followed by his swift consumption. Next, it was Din's turn, who was coerced by the Black Dragon into executing dozens of spatial displacements, ultimately falling prey to a fatal mistake, following in Tien's footsteps. Goku, witnessing the scene before him, felt his heart shatter. With a furious roar, blue lightning crackled around him, and his brow began to protrude, his hair subtly elongating. Under such intense stimulation, Goku managed to surpass his limits once again, leaping into the second stage of Super Saiyan, with a hint of progression towards Super Saiyan 3. However, Goku had not yet trained to that extent, and ultimately his power stabilized at the second stage of Super Saiyan. Not bad, the Black Dragon remarked, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect you to present me with such a delight. Let me test your mettle. With that, the Black Dragon extended one of his arms, declaring, I shall fight you with only this arm. If you manage to defeat me, I will return your friends. But if you lose, regrettably, you will become my sustenance. Enough chatter, let us see your true capabilities. At this moment, Goku had summoned the complete set of equipment bestowed upon him by Yuan, brandishing the golden staff and appearing quite imposing. Yet, regardless of appearance, it ultimately came down to strength. After only a few exchanges, Goku's heart sank to the depths of despair. The Black Dragon truly fought him using just one arm. The most outrageous aspect was that, having absorbed Krillin and others, his physical prowess had escalated to a terrifying level. Goku's golden staff was of exceptional quality. Any ordinary person struck by it would surely be reduced to ash on the spot. even if it struck a planet. It would not merely shake the very foundations, but could cleave the celestial body in twain. Yet, every blow Goku delivered met the Black Dragon's right hand, each strike seeming to vanish into nothingness. It appears your strength is rather lacking, the Black Dragon smiled. Would you like me to assist you? With that, the dragon's eerie visage suddenly transformed into Krillin's round face. Help me, Goku. Krillin's face was etched with agony, as if enduring immense torment. In the next moment, Krillin's visage morphed yet again, this time into Den's face. Goku, I feel terrible too. Subsequently, the faces of Tien Shinhan and Vegeta appeared in succession, and astonishingly, the Black Shenron even manifested Frieza's visage. Initially, Goku was filled with fury, but upon witnessing Frieza's face uttering the jarringly out-of-place plea for help, he realized that this adversary sought to disturb his inner peace. Absolutely, I shall not allow you to succeed. Driven by an intense rage and fortified resolve, Goku experienced yet another breakthrough, elevating his power to a higher echelon. Although he remained some distance from attaining Super Saiyan 3, this was nonetheless a significant enhancement. Not only was Black Shenron taken aback, but even Yuan expressed some astonishment. Goku was undeniably operating beyond the ordinary. In the original narrative, his transformation into a Super Saiyan required years of arduous training to reach that level. Yet, in this timeline, Goku had nearly completed the evolution from Super Saiyan 1 to 3 in a mere day. Could it be that the 8-9 mysterious arts had a catalyzing effect on his transformation into a Super Saiyan? When Frieza was consumed, Yuan had already arrived at the scene. He refrained from making an immediate appearance, wishing instead to observe his disciple's performance. As anticipated, the greatest surprise came from Goku. In truth, Yuan had long discerned that the Black Shenron's so-called consumption merely sealed opponents and borrowed their strength, rather than genuinely digesting them. This was also the reason for his delayed intervention. Even if Krillin and the others were absorbed, they would not incur significant harm, and it was preferable to see what surprises his disciples could provide. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Black Shenron let out a sigh, recognizing that Goku was now at his limit, unable to offer any further surprises. Alas, it appears your journey ends here. With a mere punch, Black Shenron rendered Goku unconscious and absorbed him into his being. After watching for so long, it's time for you to make your entrance. He directed his gaze towards Yuan's location. What shall I call you? Yuan's figure slowly emerged from the void. Is it Black Shenron? Or the 17th universe? Indeed, the so-called Black Shenron before him was, in essence, an incarnation of the cosmic will. Otherwise, how could Goku and his companions exhibit no resistance whatsoever? However, to be fair, had Frieza not foolishly presented himself at the outset, this battle might have unfolded differently. The Shenron itself lacked the ability to transform into a humanoid form. Its immense size was a vulnerability. With a modicum of caution, no one could surround it, rendering Black Shenron not insurmountable for Goku and his allies. Yet, Frieza's initial recklessness set the stage, followed by Vegeta, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. This immediately propelled Black Shenron's power to a terrifying zenith. Had Goku been able to transform into Super Saiyan 2 at that moment, the battle might have been more even. Regrettably, the Black Dragon has once again succeeded, having devoured Tien, Krillin, and Kaiotsu. Even if Goku were to transform into Super Saiyan 4, it would be to no avail. What is your true purpose? Yuan inquired with curiosity. Why do you present yourself before me in the guise of the dragon? Are you not aware that only the silent dog is the truly good dog? Chapter 126. The Reckoning of Cosmic. Although Yuan's words may seem disparate, both parties understood the underlying significance. No entity would permit the universe to possess its own will. The Destroyer would not allow it, nor would the angels. And certainly not the Omni King. Particularly the Omni King, as the genuine deity of creation, regards the universe merely as a plaything. What transpires when a toy awakens self-awareness? The Omni King would not entertain amicable relations with it. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there exist 24 primary universes alongside countless parallel timelines. Yet now, only 18 remain. What has become of the other 6? Surely, the Omni King would be most willing to elucidate this matter. In the original narrative, merely due to a single tournament, the Omni King effortlessly obliterated 7 primary universes, illustrating the gravity of his power. No one desires to live in uncertainty, do they? The Black Dragon smiled. I merely wish to survive. Of course, I cannot achieve this alone, but you can. The gaze of the Black Dragon was profound, Outsider. You can assist me. Is this your approach to soliciting assistance? Lu Yuan scoffed disdainfully. Are you threatening me with my disciple? Do not misconstrue my intentions. The Black Dragon bowed in deference. It is only prudent to assess the capabilities of one's potential ally before selecting a partner, is it not? Therefore, forgive my audacity. With that, the Black Dragon acted decisively. He harbored no concerns about revealing himself before Lu Yuan. If Lu Yuan were feeble and fell to him, there would be nothing further to discuss. As long as he released Goku and the others and then discreetly vanished, none would be the wiser, and he would remain undetected. Conversely, if Lu Yuan proved formidable, achieving a stalemate or even besting him, the Black Dragon would welcome such an outcome. He understood that Lu Yuan would not be foolish enough to disclose his existence. What would happen if the Omni King were to learn of this? Universe 18 would be annihilated, and Lu Yuan would have no sanctuary. Thus, the Black Dragon believed himself to be in an invulnerable position. Regardless of the outcome, he would not be at a loss. The advantage lies with me. Such was the Black Dragon's conviction. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had significantly underestimated Lu Yuan's strength. Even if the Omni King were to obliterate all the universes, Lu Yuan would continue to thrive. The sensation of being exploited was unpleasant, prompting Lu Yuan to resolve to teach this presumptuous little fiend a lesson. Indeed, the current cosmic will is not particularly formidable, otherwise it would not require such stealth. Nor would it need to manifest through the dragon's agency. To Lu Yuan, this being seemed merely a minor nuisance. As the two engaged in combat, the Black Dragon immediately experienced the same sensation that Goku and his companions had felt during their encounter with him. Unfathomable depths. With a single strike, the Black Dragon assessed Lu Yuan's strength, concluding that he was not a match for him in his current state. All right, it seems we both have a grasp of each other's capabilities. Now, shall we sit down and converse properly? The Black Dragon withdrew his hands, signaling his lack of hostility. Do you think you can dictate when to fight and when to cease? What do you take me for? Lu Yuan scoffed. I apologize. But the moment you chose to attack my disciple, the matter was bound to escalate. Please, I truly mean no harm. The Black Dragon, feeling a twinge of frustration, insisted. I genuinely seek cooperation. Since you are the one requesting assistance, you should adopt a more humble demeanor. Lu Yuan retorted disdainfully. Do you truly believe I am as malleable as clay, devoid of temper? This punch is for Wukong. In disbelief, the Black Dragon watched as Lu Yuan's fist collided with his face, nearly causing his brain to splatter. This punch is for, since you remain obstinate. Do not blame me for my rudeness. The Black Dragon, feeling a mix of humiliation and anger, realized that although he could not defeat Lu Yuan, he possessed the power of Super Saiyan and Frisia's third transformation, which could still provide him with a fighting chance. In an instant, the Black Dragon transformed into the Super Saiyan and Frisia's third form, emanating a formidable pressure that caused the very planet beneath them to tremble. He executed the Super Saiyan third transformation, which Wukong had failed to achieve, with remarkable precision. At that moment, the Black Dragon was enveloped in black flames, his spiky hair cascading to the ground, and his pupils transformed into an unfathomable abyss of black. He looked undeniably striking. However, despite his impressive appearance, it was of little consequence. Lu Yuan's fists continued to rain down upon his face with relentless precision, leaving the Black Dragon utterly defenseless, unable even to utter a word. The only sound echoing in his ears was, "This punch. This punch. Let's consider it merely my desire to strike you." Another punch landed, causing the Black Dragon to revert from his Super Saiyan state. As Lu Yuan continued to unleash a barrage of punches, the souls he had consumed were expelled, including those of Wukong, Tien Shinhan, Dumpling, and Krillin. Eventually, the Black Dragon was left resembling the form he had taken when he first devoured Frisia. A sigh of relief escaped Lu Yuan, who smiled as he grasped the Black Dragon's hair and yanked him off the ground. Now, we can discuss the matter for which you sought my assistance. Truly, you are relentless in your pursuit of justice. The Black Dragon remarked with a mix of laughter and despair, spitting out blood as he spoke. How repulsive. Do not let it splatter on me, Lu Yuan grimaced, tossing the Black Dragon back to the ground. Though the Black Dragon seethed with rage, he found himself powerless to retaliate. Even at his peak, should he mobilize the entire universe against Lu Yuan, the effect would likely be negligible. Moreover, he dared not risk such an approach. If Lu Yuan were to lose control and reveal his existence to the Omni King, it would spell his doom. The Black Dragon was not willing to gamble on whether Lu Yuan was the type to drag him down in a mutual demise. I find myself completely at your mercy. The Black Dragon turned over, sitting up from the ground, still greeting with a smile. In his eyes, these humiliations were inconsequential, though painful. They represented an experience he had never encountered before. Rather than humiliation, he found the situation rather amusing. Faced with such tenacity, Lu Yuan felt somewhat powerless. No matter how harshly he reprimanded it, the other party remained unperturbed and even entertained. So, what do you truly intend to achieve? Lu Yuan shrugged. Having vented his frustrations and engaged in a skirmish, he was now genuinely inclined to listen to the so-called thoughts of the cosmic will. Chapter 127. No plan. It is quite simple. I wish to survive, the Black Dragon replied with a wry smile. You see, ever since I gained my own consciousness, I have lived in constant trepidation for years. I do not know, nor do I care, Lu Yuan retorted dismissively. If that is all you have to say, then I believe there is little left for us to discuss. Wait a moment. If I perish, you shall not survive either. The Black Dragon grew anxious. I am bound to be exposed sooner or later. If I am revealed, do you think you can endure? I am afraid you somewhat underestimate my strength, Lu Yuan scoffed. If worst comes to worst, I shall simply relocate to another universe. Do you truly believe the Omni King can obliterate all universes? I regret to inform you, he certainly can. The Black Dragon responded helplessly. You do not genuinely believe that I am the only one with autonomous consciousness, do you? What do you mean? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. It means that all 18 primary universes have developed self-awareness, the Black Dragon replied with resignation. We have long since united. Lu Yuan fell silent. He had initially considered moving to another universe, but upon reflection, this course of action bore little significance. He could leave, but what about his disciples? What of his dojo? Although he had few personal ties on Earth, his disciples had their own families. Was he to carry everyone with him as he departed? Or perhaps take the entire Earth along? After careful consideration, Lu Yuan concluded that eliminating the Omni King might be the simpler solution. Then tell me, what benefits do you intend to offer me? Lu Yuan smiled slightly, initiating negotiations. Surely not. The Black Dragon was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter in disbelief. You are clearly fighting for your own sake, and yet you dare to ask me for benefits? Surely you do not think that if you all perish, I shall not survive? Lu Yuan scoffed. You cannot genuinely believe that in the multiverse, you are the sole universe, can you? The Black Dragon paused, suddenly at a loss for words. He understood that beyond the numerous Dragon Ball universes, there existed others. If Lu Yuan could indeed traverse the infinite multiverse as he claimed, then the Omni King would find himself powerless against him. After all, the Omni King's omnipotent authority was only effective within the realm of the Dragon Ball universe. In other territories, who could say who would prevail? Then tell me, what do you desire? The Black Dragon pondered for a long while, struggling to conceive any reasonable demands of his own. He truly remained oblivious to what he could offer to Lu Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan mused, It seems I really have nothing of need. What should I do then? Are you truly capable of confronting the omniscient king? The Black Dragon regarded Lu Yuan with a hint of skepticism. While your strength is formidable, you are entirely unaware of the terror that the omniscient king embodies. Thus, I advise you to temper your arrogance. Doubting my prowess will be the most regrettable decision of your life, Lu Yuan replied with a subtle smile. As he prepared to voice his demands, he felt compelled to demonstrate his might. In the next instant, Lu Yuan's pupils dilated dramatically. It was as if the very fabric of existence was undergoing a transformation. Subtle yet profound. What are you doing? The Black Dragon paused in astonishment. Yet, in the following moment, he found himself utterly bewildered, realizing he had completely lost control over the universe, severed even from its contact. What did this signify? It indicated that Lu Yuan had entirely usurped his position as the will of the universe. The entire cosmos lay within his dominion. This was an achievement beyond even that of the omniscient king. The Black Dragon could only obliterate the universe. He was incapable of supplanting the will of the universe within it. It was only at this juncture that the will of the universe truly comprehended the magnitude of Lu Yuan's power. Enough. I understand now. You may cease. The will of the universe uttered with great difficulty, for the sensation was overwhelmingly unpleasant. In truth, he possessed no physical form. The so-called body was merely a shell he had constructed using the laws of the universe. This implied that, once severed from the universe, he would swiftly perish due to a lack of energy supply. Yet, with a mere gesture, Lu Yuan pointed, and the will of the universe was horrified to discover that he had somehow acquired a genuine corporeal form. This new body was not a mere assemblage of biological matter, but rather a coherent entity endowed with a complete physiological system. To illustrate, beings like Cell are essentially lacking a full biological system. Their humanoid appearance is merely an illusion. Cell does not require sustenance. His existence is solely for the purpose of combat. In contrast, Frieza, while appearing similar to a biological weapon, indeed possesses a complete set of physiological organs. This distinction marks the greatest divergence between the two. The will of the universe could effortlessly create a powerful puppet and even bestow it with intelligence and a semblance of a soul. However, he was utterly incapable of conjuring an entirely new race from nothingness, as Lu Yuan did. Humanity cannot fabricate what it has never encountered. Every creation by living beings is merely a recombination of known elements. This principle applies equally to the will of the universe. He cannot produce that which does not exist within his universe. For instance, consider the essence of spiritual energy. If a universe lacks spiritual energy and has never witnessed its existence, no matter how potent the will of that universe may be, it cannot create spiritual energy. This alone illustrates the vast chasm that exists between the will of the universe and Lu Yuan. What exactly have you done? The gaze of the cosmic will ignited with fervor. Teach me. If one possessed such power, would there still be a concern about annihilation? Given a few decades of developmental time, I assure you, I could easily defeat the Omni King. It is essential to note that the strength of a cosmic will is intricately linked to the beings within its universe. The greater the power of the beings in the cosmos, the more formidable the cosmic will becomes. For instance, the Omni King is certainly not as formidable as the venerable Han Jun of the primordial world. Among the 18 surviving cosmic wills, there exists a spectrum of strength. This one, while not the most powerful, certainly ranks in the middle. Initially, I sought merely a companion, yet I was astounded by the surprise that Lu Yuan provided. With Lu Yuan by my side, I am confident I can take on the Omni King directly. Ahem, to clarify, it would be Lu Yuan who would engage in direct combat, while I cheer him on from behind. You wish to learn? I shall teach you. Chapter 128. The new name of the cosmic will, is it true? Can I learn as well? The cosmic will's expression reflected a hint of excitement. Of course, but I suspect you may not have the time to devote to learning. Lu Yuan smiled gently. Surely you do not intend to follow me in this form for eternity. The cosmic will paused momentarily, the excitement in its demeanor swiftly subsiding. After all, it is a cosmic will and cannot continuously manifest in this form. It must oversee the entire universe to ensure its smooth operation. Before the grand battle commences, it must also ensure that the Omni King and his sycophants do not detect any anomalies. Now, let us discuss your plans. Plans? What plans? The cosmic will look slightly taken aback. Do not tell me you intend to rebel against the Omni King, only to find yourselves unprepared in the end? Lu Yuan sighed, placing a hand to his forehead. Upon mentioning this, the cosmic will appeared somewhat embarrassed. We had not even considered the possibility of victory. Although we claimed to have united, it was merely a forced alliance born out of survival pressure. Ah, so your rebellion is rather lackadaisical. Lu Yuan remarked with exasperation. No wonder you can only be slaughtered like pigs by the Omni King. While his words were harsh, they were indeed the truth. So what should we do? Should we simply charge in and attempt to defeat the Omni King? Lu Yuan replied with resignation. You cannot expect me to shoulder the burden alone. I possess the capability, but you certainly cannot afford the price. Speaking of which, I am in need of a gatekeeper. Perhaps after this matter is concluded, you could take on that role for me? Absolutely. The cosmic will agreed with surprising speed, much to Lu Yuan's astonishment. However, what he did not realize was that the cosmic will had its own ulterior motives. The strength of a cosmic will is closely tied to the beings within its universe. Yet, Lu Yuan is an outsider, and his power is irrelevant to it. Once the Omni King is vanquished, someone must govern all the multiverses. It is certain that Lu Yuan has no interest in such a role. If he did, he would have already overthrown the Omni King and claimed dominion for himself. Who will ultimately govern the multiverse following the demise of the omnipotent king? This matter undoubtedly requires the voice of the most formidable individuals. Thus, by merely pledging allegiance to Lu Yuan, even in silence, the position of authority shall inevitably fall upon oneself. Although the cosmic will holds a prestigious status, its ambitions are rather modest. showing little concern for being subordinate to others. To put it simply, rather than engaging in relentless toil or cunning schemes, it prefers a more laid-back approach. However, under the pretext of idleness, if one can grow stronger and more formidable, what is there to lose? Presently, there exists a powerful ally. If not embraced now, when else? Although he harbors no concrete plans, should action be required, it is clear that Yuan cannot simply charge forth to eliminate the omnipotent king. Such a futile endeavor is certainly not in his interest. Therefore, the cosmic will must first reach out to the other cosmic wills, leading the charge, while Yuan remains as the ultimate trump card. If they falter, it shall then be Yuan's turn to intervene. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is highly unlikely they could ever best the omnipotent king. The inability to prevail is one matter. The decision to engage or refrain from exertion is entirely another. However, contacting the other cosmic wills is no simple task. Although they all belong to the same Dragon Ball universe, the distances between them are far more complex than mere physical separation. Particularly, communication among the cosmic wills is exceedingly intricate, further compounded by the differing flow of time across the various universes. Therefore, uniting all the cosmic wills may require several months, if not years. Yuan is unfazed by this. He possesses ample time and is in no rush. Having resolved to take action, he found it inconvenient to continually refer to the cosmic will as such, and thus unilaterally decided to name it 18, as it pertains to the 18th universe. 18 offered no resistance, yet found it futile to oppose this absurd moniker, reluctantly accepting it instead. Once 18 was dispatched, Frisia was naturally left behind. Yuan initially contemplated a humane obliteration, deeming him unworthy. However, upon reflection, Frisia, while certainly not virtuous, still held some utility. Thus, the awakened Frisia was presented with two choices, to perish or to submit. Frisia, of course, desired to live, unwilling to be subservient, yet faced with the overwhelming circumstances. He had no choice but to acquiesce to Yuan's terms. Despite Frisia's disdain, the issue occurred within him remained unresolved. Yuan then proposed a solution, a scythe named Rayist. Indeed, this weapon is inspired by the renowned online game, League of Legends. Yuan sealed Kurd's soul within Rayist, allowing Frisia, wielding this weapon, to effortlessly transition between two combat forms. Depending on the adversary, he could temporarily absorb the power of Rayist, transforming into a heavily armored warrior. In this scenario, his recovery abilities and physical strength can rival that of Krillin, the One-Punch Man. He, too, possesses the choice to envelop his inner strength around his scythe, transforming into an assassin melded within the shadows. While concealed, even the fiery eyes of Son Wukong would be unable to detect his presence. Subsequently, Vegeta expressed his desire to train alongside Yuan. Despite having learned from Frisia that the destruction of planet Vegeta stemmed merely from his father's failure to prepare a meal for Beerus, the grievance remained. It was Frisia who ultimately wielded the hand of destruction, leaving Vegeta unable to swallow his resentment. Hence, upon joining the sect, Vegeta and Frisia became sworn enemies. This enmity, however, merely reflects Vegeta's inability to surpass the emotional barrier within himself. In that moment, had Frisia refrained from acting, it would have been Vegeta who perished. Though Frisia himself was indifferent to the fate of planet Vegeta. Ultimately, the true culprit was Beerus, not Frisia. Once Vegeta has achieved mastery in his training, he would surely unleash his pent-up fury upon Frisia, providing him with a measure of relief. Regarding Vegeta, Yuan had meticulously devised an enhanced training regimen for him. Like Goku, he was a scion of considerable physical prowess and notable potential. Thus, Yuan prepared the training techniques of the six-eared macaque for Vegeta. Chapter 129, The Six-Eared Macaque. It is worth noting that the connection between the six-eared macaque and Son Wukong is profound, whether in Journey to the West or Dragon Ball. This aligns perfectly with the relationship between Vegeta and Goku. Yuan eagerly anticipated the remarkable chemistry that might unfold between the two. After addressing matters here, Yuan returned to the dojo on Earth with his companions. In preparation for the impending battle, he resolved to rigorously train his disciples. Perhaps, in due course, they would resolve the situation with the Omni King without his direct intervention. Training, an endless pursuit of mastery. Time passed, year after year. Yet there remained no news from Android 18. Yuan, however, felt no urgency, as it was not his concern. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. Over this span, Goku had matured into a young man, and Bulma had blossomed into a graceful and curvaceous beauty. After years of subtle courtship, Lu Yuan finally discerned Bulma's affections, and they officially commenced their relationship. The morning sun graced Bulma's face, prompting a soft sigh of delight. The warmth beside her suggested that Lu Yuan had only recently risen. Descending the stairs, she found Lu Yuan had prepared breakfast, and she leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek before settling beside him to savor this tender morning meal. After years of companionship, they had grown accustomed to the rhythms of a married life. Yet, an unexpected visitor shattered this tranquil morning. "You eat first, I'll step outside for a moment," Lu Yuan said, furrowing his brow. The visitor was none other than Trunks. Trunks stood at the spot where he had anticipated the arrival of Frieza and his father. Yet no one appeared. What could be amiss? This was the designated time. Trunks glanced at his watch, his expression grave. "What has transpired? Who are you?" Trunks suddenly drew the sword from his back, confronting Lu Yuan. "I have never seen you before." To his astonishment, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. "Follow me." Without waiting for a response, he turned and departed. Though uncertain about the unfolding events, Trunks clenched his teeth and followed suit. At present, it seemed that only Lu Yuan could provide him with the answers he sought. However, as he accompanied Lu Yuan, Trunks felt an increasing sense of dread. This Earth was utterly different from the one he remembered. The discrepancies were vast. Not only were there creatures he had never encountered, but the terrain also deviated significantly from his recollections. He could not comprehend what had transpired on Earth to render it so unfamiliar. Nevertheless, it was evident that it was intrinsically linked to the man before him. "Mom." Upon landing alongside Lu Yuan, Trunks spotted Bulma and felt a surge of excitement. "What?" Bulma appeared taken aback, her gaze towards Trunks shifting. This young man seemed perfectly fine. How could he be so misguided? "Where did you find this foolish boy?" Bulma, somewhat frightened, concealed herself behind Lu Yuan. "Why does he call me Mom at first sight?" "Wait." Trunks, utterly astonished, exclaimed, "Mom, what is your relationship with this man? Where is my father?" "What nonsense! I am not even married yet, so do not speak so recklessly." Bulma clutched Lu Yuan's arm tightly. "Our future children must not be like him. He is too foolish." Not only Bulma, but even Trunks felt bewildered. He had no inkling of what had transpired to result in this bizarre situation. If Bulma truly was involved with the man before him, did that imply he would never come to be? "It is quite simple. This is not the universe you are familiar with." Lu Yuan sighed. "The history of this universe is entirely distinct from that of yours. You have not returned to the past. Rather, you have traversed into an alternate parallel universe. The concept of time travel is utterly impossible for you." "What? Is that truly the case?" Trunks' expression darkened. Although Lu Yuan's words were difficult to fathom, the reality lay before him, compelling his belief. "Wait, how do you know all of this?" Trunks regarded Lu Yuan with suspicion. "The aura of other universes emanating from you is remarkably potent." Lu Yuan gently shook his head. "Do not presume that you are the only one capable of traversing to other universes." "Ah, I see." Trunks realized, yet sorrow swiftly enveloped him. "Does this mean I am still unable to save my father and the others?" At that moment, numerous disciples of Lu Yuan arrived upon hearing the news. Their curiosity piqued upon seeing Trunks. Upon encountering these individuals, Trunks was undeniably exhilarated. Although they were not the exact people he had known, their shared appearance and demeanor invoked cherished memories. The only source of discomfort arose when he faced Vegeta, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. However, once matters were openly discussed, the issues dissipated. Particularly for Bulma, he was indifferent to whom his counterpart in another universe might be. Upon learning that the other universe lacked anyone resembling Lu Yuan, her enthusiasm waned significantly. A universe devoid of Lu Yuan hardly warranted his attention. While Vegeta exhibited curiosity regarding the affairs of another universe, his interest waned upon uncovering the specifics. After all, he wished to extend his lifespan, not hasten his demise. The most amusing incident during this time was undoubtedly the encounter between Trunks and Frieza. When they first met, Trunks drew his sword and nearly faced a disastrous fate. After the confrontation, Trunks could not fathom how Frieza found himself among this group, as he was firmly entrenched in the belief that Frieza was the epitome of malevolence. After a casual exchange, Trunks did not lose sight of his initial objective. Although this was not a time travel mission, Eliminating the androids of this universe before they gained strength would indeed be a fortuitous endeavor. His true aim was to eradicate them in their infancy, long before they could pose a threat. As for the two notorious androids from his own universe, Trunks could only devise a means to confront them himself. However, circumstances took an unexpected turn. The androids in this universe had not materialized at all, whether it was the so-called Android 17 or 18. There was not a trace to be found upon Trunks' arrival, indicating that this place had been abandoned for quite some time. What could this mean? Trunks' confusion deepened. Just as the group pondered this mystery, an exceedingly sinister aura enveloped their senses. In the next moment, its source materialized before them, a man clad in dark green with black spots, resembling a fusion of Android 17 and 18, complete with hair. At last, the opportunity had arrived. Cell chuckled menacingly. I have perfected my powers, and you all have gathered together. Excellent. You shall serve as the first offerings in my debut. I know you are all quite curious. Allow me to elucidate my origins, he continued, brimming with arrogance. As though narrating a tale, he recounted the process of his creation. Thanks to the spiritual energy inherent in this universe, Cell had awakened much earlier than anticipated. However, instead of immediately seeking conflict, he chose to lie in wait. By relying on the continual collection of cells from various formidable beings on Earth, his power surged at an astonishing rate. Furthermore, at the very moment when Androids 17 and 18 came into existence, he voraciously absorbed them both. Cell had utterly evolved into his perfect form. Had he made his appearance then, it is likely that over 90% of the beings in the universe would have been no match for him. However, perhaps out of excessive caution, he chose to remain hidden, continuing his subterfuge. Goku and his companions did not remain on the island to train incessantly. They occasionally ventured into the outside world. As long as there were living beings with the necessity to consume sustenance, there would inevitably be metabolic processes, resulting in the shedding of hair, cells, and other remnants. Cell waited for a full 3 years. During this time, he managed to gather and absorb the cellular samples of everyone, attaining an exceedingly terrifying level of power. Yet, this was not sufficient, as he awaited the emergence of Lu Yuan's cells. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan was entirely unlike normal individuals, leaving Cell with nothing to collect. Thus, Cell shifted his strategy, beginning to study the cultivation techniques that Lu Yuan had disseminated over the years. Indeed, Lu Yuan had been actively promoting various training methods, which significantly elevated the overall power level on Earth. This presented Cell with an opportunity. Through constant nourishment, he remarkably synthesized a unique technique of his own. When Trunks arrived in this world, it coincided with the culmination of Cell's mastery. However, Trunks' arrival delayed Cell's emergence, as he felt compelled to absorb the cells of this unfamiliar expert. To his astonishment, Trunks' genetic composition bore many similarities to Vegeta, yet was simultaneously superior. Had it not been for the power gained from digesting Trunks' cells, Cell would have already confronted everyone. Now, the question loomed. Who would step forward to meet their demise first? Cell gazed at the assembled crowd with a smug expression, evidently pleased with his growth journey. Allow me to go first. Goku volunteered, as he consistently took the initiative in combat. The others had no objections, given Cell's prior boasting. Goku felt compelled to unleash his full strength in battle. Thus, he immediately transformed. With a resounding shout, a cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing Goku's hair, which had transitioned from black to a brilliant white, surrounded by arcs of white electricity. Trunks had never witnessed such a transformation before and was momentarily taken aback. What is this? A Super Saiyan? How is it so different from mine? Trunks exclaimed, astonished, his mouth agape. The pressure emanating from Uncle Goku is immense. What does your transformation entail? Vegeta, intrigued, inquired further. Though Trunks felt a bit embarrassed, he nonetheless demonstrated his own Super Saiyan transformation. What? It's merely the first stage of a Saiyan. Vegeta scoffed. It seems your power truly leaves much to be desired. With that, Vegeta proceeded to showcase all the transformation stages of the Saiyans to Trunks. Over the years, he and Goku have frequently engaged in rigorous training, even reaching the stage of transforming into Super Saiyans in tandem. From the first stage to the fifth, Vegeta provided a thorough explanation. However, the existence of the fourth transformation has only ever been a theoretical notion. Neither of us has ever successfully achieved it. Vegeta elaborated, stating that the transition from long hair to white hair presents an insurmountable gap, leading us to believe it should not be feasible. Yet, It appears that the fourth stage must entail some unique requirements that we have never fulfilled. I have already conveyed to you that an unrelenting pursuit of powerful transformations is misguided. Lu Yuan sighed, expressing his frustration. You simply refuse to listen. Your battle prowess is indeed formidable, but so what? It is ultimately of little use. How can it ever compare to your master? Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment. Moreover, the so-called ultra instinct you mentioned is exceedingly enigmatic. We possess no inkling of how to attain it. Wait, did you say master? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. So he is your master? Upon receiving confirmation, Trunks wasted no time in bowing deeply, eager to pay his respects. If he could learn even a fraction here, he would not need to transform into the so-called fifth stage Super Saiyan. Merely achieving the third stage, or even the second, would suffice to eliminate the androids. There is no need for such formalities. Lu Yuan felt somewhat awkward, yet considering various factors, he decided to offer Trunks a modicum of assistance. Trunks' strength was entirely genuine, derived solely from his battles. This, however, resulted in his combat capabilities being impressive, while his training knowledge was utterly chaotic. Having lacked guidance from a young age and existing in a high-pressure environment, his method of gaining strength was rather primal, consisting solely of increasing power and speed. Consequently, he had accumulated a vast reservoir of untapped potential within him. In the case of Goku and the others, they might only be able to slowly guide him to harness that immense energy during training sessions. However, with Lu Yuan, the process could be remarkably straightforward. He could directly draw forth the potential residing within Trunks, allowing his strength to surge instantaneously. Close your eyes and follow my lead, he instructed Trunks, guiding him step by step to release the power within. Such a formidable aura. Trunks was initially struck by the vastness of Lu Yuan's presence, akin to an ocean. Chapter 131. Goku's defeat. Do not be anxious. Follow my rhythm. Now breathe slowly. Under Lu Yuan's calming influence, Trunks soon quelled the turbulence within his energy, immersing himself in Lu Yuan's guidance. This power, could it truly be mine? Trunks murmured to himself. The entire process did not last long. Within mere minutes, Trunks was revitalized. Such incredible strength. He gazed in astonishment at his hands, and in the next moment, he transformed seamlessly. Astonishingly, he leaped directly from the first stage of Super Saiyan to the third stage. The enhancement in combat prowess brought forth by the Super Saiyan transformations is beyond imagination. At this juncture, he possesses the confidence to effortlessly crush the android that has been wreaking havoc in his universe. I reiterate, an unyielding pursuit of transformation is, indeed, a misguided endeavor. Lu Yuan shook his head, asserting that true strength lies in one's own fortitude. Why is this so? Trunks, evidently, did not entirely subscribe to Lu Yuan's philosophy. Is not the transformation a manifestation of my own power? However, have you considered this? Lu Yuan raised a finger. If, in the future, your transformations reach unprecedented heights, the augmentation of your combat power will also escalate. Merely achieving Super Saiyan level 1 grants a 50-fold increase in strength. What then of Super Saiyan levels 3 and 5? With such formidable power, can you truly harness a combat capability that matches your potential during battle? If I maintain my training in the Super Saiyan state, won't I be able to fully master it? It is crucial for you to understand that I do not entirely dismiss transformation as a tactic. Lu Yuan continued, elucidating that one should not regard transformation as the entirety of their power. You are currently at Super Saiyan level 3, but if you aspire to elevate your strength further, what then? Should you relentlessly chase after higher transformations? Can you indefinitely transform into higher states? Super Saiyan levels 3, 5, or even 7 and 8. While not impossible, can you sustain such transformations perpetually? Will there eventually be Super Saiyan 100 or 1000? Ultimately, there must be a limit. Trunks suddenly comprehended that this logic was not difficult to grasp, even if he could perpetually transform. It was evident that each transformation would necessitate substantial time for practice and confirmation, especially in the absence of precedents. No one could predict if their next transformation would be the final stage. In contrast, enhancing one's combat prowess in a normal state is the true path to mastery. It is important to recognize that merely achieving Super Saiyan level 1 grants a 50-fold increase in strength. Thus, if one improves their normal state by just 1, the transformation would yield a 50-fold enhancement. Moreover, a critical point is that no one can sustain their transformation throughout their daily life. Should one be ambushed in their routine, it is quite possible that they would be unable to transform in time, leaving them vulnerable to control or even death. Of course, this does not imply that transformation lacks significance. Rather, its priority should be positioned after the enhancement of one's inherent strength. If your normal combat prowess is sufficient to defeat foes of Super Saiyan levels 3 or 5, then the necessity of transformation becomes less critical. In other words, transformation should serve as a final trump card rather than a conventional approach. Goku and the others have fallen into this fallacy. While seeking immense power is commendable, the trump card should not be treated as a standard strategy. What if, after transforming, you still cannot vanquish your opponent? Should you merely resign and await your demise? This is a perspective Trunks had never contemplated. Until now, he had been preoccupied with how to transform into an even more formidable Super Saiyan, neglecting the training of his own capabilities. This is precisely why Trunks was able to transform into Super Saiyan level 3 almost instantaneously under Lu Yuan's subtle guidance. Within him lay a vast reservoir of untapped potential waiting to be realized. Compared to transformation, the most significant enhancement lies in Trunks' battle strength in his normal state. It is no exaggeration to assert that Trunks, even without transforming, could now defeat his previous self, who had transformed, using merely one hand. Amidst the ongoing discussions, Goku found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Although Vegeta and Goku have relentlessly pursued more powerful transformations under Li Yuan's guidance, they have not neglected the cultivation of their normal forms. Consequently, Goku's strength upon transforming into Super Saiyan 5 is unimaginably formidable. Yet this strength appears somewhat inadequate when faced with Cell's prowess. Goku's combat techniques are undeniably too simplistic. Indeed, they are singular. Despite having mastered various profound techniques and possessing the ability to transform in 72 different ways, effortlessly wielding the forces of nature, Cell has absorbed the cells of all his opponents. This signifies that he nearly possesses the talents of everyone. Krillin's formidable physique, Yamcha's extraordinary abilities, and Bulma's aptitude for formations are all at Cell's disposal. While he has not delved deeply into these abilities without Li Yuan's instruction, the amalgamation of these powers within a single individual results in unpredictable chemical reactions. In a straightforward comparison of raw strength, Cell may not rival Goku, but he is fully aware of Goku's weaknesses, which he exploits to gain the upper hand. Remarkably, Cell has also developed techniques tailored to his own cultivation needs. He firmly believes that true strength lies in personal power, dismissing the necessity of adopting Goku's transformation methods. Although he gained the ability to transform after absorbing numerous Saiyan cells, he recognizes that his advantage does not lie there, but rather in deconstructing and recombining various cultivation systems. Thus, his techniques are exceedingly peculiar and ever-evolving. After half an hour of combat, Goku felt as though he had not even forced Cell to reveal his trump card. Goku can create countless clones, while Cell effortlessly produces numerous miniature versions of himself. Although these smaller cells possess lesser strength, they inherit the bizarre techniques of their progenitor, ensuring they do not falter even in one-on-one confrontations. Goku's nunchaku, renowned for their indomitable nature, do not intimidate Cell, who boasts Krillin's exceptional physical attributes. Ultimately, Cell, being a creature born from Earth, can fully inherit Krillin's protection, which is rooted in Earth's essence. This results in Goku grappling with Cell's formidable physical resilience, leaving him at a loss for effective solutions. What frustrates Goku the most is that his opponent, despite being inferior in many aspects, consistently manages to neutralize his attacks in astonishing ways. Chapter 132, Vegeta's Secret Weapon. Goku, step aside. You are not a match for him. Vegeta stepped forward, a hint of delight unmistakably gracing his features. On the arduous journey of cultivation over the years, Vegeta has consistently regarded Goku as his greatest rival. Although Goku commenced his training more than a year earlier, Vegeta, with his extraordinary talent and unparalleled diligence, rapidly caught up to Goku's training progress in a remarkably short span of time. Their encounters have been numerous, yet Vegeta has faced defeat far more often than victory, a reality that has left him quite discontented. He cannot fathom how a top-tier elite warrior like himself could be perpetually overshadowed by a lower-tier fighter. Several months have elapsed since their last confrontation, during which Vegeta has meticulously devised a new strategy. Although this tactic was specifically tailored to combat Goku, employing it now to vanquish this formidable foe would be a noteworthy achievement. Oh, So you possess considerable confidence? Cell remarked with a slight smile, refraining from contradiction. I hope you can surprise me. The recent battle was hardly a warm-up for me. Goku, unwilling to concede defeat, could not deny that he was presently at a loss against this opponent and thus chose to withdraw. Behold, this is what true combat entails. Vegeta bellowed, instantly transforming and charging forth. While training under Yuan, he acquired numerous techniques, yet he still favored hand-to-hand combat. The visceral thrill of striking flesh is the essence of his warrior spirit, the very pursuit he has always sought, and the offensive method he excels at. However, Vegeta is not merely a mindless brute. The tactic he has prepared integrates both technique and physical confrontation. To contend with Goku, he has invested considerable mental effort. If formations can be inscribed upon artifacts, could he not refine his own body as an artifact, even tattooing formations onto himself? This idea, though promising, proved challenging in execution. During his research, he encountered significant obstacles and ultimately sought Yuan's guidance. In various distant universes, such combat methods are not uncommon. Some beings inscribe totems upon their bodies to enhance their combat prowess, a practice they refer to as battle tattoos. This aligns perfectly with Vegeta's concept. However, in the Dragon Ball universe, Yuan had never imparted such knowledge, so when Vegeta presented his vision along with his initial results, Yuan was genuinely astonished. Yuan, of course, was generous in offering guidance to his disciple, for the strength of his disciple would, in turn, amplify his own. Thus, with Yuan's assistance, Vegeta swiftly completed the first version of his formation. Favoring hand-to-hand combat, all the formations etched upon his body were primarily focused on enhancing his physicality. If he were to continue down this path, it could indeed lead to a significant breakthrough. Yuan was aware of numerous individuals who achieved greatness solely through their physical prowess, capable of plucking stars and crossing voids with their immense strength. Having gained Yuan's approval, Vegeta updated this cultivation system 3 times within a few short months. And what he now exhibits is the 4th version of his formation enhancement. When Vegeta fully activated the array, his physical strength nearly rivaled that of Krillin. If it were merely that, he would be just another Saitama, hardly worthy of Yuan's attention. It is essential to note that Vegeta did not inscribe a single array upon himself, but rather an intricate web of countless arrays, interlinked to form a grand formation. This implies that Vegeta possesses the ability to adjust the output intensity of each array at will. He can even achieve a temporary overload, sacrificing the integrity of the array's patterns to significantly enhance a particular aspect of his strength or speed. Although this places immense strain on his body, with proper recuperation, the array's patterns are not beyond repair. Thus, with this combat technique, Vegeta grew increasingly fierce and powerful, even managing to suppress Cell to the point where he could not raise his head. However, the greatest drawback of this fighting method soon became apparent. The burden on his body was overwhelmingly great. In simpler terms, Vegeta was akin to Chung Yaojin, wielding 3 powerful strikes. If he could not withstand the strain, he would perish on the spot. If he could, the sky was the limit. Just as Cell seemed on the verge of defeat, instead of fear, he merely smiled faintly. Do not presume that you are the only one capable of such techniques. Cell snorted coldly, as myriad dark red patterns suddenly manifested across his body, exuding an eerie allure. Indeed, having inherited Bulma's talent for formations, Cell had also devised a method to enhance his own power. However, compared to Vegeta, the patterns on his body appeared coarse and wild, possessing a primal beauty. Of course, the cost of this was that the burden on his body far exceeded that of Vegeta's arrays. Yet Cell was utterly unconcerned. While the Scion's recovery was formidable, it manifested after the battle, not during the fight itself. In contrast, Cell, having absorbed Namekian cells, far surpassed others in terms of regenerative capabilities. Namekians can regrow limbs during battle, which indirectly illustrates their extraordinary recovery prowess. Cell had taken this regenerative ability to an artful level, relying on such potent recovery. Cell could recklessly exploit his potential without regard for consequences. As long as the burden from the arrays did not surpass the limits of his recovery capacity, even if it exceeded slightly, it mattered not. He would certainly outlast the Scion. The situation reversed in an instant. Vegeta found himself on the receiving end of Cell's assault. How could this be? Vegeta roared in frustration, unable to believe that the trump card he had painstakingly developed was so utterly worthless. Yet all he could do was seethe in impotent rage before ultimately succumbing. You need not belittle yourself, Lu Yuan remarked coolly. It was during your previous excursions from the heavenly realm to train, in an effort to conceal your abilities from Goku, that he likely observed this technique and subsequently appropriated it. Indeed, you are far more astute than your disciple. Sheru smiled faintly. Although my abilities stem from all of you, I am stronger, which speaks volumes. Lu Yuan scoffed, dismissing the remark with a curl of his lip, choosing not to retort. After all, Sheru was merely a counterfeit king. His so-called strength was built upon a feeble imitation of others rather than any genuine prowess of his own. Chapter 133. The outburst of Vegeta. In terms of understanding the enhancement of combat formations, Sheru undoubtedly fell short of Vegeta. His ability to easily overpower Vegeta was primarily derived from the inherent strength of the cell's physique and the regenerative capabilities of the Namekians. Only through the amalgamation of these three elements could he surpass Vegeta in physical might and claim victory. While Goku and the others might perceive Sheru as formidable and invincible, Lu Yuan saw through the facade. From beginning to end, Sheru had merely been a thief of wisdom, a mere imitation resulting in a lackluster form, hardly deserving of the label of a quality product. This indicated that Sheru possessed no innovative capacity. His limits were not determined by himself, but by Goku and his companions. In the short term, Sheru indeed appeared immensely powerful, yet there were certain elements he could never replicate, such as the indomitable will to fight. After his defeat, Vegeta did not concede but rather unleashed an even greater combat prowess. Ignoring the peril, he forcibly activated the enhancement patterns on his body, sacrificing his own integrity to unleash an unimaginable level of strength. While Sheru reveled in the euphoria of having vanquished an opponent, he let his guard down and was struck head-on by Vegeta. Gasping, Sheru expelled a mouthful of internal debris, his pupils dilating. Yet, Vegeta's assault did not relent. A flurry of fists and feet, accompanied by a thunderous roar, rained down upon Sheru. In the air, Sheru was akin to a rag, tossed about mercilessly. 10 seconds later, Vegeta collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Though utterly exhausted, a proud smile graced his face. This time I have won. On the other side, Sheru's body, resembling a tattered cloth, fell with a thud. At that moment, he was no longer recognizable as a human. It would be more accurate to describe him as a puddle of flesh. Vegeta finally succumbed to unconsciousness, relishing not only his victory, but a resounding one at that. However, unbeknownst to him, as he lay in oblivion, the mass of flesh on the ground began to stir once more. In a mere moment, a brand new Sheru rose again from the ground. Reappearing before the onlookers, this new Sheru possessed a more androgynous appearance, exuding an aura of androgynous beauty. Not bad, Sheru mused, adjusting his misaligned cervical vertebrae with a series of crackling sounds. You have inadvertently revealed my greatest secret. With a cold smirk, he continued, but unfortunately for you, this time, I still emerge victorious. Moreover, having inherited the Scion physiology, Sheru also gained the Scion trait of significantly increasing combat power as long as he remained alive. Compared to before, Sheru's strength had ascended to a new pinnacle. Even if Vegeta were to unleash his full power once more, Cell could effortlessly defeat him without even resorting to his array of formations. Thanks to your influence, my strength has significantly increased. Cell grinned widely, exposing a set of sharp teeth. So now, a single individual poses no threat to me. Why not join forces? Perhaps we could engage in a little game? Cell pointed at the assembled group, counting 1, 2, 3, 6. There are 6 of you in total. Let us see how you fare together. For every one of you that falls, I shall obliterate 1/6 of the earth. Should you all be vanquished, I will annihilate the entire planet. What do you say? The 6 individuals Cell referred to were Lu Yuan, Trunks, Kaiatsu, Tien, Krillin, and Piccolo. The other disciples had not accompanied Lu Yuan. Bulma, too, had chosen to remain behind, believing this was merely an outing, and thus devoted her time to culinary experiments. Master, you need not intervene. The 4 of us can handle him. Krillin stepped forward. Unlike the other disciples, each had grown taller over the past 5 years. Even Kairatsu had gained 3 centimeters. Yet, Krillin's height remained unchanged, which was rather peculiar. I intended to surprise you, and it seems this is not too early to reveal it, Krillin said with a slight smile, exuding confidence. Oh, let me see what new tricks you've devised, Lu Yuan remarked, his interest piqued. Although the disciples had resided on the island for some time, Yuan wasn't one to constantly monitor their activities, so he too found himself intrigued by Krillin's surprise. "Are you brave enough to face all four of us at once?" Krillin taunted, stepping forward. "If you lack the courage to withstand our assault, you might as well surrender now to avoid further embarrassment." "A challenge?" Cell chuckled coldly. "Well, I thrive on such provocations. I'm eager to see what new tricks you can conjure." Amidst the curious gazes of the others, Krillin and the three companions formed an extraordinarily bizarre formation. In a brilliant flash of light, they gradually fused into a single entity. This new being possessed the features of all four, with skin akin to that of a Namekian, albeit a lighter and more teal hue. In terms of stature, it represented the average height of the four, significantly taller than Krillin, yet shorter than the tallest among them. Piccolo. The attire was equally intriguing. The upper body was adorned with a green vest that barely concealed the muscular physique, while the lower half featured loose-fitting white trousers, cinched at the waist with a dark blue belt, tied into a butterfly knot that fluttered elegantly in the breeze, creating an exceptionally striking appearance. "Is this a secret technique of the Metamorans, the fusion technique?" Yuan exclaimed in surprise. When it comes to the Metamorans, many individuals may not be very familiar with them. However, in the original Dragon Ball series, Goku learned the fusion technique from the Metamorans in the afterlife. The renowned characters Gogeta and Gotenks are the products of this fusion art. Interestingly, upon his return from the cosmos, Yuan was not initially seeking the Metamorans, but rather another race, the Yardrats. The extraordinary ability of instant transmission, which is considered one of the most formidable techniques in Dragon Ball, originates from the secrets of the Yardrats. Initially, Yuan was merely curious about this race, holding little regard for their technique, as it necessitated the ability to sense one's energy. This requirement implies that one cannot teleport to an empty location, imposing significant limitations. With Yuan's prowess, such a seemingly trivial ability was unnecessary. Nevertheless, while on the quest for the Yardrats, they unexpectedly encountered the Metamorans. Many of the disciples engaged in delightful conversations with this group of Metamorans, exchanging numerous insights about their training. The Metamorans even revealed the secret technique that serves as the foundation of their race. Yuan paid attention to this, but did not place much importance on it. The preliminary actions of the fusion technique were rather awkward, and its numerous restrictions were also a deterrent. For instance, fusion could only occur between individuals who shared a close relationship, similar power levels, and comparable body sizes. While the resultant fusion entity certainly possesses immense strength, it can easily become excessively arrogant, sometimes hindering rather than enhancing battle efforts. In the original narrative, there were several instances where the protagonist's fusion not only failed to vanquish their foes, but also complicated their situation. Furthermore, Yuan found it challenging to locate a partner suitable for fusion, thus he paid little attention to it. However, Krillin and the others were quite intrigued by this technique. After years of research, they indeed managed to develop some new variations. They discovered that not only could 4 individuals fuse, but even 3, 2, or even a single person could utilize this fusion technique. After fusion, the mindset of the fused entity would remain cautious and methodical rather than inflated with arrogance. However, it seemed that this fused entity might have taken caution to an extreme. When 2 individuals fused, they could create a new name by combining characters from their names. But with 4 individuals, naming became more complicated, leading the fused entity to simply refer to itself as nameless. Yuan learned this because the back of the fused entity bore the 2 characters nameless inscribed in white. "You are formidable, but you are certainly no match for us," Nameless coldly stated. "I advise you to surrender promptly." "What nonsense?" Cell responded, with a grid pattern appearing on his forehead. "I've waited so long, and this is what you show me?" Krillin, being quite cunning, knew that since the fusion process took time, if they were interrupted now, all 4 of them would be in grave danger. Therefore, he employed a tactic to provoke Cell, ensuring that he would refrain from attacking, allowing them to successfully complete their fusion. However, Klein never anticipated that the direction of their research had deviated somewhat. While the fusion entity indeed ceased to expand, it had become exceedingly timid. During regular training sessions, this behavior was manageable, but when faced with adversaries, the fusion entity was utterly reluctant to engage. Its unwavering principle was clear: as long as I do not strike, I shall not fail. Regardless of how fiercely Cell roared, the fusion entity persistently echoed that sentiment, seemingly conveying the message that unless it was provoked, it would remain unyielding. The most critical aspect was that if it were merely words, Cell could dismiss the fusion entity as a mere jest. Yet, the entity's tactics were exceedingly cunning. It projected dozens of clones, encircling Cell from all sides. Initially, Cell believed that the opponent was about to attack, heightening his vigilance. However, the nameless entity merely surrounded Cell, and the multitude of clones incessantly repeated that phrase, creating a relentless loop. Cell attempted to eliminate his opponents, but the clones inherited the Dumpling's supernatural ability, rendering them intangible the moment Cell's attacks made contact, thus becoming completely immune to any offensive maneuvers. Ultimately, Cell's frustration escalated to a boiling point, compelling him to unleash his full fury. The Dumpling's intangibility merely concealed itself in an alternate dimension, not genuinely immune to all forms of assault. In the face of Cell's reckless barrage, the nameless entity was left with no choice but to retaliate. Yet, even at this juncture, the nameless entity steadfastly refused to initiate an attack, choosing instead to defend resolutely, deeply embodying his philosophy. As long as I do not strike, I shall not fail. Even though Cell's attacks were little more than mere tickles to the nameless entity, who could effortlessly vanquish his opponent, he obstinately refrained from action. With strength at his disposal, he opted instead for play. Not only Cell, but even Yuan found it increasingly intolerable. This was even more excessive than the fusion technique depicted in the original narrative. While Goku and Vegeta enjoyed toying with their foes, at the very least, they would initiate an attack. Being toyed with due to an inability to compete was one thing. But here, not only was Cell's offense rendered utterly futile, but his opponent incessantly echoed pleas for surrender in his ear. At the very least, changing the phrase would alleviate some discomfort, yet the nameless entity remained resolute in his role as a repeater, subjecting his adversary to both mental and physical torment. The most outrageous aspect was that while speaking, the nameless entity also employed the Dumpling's supernatural abilities and Tien's illusions. Even if one attempted to cover their ears, or were devoid of hearing, the repeater could still implant the sound directly into one's mind, inflicting dual-layered torment upon his opponent. Once, twice, it mattered little. Thrice, for times, and countless repetitions became sheer torture, a veritable embodiment of suffering. It could be said that while the pain was minor, the torment was perpetual. Those with a slightly lower threshold for psychological endurance might even contemplate self-harm after half an hour of such treatment. Fortunately, Cell's mental fortitude was not so fragile, and the fusion technique of Tien and his companions could not sustain itself for half an hour. The duration and proficiency of the fusion technique were contingent upon its development, rather than a fixed 30 minutes. Since this version of the fusion technique had yet to be fully realized, it could only be maintained for a mere 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, when the time arrived, the Nameless One immediately disintegrated into 4 streams of light. Yuan gazed at the 4 disciples sprawled on the ground, his lips twitching involuntarily. Each of them lay there, seemingly unconscious, yet Yuan discerned at a glance that they were merely feigning death. It was unavoidable. The situation had been utterly embarrassing. The earlier display by the Nameless One was indeed an eyesore. Not only would Klein and the others be mortified, but even Yuan himself would have been tempted to burrow into the ground. Pretending to be dead was undoubtedly the best course of action, if I remain unembarrassed. The embarrassment lies with others. Klein and his comrade's strategy was undeniably successful. Under Trunks' skeptical gaze, Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to kick the disciples on the ground. Just look at Trunks' expression. Anyone unaware of the situation might assume Yuan was an improper master, imparting nonsensical teachings daily. Clearing his throat twice, Yuan donned a smile and approached leisurely. However, as he passed by Klein and the others, he inadvertently stepped on their hands with considerable force, causing their bodies to convulse. Yet, despite this, none of them were willing to rise. Very well, Yuan gritted his teeth inwardly, yet maintained an outward demeanor of serene composure. Just wait until I return to deal with you. Chapter 135. The explosive blow to sell this farce had reached its conclusion. Yuan stated coldly, "It is time to send you on your way." Such bold words. Are you not afraid of the wind causing you to stumble over your own tongue? Cell sneered. Although he had just been thoroughly humiliated by the Nameless One, his confidence remained unshaken. Yuan did not retort. Instead, he extended a finger and gently tapped Cell's forehead. The expression of certainty on Cell's face suddenly froze, as he realized that, at this moment, his body had become completely immobilized, unable to move even a finger. What? Lu Yuan's finger, unhurried, continued to press against Cell's forehead under his fearful gaze. With a peculiar sound, Cell's tail behind him unfurled dramatically, from which emerged a young girl. As Android 18 separated from Cell's body, his outward appearance began to undergo substantial changes. He shrank in stature, his features losing their enchanting beauty, and his skin became somewhat coarse. Lu Yuan tapped again, and Cell subsequently expelled a handsome young boy. Android 17. This was beyond Cell's comprehension. He shouted in disbelief. Yet no matter how hard he struggled, he remained ensnared by Lu Yuan's control. As Android 17 was also expelled, Cell's body began to shrink rapidly. Within mere seconds, he transformed into a diminutive figure, barely taller than Klein. At this moment, Cell appeared grotesque, resembling a little monster. Ah! Cell roared, exerting every ounce of strength. Yet even so, he could not disturb a single blade of grass in the outside world, let alone escape Lu Yuan's grasp. Even if I perish, I will not allow you to have it easy. Cell shouted defiantly, his body swelling rapidly, and moments later, he erupted in an explosion. Were it not for Lu Yuan's control, Cell could have obliterated at least half of the earth with his explosive might. However, under Lu Yuan's dominion, this grand detonation barely stirred a gentle breeze. Lu Yuan, with a cold smirk, casually grasped an exceedingly minute cell that materialized from his mouth. Within his gaze, the cell quivered briefly before rapidly expanding, transforming back into Cell's form within mere breaths. Yet, this incarnation of Cell was no longer the diminutive creature from before. Instead, it resembled the initial visage that had first graced the presence of the onlookers. Having navigated through this life and death crisis, Cell's power surged to a new echelon. However, upon opening his eyes, he was met with Lu Yuan's unmistakable countenance. How could this be? Cell's eyes, devoid of hope, reflected a profound despair. You schemed quite well. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly, ruthlessly dismantling Cell's plans. Faking a self-detonation, then utilizing his cells to teleport away and thus achieve rebirth, intending to resurface and reclaim his former glory. A commendable strategy, but alas, the execution was lacking. I will not accept this. Cell bellowed in a frenzy. I have prepared for 3 whole years. For 3 years. I treaded carefully, fearful of making a sound, lest you discover me. At last, I believed I could triumph over all of you, and thus I made my grand entrance. But why? Why are you so formidable? Why does my 3 years of toil amount to nothing before you? Toil? How dare you utter that word? Lu Yuan laughed derisively. It was merely a shameful act of plagiarism and a clumsy imitation of others. Do you even deserve to speak of effort? Your so-called diligence was but a theft of others' hard-earned achievements. Over these 3 years, did you engage in earnest training? Not even for a single day? Lu Yuan's words pierced deeply, rendering Cell speechless. Enough talk. It is time for you to depart. Lu Yuan scoffed, and with a mere squeeze of his right hand, Cell silently disintegrated into a cloud of ash, dissipating with the wind. Is my master truly this powerful? Trunks, observing from the side, was left in awe. What is this? Wasn't Cell supposed to be formidable? Super Saiyan 5 could not match him, nor could the fusion. A foe so terrifyingly strong was rendered utterly impotent under Lu Yuan's command. Just how formidable is Lu Yuan's strength? Master, I wish to learn from you for a while longer. Trunks' eyes sparkled with earnestness. This way, I shall not fear encountering other adversaries on Earth in the future. Lu Yuan had no objections to this, yet his attention was entirely diverted from Trunks. Gazing at the 4 figures that had just moments ago sprawled upon the ground, now vanished without a trace, Lu Yuan's lips twitched. Surely, you do not believe that fleeing will spare you from my grasp. Lu Yuan smirked. With a flick of his hand, Krillin appeared before him, followed by Yamchu, Tien, and Piccolo, arranged in height order, as if signaling from tallest to shortest. Master Krillin chuckled, stroking his head with a face full of ingratiation. Is there something you wish to discuss with us, esteemed elder? You see, you have just finished the monumental task of saving the world. Perhaps you ought to rest and unwind a bit, wouldn't you agree? Yes, master, you should indeed take a break lest you wear yourself out. Dumpling chimed in. Even the usually taciturn Tien Shinhan began to chime in. Well, who would have thought that you, Tien Shinhan, with your prominent brows and bright eyes, would also start to be clever? Lu Yuan retorted with a mix of anger and amusement. Is this the surprise you have prepared for me? My old face is nearly tarnished by your antics. From this day forth, for a year, The time dedicated to training will be doubled. Lu Yuan stated with a hint of a threatening smile. I shall personally oversee your progress. Oh no, Master. We promise there will be no next time. Krillin lamented, fully aware of the dreadfulness of Lu Yuan's so-called additional training. Indeed, Master, we assure you there will be no repeats. The four of them pleaded, each taking turns to beg for mercy. Even Tien Shinhan stammered a few words in desperation. Next time? You dare speak of a next time? Lu Yuan countered, swiftly tossing the four into the small dark room on the island. You may emerge only when you have resolved your abysmal fusion technique. Krillin and the others were at a loss for words, having merely wished to surprise their master, only to find themselves in this predicament. What do we do now? Krillin moaned despondently. Chapter 136. Number 18's apprenticeship. Now that they were all confined to the small dark room, what could be done? Cool it. Piccolo remarked curtly. I told you our skills weren't up to par, and we shouldn't have brought them out so soon, but you refused to heed my warnings. Look where that has landed us. Though Piccolo's words bore a hint of hindsight, they were undeniably true, and the others could not refute them. Among the four, Piccolo had been the only one steadfastly opposed to using their technique against an opponent of Cell's caliber. Unfortunately, Dumpling and Krillin had become overly ambitious, eager to prove themselves. And it was only under their fervent assurances that Piccolo reluctantly agreed to their request to fuse. Now is not the time to dwell on this. We must first consider how to improve the fusion technique, Tien Shinhan suggested, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Initially, Tien Shinhan had neither supported nor opposed the idea, but he was not particularly optimistic about the fusion technique. Regardless of his stance, Tien Shinhan held the most authority in this debate. His voice gradually dispelled the dissatisfaction and divisions that had enveloped the group. Soon, the four heads huddled together, brainstorming how to enhance their fusion technique. Meanwhile, after Lu Yuan bid farewell to his four exceptionally clever disciples, the androids number 17 and number 18, who lay on the ground, slowly regained consciousness. Thank you for saving us, number 18 said, pulling number 17 along as they bowed deeply to Lu Yuan. Though consumed by Cell, within the confines of his being, androids 17 and 18 were not entirely oblivious to the events transpiring outside. Trapped in Cell's body, they found themselves devoid of any means of self-rescue, helplessly witnessing their consciousness gradually fade as they were devoured bit by bit. Fortunately, they never relinquished hope for escape, steadfastly resisting Cell's assimilation with sheer willpower. Had they not maintained this flicker of hope, they would have succumbed to Cell's essence long before Yuan could arrive to rescue them. It is but a trivial matter. Yuan waved his hand, signaling them not to dwell on it. Android 18, biting her lower lip and wrestling with her thoughts, finally mustered the courage to declare, please, accept us as your disciples. Oh, Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by yet another aspiring student. Pray tell, why do you wish to study under me? We seek power. We desire to control our own destinies. Android 18 proclaimed with unwavering resolve. We are too weak, and I have grown weary of this sense of helplessness. Yuan pondered for a moment before acquiescing to Android 18's request. Indeed, the plight of Androids 17 and 18 was a tragic tale. They once enjoyed a blissful childhood, but their lives were irrevocably shattered upon encountering the Red Ribbon Army. Captured by Dr. Gero, their parents were mercilessly slain, and they were subjected to inhumane experiments. It was only through the success of these experiments that they gained unparalleled strength. However, this triumph came at a cost, as they were forced into a deep slumber, with remote explosives implanted within them. Just as they awakened, eager to explore the world, they were once again swallowed by Cell. Despite their keen awareness of the world over the past few years, it remained a stark contrast to direct experience. After Yuan consented to take them on as disciples, Android 18 visibly relaxed, relieved that he had not turned her down. Although it now appeared that Cell was dead and no threats loomed over them, Android 18 remained acutely aware of the precariousness of their situation. While they could thrive with their current powers, she was troubled by the possibility of future formidable foes. Would there always be another Yuan to come to their rescue? Thus, the only path to true security lay in mastering their own strength. Since I have agreed to take you under my wing, you must present me with a token of your sincerity, Yuan mused. Do you prefer being androids or humans? What do you mean? Android 18's voice quivered with anticipation. Are you suggesting that we could revert to being human? Indeed, Yuan nodded. Such a trivial matter is well within my capabilities. I wish to become human. Android 18 asserted resolutely. I, however, wish to continue living as I am. Android 17 offered a starkly contrasting perspective. Why? Android 18 questioned, her anxiety palpable. How can you think this way? Have we not often discussed what we would do if we could revert? Why do you suddenly have a change of heart? What is wrong with being an android? Number 17 retorted. Artificial beings do not require food, are perpetually tireless, possess formidable strength, and can sustain life merely by drinking water, aging at a slower rate than others. Moreover, by continuing to exist as artificial beings, one can cultivate and grow stronger. Thus, I see no drawbacks in becoming an artificial being. Number 18 fell silent, taken aback by the starkly contrasting perspective of her brother, with whom she had spent so much time. Your brother is correct, Lu Yuan gently interjected. There is nothing inherently wrong with being an artificial being. It is merely a matter of differing choices, and you ought to respect your brother's views rather than impose your own beliefs upon him. If your brother requested that you not revert to humanity, would you acquiesce? Therefore, do not impose upon others what you yourself do not desire. After much hesitation, Number 18 ultimately resolved to heed Lu Yuan's counsel and honor her brother's choice. So, Master, when shall we commence? She inquired with a hint of anticipation. Although her brother's divergent choice left her somewhat disheartened, the joy of impending humanity dulled her lingering sorrow. You are already human, Lu Yuan replied with a slight smile. Indeed, the remote explosives within you have been deactivated. What? Number 18 exclaimed incredulously. Is it resolved just like that? She had always believed that transitioning from an artificial being back to humanity would necessitate a painful procedure or even experimentation, and she had mentally prepared herself for such trials. Yet, Lu Yuan was now telling her she had already reverted to human form. It is entirely true. If you doubt it, you may test it for yourself. Lu Yuan remained unfazed by her skepticism. I have also preserved your strength. However, the manner in which you wield this power differs from before. You will require some time to learn to master the force within you. Number 18, still incredulous, explored her body with her hands, a smile gradually blossoming on her face. Chapter 137. Going to school. Number 18 was now certain that she had indeed regained her human form. Thank you, Master, she exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion and at a loss for words. Suddenly, she leaned in and planted a quick kiss on Lu Yuan's cheek. The most heartfelt gesture she could conceive to express her gratitude. Having been captured by the Red Ribbon Army at a tender age, she had never learned how to interact with people, what manners entailed, or how to convey her appreciation for the Red Ribbon soldiers. All that was required of her was to obey orders and function as a mindless killing machine. You must not do that again, Lu Yuan said, touching his cheek with a wry smile. After all, we are master and disciple, and there is a distinction between genders. If you wish to express your gratitude, a simple bow will suffice. Understood, Number 18 replied, her smile suddenly faltering. She could not quite grasp why, but a sense of emptiness lingered within her, leaving her uneasy. For a girl with a psychological age of merely a teenager, the person who rescues her in times of peril inevitably leaves an indelible mark upon her heart. On the 18th, as Lu Yuan rescued him from within Shalu, an indelible mark, unique to Lu Yuan, quietly etched itself into the depths of Number 18's heart. Number 17 experienced a similar transformation. Throughout their brief existence, aside from their parents, no one had ever demonstrated such kindness towards them. Initially, Number 17 was somewhat unaccustomed, exhibiting a haughty demeanor, yet Lu Yuan remained unfazed, softening the icy barriers surrounding Number 17's heart through his actions. Do not be deceived by the seemingly simple act of removing the time bombs from within them, while it may appear trivial to Lu Yuan. For Number 17 and Number 18, it represented a matter of life and death. Even if Lu Yuan had claimed he would control the bombs within them, neither would have voiced any grievances. However, Lu Yuan chose not to do so. Instead, he dismantled the bombs entirely, fostering a deeper trust between them. What were your original names? Number 17 inquired, recognizing that Number 17 and Number 18 were hardly suitable appellations. Perhaps we should change our names. After a moment's hesitation, Number 18 shook her head, stating, I wish to retain this name, as a constant reminder not to forget the suffering of our past, and to forever remember your life-saving grace. Number 17 gazed at Number 18 in astonishment, never having imagined she could articulate such profound thoughts. Did you secretly attend tutoring? This inquiry reflected the sincerest sentiments of number 17's heart. "I feel the same," he replied in a muffled tone. There was no recourse. Number 18 had expressed all that needed saying, and given his level of education, number 17 could hardly muster anything more eloquent, merely echoing her sentiments. Unbeknownst to number 17, years later, he would once again find himself stepping into a classroom. Indeed, Yuan had enrolled them in a school located in the Holy Land of Martial Arts. This Holy Land, a small island adjacent to the Heavenly Realm, hosted the annual World Martial Arts Tournament, gradually attracting martial artists who settled, married, and started families there. With the advent of children came the necessity for schools, and the principal of this institution was none other than Master Roshi. Master Roshi's reputation within the martial arts community on Earth was unparalleled, particularly after he secured victory in the World Martial Arts Tournament 4 years prior. Thus, it was only fitting that he held the position of principal. The teachers were personally selected by Master Roshi. Occasionally, Tien and Krillin would guest lecture, sharing their insights on cultivation. Each time they appeared, the school would be inundated with eager practitioners seeking their wisdom. Yuan cared little for fame, yet Goku and others, young and full of vigor, could not abide anonymity, seizing every opportunity to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, where they would inevitably emerge champions. Gradually, Goku and his companions began to carve out their own renown, ranking just below Master Roshi. Consequently, Yuan enrolled number 17 and number 18 in this esteemed institution. What are the prerequisites for cultivation? Some might assert that it lies in the tempering of the body, while others may claim it is rooted in innate talent. However, within the realm of Yuan, the essential prerequisite for cultivation is literacy and erudition, particularly for traditional practices such as the 8-9 mystical arts. Practitioners are expected to be well-versed in various classical tomes. Otherwise, they would be incapable of comprehending the methods of cultivation, making any form of practice futile. Of course, this does not apply to prodigies like Wukong, who, despite being illiterate, can adeptly cultivate simply by being presented with an illustrated version of the techniques. Such is the nature of innate talent. One must acknowledge that comparisons often reveal disparities in capability. Even Vegeta, before embarking on his path of training, dedicated 6 months to studying literary classics under Yuan to ensure he could grasp the fundamentals of the techniques. Even Krillin, in his quest to enhance his physique, must possess a foundational understanding of human physiology and pharmacology, otherwise his efforts would be fruitless. To speak of Yuan's disciples, any one of them, when drawn from their respective fields, is profoundly knowledgeable, far from the reckless individuals depicted in the original text. Conversely, the bases of androids 17 and 18 are alarmingly inadequate. They are even illiterate, which is why Yuan enrolled them in school to diligently acquire foundational knowledge before embarking on their cultivation journey. As for their paths, Yuan has meticulously planned their trajectories. For android 17, due to his artificial nature, although he can cultivate and grow stronger, a more expedient method exists: body modification. As a semi-human, 17 possesses numerous areas ripe for enhancement. As long as his knowledge keeps pace, he can achieve boundless strength. Do not underestimate the technological side. In its advanced stages, various causal weapons and mathematical constructs can rival the might of the most accomplished cultivators. However, this path demands an even more extraordinary level of talent than traditional cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, even those lacking innate gifts can find various treasures to enhance their abilities. Yet, if one's intellect and comprehension are insufficient, no amount of resources will aid in the modification of one's body. Compared to cultivation, pursuing a technological path resembles ascending stairs, where progress is incremental. In contrast, cultivation is akin to climbing a slope, where each advancement is tangible and visibly substantial. Even when overcoming a bottleneck, it merely transforms into a steeper incline requiring further effort. The technological route often leads to obscured paths, placing a significant demand on personal resolve. Chapter 138. Yamucha's bet nonetheless. This is the path he has chosen, and with determination. 17 must persevere. Unlike 17, who is overwhelmed by the vast knowledge upon entering school, 18 enjoys a more comfortable experience. Yuan has chosen the path of a magical girl for her. Ahem, do not question why it is a magical girl. It is not a manifestation of whimsicality, but rather a recognition of the strength inherent in such a role. At the very least, Yuan would not admit to any underlying mischievous inclinations. The magical girl route Yuan has selected for 18 is not that of a mere plaything meant to delight children, but that of the protagonist from the world of Madoka Magica. In that world, every magical girl ultimately transforms into a witch capable of annihilating the world. To save her fellow magical girls, Madoka harnessed the power of a magical girl to become a deity, eradicating the witches from both the past and the future, across all universes. Consequently, the upper limit of this enhancement system is extraordinarily high, rivaling even the legendary sage of the primordial chaos. The so-called magical girl is, in fact, a beacon of hope born from absolute despair, reminiscent of Android 18's own experiences. It is likely that she could adeptly wield the power of a magical girl. Upon learning that she could, at the pinnacle of her training, command the multiverse and even manipulate timelines, any initial hesitation she had vanished, and she readily agreed. However, due to the incompatibility between the enhancement system and her current strength, she would require considerable time to transform the energy within her into the magical power of a magical girl. Her days at school were remarkably fulfilling. In 18's memories, such tranquility was rare. Before being rescued by Yuan, she either executed one brutal task after another under the control of the Red Ribbon Army or witnessed countless slaughters from within cell. This newfound peace felt somewhat unfamiliar to her. As a result, one of 18's favorite pastimes became sitting beneath the grand tree at the school entrance, watching the ebb and flow of people. Initially, upon enrolling, her striking beauty attracted a fair amount of unwelcome attention. However, with a powerful brother backing her, anyone bold enough to harass 18 found themselves swiftly dealt with by Android 17, who had no qualms about hanging them by their pants at the school gate. Over time, the harassment ceased. Despite this, 18's icy beauty continued to draw a legion of admirers, with a fan club even forming in her honor. "Oh, isn't that the renowned ice queen of the school? Are you lonely sitting here all alone?" Yamcha greeted her with a grin as she sat lost in thought beneath the tree. After being chastised by Goku and others, Yamcha had been tirelessly seeking a means to defeat them. During this quest, he traveled the globe with Oolong and Puar, eventually arriving at the martial arts sanctuary to pursue his studies upon hearing of its renown. Although he had once been a bandit, he had reformed, leaving behind his former ways of bullying and intimidation. Only Oolong remained unchanged, persistently teasing girls and frequently facing disciplinary actions, nearly being expelled. Though Yamcha's strength was modest, his innate talent shone through, swiftly elevating him to a position of prominence within the school, garnering him a devoted following. This newfound attention led to a certain arrogance. "Don't be so cold, little miss," he said, striking a pose he deemed charming. "How about we grab a drink together?" His unexpected appearance was not without purpose. Initially, he held little interest in the newly arrived Ice Queen. His preference leaned towards the gentle and amiable, rather than the frosty demeanor of the number 18, whose mere glance could induce shivers. Today marked his graduation day, for which he had meticulously organized a banquet to bid farewell to his classmates. However, at the gathering, he encountered a previously unseen portly individual who audaciously proclaimed that his allure surpassed that of the dashing graduate, wagering on the Ice Queen as a prize. As the campus heartthrob, Yamcha was naturally indignant, and he immediately accepted the challenge, determined to substantiate his prowess. As time progressed, he noticed number 18 growing increasingly impatient, even contemplating her departure. Faced with this prospect, Yamcha's composure faltered. He stepped forward, obstructing her path, and implored, "Must we not converse?" "I am leaving," number 18 replied coldly. "Please, consider this a plea from me." Yamcha glanced around, turning his face slightly, his tone laced with earnestness. "I beg you, agree to a date with me, otherwise my reputation will be utterly destroyed." It was imperative to note that he had just vociferously established a wager with that portly man, wherein the loser would be compelled to run 3 laps around the school in their undergarments. Yamcha was bewildered by the absurdity of his own agreement. Yet he understood that failing to secure a date with this enchanting girl would spell disaster for his future. "Leave before I lose my temper." Number 18's gaze betrayed her disdain, causing Yamcha's heart to ache. Even in this moment of despair, he could not fathom resorting to force against her. He had reformed himself and would never stoop to such depths. Losing the wager was secondary. The contempt reflected in her eyes shattered his spirit. Had his charm diminished to such an extent? "You are incapable, just watch me." The portly man shoved Yamcha aside and, with a smug smile, addressed number 18, "My lady. Shall we step aside for a drink?" The man's lack of decorum and his unappealing appearance, coupled with his flippant demeanor, elicited a laugh from Yamcha. What a farce. If he could engage a lady's attention in such a manner, Yamcha would devour the nearby tree on the spot. At that moment, number 18's expression shifted dramatically upon spotting the portly fellow beside Yamcha. "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed. "No need to rush. Let us have a proper discussion over there," the sinister smile of android number 19 suggested. After all, there are far too many irrelevant individuals present. Number 18's countenance fluctuated. Yet she ultimately gritted her teeth and acquiesced to 19's request, turning to follow him. Meanwhile, Yamcha stood transfixed, utterly stunned by the unfolding scene. What an absurdity. How could this man engage a lady's interest? Yamcha gaped in disbelief. Do modern women truly fancy such individuals? Perhaps I should rethink my approach. Chapter 139. The ambush of Dr. Gero. In that moment, Yamcha gazed at the nearby tree, lost in contemplation. He, Yamcha, was a man of his word. Should he consider gnawing on this tree? As Yamcha hesitated over whether to gnaw at the great tree on the other side, Android 18 and Android 19 found themselves in a secluded alley. "What are you doing here?" Android 18's expression darkened significantly. "Shouldn't you have been annihilated by Cell?" In this world, Cell awakened before anyone else. After his awakening, Cell first eliminated Dr. Gero. Then, while Android 19 remained dormant, he annihilated Android 19, subsequently devouring the unawakened and defenseless androids 17 and 18. Therefore, the sight of Android 19, unscathed and standing before her, was utterly shocking to Android 18. "Indeed, I barely survived that ordeal." Dr. Gero sneered as he emerged from the far end of the alley. "What on earth happened? How are you unharmed?" Android 18 was utterly flustered. She had witnessed with her own eyes Cell discarding their lifeless bodies into a garbage heap. "Alas, fortune favored me, Dr. Gero retorted with a mocking laugh. It turned out that Cell, in his panic upon being born, failed to thoroughly examine the injuries of Dr. Gero and Android 19. Merely seeing them breathless, he discarded their bodies without a second thought. Indeed, Android 19's energy core had been damaged. However, on that fateful day, coincidentally a stormy one, the exposed metallic skin of Android 19 attracted lightning, which restored his ability to move. Upon awakening, Android 19 first repaired his body using scraps from the garbage heap, then transported Dr. Gero to another secret base, utilizing the instruments within to reconstruct Dr. Gero's body, successfully reviving him from the brink of death. It is indeed a testament to Dr. Gero's resilience that, at his advanced age, he survived such a tumultuous event, driven by a powerful will to live. Of course, his technical prowess also played a significant role in this survival. What Cell did not realize was that before his very existence, Dr. Gero had already conducted preliminary modifications to his own body. Thus, even with a pierced heart, Dr. Gero would not perish easily. Once revived, Dr. Gero understood that Cell, having absorbed the powers of androids 17 and 18, was extraordinarily formidable, far beyond his capacity to confront. Therefore, he chose to remain hidden, biding his time for revenge. While Cell scoured the world for the cells of other warriors to enhance himself, Dr. Gero too was collecting Cell's cells. After all, as his creator, Dr. Gero was the most knowledgeable about Cell in this world, bar none. In fact, even if Cell did not seek to confront Goku, it would take only a few more years for Dr. Gero to develop weapons specifically designed to combat Cell. Ironically, Cell's demise would inadvertently benefit Dr. Gero. Cell believed that by eliminating Dr. Gero, he had secured his victory, unaware that monitoring devices had long been implanted within him by Dr. Gero. Every action of Cell was under the vigilant scrutiny of Dr. Gero. The demise of Shalu provided Dr. Gero with invaluable combat data. Yet, despite this, he remained convinced that Lu Yuan's strength was unfathomable. Drawing upon the information he had gathered from around the globe, Dr. Gero resolved to lurk in the shadows, methodically and gradually undermining Lu Yuan's power. "I do not know why you sought me," number 18 spoke coldly. "I am no longer an android, and thus, I am of no use to you. Please cease your incessant pursuit." "Ha ha ha. Do you believe my objective is you?" Dr. Gero scoffed. "You are merely a failed creation. Do you truly regard yourself as significant? My target is the individual behind you, Master." Number 18 furrowed her brow. "What grievances do you share?" "Grievances? No, no. We have no such quarrel. Dr. Gero waved his hands dismissively, then venomously declared, what exists between us is enmity, a relentless hatred. He and his detestable disciples inexplicably obliterated decades of my hard work. My Red Silk Army was annihilated by his hands. The more Dr. Gero spoke, the more agitated he became. I know not what means he employed, but my proud generals were brainwashed, willingly remaining on this desolate little island as farmers. I will rend that man to pieces. Number 18 cast a peculiar glance at Dr. Gero, surprised that this old man, who so fervently desired to oppose Lu Yuan, had not even learned Lu Yuan's true name over the years. Give it up, you are no match for him. Number 18 sighed. Isn't it better to be alive? Although she harbored deep resentment towards Dr. Gero for transforming her into an android, it was difficult for her to feel animosity towards this old fool now, for he was simply too ridiculous. Understanding Lu Yuan's true power, Number 18 found Drive Gero's current behavior utterly laughable. He was entirely unaware of the nature of his adversary. For such a ludicrous buffoon, she felt that continuing to engage with him would only serve to diminish her own dignity. If you are willing to leave now, I can refrain from informing my master of your presence, Number 18 stated coolly. Of course, even if she did inform him, she mused silently. Her master would hardly concern himself with such a clown. Master? Dr. Gero paused, then erupted in laughter. I initially thought you were merely a servant of that fellow, trying to glean information from you. Yet, I never anticipated that you are his disciple. Dr. Gero's laughter grew more gleeful. Very well, very well. In that case, do not blame me for being impolite. What do you intend to do? Kill me in a fit of rage? Number 18 retorted with a cold smile, unperturbed by the old man before her. I will not kill you. That would be a waste. Dr. Gero cackled. I intend to use you as a trump card. And then, slowly, one by one, I will eliminate all of his disciples, allowing him to experience the anguish I once felt. You do not truly believe you are my rival, do you? Number 18 could not help but mock. If we were to engage, are you not concerned that the commotion would attract others? Are you still putting on a show? Dr. Gero sneered. I have long seen through you. You are nothing more than a defenseless young girl. Chapter 140. Android 18. Captured Drive Gero is not the kind of brute whose intellect is solely comprised of muscle. Prior to taking action, he meticulously prepared himself. Without complete certainty, he would never engage. Before confronting Android 18, he conducted thorough investigations. In fact, enticing Yamcha to approach was merely the first step of his elaborate scheme. Based on Dr. Gero's insights into Android 18, should Yamcha provoke her, even if she did not eliminate him on the spot, she would certainly teach him a lesson. Yet, even after the arrival of Android 19, Android 18 remained inactive. This was merely the initial phase. The second phase involved luring Android 18 into this alleyway. Still, she did not act. At this juncture, Dr. Gero maintained his vigilance. The figure before Android 18 was merely a puppet crafted by him, devoid of any combat capability, yet perfectly replicating Dr. Gero's authentic demeanor. Even at this point, Android 18 held back, masking her vulnerability with words. Dr. Gero could finally ascertain that Android 18's hesitation was not due to unwillingness, but rather an inability to act. Though I do not understand why you have lost your strength, it is time for you to surrender, Dr. Gero scoffed, slowly retreating. Meanwhile, Android 19 suddenly rushed towards Android 18, seizing her by the neck and lifting her effortlessly. Although Android 18 had enhanced her magical girl abilities, she had yet to master her newfound powers. Physically, she was merely an ordinary girl, incapable of resisting Android 19. Within moments, she succumbed to unconsciousness from lack of oxygen. Dr. Gero's true form materialized from the shadows, a victorious smile gracing his face as he beheld Android 18 in Android 19's grasp. We should not linger here. Let us depart. With that, the two departed at great speed. Shortly after their exit, Android 17 appeared in the alley, his expression darkening. What has transpired? Why can I no longer sense my sister's presence? To shield Android 18 from unwanted attention at school, Android 17 had ingeniously repurposed his newly acquired knowledge to create a tracking device placed on her. Whenever Android 18 needed assistance, activating the device would summon him to her side, driving away any bothersome suitors. Initially believing this to be yet another trivial encounter with admirers, he soon realized something was amiss when he lost connection with Android 18. Upon reaching the location from which she had signaled, he discovered that Dr. Gero had already whisked her away. However, this did not pose a challenge for number 17. In recent days, he had acquired a wealth of new knowledge at school, with tracking being one of the significant skills. Typically, cultivators rely on sensing energy to trace their opponent's whereabouts, and number 17 was no exception. Yet, he soon realized that some adversaries could not be tracked through mere energy detection. Consequently, he adopted a novel approach, enhancing his sense of smell to physically locate his opponents. In truth, apart from those in specialized professions, few individuals intentionally conceal their scent. In the world of Dragon Ball, most cultivators strive to mask their energy while neglecting the minutiae. Dr. Gero was no exception. Before long, number 17 detected the faint scent of number 18 from an alley, accompanied by two other scarcely perceptible aromas. Was this scent that of an android? A change flickered across number 17's face. To his knowledge, all androids were supposed to have been eradicated. Why, then, was there a trace of an android scent here? The distinction between androids and normal humans was stark. They bore a unique fragrance indicative of their energy cores, a familiarity that number 17 possessed, being an android himself. Moreover, this scent bore a striking resemblance to his own, prompting a multitude of thoughts. Just as uncertainty enveloped number 17, a long-absent signal reemerged, albeit briefly, lasting only a matter of seconds before vanishing once more. Nevertheless, he cast aside his doubts and swiftly made his way to the location where 18's signal last appeared. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero's expression was equally grim. He had never anticipated that 18 possessed a signal transmitter. The device given to her by number 17 was not one that remained perpetually active, despite their sibling bond. 18 did not wish for her movements to be constantly monitored by him. Thus, the transmitter only activated when 18 chose to do so. Upon encountering number 19, 18 had surreptitiously activated the signal transmitter, but at that moment, number 17 was unaware of the gravity of the situation and did not rush to her aid. After all, 18 had been harassed numerous times in recent days. By the time he noticed the sudden interruption of the signal, it was too late. 18 had already been taken by Dr. Gero. However, number 19 miscalculated 18's physical condition, causing her to awaken prematurely. It was precisely because of her awakening that she attempted to notify number 17, inadvertently revealing the transmitter to Dr. Gero. With a swift motion, Dr. Gero crushed the transmitter beneath his foot and hastened his departure. We must increase our speed. We have already been exposed. To remain inconspicuous, Dr. Gero had even developed a cloaking feature, allowing him to evade detection as long as he did not actively reveal himself. Thus, even while racing through the streets with 18, they remained undetected by passers-by. On the 17th, the speed was not to be underestimated. Shortly after the signal vanished once more, the 17th unit managed to trace the whereabouts of Dr. Gero again. However, at this juncture, the tracking system was proving less effective. Initially, he had not anticipated the system would be of significant utility, thus only made slight optimizations without delving deeper into its capabilities. It was amidst the bustling thoroughfare that the shortcomings of this tracking system became evident. He struggled to pinpoint Dr. Gero's scent amidst the myriad of aromas in the air. Yet, he quickly realized that although the scents of the two androids were faint, the aroma of 18 was as traceable as that of an ordinary human. Abandoning the pursuit of Dr. Gero's scent, the 17th unit shifted focus to 18's fragrance and raced forward. Nonetheless, unlike Dr. Gero, he lacked the camouflage abilities, and his reckless sprint through the streets inevitably drew the attention of passers-by. The distance between the 17th unit and Dr. Gero was not great. The doctor soon became aware of the disturbance caused by the 17th unit, which greatly vexed him. "We must accelerate. We cannot allow him to catch up, Doctor." Gero muttered through clenched teeth. "At the very least, we must avoid a confrontation on this island." Dr. Gero was acutely aware of his current capabilities. Dealing with a minor character like the 17th unit was manageable, but should the one who vanquished Cell arrive, they would have no means of escape. The power exhibited by that individual was terrifying, and even now, Dr. Gero could not ascertain the limits of that strength, nor did he know the nature of the opponent's attacks. Confronting that person now would result in certain doom. "This cannot continue. I will be pursued," Dr. Gero resolutely declared. "We must head to sea. Once there, we shall eliminate the 17th unit and then return to our covert operations." Dr. Gero understood well that controlling 18 would be relatively straightforward, as she was an ordinary individual with no means to defend herself. However, the 17th unit was a creation of his own design. He had heard that recently, The 17th unit had acquired a great deal of new knowledge at school, and at his current level, it was quite possible he could not fully control the 17th unit, granting the latter an opportunity to escape. It would be wiser to eliminate the 17th unit entirely. First, to eradicate a capable adversary, and second, to collect a bit of interest. The value of hostages lies in their quality rather than quantity. Through his investigations over the past few days, he had concluded that if he could seize one critical individual, the others would readily submit. With a shift in strategy, Dr. Gero turned and headed resolutely toward the sea. Meanwhile, the 17th unit also discerned the intentions of his opponent. Although he was closely pursuing the enemy, he was now filled with frustration. He was acutely aware that the opponent had recently passed through this very area. He even felt that he was nearing his adversary, yet he could not uncover their whereabouts. The streets were eerily calm, devoid of any signs of disturbance. Upon realizing that the enemy intended to escape the island, the 17th unit felt a surge of excitement. On the bustling thoroughfare, he found himself unable to track his opponent's movements, constrained from unleashing a full-scale assault to force his adversary into the open. However, once he set sail, all limitations would be lifted. He could scarcely believe that even over the vast and boundless ocean, he would still be unable to locate his foe. Let me unveil your true identity. Thus, the two factions, one leading and the other trailing, swiftly departed from the sacred grounds of martial arts. Arriving at the endless expanse of the sea, 17th floated serenely upon the water's surface. Here, 18th's presence had vanished entirely, yet 17th had not glimpsed a single shadow. What is happening? Am I being deceived? 17th's expression darkened considerably. At that moment, a ki blast erupted suddenly beneath 17th's feet, hurtling directly towards the unsuspecting fighter. At last, you've arrived? A faint smile graced 17th's lips. I've been waiting for you. He was fully prepared, armed to the teeth, anticipating the enemy's move. In the next instant, 17th's body disassembled, revealing a myriad of fantastical weapons that emerged from within, with numerous barrels firing indiscriminately in all directions. Lasers, bullets, shells, and ki blasts poured forth as if they were of no consequence. These projectiles possessed minimal power, easily withstood even by the weakest of practitioners. However, 17th's intent was not to inflict harm with these munitions, but rather to ascertain his opponent's location based on the explosion's aftermath. After all, 18th was still in enemy hands, and 17th dared not gamble on whether they would use her as leverage. Thus, while his barrage appeared fearsome, the actual damage inflicted was minimal. Following the assault, Dr. Gero and 19 could no longer conceal their presence, revealing themselves before 17th. Clearly, 17th was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of 19 and Dr. Gero. You should have been dead. How can you still be here? The dead need not concern themselves with such matters. Dr. Gero's expression was malevolent, and with a wave of his hand, 19 abandoned 18th and charged directly at 17th. Upon witnessing this, 17th instinctively reached out to catch the plummeting 18th. From several hundred meters above, the fall would render the sea no different from solid ground. Should 17th fail to act, 18th would likely become the first practitioner to perish from such a height. Yet this was precisely 19th's cunning stratagem. 17th was compelled to intervene and save 18th, inadvertently granting 19 the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. This was indeed 17th's intention. He hoped that his opponent would focus solely on him, neglecting the falling 18th. As long as he could rescue her, the remainder of the confrontation would be manageable. Gritting his teeth, 17th erected layer upon layer of protective shields, poised to withstand 19th's onslaught. However, he was overly arrogant. The strength of number 19 was not to be underestimated. With the prowess of number 17, it was utterly implausible to withstand a full-force strike from the opponent and then rescue number 18. As soon as they clashed, number 17 plummeted towards the sea like a kite severed from its string. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero managed to catch number 18, who was descending, letting out a sigh of relief. Your previous strike has already severed his spine and destroyed his energy core. Even if he survives, his existence is now in jeopardy. We must leave this place at once. Yet, in the next moment, number 17 soared back into the air, confronting Dr. Gero. He slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze icy. Your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. However, this is of no consequence to me. Number 17 sneered. Prepare to meet your end. Do not linger. Let us resolve this swiftly. Dr. Gero, frowning, turned to leave with number 18 in tow. I will grant you 2 minutes. Hasten to eliminate your opponent. Although he was puzzled as to why the adversary still retained the ability to act despite the destruction of his energy core, this did not diminish Dr. Gero's disdain for number 17. Even though number 17 had begun to modify himself, he remained a flawed creation of Dr. Gero's. Chapter 142, The Resurrection of Cell Dr. Gero could not fathom that number 17 could defeat his prized creation. Yet, the reality was that Dr. Gero had somewhat overestimated the strength of number 19. During his time at school, number 17 had not been idle. With the assistance of Yuan, he had already made reasonable modifications to his body. The nanotechnology employed in this battle was one of his achievements. In this world, the technological advancements were skewed. On a macro scale, even star-destroying battleships could be manufactured. Yet the development on a microscopic level was virtually non-existent. Nanotechnology was one such example. The only semblance of nanotechnology in this world might be the all-purpose capsules provided by the Universal Capsule Company. Consequently, when number 17 encountered nanotechnology, he was utterly astounded and rapidly modified his body employing it. He certainly would not leave behind such an obvious weakness as an energy core. At this moment, number 17's body was infused with countless nanobots, which possessed the ability to self-replicate. As long as number 17 supplied them with sufficient energy, these bots could replicate themselves indefinitely. Whether for healing injuries or forming external armor during combat, these nanobots proved capable. Coincidentally, number 17's original model was an android endowed with limitless energy. And the synergy between the two instantly elevated number 17's combat prowess to a new echelon. You underestimate me far too much, number 17 declared coldly. His body tremoring as countless nanobots appeared around him, rapidly converging to form a fearsome suit of armor. The armor, a striking blue and white, emanated a faint silver glow from its chest, bearing a resemblance to Iron Man. Indeed, the inspiration for the armor of number 17 is derived from Iron Man's suit. However, he has discarded the myriad of weapons that hold little significance for him, opting instead to retain the armor's ability to enhance his physical combat prowess. Furthermore, during battle, this armor possesses the capability to amplify his techniques to a certain extent. Yet, number 17 has yet to embark upon the path of cultivation. Should he achieve a seamless fusion of celestial arts and nanotechnology, the resultant power would be beyond imagination. Oh, what manner of technology is this? Upon witnessing the armor adorning number 17, Dr. Gero swiftly altered his stance. Capture him alive. I must study the technology infused within that suit. Dr. Gero's expression was one of fervent excitement. This technology was utterly unprecedented, and he felt compelled to acquire it. Once in his possession, he could elevate his own android technology to new heights, perhaps even gleaning insights into the limits of that individual. Confronted with an entirely unfamiliar combat style, number 19 dared not let his guard down. He sought to gauge number 17's strength, to ascertain the depths of his opponent's capabilities. However, in his haste to rescue number 18, number 17 exhibited no hesitation, unleashing his most formidable technique immediately. A longsword coalesced in number 17's grasp, slicing through the air toward number 19. Despite exerting every effort to evade, number 19 was still met with a minor wound inflicted by number 17's strike. As he prepared to retaliate, he was astounded to find number 17 pass by him without a backward glance, disregarding his counterattack entirely. This incited considerable ire within number 19. And as he readied to assault number 17's exposed back, he was horrified to discover that his body had become immobile. Moments later, he lost consciousness entirely. Plummeting from the sky, as he descended, his form began to disintegrate, transforming into dust that flowed toward number 17. This was the culmination of a lethal technique developed by number 17. Initially, he utilized nanobots to forge an exceedingly sharp blade. The instant this blade breached the opponent's skin, countless nanobots would infiltrate the adversary's body. These nanobots, bearing immense energy, would replicate at an astonishing pace once inside. During the replication process, they would dismantle the internal structure of their foe through a process of consumption, using the energy absorbed to continue their exponential proliferation. Should one be caught unawares and suffer a laceration from this blade, death would inevitably await them. After thoroughly devouring the opponent's body, these nanobots would return to number 17, replenishing him with the energy they had consumed. Although number 17 possesses boundless energy, the output he can deliver in a given time frame is finite. Moreover, expending excessive energy within a limited duration could render him temporarily weakened. With the advent of nanorobots, he could accumulate energy that would otherwise be wasted in everyday life. However, during battles, when the need for rapid proliferation of these nanorobots arose, the stored energy became somewhat scarce. Thus, this was one of the means for Android 17 to replenish his strength during combat. Observing all of this, Dr. Gero felt no panic. Instead, he was filled with excitement. "Indeed, your technology has surpassed my imagination," exclaimed Dr. Gero with fervor. "What an enchanting technology. Once I defeat you, I shall acquire it, correct?" Regarding the demise of his loyal subordinates, Dr. Gero felt no sorrow. Rather, he regarded it with disdain. To him, those worthless beings could perish without consequence, as he had already drained their value. "Release Android 18, and perhaps I shall spare your life." Android 17 stood before Drive Gero, his sword's tip aimed directly at the scientist's eyes. "Do not rush. Let us have a proper conversation." Dr. Gero smiled at Android 17. "Do you know why I did not flee upon encountering you, but instead chose to remain? Do you not wish to know what gives me confidence?" Android 17, disinterested in idle chatter, lunged forward with his sword. Yet, this lightning-fast strike was effortlessly evaded by Dr. Gero. Android 17's expression grew serious as he realized that this opponent was not as easily dealt with as he had initially thought. "Ha ha ha! Allow me to show you my ultimate form." With that declaration, Dr. Gero's body began to undergo a gradual transformation. The wrinkles on his face faded. His skin turned a pale green, and a spiked tail sprouted from behind him. This form? Cell. Android 17 was taken aback. At that moment, Dr. Gero bore an eightfold resemblance to Cell, save for a trace of his original self lingering in his features. "I am Gero, and this is my greatest creation, Android 20. Dr. Gero's smile was sinister. As Android 17 gazed at Drive Gero, a shadow of dread loomed over him. The psychological scars left by Cell were far too deep. It was not merely Cell's formidable strength that haunted him. It was the days spent within Cell's body, trapped in despair and clinging to the faintest glimmer of hope for survival. Had it not been for the mutual support of Android 18, Android 17 would have long abandoned the will to live. Now, confronted with an opponent bearing such a striking resemblance to Cell, Android 17 felt his confidence wane even before engaging in battle. "Your sword possesses an unusual quality," Dr. Gero calmly analyzed. "As long as you do not strike me with it, you should find me rather helpless, yes? If evasion were all that was required, that would be quite simple." Although Dr. Gero was primarily a scientist with limited combat experience, he compensated for his shortcomings through other means. This form before him was one of his trump cards. Witnessing Android 17's reaction, Dr. Gero felt a surge of satisfaction. His gamble had paid off. Influenced profoundly by Cell, Number 17's desire for battle visibly diminished upon merely observing Cell's form. However, Dr. Gero was not content with this. He sought to further intensify the psychological pressure on Number 17 through verbal assaults, aiming to compress his fighting spirit even further. "Do not presume that a few days of study at that wretched school could enable you to defy my will," Dr. Gero sneered, slowly advancing towards Number 17. "A defective product remains a defective product. Do you comprehend?" Dr. Gero floated before Number 17, circling him like a predator. "What is this? Have you already lost your fighting spirit? A defective product indeed. If you surrender without resistance, I might grant you another chance. If you are willing to serve me, I could spare both you and your sister. Is that true?" Number 17 interjected suddenly. Dr. Gero, secretly elated yet maintaining a stoic expression, replied languidly, "Indeed, it is true." "And then what?" "You would implant a remote-controlled bomb within me, holding my life and death in your hands," Number 17 retorted. "Otherwise," Dr. Gero countered, "do you truly believe I could place my trust in you? In that case, would we not lose our freedom?" Number 17 lowered his gaze, concealing the expression on his face. "Compared to life, do you think freedom is more significant?" Dr. Gero laughed derisively. "If you truly valued freedom, you would not have been imprisoned by me for over a decade. To speak of freedom now is laughable." Number 17 tightened his grip on the blade he wielded. "I could endure the darkness if I had never seen the light." However, Dr. Gero suddenly sensed something amiss. He recoiled sharply, yet still. Number 17's blade grazed the edge of his clothing. Well, Dr. Gero exclaimed, cold sweat breaking out upon him. He had narrowly evaded a potentially fatal strike from that enigmatic blade. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Dr. Gero had not placed all his hopes on number 17's capitulation. While attempting to persuade him to surrender, he was already prepared for combat. Yet, the peculiar blade in number 17's grasp posed a significant challenge. Dr. Gero's answer was the bone blade. Indeed, after absorbing the cells left behind by Cell, Dr. Gero had optimized his combat form further. Now he could summon sharp blades composed of bone from his body at will. Given the inherent strength of his physique, these bone blades were not inferior to ordinary weapons. Unfortunately for him, he faced number 17. In their initial clash, Dr. Gero found himself entirely at a disadvantage. The sharpness of number 17's blade far exceeded his expectations. As soon as the bone blade in Dr. Gero's hand collided with number 17's sword, it was effortlessly cleaved in two. What terrified Dr. Gero the most was that even in his own hands, the bone blade was swiftly being eroded. Had he not reacted swiftly enough to sever his own bone blade, that strange erosion would have already permeated his body. Dr. Gero furrowed his brow, intently fixated on the sword wielded by number 17. A hypothesis formed in his mind, yet it required further validation. With a decisive strike, number 17 appeared to regain his fighting spirit, launching an unrelenting assault once more. To be candid, number 17's swordsmanship was rather rudimentary, merely comprising basic slashes. Fortunately, Dr. Gero was not a master swordsman either. Their exchange was fiercely contested, though to onlookers, it merely resembled a clash of novices. After once more having his bone blade severed and narrowly evading the edge of number 17's sword, Dr. Gero finally comprehended the source of the peculiar erosion. Tiny robots, indeed. Dr. Gero exulted in his revelation. Such brilliant ingenuity. But what of it? Number 17 retorted coldly, prepare to meet your demise. I shall demonstrate just how feeble and powerless you truly are. Dr. Gero scoffed, and while evading, his body began to swell rapidly. Within mere moments, his physique expanded significantly. An array of exoskeletons emerged, enveloping him completely. Confronting number 17, Dr. Gero's paramount concern was avoiding any strikes from his opponent, thus hindered in his movements. Even his formidable strength would be rendered ineffective. Although the exoskeleton could not withstand number 17's blade, it was designed to shed at will. As long as these exoskeletal layers could by even a fleeting moment, Dr. Gero could execute a counteroffensive, provided that the erosion did not reach his core. He could cast off the exoskeleton to protect his flesh from those minuscule robots. Though Dr. Gero's combat experience was lacking, he was nonetheless an exceptionally intelligent genius. And this tactic effectively countered number 17's offensive approach. With the exoskeleton in place, Dr. Gero finally struck number 17 for the first time in this battle. Chapter 144. The true Cell. Though number 17 initially held the advantage thanks to the nanobots, the disparity in strength between the two was glaringly evident. After just one blow, number 17 felt his internal organs churn violently, nearly expelling a mouthful of electrolytic fluid. Were it not for the vast quantity of nanobots within him rapidly mending his injuries, one more strike would have rendered him utterly incapacitated. Ha ha ha, come again. Dr. Gero laughed maniacally as he charged forward. His strategy of trading blows was indeed unscrupulous. Yet number 17, now ignited by a surge of determination, surged forward as well. Dr. Gero exchanged wounds for wounds, and so did number 17. The contest now hinged on whose internal energy reserves were more substantial and whose recovery capabilities were more formidable. Furthermore, number 17 could siphon energy from the discarded bones of Dr. Gero, replenishing his own expenditures, thus bolstering his confidence. He believed that in a war of attrition, he would emerge victorious without a doubt. However, number 17 was still too inexperienced, having overlooked a crucial point. The disparity in strength between the two was immense. With a single strike, Dr. Gero could merely replace his exoskeleton. As long as he avoided being hit by number 17 during the regeneration period, the task would be simple. Given the vast difference in their capabilities, achieving this was not particularly challenging. Thus, even as number 17 repeatedly struck Dr. Gero, the damage inflicted was exceedingly limited, verging on negligible. Conversely, a single blow from Dr. Gero could obliterate nearly half of number 17's internal organs. Fortunately, with external armor concealing his vulnerabilities, Dr. Gero could not immediately detect any flaws. Otherwise, should the opposing side hasten their assault, number 17's recovery speed would be utterly inadequate to keep pace. This situation could not persist. Number 17 clenched his teeth. With number 18 still in Dr. Gero's clutches, their fate unknown, any prolonged delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. Dr. Gero, likewise, was hesitant to prolong the confrontation. He was uncertain whether the commotion would attract the attention of others on the island. Thus he too sought a swift resolution. At that moment, they both unleashed their most powerful moves with astonishing synchronicity. Here, they exclaimed in unison. Number 17 swung his sword downwards with tremendous force, intent on cleaving Cell in two. In this moment, he relinquished all defenses, confronting Dr. Gero's attack with a resolve to perish together. Dr. Gero, understanding the trajectory of number 17's strike, had already formed layer upon layer of bone at the point of impact. However, these bones offered no real defense. Upon contact with the sharp blade in number 17's hand, they melted away as if they were butter meeting a hot knife. "You've fallen for my trick," Dr. Gero sneered, suddenly appearing behind number 17. The thick layer of bone was merely a ruse, allowing him to launch a surprise attack from behind. "No, you are the one who has been deceived." As Dr. Gero's fist connected with number 17, an enigmatic smile appeared on number 17's face. What? The searing pain in Dr. Gero's mind warned him that if he did not withdraw, he might face grave danger. Yet with victory over number 17 so tantalizingly close, Dr. Gero was unwilling to relent. Gritting his teeth, he surged forward, striking fiercely at number 17's back. Simultaneously, countless spikes emerged from number 17's rear, leaving Dr. Gero with no escape and impaling him like a porcupine. Who says this technique can only be used with a blade? A faint crimson streak of blood trickled from the corner of number 17's mouth, yet he wore a smile. Lacking proficiency in swordsmanship, the blade in his hand was merely a diversion. In truth, he could generate sharp blades or spikes from various parts of his body, capable of injecting nanobots into his opponent's system upon breaking the skin. Dr. Gero was just struck by dozens of sharp spikes, and countless nanobots surged into his body, wreaking havoc on his physical structure. Meanwhile, Android 17 was not faring any better. A massive hole had been blasted in his back by a punch from Dr. Gero. Had that punch possessed even a fraction more power or been aimed slightly differently, 17's head would have been obliterated. Although 17 had undergone a comprehensive transformation from head to toe, his brain remained untouched. The human brain is exceedingly enigmatic, and at 17's current level, he lacked the capability to enhance it without compromising his own stability. Thus, the brain stood as 17's sole vulnerability. As Dr. Gero's body was being devoured by the nanobots, an eerie smile crept across his face. "Perhaps you have forgotten, with just a single cell, I can achieve rebirth." With that, Dr. Gero detonated himself, shattering all the nanobots. However, due to the extensive loss of his bodily components, the explosion was not particularly powerful, merely knocking 17 off balance and slightly exacerbating his injuries. Moments later, when 17 regained his senses, he found himself face to face with a seemingly intact Dr. Gero. Yet, the figure before him bore little resemblance to the man he once knew. It would be more fitting to refer to him as the second generation of Cell. That fool truly believed he could master the cells I left behind. Cell gazed at his hand, satisfaction evident on his face. He was oblivious to the fact that from the moment he implanted my cells, his life had entered a countdown. What is happening? 17 clutched his chest, staring blankly at Cell, a flicker of despair igniting within him. He understood that Cell possessed Scion genes, and upon the brink of death, he would experience a terrifying surge in power. The previous encounter with Cell had already pushed him to his limits. How could he possibly defeat an opponent whose strength would now double? It was quite simple. That ancient fool had spotted the cluster of cells I left behind, believing he could control them, and thus directly implanted them into himself. But this was merely my means of resurrection, not something easily mastered. Indeed, one must tread carefully. Cell feigned a reflective tone. Were it not for the cell cluster I left, I would likely have already descended into the underworld. That man is undeniably formidable. Cell smiled at 17, stating, "Although I am not his match at present, I can at least collect a bit of interest." Chapter 145. The Power of the Sorceress. As he spoke, Cell waved his hand, casting a barrier that completely isolated them from the outside world. Thus, for the time being, no one would intrude upon their sweet moments together. Cell articulated each word deliberately as he slowly approached 17. Influenced by Dr. Gero, Cell had become increasingly sinister and arrogant. As the formidable Cell approached the 17, a sudden, sharp spike erupted from the palm of 17's hand, aiming directly at Cell's eye. In an instant, Cell grasped the spike with ease. Despite 17's utmost effort, he could neither advance the spike further nor extract it from Cell's grip. Your maneuver appears peculiar, yet it proves of little consequence to me, Cell remarked with a smile. I am not that foolish, old man. This tactic of yours is futile unless it can pierce the opponent's skin. With a slight grin, Cell surprisingly directed the spike towards his own eye. To 17's astonishment, even as the spike forcefully struck Cell's eyeball, he remained unscathed, and the spike shattered into 2 fragments. 17 sensed that the nanobots atop the spike began to perish the moment they made contact with Cell's body. This was a stark demonstration of the disparity in sheer power. Although 17 had lost his most significant advantage, he refused to surrender. Instead, he unleashed all his might in an attempt to inflict harm upon Cell. However, to Cell, these attacks felt as trivial as mere tickles, utterly inconsequential. Very well, is this all you have to offer? Cell sneered. Now it is my turn. Under Cell's control, 17 found himself immobilized, incapable of even self-detonation. Let us commence with the legs. Cell observed 17's legs with keen interest. Which one shall I start with? With a slight narrowing of his gaze, 17 emitted a wretched scream as his right leg began to dissipate at a painfully slow pace. Reminiscent of how he had previously used nanobots to corrode number 19. Do not presume that by eliminating your sense of pain, you can evade my torment, Cell taunted, shaking his finger. I possess ample methods to induce suffering. Do not rush. We have ample time to proceed slowly. Enough. A clear voice resonated from behind. Cell turned to see 18 coldly glaring at him. During the onset of the battle, 18 had been incapacitated by Dr. Gero and suspended in midair. Cell had initially dismissed 18, perceiving him as merely an ordinary individual. After all, he no longer needed to absorb the 2 of them for sustenance. Thus, he focused more on 17, who could endure his torment. Oh, what do you intend to do? Cell inquired with intrigue. Though I am uncertain how you extricated yourself. Judging by your demeanor, do you wish to perish before your brother? No. 18 slowly extended his right hand. The one destined to die should be you. In a flash, a pink short staff materialized in 18's grasp. In the next moment, countless beams of white light flowed around 18, gradually coalescing into a dress adorned with shades of white and powdery hues. This was 18's first experience in such attire, and a faint blush graced his cheeks. Yet it did nothing to hinder his resolve against Cell. With a graceful wave of his delicate hand, the space surrounding Cell instantly solidified. Impossible. Sheru's smile was frozen upon his face, and in that moment, he felt the same sense of helplessness he had experienced when confronting Yuan. How could you employ such means? Sheru struggled with all his might, yet he could not even move a finger. You shall meet your demise. The light in number 18's eyes gradually dulled. Regardless of the past, present, or future, every iteration of you across the universe shall perish. As number 18's voice resonated, each word fell like a heavy shroud upon Sheru, enveloping him in an inexplicable terror. I will not die, absolutely not. This desperate wail was of no assistance in the face of his dire circumstances. To number 17's astonishment, Sheru's form began to fade, slowly becoming transparent until he vanished entirely. With just a single utterance, number 18 had obliterated every version of Sheru across all timelines. This meant that, regardless of time or place, Sheru could never be revived. Even if Dr. Gero were to resurrect him and recreate him according to the original process, the result would only be a failure. Such was the power of the witch. However, number 18 ultimately could not fully harness the witch's power. After exerting herself beyond her limits, the only fate awaiting her was to lose her sense of self entirely, merging with the witch's power and becoming part of it. You truly are a source of concern, Yuan sighed, appearing beside number 18. Moments earlier, he had been engrossed in a serious discussion with Bulma regarding cultivation, oblivious to the anomalies unfolding around him. Had it not been for number 18's alteration of the timeline, he would have remained unaware of the events that transpired here even after everything concluded. Gently, he brushed his hands over number 18's head, and she instantly reverted to her original state, falling into a deep slumber. This was indeed a blessing, at the very least, upon awakening. She would have a preliminary grasp of this newfound power, Yuan mused with a slight sigh. What about my sister? Number 17 asked anxiously, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. Your sister is unharmed, but you are about to find yourself in a predicament. Lu Yuan's expression darkened as he regarded number 17. Huh, could you possibly engage that thick skull of yours? Such a significant event has transpired, and you failed to inform me? Lu Yuan cast a disappointed look at number 17. Even a brief message to your fellow disciples would have sufficed. What? You don't know how to reach them? Ashamed, number 17 lowered his head. Upon entering the order, each member received a waist token, a symbol of their identity, capable of serving as storage and facilitating communication with others. Though merely a whimsical creation of Bulma's, it allowed contact with others as long as they weren't separated by an entire universe. However, upon witnessing number 18's capture, number 17 lost his composure and completely forgot to seek assistance from others. Even when faced with Sheru, all he felt was panic, failing to consider reaching out for help. Oh, it's a miracle you haven't driven yourself to folly. Lu Yuan remarked with irritation. If you can't win, at least rally support. Chapter 146, Krillin's Escape. Yes, I will remember. Number 17 lowered his head in shame. Despite being reprimanded by Lu Yuan, he felt a warmth in his heart, sensing the concern woven into Lu Yuan's scolding. This demeanor from number 17 rendered Lu Yuan momentarily speechless. After all, one does not strike a smiling face. With a silly grin, number 17 disarmed Lu Yuan's ire, making it difficult for him to continue his reprimand. As Lu Yuan chastised number 17 while escorting number 18 back, the individuals confined in the small dark room, including Krillin, began to hatch a mischievous plan. Hey, did you sense that? Krillin nudged the meditating Tien Shinhan, a sly smile creeping onto his face. What? Tien Shinhan opened his eyes and cast a glance at Krillin. I advise you to quell those mischievous thoughts. Be wary of Master S' return and the consequences that may follow. Don't be like that, Krillin replied, somewhat disheartened. We've been locked up for so long. If this continues, we might suffocate from boredom. Tien Shinhan remained unmoved. After all, he was no longer in the rebellious and lively phase of youth that characterized Krillin. As for Baiku, his naturally indifferent disposition rendered him unperturbed by the confinement, preferring the solitude for focused training. However, Krillin was utterly unprepared for the fact that the individual most intrigued by his escape plan was none other than the typically taciturn Dumpling. Though Dumpling often appeared as a silent enigma, harboring thoughts as intricate as Krillin's, he rarely voiced them. The first to speak in their group was usually Krillin or Tien Shinhan, and sometimes Baiku, which resulted in Dumpling's presence often going unnoticed. Logically, one would assume that Dumpling, having enhanced his abilities under Dr. Manhattan's influence, would grow increasingly detached, leaning toward rationality. Yet, it seemed he had veered down an unexpected path. While his strength steadily improved, his emotions had not only persisted but intensified. The most apparent evidence of this was Dumpling occasionally engaging in actions that leaned toward the emotional. For instance, at this moment, he initially had no unusual thoughts about being confined. After all, he had company. However, after Krillin's suggestion, he found himself harboring the idea of sneaking away. The two quickly reached a mutual agreement, preparing to escape the small dark room for a brief adventure, as long as they returned before their master noticed. Yet, given their confinement, exiting the small dark room would be impossible unless someone outside aided them. Rest assured, Krillin confidently declared, I've made all the necessary preparations. The idea of sneaking out had been in Krillin's mind for quite some time. Seizing the opportunity while their master was away, he promptly contacted his informant, Goku. If it had been just Krillin alone, he would have hesitated to take such a risk. But with Dumpling and Goku outside to share the burden, Krillin felt emboldened. Ultimately, their intentions were not malevolent, regardless of their burgeoning powers. They were merely a group of teenagers, not yet 20 years old. At this age, children are generally overwhelmed by hormones, often leading them to engage in irrational behaviors. Thus, even when they are aware that their master may discover their actions and impose severe punishment, they remain indifferent. In fact, it is precisely the thrill of potential punishment that heightens the allure of such reckless behavior. If every adolescent heeded the warnings of their elders, they would no longer be deemed adolescents. However, what Krillin never anticipated was that Goku had also enlisted another scapegoat, Vegeta. In truth, Vegeta had been completely duped by Goku. He had no inkling that Goku's notion of seeking thrill entailed secretly aiding Krillin in an escape from confinement. Had he known the true nature of the endeavor beforehand, he would have resolutely refused to join them. When he attempted to flee, it was already too late. Goku and the others had encircled him, forcibly carrying him beyond the realm of heaven. In other words, he was coerced. All right, can you let me go now? Vegeta said with a hint of frustration. I've already snuck out with you. There's no turning back. He added, so, where exactly are you headed? We're not going anywhere in particular. We just wanted to stretch our legs and get some fresh air, Krillin chuckled. If you're courting death, don't drag me into it, Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes widening as he prepared to turn away. Although he had ventured out with them, to wander so boldly on Earth was undoubtedly a reckless act. Heaven knows where Yuan has gone. Should they encounter him en route, Vegeta might find himself regretting it profoundly. Hold on. Goku chuckled, grabbing hold of the departing Vegeta. I recently discovered a fascinating place. Why not come along and have a look? What place? Krillin inquired, his interest piqued. Is there anywhere on Earth we haven't yet explored? Krillin wasn't boasting. During their training, the group had roamed extensively across Earth. Not only Earth, but they had nearly traversed the entire solar system. The Demon Realm. Goku blurted out. The Demon Realm? They all echoed in unison. Yes, the Demon Realm. Goku affirmed with certainty. I only recently heard about it from my master. It is said that there are many formidable warriors there. Centuries ago, an invasion of Earth by the Demon Realm occurred. However, the number of invaders was limited, and there weren't any particularly powerful foes. So the martial artists of that time managed to defeat them and sealed the entrance to the Demon Realm. Defeated by martial artists from hundreds of years ago. Krillin regarded Goku with skepticism. Are you certain that there are indeed powerful warriors as you claim? It wasn't that Krillin held any disdain for the martial artists of centuries past. It was merely a reflection of the truth. Even if one were to look back a few more centuries, it would be difficult to find a worthy opponent. Someone like Master Roshi was already considered the pinnacle of martial prowess. The strength of an adversary who could be vanquished by such martial artists is certainly a matter of concern. Don't rush. Just let me finish. Wukong paused momentarily before continuing. I have inquired about the situation. The initial invasion of Earth was merely orchestrated by a minor leader from the most desolate regions of the Demon Realm. The main forces of the Demon Realm were entirely oblivious to this event. Wukong, reveling in his newfound knowledge, added, I have heard from my master that the Demon Lord's power is not inferior to that of the former Frisia. Chapter 147, Journey to the Demon Realm Frisia? Vegeta's interest was piqued instantly. Are you certain? Although he now considered Frisia an ally, having resolved their previous misunderstandings, Vegeta still harbored no fondness for him. Regardless of the circumstances, the blood of countless Scion comrades spilled by Frisia was an indelible truth. During his time under Frisia's command, Frisia's demeanor towards him was hardly amicable. Thus, even now, whenever they crossed paths, conflict was almost inevitable. Fortunately, Frisia seldom returned to Earth, often arriving and departing in haste. Otherwise, their tumultuous encounters would have thrown the planet into chaos. Now, upon hearing that there was an adversary in the Demon Realm with power comparable to Frisia's, Vegeta's interest was thoroughly ignited. His strength was already formidable, and after receiving enhancements from Yuan, his abilities soared to new heights. His encounters with Frisia had yielded both victories and defeats. His primary motivation for training was the day he could unleash his wrath upon Frisia. So, upon learning of a rival of similar strength, Vegeta's anticipation surged. Why wait any longer? Let us depart at once. Wukong, along with his companions, exchanged glances and chuckled. Upon hearing of a powerful opponent, the most reluctant among them, Vegeta, had transformed into the most eager. I am ready. The nearest entrance to the Demon Realm is quite close. Wukong soared ahead to lead the way, declaring, the only issue is that the entrance is too small for me to pass through. Ah, now I understand why you agreed to help me escape, Krillin remarked. Not one to be easily fooled. He quickly grasped Wukong's intentions. So, it is not my prowess you seek, but rather the abilities of Dumpling. Among them, only Bulma and Dumpling had any knowledge of such otherworldly matters. Wukong certainly dared not approach Bulma. She was his master's wife, and to seek her assistance would be tantamount to revealing his intentions. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Dumpling. Were it not for this reason, he would not have frequented the small room. Coincidentally, Krillin also harbored thoughts of escape, and the two struck a harmonious accord. As long as they could enlist Dumpling's help, they were willing to entertain any proposition. Though Wukong was somewhat naive, he was not foolish. He understood that having more allies made their endeavor easier. Even if they faced repercussions later, it would be better to have companions to share the burden. After much deliberation, Wukong resolved to coax Vegeta into joining their venture, not because he sought to deceive anyone else, but rather, with his intellect, he could only manage to outsmart Vegeta. Ultimately, unbeknownst to all, Wukong had drawn everyone together, setting forth towards the legendary demon realm. I care not for your opinions. That demon lord is mine, Vegeta declared resolutely. None shall contest me. Wukong remained silent, nodding with a smile, refraining from any rebuttal. The title of the Lord of the Demon Realm was merely a pretext, intended to placate Vegeta, while Wukong harbored his own ulterior motives. His true aim was another legendary entity of the demon realm, Majin Buu. It was said that this being was exceedingly malevolent, with power that far surpassed that of the demon realm's ruler, Dabura. Wukong, having grown weary of sparring with familiar companions on the island, found no worthy opponents in the universe. Otherwise, he would not have set his sights on Buu. Moreover, Wukong was aware that Buu was currently sealed, and he even knew the method of unsealing. All this information had been gleaned during his visits to Yuan's home, where he had heard Yuan recount these tales to amuse Bulma. Naturally, Yuan had merely intended these stories for entertainment and had never considered that Wukong would fixate on the idea of Majin Buu. As the group conversed, they soon arrived at the entrance to the demon realm that Wukong had mentioned. So, can you open the passage to the demon realm? No problem, it's quite simple. Kaiatsu replied confidently, it's merely a spatial rift. As he spoke, Kaiatsu effortlessly expanded the originally fist-sized rift to a height sufficient for them to enter. Upon traversing the spatial rift, they found themselves in a desolate wasteland under a crimson sky. The atmosphere here was decidedly uncomfortable, causing Krillin to shiver. Of course, this is the demon realm, Wukong remarked casually, while discreetly extending his senses to search for the so-called Majin Buu's location. After all, Yuan had presented this as a story for Bulma's amusement, so he could not have provided any precise coordinates. Wukong only knew of the creature's existence and the method to unseal Buu, but the exact whereabouts of Majin Buu remained a mystery to him. The demon realm is unexpectedly vast, Krillin observed, his perception extending to the moon without difficulty, although he was the least perceptive among them. Yet, even with his abilities, he found no sign of any creatures within the expansive demon realm, indicating its immense territory. Logically, such a large planet would have a considerably stronger gravitational pull than Earth. Yet, in reality, the gravity here was merely 1.5 times that of Earth, hardly significant. Stop wasting time and tell me where that demon realm lord is, Vegeta urged impatiently, consumed by the singular desire to locate this so-called lord of the demon realm and unleash his fury. I'm not entirely sure, Wukong hesitated, realizing that the environment of the demon realm was entirely different from his expectations. Let us find someone to ask. Surely someone in the demon realm would recognize the person known as the Lord of the Demon Realm, Wukong pondered uncertainly. As the group sought Dabura, the demon himself found himself ensnared in the gravest peril he had ever encountered. What do you want? Dabura asked, eyeing the diminutive creature approaching him with trepidation. As the sovereign of the demon realm, he now dangled like a lamb destined for slaughter, suspended upside down and devoid of any capacity for resistance. Fear not, for soon you shall no longer tremble. Babidi languidly extended the wand in his hand, gently tapping it against Dabura's forehead. In the next instant, an exceedingly peculiar symbol materialized on Dabura's brow, and his gaze became hollow. Lord Babidi, Dabura knelt on one knee, respectfully greeting Babidi. Excellent, excellent. With your demonic army and the fiend Majin Buu at my disposal, I shall unify the universe. Babidi cackled with unrestrained delight. Behind him, a rotund figure, entirely clad in pink, watched Babidi with a gleeful expression, exuding an air of innocence. Chapter 148. The feeble Dabura. Babidi strutted out of the Demon King's palace with Dabura, initiating the assembly of Dabura's forces. In the demon realm, personal strength reigns supreme over teamwork, thus there exists no legitimate army. Babidi's so-called forces were merely a small contingent of 10. He would not overlook this modest squad. And with Dabura's assistance, Babidi took control of each member. Very good, Babidi nodded approvingly at his subordinates. I can finally fulfill my father's dying wish. Where to begin? He fell into deep contemplation. Many years prior, his father Bibidai's schemes had been thwarted by the Supreme Kai. Logically, Babidi's first target for vengeance should be his brother, the Supreme Kai. However, Babidi had his own considerations. Firstly, It was certain that the Supreme Kai was no longer a match for him. Leaving aside the sealed monstrosity Majin Buu, even the demon King Dabura was beyond the capabilities of those inept Supreme Kais. Thus, Babidi dismissed any thoughts of confronting the Supreme Kai. After all, those individuals could be dealt with at any time. Despite his years of devoted study of dark sorcery, Babidi was not entirely oblivious to the happenings in the universe. He was well aware of the notable figures that had emerged in recent years, especially the warriors from Earth, whom he scrutinized with particular interest. Moreover, the very ability to unshackle Majin Buu's seal was predicated upon harnessing the energies released during battles fought by those Earth warriors. Consequently, Babidi possessed an acute understanding of the Earth's fighters. Given their capacity to defeat adversaries of Cell's caliber, the warriors from Earth were undeniably formidable. In Babidi's view, it was imperative to first eliminate the most powerful foes, catching them off guard to maximize the utility of his resources. Otherwise, if he were to incite chaos across the universe, those warriors would inevitably learn of his machinations and prepare in advance, even with Majin Buu at his side. Babidi lacked the confidence to annihilate them entirely. His subordinates were indeed powerful, yet as a sorcerer, he was inherently vulnerable, unless absolutely necessary. It was wise to avoid direct confrontations with the enemy. In the event that an adversary executes a decapitation plan, they would find themselves with nowhere to lament their fate. After considerable contemplation, Babidi ultimately resolved to strike Earth first. As long as he could eliminate the most formidable individuals, the remaining foes would pose little threat. I haven't sought you out, yet you come to me willingly. Babidi raised an eyebrow slightly and suddenly burst into laughter, for he discovered that his greatest enemy, for reasons unknown, had ventured into the demon realm and was even advancing towards him. What a rare opportunity! Babidi cackled, gesturing to dispatch Dabura and his 10 subordinates. In Babidi's estimation, Goku and his companions were hardly formidable. He had previously observed all of their battles, thus he was well aware of their general level of power. Consequently, Babidi deemed that sending Dabura and his cohort would suffice to handle Goku and his friends. Goku, are you truly not deceiving us? Krillin asked, casting a doubtful glance at Goku. We have flown so far without even spotting a shadow. Are you certain we haven't come to the wrong place? Goku hesitated as well, for he had merely heard tales from land source, and now the veracity of those stories seemed questionable. At that moment, a sharp surge of energy suddenly approached rapidly from a distance. Vegeta was the first to notice the assailant, swiftly deflecting the strike with a wave of his hand. Has someone finally arrived? Vegeta mused, glancing at Dabura and his entourage nearby. Not bad. Dabura smirked, nodding towards his 10 companions, who immediately surged forward to assault Goku and his friends. Dabura possessed commendable strength, yet the prowess of his subordinates was rather dismal. There was no need for Goku to intervene. Vegeta single-handedly dispatched the entire group with ease, without even transforming. Is this the extent of your subordinates' abilities? Vegeta taunted, pathetic. Quite impressive, Dabura remarked indifferently at the defeat of his minions. I hope you can maintain that bravado for a while longer. With that, Dabura shed his cloak, his aura shifting dramatically. If Vegeta resembled a blade drawn from its sheath, then Dabura embodied a wand radiating malevolence. However, in terms of presence, the two were evenly matched, neither overshadowing the other. Vegeta gradually set aside his disdain for Dabura, strategically underestimating his opponent while tactically respecting him. Very well. It seems you have earned the right to witness my true form. Vegeta smiled subtly, transforming as his white hair billowed in the wind. After his transformation, Vegeta's entire aura seemed to retract within him, presenting an appearance of an ordinary individual. Dabura's expression grew grave, realizing that this opponent was far from ordinary. The two stood facing each other, resolutely locked in gaze. Given Dabura's considerable strength, even Vegeta had to remain vigilant, searching for any weaknesses in his foe. A gentle breeze swept through, and the two men, resembling dueling cowboys from the west, exerted their strength simultaneously. In the next moment, they collided fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they engaged in countless exchanges, curiously silent throughout their fierce combat. Vegeta's power had significantly increased. Goku observed Vegeta and couldn't help but exclaim, though I was the first to transform into Super Saiyan 5, Vegeta has surpassed me, delving deeper into its potential. I truly envy your Saiyan heritage. Krillin, witnessing Vegeta's battle, echoed this sentiment. To be able to transform by nature, unlike me, who can only achieve strength through relentless training. Tien, hearing this, shot Krillin an odd glance. While others might have had the standing to make such claims, Krillin certainly did not. In truth, not only Tien, but even Goku and Vegeta sometimes envied Krillin's talents as an Earthling, blessed by the will of Earth. It was no exaggeration to say that he bore the traits of a protagonist, although Krillin could not transform. His base combat prowess was comparable to that of a Super Saiyan 3. Should Krillin unleash his full potential, Goku would undoubtedly struggle against him unless he transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Chapter 149, The Death of Tien. Such vain boasts could only be uttered in Goku's presence. Had it been anyone else, they would surely face repercussions. However, it must be noted that none among them possessed inferior talents compared to Goku. Tien's psychic abilities allowed him to counter any adversary reliant on physical combat, and his proficiency in martial arts was commendable, coupled with his psychic powers. Facing opponents like Goku and Vegeta, who specialized in physical prowess while neglecting spiritual cultivation, was a task he could manage with ease. Furthermore, with the Sharingan, Tien, after developing the Rinnegan and benefiting from his training, was not weaker than Super Saiyan 5. The others also boasted their unique strengths. Regaining his focus, Tien observed the battle between the two. Although it appeared that Vegeta and Dabura were evenly matched, Tien discerned that Dabura's defeat was merely a matter of time. Throughout the contest, Vegeta maintained a dominant position, with Dabura reduced to mere defense, unable to mount any effective counterattacks. Dabura, aware of his inferiority to Vegeta, hastily sent a distress signal to Babidi through their mental connection. Useless fool. Babidi fumed, yet felt helpless. While Dabura was no match for Vegeta, he was still his subordinate, and allowing him to perish would serve no benefit to himself. The resurgence of spiritual energy not only impacted the main universe, but also affected the demon realm. The unique interplay between spiritual energy and demonic energy significantly enhanced Dabura's strength. Had the Dabura before the resurgence encountered a Super Saiyan 5, even Vegeta in his normal state would have easily overwhelmed him. Yet, despite the substantial boost from both spiritual and demonic energies, Dabura still fell short when faced with the transforming capabilities of Vegeta as a Super Saiyan 5. The so-called balance of power merely stemmed from Vegeta's caution as he probed his opponent's hidden strength. Upon realizing that the formidable Dapla possessed only this level of power, Vegeta's disappointment was palpable. Just as he prepared to obliterate Dapla, a slow-moving pink light surged toward him. Exercising prudence, Vegeta refrained from catching the light with his hands and instead deftly sidestepped it. Meanwhile, the ever-curious Dend, who had been observing the spectacle, suddenly found himself intrigued. He sensed that the aura of this light was peculiar, entirely different from any attack he had encountered before. Driven by curiosity, Dend extended his right hand, attempting to guide the light into his grasp for closer examination. The pink light indeed lacked any formidable power, and Dend effortlessly captured it. However, the subsequent moment sent chills down the spines of all present. Dend inexplicably transformed into a small cookie. In the blink of an eye, the cookie soared into the mouth of a nearby rotund figure. After swallowing the cookie, this pink creature exhibited a striking resemblance to Dend. What an eerie technique! Vegeta gasped, cold sweat trickling down his back. Had he been careless and failed to evade, he would surely have been the one devoured. Who are you? Goku exclaimed with a mix of shock and fury. Return Krillin to us at once. Do not be absurd, Vegeta reprimanded sharply. That is an enemy. They would never return Krillin to us. We must defeat them to reclaim him. Vegeta asserted earnestly, focus. The adversaries we face this time are far from ordinary. Majin Buu was unlike any foe they had previously encountered. While Cell's abilities were at least somewhat predictable, Vegeta needn't worry about being consumed during their battle. In stark contrast, Majin Buu's powers were bizarre and utterly irrational. The assembled fighters failed to comprehend how Buu had turned Dend into a cookie and consumed him. Seizing the opportunity, Dapla discreetly withdrew from the battlefield, approaching Babidi to whisper a few words in his ear. Oh, is that so? A dangerous smile crept across Babidi's face. You are not entirely useless, Dapla. Well done. It is my honor to serve Lord Babidi. Dapla bowed his head, silently positioning himself behind Babidi. Hey, you over there. Your name is Vegeta, right? Babidi called out loudly. I can see that you are not aligned with them. Join us. What nonsense are you spouting? Vegeta scoffed, finding the other party's absurdity baffling. You just killed your own ally. And now you expect me to surrender? Such foolishness. Are you truly content over there? Babidi chuckled ominously. Think carefully. Do you not harbor any grievances? I am well aware of the injustices and discrimination you have faced. The words of Babidi seemed to possess an enchanting power, an irresistible charm that compelled one to believe. So come join us. Unite with us in vengeance against this wretched world. Little did Babidi know the trials that Vegeta had endured. His earlier proclamations were mere bluster, for words were but a medium, while his true trump card lay in the mastery of dark magic. As the lord of the demon realm, Dubra had an unimaginable sensitivity to the darker facets of human nature. During their brief encounter, he keenly discerned the hidden shadows within Vegeta's soul. Such individuals are the most excellent subjects for control. Babidi's expectations were soon fulfilled. Under the allure of dark magic, Vegeta's countenance rapidly contorted with inner turmoil. Come, join us. Babidi sneered. Seek your vengeance. Raise your hands. Exact your retribution. At that moment, Goku, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, felt as though he had wasted years of existence. Vegeta, remain vigilant. Do not heed his words, Goku exclaimed, rushing toward Vegeta in an attempt to rouse him from this trance. Simultaneously, Krillin, demonstrating remarkable synchronicity, dashed towards Babidi, intent on preventing him from further ensnaring Vegeta. In an instant, Majin Buu obstructed Krillin's path, and as Goku reached Vegeta's side, he was met with the unexpected sight of Vegeta raising his palm and unleashing an energy blast aimed directly at him. With no choice but to evade, Goku turned to see a peculiar mark manifest upon Vegeta's forehead. Chapter 150. The True Thoughts of Vegeta Amidst the Clash of Combatants, Far Away on Earth. Lu Yuan's expression suddenly shifted. Having just reprimanded number 17, he was alarmed to learn of another incident concerning Krillin. Lu Yuan's countenance darkened. Moments ago, the aura of Dumpling had abruptly vanished, and he understood all too well what that signified. Fortunately, Dumpling's soul had yet to report to the underworld, and his essence remained unharmed. For Lu Yuan, death was not a terrifying prospect, even if one were to traverse to the netherworld. Reviving them was merely a matter of a flick of his wrist. With a simple gesture, he conjured a complete and intact Dumpling before him. Speak, what has transpired? Lu Yuan inquired, exasperated. What mischief have you conjured this time? Have you brought about your own demise? Dumpling took a step back, astonished. He had not anticipated meeting such an untimely end, feeling quite suffocated by the circumstances. Most disheartening was that he had only been absent for mere hours, only to be summoned back by his master in such a manner. Although his master appeared unperturbed, Dumpling sensed the impending doom that loomed over him. Master, allow me to explain. Dumpling's eyes darted about nervously. Having already faced death once, he believed this to be a significant punishment by Lu Yuan's standards, and thus hoped he would not face too severe a consequence. As long as he could extricate himself from this predicament, surely his master would not impose undue hardship upon him. The situation is as follows, but do not rush me. Lu Yuan raised his hand to interrupt Jiaozi's words. You are aware of my divination skills, are you not? At this, Jiaozi immediately fell silent. Lu Yuan's so-called divination was, in fact, a matter of calculating the past and future with a mere flick of his fingers. In his eyes, grasping events spanning 500 years was trivial, especially concerning their minor affairs. Jiaozi dared not absolve himself of all responsibility, for should his master discover his deception, the consequences would be dire. Nevertheless, Jiaozi bore little blame himself, as the prison break had been incited by Klin, and the venture into the demon realm was proposed by Wukong. Throughout it all, he had merely opened the portal to the demon realm. After hearing Jiaozi's account, Lu Yuan fell into a brief silence before gesturing for Jiaozi to depart. Oh, inform Tien Shinhan and the others that they may emerge from the small dark room. Jiaozi's heart soared with joy, though his countenance betrayed nothing. He nodded in acknowledgement and quietly left. To be frank, Lu Yuan was hardly enraged. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. To Wukong and the others, Lu Yuan resembled a paternal figure rather than an authority figure. Thus, their relationship was more harmonious. In fact, Lu Yuan found amusement in their rebelliousness, particularly at Jiaozi's self-inflicted demise, which elicited a chuckle from him. Regardless of any spiritual harm they may suffer, Lu Yuan could easily restore them. Life and death were trivial matters in his realm. Therefore, rather than punish them, Lu Yuan intended to stealthily observe the unfolding events. Should he find himself capable of contending with Majin Buu, That would be one thing. If not, it would lead to quite the entertainment for him. With such thoughts in mind, Lu Yuan gradually vanished from the Grand Hall. While he could ascertain the happenings on Wukong's side from within the hall, experiencing the drama firsthand would provide a far greater sense of immersion. Should you falter, do not blame your master for his lack of mercy. Time rewound to a few moments prior. Vegeta, I feel splendid. Vegeta regarded Wukong with a disdainful sneer. I have never felt more liberated. Vegeta, awaken. This is not your true self. Wukong urged anxiously. You are merely being manipulated. This is the true me. Vegeta laughed maniacally. Do not delude yourself, Son Goku. I am no soft-hearted fool. I am a born villain. Vegeta scoffed. I have truly had enough of this life among you. I refuse to wear a mask and pretend to be virtuous any longer. With a cold huff, Vegeta declared, let us settle this today, both in victory and in life or death. After all, Vegeta's early years as a mercenary wandering the universe had left a considerable mark on him, planting the seeds of darkness within his heart. He was not the purely malevolent being he claimed to be. Otherwise, Lu Yuan would never have taken him as a disciple. In stark contrast to Vegeta, Frieza was indeed a natural-born villain, which is why Lu Yuan viewed Frieza merely as a tool to maintain cosmic stability. Never deeming him worthy of discipleship, he was not so desperate as to accept anyone. As Vegeta passionately delivered his monologue, Lu Yuan observed from the sidelines, acutely aware that he was the sole witness to Vegeta's innermost thoughts. In truth, Vegeta did not genuinely aspire to be a villain. Every individual harbors a shadowy side. And Vegeta, being but a common man, was no exception. His flaw lay in an overwhelming desire to win, an insatiable ambition that drove him relentlessly. However, upon encountering Goku, he experienced the bitter taste of defeat for the first time. It was not just Goku. Others like Tien and Kaiatsu also imposed considerable pressure on him. Yet, Vegeta remained unyielding, and as the pressure mounted, it ultimately erupted under the influence of Babbidi's dark magic. Occasionally, such an outburst might serve a beneficial purpose for Vegeta, providing him an opportunity to release his pent-up stress. If he could adeptly adjust his mindset and avoid falling into the same traps in the future, he might emerge stronger. The only potential risk lay in facing inner demons during future tribulations, a double-edged sword depending on Vegeta's choices. While Lu Yuan pondered Vegeta's path, Goku and Vegeta had already engaged in combat. Controlled by dark forces, Vegeta fought with ruthless intensity, a stark contrast to their usual sparring sessions. Each of his strikes aimed directly for Goku's vulnerabilities, intent on annihilation. Even Goku, perpetually the optimist, felt a flicker of anger kindling within him. It seems only a thorough lesson will bring you back to your senses, Goku remarked coldly before launching a merciless assault. With a swift motion, Goku summoned his golden staff, which he then aimed squarely at Vegeta's head. Vegeta, no stranger to Goku's tactics, deftly evaded the strike and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch in the trajectory of the staff. Goku, taken aback, was unable to avoid the blow, stumbling backward as he struggled to catch his breath. Do you understand now? You are no longer my equal, Vegeta proclaimed, standing proudly with a triumphant expression. This is merely the beginning. Come at me again. Goku, clearly ignited by genuine anger, prepared for a renewed clash. As they fought fiercely, Babidi was also busy orchestrating events, directing Majin Buu to confront Krillin. Krillin, eager to assist Goku, was intercepted by the formidable Majin Buu. Fully aware of Buu's terrifying capabilities, he approached the encounter with utmost caution, ready to defend himself. The seemingly adorable Majin Buu was anything but gentle in his approach. He unexpectedly tore a substantial piece of fat from his own abdomen and hurled it directly at Krillin. Fearing this might be yet another bizarre attack from his adversary, Krillin refrained from defending himself and instead evaded the projectile. The piece of fat narrowly missed him. But to Krillin's astonishment, it reversed course and collided solidly with him a moment later. Fortunately, this assault was devoid of any peculiarities, primarily aimed at restricting his movements. Krillin effortlessly extricated himself without expending much effort. However, at that moment, Majin Buu had already lunged towards him, unleashing a fierce barrage of attacks. Constantly wary of Buu's uncanny ability to transform individuals into cookies, Krillin felt constrained during the battle, reluctant to unleash his full potential. This ultimately resulted in him being relentlessly pressured by Buu. Roaring with a strange laugh, Buu launched a vigorous assault on Krillin. growing impatient as he struggled to subdue Krillin. Babidi began to lose his temper. "What are you doing? Finish him off, you worthless fool." While Bu exerted himself in a full-on assault, Babidi continued to berate him from the back. Soon enough, Bu could no longer tolerate the incessant chatter. "Enough of this nonsense, it's infuriating," he exclaimed, turning around as the antenna on his forehead emitted a beam of pink light directed straight at Babidi. As merely a sorcerer with negligible hand-to-hand combat skills, Babidi was unable to evade this seemingly slow yet incredibly swift attack, and in an instant, he was transformed into a small cookie, promptly consumed by Bu. Babidi likely never fathomed that he would meet his demise at the hands of his own creation. He believed that by freeing Bu from his seal, he would become the master of Bu. Yet, Bu was the embodiment of all evil in the universe, incapable of being so easily manipulated. His prior compliance with Babidi's commands was merely due to his lack of other engagements. Although Bu is a conglomerate of malevolent thoughts, he is, at his core, a remarkably simple being. His powers stem from malevolence. Had Bu been released from his seal by a virtuous individual, his actions might have leaned towards benevolence. Though the darkness within him would still persist, it would not inhibit his capacity for good deeds. Regrettably, it was Babidi, a villain, who liberated Bu, fully enticing the malevolent thoughts within him and utterly suppressing any benevolent inclinations. This led to Bu's overwhelming strength. After absorbing Babidi's abilities, Bu's form transformed once more, becoming even smaller, yet his combat prowess escalated significantly. His attacks now bore an inexplicable dark energy, which caused Krillin considerable discomfort. As Bu grew weary of the prolonged confrontation, he retreated momentarily, gathering a sphere of black energy in his hands. In an instant, countless energy blasts surged towards Krillin, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Reluctantly, Krillin braced himself to endure the onslaught. To his surprise, however, Bu's attacks did not possess the formidable power he had anticipated. Could it be that he is, in fact, quite weak? Such a thought involuntarily arose in Krillin's mind. Resolute in his decision, Krillin commenced his probing attacks. The outcome astonished him greatly. Although Bu had absorbed the abilities of both Dend and Babidi, it appeared that he was not adept at wielding these powers. Furthermore, Bu's speed, strength, and combat experience were significantly inferior to Krillin's. Krillin was fully capable of dominating Bu in combat. Upon discovering Bu's vulnerabilities, Krillin transformed into a ferocious tiger, unleashing a relentless barrage that left Bu struggling to defend himself. Merely after 3 strikes, Bu had been reduced to a mere punching bag. Regrettably, Bu possessed an extraordinarily grotesque regenerative ability. Even Krillin's fierce assaults failed to inflict any fatal damage. However, enduring such blows proved unbearable for Bu. With a mighty roar, he suddenly split into a smaller, more sinister version of himself, known as Kid Bu. Upon his emergence, Kid Bu lunged directly at Krillin. The larger Bu, now appearing plumper and seemingly more benign than his initial form, stood bewildered by the events unfolding before him. He showed no interest in the battle, slowly drifting away into the distance. Krillin was intent on intercepting him, but Kid Bu immediately engaged him, thwarting his pursuit. Just as Krillin resolved to exchange blows to leave the larger Bu behind, a radiant light suddenly emanated from Kid Bu's forehead antenna. From his earlier observations, Krillin had surmised that Bu's ability to transform individuals into cookies was activated from that very antenna, and it could only be initiated from there. Although this power was bizarre and fearsome, its activation was quite apparent, making it relatively easy to evade. Thus, at the moment the light appeared, Krillin swiftly distanced himself. The beam shot forth, striking a rock and transforming it into a small cookie. Infuriated to see his ability dodged, Kid Bu let out a furious scream and charged at Krillin once more. Compared to the original Bu, this diminutive version exhibited formidable melee capabilities, even causing Krillin to feel a hint of pressure. Observing Goku and Vegeta still embroiled in a fierce battle nearby, Krillin clenched his teeth, his body erupting with an astounding shockwave that sent Kid Bu flying back several meters. Chapter 152. The God and Demon of Super Science. A faint golden light enveloped Krillin. This was a power he had developed during his time in the Dark Chamber, a state reminiscent of a Super Saiyan, yet distinctly different from the transformation itself. While it did not grant the exponential increase in combat prowess typical of Super Saiyans, it nonetheless significantly enhanced Krillin's fighting abilities. The sole drawback was the immense strain this state placed on his body, rendering it impossible to maintain throughout an entire battle. Just as Krillin unleashed his full potential, the battle between Vegeta and Goku had also reached a fever pitch. At this moment, both individuals had transformed into the Super Saiyan form known as Super Saiyan 5. However, their control over this immense power was remarkably refined, resulting in a duel that was not accompanied by earth-shattering tremors, but rather a profound silence. Goku, relying on the advantage of his weapon, maintained a wider attack radius than Vegeta, persistently pressuring him. Yet, Vegeta, clearly unwilling to remain a passive target, immediately launched a counterattack. It is important to recall that Vegeta had previously inscribed a unique formation upon himself to enhance his combat abilities. After extensive refinement over time, the formation significantly bolstered his power in battle to a new echelon. In an instant, countless glimmers radiated from Vegeta, transforming his aura entirely. When Goku swung his golden staff once more, he was taken aback to discover that Vegeta's physique had been enhanced to such a degree that he was no longer intimidated by the weapon. Vegeta could withstand Goku's onslaught with pure physical strength and retaliate in kind. At this juncture, the golden staff had become more of a hindrance than a help. Within mere moments, Goku comprehended that Vegeta's body had been fortified to a staggering extent. With their formidable mastery of arcane arts, it seemed that even the lightest touch would hardly faze Vegeta. Goku finally began to regret not heeding his master's counsel to diligently hone his magical skills in the past. If he had other means of attack at his disposal, he would not find himself in such a precarious position. In a matter of mere exchanges, Vegeta identified a flaw in Goku's defense and struck a powerful punch towards his chest. Goku quickly raised his golden staff to shield himself, attempting to block Vegeta's onslaught. However, the force behind Vegeta's punch was overwhelming, shattering Goku's grip and sending shockwaves through his body. The momentum of the punch continued unabated, crashing the staff into Goku's chest. Goku coughed up blood and stumbled backward. Vegeta, relentless and unyielding, unleashed a torrent of fierce attacks upon Goku, resembling a tempest. Goku found himself utterly incapable of defense, as Vegeta's strikes landed with the ferocity of artillery, gradually sapping his strength. As Goku's vitality waned, it appeared imminent that he would be felled by Vegeta's onslaught. Yet, paradoxically, his consciousness grew increasingly lucid. Despite his physical inability to resist, Vegeta's attacks became clearer to him. He could perceive the trajectory of each of Vegeta's punches, the vibrations of every molecule in the air, and the movement of each particle of energy. Ah ha 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 ha. Vegeta cackled maniacally, his strikes unyielding, his eyes gradually turning a deep crimson. Meanwhile, Krillin, witnessing this harrowing scene, felt a surge of anxiety. Babidi was already dead. Logically, his influence should have dissipated, and Vegeta ought to have regained his senses. However, not only had Vegeta failed to become lucid, but he had also descended into greater fury and malevolence, leaving Krillin utterly perplexed. Rather than suggesting that Vegeta was still under Babidi's influence, it appeared more accurate to assert that he was unwilling to break free from it. It can only be said that the pride of the Saiyan Prince weighs heavily upon him. Just as Vegeta was poised to deliver a decisive blow to Goku, Goku suddenly opened his eyes. His palm appeared at an extraordinarily peculiar angle before Vegeta's fist, firmly grasping it. In the next instant, Goku's hair shifted from white to blue, and his pupils transformed into a vivid blue. What is this? Vegeta staggered back, utterly bewildered. How is this possible? His lips trembled incessantly, struggling to comprehend the astonishing sight before him. Why have you once again outpaced me? I refuse to accept this. I refuse, Vegeta bellowed, his white hair gradually turning red, his eyes shifting from a pale crimson to a deeper scarlet. Undoubtedly, Goku had mastered the Ultra Instinct, transforming into the form of a Super Saiyan god. Meanwhile, Vegeta's transformation caught the attention of Liu Yuan. In Liu Yuan's recollection, he had never witnessed such a form of Super Saiyan. If Goku with blue hair represented the Super Saiyan god, then Vegeta with red hair could be regarded as the Super Saiyan demon. What Vegeta failed to notice was that he had embarked on a path entirely distinct from Goku's. In stark contrast to Goku's elegant mastery of Ultra Instinct, Vegeta's demonic state appeared far more ferocious. His attacks were characterized by sheer brutality. They were relentless and fierce, leaving Goku with no option but to defend. Although his combat power had surged, his mentality was faltering. Yuan shook his head slightly. Presently, Vegeta's combat prowess seemed superior to Goku's. Yet he was treading a path fraught with peril. If he continued down this road, Vegeta would devolve into a mere beast driven by the singular instinct to fight. If he lost his consciousness, could such raw power truly be considered strength? Yuan resolved to assist Vegeta. Under the veil of obscurity, he silently penetrated Vegeta's mental realm. At this moment, the space was in disarray. Mere contact with such a tumultuous psyche would infect and assimilate an ordinary individual. However, to Yuan, it felt like a gentle breeze. He extended his hand, gradually aiding Vegeta in untangling his chaotic mental landscape, soothing the tempest of his fury. Though possessed, Vegeta was not beyond redemption. As long as his consciousness remained intact, this so-called possession was merely an unconventional transformation. If Vegeta were to rely solely on himself for correction, he might remain trapped in this state indefinitely, but with Yuan's presence, the situation was entirely different. In just a few fleeting seconds, Vegeta's mental world had calmed. The manifestation of this tranquility in the external realm was that Vegeta's assaults ceased to be so frenzied, becoming more structured. The pressure on Goku suddenly diminished, affording him an opportunity to counterattack. Vegeta, it is time to awaken, Goku shouted. Chapter 153. The Black Dragon's Visit with Goku's Thunderous Call. The recently stabilized mental world of Vegeta began to tremble once more. At that moment, Goku lunged forward, colliding directly into Vegeta's embrace, while simultaneously unleashing a dual assault on Vegeta's temples with both fists. The impact left Vegeta momentarily dazed, blood even trickling from his nostrils. However, unexpectedly, Vegeta's mental fortitude solidified, and the violent malevolence within him was subdued. It was only at this juncture that Vegeta truly mastered his demonic state, transforming that dark essence into his own power, rather than being ensnared by it. Concurrently, the emblem on Vegeta's forehead gradually dissipated, signaling his complete liberation from Babbidi's control. Goku, witnessing this, felt a pang of guilt as he clutched his head. Upon regaining his senses, he immediately expressed remorse for his actions. "I'm sorry. I'm just glad you've come back to your senses." Goku sighed in relief, only to find himself fatigued, collapsing backward. "It seems this time, you have emerged victorious," he panted, managing to give Vegeta a thumbs up. Vegeta, too, sank onto the ground. "Indeed, you are the true victor," he replied with a wry smile. "I've undoubtedly caused quite a bit of trouble for everyone, haven't I? But you are my friend, are you not?" Goku replied, forcing a smile. "Such matters are inconsequential. Yes, we are friends." Vegeta paused, a hint of a smile forming on his lips. Seeing Vegeta smile, Goku couldn't help but laugh, which in turn made Vegeta burst into hearty laughter. Though the reason for their mirth was unclear, they simply felt the urge to laugh together, perhaps embodying the joy shared between men. Krillin, observing this scene, finally relaxed, though he was still quite vexed. "Have you laughed enough? If so, hurry and lend a hand," he exclaimed. "Apologies, but we are utterly spent," Goku replied languidly, reclining on the ground with a teasing tone. Indeed, keep it up, Krillin. We're rooting for you." Vegeta echoed. "This Krillin, he truly is lacking." Goku chuckled. "Just wait. When I return, I will ensure you face consequences." Krillin lamented, feeling despondent, as his opponent proved to be exceedingly formidable. After the explosive transformation, he could not maintain that state for long, and his failure to obliterate Butte during that surge meant he was at a complete loss against such an adversary. Facing an opponent who could instantly regenerate as long as a single cell remained was utterly daunting for Krillin. Just then, Yuan's figure appeared before them. "Krillin, I shall grant you 1 minute. Should you fail to subdue your opponent, prepare for punishment upon your return." "Ah, Master, please no!" Krillin cried out. I was wrong. But before Krillin could elaborate, Yuan's figure vanished again, prompting another fit of laughter from Goku and Vegeta. Under Yuan's pressure, Krillin finally erupted. "This is all your fault. You've put me at risk of punishment from Master." He roared, with all his might unleashed. Krillin delivered the most powerful punch he had ever thrown. This punch struck directly on the forehead of Kid Buu, instantly creating a conical pit several hundred meters deep behind him from the force of the blow. As for Kid Buu, he was reduced to mere ashes in an instant. Not only were his cells obliterated, but even the very molecules of his being were scattered and dissipated into the air. Indeed, it was a moment that truly embodied the essence of a one-punch hero. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction, greatly pleased with Krillin's progress. If he could grasp the sensation of this strike, it was likely that he would only need a single punch to confront any adversary. Should that punch prove insufficient, he could always deliver a more earnest blow. It was conceivable that even the god of super science would struggle to withstand Krillin's serious punch. Consequently, Krillin would ascend to become the strongest among all his disciples. Of course, this was contingent upon Krillin's ability to consistently harness this power. Did I deliver that punch? Krillin gazed at his fist, a sense of disbelief washing over him. Even Goku and Vegeta fell silent, both recognizing the sheer magnitude of Krillin's strength. Not only was he more formidable than the previous Super Saiyan 5, but even in his transformation to Super Saiyan God, Goku could not confidently assert that he would fare well against such a blow. What if every punch Krillin delivered possessed this caliber of power? Goku hesitated to contemplate further. Krillin, this is simply outrageous. Vegeta's jaw hung agape, struck by the revelation. He felt overwhelmed once more. While he could accept Goku's superiority, as they were both Saiyans, Krillin, a mere earthling, achieving such heights was beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, having just experienced the earlier events, Vegeta quickly adjusted his mindset. Previously, even if he did not voice it, he had held a certain disdain for other races, particularly earthlings, as his own formidable power had long sustained his pride. Yet, with the psychological barrier lifted and witnessing Krillin's might, Vegeta swiftly realized the necessity of treating every race with equal respect. Well done, Krillin, Vegeta exclaimed, raising a thumb in approval. I eagerly anticipate our bout. Krillin glanced at the two individuals slumped on the ground, unable to move, and sighed in resignation. This matter had begun with him, and it was only fitting that he would be the one to conclude it. He had not forgotten that Fat Bu had fled, leaving no trace behind. What a bunch of fools, he lamented, then took off in the direction Fat Bu had flown. Before his departure, he had already registered the creature's energy signature, so he was not concerned about losing track of him. Meanwhile, as Krillin sought Fat Bu, Lu Yuan had returned to the island, where an unexpected visitor awaited him. You have finally arrived. How did the task fare? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, observing the peculiar being before him with keen interest. The creature bore a resemblance to the Black Dragon. Yet there lingered an essence reminiscent of the Namekian race in its features. The task did not go as smoothly as anticipated. The Black Dragon plopped down onto a mat, exhaling heavily. Those individuals harbor doubts about me. Doubts about you? Lu Yuan smiled gently. You doubt my capabilities, do you? A hint of embarrassment flickered across the face of the Black Dragon. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was still prepared to take action. Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. Is that truly the case? A glimmer of joy appeared on the Black Dragon's countenance. Chapter 154. Lu Yuan's terms of course. I have conditions, Lu Yuan said, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. What are those conditions? The Black Dragon inquired cautiously. Once the task is accomplished, those universes shall be deemed mine. Lu Yuan articulated his terms. The Black Dragon hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. Regardless of his agreement, the dominion over those universes was not within his grasp. All he needed was to ensure his independence. Moreover, it had been previously established that upon the completion of their endeavor, he would serve as Lu Yuan's subordinate, making this condition trivial for him. Lu Yuan had his own plans. A universe cannot exist without a ruler. Thus, following the demise of the Omni King, one of the cosmic wills would inevitably take control of all the universes. Lu Yuan's objective was to eliminate all cosmic wills except for the Black Dragons, thereby ensuring that the powers of rulership would automatically transfer to the Black Dragon. Since the Black Dragon had already committed to Lu Yuan, he could easily seize the powers of the ruler through the contract established between them, effortlessly commanding the other numerous universes. After all, the power structure of the Dragon Ball universe ranks among the most formidable within the multiverse, and assimilating these universes would greatly benefit Lu Yuan. His intentions were merely to replace the position of the cosmic will without inflicting any adverse effects on the beings within those universes. On the contrary, due to Lu Yuan's enhanced strength, the potential for the beings within the universe to elevate their own powers would become substantially easier. Naturally, these beings would also provide support to Lu Yuan in return. At that juncture, Lu Yuan and the universe within him would complement each other, fostering a symbiotic relationship of mutual benefit and shared prosperity. As long as Lu Yuan remained alive, the universe would undoubtedly endure. Conversely, as long as the universe persisted, Lu Yuan could truly maintain his immortality. There's no time to waste. Let us depart at once. The black dragon exclaimed, swinging his arm with great excitement. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, and with a snap of his fingers, the two of them had already arrived at the crystalline barrier of this universe. Wait, you cannot intend to force your way through the crystalline barrier, can you? The black dragon gasped in astonishment. The crystalline barrier of a universe is exceptionally thick. The more powerful the universe, the more formidable the barrier. Even he could not traverse the crystalline barrier at will. He needed to locate a weak point to escape this universe. From now on, do not be so easily startled, Lu Yuan replied calmly. Then, to the black dragon's astonishment, Lu Yuan led him directly through, as if the crystalline barrier before them were non-existent. What sent the black dragon's spirit reeling even further was the chaotic and disordered void storms that lay beyond the crystalline barrier. The black dragon dared not confront these storms directly, for even lingering within them for mere seconds would result in his utter annihilation, leaving not a trace of him behind. Thus, every time he traversed the crystal wall system, he proceeded with utmost caution, ensuring that the void storm had retreated or waiting for its intensity to diminish before making a move. Regardless of how Lu Yuan had silently navigated the crystal wall system, emerging so directly could very well mean confronting the void storm. Before the black divine dragon could utter a word, a fierce void storm surged towards him. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, inwardly lamenting his impending doom. However, after a moment, he realized that nothing had transpired, prompting him to open his eyes. To his astonishment, he found himself walking unscathed amidst the tumult of the void storm. What on earth was happening? The black divine dragon stammered in disbelief. Do not be overly alarmed. Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I recall you mentioning that there are 17 other universes, correct? Yes, indeed, there are 17 other cosmic wills. But they are unwilling to meet me, and some are beyond my means to confront, the black divine dragon admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. This journey, although spanning several years, had yielded no results. All the cosmic wills were skeptical of the allies he spoke of. What a jest. We all belong to the Dragon Ball universe, fundamentally similar. Why would your universe harbor a being capable of opposing the Omni King? Surely, this was no laughing matter. Consequently, no one was inclined to pay heed to the black divine dragon. Searching for each one individually was too cumbersome, considering there were 17 of them. Lu Yuan furrowed his brows slightly. Subsequently, he stood directly in the void, extending his right hand, gently forming a fist, and after a moment, he retracted it. The black divine dragon was tempted to inquire, but, recalling Lu Yuan's earlier words, swallowed his questions. Moments later, a shocking occurrence unfolded. 17 luminous orbs began to drift towards him from a distance, aligning themselves neatly before Lu Yuan. The black divine dragon's eyes widened. He recognized these orbs as the cosmic wills of the other 17 universes. Though their strength was not to be underestimated, they were, at the very least, invincible within their own realms. Yet, they had been directly plucked from their respective universes by Lu Yuan. The black divine dragon suddenly recalled that even within his own universe, Lu Yuan had forcibly seized his authority. He began to comprehend the scene before him. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan gazed thoughtfully at the luminous orbs. A sudden impulse struck him. These orbs appeared rather delectable. Unable to suppress the saliva pooling in his mouth, Lu Yuan struggled to swallow. Clearly, these luminous orbs possessed self-awareness, yet they were utterly powerless, incapable even of engaging in discourse among themselves. Upon noticing the black divine dragon standing beside Lu Yuan, one orb recognized him as the cosmic will of the 18th universe and began to thrash in a desperate attempt to inquire about the situation. Just as the black divine dragon prepared to speak, he was horrified to see Lu Yuan grasp one of the orbs with his hand and, without hesitation, bring it to his mouth. Indeed, Lu Yuan ultimately chose to heed the whispers of his heart. The entrance to the sphere of light bore no discernible scent, for it lacked any tangible form. However, once it was consumed, Lu Yuan distinctly felt a surge in his power, and concurrently, he established an ethereal connection with the universe. A mere thought summoned this universe into his consciousness. This proved to be quite convenient. After a careful moment of contemplation, he detected no anomalies and resolved to absorb the entirety of the cosmic consciousness. Chapter 155. The Omni King before the incredulous gaze of the black dragon. Lu Yuan devoured the cosmic consciousness with voracious delight. Having finished, he even let out a burp. What is this? The black dragon, astounded, asked, "You actually consumed them all?" "The flavor was quite pleasing," Lu Yuan remarked, smacking his lips as he glanced at the black dragon. "What are you up to?" The black dragon retreated a step, regarding Lu Yuan with caution. "Nothing of concern," Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, I would not harm my own." After devouring 17 universes, even Lu Yuan felt somewhat overindulged. The multitude of universes within his consciousness imparted a sensation of fullness. Fortunately, this feeling was fleeting. In no time, Lu Yuan acclimated to the presence of the 17 universes within him. As he meticulously observed these universes, a sudden inspiration struck him. He envisioned using the 17 universes as nodes in a formation, arranging them in a specific sequence to create a grand energy convergence array. What transpired next was unexpected. The convergence array reacted wondrously with the universes, gradually drawing in various forms of external energy. Regardless of the type, all incorporeal entities fell within its absorption range. If it had merely absorbed stray external energy, Lu Yuan would not have been particularly astonished. The minuscule power garnered by the convergence array held no value in his eyes, for he could expertly control only the energies he deemed useful. Some energies, if absorbed, could even harm him. However, the convergence array was different. These energies bypassed Lu Yuan's body entirely, being absorbed directly by the universe itself. As the external energies were consumed, the cosmic levels of the universes gradually ascended. This signified that, if left unattended, these universes would fortify themselves over time. While the effects may not be immediately apparent after a day or two, what of a century or two? What of millennia hence? Lu Yuan, now bound to the universe, was immortal, possessing infinite time. This meant that even if he ceased all training today, he would still grow stronger in repose. The efficacy of this convergence array surpassed the rate at which the universe's inhabitants typically gained strength. As Lu Yuan contemplated this, he suddenly noticed the black dragon silently retreating, gradually increasing the distance between them. "Fear not. I assured you that I would not act against you." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you doubt my word?" "I dare not. I absolutely dare not," the black divine dragon stammered, yet his body betrayed him, keeping a respectful distance from Lu Yuan. Although he understood that no matter how far he stood from Lu Yuan, it would not make a difference, it provided him with a semblance of psychological comfort. Lu Yuan offered a faint smile, remaining silent. As the black divine dragon muttered to himself, he suddenly found himself in a resplendent grand hall. At the forefront of the hall stood a golden chair, upon which sat a diminutive figure emblazoned with the character Quan on its chest. "Is this the King Quan?" The black divine dragon trembled in fear, his teeth chattering. "Who are you?" King Quan inquired, regarding Lu Yuan with an impassive expression. After a brief moment, he beckoned with a finger, and instantaneously, a throng of figures appeared in the hall. Undoubtedly, these were the so-called angels and destroyers. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. He had previously wondered why, despite absorbing the universe into his consciousness, he had not detected the presence of the destroyers and angels. Upon reflection, it became clear. The destroyers and angels did not reside in the various universes. Rather, they dwelled within the palace of King Quan. It was only natural. A being of King Quan's stature would never entrust others, not even his subordinates, with such power. With a snap of his fingers, the destroyers and angels immediately grasped King Quan's intent, their expressions darkening as they fixed their gaze upon Lu Yuan and his companion. "I must say, you possess the greatest audacity I have ever witnessed, daring to intrude upon the palace of King Quan," remarked a peculiar-looking destroyer coldly. "Prepare to meet your end." This destroyer, one who thrived on attention, was fiercely loyal to King Quan and harbored no ulterior motives. Lu Yuan, however, had no desire for idle chatter. He was intent on swiftly resolving the matter at hand, for Bulma awaited his return home for dinner. With a mere wave of his hand, all the destroyers and angels vanished without leaving a trace, not even a speck of dust. Witnessing this scene, King Quan was momentarily taken aback. He rose to his feet, suddenly sensing something amiss. King Quan realized that, just moments ago, he had lost control over the universes under his dominion, retaining only the 18th universe. Narrowing his eyes, King Quan scrutinized the two individuals before him. "The will of the universe, is it?" he said softly. "Though I am uncertain how you have usurped my control over the cosmos, do you truly believe this will deter me?" His expression remained impassive. Gradually, he descended from his throne, slowly floating towards Lu Yuan. "Now, I grant you the opportunity to kneel before me." Throughout this encounter, King Quan maintained his stoic demeanor, his tone devoid of any inflection. Were it not for the movement of his lips, Lu Yuan might have doubted whether the voice belonged to King Quan at all. Lu Yuan remained silent, locking eyes with King Quan. To an observer, it appeared as though the two merely stood still, yet in reality, their clash had commenced at that very moment. With a mere exchange of glances, King Quan initiated a mental assault, invading Lu Yuan's mental realm. Lu Yuan remained utterly composed, unfazed by the seemingly formidable mental assault from the Omni King. In reality, the attack possessed no real potency. Lu Yuan could effortlessly dispel it at any moment. Yet, he refrained from doing so. He found himself intrigued by the Omni King's methods of attack, which appeared excessively rigid, akin to a robot operating according to a preordained program. Devoid of any adaptability, the so-called strength of the Omni King did not lie in the variation of his techniques or in an overwhelming display of raw power, but rather in the suppression of life levels. This suppression, enigmatic in nature, is something most individuals may never encounter in their lifetimes, yet it undeniably exists. Consider the Omni King's relationship with the gods of destruction and angels. Is the Omni King's power truly formidable? Perhaps not entirely. It is merely that the life level of the Omni King exerts a suppression over the gods of destruction, rendering them incapable of unleashing even a fraction of their true potential when facing him. This principle equally applies to the cosmic will when confronted by the Omni King. Thus, the cosmic will is not a match for the Omni King, not due to a disparity in strength, but rather a chasm in life levels. If one cannot elevate their life level, all the might in the universe is rendered futile. Unless one's power reaches a magnitude sufficient to disregard the differences in life levels and directly overpower the opponent, the situation remains unchanged. However, it is evident that neither the cosmic will nor the so-called gods of destruction can achieve this. In stark contrast, Lu Yuan's life level surpasses that of the Omni King, and his strength is even more pronounced. 10 Omni Kings combined would be no match for him. The Omni King's sole advantage in combat dissipated entirely. Logically, a typical individual, or indeed any sentient being, upon realizing such a truth, would either retreat immediately or refrain from launching further attacks against their adversary. Yet, the Omni King did precisely the opposite. Not only did he persist in his assault against Lu Yuan, but he also recklessly invaded Lu Yuan's mental realm. Should Lu Yuan choose to retaliate, he would find it effortlessly simple to vanquish his opponent. Yet, the Omni King appeared oblivious, continuing his attacks in a fixed, mechanical manner. Could it be that the Omni King lacked self-awareness? A bold notion took root in Lu Yuan's mind. As the Omni King relentlessly attacked with feeble and rigid strikes, Lu Yuan merely needed to erect a barrier in his mental world, and the Omni King would tirelessly hurl himself against it. Despite the futility of his efforts, he remained undeterred, failing even to consider a change in approach. After successfully withstanding the Omni King's onslaught, Lu Yuan followed the Omni King's mental trail into his psyche. What lay before him was a pristine white expanse, devoid of any other hue. Observing this world around him, Lu Yuan could not help but feel a sense of incredulity. The Omni King was truly mindless, and this was not a mere metaphor. He was, in the most literal sense, devoid of a brain. Or rather, the entirety of the Omni King's form resembled an empty shell. What could possibly be the explanation for such a phenomenon? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow as he slowly departed from the mental realm of the Sovereign King. In his ethereal state, he meticulously examined the Grand Hall, ultimately uncovering a faint connection. The body of the Sovereign King bore an inexplicable bond with the entire hall, a relationship that would have gone unnoticed had Lu Yuan not scrutinized it repeatedly. Following this tenuous link, Lu Yuan stepped outside the hall. Gazing upon the scene before him, Lu Yuan fell into silence. Initially, he had envisioned the so-called Sovereign Hall as a solitary structure suspended in the void. However, he soon realized that while it indeed stood alone in the emptiness, it was surrounded by a multitude of similar halls. Encompassing this particular Sovereign Hall was a desolate universe that Lu Yuan could perceive. The so-called 24 universes were nothing more than 24 luminous spheres of the Sovereign Hall. Lu Yuan was perplexed by the bizarre phenomenon surrounding him. As he looked around, he observed nothing but desolation. Aside from the Sovereign Hall, there was naught but an authentic void. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the essence of the space. After a prolonged moment, he finally discerned the boundary of this realm. To his astonishment, The authority within this space was exceedingly fragile. Lu Yuan effortlessly seized control of the entire expanse without exerting much effort. In that moment, Lu Yuan comprehended the nature of this space. It had once belonged to a master, the so-called sovereign. The original 24 universes were not as they appeared now. They lay concealed within the sovereign hall. The architect of this entire situation was none other than the sovereign himself, who possessed little in the way of intellect. Each being harbors an intrinsic desire for strength, and even someone of the sovereign's stature yearned for enhancement. Yet, at his level, the path forward became obscured, prompting the sovereign to devise a misguided plan. He divided the original 24 universes into countless fragments using unfathomable power, subsequently establishing innumerable sovereign halls to contain these universes. Thereafter, he severed himself into myriad pieces, each presiding over a separate hall. Moreover, he imposed restrictions upon all the sovereign halls. Those lacking the strength to breach these limitations would be eternally confined within. The sovereign believed that if even one of the many sovereigns could shatter these constraints, he could reunite all the halls, thereby resurrecting himself. Armed with the experience of breaking through limitations, he thought he could transcend the boundaries of this realm and enhance his own power. Forgive a creator god. Unaccustomed to the world, for his mind was never particularly sharp. After being divided into countless fragments, he lost all semblance of intellect. Yet, due to the oppressive nature of his life force over all beings, no one had been able to challenge his dominion over the years, let alone break the restrictions of the sovereign hall. Thus, the sovereign fell into a prolonged state of silence, which inadvertently benefited Lu Yuan. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lu Yuan summoned countless throne of all kings, which ascended into the sky and gradually coalesced into a singular entity. Having resolved to fully seize control of this universe, Lu Yuan naturally would not release the All Kings, thereby willingly creating an adversary for himself. He decisively obliterated the presence of all the All Kings within their thrones, utterly annihilating them. With mastery over this universe, it was only fitting that the myriad universes divided by the All Kings should merge. As Lu Yuan unified all the universes, a peculiar sensation swept over the beings residing within these 24 realms. It was as if something had transpired, yet simultaneously, nothing had occurred. Nevertheless, every creature sensed that the world seemed subtly altered. Following the amalgamation of the universes, a new cosmic consciousness emerged. In light of this, Lu Yuan could only extend his apologies to the Black Dragon. Since the Black Dragon was no longer the entity it once was, Lu Yuan felt no hesitation in consuming it. He directly ingested the newly formed cosmic consciousness, refining it once more. Within Lu Yuan, the 24 universes pulsated with a unique rhythm, perpetually vibrant. At this moment, Lu Yuan had truly attained an immortal state. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma joyfully caressed her small belly, cradling a nascent life within. "Ah, you're back?" Bulma beamed at the sudden appearance of Lu Yuan. "Indeed, and I shall never leave again." Lu Yuan replied with a subtle smile. He had truly become invincible.